He fumbled to light a cigarette, the orange flame flickering in the dark. Qin Feng took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the smoke. Through the haze, he looked around the cheap, grimy, hourly motel room with a strange expression. Am I reborn? Qin Feng murmured, his eyes gradually brightening, his large hand instinctively reaching toward the beside. The beautiful woman beside him whimpered, her slender eyebrows already slightly furrowed, now knitting tighter. Qin Feng paused, then whipped his head around, his expression complicated. Campus beauty. Yi Qingxue. The cigarette was still burning, forgotten in his hand. Before him lay only this woman. Brows slightly furrowed, skin like jade, face exquisitely delicate, still in a deep sleep. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Feng finally came to his senses and turned his head with a bitter smile. But this time he froze like a machine hit with pause. His eyes widened drastically, his whole body trembling slightly. On the not quite clean white bed sheets, a smudge of fresh crimson was so piercing, it struck straight at his heart. Trembling, he took another drag of his cigarette, a wave of guilt washing over his face as memories surged like a tide. He remembered. The reason he had slept with Yi Qingxue this time was that his ex-wife Lin Yingying had drugged her. And before all this, Lin Yingying had approached him first. She claimed it was giving him a chance to pursue her, but demanded he come to this hotel room to sleep with Yi Qingxue and secretly record a video. As Lin Yingying's devoted follower, he had agreed, without hesitation, and rushed here immediately. The result, Lin Yingying took the video and immediately spread it everywhere, framing Yi Qingxue. Even Qin Feng himself became her puppet. During university, Lin Yingying grew even more cold and dismissive toward him. But the title of #1 simp was never given lightly. Even after graduation, Qin Feng pursued her like a madman, repeatedly defeated, yet repeatedly rising. Until one day Lin Yingying suddenly approached him and clearly stated she wanted to marry him. At that moment, Qin Feng felt like clouds had parted to reveal the moon. He believed his persistence was finally rewarded. It was then that he learned Lin Yingying was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the foremost clan in Jiangxing. A single Lin corporation was the barometer of all of Jiangxing. He had thought as a powerless orphan that marrying into the Lin family would mean being bullied at every turn. Unexpectedly, the Lin family did not bully him at all. They were excessively hospitable. Within 2 days of the wedding, they transferred the presidency of Lin Corporation to him. They claimed it was because everything in the family would be his anyway. At that time, he felt his years of persistence were absolutely right. He had married the goddess everyone envied and become the heir to Jiangxing's #1 family worth trillions. They could not have called it the peak of life an exaggeration. But good times never last. One day while he was relaxing in bed, a large contingent of tax officers and police burst in. They arrested him on the spot in a joint operation. Lin Corporation was implicated in tax evasion and producing and selling illegal products, sentenced to life imprisonment. Perhaps because they learned Qin Feng had not received the death penalty. That night after the verdict, Lin Yingying, who had never visited him, appeared at the prison for the first time. Who knew your wretched life was so tough? You didn't even die. Lin Yingying's legs clad in black silk were crossed, her oval face full of mockery. Qin Feng raised his eyes, thousands of fires burning within him. But what could he do now? He was merely a discarded pawn in her hands, thrown away after being used. It's fine if you don't speak, miss, just wanted to tell you. Lin Yingying's face held a playful smirk, both hands pressing on the table as she leaned forward slightly, her words dripping with contempt. Someone like you, a waste, dares to climb up to our Lin family. Before Qin Feng could react, she strode away in her high heels as usual. That night, eyes wide as bronze bells, Qin Feng was roughly dragged from his cell by a group of hardened inmates and pinned against the corner. Ignoring his pleas, they brutalized him to death right there. Even reborn, the memory still sent shivers through him. That was when he truly understood the meaning of unspeakable torment. Hiss! The cigarette had burned to the filter. The searing heat made Qin Feng frown, instinctively gasping as he snapped back to reality. A chilling coldness like something from the depths of hell flashed in his crimson eyes. His index finger and thumb crushed the burning cigarette ember with terrifying force, his lips murmuring, "Since heaven has shown mercy, and let me be reborn. Then in this life I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Lin family, whatever you did to me, I will make you repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Perhaps sensing the disturbance beside her, Yi Qingxue let out another soft sound. At this moment, Qin Feng's inner turmoil calmed somewhat, and his gaze fell upon Yi Qingxue once more. Seeing the tear-stained, peacefully beautiful face before him, his heart was gripped by invisible hands filled with a suffocating sensation. I am truly a beast. Qin Feng cursed himself inwardly, his expression complicated. To please that woman, I destroyed her reputation. I deserve to die. In his previous life, when that girl's scandalous video was published, she was completely brought down from the altar. Her character and dignity were trampled by Lin Yingying. But as the one who started it all, she never reported him to the police. He had initially thought Lin Yingying must have threatened her into silence. But now, having seen through Lin Yingying's true face, the more he thought about it, the more it didn't add up. It seemed that ever since that day he had never seen Yi Qingxue again, and it appeared that she had silently shouldered everything alone. The outside world had no idea he was the source of all this. All along Yi Qingxue seemed to have been protecting him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face turned deathly pale. His trembling hands lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. At that moment, the previously sleeping Yi Qingxue's slender eyelashes stirred slightly. Her newly opened eyes looked straight at Qin Feng. Resentment, expectation, and lingering grievance, all very complex. Qin Feng's heart trembled, and his guilt could no longer be suppressed. Through the smoke, looking at her red-rimmed eyes, he tried several times to open his mouth, but each time it turned to silence. In this moment, the two of them gazed at each other without a word. He did not mock her as he had in his past life. After a long while, Yi Qingxue suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. A deep sense of disappointment on her pretty face, she got up, gathered her things, and headed toward the door. Her voice was clear and cold, devoid of any emotion. "I will never tell anyone about today, but I will hate you for the rest of my life." In a hurried moment, Qin Feng suddenly looked up and instinctively reached out to grab her. Yi Qingxue's dropped jacket fell to the ground, and her steps paused. A flash of helplessness crossed Qin Feng's face. He wanted to apologize, but his throat felt incredibly dry. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Yi Qingxue's slender brows furrowed slightly. She looked back at him with a profound gaze, tears finally unable to hold back. She quickened her pace and rushed out the door. Slap. Watching her leave, Qin Feng slapped his own face hard, his face full of remorse, yet confusion. Why did her last look feel so familiar? "Come on, crazy guy. Can you hurry up? If we keep dawdling like this, we won't get any good seats." Zhang Fan walked ahead with his short, stocky legs, urging anxiously. "What's the rush? I've not been like you in this lifetime, never having seen a woman." Qin Feng shrugged and smiled. What would the video look like? Didn't he already know? Good heavens. How can there be such an unfilial son in the world, daring to tease his father like this? Zhang Fan paused mid-step, his squinting eyes widening as he glared at Qin Feng, hands on hips, as if ready to scold a child. All right, let's hurry then. Otherwise your chance to see the beauty will truly vanish." Qin Feng smiled cheerfully and broke into a run. "Hey, slow down. Don't you know your fat uncle isn't good at running?" The two of them bantered playfully all the way to the university gate. By now the university gate was surrounded by a dense crowd packed shoulder to shoulder. Eventually Zhang Fan used his larger build to carve a path through, bringing Qin Feng to the front row. "I'd have paid far less for someone like that, and still called her a goddess. It's disgusting just thinking about it. Tell me about it. Acting all high and mighty when everyone knows the truth. She's being called the first campus beauty and pure campus goddess at our school. I heard Yi Qingxue is nothing but a manipulative snake. All that time I spent pursuing her was wasted. Ridiculous. Huh. Brother, I wouldn't dare admit I once pursued someone like her. It's embarrassing. If I were her, I'd have just ended it all long ago." As they walked through, mocking discussions echoed around them. Everyone seemed indignant, as though their own girlfriends had betrayed them. Sigh, what a shame. Such a wonderful goddess, why did she fall so low? I was hoping to earn enough money one day to win her heart. Looks like that won't happen now. Zhang Fan also sighed in disappointment, murmuring to himself. Clearly this forum scandal was quite significant. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with those people, a cold smile forming on his lips. The more people who watch, the better. But who will truly lose face in the end remains to be seen. Just as he turned his head to look around among the restless crowd, a delicate figure with a pure, fresh appearance, wearing a mask yet still revealing an exquisite face, was gazing in his direction. Yi Qingxue. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, whispering to himself. She stood there with a pale face, staring intently at him. Those large, expressive eyes were filled with sorrow and resentment. It was as if she were silently asking, "Why did you do this? Why did you release the video?" In the next moment, Qin Feng seemed to recall something. He glanced nervously around. Yet the surrounding crowd never noticed Yi Qingxue. The vulgar mockery continued relentlessly, reaching their ears in an unending stream. Suddenly Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically. He immediately pushed through the crowd, rushing toward where Yi Qingxue stood. He needed to explain. He wanted Yi Qingxue to understand that everything she saw was false. But Yi Qingxue seemed to notice his movement. The tears welling in her eyes could no longer be contained, rolling slowly down her delicate cheeks. Perhaps trying not to sob out loud, she covered her mouth with one hand, turned, and quickly ran out through the crowd. The vast sea of people swallowed her almost instantly. By the time Qin Feng reached the spot where she had been standing, not a trace of her remained. This isn't what you think. The video being released later will prove everything. Qin Feng clenched his fist, speaking in a low, serious tone, his eyes still scanning around. Meanwhile, the large screen finally powered on. The crowd fell silent at once, every eye turning toward the screen. Even Qin Feng, who had already anticipated the outcome, looked on. He refused to miss a single moment that might discredit Lin Yingying. After a brief pause, the image on the large screen appeared. A luxurious hotel venue. The warm, atmospheric lighting and opulent surroundings were breathtaking. Its grandeur surpassed everyone's expectations. Almost everyone sneered and muttered under their breath. Darling, do you like my chi pao and stockings tonight? Finally, the first voice emerged from the previously silent screen. Soft, alluring, and weary, the tone made many single men sit up straight in surprise. Zhang Fan's brows furrowed instantly, his eyes widening in confusion as he nearly shouted this. This isn't the goddess's voice. It sounds more like Lin Yingying, campus beauty Lin. Beside him, several devoted followers of Yi Qingxue couldn't help but nod in agreement. Right after Zhang Fan's words fell, almost everyone's gaze locked onto Qin Feng, simultaneously their expressions filled with strangeness and amusement. Anyone who studied at Jiangxing University knew how desperately Qin Feng had pursued Lin Yingying, risking everything it seemed. However, most people here were merely curious onlookers. In that single instant, their expectations were thoroughly dashed. Damn it, another fake one. I actually hoped with all this buzz we'd finally see the pure campus beauty without clothes. TCH. Wasted my time. What's so interesting about that bus of Lin Yingying's anyway? Better to go back and watch the professors teach. Exactly. Even a bus wouldn't stand a chance if it took off right in front of me. The crowd muttered complaints, yet nobody left. Some even placed their hands in front of them unconsciously. The video on the big screen continued. And then, Lin Yingying, wrapped in a bath towel with her shoulders bare, appeared embracing and kissing a slender boy with dyed green hair. The entire crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone, despite their earlier boasts, stared wide-eyed at the screen, afraid to miss a single frame. Up. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed through the projector room's microphone, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. The video cut off abruptly. The large screen went completely dark. The crowd erupted into chatter, their glances unintentionally drifting toward Qin Feng. But Qin Feng paid no attention to those looks. His sharp eyes fixed on the projector room, a cold smile playing on his lips. This is only the beginning. I hope you can hold out. It would be unfortunate if you broke down too soon. With that, he quickly slipped away from the crowd and strolled leisurely toward the dormitory. The mockery behind him continued, yet it could not touch his inner peace. Splash. A splash from the back mountain pond pulled him from his thoughts. Instinctively, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the sound. When he saw that familiar, exquisite face, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, Yi Qingxue. At that moment, something seemed to detonate within his mind. Vague memories from his past life surged forward like a tide. Shortly after the video was first released, rumors circulated about someone drowning in the back mountain pond. Now he understood everything. That person was Yi Qingxue. I am truly a despicable creature, worse than beast or pig. A precious life was lost because of my selfishness. Cursing himself, he didn't hesitate for a moment and plunged into the water with all his strength. Within an instant, he securely held Yi Qingxue in his arms, attempting to pull her to shore. But Yi Qingxue, intent on ending it all, struggled with every ounce of her remaining strength, trying to push Qin Feng away. Stop fighting. That video has nothing to do with you. Qin Feng could only grit his teeth and comfort her desperately. Carrying another person was already exhausting. He couldn't endure her continued struggles. Yi Qingxue's movements indeed slowed. But the next moment, her small fists rained down on Qin Feng's chest like drumbeats. Her delicate face could no longer hold back her grief, and she burst into tears. Why? Why did you do this to me? Watching Yi Qingxue weeping uncontrollably, Qin Feng grit his teeth, attempting to explain, but pool water kept flooding into his mouth. He had no choice but to stay silent, allowing her fists to hammer against his chest, using every ounce of strength to pull her as far out of the water as possible. As soon as they reached shore, Qin Feng could not bring himself to attend to her. His entire body was utterly drained. He leaned against a tree, gasping and dry heaving. Beside him, Yi Qingxue no longer attempted to return to the water. Instead, she curled into a ball with her knees drawn to her chest, her gaze empty and vacant, speechless. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Feng's breathing finally steadied somewhat. He glanced at their drenched clothing, and his sword-like eyebrows knitted together sharply, his breath quickening once more. His previously cold body temperature rose rapidly. Although he had seen Yi Qingxue without clothing before, her white dress was now completely soaked, clinging to her form, the graceful contours subtly visible beneath the fabric, evoking gentle contemplation. Swallowing with difficulty, gazing at her fragile and pitiful appearance, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and said, You should go back and change clothes quickly. You might catch a cold. Yi Qingxue's slender frame trembled. She raised her head, her face pale and hollow-eyed, yet filled with resentment. She seemed to have lost all emotion and color, no longer the aloof top campus beauty. She appeared more like a faded, petulant princess next door. Sighing again, Qin Feng walked over helplessly, took her hand in his, and began pulling her toward the school gate. Yi Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed as she struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from those detestable hands. Yet no matter how hard she pulled, his grip remained ironclad, leaving her powerless to resist. Eventually she ceased struggling entirely, merely staring with hateful eyes at his tall silhouette ahead. Along the way, Yi Qingxue kept her head bowed, following behind like a walking shadow. Passing by numerous students from Jiangxing University, many cast curious glances at the pair, their faces full of puzzlement. No way. How did these two end up together? If I recall correctly, isn't that Qin Feng the top suitor of Lin Yingying? Exactly. Lin Yingying and school beauty Yi are sworn rivals. Perhaps he's trying to stir up some scandal to overshadow this morning's events. Who knows? Haven't you noticed they're both soaked? And school beauty Yi's expression seems quite off. Hiss. What should we do? Should we go over and stop them? What if? What if what? The Lin family is the most prominent clan in Jiangxing. If you anger them, how many heads would you need to pay the price? The surrounding discussions were audible. Reaching their ears, Qin Feng's eyebrows tightened slightly, while Yi Qingxue seemed as though she heard nothing at all. Yet her gaze toward Qin Feng appeared somewhat softer. At the hotel entrance, Yi Qingxue suddenly stopped immovable as a mountain, regardless of how Qin Feng tugged from ahead. A flutter of concern struck Qin Feng's heart as he turned perplexed to look back. Without him noticing, Yi Qingxue had already lifted her small head, her gaze fixed on the large sign above reading Rui Hotel. A pale, wistful smile slowly emerged across her delicate features, like a rose's final bloom from the deepest reaches of her soul, both desolate and breathtaking. Witnessing this state, Qin Feng opened his mouth to explain, yet found no words, only gently increasing the pressure on his hold. Surprisingly this time, Yi Qingxue merely glanced at him once, then followed quietly behind him into the hotel once more. However, the smile on her lovely face vanished again. Her gaze remained fixed upon Qin Feng, her heart filled with ashes, a bitter self-mocking laugh forming. Does he not find his previous humiliation of me insufficient? Must he degrade me once more, just to be satisfied? At this moment, Qin Feng felt as though thorns pressed against his back, as if turning around would cause those sorrowful, resentful eyes to pierce him dead. He could only steel himself, leading her toward that muddy, disordered room. Both had fallen into the pool, their bodies completely soaked. Even if Qin Feng wished to change rooms, it was impossible now. Upon entering the room, Yi Qingxue stood at the doorway, staring blankly at the reddish mark on the bedsheet, her expression as calm as still water. Nobody could discern her thoughts. Qin Feng's expression turned somewhat peculiar, though he did not understand why she neither struggled nor spoke throughout the journey. The wet clothes clinging to his body were indeed quite uncomfortable. He could only observe her condition while rapidly stripping off his own garments. Perhaps it was habit, or perhaps past experiences had already rendered him indifferent. Soon Qin Feng removed everything until he was completely bare, revealing himself openly before her. Yi Qingxue naturally noticed his movements. Her entire body seemed soulless, motionless, gazing at Qin Feng with a pale face, displaying no expression. I don't mean anything by it, it's just my clothes are soaked through, and keeping them on will make me sick with a fever. You need to change quickly. Qin Feng offered an apologetic explanation, but as he spoke, watching her gaze, his confidence seemed to fade. Yi Qingxue remained like a porcelain doll, simply watching him quietly without any response. Seeing her white dress continue to drip water, Qin Feng could only brace himself and approach, his trembling hands once again gently removing her clothes until she was bare. The dilapidated, cheap, hourly room suddenly appeared far more refined beneath her fair and tender body. It seemed as though the entire room was filled with Yi Qingxue's unique fragrance. Throughout, Qin Feng did not dare meet her beautiful eyes even once, until only a delicate lace remained to cover Yi Qingxue, as though his mind was completely overtaken by restless fire, his voice cracking. Qin Feng's reddened eyes gazed at her, his dry lips moving slightly. I've taken it off. Before any response could come, his large hand trembled as it reached toward the last barrier. Whether from guilt or some other feeling, Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly, his whole body trembling as he painstakingly removed it. Even so, Yi Qingxue remained as motionless as carved wood. Only those extraordinarily beautiful phoenix eyes gazed steadily at Qin Feng, without a ripple, a clear tear slowly rolling down her cheek, glistening with unshed sorrow. Qin Feng raised his head, swallowed hard, fighting against the surge in his heart and physical urges, forcing himself to look away. Ring ring. At the same time, Qin Feng's phone rang. After casting a somewhat complicated glance at the silent Yi Qingxue, he took out his phone from his already damp pocket. The phone had taken in water and was now completely black, merely making noisy sounds without showing the caller's identity. Through intuition and deep knowledge of Lin Yingying, Qin Feng could almost certainly say the caller on the other end was her. As the ringing was about to automatically disconnect, after a moment's hesitation, he still answered the call. Qin Feng, why would the video of me at the hotel be circulating? Are you sure you don't want the opportunities I've granted you with my mercy? You've developed feelings for that shameless, loose woman, Yi Qingxue, haven't you? The moment he picked up Lin Yingying's aggressive accusations poured through the line. That slutting whore must be quite skilled at pleasing men, right? She made last night thoroughly satisfying for you, didn't she? Just as the old saying goes, whores and dogs make a perfect match that lasts forever. Mercy, hee. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. He finally understood just how laughable and tragic he had been in his past life. For such a woman, he had recklessly committed so many wicked acts against heaven's principles, even allowing himself to be trapped and nearly killed by her schemes. Had he not arrived at the back mountain in time today, perhaps Yi Qingxue would have vanished from this world as she did in his past life, reduced to a passerby's casual remark that someone had drowned themselves in the pond. Lin family Lin Yingying. If heaven won't claim your lives then in this life, I shall send you both where you belong. Closing his eyes slightly, a sense of unwavering resolve quietly awakened within his heart. Yi Qingxue's once lifeless eyes suddenly ignited with a glimmer of brightness upon hearing his words. She slowly lifted her bowed head and looked at Qin Feng, sobbing as she asked, Why are you doing this? Why are you treating me this way? Qin Feng looked at her and was about to explain, but Lin Yingying's sarcastic voice came through the phone again. Oh, you little slut is here too. Looks like last night that good-for-nothing satisfied you quite well. Your true nature is showing now. No wonder those useless returnees said you went to that place even dogs wouldn't go. Then her tone shifted, filled with commanding authority. Qin Feng, at least you're obedient enough as a dog knowing to film videos to make up for it. I'll give you one more chance, but if you fail again, don't blame me for not offering opportunities. Even though there were issues with the previous video, she always believed Qin Feng remained the most loyal dog by her side. The previous mistakes were merely unintentional. Upon hearing those words, Yi Qingxue's extraordinarily beautiful eyes instantly filled with overwhelming pain. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she extended her delicate finger toward the phone and looked at Qin Feng through tears, asking, Did you bring me here once again, just to help her reshoot that kind of video? A cold wind blew past, and her body, previously soaked and now completely bare, trembled slightly, whether from anger or chill. Yet within her eyes a trace of despair was gradually spreading. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You truly are my best lapdog. Lin Yingying burst into loud laughter, clearly pleased. But going forward you'd better film properly for me. Make sure to capture certain important details clearly so all the students at Jiangxing University can see exactly what their so-called pure campus beauty truly is like. Qin Feng's brows furrowed deeply, an intense rage already surging from his heart straight to his head. Before he could speak, Lin Yingying on the other end of the line remained excited and said in a coquettish, seductive tone, As long as you handle this matter well this time tonight, I'll personally visit with the other female dogs. Her voice suddenly dropped lower, and a sweet panting sound filtered through the speaker. We'll all be thanking you together, you know. Enjoying the pleasures of having multiple women. You haven't experienced that yet, have you? It's certainly far more exciting than that little slut Yi Qingxue. Lin Yingying laughed heartily now, as if she held all the cards, envisioning the moment when Yi Qingxue would be dragged from her pedestal and despised and rejected by everyone. In this moment, Yi Qingxue felt an overwhelming suffocation descend upon her. Her face grew increasingly pale, her delicate frame trembling violently. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, I really like you. But, please, can you still cherish me properly? Her head bowed again, her delicate fists clenched tightly together. It was as though the entire world had lost its luster, growing dim and lifeless. An atmosphere of complete despair spread rapidly across her, tears falling like rain onto the ground. It made one want to embrace her in their arms and spend the rest of their life truly cherishing her. Qin Feng could no longer restrain the rage burning within him. His hand clenched the worn phone so forcefully it nearly deformed. Through a cold sneer, his voice cracked as he roared, Who the hell said I'm going to film videos for you? With that heavily made-up face and whore-like demeanor, how dare you call someone else a slut? A common road used by everyone still dares to compete with the bright moon. Do you even deserve that? If it weren't for that despicable tactic of drugging, do you really think I would have done such shameless things last night? You've greatly underestimated me. Remember, that video was just the beginning. Just wait and see. I'll make sure you suffer far worse than death. Hearing his words, both women were stunned. Yi Qingxue's eyes glistened with tears as she looked up at the man before her who had laid his heart bare. In that instant, it was as though Qin Feng was her entire world, the very light that shone upon her. Her trembling body gradually relaxed, becoming strangely weak at the knees. The relentless blows had nearly shattered her composure, leaving her on the verge of collapse, as if she might fall at any moment. On the other end of the line, Lin Yingying was utterly speechless, caught between shock and fury. Qin Feng, what did you say? Lin Yingying's once beautiful face was now twisted into a grotesque distortion, stripped of its former allure, revealing only ugliness. The answer from the other end of the phone filled her with disbelief, though she could not fathom that someone who had always been so devoted to her would dare speak to her in such a manner. It made her feel as though her dignity before Qin Feng was nothing of value, utterly trampled beneath his feet. Are you deaf or foolish? You don't understand what I mean. Let me make it clear. This is only the beginning. Someone like you who flatters everyone around her, do you really think I have any interest? I was blind before, but now if anyone dares to harm Yi Qingxue, I will make them pay with their life. From the other end of the phone, crackling with static, came Qin Feng's voice, filled with disdain and revulsion, piercing straight through Lin Yingying's composure. She had never imagined that one day Qin Feng would speak to her in such a tone. The disgust and contempt in his words were impossible to suppress. How could this be? How could things have come to this? Wasn't Qin Feng supposed to be her loyal follower? He should have remained kneeling faithfully at her feet, ever devoted. Even when she treated him harshly, he should never have left. He loved her so deeply, worshipped her so completely. How could he possibly have said such things to her? Could Yi Qingxue truly be that remarkable? It had only been one night, yet somehow she had turned Qin Feng completely. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Feng, don't regret this. Before Lin Yingying could finish her threatening words, Qin Feng callously hung up without a second thought. The busy signal from the phone cut off Lin Yingying's unfinished words. She stared at the phone in her hand in utter disbelief. Overwhelming anger caused her palm to tighten fiercely, and she could almost feel the phone bending under her grip. Her palm had turned red. The hard phone remained unmoving in her hand no matter how tightly she squeezed. Yet she seemed to have fallen into the depths of a terrible nightmare. She could never have imagined things turning out this way, nor that Qin Feng would dare defy her orders. Never before had anything like this happened, yet far from feeling any unease. Instead, it only fueled her anger further. Enveloped by intense fury, she immediately wanted to confront Qin Feng. I won't let him off. I must make him pay. He dares to play games with me. He's nothing more than a servant under my control, yet he dares to mock me like this. I will make him pay the price. With her exquisite face contorted in rage, Lin Yingying flung her phone forcefully to the ground. Watching it shatter into pieces did nothing to ease the storm within her heart. Qin Feng's defiance made her feel like a fool displayed publicly for all to see. Having been bitten by someone she had treated as an obedient follower, how could she not seek revenge? She would make Qin Feng suffer the greatest consequences if she would never let him go. And that Yi Qingxue too. She would never spare her either. If it weren't for that woman seducing Qin Feng, how would he have dared to defy his master's commands? Watching the furious Lin Yingying, her close companions exchanged uncertain glances. Some wanted to approach and calm her temper, but they all knew what Lin Yingying was like. They had never imagined she would ever experience failure. Among the girls around them, some harbored barely concealed disdain and secret satisfaction. In the past, Lin Yingying had used her methods to steal away so many men they had admired. Who would have thought she would one day find herself abandoned by her devoted follower? If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, and if they weren't afraid of Lin Yingying's retaliation afterward, several of them might have burst into laughter right then and there. But seeing Lin Yingying so enraged, they guessed that poor Qin Feng was in serious trouble. After all, they knew Lin Yingying's temperament all too well. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hanging up, Qin Feng simply removed his jacket and draped it over Yi Qingxue's shoulders. He feared that if he continued watching her like this, he might lose his composure entirely. Yi Qingxue was still in disbelief. Could what Qin Feng had said earlier be true? But when she felt his warm presence enveloping her, she instinctively clutched his clothing tightly. Looking at him cautiously, she softly whispered, "Thank you. I'm sorry for what happened to. Rest assured I will never let them hurt you again." Qin Feng had never spoken to her so gently, and Yi Qingxue's tears nearly spilled over. After quickly seeing her back, Qin Feng prepared himself to face Lin Yingying's retaliation. "Sisters, I won't let him go. Does anyone have any ideas? I want him to know the consequences of crossing me." Lin Yingying was already discussing with her companions. Such a blow to her pride. She would never simply swallow it. She was Lin Yingying. She would never allow herself to be mocked so shamelessly by someone beneath her. She would make Qin Feng pay the ultimate price. Her surrounding companions quickly offered their advice. Qin Feng's actions constituted a betrayal of his master, and such a disobedient follower certainly deserved a severe beating. It depends on whether Sister Lin can bring herself to be ruthless. After all, such a devoted follower. Wouldn't it make you sad if he were gone so completely? Nonsense. Even if such a follower were discarded, Sister Lin would not hesitate for a moment. He dared to betray his master. Someone like him around would only invite future arrogance. Surely you all know what kind of person our Sister Lin is. With so many admirers around, why waste time on one such follower? A little scheming will be enough to make him regret everything. Yi Qingxue listened to their conversation, feeling an unusual restlessness in her heart. She impatiently spoke up, "Enough of this nonsense. Give me a plan. How do I make him understand the consequences of provoking me?" "That's simple. Just give him a beating, and let him taste what Sister Lin is capable of. As for how badly, well, that depends on whether the people involved hold back." Too bad he ran into trouble with the wrong crowd. One of Lin Yingying's loyal followers proposed this vicious scheme, and Lin Yingying immediately used another phone to contact her other devoted follower, Lin Mao. "Goddess, why are you calling me? Are you craving something to eat, or have your eye on a new bag?" Lin Mao, ever the devoted follower, offered his services eagerly over the phone. Lin Yingying, who had been quite upset over Qin Feng's words earlier, felt somewhat reassured after hearing Lin Mao's flattering tone. She knew Lin Mao had many companions around him, so she left the matter of dealing with Qin Feng entirely to him. She was well aware of what Lin Mao's intentions toward her were. So by simply saying a few gentle words, she was certain he would help her smoothly handle the matter with Qin Feng. Lin Mao, someone hurt me, will you help me seek justice? Lin Yingying deliberately added a trembling quality to her voice, which immediately stirred Lin Mao's protective instincts. My goddess, please don't cry. Who hurt you? Tell me and I promise I will make them answer for this, make them kneel before you and apologize. It's that Qin Feng, you wouldn't believe what he did. Lin Yingying spoke with a blank expression over the phone, carefully recounting Qin Feng's misdeeds to Lin Mao. She twisted the truth completely, making Lin Mao burn with indignation. How could he allow his goddess to be wronged by such a person? His carefully cherished goddess could not be hurt this way. He immediately took on the role of her protector, placing his hand over his heart on the other end of the phone and promising to make Qin Feng face consequences. He gently coaxed Lin Yingying, asking her to stop crying. Her distress touched him deeply. If you can help me handle this matter, I will go watch a movie with you, any film you like. I am quite troubled, so please help me resolve this quickly. This was the first time Lin Yingying spoke to him with such gentle warmth and softness. Lin Mao's mind already pictured the two of them together. He would protect his own goddess and would never allow anyone to harm her. Lin Mao immediately agreed to the arrangement. To spend time with Lin Yingying, he promised to ensure Qin Feng would face consequences within a single day. As long as you help me handle this person, you can ask for anything in return. I understand your feelings for me are just. Lin Yingying offered a few perfunctory words of comfort to Lin Mao before ending the call. Her companions exchanged glances and quickly offered their praises. You really know how to handle people, they said. They also quietly wondered how Lin Yingying planned to address the situation with Qin Feng. On the other end of the line, Lin Mao reluctantly set down his phone. He wiped his face and his expression turned serious. He knew of Qin Feng and had heard his name before. He had heard that Qin Feng had been persistent with Lin Yingying. To think he would dare to make false accusations against his goddess. Once he successfully helped his goddess resolve this matter, she would surely see his sincerity and appreciate his efforts. He was merely a university student, and Lin Mao had many approaches to ensure he faced serious consequences. Lin Mao immediately gathered his companions, preparing to confront Qin Feng after school that day. That afternoon after school, as Qin Feng walked with Zhang Fan toward their dormitory, they were unexpectedly surrounded by a group of individuals. Qin Feng had waited all day expecting Lin Yingying to make her move. He never imagined she would send someone here. Qin Feng looked closely and recognized the leader as another of Lin Yingying's admirers, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Was relying on others her only approach? He recalled that this person had caused him trouble before, though they had never come to blows directly. Now he could observe how capable this person truly was and what schemes Lin Yingying might be planning. He did not believe Lin Yingying would simply drop the matter after a confrontation, so he decided to witness this person's abilities firsthand. What do you want? Qin Feng asked calmly. Lin Mao, walking at the front, stepped forward boldly and glared at Qin Feng. He then produced a photograph of Qin Feng from somewhere and compared it with the person before him, seemingly verifying Qin Feng's identity. You must be Qin Feng, right? You are the one who wronged my goddess. I am Qin Feng, but I am unsure which goddess you refer to. Don't speak nonsense to me. Do you know who I am? You dare insult my goddess to my face. Let me guess. Did your goddess promise you that if you dealt with me and satisfied her, she would spend time with you? This has nothing to do with you. If you dare harm my goddess, I will make you pay. Hearing Lin Mao's words, Qin Feng decided he had no intention of wasting more time here. Among Lin Yingying's many admirers, Lin Mao was merely an ordinary one. Even if he had tried something today, Lin Yingying would not lower herself for such a person. It was truly a pity, another misguided soul. Qin Feng prepared to roll up his sleeves and address Lin Mao directly to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, at that crucial moment, his good friend Zhang Fan stepped in front of him. Though somewhat nervous, Zhang Fan stood firmly before Qin Feng and spoke. Which area do you belong to? Do you know who my elder brother is? If you dare prevent us from leaving, don't blame me for having my elder brother deal with you. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Qin Feng paused. Originally, he had intended for Zhang Fan to step aside, but he suddenly remembered that Zhang Fan's elder brother was quite well known in this area. If Zhang Fan summoned him, it might resolve things without further action. And who are you? You look like you were trying to play the hero, but too bad you will be dealt with as well. Lin Mao showed no respect for Zhang Fan and spoke to him arrogantly. He then raised his hand, signaling his companions to approach and address the two. You dare? Let me tell you, my elder brother operates in this area. If you dare lay a hand on me, my elder brother will not forgive you. If you have the courage, wait 2 minutes. My elder brother will arrive shortly. Though somewhat nervous, Zhang Fan, who still stood firmly in front of Qin Feng, glanced at his phone and seemed to gain confidence. He spoke provocatively to the group before them. Qin Feng happened to catch sight of the message on Zhang Fan's phone and thought to himself. It stated nearby 2 minutes. Who dares to bully my brother? Lin Mao had originally not planned to give Zhang Fan and Qin Feng any time. But in just 2 or 3 short minutes, even if a real fight broke out, it wouldn't produce any result within that brief window. To make matters more coincidental, Zhang Fan's elder brother happened to be nearby the school. He had merely come to pick up his younger brother for a meal when unexpectedly he stumbled upon this very situation. Initially, he had assumed someone was bullying his brother, so he rushed to the school gate in haste. Yet upon arrival, he discovered the brat was actually standing as someone else's enforcer. Yet the thugs before him seemed strangely familiar. Before long, Zhang Fan's elder brother recognized them. All of them were his own men. What's going on? Does he not recognize his own younger brother? Big brother. Lin Mao caught sight of the broad-shouldered giant who had arrived alone, but didn't take him seriously. He wondered who this could possibly be and what made him so formidable. It was just someone unfamiliar. Around here, anyone with even a modicum of strength or reputation, how could he not know them? The man in front of him looked thoroughly unremarkable, someone he'd never encountered before. So he must be some low-level thug from somewhere else. He had expected someone truly formidable to be called over, but it seems they're nothing special after all. Lin Mao hadn't even had the chance to speak, when suddenly one of the thugs he'd summoned let out a trembling cry. At his shout, the others around him seemed to suddenly grasp the situation and joined in calling out as well. The scene before them was utterly chilling, leaving Lin Mao beside him completely stunned and bewildered. The object in his hands slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Filling the scene with dread, the man who had been shouting moments ago stood before him. Lin Mao, still unable to comprehend what was unfolding, turned to the thug beside him in disbelief, asking who that voice had addressed as elder brother. The one you just called brother is me, the man replied coldly. How is it that I don't recognize you? You brought my men over here to bully my younger brother. Seeing that Zhang Fan had not been harmed, the man immediately slowed his pace and began walking toward them with deliberate, measured steps. Each step radiated an imposing presence. Qin Feng studied the figure before him, a face he recognized as Zhang Fan's protective elder brother. Zhang Fan had mentioned introducing his brother many times before, but Qin Feng had always dismissed it, believing someone involved in such circles lacked the qualifications to be his friend. He had never bothered to meet him. But now, reflecting on it, if he had known this elder brother sooner, perhaps his fate in his previous life wouldn't have been so dire. Now he certainly couldn't pass up this chance. He needed to stay close to this elder brother. After all, if Lin Yingying could summon Lin Mao, he likely had more schemes lined up against him. Is this your elder brother? This is my elder brother Zhang Tianhao, known as Hao Ge. Let me tell you, my brother is incredibly formidable. You can rest assured no one will bully us too. This little nobody. My brother could take them all down by himself. Hearing Zhang Fan boast so proudly from just a short distance away left Lin Mao utterly speechless. He couldn't believe the man before him was the legendary Hao Ge himself. He was a figure only spoken of in rumors, never imagined to appear in person. Despite his young age, word had it, he was ruthlessly efficient. Seems he was personally trained by the former boss, yet Lin Mao had never heard mention of him having a younger brother. So you're the one who wanted to hit my brother. After walking what felt like an eternity down this short path, Zhang Tianhao finally reached Lin Mao, his demeanor effortlessly cocky and charismatic. With a casual upward glance, Zhang Tianhao's mere look sent Lin Mao's knees buckling. Seeing how utterly weak Lin Mao appeared, Zhang Tianhao felt no interest in laying a hand on him. Instead, his gaze shifted to Zhang Fan standing nearby, then moved to Qin Feng. A slight nod toward Qin Feng served as his greeting. Qin Feng returned the gesture with a polite, respectful bow. What are you still doing here? You expect me to kick each and every one of you back individually. The thugs had already been trembling in fear at Zhang Tianhao's presence. Now that their actual boss had spoken, they dared not stay another moment and scrambled to flee. Watching this unfold, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel how advantageous it was to have an elder brother protecting him. It felt incredibly satisfying. He was already plotting how to leverage his brother's authority to teach this guy a proper lesson. To his surprise, Lin Mao was also scrambling to make a run for it. Qin Feng moved to intervene, but Zhang Tianhao was already driving his foot into Lin Mao's body. Did I give you permission to leave? Spare my life, Hao Ge, please spare me. I didn't know this was your brother. I realize my mistake now, I truly do. I beg you for mercy, Hao Ge. I won't dare do this again. Qin Feng watched the man wailing and begging on the ground, yet felt no compassion. This was his own doing. Still, this time Hao Ge had truly come to his aid. As Qin Feng was lost in thought, he felt Zhang Fan tap him on the shoulder. Looking up, he saw Hao Ge fixed on him. Qin Feng stepped forward, but Hao Ge kicked the man directly toward Qin Feng's feet, leaving the outcome to his discretion. Hao Ge, can I really go ahead and handle this? Absolutely. I'm here to back you up. Do what you need to do. If he ends up broken, that's on me. Once Zhang Tianhao finished speaking at his leisurely pace, Qin Feng acted without hesitation, right before his eyes, delivering a kick straight to Lin Mao. Then came thunderous punches raining down on Lin Mao. Through the accumulating pain and seething rage, Lin Mao lost all composure and began cursing Qin Feng without restraint. His curses flew in every direction. Though Zhang Fan couldn't throw punches from the sidelines, he chipped in with occasional kicks and sharp retorts. Qin Feng struck while Zhang Fan taunted, and Zhang Tianhao watched from nearby. Whenever Lin Mao dared to shoot words at Zhang Fan, Zhang Tianhao would shift his weight slightly. The faint crack of a stone beneath his shoe carried clearly to Lin Mao's ears. Lin Mao kept his mouth shut after that. After Qin Feng had his turn, Zhang Fan took over until Lin Mao begged for mercy. Despite his larger frame and heavy-handed strikes, they hardly register as painful to the recipient. He wasn't experienced with this kind of thing anyway. Only upon hearing Lin Mao's pleas did Zhang Fan relent, casting a glance toward his elder brother, who gave a slight nod of approval. Lin Mao didn't dare linger, nor did he risk any parting words. He simply fled in disarray. Watching his defeated retreat, Zhang Fan couldn't resist making a cutting remark. That shameless Lin Yingying is incredibly bold, actually using such tactics against you just because she posted her video on the campus network. She brought this all on herself, doing all those questionable things day and night, and now she's somehow turning the blame onto you. Zhang Fan couldn't help but mutter his complaints. Thank you so much this time, and also Brother Hao. If Brother Hao hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid the two of us wouldn't have been able to handle them. Thank you so much, Brother Hao. Oh, you're being too polite, bro. That's just how my big brother is. He's a really good person, you mustn't be misled by his appearance. Zhang Fan casually patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, then quickly ran over to his big brother and draped an arm around him. Is that how you speak to your elder brother? This is your good friend, the one you mentioned to me before. Zhang Tianhao looked somewhat exasperated, tapped Zhang Fan's head with his finger, and then examined Qin Feng before him with a scrutinizing gaze. This young man was truly quite peculiar. He found himself unable to fully read him. Thank you so much, big brother, this time. Qin Feng naturally noticed the scrutiny in Zhang Tianhao's eyes and meekly lowered his head. Zhang Tianhao could also see that the closeness between Qin Feng and Lin Mao wasn't fake, so he couldn't be bothered to worry about it too much. Whoever dared to bully his little brother, he wouldn't let them off either. However, this person in front of him seemed quite pleasant-looking and probably wouldn't be that kind of person. So Zhang Tianhao patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder, told Zhang Fan he still had things to attend to, and decided not to stay any longer. If anyone bullies you in the future, just come find me directly. Thank you, big brother, I understand. Don't worry, no one dares to bully me. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll tell big brother. Please don't worry, big brother. Zhang Fan smiled happily, showing no intention at all to keep his big brother. Qin Feng felt this wasn't quite right, so he prepared to invite Zhang Tianhao out for a meal. To his surprise, Zhang Fan stopped him. Only after Zhang Tianhao had left did Qin Feng ask Zhang Fan why he hadn't let him speak just now. Zhang Fan immediately guessed what Qin Feng wanted to say and directly expressed his embarrassment. His big brother never liked eating with well-behaved students, so he was also afraid Qin Feng would be rejected and feel awkward. If he truly felt bad about it, he could just treat himself to a meal instead. You little rascal, I was actually going to treat you to a meal. It's just that this time my big brother also helped, and if I don't treat his big brother to a meal, I'd feel somewhat guilty in my heart. But since you've said all that, I won't say anything else. Let's two brothers just go grab some skewers. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly put his arm around Zhang Fan and was about to go to the barbecue shop outside. As expected, just as the two of them had just walked out of this alley, Zhou Jiaojiao suddenly appeared from somewhere unknown. Seeing this familiar woman, Qin Feng immediately felt a headache. She was Yi Qingshue's friend with a very fiery personality and extremely loyal. In his previous life, he actually had misunderstandings about Yi Qingxue, and many of the reasons for doing those things afterward were because he couldn't stand Zhou Jiaojiao. This woman had made him suffer quite a bit before. No. Why is she out? Why is she here? Could she be coming to seek justice for Yi Qingxue? It seemed like that was exactly what happened in his previous life. But that was after Yi Qingxue got into trouble and Zhou Jiaojiao came looking for him. Not only to seek justice for Yi Qingxue, but also to take revenge on her behalf. Qin Feng. So you're here, you coward. What did you do to Xiao Shui? Zhou Jiaojiao, I haven't done anything. You've come out of nowhere to cause trouble for me again. Did you hear something else? Qin Feng knew he was guilty towards Yi Qingxue, and he also knew that Yi Qingxue and Zhou Jiaojiao had a very good relationship, and Zhou Jiaojiao was very loyal and had often protected Yi Qingxue in the past. He didn't want to make things difficult for Zhou Jiaojiao. After all, just for the sake of Yi Qingxue, he was too lazy to argue with her about those things. But how could Zhou Jiaojiao possibly believe him? She knew how much Yi Qingxue liked Qin Feng, and she also knew how disgraceful Qin Feng was, not a decent person. So of course she wouldn't believe what Qin Feng said. Thinking that Qin Feng had bullied Yi Qingxue before, she directly spoke harshly to Qin Feng. Because Qin Feng was Yi Qingshue's friend, he didn't want to argue with her about these things and let her insult him arbitrarily. But the more he didn't speak, the more Zhou Jiaojiao thought he was guilty and had already admitted to the matter. The more Zhou Jiaojiao thought about it, the angrier she became, and she even almost directly wanted to make a move. Qin Feng originally thought that in his previous life he had really harmed Yi Qingxue to death, so even if Zhou Jiaojiao really wanted to make a move, he would just take it as revenge for the previous life's Yi Qingxue. There was no need for him to fight back. But unexpectedly, the good brother beside him couldn't stand it. Out of nowhere, this woman appeared and suddenly wanted to make a move against Qin Feng. As Qin Feng's good brother, how could he bear it? If he had known earlier that he would encounter such a crazy woman, he wouldn't have let his big brother leave so early. Is your brain sick, or what? What did Qin Feng do? You come up and want to make a move against someone without asking anything clearly. Are you seeking revenge for your sisters, or simply taking a dislike to my brother? Let me tell you, if you want to touch my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Such Chinibu remarks. He really didn't want to admit that this guy in front of him was his friend, but he also knew that Zhang Fan was doing it for his own good. After all, he wasn't the first time Zhou Jiaojiao had caused trouble for him. Whenever Yi Qingxue suffered any grievance at his hands, Zhou Jiaojiao would seek revenge on her behalf. But he would instead blame all these mistakes on Yi Qingxue, and over time, side to him from the previous life was really not a decent person. Qin Feng remained silent, and only Zhang Fan began to argue fiercely with Zhou Jiaojiao. Seeing the two arguing more and more intensely, it was just a matter of time before they resorted to violence. Fortunately, at the critical moment, when Qin Feng was finally about to speak, Yi Qingxue suddenly appeared and directly pulled Zhou Jiaojiao aside. Xiao Shui, how did you come here? Don't be afraid, I will absolutely not let anyone bully you. Tell me, are you silly? That Qin Feng is such a shameless scoundrel, don't you clearly know? Just because you like him must you degrade yourself like this? The extremely angry Zhou Jiaojiao directly pulled Yi Qingxue aside and protected her like an eagle protecting its chick. Yi Qingxue glanced at Qin Feng somewhat embarrassedly. Then she directly forced Zhou Jiaojiao aside and explained the situation to her. Only then did Zhou Jiaojiao understand that this time she had misunderstood Qin Feng. Zhou Jiaojiao happened to be making her way to Yi Qingxue that day. Yi Qingxue thought about what had happened the day before, and the words Qin Feng had said to her that morning, and tears softly filled her eyes. She had shed tears over Qin Feng far too many times before, so when Zhou Jiaojiao saw her crying, she immediately assumed it was once again because of Qin Feng. Before Yi Qingxue could even explain, Zhou Jiaojiao had already hurried off to confront Qin Feng. In just a brief moment, Zhou Jiaojiao was gone. If she hadn't heard the commotion nearby, she likely would not have appeared until things escalated. After giving Qin Feng a somewhat apologetic glance, Yi Qingxue quickly explained the whole situation to Zhou Jiaojiao. Only then did Zhou Jiaojiao learn that Qin Feng had not bullied Yi Qingxue this time. In fact, he had actually stood up for her. I was just thinking that he always bullied you before and you had cried so many times over him, so I naturally assumed he had done it again. Besides, you two came back together today, and I heard your clothes were wet. I never expected it to be like this. Zhou Jiaojiao's voice grew quieter and quieter as she spoke, growing more and more aware that she had been too impulsive. However he had acted in the past, this time, he had genuinely helped Yi Qingxue. Zhou Jiaojiao was also someone who could admit her mistakes. After finishing her words with Yi Qingxue, she walked straight toward Qin Feng. Zhang Fan thought Zhou Jiaojiao was about to trouble Qin Feng again. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jiaojiao gripped the front of her own clothes, and then bowed deeply to Qin Feng at a 90-degree angle. Qin Feng was startled by this gesture, and quickly reached out to help her up. But Zhou Jiaojiao stepped back one pace and sincerely apologized to Qin Feng in a serious and solemn tone. I am sorry, Qin Feng. This time it was indeed my prejudice that led me to misunderstand you. I truly apologize and hope you can forgive me. I promise this will never happen again. I will always make sure to understand the full situation before speaking. I am truly sorry. Qin Feng knew what kind of person Zhou Jiaojiao was, so he did not say much. He did not take this incident to heart at all. What reason would he have to hold a grudge against her? After all, she and Yi Qingxue shared such a close relationship. She likely felt that someone had wronged Yi Qingxue, which is why she had come looking for him. However, upon coincidentally encountering Yi Qingxue, Qin Feng instinctively wanted to invite her to share a meal. Yi Qingxue hesitated. Although Qin Feng had behaved differently both the night before and that day compared to before, she still felt apprehensive. She was afraid. She feared this might be yet another careful performance staged by Qin Feng and Lin Ying. She worried that if she once again placed her trust in Qin Feng, he would prepare even greater punishments that she could hardly bear. Therefore, for a moment, she dared not answer. Thank you for today, but perhaps we should skip the meal. I need to return to school soon to continue my coursework. I have not yet finished the group discussion assignment the teacher left in class, so I may not have time to join you. Yi Qingxue did not even dare to look up at Qin Feng as she spoke. Zhou Jiaojiao beside her stared in confusion, about to say something. But before she could, Yi Qingxue quickly covered Zhou Jiaojiao's mouth and swiftly departed. Qin Feng also felt somewhat helpless. He understood that Yi Qingxue might still have her concerns. Given his extensive history, how could he expect to be trusted so quickly? Qin Feng did not mind much. After letting out a gentle sigh, he and Zhang Fan went to enjoy some grilled skewers together. Seated at a clean table eating the freshly grilled skewers in hand, they quietly imagined what the future might hold. Having experienced this life once before, Qin Feng naturally retained some impression of the broader trends ahead. When he heard Zhang Fan begin discussing what they should do after graduation, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Brother, would you be willing to trust me? Mate, what kind of question is that? I am following your lead. If you say what you want to do, I will stand by you. I want to open a clothing store. I want to start my own business. Rather than facing the fierce competition for jobs after graduation or continuing to struggle further in my studies, why not build something of our own? The future development of the clothing industry held considerable opportunities. Moreover, with his memories from a previous life, he was better able to grasp the emerging opportunities within the fashion sector. Relying on the knowledge he already possessed, he could certainly reshape what had once been fate and ensure he lived this life with dignity and purpose. He could protect the people he cared about. After thoughtful consideration, he ultimately decided to open a clothing store. This approach would keep initial costs manageable and require a modest storefront. Other industries each had their own merits, but a clothing store could develop more quickly. You want to start your own business? Opening a clothing store on your own, could that really suit us? How did you come to this decision? Why the sudden interest in opening a clothing store? Weren't you just worrying about whether to find a job or pursue further studies after graduation? Zhang Fan found it somewhat surprising, but after hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, he ultimately agreed, without hesitation, directly stating that he would invest in whatever Qin Feng wished to do. If Qin Feng wanted to build a business, Zhang Fan would walk that path alongside him. At most, if things did not work out, they could simply start over. What talk of failure? We have not even begun yet. Why speak of failure already? Exactly, I did not mean it that way. I currently have 50,000 yuan. I am investing it all in you. Do you think it is enough? Brother, that is rather too much. Are you investing or simply opening the store for me? Come now, between us, who are we trying to impress? As long as you become successful in the future, just remember to lift me up alongside you. Do not let 50,000 yuan seem too large. It will be spent quickly once things get underway. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, Qin Feng was deeply moved. In his past life, Zhang Fan had also helped him without hesitation, only to ultimately be dragged down by his misfortunes. In this lifetime, he was determined to lead Zhang Fan toward prosperity and success. After discussing and settling the details of their joint clothing store venture, Qin Feng and Zhang Fan returned together to campus. The two returned the following morning. With no classes that day, Qin Feng had originally planned to find Yi Qingxue after arriving back. After his rebirth, the person he felt he should make amends with the most was Yi Qingxue. However, because of his previous actions, he had caused Yi Qingxue too much hurt. Therefore, she currently did not trust him at all. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Each resigned sigh only led to repeated moments of reflection. But he still felt he had to change Yi Qingxue's attitude toward him first. Didn't Yi Qingxue have feelings for him? So why, when he proactively treated her well, would she refuse to pay him any mind? Could it truly be because the things he had done before were too extreme? Had he gone too far, and did she no longer wish to give him another chance? Sigh. Countless times he thought of Yi Qingxue, and Qin Feng let out another helpless sigh. Hey man, I've lost count of how many times you've sighed this morning. Haven't you heard that sighing isn't good? What exactly is going on? Tell your brother at least. Zhang Fan, standing nearby, could no longer hold back and directly asked Qin Feng what had happened. Nothing serious, just a small trouble or two. Don't worry about it. Go back to the dorm first. I have something to handle on my own, so I won't be heading back with you. You're not going to find Yi Qingxue, are you? I'm just saying. You finally noticed how she treats you. But yesterday when you invited Yi Qingxue to dinner, she didn't want to go. You really need to be careful. I'm telling you, Yi Qingxue is a wonderful girl. Please don't act the way you did before. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, Qin Feng immediately nodded and promised, speaking very seriously to Zhang Fan. He would never let Yi Qingxue down again. It was his foolishness in the past, but he absolutely would not make the same mistakes from now on. Zhang Fan did not know whether what Qin Feng said was true or not. Regardless, this matter had nothing to do with him, so he simply nodded. He then headed back to the dormitory on his own. No one could have guessed that on his way to find Yi Qingxue, Qin Feng happened to catch a glimpse of a dress Yi Qingxue had worn before lying near a small wooded area. Almost instinctively, Qin Feng quickly stepped into the woods. He discovered that Yi Qingxue seemed to be being approached by a male classmate. Yi Qingxue tried several times to shake him off, but the young man persisted shamelessly. He claimed to like Yi Qingxue on holding her hand, and asked her to accept him as her girlfriend. Yi Qingxue had not expected to have such an unfortunate day. Too much had happened in the past 2 days, leaving her unsure of how to handle things. So in the morning, she had wanted to come to campus to breathe some fresh air and enjoy the plants and trees around her. But who would have thought that when she reached the small grove, she was suddenly blocked by a so-called junior student. Yi Qingxue instinctively tried to avoid him, but he refused to let her pass. He directly stood in front of Yi Qingxue. Her expression was filled with clear distaste, and she warned him firmly not to continue bothering her. Unexpectedly, he produced a rose and confessed his feelings. Yi Qingxue had received nearly 100 confessions before enough to recognize genuine affection. She naturally knew what someone truly interested in a relationship would look like. At the very least, they would not behave as creepily as the person before her. Excuse me, this student, I do not know you, so please move aside. I have things to attend to and you are blocking my path. Senior Sister Yi, I truly like you. Please accept me and give me a chance, alright? I know Senior Sister Yi has high standards and probably looks down on someone like me, but I can promise you, I will never let you down. Just give me a chance. I'm sorry, junior student. I truly do not know who you are, and we are complete strangers. You suddenly appeared out of nowhere to confess your feelings. I haven't had the chance to understand you yet, so could we wait a little? Perhaps we could get to know each other first. At this point Yi Qingxue had not yet sensed anything wrong. She was still patiently trying to decline the unexpectedly appearing junior student. But the boy disregarded her words altogether and directly grabbed Yi Qingxue's wrist. Startled, Yi Qingxue quickly broke free and looked at the junior student before her with alertness. To her surprise, the boy became increasingly strange, continually pressing closer to Yi Qingxue. He kept saying how much he liked her, how he had admired her since the moment he entered the school. He really hoped Yi Qingxue would give him a chance. Why did she have so many people around her? Why was she willing to give everyone else an opportunity yet refuse to offer him one? What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean I'm willing to give others a chance? I don't even know you. If you continue to bother me, I'll report you to the school authorities. Yi Qingxue then realized the man might have intentionally come to pester her. Among all her many admirers before, she had never encountered anything like this. Just as she was tiredly attempting to refuse the man, and without provoking him further, quickly moved to a safer place. Qin Feng unexpectedly appeared before her. His tall, broad back caused Yi Qingxue's heart to skip a beat in that instant. Then came a heartbeat as powerful as drum beats reverberating through her chest. Qin Feng stepped between the boy and Yi Qingxue, creating distance between them. He advanced toward the boy step by step. The young man was startled by Qin Feng's sudden appearance and instinctively took a few steps backward. But he felt retreating would be too humiliating. He directly told Qin Feng not to interfere with his pursuit of the girl he admired, insisting that his fondness for Yi Qingxue and desire to make her his girlfriend had nothing to do with Qin Feng. It was none of Qin Feng's business. Qin Feng did not waste words with the fellow and simply subdued the young man in a few swift movements. He then grabbed Yi Qingxue's wrist and led her away. Yi Qingxue did not quite understand Qin Feng's earlier actions. Why had he acted against that junior student? Although the junior student had indeed been pestering her and refusing to let her leave, why was Qin Feng so displeased? And why had he reacted so abruptly without regard for the possible disciplinary consequences? Qin Feng, what's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood. Has something happened? Yi Qingxue carefully asked, attempting to gently pull her hand free from Qin Feng's grasp. Sorry, I was in a hurry earlier and didn't notice. The real reason I came to find you this time is to apologize. I've owed you a proper apology for what happened before. I know you might not want to forgive me, and I understand you shouldn't have to. All of those things were my fault. I've tried every way I could to make it up to you, but I'm limited in what I can do. I don't know what I can do to make you happy or satisfied. Whatever you ask me to do, I'm willing to do it for you. If it makes you happy, then it's all something I should be doing. Can you give me a chance? For everything that happened before, for all the pain I caused you, I want to formally apologize to you right now. This long string of words that Qin Feng suddenly spoke out made Yi Qingxue even more surprised than when the unfamiliar junior student had confessed to her earlier. Qin Feng had indeed hurt her many times before, but she had willingly endured all of it. After all, she had loved Qin Feng, and she knew that loving someone meant going through countless trials and tests. So she had never considered any of it to be suffering. What she simply could not accept was that Qin Feng, because he loved someone else, would crush her feelings underfoot and trample on them mercilessly. The Qin Feng now seemed completely different from before. But she was afraid, truly afraid. She feared that Qin Feng was deceiving her. She worried that Qin Feng did not truly believe his past actions were wrong. She feared this was just a new game between Qin Feng and Lin Yingying. They were deliberately putting on a show in front of her, pretending that the two of them had fallen out. But in reality, how could the two of them ever truly part? Qin Feng, I don't know whether these words are sincere or if you're starting another game. But I just want to tell you, I really do like you. If you still want to play games with Lin Yingying, please don't come bother me anymore. If you truly feel sorry for what you did and are coming to apologize, then I forgive you. Let the past stay in the past. I've never blamed you for anything. Listen to those words. What a wonderful woman. Qin Feng had done so many unforgivable things to her. And Lin Yingying, she had also done terribly wrong. Yet somehow Yi Qingxue had never once complained about any of it. As for whether she harbored any resentment toward Lin Yingying, Qin Feng didn't know. But the moment he learned that Yi Qingxue had never blamed him in all this time, his heart ached even more. Still, he didn't forget to remind Yi Qingxue to be careful around Lin Yingying. The events before had happened because he had been manipulated by Lin Yingying's schemes. Otherwise, he would never have acted that way. No matter how unworthy he might be, he would never have played with a girl's reputation like that. He knew his actions had truly hurt Yi Qingxue. He hoped Yi Qingxue would give him some time a chance to prove to her that he had truly changed his ways. And that person just now, there's a good chance Lin Yingying sent them. From now on, don't go to such remote places alone. Whenever you go out, it's best to bring someone with you. If you need to go somewhere isolated or return at night from a remote area, make sure the person with you is someone who can protect you. Don't put yourself in danger. Lin Yingying's previous plans failed, and since I refuse to be her accomplice, she will definitely look for someone else. You must protect yourself. If you ever feel scared, you can contact me anytime. I'll come to your side as fast as I can. I will always protect you and never let Lin Yingying hurt you. Qin Feng's straightforward words carried a warm sense of protection, and they instantly brought a wave of warmth to Yi Qingshua's heart. That was just who she was, even after being hurt by Qin Feng so many times before. Yet even hearing Qin Feng say such things, she still wanted to give him one more chance. She didn't know whether this was truly a new game or something real. But being cared for by Qin Feng like this made her feel that perhaps she could stay in this dream a little longer. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had no idea that Lin Yingying had already learned about Lin Mao's failure. Lin Mao had even tried to make excuses claiming that other people had helped him, and that was why he had failed. He was attempting to push the blame onto completely innocent parties. But when Lin Yingying heard this news, she flew into a rage. At that moment, she no longer cared about the feelings of any of the other people in her circle. She directly unleashed a long string of scolding and personal insults against Lin Mao. Lin Mao never expected that his failure in this operation would make Lin Yingying so furious. Deeply humiliated, Lin Mao could only resort to money to ease Lin Yingying's anger. But when Lin Yingying went to confront Qin Feng about this matter, her mood plummeted once again. Qin Feng, someone's looking for you outside. Qin Feng had barely returned to his dorm and rested for a short while when someone came running directly to his room and said these ambiguous words to him. Qin Feng had initially thought it might be Yi Qingxue coming to find him, but to his surprise, it was Lin Yingying. The moment he saw her appear below the boys' dormitory, his irritation reached its peak. He was already in a bad mood from not resting well. To make matters worse, he had to deal with someone he found so deeply unpleasant. Why would Lin Yingying come here? Was it because Lin Mao had failed, so she decided to handle things herself? But looking at her, he doubted she could even pose a threat. Qin Feng, what do you mean by this? You won't even see me now? What's going on? What have you done? Don't you like me anymore? Didn't you promise me before that you'd always treat me well? Why have you become like this? I can't understand it. You once swore you would always protect me. But look at you now. Have you stopped protecting me? How have you become like this? Lin Yingying was beautiful, and with tears streaming down her face, she naturally drew the attention and whispered discussions of some male students around them. Qin Feng glanced coldly at Lin Yingying and had no intention of engaging with her at all. Inside, he could hardly contain his frustration. He had never expected that she would still be putting on a performance for him even at this point. He simply couldn't understand what meaning or value there was in her acting at this stage. Did she really think no one knew what she had done? Did she believe that putting on this act in front of him would make him turn back? Please, dear sister, you do not look your best today. Why have you come to find me? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You think I do not understand? Your tears are merely a performance designed to win the sympathy of others. There is truly no need for this. Those acts of yours need not be performed before me any longer. We both know exactly who the other is. Do you honestly believe I would grant you another opportunity or forgive you to continue walking at your command? Qin Feng's sudden words left the entire scene in stunned silence. After all, many had already witnessed the troubles caused by Lin Yingying. Upon hearing Qin Feng speak, thus a ripple of whispers spread among the onlookers. Lin Yingying had never imagined Qin Feng would publicly reveal her true nature, nor had she anticipated his resolute determination to provoke her. Lin Yingying could only utter a parting warning, declaring that she would not let him off so easily. Unfortunately, Qin Feng paid no mind to Lin Yingying's words and returned directly to his dormitory. Lin Yingying had no desire to remain as a spectacle, for it made her feel as though she were merely an object on display. While Lin Yingying was displeased, Lin Mao shared the same sentiment. He could hardly believe Qin Feng had caused such a scene. He attributed it to his own misfortune, yet he would never give up. Especially when he recalled the harsh words Lin Yingying had spoken, he felt utterly humiliated. It was all because of Qin Feng that he had suffered such disgrace before his admired companion. Filled with discontent, Lin Mao sought out Wang Biao, a local figure of influence. He hoped Wang Biao could help him teach Qin Feng a lesson. Once accomplished, he could present the result to Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying would then realize the truth. Only he was truly capable of easing her burdens and proving himself worthy of her. No one could ever be more suitable than himself. Lin Mao remained lost in dreams of securing a peaceful future with Lin Yingying. He had never considered whether these men might themselves fall to Qin Feng. Unfortunately, he had not pondered this possibility, and so he did not foresee what was to come. Uncle Biao, these funds are offered as a token of respect. Should you help resolve this matter, you will surely be rewarded generously. Might I ask if Uncle Biao would consider accepting this commission? Wang Biao regarded the money in his hand with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This fellow understood the ways of the world. Handling a university student seemed like a straightforward matter. What surprised him was that even Lin Mao had come away empty-handed from his encounter with Qin Feng, an interesting turn of events. If Lin Mao had possessed any real capability, he would not have needed to seek help elsewhere. It was an implicit acknowledgement of his own shortcomings. Wang Biao found himself curious about this rumored figure named Qin Feng, wondering just how formidable he truly was. The fact that Qin Feng could humble someone like Lin Mao was remarkable. Unaware that he himself would soon face a similar fate, Wang Biao remained absorbed in thoughts of future rewards. Brother, if I handle this matter, surely such a small reward seems inadequate. Uncle Biao, should you truly succeed, the compensation will be far more substantial. I have prepared generously in advance. Your reputation speaks for itself. You are more than capable, and you will certainly exceed expectations. Pleased by the flattering words, Wang Biao agreed without hesitation. True to form, Qin Feng sensed something amiss as he left campus that day. Observing figures before him much like those from the day before, Qin Feng could only find the situation amusing. It seemed he had become the target of their attention. Did they find such repeated encounters entertaining? Hadn't the previous encounter taught them enough? Qin Feng had expected the same incompetent fools from before. To his surprise, a different individual approached this time. At first, Qin Feng failed to recognize who stood before him. Soon, however, the person's words revealed his identity. This individual proved somewhat more capable than the earlier Lin Mao. Rumors suggested he had prior involvement in violent matters, though the truth remained unclear. Qin Feng paid little mind to such details. He had not anticipated this person would appear here. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng could not recall whether Lin Yingying had enlisted his services. How then had he come to seek trouble with him? Esteemed sir, I believe we have had no quarrel. Might I have done something to warrant such an audience? Since Qin Feng had ventured out alone, he preferred to avoid any confrontation if possible. Save your explanations. You know well enough what you have done. I merely accept payment to resolve disputes. That is all. Hearing this, Qin Feng finally understood. Someone had paid this man to seek trouble with him. Qin Feng felt a measure of relief, fearing he might have offended someone unwittingly. Yet the culprit was easy to identify. It was another scheme orchestrated by Lin Mao. Without question, it was Lin Mao. What puzzled Qin Feng was that Lin Yingying had entrusted him directly, yet he had subcontracted the task. Surely she would not be pleased upon learning this. Esteemed sir, this matter between myself and Lin Mao concerns none of your affairs. Surely you need not involve yourself in unnecessary complications over mere coin. Qin Feng was not cowardly, but he wished to avoid further trouble and instinctively sought to step aside. However, Wang Biao showed no intention of yielding, leaving Qin Feng with no choice. He could only defend himself. After subduing his opponents, Qin Feng seized Wang Biao, the ringleader. He needed confirmation of Lin Mao's involvement. A definite answer was necessary. Following a firm reminder, Wang Biao relented and yielded. To his surprise, success came easily. Wang Biao retrieved a video from his phone, and upon seeing Lin Mao's familiar face, within Qin Feng's expression grew sharp. Send me this video. In the future, keep your distance from me. Otherwise, next time you may not fare so well. Do you understand? Wang Biao nodded fervently, his earlier bravado replaced by caution as he realized he would leave Qin Feng undisturbed. Lin Mao was anxiously waiting for Wang Biao to bring him good news. He believed that Qin Feng had only escaped from his grasp last time by relying on the intimidation factor of Brother Hao. This time the person he had called upon was equally formidable. Qin Feng would never stand a chance against him. Moreover, he had already conducted his reconnaissance in advance. Brother Hao seemed to have gone elsewhere to expand his crew recently, so he was not around. Even if that same chubby accomplice from before came to aid Qin Feng, things would not go as smoothly as last time. And he had paid generously. Such a large sum of money had changed hands. If Wang Biao failed to resolve the matter, his reputation would certainly be tarnished. So Lin Mao was full of confidence, this time certain that he could complete the task assigned to him by Lin Yingying. However, he never could have imagined that although Qin Feng had come alone, Qin Feng had fought with the strength of dozens of men. Standing entirely on his own, he had overwhelmed them all, and moreover, he had already extracted from Wang Biao that the one pulling the strings behind the scenes was Lin Mao himself. Lin Mao was in deep trouble this time. He was still sitting at the small restaurant where he had arranged to meet Wang Biao, waiting for his arrival. But instead of Wang Biao, the person who appeared was Qin Feng, who should have been severely beaten. "Who are you waiting for?" A youthful voice as refreshing as the morning after rain sounded directly by Lin Mao's ear. Lin Mao's heart tightened, a frozen smile on his face as he disbelievingly looked up at the young man before him. He never imagined the person who would show up was Qin Feng. What struck him even more was that Qin Feng's face bore not a single scratch. Only his hands were wrapped in bandages. Could it be that he was injured? Perhaps because Lin Mao's gaze was too piercing, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a cold smile. He simply raised his hand, and right in front of Lin Mao slowly peeled away the blood-stained bandage, only to discover that this was not blood from his own wounds. It was the blood left from beating others. "You thought I was the one who got hurt." Qin Feng's words carried both mockery and a heavy undertone of threat. Lin Mao dared not utter another word and immediately dropped to his knees before Qin Feng, weeping and begging for mercy. He hoped Qin Feng would let him go. He had no idea what had transpired. Had someone misled Qin Feng into coming after him? Seeing the other party still refusing to tell the truth, even when facing ruin, Qin Feng had no patience to waste any more time with him there. He told Lin Mao plainly that if he encountered any trouble in the future, he would not seek out other enemies, but would instead pin the blame squarely on him. So he'd best behave and stop causing him any more problems. Otherwise, he would make him experience something far worse than death itself. For a woman, you've ruined yourself to this extent. You're truly the weakest among cowards. But unfortunately, I long ago grew tired of chasing after her. The reason she seeks revenge against me is purely because I refuse to do what she asked. But why should I do as she commands? What benefit has she offered me? I know she must have promised you something, but look at what you've lost. After being beaten like that, does sleeping with her really bring you such joy? With that time and effort, you could have found a decent girl and started a proper relationship. After saying this, Qin Feng punched the wall beside Lin Mao. Lin Mao felt something splash against his face. But that was merely his imagination. He was so terrified by Qin Feng that his mind had gone blank. All he wanted to do was kneel and beg for mercy. Qin Feng's words had stirred something within him, yet fear soon overwhelmed any other thought. But soon his fear of Qin Feng prevented him from dwelling on anything else. Qin Feng said no more and simply warned Lin Mao never to provoke him again. Otherwise his next punch would land directly on his head. After threatening Lin Mao and seeing him meekly submit, Qin Feng decided it was time to leave. He let Lin Mao go and walked away. But once Qin Feng had left, Lin Mao's earlier arrogance vanished, and he glared resentfully at Qin Feng's departing figure. He never imagined he would be threatened by Qin Feng in such a manner. The words Qin Feng had spoken were clearly meant to sow discord. That damn Wang Biao. I gave him so much money, yet he not only failed to get the job done, but actually spilled my identity. I must get my money back. Did I spend all that just to be lectured? Lin Mao was furious and went straight to demand his money from Wang Biao. But he did not know that Wang Biao was equally enraged at that very moment. Had he not been beaten by Qin Feng, shouldn't he receive compensation for his distress and medical expenses? Qin Feng had never mentioned to him just how formidable the young man was. That was why his crew had suffered such a beating. If Lin Mao had warned him beforehand about Qin Feng's strength, he would never have rashly charged in head first. Seeing Lin Mao daring to come and demand his money back only made Wang Biao angrier. He barely restrained himself from ordering his men to beat Lin Mao once more. But trying to avoid further trouble, Wang Biao could only berate Lin Mao fiercely. He told Lin Mao that Qin Feng practiced martial arts and was exceptionally skilled. Although Wang Biao could not identify Qin Feng's specific style, his men had all been soundly defeated, giving him a clear sense of just how powerful Qin Feng truly was. If Lin Mao had warned us even once, none of us would have charged in completely unprepared. Did he take us for masochists? You're telling me he personally beat you all up? That's impossible. Last time he didn't even lift a finger. If others hadn't interfered, I would have crushed his skull by now. If you're truly that powerful, why didn't you handle this with your own men instead of sending me? Do you have any idea what state my people are in? I'm telling you, this isn't over. That's not how it works. I never anticipated this would happen. Besides, he came to threaten me himself. Isn't that a breach of your code? Betraying the employer's trust. Shouldn't you return the money I paid you? Leaving aside for now what difficulties might arise between Lin Mao and Wang Biao, Qin Feng, having resolved the matters concerning Wang Biao, planned to seek out Tang Shichen and hoped to recruit him into his clothing store. His plan was to begin with a small fashion design studio, then gradually expand the shop and eventually transform it into a large-scale clothing enterprise. Having been reborn, Qin Feng was well aware of Tang Shichen, who in his past life had become a top fashion design master. Unfortunately, as the second son of a prominent family, he had never received the attention or recognition he deserved since childhood. Neither the eldest nor the youngest, he occupied the middle position, the one most easily overlooked. The eldest son, by contrast, had been meticulously groomed from childhood as the family heir. He had taken on family responsibilities at an early age. The youngest child, meanwhile, was the cherished jewel of the household. But for someone sandwiched in between, life was far more difficult. His birth had been unexpected, and his mother fell gravely ill after delivering him. Consequently, the elders in the family treated him with cold indifference. Even his own parents held far fewer expectations for him than they did for their eldest son, showing considerably less warmth toward him compared to their younger children. He had grown up feeling unloved by both father and mother. As he matured, his inability to speak persuasively only deepened his marginalization within the family. Qin Feng vaguely recalled that in his previous life, Tang Shichen had also endured bullying at school. It was precisely because of these accumulated hardships that barely 2 years after achieving fame as a renowned fashion designer, he took his own life. In his final note, he laid bare the suffering and injustice he had endured. Only after his death did people remember to care for him. Now that Qin Feng had been reborn, he was determined to save this innocent life. Since he was neglected by the family, he never studied business administration as they had intended. Instead, he pursued fashion design. His imaginative visions came alive on paper through his sketches, and his innovative designs repeatedly set new trends in the industry. Alas, within just 2 years he had experienced the height of admiration from the world, yet somehow lost all will to continue living and took his own life at home. Qin Feng was uncertain when exactly the bullying had begun, so he resolved to speak with Tang Shichen as soon as possible. During his university years, Tang Shichen had already created several designs brimming with youthful vitality, his creative philosophy, then marked by novelty and free-spiritedness. Though somewhat inexperienced, those early works captured an inspiration he would never again find after becoming a master designer, the original passion that had first driven him. If Qin Feng could invite him to join his studio at this moment, he would accompany him on the path to becoming a top designer himself, and in time Tang Xichen would naturally create even more outstanding designs for his clothing store. Qin Feng hoped Tang Xichen would join his store directly, confident that with the advantage of Rebirth his business would surely grow ever larger. This would also allow Tang Xichen to prove his worth in his own right, demonstrating that his abilities matched or even surpassed those of his eldest brother. In his previous life, Qin Feng's relationship with Tang Xichen had been distant, leaving him with limited knowledge of the other man. Now that he wanted Tang Xichen as an ally, Qin Feng carefully considered whether any past grievances existed between them. He also reflected on everything he knew about Tang Xichen, recognizing that approaching him too abruptly with a request to join his studio would seem unreasonable. He understood the need for a gradual approach. When Qin Feng went to find Tang Xichen, he discovered he wasn't in class. As classmates, Tang Xichen would typically be found in the library, classroom, or dormitory. After checking the dorm, where roommates said Tang Xichen had left early, Qin Feng learned he might have gone to the teaching building. He had received a phone call that visibly changed his expression before rushing off to the teaching building, though no one knew what had happened. Qin Feng initially suspected a professor had summoned Tang Xichen, given his strong academic record and frequent invitations to lectures and training sessions. At the teaching building, however, Qin Feng couldn't find him in their usual classrooms. He checked with the professors and learned no one had called Tang Xichen. As Qin Feng descended the stairs, puzzled voices drifted from a nearby restroom. "Aren't you supposed to be bringing money? You're the second son of the distinguished Tang family. How can you not produce a mere tens of thousands of yuan? Are you mocking us? My family never gave me that much spending money. I've already handed over this month's living expenses to you. Please let me go. No wonder you're disregarded in your family. A coward like you can't measure up to your eldest brother or even your younger siblings. If I were you, I'd have ended it long ago. You've got the money already. Please leave me alone. I truly have nothing more to give." Listening carefully to the scattered voices, Qin Feng recognized Tang Xichen's tone and understood the situation. He was being bullied at that very moment. Yet there were no visible injuries on him, and his roommates seemed unaware, suggesting this harassment had only recently begun. Qin Feng acted without hesitation, kicking open the restroom door and confronting the group inside with harsh words. He then fled quickly, casting one last glance at Tang Xichen and giving a subtle nod before disappearing. The students he confronted appeared to be from a different department and college. Insulted by Qin Feng's provocative gesture, they immediately gave chase. Qin Feng ran frantically through the teaching building to escape them. Once he had successfully led them away, Qin Feng brought Tang Xichen to safety. He sent a message to Tang Xichen. They were classmates, not particularly close, but they did have each other's contact information. "Thank you, Qin Feng." After losing sight of his pursuers, Qin Feng instructed Tang Xichen to meet him in the wooded area behind the teaching building. Facing Tang Xichen's gratitude, Qin Feng casually raised his hand and waved it off. Tang Xichen was actually somewhat perplexed. Since Qin Feng had not been on good terms with him before, he had no idea that Qin Feng could be so generous and helpful. Those people had been pestering him for quite some time now. It wasn't enough that they extorted all the money from him. They even made him tell his family that he needed to invest, buy things, and asked for more and more money. When he refused, they threatened to lay hands on him. Had they not feared leaving visible marks that might be discovered, they would have already laid violent hands on him. It was only their caution about leaving evidence that kept them from going further, but they had already shown what they were capable of through their actions today. The kick to his stomach was still a dull ache beneath the surface. Without Qin Feng's intervention, he had no idea what state they would have left him in. No need for formalities. We're classmates after all. Mutual support is only natural. I actually came looking for you to ask about some coursework, but your roommate mentioned you weren't in the dorm. I assumed you'd been called away by a teacher. Why didn't you tell me about this? It's not something I can easily bring up. Even if I did speak out, it wouldn't make a difference. They've already made threats against me. If I dare reveal that they're extorting money from me, they won't let me off the hook. But you can't just keep letting them bully you like this. Right now you're only giving them money, which only feeds their greed. They're only bold because they see you as easy prey. How about this? From now on, walk with me next time. If anything like this happens again, I'll back you up. But wouldn't that cause you too much trouble? I almost got you involved this time. I think I should just handle it myself. They're only after money anyway, and if I truly have nothing on me, the worst they'll do is a few blows. They probably won't escalate beyond that. Qin Feng understood that confidence doesn't develop overnight. Yet hearing Tang Xichen speak this way, he couldn't help but feel a wave of concern for him. He had no way of knowing how those memories of being bullied would shape Tang Xichen's mental state in future years. It wasn't until after graduation that Qin Feng learned about the harassment Tang Xichen had endured. By then, Qin Feng was already overwhelmed with his own troubles, only hearing fragments about what happened during university. He learned that a classmate had been systematically extorted out of several million. It seemed he was even cast out by his family over the incident. Sometime later word reached him that Tang Xichen had risen to become an internationally recognized fashion designer, followed by news of his suicide at home. At that time Qin Feng himself was in dire straits with no capacity to pay attention to such matters. He never expected that this second chance would allow him to witness the bullying from its very beginning. He resolved to protect Tang Xichen. Qin Feng would not dwell on this matter further. This was far too significant to ignore. However, if Tang Xichen couldn't see through this himself, Qin Feng would need to find another way to bring him to his senses. So Qin Feng decided to mention that he was starting a fashion studio and wanted to open a clothing store. But he had no one to help him design the clothing. And he had no intention of paying exorbitant fees to professional designers. This time around he had heard that Tang Xichen knew people involved in fashion design, so he wanted Tang Xichen to make introductions. You want to start a fashion studio, but aren't you still in school? Are you planning to start your own business? Upon hearing this question from Tang Xichen, Qin Feng knew his proposal had taken hold. He had always been driven to prove his own competence. He wanted to show that he was worth investing in. If he had become a top fashion design master in his previous life that demonstrated his inherent talent in the field. With Qin Feng's approach and the favor he owed him, Tang Xichen might volunteer once he learned about the need for a designer. Yet Qin Feng couldn't directly ask Tang Xichen to join his studio. He had to let him volunteer on his own. We're about to graduate soon. Rather than entering the job market and facing all those screening interviews, why not start our own business? I believe the fashion industry will be booming in the future, so I'm thinking of trying out a small studio. Zhang Fan has already joined my studio and invested, but the right designer is what I'm really looking for. Neither Zhang Fan nor I have that talent, so if I can find someone both gifted and passionate about fashion design, my studio could take off much faster. When Qin Feng openly shared his vision, a thought suddenly occurred to Tang Xichen. He could volunteer himself, but he wasn't sure whether Qin Feng would actually believe in him. Seeing the calm smile on Qin Feng's face and recalling his heroic actions earlier, Tang Xichen found unexpected courage and directly asked whether Qin Feng thought he could handle it. I heard from your roommate that you've always had a strong interest in fashion design. That's exactly why I thought you might know someone in the field. I never expected you'd want to do it yourself. Of course that works. We're classmates after all, and we should share the opportunities together. Surprised by how readily Qin Feng agreed, Tang Xichen felt his lingering hesitation completely dispelled by Qin Feng's words. He felt even more embarrassed. After finalizing their arrangement, Qin Feng walked Tang Xichen back to his dorm. He also told Tang Xichen that if anyone caused him trouble again, he should call him directly without hesitation. With the designer matter settled, Qin Feng felt satisfied. Then unexpectedly he received a call from another female classmate in their grade. The classmate said Lin Yingying had reached out to her wanting to meet with Qin Feng. Since Lin Yingying couldn't get through to Qin Feng's phone, she asked the classmate to pass along the message. I have nothing to do with her anymore, Qin Feng replied bluntly. Though puzzled, he refused outright. But Lin Yingying persisted, calling through yet another classmate. After rejecting her again, Qin Feng finally relented when she called a fifth time, agreeing to meet her on the rooftop. Lin Yingying stood on the rooftop in a white dress, appearing clean and pure, exactly as she always pretended to be. You took such great effort to summon me here, yet you refused to say a word. What do you want? I have no time to squander waiting for you. If you won't speak, then I'm leaving. The moment Qin Feng caught sight of Lin Yingying feigning pity before him, an intense revulsion rose within his heart. He already knew precisely what manner of person Lin Yingying was. On what basis did she imagine he could possibly be duped by such acts? Qin Feng simply rolled his eyes at her. To his surprise, Lin Yingying did not erupt into anger as she normally would have. Instead, she approached Qin Feng with a fragile demeanor and threw herself into his embrace. Qin Feng instinctively pushed her away. Lin Yingying stumbled back several steps and assumed an exquisitely wounded expression, tearfully apologizing to Qin Feng. She claimed her earlier behavior had stemmed solely from jealousy, for she had believed Qin Feng had fallen for Yi Qingxue. She only wanted Qin Feng to cherish her forever, never expecting to drive him further away. Are you apologizing to me? Qin Feng was momentarily uncertain. As he spoke, Lin Yingying nodded more pitifully than before. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she drew nearer once more. She seemed eager to nestle against him as she had before. Though Qin Feng sensed something amiss, he chose to play along. He wished to understand what scheme she was plotting. Rather than remaining blind to her designs and merely reacting, he decided to see what she intended. By turning the tables and discovering her plans beforehand, he might be able to deal a greater blow in return. Is everything you said truly genuine? Qin Feng pressed his lips together and asked solemnly, yet this time he did not push Lin Yingying away. Though Lin Yingying felt a surge of disdain toward Qin Feng's behavior, she embraced his waist firmly to ensure her plan could proceed smoothly. She pressed her delicate frame closely against him, sensing Qin Feng's arms slowly rise as if about to wrap around her. Lin Yingying drew even nearer, her voice trembling with grievance as she recounted her sadness and jealousy over seeing Qin Feng grow closer to Yi Qingxue. Qin Feng's voice gradually softened. He explained he held no such feelings for Yi Qingxue, and had only been angry because Lin Yingying had never truly cared for him. He added that if she were willing to change, he might grant her another chance. Then it's settled. Don't be angry with me anymore. I will never target her again. Hearing this, Qin Feng suppressed the disgust and resentment within him and gently stroked Lin Yingying's hair. Lin Yingying leaned in for a kiss, but Qin Feng subtly sidestepped without drawing attention. She harbored no suspicion, noticing the familiar tender look returning to his eyes. She assumed her devoted pursuit had finally succeeded, unaware Qin Feng was merely observing the trap she had laid. From that day forward, Lin Yingying visited Qin Feng every day. Though Qin Feng detested her constant presence, he tolerated it to maintain the pretense. However, one day, when she came to deliver milk tea, she happened to be seen by Yi Qingxue. Upon witnessing the scene alongside Zhou Jiaojiao, Yi Qingxue turned and walked away before Zhou Jiaojiao could even approach Qin Feng to ask about it. He swore he would never fall for that woman again, yet it was all false. She merely played the victim, and he has already grown fond of her once more. I truly believed his earlier words were sincere. How foolish of me. Yi Qingxue's heart ached deeply, yet she also understood how profound Qin Feng's feelings for Lin Yingying had been. He had even been willing to go to such lengths for her, though he had offered other explanations afterward. Yet there she stood witnessing Lin Yingying smiling as she handed Qin Feng the milk tea, and Qin Feng gladly accepted it with a radiant smile. The two of them seemed to have returned to their former sweetness. Standing apart, Yi Qingxue felt like an outsider looking in. But he had promised to protect her. This time the sorrow pierced deeper than ever before, bringing a suffocating weight to her heart. It was the moment she truly considered letting go of Qin Feng. Yet having experienced past events, Zhou Jiaojiao felt Qin Feng could not be such a person. Sensing Yi Qingxue's emotional distress, Zhou Jiaojiao wanted to comfort her and simultaneously seek answers from Qin Feng. Qin Feng's vows to her still rang clearly. He had promised to protect Yi Qingxue and never let Lin Yingying harm her again. How could he have simply returned to her old ways? There is no need for you to seek him out. We have nothing between us anymore. If he wishes to be with whom he wishes, then so be it. Yi Qingxue shook her head and gently stopped Zhou Jiaojiao, unwilling to spend another moment on Qin Feng. Even she did not notice the quiet prejudice that had taken root within her heart. Amidst all these unfolding events, the school's annual gala officially began. Lin Yingying, representing her class, performed a song on stage. Her voice was beautiful and her performance earned considerable appreciation from the audience. Yet beneath the richness of her voice lay an emptiness. Compared to Yi Qingxue's rehearsed piano piece, it felt hollow and uninspired. Yi Qingxue's piano melody carried the sorrowful lament of a young woman whose beloved had changed his heart. Its emotional depth moved the audience far more profoundly than Lin Yingying's polished performance. Fate being what it was, their practice schedules overlapped. When Yi Qingxue practiced piano in the schoolroom, her melody naturally carried beyond the walls, overlapping with Lin Yingying's vocal rehearsal. All who heard it were drawn to the sound of Yi Qingxue's piano. When she finished, the audience erupted into warm applause. Watching her stolen spotlight, Lin Yingying's jealousy flared fiercely. She had finally succeeded in pulling Qin Feng back as her devoted companion. Yet now Qin Feng's attention seemed to be drifting toward Yi Qingxue once more. He longed to make amends, but he did not know how to restore her trust. He could sense that Yi Qingxue still cared for him, but the wounds from their previous encounter had left a lasting shadow upon her heart. As the evening gala drew near, Lin Yingying found her way to Qin Feng, as she always did. After a brief moment of gentle coaxing, and beneath Qin Feng's quietly patient gaze, she softly voiced the favor she wished him to grant. You want me to prevent Qingxue from entering the school venue? Lin Yingying asked, a hint of hesitation lingering in her voice. She spoke with careful tenderness, worried that Qin Feng might merely be playing a role and would ultimately refuse. Qin Feng simply repeated her words in a calm, measured tone, offering no additional explanation, and nodded his agreement. Lin Yingying was taken aback. A sense of certainty swelled within her. She believed Qin Feng had finally come to appreciate her worth. Perhaps in the past his distance had been a response to her own excesses. Was he not now entirely compliant? Lost in her quiet triumph, Lin Yingying failed to notice the subtle coldness in Qin Feng's eyes. Upon seeing him agree, she stepped into his embrace, her laughter light and sweet as she continued her gentle pleading. She offered him a series of heartfelt promises, her words laced with sweetness, while subtly weaving criticisms of Yi Qingxue into her speech. No matter what she said, Qin Feng smiled and agreed, as though the man who had once stood protectively beside Yi Qingxue no longer existed. Qin Feng had never intended this scene as a means to deter Lin Yingying from pursuing Yi Qingxue, yet he never anticipated someone would witness it. The one who saw him like this was Zhou Jiaojiao, who had been following him, hoping to uncover his true nature. Zhou Jiaojiao had never believed Qin Feng's earlier words were mere pretense. She had been waiting for proof that he was only playing a part to mislead Lin Yingying. Instead, she had watched as Qin Feng returned to his familiar pattern of yielding entirely to Lin Yingying's wishes. The only difference was that he no longer agreed to everything she proposed. When she did things he disliked, he would gently stop her. But what good did that accomplish? Would it truly make any difference? The thought of her dearest friend being hurt once more because of Qin Feng's actions weighed heavily on her heart. Frustration stirred within Zhou Jiaojiao, wishing she could travel back in time to stop that foolish girl from placing her trust in him. How could she believe a man who showed no sign of changing? How could she think he would truly turn away from Lin Yingying? She had once imagined Qin Feng harboring some hidden motivation for his behavior. Now it was clear, Lin Yingying's deliberate charm had drawn him back into her orbit. Qin Feng had simply proven unable to resist her allure, returning to the path he had once walked. It was in her eyes his own doing. Xiaoxue, is your performance prepared? If Qin Feng comes to you, please do not trust his words. What's happening? I mentioned before, even if he reconciles with Lin Yingying, it doesn't concern us. You shouldn't speak of him this way. You don't understand what I overheard. I was keeping watch on Lin Yingying to ensure she wouldn't cause trouble for you, but I happened to hear her asking Qin Feng to block your entry to the school venue. What are you saying? That's impossible. Qin Feng promised me he would never again help her hurt me. Though they've grown close, he hasn't done anything harmful. My dear friend, why won't you believe me? I'm right here, and even I couldn't fathom Qin Feng behaving this way. Please be careful when you meet him. After hanging up, Yi Qingxue could scarcely believe Qin Feng would act this way. She knew how attentively he had once catered to Lin Yingying. Yet she never imagined this quiet period would be disrupted so soon. Were all his past words mere illusion? Did he still remember the promises he had made? She had no right to demand that he treat her kindly. She had no standing to criticize his behavior, yet she couldn't accept that he would act this way. The thought that Qin Feng had calmly agreed to obstruct her performance to bring disgrace upon her before the entire school filled her with quiet sorrow. And all for the sake of winning Lin Yingying's approval, as he had done countless times before. Yi Qingxue's disappointment in Qin Feng deepened. Though she had not yet arrived at the school venue, she had made her decision. Whatever Qin Feng might say, she would not believe him. After finishing her preparations, Yi Qingxue set off toward the venue with her belongings. As she neared the entrance, she indeed encountered Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng's eyes brighten as he approached her, a quiet blend of sorrow and resolve settled within Yi Qingxue's heart. She swiftly declined his outstretched hand, her tone calm yet firm. Are you not meant to be with your girlfriend? Why come to me? If you intend to take my things, know this. I have already changed into my performance costume. I will not be misled as I was before. Qin Feng looked at Yi Qingxue with quiet confusion. He was unaware that she had learned of his agreement with Lin Yingying to prevent her from entering the venue. His bewilderment deepened. Whose words had she heard this time? Yet Qin Feng quickly pieced together the situation. Perhaps Lin Yingying was deliberately creating distance between them. She had publicly asked him to block Yi Qingxue, while privately sharing their conversation with her, hoping to sow doubt. Yi Qingxue was too trusting. Why believe every word without witnessing the truth herself? If you prefer I not carry your things, I won't. Tonight's performance, I wish you every success. Shine brightly upon that stage. Yi Qingxue was filled with anger, but after hearing Qin Feng's words, she assumed he was deliberately trying to lower her guard. Yet when she looked up preparing to continue her harsh words toward him, she saw Qin Feng's sincere smile. Seeing the smile on Qin Feng's lips, it did not appear to be fake. Moreover, there was no mockery or ridicule in that smile, leaving her even more confused. She wanted to tentatively ask something, but unexpectedly Qin Feng simply opened the path ahead for her. He led her through a closer passage, and after smoothly entering the school venue, arranged everything for her directly. Yi Qingxue followed behind Qin Feng, feeling somewhat puzzled. She had originally intended to distance herself from him. Although she had successfully entered the school venue, her performance was scheduled earlier. If she delayed even a little, it might still affect her performance. She had already lost several minutes on the way. Once inside the venue, she absolutely could not delay any further. But before she could even think about leaving Qin Feng's side, he instantly noticed and immediately stopped her. I understand you are anxious, but do not rush. Stay behind me, and I will help you complete all the preparations as quickly as possible. Trust me one more time. All those things you know about are misunderstandings. Whether her mind was clouded or she truly believed Qin Feng, Yi Qingxue actually obediently nodded and agreed. Following Qin Feng in a daze, she not only arrived on time, but also completed all preparations flawlessly ahead of schedule. When it was time to perform, the stunning piano melody combined with Yi Qingxue's brief vocal performance directly moved everyone in the audience. Lin Yingying, seated in the audience, never expected this. Qin Feng had not been able to stop Yi Qingxue. Was he truly unable to prevent it? Or did he deliberately let Yi Qingxue in? Lin Yingying's own performance had not made it into the evening show, so she could not bear to watch Yi Qingxue's flawless performance that drew praise from everyone. Hearing people around say how Yi Qingxue deserved her title as campus beauty with such exceptional talent, it nearly broke her, and she ran directly to confront Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not sitting nearby, but elsewhere. When he saw Lin Yingying approaching, he had already anticipated she would come to question him. For so long he had not understood what she truly wanted. If she was only seeking revenge on Yi Qingxue at this evening event. Now that Yi Qingxue had successfully participated in the evening gathering, there was no need for him to continue playing along with her schemes. Qin Feng, how dare you deceive me? Didn't I tell you to stop her from entering the school venue? On what grounds did you let her in? How dare you disobey my orders? The pretense had ultimately been ineffective. In her anger, Lin Yingying could barely think, clearly lashing out at Qin Feng without restraint. The classmate seated beside Qin Feng was about to make a sarcastic remark, but unexpectedly Qin Feng spoke first and shot back directly. Who do you think you are? Why should I agree with you? Why would I stop student Yi from entering the venue? I have the ability, but why should I do this? Why should I follow your orders? Do you think you are my mother? Lin Yingying, furious, raised her hand to slap Qin Feng, but he caught her wrist and threw her arm aside forcefully. After giving Lin Yingying a cold glance, she finally regained her composure. She remembered that Qin Feng was no longer the same person who would obediently follow her commands. He was also no longer the devoted sycophant. From the beginning, he never truly believed in her and never intended to reconcile. Everything he had done before was merely pretense. Realizing this, Lin Yingying barely managed to contain her growing rage. Furious, she stomped away in her high heels and immediately sought out Yi Qingxue. Xiaoshui, your performance was absolutely wonderful. You have no idea how mesmerized the entire audience was just now. Zhou Jiaojiao was speaking with Yi Qingxue from behind, but Yi Qingxue seemed distracted. Whether it was seeing Qin Feng watching her intently from below during the performance, or Zhou Jiaojiao bringing up again how Lin Yingying had asked Qin Feng to block her from entering the venue, yet he not only let her in, but also helped her complete all pre-performance preparations at top speed. It all left her bewildered about what Qin Feng was truly trying to accomplish. Zhou Jiaojiao had intended to help Yi Qingxue confront Qin Feng for answers. But to her surprise, she learned from Yi Qingxue herself that Qin Feng had disregarded Lin Yingying's demands entirely, and instead personally escorted her inside. This left Zhou Jiaojiao equally puzzled about Qin Feng's intentions. Before she could process it further, Lin Yingying appeared right then and there. She immediately launched into her characteristic sarcastic tone. What are you pretending for? Do you not understand why he is treating you this way? It seems our campus beauty really has some power, able to turn my devoted admirer into yours so completely. But he was so eager to please me before, and now he is doing the same for you. Is that not disgusting? Yi Qingxue never expected to run into Lin Yingying here. She certainly did not anticipate hearing such words from her. In the past, Yi Qingxue would have simply ignored Lin Yingying. She knew exactly what kind of person Lin Yingying was. Engaging with her would only diminish her own dignity. But this time she decided she would not tolerate it anymore and responded with icy indifference. That only proves your efforts are worthless. Despite your attempts, he never wanted to pay attention to you. I did nothing, yet he willingly defied your demands on my behalf. Is that not laughable? And you have the audacity to stand before me. At that moment, Yi Qingxue had no idea that Qin Feng had just defended her, nor did she know about his second falling out with Lin Yingying. In her anger, Lin Yingying assumed this was all a conspiracy between Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue. Blinded by frustration, she spilled everything that had just happened. Upon learning that Qin Feng had spoken up for her and taken action, Yi Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Beside her, Zhou Jiaojiao stared at Lin Yingying with complete bewilderment. Do not think that because he has been fooled by you, you have won. Let me tell you, I will never lose. He is just some simpering fool, and I do not care for him anyway. As Lin Yingying stormed off in anger, she failed to notice the confusion and bewilderment lingering in both their eyes. She had already convinced herself that this time Yi Qingxue and Qin Feng had colluded together to deceive and mock her. Yi Qingxue and Lin Yingying's confrontation, Qin Feng was not yet aware of it. The day after the gala ended, Qin Feng went out with Zhang Fan directly. They began searching for a studio for their clothing store. Together the two of them spotted a small studio that was up for rent. The studio wasn't particularly spacious, roughly 60 or 70 square meters, but they decided to rent it on the spot. They then browsed second-hand websites to pick up some office equipment. A small fashion studio had already taken shape within just 2 days thanks to their hard work. There would still be much more to add later, but they had already secured most of the necessary office supplies and related items for now. Except for a few items still in transit, everything else was purchased secondhand, though the quality was reliable and delivery had been swift. During the 2-day holiday, they quickly set everything up before returning to school for classes. I never thought you were actually serious about this, and you found such a great studio so quickly. The location is excellent, though the rent is quite steep. But as long as you're leading the way, brother, we'll surely build something successful together. Even with this rent, we might one day afford to buy a larger space ourselves. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Qin Feng didn't know how to express the depth of their friendship. He had never imagined that Zhang Fan would be the one most supportive of him. He had never expected Zhang Fan to speak such words. There was not a hint of doubt about the potential risks that could come from his statements. How could he let someone who trusted him so deeply fail? So Qin Feng firmly gripped Zhang Fan's hand, promising he would never let him down. He would never squander Zhang Fan's investment either. Every penny from now on had to be spent wisely. Since he had promised to help him build wealth, deception was out of the question. I didn't put too much pressure on you, so don't get so worked up. Even if things go wrong, starting a business always carries risks. Just do your best. I believe in you. Facing Zhang Fan's trust, Qin Feng grew even more resolute in his determination. Fortunately, when they arrived at school on Monday, Tang Xichen sought him out directly. He handed Qin Feng a design sketch. Tang Xichen still felt somewhat embarrassed, wondering what had possessed him to volunteer so impulsively. Yet he worried about what would happen if Qin Feng did not appreciate his designs. Perhaps it was because of what Qin Feng had done for him previously. These past 2 days he had not been bullied by those people. This had finally given him enough time to capture all his inspiration on paper. No one had ever appreciated his talent, but he wanted to see if Qin Feng would recognize it. These are 2 outfits I designed over the past couple of days. Take a look first. If anything needs adjustment, I can revise it. They are quite different from what is currently on the market, but they are far superior to those other pieces, more distinctive, more creative. Don't you realize people today crave uniqueness? And while pursuing individuality, comfort still matters. You have even specified the materials, which makes this absolutely a bestseller. Since receiving the design sketch, Qin Feng gazed at it intently, without looking away. Zhang Fan did not understand these, but hearing Qin Feng's words, he patted Tang Xichen on the shoulder. Though he did not know when Qin Feng had become close with him, but whoever Qin Feng accepted as a friend was his friend too, someone who joined their studio. He never expected a classmate of such caliber would be among them. Someone capable of directly working on fashion design. No wonder Qin Feng had never mentioned needing a fashion designer. He had been considering asking his elder brother for help if they could not find a suitable designer. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had already found the right person. As expected of Qin Feng, "Do you think my designs are good?" Hearing Qin Feng ask, and seeing the genuine admiration in his eyes, Tang Xichen became slightly emotional and asked again. Qin Feng nodded enthusiastically. The content of the design sketch had truly amazed him. He had never expected Tang Xichen's talent to be so extraordinary. It seemed that in this lifetime Tang Xichen could reach the heights of top designer even sooner than before. Brother Tang, do not underestimate yourself. You are truly remarkable. I have never seen clothing with such strong design sense. I am not exaggerating. I was initially thinking you might reference current market trends. But I did not expect your designs to bring me such impact, far surpassing ordinary clothing. Compared to yours, those mainstream pieces seem utterly outdated. I believe once we can have these produced by a factory, they will definitely sell wonderfully. Hearing Qin Feng's sincere praise, Tang Xichen felt as though something warm had touched his heart. He barely held back his tears, quickly turning away to wipe them, though 2 tears still escaped. Afterward, an excited Tang Xichen sat beside Qin Feng. He directly introduced his design philosophy and explained how each idea came about, what each piece represented. He described the feelings he wished to bring to everyone. Listening to Tang Xichen speak, Qin Feng showed not the slightest impatience. Occasionally, he would add his own thoughts. This made Tang Xichen feel that his ideas were truly understood. With great excitement, he continued designing more clothing. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quickly purchased a batch of fabrics and prepared to find a factory to begin making sample garments. First creating patterns, then producing samples, and finally checking whether they matched their envisioned design. If everything went well, they could officially begin selling. Following memories from his past life, Qin Feng arrived at Beiying Garment Factory. He remembered that in his past life, Beiying Garment Factory had been an extraordinarily famous factory and had even made the newspapers at one point. Now he intended to secure a partnership with them first. However, when Qin Feng arrived at his destination, he discovered it did not match the magnificent and grand appearance he remembered from his past life. It was actually dilapidated and old. Although the premises were spacious enough, the place was utterly desolate. Most importantly, Qin Feng spotted a sign indicating the factory was for sale with a phone number written below. Qin Feng had come at quite the opportune moment. Just as he was about to dial the phone number on the sign to inquire why this garment factory was being sold, to his surprise, a woman emerged from the factory. Upon seeing Qin Feng standing at the gate, she appeared somewhat startled. She glanced at Qin Feng's youthful face, offered him a smile, and without saying anything else, prepared to drive away. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng stepped in front of her car. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this garment factory? I was hoping to place an order for clothing for your factory. I noticed the sign indicating it is up for sale. May I ask why you are looking to transfer ownership?" Piao Guangna, now seated in her car, could hardly believe this young boy had come to discuss business cooperation with her. Judging by his appearance, he was likely still a student. Did he even understand what collaboration meant? Did he have any idea what running a garment factory entailed? This was not some casual visit to a clothing market where one could casually produce a handful of garments. If he truly wanted to partner with her, he would need to commit to hundreds of pieces at minimum. Otherwise, she would not even cover the cost of machine maintenance, let alone entertain a partnership with someone so inexperienced. Moreover, the factory was already on its last legs. She had no reason to keep wasting her youth and time here any longer. It would be better to sell off the factory, quickly take the final sum of money, and see if she could find some other means of livelihood. Though she was deeply attached to Beiying Garment Factory, there was no other choice. She had been outmatched by her competitors. "I am sorry, young man, but our factory can no longer accept external orders. The business has become unsustainable, and if I do not sell it off, I will not even be able to support myself. So if there is nothing else, I will have to leave now. I do have something to discuss. May I ask why you feel compelled to sell the factory? Believe me, if you keep going and push through this difficult period, the factory will surely recover. I remember your garments were of exceptional quality. How could such a business fail? Piao Guangna had not expected this young boy to know about the quality of their factory's products. That was natural. She had held firm to her moral principles, refused to cut corners, and never compromised with those who did. But precisely because of this, Baying Garment Factory had offended its competitors, who then spread malicious rumors about them. Their business had steadily declined, and they were on the verge of losing even their last partner. She had already paid all the workers their final month's wages. They had worked together for so many years. In these final moments, she did not want them to stay and share her burden. This old enterprise she had built over the years was ending in such a dismal fashion. Truthfully, she was reluctant to let it go. Young man, I am not sure who told you our garments were of good quality, but that was all in the past. As you can see now, apart from me, this factory has become nothing but an empty shell. You should look for cooperation elsewhere. Sister, please do not be in such a hurry. I came specifically because I had heard of Baying Garment Factory's reputation. I genuinely hope you can continue operating. I truly admire the clothes you have produced, and would love to work with you. Could you give me a chance, and give Baying Garment Factory a chance as well? Piao Guangna showed no urgency to start her car and leave. Qin Feng could clearly see that she too was reluctant to part with Baying Garment Factory. He had assumed he had arrived too late, or that his memories of the past life were inaccurate. He distinctly remembered that in his previous existence, the owner of Baying Garment Factory was also a woman named Piao Guangna. So the location and person were both correct. How could things have turned out this way? It should not be the butterfly effect from his rebirth, should it? He was not that powerful. Besides, even if his rebirth had some impact, how could it possibly affect something like this? So in his past life, Baying Garment Factory must have experienced this as well. He was just uncertain why Piao Guangna ultimately chose not to sell the factory back then. Now he wanted her to give up on transferring it away. If there were no cooperative clients, then they would become the first. Offering help in someone's time of need is something that always leaves a lasting impression. So as long as he persisted and did not give up, as long as he could turn things around, that would be enough. Piao Guangna would surely remember him for the rest of her life. By then their cooperation would become even more solid. Besides, he had already said so much. He could not believe Piao Guangna was still determined to sell off Baying Garment Factory. How could someone so young tell such lies? You have already seen our business situation. We truly cannot continue cooperating with you. Moreover, you are just a child. Even if you really wanted to cooperate, how many clothes could you possibly order? Our factory does not accept small orders. Although Piao Guangna was somewhat tempted, she thought Qin Feng was just playing house with her. So she remained cautious and did not agree immediately. But Qin Feng grew a bit anxious and directly stated that he had brought design sketches. He wanted Piao Guangna to take a look. If the clothes produced at Baying Garment Factory could truly match the garments in the design sketches, and if everything met their requirements in every aspect, they could immediately establish a new cooperation with Baying Garment Factory, and it certainly would not be a small-scale partnership. Although they were university students starting their own business, they would never let Piao Guangna suffer losses. Besides, had Baying Garment Factory truly reached its end? He was the customer coming to them directly. Could Piao Guangna really give up on such a client? You are university students starting a business, and you and your classmates plan to open a clothing store. Yes, sister. We already have our studio and a fashion designer. What we are missing is a garment factory, which is why I came to Baying Garment Factory. But I never expected you to be selling it off. Your mouth is quite sweet. Stop calling me sister. I am not that young. Why would sister not be young anymore? They say children with sweet words get candies. Perhaps if I speak a bit more sweetly, sister won't insist on transferring the Baying Garment Factory. Sister, please at least give me a chance to show our design drafts and see whether they meet your requirements. Qin Feng understood that Park Guangna had been moved by his words. So Qin Feng pressed on and continued to work hard. He kept striving to prevent Park Guangna from transferring out the Baying Garment Factory. As his words grew more pleasing to her, Park Guangna finally agreed not to pursue the transfer of the factory for the near future. Thankfully, the transfer notice had only been posted for a short while. At this point, not many people likely knew about it. She had originally planned to reach out to some of her old associates during this trip and find someone willing to take over the Baying Garment Factory. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had stopped her. Since Qin Feng had made such a proposal, she agreed if his design drafts met her approval, she would agree to cooperate with them one more time instead of transferring the factory. This will truly be our last cooperation. Sister, rest assured, our cooperation will certainly not be the last one. We will surely continue working together for a long time. Park Guangna stepped out of the car and directly led Qin Feng back into the factory interior. She tore down the transfer notice posted outside. After bringing Qin Feng to her office, Qin Feng took the clothing designs previously created by Tang Shichen out of his backpack and placed them before Park Guangna. Park Guangna was a professional. She could naturally see how extraordinary these garments were, and she could also sense the vast market potential they held. As long as they used suitable fabrics and presented the patterns perfectly, he promised her that these clothes would definitely sell like hotcakes. Would Park Gwang-na want to miss this opportunity to revive her baying garment factory? Would she not wish to wash away the stigma that had overshadowed the factory? Would she simply allow the baying garment factory to continue being spoken ill of? You, young child, truly know how to speak to my heart. But these design drafts are indeed among the finest I have seen in all these years. I never expected them to be the work of students like you. It seems my fate is not yet ended, and neither is the fate of the baying garment factory. Since you have already said so much, I will cooperate with you one more time. These clothing designs are truly perfect. Qin Feng could see that Park Gwang-na had been won over by the drafts, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In his memory, Park Gwang-na was certainly not someone who would arbitrarily seize others' designs. Besides, she could surely distinguish between a single cooperation and repeated ones. Since she had praised the designs so highly, it was evident that Tang Shichen possessed remarkable talent in this area. As the owner of the baying garment factory, relying on some dimly retained memories from his past life, Qin Feng knew Park Gwang-na was a woman of decisive action and an optimistic disposition. Even when the baying garment factory faced such hardship, she had only ever considered transferring it out so she could rebuild from scratch. And sooner or later, she would inevitably reacquire the baying garment factory. Yet now, with just a few well-chosen words, Qin Feng had convinced her to try re-entering the market with them once again. This also revealed her soft-heartedness and her refusal to admit defeat. I need 3 days. Within that time, I will deliver the sample garments directly to you. You and your classmates can review whether you are satisfied, and if so, our cooperation can officially begin. Regarding how to sell the garments and how profits would be divided, Park Gwang-na chose not to discuss those matters with Qin Feng just yet. She needed to first confirm she could produce the garments exactly as the designs required before moving on to discuss the next steps of their partnership. Qin Feng did not press further and simply nodded in agreement. On the third day, Park Gwang-na called Qin Feng and delivered 2 sample garments she had produced. 2 distinct styles, yet both in terms of pattern, accessories, and fabric prints fully satisfied the requirements of the design drafts. Even the designer herself could not stop praising the garments upon seeing them. When Qin Feng received the clothes, he instinctively reached out to feel the fabric first. After confirming the fabric was soft and gentle on the skin, he carefully examined the garment patterns and conducted thorough inspections across the board. Tang Shichen was exceptionally pleased and delighted that the baying garment factory could bring her designs to life. Qin Feng felt an enormous sense of relief. Fortunately, his memories from his past life had not misled him. Although he did not know exactly how Park Gwang-na had overcome this difficulty in his previous life, but that no longer mattered. What was important was that he had successfully navigated this hurdle and obtained the garments he had hoped for. Next, he needed to consider mass-producing these garments and getting them onto the market. During these past few days, I designed several more drafts. Our clothing store cannot sell only 2 styles, can it? Please take a look at these designs and see what you think of the styles and aesthetics. Could you also ask the garment factory whether they can successfully produce the related pieces? Tang Shichen handed another stack of new design drafts directly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng flipped through them one by one, his eyes growing brighter with each page. The affectionate, almost admiring look he cast toward Tang Shichen was so intense that he nearly wanted to embrace her and shower her with gratitude. Qin Feng quickly found Park Gwang-na, who indicated she would still need 3 days as time had been spent selecting the appropriate fabrics. She promised that within 3 days she would deliver sample garments based on the new designs directly to Qin Feng. She also asked whether the 2 previously designed garments could now officially enter production. They can already be put into production. Let us start with 200 pieces per style. Once the samples for the remaining designs are completed and approved, we will produce the same quantity for each. After briefly discussing the requirements with Park Gwang-na, Qin Feng, and she talked through the production cost per garment. Since Qin Feng had given her renewed hope, she offered them a considerable discount. Half a month later, Park Gwang-na delivered all the finished products to Qin Feng and his companions. However, when they actually began selling the garments, they discovered that selling proved far more difficult than they had imagined. Because they had not properly promoted the products, virtually no one came to buy their clothes. For 3 consecutive days, not a single garment was sold. I knew entrepreneurship wouldn't be this simple. We invested so much money into producing these clothes, yet nobody's coming to buy them. Is it because our store location isn't good, or because the clothes aren't attractive enough? Qin Feng and the others were still students after all, and he hadn't found any effective promotional channels. His original plan had been that once the clothes were produced, they would definitely have a chance of selling. But who would have thought that in this digital age, most people preferred browsing various apps for recommendations and reviews before making a purchase? Their small shop had neither promotions nor advertisements, so how could they expect to make any sales? What's with that gloomy expression? Isn't it precisely because we haven't done any promotion that nobody's coming to buy? Once people see how beautiful our clothes are, they'll definitely come over. Brother Qin, stop trying to comfort us. We know entrepreneurship isn't simple. It's just that we never expected not a single person would come to our clothes. I'm not comforting you. It was my mistake. I should have arranged proper promotion from the start. Rest assured our clothes will definitely sell. Really? I've seen other shops with overwhelming advertisements everywhere, yet their clothes aren't even that great. Ours are so beautiful, and if nobody comes because of poor promotion, what a pity that would be. Let me think about it. Nowadays promotion requires finding internet influencers, and we might not be able to afford their fees. Let me see if I can ask an acquaintance for help. Seeing everyone so dejected, especially the deeply discouraged Tang Shichen, he understood well. Tang Shichen always harbored both confidence and insecurity about his designs. He believed his designs were excellent, yet he feared they might only seem good in his own eyes. If he didn't find a solution to promote these clothes, soon Tang Shichen's confidence would be crushed once again. What could he do? They were all dealing with their own struggles. Zhang Fan was naturally optimistic, but he had also invested so much money, and Qin Feng didn't want to disappoint him. I've got an idea. We could ask Zhou Jiaojiao for help. Isn't she a streamer? I'm not sure what kind of streamer she is, but I remember she has quite a few followers. Maybe we could ask her to help us out based on our classmate connection. Qin Feng wasn't entirely confident saying this. After all, because of Yi Qingxue, his relationship with Zhou Jiaojiao had always been strained. He didn't know if she would agree to help. But there was no other option now, so he had to summon his courage and face this head-on. After asking around and confirming Zhou Jiaojiao was in her dorm, Qin Feng went straight to her dormitory building. He asked Zhou Jiaojiao's friend to call her downstairs, saying he had something to discuss. Zhou Jiaojiao had initially had no intention of dealing with Qin Feng. However, considering the complicated relationship between Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, and since the previous misunderstanding had been resolved, Yi Qingxue had been wanting to find Qin Feng to ask what exactly he was planning. Were he and Lin Yingying involved in some new scheme? But Yi Qingxue hadn't dared to approach Qin Feng, not knowing how to broach the subject. She saw this as an opportunity to find out Qin Feng's true intentions. Well, look who it is. I never expected you to come looking for me. What brings you here? Looking for me to apologize to Xiao Shui. Have I done something to hurt her? If I truly need to apologize, I would definitely go to her personally. I came here today because I'm hoping you could help promote the clothes our studio made. I don't quite understand. You want me to promote your clothes? When did you open a shop? And aren't you still students? Starting a business to sell clothes? Exactly. Graduation is approaching, so we're starting our business early to accumulate experience. Since we heard you're a streamer, we thought maybe you could help with promotion. Don't worry, we'll definitely pay you for it. I don't care. I may be a streamer, but I've never done product promotion. If your clothes turn out to be unattractive, promoting them would only damage my reputation. So no thanks. Zhou Jiaojiao had no desire to help at all. After finishing her words, she turned to head back upstairs. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng grabbed her wrist. Before Zhou Jiaojiao could instinctively shake off his grip, Qin Feng placed a set of clothes he had prepared in advance into her hands. This was the first design from their collection, carefully prepared with Zhou Jiaojiao's size after he had asked about it. He hoped the quality of the clothing could win her over. If he could get Zhou Jiaojiao to agree to promote them, at least someone would advertise their clothes. Perhaps then people would come to buy. As long as their clothes could sell, the business would gradually improve. They didn't expect to succeed overnight anyway. Consider this a gift to you, or compensation for my apology, or perhaps a test for you to try before promoting. Please, for the sake of our classmate relationship, give us a hand. Even if you refuse to help, keep the clothes. They're sized specifically for you. They're a gift. And this set, could you please deliver it to Qingxue? There was a misunderstanding before, and I don't know how to explain it to her. I don't ask you to speak well of me, only to pass this along. After saying this, Qin Feng quickly ran away, completely unaware of the astonishment on Zhou Jiaojiao's face when she saw the clothing. When she returned to the dorm and opened the garment to see its exquisite design, she immediately called Qin Feng. He was still anxious, wondering if she would berate him. But unexpectedly, Zhou Jiaojiao directly agreed to help promote them. She also asked Qin Feng where their studio was located. She planned to go directly to the clothing studio to start live streaming. Since we're promoting for you, doing it in the dorm won't do. My followers need to see your studio environment and the quality of your clothes. So tidy up your studio ahead of time, and I'll live stream there directly. Qin Feng and the others were overjoyed. Upon receiving the favorable news from Zhou Jiaojiao, Qin Feng promptly shared the information with his close friends. There was not much else in the studio that required tidying aside from the newly created garments. However, in order to prepare sufficient space for Zhou Jiaojiao's live stream, they thoroughly cleaned the entire studio from top to bottom, inside and out. Afterward, he conveyed the news to Zhou Jiaojiao. Upon arriving at Qin Feng's clothing studio, she took a moment to observe the environment. Finding it satisfactory, she did not dwell on it further and directly opened her live stream. As was her custom, she greeted her fans and addressed their curiosity regarding the change of venue. This is a clothing studio opened by my friend. Have you noticed the outfit I am wearing? It was designed by their studio. I had originally intended to decline their request for promotion, but the clothes are simply too lovely, so I could not help but share them with you all. I have already secured a wonderful price for everyone. Take a closer look at the details, the neckline, the fabric quality, and how the material catches the light. I have carefully examined every aspect. This complete outfit is available for less than 200 yuan, which is truly exceptional value. I have never impulsively recommended products to my fans before. The quality is genuinely outstanding, so I am making a special exception to help promote them and bring a little something back to you all. Zhou Jiaojiao had always been straightforward with her audience. She was known as a beauty-focused streamer admired for her elegance and graceful figure. She never engaged in suggestive content and occasionally shared makeup tips with her followers. She also recommended small items she had personally found useful. Her approach was rather laid back, and although numerous brands had approached her for promotions, she had consistently declined. This marked the first time she had formally introduced a product to her audience. Following her usual routine, she began by sharing her personal experience wearing the garment. She then mentioned the name of the clothing studio and explained how to place an order. She had not listed the item in her own showcase. She was simply helping Qin Feng spread the word. It was because she genuinely found the fabric comfortable against the skin that she had made this rare exception. The extent to which her fans would support the purchase was beyond her control. It entirely depended on how Qin Feng managed the opportunity. Wow, you look absolutely beautiful in that outfit, sister. Could you show us other pieces from the store? The one you are wearing looks stunning, and I have also seen photos of plus-size models wearing other styles that looked lovely. Can you try on more clothes for us? Everything in the shop looks wonderful, I just wonder about the quality. Sister always recommends things she personally uses. Since you are not listing it in your showcase and are wearing it yourself and the fabric and cut look excellent, I am confident the quality will be great. The livestream quickly gained tremendous momentum. Meanwhile, Qin Feng noticed orders beginning to flow into their online store. Browsing through the store, one could see a diverse array of clothing on display. They had enlisted nearby classmates to serve as models. Using natural poses, they demonstrated how the garments looked on everyday body types. No filters or retouching were applied. The goal was to present the clothes in their most authentic light. Each model had also blurred out their personal details. For instance, their faces were kept private. This way there was no risk of exposing personal identity information. Most of the people Qin Feng had recruited were friends from their immediate circle. It was this unpretentious, straightforward approach to modeling that unexpectedly encouraged Zhou Jiaojiao's fans to share the store organically. Some locals even visited the studio in person to make purchases. The outfit Zhou Jiaojiao was wearing received unanimous praise from her audience and became the best-selling piece. Other items also attracted considerable interest. When Zhou Jiaojiao concluded her broadcast for the day and departed, Qin Feng handed her 2,000 yuan. He wanted to express his gratitude for her assistance. The revenue from that day's sales had already exceeded 10,000 yuan. His inventory had been nearly depleted. He had not anticipated that Zhou Jiaojiao's influence among her followers would be so remarkable. He was committed to compensating her fairly. Previously, he had only hoped to establish a sales channel and raise awareness for their clothing. He had never imagined such a strong response in a single day. We are all classmates. Why are you giving me so much money? Consider this outfit my payment. You do not need to give me anything extra. I would have mentioned these clothes to my fans regardless because I genuinely feel they are wonderful to wear. Hearing her words, Qin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he gently pressed the money into Zhou Jiaojiao's hands. He then offered another reason. If she preferred not to accept the payment outright, he simply asked that she keep the existence of his studio confidential. Zhou Jiaojiao glanced at him, about to ask why. But then she recalled that he had deliberately avoided appearing in her livestream throughout the day. It seemed he did not want his classmates or others to know about his clothing studio. Yet this was something he should be proud of. Why keep it hidden? You are running a legitimate business. There is no need to be so cautious. You understand that some people resent seeing others prosper. I simply wish to avoid drawing too much attention. I would be grateful if you could keep this between us. After understanding his perspective, Zhou Jiaojiao nodded gently and agreed without further discussion. Qin Feng remained unaware that after having just dealt with one individual who had come looking for trouble, another wealthy young master, arrogant and domineering, was already preparing to insert himself as another devoted admirer chasing after Lin Yingying. This one was far more formidable than the previous one. His father was a manager at the Tang Group. As one of Lin Yingying's suitors, he was notorious for his domineering and ruthless demeanor, showing no respect for anyone around him. It was only because Lin Yingying had managed to keep this wealthy young master in line that he remained obedient. However, the series of incidents that had damaged her image recently had begun to shift his attitude toward her. This had given this wealthy young master slightly less reverence for Lin Yingying. So Zhao Kainan simply had his classmate invite Lin Yingying to dinner. He had intended to ask Lin Yingying what had been happening lately. After all, he had heard quite a few rumors at school and wanted to help his goddess resolve these troubles, hoping that doing so might win her affection. But he never expected to be turned down. Although Lin Yingying had countless times refused his invitations to meals, movies, and other outings. Yet this time Zhao Kainan felt an inexplicable discomfort. He claimed it was to help Lin Yingying resolve her troubles. But reflecting on it, Lin Yingying must have been in a bad mood, which is why she did not want to join him for dinner. If he went personally, Lin Yingying might be willing to grant him the courtesy of meeting. After quickly convincing himself of his own reasoning, Zhao Kainan went directly to Lin Yingying's classroom. When Lin Yingying had first received news of Zhao Kainan's classmate inviting her to dinner, she had maintained her usual aloof composure. She considered Zhao Kainan's family background. If others could not deal with the pair of Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, perhaps Zhao Kainan could. My goddess, why are you unhappy again? What has happened? You will not even accept my dinner invitation. This hot pot restaurant was the one you posted about on your social media saying you wanted to go. Who has upset you again? Tell me, and I will set things right for you. It was only when Zhao Kainan personally came to find Lin Yingying that she, just as she had countless times before, dropped her aloofness and recounted to him everything that had been happening to her recently, speaking in a somewhat coquettish manner. And she directly agreed to Zhao Kainan's invitation to dinner. After agreeing, she heard Zhao Kainan ask her such questions. Lin Yingying felt a sense of satisfaction within her. She did not even need to take the initiative to bring it up. This devoted admirer had already noticed her displeasure on his own. This was far more capable than those other sycophants. Unlike the previous Qin Feng, whose attentiveness to her emotions had been truly meticulous and caring. Unfortunately, this devoted admirer had changed his heart, so she could only seek out other admirers instead. What else could it be about? It is because I have been bullied, of course. I am all alone here. How could I possibly fight against that pair? They spread whatever rumors they wanted about me. They even filmed that video editing my face into it just to disgust everyone. Now whenever I step outside, I feel like everyone is discussing me. How can I even face the world? She was explaining to Zhao Kainan the cause of that video which had erupted on the campus website. However, Zhao Kainan did not take this matter to heart. In his mind, his pure and virtuous goddess would never do such a thing. So he had always assumed someone was deliberately playing a prank. He never expected it to be connected to his romantic rival. That Qin Feng, who had previously persistently pursued Lin Yingying. He had also heard that Lin Yingying and Qin Feng had once had a decent relationship. Moreover, after the two had fallen out, Lin Yingying had taken the initiative to find Qin Feng to apologize. What was the story there? But I heard from your classmates that you two had reconciled afterward. Was it only after the previous gala that you fell out again? It seemed to be because of Yi Qingxue, right? Zhao Kainan, do you not believe me? I have been bullied to this extent, and you are blaming me. Those two ganged up on me. What could I do? I could only endure and compromise. You were not there to protect me either. Seeing his goddess looking so innocent, so slender and round as she gazed at him, what else could he say? His sense of responsibility surged, and he pulled Lin Yingying firmly into his embrace. Lin Yingying instinctively wanted to push Zhao Kainan away, but she remembered that she needed to use Zhao Kainan to take revenge on Qin Feng. In the end, she could only force herself to endure the feeling of revulsion caused by being embraced by Zhao Kainan. She simply nestled into his arms. Feeling his goddess's dependence upon him, Zhao Kainan was swept away with euphoria and spoke boldly and generously. Rest assured, I will definitely avenge you. I will make you understand that no one other than me can treat you well. You used to ignore me, but now you know only I can protect you, correct? Still, I do not mind. I will let you see that only I am worthy of being your boyfriend. Lin Yingying nestled in Zhao Kainan's embrace, directly gave him a heartfelt kiss. It nearly made Zhao Kainan so delighted that he felt he could leap from the 5th floor. Afterward, the two naturally went to enjoy a candlelit dinner. But that is a matter for later. Before the dinner, Zhao Kainan, still floating on cloud 9, made a phone call right in front of Lin Yingying. After explaining the situation, he emphasized in the phone call that they must properly handle Yi Qingxue. Then he hung up, an arm around his goddess, went to enjoy the candlelit dinner he had prepared in advance. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue remained unaware that she had been targeted once again. Actually, she was not entirely incapable of handling these troubles on her own. Since childhood, she had known that because of her beauty, some people would attempt to lay unwanted hands on her. Fortunately, her family, seeing her frail as a child, had directly sent her to study judo and sanda. But she had never imagined that one day she would encounter something that seemed reserved mostly for boys, being cornered and intercepted. Looking at the group of ill-intentioned hooligans blocking her path, Yi Qingxue was utterly puzzled. All she had been doing recently was studying. It seemed she had not provoked anyone. Since the last time Lin Yingying had come to find her, and was rebuffed, she had not appeared before Yi Qingxue again. And in the past, had not this sort of thing usually only happened to men? Looking at their demeanor, they did not seem to be here to rob her, nor to issue a warning. They appeared rather to take direct action against her. Everyone, I do not believe I have offended you. This is a school. You have blocked me in an alley behind the school. Are you not afraid the school authorities will find out? You little woman, if you had not angered someone you should not have, you would not be facing this ordeal. Only blame yourself for not being careful. I never thought the school beauty would actually look quite pleasant. Yi Qingxue detested people like them the most. She was not as fragile as she appeared on the surface. It was simply that she had not been given the opportunity to showcase her true capabilities until now. If circumstances had allowed, she would have long dealt with those who harbored ill intentions toward her. However, such actions were illegal, so Yi Qingxue could only temporarily neutralize their threats. Upon hearing their words, she immediately thought of Lin Yingying, who had caused her trouble countless times before. It seemed Lin Yingying was behind this again. This time Qin Feng was not by her side. Had someone else made trouble for him? Lin Yingying still would not let this go. So much time had passed, yet her lingering resentment had only brought her own suffering. Was she still blaming Yi Qingxue and Qin Feng? Yi Qingxue knew she had to address this matter eventually. She did not seek conflict, but she would not allow others to provoke her. Gentlemen, I have wronged none of you. There is no need for this confrontation. I am not as easily intimidated as you might assume. Though she knew these individuals were unreasonable, Yi Qingxue hoped to resolve the situation through dialogue rather than conflict. She truly wished to avoid any physical altercation. She was dressed in light blue gradient jeans and a white polo shirt. She did not wish to damage her clothing. She did not wish to return home and face the inconvenience of cleaning stained clothing or explaining the situation to others. Unexpectedly, the group burst into laughter, their amusement catching her off guard. Noticing their unwavering focus on her, Yi Qingxue decided further conversation was futile. As they advanced, Yi Qingxue prepared to defend herself. She recognized the challenge ahead would require careful consideration. They attempted to use an unknown substance to weaken her, hoping to gain the upper hand during their confrontation. Instead, Yi Qingxue skillfully evaded their approach and managed to create distance between them. The encounter left them both unharmed but clearly shaken by the intensity of the moment. Their plan was to detain her for Lin Yingying, hoping to receive a reward for their cooperation. They were taken aback by her unexpected strength and composure under pressure. I sincerely apologize. I reacted instinctively out of fear. Are you alright? You show considerable politeness. I strive for civility regardless of circumstances. As you can see, continuing this standoff serves neither of us. I suggest we part ways peacefully. After what you've done, there's no escape. You will regret this. Hearing these words, Yi Qingxue understood the situation had escalated beyond negotiation. Before she could act, they employed an unknown substance that affected her senses. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed her. She struggled to maintain her composure, but found herself unable to resist. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a storage facility on campus filled with various equipment used by different departments, mostly sports equipment. Her clothing remained intact, and she felt a measure of relief. She carefully tested a protective device on her wrist. Aware of the danger from Lin Yingying, Yi Qingxue had taken precautions by acquiring a special bracelet online. In ordinary circumstances, it served merely as an accessory. However, in case of emergency, the device could be activated to release a concealed blade, potentially allowing her to free herself from restraints. If both wrists were secured, success would be unlikely. Fortunately, her captors seemed to believe she remained unconscious. They had not anticipated her preparedness, so her bindings were relatively loose. While they contacted Qin Feng, she worked to free herself from the ropes. Qin Feng and his team had been preparing to celebrate the successful launch of their venture, having sold considerable quantities of clothing. He had just finished coordinating with Park Guangna to increase production. He had sent new designs to their partner and was preparing to celebrate with his studio friends when an unexpected call interrupted his plans. Upon hearing the caller's demands and location, Qin Feng immediately sought to understand the situation. He made it clear that Yi Qingxue must not come to harm. Of course not. We merely wish to meet you. If you come to the campus storage facility, we will not harm the lovely student of Jiangxing University. But if you are late. Qin Feng recognized these as empty threats. Qin Feng calmed his companions and headed to the warehouse alone, determined to resolve the situation without involving others. He would not allow anything to jeopardize Yi Qingxue's safety. Qin Feng resolved to address the threat decisively if Yi Qingxue came to harm. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he found the doors slightly ajar. The lock had been removed and darkness concealed whatever lay within. He approached cautiously, aware of potential risks. Rather than entering blindly, Qin Feng kept his phone flashlight ready and advanced with deliberate caution. His flashlight revealed two figures concealed near the entrance, caught off guard by the sudden illumination. Qin Feng entered the warehouse and confronted the individuals. One remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so cautious." "Not bad at all." Qin Feng quickly entered the warehouse and swept his flashlight beam across the space, carefully surveying the layout within. He spotted the location where Yi Qingxue had been bound. Those men clearly hadn't anticipated his swift arrival, caught entirely off guard before they could launch a sudden attack. Their baseball bat remained and used, nearly striking one of their own companions. With this misstep, the advantage of darkness was no longer theirs to hold. They had intended to flip on the warehouse lights while he was distracted, but Qin Feng anticipated their move and created distance before they could act. He endured the blinding surge of light, stinging his eyes, tears welling up, yet swiftly shifted into a ready stance despite the discomfort. "How is this kid so difficult? It hurts. We can't let him go. His companion is still in our hands. You little punk, keep resisting, and we'll deal with that woman." Qin Feng had originally wanted to resolve the situation swiftly. He hadn't noticed anyone stationed near Yi Qingxue, but when the lights were switched on, one of the men suddenly dashed toward her with a dagger in hand. From a distance, the man pressed the blade against Yi Qingxue's throat while making threats. Qin Feng had no choice but to relent. He bore their pushes and shoves without fighting back. Even so, he refused to yield. He knew they wouldn't risk causing serious harm. Their aim was simply to humiliate him. Observing their methods, their clothing, and the accessories they carried, he had already surmised they were not students from the school. But someone had likely paid them to come after him, and Yi Qingxue. We're all men here. If you have a grievance, take it out on me. Do what you want. But she's innocent. A woman poses no threat to you, and there's no reason to target her. You can do as you please with me. I won't resist. But let her go. Brothers, did you hear that? This guy dares to threaten us and demands we spare her. That woman already knocked out one of our teeth. We haven't settled that score yet. Qin Feng had hoped to reason with them. If words alone could work, they might have avoided further conflict. But these men only responded to force. He stopped wasting his breath. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Yi Qingxue. He wanted to assess her condition. Seeing her eyes clear and composed, her clothes merely dusted from being dragged and bound with no other signs of harm, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief. He planned to seize the moment while they were unguarded and quickly resolve the crisis involving Yi Qingxue. What he hadn't expected was that she had already managed to cut through the ropes binding her wrists. The man guarding her hadn't anticipated such resourcefulness. With one hand now free, Yi Qingxue flashed a gesture toward Qin Feng. But the man failed to notice, still shouting encouragement from the sidelines. The dagger gradually drifted away from Yi Qingxue's neck. During a brief pause in the confrontation, Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue exchanged another look. At that moment she struck, and Qin Feng countered simultaneously, swiftly neutralizing two of them. Didn't anyone teach you to watch the hostage while dealing with someone? With Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue working together, the others were quickly brought to the ground. After dealing with the man who had used Yi Qingxue as a shield, she immediately joined Qin Feng's efforts. It was the first time Qin Feng realized she knew how to fight, and quite well at that. Given this, he began to wonder how she had ended up in this situation. Surely she wouldn't have gone with people who clearly meant no good. They used sedatives on me. Yi Qingxue seemed to read the question in his eyes, and explained how she had fallen under their spell. Guilt flickered across Qin Feng's expression, and his resolve hardened. After they had been brought to their knees, every one of them knelt with heads bowed before Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue. Learning that they were not sent by Lin Yingying, but by Zhao Kanan, left Qin Feng momentarily speechless. He glanced toward Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue was clearly aware of Zhao Kanan's previous schemes. She knew he was one of Lin Yingying's devoted followers. But why target her? It made no sense. How long had it been since she last sought trouble with Lin Yingying? Every time it was Lin Yingying who came looking for a fight and ended up on the losing end. Is this somehow my fault? Yi Qingxue asked Qin Feng, exasperated. Qin Feng shook his head firmly and delivered a sharp kick toward the ringleader. Boss, big brother, we were wrong. We can be witnesses, we'll testify. He's the one who ordered us to attack you. Please stop, have mercy. The men were already bruised and battered. Qin Feng's kick had landed on an especially vulnerable spot, and he feared what might come next. There was nothing left to do but submit. He regretted bringing so few men to begin with. If he'd known these two were such formidable opponents, he would have come prepared with more support. Instead of any reward, they had lost face and taken a beating. Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue reported the incident to the school authorities. They led the school official directly to the warehouse where the men recounted the full sequence of events. Qin Feng presented phone records of conversations with Zhao Kanan along with evidence of money transfers and messages, everything laid out clearly. The school will handle this matter seriously. You have my word. You won't suffer this injustice in vain. The official's words sounded reassuring. Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue entrusted the matter entirely to the school. They expected to hear about Zhao Kanan's disciplinary notice within 2 or 3 days, given the clear evidence. But 5 days passed. Qin Feng had already sold through another round of clothing, and still no punishment had been issued. When they went to follow up, the school's response was vague. The same promises of serious handling, but no concrete action in sight. What does the school administration mean by this? The evidence is already conclusive. Those individuals admitted that Zhao Kanan sent them messages, provided them with money, and instructed them to assault student Yi. They even attempted to record vile videos of her. Must the school administration not intervene? The school official previously handling this matter, when faced with Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue seeking explanations, suddenly adopted an entirely different attitude. The righteous indignation they once displayed has now turned into outright evasion. They insist upon a single point: merely claiming to be Qin Feng does not make one Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood their meaning. Behind a phone screen, it is merely an account, an avatar, and nickname, all easily fabricated identities. No one can truly know who lies behind that screen. No one can verify whether the one directing those actions is truly Zhao Kanan. Though they remained uncertain of the full events transpiring over these days, both Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue were deeply angered by the school officials' dismissive handling of the matter. Those thugs have already confessed that Zhao Kanan was the one directing them. On what grounds does the administration refuse to punish those seeking to harm fellow students, instead offering such excuses to deflect from the true victims? Is this not exceeding the bounds of reason? Those individuals attempted to directly abduct both of us and subjected us to humiliation and physical violence. If educators and school administrators cannot guarantee the safety of students, and if allowing other students to recruit outsiders to inflict personal harm and physical assault upon fellow students is considered reasonable and lawful, then what is the purpose of this school? What then is the purpose of teachers and those entrusted with protecting students? Facing such questioning from Qin Feng, the official slammed the desk in anger and directly challenged Qin Feng, asking whether this was the proper attitude of a student addressing teachers. They claimed the evidence was insufficient. Did they not wish to seek justice for Yi Qingxue? Did they not wish to identify the true culprit behind the harm inflicted upon her? However, after questioning Zhao Kanan, he denied ever knowing those thugs and claimed he had never sent any such messages. He harbored no grievance against Yi Qingxue, nor against Qin Feng. Even if there existed minor conflicts, they were merely trivial matters of daily life. How could he possibly be involved in such an act? The burden of proof rests with the accuser. The evidence presented by Qin Feng and his companions was insufficient to substantiate the accusation against Zhao Kanan. Those thugs had never actually seen Zhao Kanan. They could not determine whether the one directing such actions was truly Zhao Kanan or simply someone exploiting his name to prey upon fellow students. So how was this any concern of his? Is this the school's definitive position then? If both of you can produce concrete evidence confirming that student Zhao is indeed responsible, the school will surely not tolerate the continuation of such misconduct. Qin Feng wished to respond further, but Yi Qingxue gently grasped his arm and shook her head at him. Her gesture filled Qin Feng with deep remorse and self-reproach. He felt that if it were not for him, none of this would have occurred. This matter was undoubtedly connected to that detestable woman. Yi Qingxue had suffered unjustly because of his involvement. After leaving the school administrator's office, as they walked along the tree-lined pathway, Qin Feng could no longer restrain himself and apologized to Yi Qingxue directly. I am sorry. This incident may have occurred because of me drawing attention to you and inviting retaliation. It is my fault. I never anticipated such events, nor did I expect the school leadership to be so dismissive. You should not blame yourself. Those individuals did not inflict any substantial harm upon me. Moreover, I believe they may have intended to target both of us. The school administration's reasoning aligns with their established approach to such matters. Nevertheless, I feel deeply indebted to you. Had it not been for me, Zhao Kanan would likely not have targeted you. You harbor no grievance against him, yet he acted without provocation. It was always his intention to use you as bait to draw me out. This stems from my mistakes. You are not the one at fault. Please cease this self-blame. Zhao Kanan is the one who erred. We are all victims here. Victims do not bear the burden of apology. Those who perpetrate harm are the ones who should take responsibility. Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Qin Feng nodded and silently vowed to protect her. He would never allow such an incident to occur again. Unexpectedly, as the two prepared to return to their respective dormitories and face the challenges ahead, they encountered Zhao Kanan and Lin Yingying together. Zhao Kanan and Lin Yingying walked side by side, hands clasped, appearing deeply affectionate. Zhao Kanan likely understood the purpose of Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue's recent visit. With an overtly arrogant demeanor, he directed sarcastic remarks toward Qin Feng. Some remain too naive, unaware that wealth can move even the most reluctant. Do you truly believe justice is so easily obtained? If you possess evidence, produce it, otherwise cease your baseless accusations. I would never target individuals of your station. Enraged by Zhao Kanan's words, Qin Feng nearly lunged forward, but Yi Qingxue held him back. They exchanged no further words and departed. However, mere hours later, as Qin Feng prepared to meet Zhang Fan at their off-campus fashion design studio, they encountered Zhao Kanan once more. This time without Lin Yingying by his side, Zhao Kanan's arrogance knew no bounds. He subjected Qin Feng to an onslaught of sneers and insults. Qin Feng had initially intended to ignore Zhao Kanan. He wished to allow the provocation to escalate further so that when the moment of reckoning arrived, the fall would be all the more decisive. Zhang Fan, unable to endure the taunts any longer, moved to respond, but Qin Feng signaled him to hold his tongue. Good people do not contend with dogs. A rabid dog that bites without restraint will eventually face consequences, and those who harbor ill intent shall reap what they sow. The heavens will deliver their due. Zhao Kanan responded with a derisive laugh before striding away. At that moment, Tang Shichen approached, carrying newly designed fashion sketches, intending to share them with Qin Feng. However, as she descended the stairs, she suddenly heard those familiar menacing voices. It was the very group that had previously tormented her. They had returned. Isn't this our young Master Tang? Where are you heading? We've been out enjoying ourselves these past few days, so we didn't come to greet you, young Master Tang. It seems you've been doing quite well for yourself. Since things are going so smoothly, why not treat us to a drink? We should catch up properly and discuss last time's matter. Do you have an explanation for us, young Master Tang? During this period, Tang Shichen had been staying with Qin Feng and the others and hadn't been troubled anymore. Moreover, he hadn't seen these people again. So he had thought they saw he now had new friends and was no longer alone, so they wouldn't dare to bother him anymore. But it turned out he had been wrong. These people hadn't stopped bothering him, they had simply been away for some time. Where had they gone? At this moment Tang Xichen's heart was in turmoil. Because he hadn't seen these people for such a long time, Tang Xichen had let down his guard. Today Qin Feng and Zhang Fan happened to have things to attend to and needed to leave early. But his teacher had stayed late saying he wanted to explain how to complete the upcoming course assignments. So he had delayed a bit longer. Because it was his elective course teacher, not the same teacher as Qin Feng and the others. So Qin Feng and the others couldn't wait for him. But he never expected that this one time would result in these people targeting him. When had these people returned? Why were they coming after him again? Could he really not escape their harassment? Could he not break free from this nightmare? What do you want? Believe me, if you dare come after me again, I'll tell the school and my parents. I won't take threats from you anymore. These people were already very dissatisfied with Tang Xichen because of the previous matter. Last time they had wanted to give Tang Xichen a good lesson, but it hadn't succeeded. This time they had finally caught Tang Xichen alone, and they wouldn't let him go no matter what. But they didn't expect him to dare say such things. This made these young men very unhappy. One by one they moved closer surrounding Tang Xichen. The design drafts in Tang Xichen's hands were naturally seen by them as well. These young men couldn't understand what Tang Xichen was holding at all. They only knew that Tang Xichen was holding it so carefully, so it must be something he cherished. So they tore those design drafts into pieces right in front of Tang Xichen. Then they threw them into the air, and the paper fragments fell like heavy snow. What are you doing? Just kidding. These scraps probably aren't worth much money, right? Oh my, you're so upset. It seems this thing is really important to you. Well, I'm sorry, but we slipped and accidentally tore it up like this. You'll just have to prepare another copy. How dare you treat me like this? How dare you? I won't be bullied by you anymore. I'll tell the school authorities and you'll pay for this. You little brat, looks like you don't know when to quit. You dare threaten us. Who do you think you are? What do you think you can make us pay? Let me tell you, if we wanted to getting rid of you would be as simple as stepping on a bug. You'd better think carefully. I will never let you go, never. I'll make you pay, all of you will pay, you demons. I won't let you off, not a chance. You're all animals. This kid is pretty bold, daring to talk to us like that. Are you going to keep tolerating this? Do you really want to wait for him to report us to the school authorities? When did this kid get so bold? Looks like he's grown teeth and can bite back. Let's teach him a lesson and see if he dares to be this arrogant again. Looks like it's been too long since he got disciplined. He's forgotten how to speak to us properly. In the past, hearing such words from these people, Tang Xichen would have trembled with fear and never dared to stand up to them. He would only meekly shrink aside, accept the sorrow of losing his belongings, and silently endure this hardship. But now he had learned to resist. He became agitated, clutching items close to his chest as he faced them down. Tang Xichen, filled with rising emotion, held tightly to everything within reach as he confronted them. These people were experiencing this kind of situation for the first time. They had never imagined that the gentle person they had bullied would ever stand up for himself. They had never expected that they would be the ones affected. They wanted to approach Tang Xichen and calm the situation. Unexpectedly, word reached Qin Feng and Zhang Fan quickly. After receiving messages from classmates in their elective course with Tang Xichen, they returned to campus promptly. When they arrived, they found Tang Xichen in a highly agitated state. He had marks on him, but he seemed completely unaware, still continuing to face the others. The others were continually backing away. Though they hadn't suffered serious harm, they appeared thoroughly disheveled. Qin Feng and Zhang Fan quickly stepped forward and gently calmed him. Then they referenced school authority, which persuaded the others not to linger further, and they departed. What happened? You've never acted this way before. Were they troubling you? What's going on? After ensuring everyone had departed, Qin Feng assumed the matter would rest there. He recognized he would need to continue watching over Tang Xichen. But he hadn't anticipated that the torn design drafts would become a focal point. Before they could even attempt to restore the damaged drafts, the incident had already been brought to the attention of the college dean. Consequently, before they had even left campus grounds, they were summoned back to the dean's office. Not only had it stirred up the college dean, but it had also directly drawn the attention of the Tang family. Representatives from the Tang family arrived at the school within half an hour to speak with the dean. Because the surveillance footage showed that Tang Xichen had made the first move and the others did have visible marks on them. What is going on here? Tang Xichen, you have always been a model student. How could you resort to physical violence at school? Not only that, you were hurling chairs at your classmates. What if someone had been injured? What exactly happened? Couldn't this have been resolved through discussion? Dean Tang was feeling quite troubled, as two of the students who had been causing trouble were also quite formidable. Although they were from different colleges than Qin Feng and his companions, they insisted they had merely come to observe how the elective course instructor was teaching. They wanted to select this instructor again next semester, and by chance encountered their old acquaintance Tang Xichen. They had some prior friction with Tang Xichen, who had never been fond of them. So when they approached Tang Xichen to inquire about how to complete the assignments given by this elective instructor, Tang Xichen immediately fell into an argument with them. In a fit of anger, they tore the things from Tang Xichen's arms. But they had not anticipated that Tang Xichen would physically strike at them. They claimed they were merely acting in self-defense. That is not the truth at all. Dean, that is not how it happened. They have been bullying me all along. This is not the first time they have treated me this way. Once they extorted my allowance and demanded I pay them protection money. They are nothing but bullies. Dean, you cannot listen to them. These students indeed carried rather poor reputations within their respective departments. Unfortunately, 2 of them came from influential families. Moreover, the dean they sought out was not the dean of their own college. Instead, they went to the dean of Tang Shichen and Qin Feng's college. That dean was naturally inclined to favor the powerful over the weak. When nothing major was at stake, he was essentially a harmless man. However, whenever a conflict arose between a student from an influential family and one from an ordinary background, he would inevitably show favoritism. Although such behavior was somewhat understandable in this situation, Tang Shichen ended up being the one who suffered. You claim they have been bullying you, so why did you not resist earlier? Why now? If they bullied you, you should have reported it to the school sooner rather than attempting to resolve it yourself. Hearing these words from the dean, Tang Shichen felt a profound ache in his heart and was about to speak in his own defense when suddenly a familiar voice came from the office doorway. Ironically, the voice Tang Shichen heard most often belonged to the Tang family butler rather than his own father, for he rarely had the opportunity to see his father. His father was always deeply dissatisfied with him, believing he lacked the qualities of a true heir. He doted on his eldest brother and favored his younger siblings, yet never gave a second glance to his second son. When this incident occurred, his father could only spare a butler, attempting to dismiss the matter entirely. Sir, may I ask who you are? I have come to handle this matter on behalf of our young master. Our family's second son has been subjected to such treatment at your school. How does your institution intend to resolve this? Tang Shichen had already lost hope, but upon hearing the butler's words, he looked up in disbelief. It was the first time his family had ever come to his aid. His posture straightened instantly, yet he failed to notice the coldness mixed with a trace of sympathy in the butler's eyes. The school will certainly handle this matter fairly and will not tolerate such behavior. Please rest assured, sir. Then I ask that the dean resolve this matter before my eyes, so I may report back to our family head. After all, our young master enrolled here to receive an education, not to be bullied by unruly students. Thanks to the butler's intervention, those who had bullied Tang Shichen all received disciplinary action. They meekly apologized and promised never to harass him again. Although Tang Shichen could sense their lingering resentment, he was too overwhelmed to care. Yet Qin Feng could not shake the feeling that something about the butler seemed unusual. As expected, once those who had bullied Tang Shichen departed, the Tang family butler directly delivered a message from the family head, Tang Shichen's father. He reprimanded Tang Shichen for striking a classmate in this incident, for losing emotional control and behaving so disgracefully in public, bringing shame upon the Tang family. Should anything like this occur again, they would no longer intervene on Tang Shichen's behalf. If such incidents continued, he would be expelled and sent abroad to continue his studies. But I was the one being bullied. They were the ones harassing me. In the Tang family, those who are bullied are deemed worthless. I hope the young master remembers that earning respect through one's own abilities is what matters. Then no one will dare mistreat you. Those are the family head's words. I trust the young master will take them to heart. I shall take my leave now. Hearing the butler's words, Qin Feng could see the embarrassment and sorrow on Tang Shichen's face. Unable to remain silent, he spoke up in Tang Shichen's defense. If your Tang family cannot even protect your own, isn't that far more shameful? And if this is your philosophy of neglect, then why bring children into this world at all? Sir, this is an internal family matter for the Tangs. This is the elite education policy we have always upheld, and it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if you wish to meddle, you are welcome to protect our young master. We would be willing to compensate you accordingly, as his bodyguard. Tang Shichen, unwilling to let Qin Feng suffer the butler's humiliation, dismissed him directly. Accepting the outcome, he then left the dean's office with Qin Feng and Zhang Fan. Once everyone had departed, Qin Feng found an empty classroom and sincerely praised Tang Shichen. He had done remarkably well this time. He had learned to stand up for himself and surpassed his former self. He had truly impressed Qin Feng. He should not heed the butler's nonsense. After all, he would always be his friend. Next time such a situation arose, he must notify Qin Feng and Zhang Fan promptly. He absolutely should not bear such burdens alone again. I am so distressed. I truly am. I was the one who was bullied, so why must they treat me this way? Why can't even my own family protect me? Then we will grow strong together and protect ourselves. You are not alone. You still have us. Tang Shichen still felt somewhat distressed inside, but upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he nodded, as if he had finally summoned his courage. He did not dwell on the matter further. However, when he saw the torn design sketches in his school bag, a wave of sadness inevitably washed over him. These design sketches had been drawn by him in recent days with such dedication that he barely remembered to eat or rest. He had sincerely hoped they would serve as a pleasant surprise for Qin Feng. Yet now that surprise had been ruined. He felt somewhat guilty toward Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng simply took Tang Shichen's design sketches from him. Qin Feng immediately labeled the backs of these design sketches with serial numbers according to their original positions, then carefully pieced them together one by one and meticulously reattached them with adhesive tape. Look, isn't this working out fine? Fortunately, those guys only tore it a couple of times and didn't shred all the manuscripts completely, otherwise we wouldn't be able to reassemble it so seamlessly. There's no need for this, Qin Feng. I'll just redraw another copy. Everything is still stored in my mind anyway, so I only need to transcribe these design sketches on a fresh paper. Don't put yourself through such trouble. Actually, this approach works quite well. Moreover, those torn fragments, if they appeared on our garments, might create an entirely different kind of beauty. With you saying that there really is something to this idea? Impressive, old Tang. Who would have guessed you had such talent? From now on, I'm following your lead. When you become a top fashion designer, remember to share some opportunity with your buddy. That's easily arranged. If I truly do become a leading fashion designer in the future, I'll take care of all of you. Without your support, I never would have found the courage. I might have simply been pushed around by them. Quit talking like that going forward. The three of us brothers will work together, and I'll make sure they never dare to look down on us again. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang Xichen nodded firmly. The three of them continued their efforts, and once every design manuscript was pieced together, Qin Feng gazed in amazement at the complete design drafts. A single design manuscript alone would have been enough to astonish him. Yet he never imagined Tang Xichen possessed such remarkable talent. The remaining sketches revealed equally enormous business potential. As long as these garments could be designed and brought to market, he was certain they would once again reap substantial profits. How did Tang Xichen's mind work to conceive such beautiful clothing designs? With garments possessing such artistic vision, they were guaranteed to make considerable earnings. My Tang, you're simply extraordinary. Qin Feng was so thrilled, he nearly hugged Tang Xichen tightly in excitement. Since both were men, that gesture was naturally dropped. After carefully assembling the striking design manuscript, he handed it directly to Park Guangna. This time too, Park Guangna and her staff offered unanimous approval. Indeed, due to this partnership with Qin Feng and his team, Park Guangna's Baying Garment Factory had reopened its doors. Yet the original facility was vast, and now only 1/3 was operational. Park Guangna planned to reactivate the remaining 2 sections once their capital grew sufficiently. Should Qin Feng's shop expand significantly within a short span, reaching triple its original capacity, the garment factory could open another section accordingly. Furthermore, several veteran workers from the factory had returned. Upon learning Baying Garment Factory remained operational rather than being sold off, they eagerly came back. Many were willing to return even without additional pay, choosing to stay and support the effort. This deeply moved Park Guangna. Though wages had not risen substantially, reuniting the team proved the greatest blessing fortune could offer. 3 more days passed before every garment was completed. When the sample pieces arrived at Qin Feng's hands, he discovered they possessed an even richer texture than the paper sketches suggested. This deepened an indescribable admiration he felt toward Tang Xichen. Qin Feng and his companions were taken aback, as was Tang Xichen himself, who hadn't anticipated such results. The garments rendered from his paper designs turned out so beautifully. Clearly, Baying Garment Factory deserved its decades-long reputation. They were able to transform mental visions into tangible reality with such precision. Turning 2-dimensional concepts into 3-dimensional form was an absolute blessing for their design studio. They're truly stunning. I believe with the right promotion, these pieces could become bestsellers. However, we'll need to trouble that young lady once more to help with marketing. I'll reach out to her. Each time new garments arrived, Qin Feng sought out Zhou Jiaojiao, and this occasion was no different. He brought the fresh designs directly to her dormitory and called her. He also sent her a message outlining the situation. Upon learning of new clothing, Zhou Jiaojiao felt a mix of hesitation, desire, and excitement. Yet she had already promoted Qin Feng's products several times before. While the quality and design were excellent, she felt she was nearing becoming his exclusive promotional partner. Though none of these items appeared in her showcase, her comment section had filled with rivals deliberately posting negative remarks. It wasn't fragility, it was simply that she disliked seeing such negativity. Nevertheless, unable to resist the beautiful garments, Zhou Jiaojiao wavered before finally agreeing. Downstairs, Qin Feng handed Zhou Jiaojiao the elegantly wrapped clothing. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingshua's roommate spotted the exchange. They were all aware of the history between Qin Feng and Yi Qingxua, and knew Yi Qingxua and Zhou Jiaojiao shared an exceptionally close bond. But they hadn't expected Qin Feng and Zhou Jiaojiao to be so close, that gift-giving was so natural. Could Qin Feng be pursuing Zhou Jiaojiao? Their roommates buzzed with curiosity, yet dared not discuss it openly around Yi Qingxua. They waited until returning to the dorm to carefully share their thoughts. Coincidentally, Yi Qingxua happened to be at the doorway returning for something she had forgotten and overheard their conversation. Do you think Qin Feng might actually be pursuing Zhou Jiaojiao? That woman may sound delicate from her name, but she's quite fierce. Only pretty on the outside. I think she has a decent personality. But Qin Feng's past with Lin Yingying, you know about that. And then there's Xiao Shui. This matter must absolutely not reach Xiao Shui. Zhou Jiaojiao is her dearest friend, and the two have grown up side by side since childhood. If she were to truly discover the truth, what if she grew angry? yet withholding it from her felt as though she were being wronged by her own closest companion. Xiao Shui is such a lovely person. Why does everyone seem bent on troubling her? We should find an opportunity to tell her. She already saw someone delivering clothes to Zhou Jiaojiao right outside the girls' dormitory. She will surely notice soon enough, so it would be better to let her prepare herself in advance. That may be true, but what if it hurts Xiao Shui? Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Has she not been busy preparing for an exam these past few days? If it were to distract her from this important exam, that would not be good at all. Then let us wait a bit longer. Besides, we may have misjudged the situation entirely. What if those clothes were not meant for Zhou Jiaojiao at all, but for Xiao Shui? If we rush to tell her prematurely, she will surely misunderstand. Unbeknownst to her roommates, Xiao Shui had been standing quietly outside the door, having heard every single word they spoke. Yi Qingxue could scarcely believe that Zhou Jiaojiao, who had once shown such clear distaste for Qin Feng, had actually accepted a gift from him. Deep within her heart, Yi Qingxue knew very well that this present was undoubtedly not meant for her. Previously, Zhou Jiaojiao had indeed purchased 2 beautiful outfits and had directly brought one set to her. But this time no clothing had come her way, which meant Qin Feng had genuinely intended these clothes solely for Zhou Jiaojiao. Could it be that the two of them were truly together now? Though her heart harbored affection for Qin Feng if he favored Zhou Jiaojiao, and Zhou Jiaojiao returned those feelings, then as her dearest friend, she would certainly choose to step aside. But I must seek clarification from her myself. With this resolve firm in her heart, Yi Qingxue went straight to Zhou Jiaojiao's dormitory. Seeing Zhou Jiaojiao indeed trying on a particularly beautiful outfit inside, a quiet ache settled in Yi Qingxue's chest. Zhou Jiaojiao felt a pang of guilt upon seeing Yi Qingxue approach. Even when Qin Feng had delivered the clothes to her, she had asked whether Yi Qingxue would receive a set as well. Qin Feng had somewhat apologetically explained that he had been in such a hurry that time and could only bring one set. He promised that when he came again tomorrow he would bring the other set along. So Zhou Jiaojiao wanted to try it on first to see how the outfit looked on her. If it turned out to be handsome, she would take the second set to Yi Qingxue once it arrived the next day. But Yi Qingxue had consistently declined Qin Feng's advances. Although she understood that Yi Qingxue harbored feelings for Qin Feng after all they had been through, she could also appreciate her best friend's desire to no longer remain entangled with him. Yet here she was secretly assisting Qin Feng behind her best friend's back, even giving clothes from Qin Feng's studio to Yi Qingxue. She did not know whether Yi Qingxue would be upset if she learned of this. Xiao Shui, why have you come? Are you no longer welcome here? Not at all. I am simply changing. There is no one else in our dorm, so please make yourself comfortable. This dress is so beautiful. However, the design style reminds me of what you gave me before. Where did you purchase it? A friend gave it to me. If you like it, I will have him bring another set tomorrow. Never mind. I cannot accept such a generous gift without having earned it. You must have helped him with something, which is why he gave you clothes. I have done nothing for him. How could I possibly accept them freely? No, that is not the case at all. He would be more than happy to give them to you. Please do not refuse. If you like them, I will have him bring a few more sets as well. You seem quite close with this friend. If you simply ask him to bring extra clothes, will he really do so? Of course he will. He would be quite willing to see these garments worn by a beautiful person such as you. Hearing Zhou Jiaojiao speak in this manner, Yi Qingxue no longer wished to beat around the bush. She asked Zhou Jiaojiao directly whether Qin Feng had given her the clothes, whether Qin Feng was courting her, and whether she had already decided to be with him. Zhou Jiaojiao was somewhat bewildered by the question and instinctively denied it, insisting that she did not like Qin Feng and asking how she could possibly be with him. Yi Qingxue then shared what her roommates had told her and asked Zhou Jiaojiao if she did not like Qin Feng, why had he sent her clothes? Was he hoping she would help him with something? And where did these garments come from? I promised him that I would not reveal this to others, but you are not an outsider. He has opened a clothing studio, and these garments are from his collection. He asked me to help promote his work, which is why he gave me clothes. It is not that he likes me. How could he? The one he likes is you. The one he likes is you. Hearing Zhou Jiaojiao say this, Yi Qingxue automatically brushed aside the final sentence. She simply could not bring herself to believe it. Nevertheless, she understood what was truly happening. After finishing her fitting, Zhou Jiaojiao asked Yi Qingxue to tell her whether she looked pretty in the outfit. Yi Qingxue also found the dress lovely, but she politely declined the second set that Qin Feng planned to deliver the following day. Zhou Jiaojiao felt somewhat uneasy for having kept this from her best friend for so long, so she gifted the very outfit she was wearing to Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue admired the clothing deeply, but she still resolved to purchase similar pieces with her own money in the future. She simply asked Zhou Jiaojiao to help her find them. After sharing a few tender words between close friends, both concluded that Qin Feng might have genuinely changed. Qin Feng's business continued to flourish. As Tang Xichen unveiled one new design after another, Qin Feng's clothing studio steadily earned greater profits. Everyone grew increasingly thrilled, especially Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan. Although Qin Feng's shop had hired several other assistants, no one felt more exhilarated than the three of them. Qin Feng remained comparatively composed, for he knew that given Tang Xichen's designs and the outstanding quality of the garments produced by Beiying Garment Factory, it would be a true disappointment if their clothes failed to capture widespread attention after all their hard work. The situation was different for the others. Zhang Fan had already recouped his initial investment, and even Tang Xichen no longer needed to rely on his family for pocket money. He was now earning his own livelihood. Many young women showed great fondness for the clothing from their studio. Qin Feng discussed the matter with the team and decided to open another shop near their university, slightly larger than their previous studio. Since this studio had been jointly established by the three of them, all three were considered owners within it. Though both Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen tended to follow Qin Feng's lead more often. Yet Qin Feng also deeply respected their thoughts and opinions. For instance, when considering opening a shop near the university, Qin Feng first discussed it with them, and then carefully analyzed the advantages and considerations involved. In the end, the three of them together selected a location and carefully renovated the shop. Afterwards, most of their clothing inventory was moved into this store. The previous fashion design studio was transformed into a workspace where Tang Xichen could come during his free time to design clothes. Their main business operations would thereafter be centered at this shop. Of course, they would also sell through an online store. Even for online orders, all items were packed and shipped directly from their physical shop. After opening the shop at the university gate, they attracted considerable attention from college students. Since many people now enjoyed browsing online, when they discovered this wonderful clothing shop was located near their own university, excitement spread quickly. Quite a number of students came to purchase clothing near the school campus. I'm glad you suggested we rent such a spacious shop when the clothing sales were doing so well. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had enough stock. College students' purchasing power is truly remarkable. It's because the clothes look wonderful. Whether someone wears makeup or not, whether they are slender or curvy, tall or short, as long as they find the right fit, these garments look beautiful on everyone. You won't have to worry about matching outfits with others. That's why I say the real talent here is our designer Tang. Without your beautifully designed pieces, we wouldn't have earned so much. Well said, Ponzi. I completely agree. Designer Tang will surely become a world-class fashion designer in the future. We must stay close to such promising talent. Could you two stop teasing me? I've simply designed some clothes. How can you claim I'll definitely become an international fashion designer? Please don't flatter me so. That's where you're wrong, brother. You must believe in your potential to reach the pinnacle of international fashion design. I'll be counting on you to support us someday. The three of them chatted cheerfully, and Qin Feng also discussed with them the matter of hiring more employees. After all, their shop was quite large, spanning 2 floors. With only themselves and the original staff working, they might not be able to serve customers properly. Plus, their clothing had always been popular, so Qin Feng's proposal was soon approved. Since Tang Xichen always designed complete collections, and after Qin Feng offered some suggestions on details, he brought out all the fashion sketches he had created during his spare time. Each piece was refined with greater attention to detail, making them more suitable for everyday wear while maintaining their fashionable and elegant appeal. All were then sent to Beiying Garment Factory for production. As the shop grew larger and customer flow increased, their order volume naturally grew as well. Both online and offline, their newly launched clothing brand rapidly entered the shopping lists of college students across the internet in ways that others found difficult to understand. Qin Feng and his 2 partners gradually became more like hands-off owners. After hiring all the necessary staff, they no longer needed to handle daily operations personally. Qin Feng would occasionally visit the shop to check on things. Zhang Fan's role was simply to manage the accounts. Tang Xichen continued his fashion design work. Whenever inspiration struck, he could produce dozens of distinct designs, each full of unique style. Of course, Tang Xichen sometimes created pieces with styles that his friends found hard to fully appreciate. Those designs were typically produced in smaller quantities. In response, Tang Xichen could only smile with understanding. He could clearly distinguish between the pieces he designed for commercial sale and those born from his artistic inspiration, knowing which would resonate with buyers and which were more personal creations. However, what Qin Feng had not anticipated was that 1 month after opening, when he visited the shop for inspection, he happened to encounter several male classmates with whom he had previously had disagreements. As Qin Feng just walked into the shop, he accidentally bumped into a customer. He instinctively wanted to apologize, but unexpectedly heard the person call out his name. Qin Feng, why are you here? Are you here shopping too? Do you think these clothes look nice on you? But someone like you truly doesn't belong wearing such clothing. I heard you've been busy with business lately. Why haven't you treated yourself to a proper outfit? You probably want to browse here, but that would be difficult. These clothes on you would look like rags dressed in gold, awkward and mismatched. You should go to those underground clothing markets instead. Only there would you find garments suited to you. The clothing at Qin Feng's store was priced slightly higher than other shops, but the quality was exceptionally good. So many people came to purchase. They never expected to encounter such unpleasant individuals. Qin Feng had no intention of engaging with them. But surprisingly, after noticing what Qin Feng was wearing, they mistook him for a staff member and deliberately made things difficult for him. Aren't you here to buy clothes? Since you feel you can't afford them, perhaps you should leave rather than lingering. If that's the case, please excuse us. I still need to stay here for a while. So he's not a customer, but an employee. I thought he was building his own business, but turns out he's working for others. Waiter, come attend to your masters and help them try on clothes. Qin Feng had previously had conflicts with these classmates back in school. Their remarks were nothing new to him, and he simply chose to ignore them. But just then an employee who heard the commotion walked over. Seeing Qin Feng, she respectfully asked whether he would like to review the monthly financial report. I'll head to the office in a moment. Please place it there. I'd like to check which styles sold best this quarter. Certainly, Boss Qin. You are actually the boss. What are you talking about? How could he possibly be a boss? Are your ears broken? Didn't you hear how that shop assistant addressed him just now? What incredible luck. I never thought someone like him could open a shop and become a boss. Wait, he's already a boss now, so it wouldn't bother him if we just took a few pieces of clothing from his store to wear, right? Exactly, Qin Feng, you're already a boss. It shouldn't be any problem for such a successful entrepreneur to treat his classmates right. In my opinion, he should just get everyone in our class a piece as our class uniform. Wouldn't that be great? Qin Feng had not wanted the shop assistant to reveal his identity. But unfortunately, the assistant failed to catch the hint, so these people found out directly. This was precisely why Qin Feng was reluctant to let Zhou Jiaojiao reveal this matter. He was worried about situations like this. He didn't have a good relationship with most of these people. So even if he directly asked them to leave, it wouldn't be a problem. But what about those who had a good relationship with Qin Feng? True good friends wouldn't deliberately take advantage in such situations. But what if school leaders came and wanted to buy clothes from their store? Would Qin Feng still charge them the original price? Once he revealed that he was the boss of this clothing store, it would truly bring him a lot of trouble. Qin Feng's expression darkened slightly as he looked at the classmates in front of him. You've lost all sense of propriety, haven't you? How can you even bring yourselves to say such things? Hearing Qin Feng speak, these people reacted like cats caught with their tails stepped on, immediately flying into a rage and accusing Qin Feng of being stingy. You've made so much money, can't you spare dozens of pieces? There aren't that many people in our class, how can you be so stingy? He's always been a stingy person, otherwise why would no one want to hang out with him except for that fat guy? Do you really think we care about your clothes? They're just SOSO anyway. We wouldn't bother buying them. Seeing that these people were beginning to affect the business in the store, Qin Feng directly looked at the employee who had just revealed his identity. That employee seemed to realize he had done something wrong and quickly retreated. Then he directly called over 2 other employees. These 2 employees were recruited by Qin Feng specifically according to the standards for athletic students. Coincidentally, they both happened to graduate from their school. Previously, they had worked at a security company, and Qin Feng offered them quite a generous salary. Plus, they had also taken a liking to Qin Feng's identity as a junior schoolmate. So they came directly to his store working as both shop assistants and something like security guards. As soon as these 2 tall and sturdy employees appeared, those timid classmates like little chicks immediately dared not speak anymore. If you come here to consume, I welcome you very much. But don't think that, because we are classmates, I will indulge you to do whatever you want here. If you want to buy, buy. If not, don't stay here and disrupt my business. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report you to the relevant authorities for disturbing the peace. Qin Feng's words, combined with the presence of those 2 tall athletic students, directly scared off his classmates. After seeing everyone out, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he told the employees in the store, if there were no special circumstances, it was best not to reveal their identities in public. In the future, if they encountered situations like this, they could simply ignore them. The employee who had first called out Qin Feng's identity was also very apologetic and wanted to apologize to Qin Feng. Qin Feng simply waved his hand casually and did not take the matter to heart. He was only worried that those guys might come looking for trouble. While Qin Feng was feeling concerned about the leak of his identity, Zhou Jiaojiao was simultaneously becoming hugely popular from live streaming the clothing in Qin Feng's store. Because she was already a relatively popular minor influencer with tens of thousands of followers. But unexpectedly, after her fans bought the clothing from Qin Feng's store, they spontaneously began promoting it as well. The sales volume of Qin Feng's store increased more and more, and some even dug up that she was the very first influencer to promote the clothing from Qin Feng's store. Her fan base continued to grow. Many netizens dug up her previous shares about good products she had used. Many netizens, through her recommendations, had actually improved their skin condition. Their fashion sense had become quite good as well. Gradually, when Zhou Jiaojiao started her next live stream, she discovered that her fan count had actually increased quite a bit during the nearly half month she had not live streamed. She had no choice, her course load had been extremely heavy during these past half months. She had long since told her fans on the platform that she might not be able to live stream for 1 or 2 weeks. She never expected her fan count to grow so rapidly. So many people hope I will share the clothing from Qin Feng's store with them again, and they hope I can put it in my showcase, hoping we can drive the price down. But the clothing at Qin Feng's store is already affordable enough. Given the quality being able to sell at that price, Zhou Jiaojiao truly felt it was quite a bargain. But she was still grateful to Qin Feng for giving her an opportunity to become popular. Not long after Qin Feng received a visit from a person in charge sent by a major brand. They said they hoped to cooperate with Qin Feng and his store. They really liked the clothing they had sold and very much hoped to build a brand new brand together. In his previous life, Qin Feng had also done some business and had wrestled on the battlefield of commerce, having seen similar situations before. So regarding the conditions the other party mentioned, Qin Feng was relatively satisfied. But Qin Feng did not agree immediately. Instead, he said he needed to discuss it with his companions first. Because this clothing store was also opened jointly by him and several companions. So he could not make this decision by himself alone. After Qin Feng found an opportunity to discuss this matter with Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan, he ultimately chose to agree. After all, such a major brand was proactively seeking cooperation with them. If they failed to seize this opportunity, the three of them would surely regret it. Qin Feng's store was not affected by those earlier individuals. Those guys had also tried to smear Qin Feng, but unfortunately Qin Feng's popularity far exceeded theirs. This matter still reached the ears of Lin Yingying. When Lin Yingying learned that Qin Feng had opened the recently popular clothing store, she once again stirred up the desire to reconcile with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, your ex-girlfriend, came to find you again. What exactly is going on? Weren't you two already broken up? I thought she was pretty close with that guy named Zhao Kanan recently. Why is she coming back to you now? Due to the gossip of some curious classmates, everyone in the class had already learned that Qin Feng was the owner of that popular internet-famous clothing store. Everyone kept coming over to ask when Qin Feng would launch the next season's collection. Since Qin Feng had only revealed his own identity and Zhang Fan was merely an investor, it did not matter if their identities were exposed. However, Tang Xichen's identity remained concealed. Qin Feng had once discussed with Tang Xichen whether they would be willing to publicly acknowledge that all the clothing designs were theirs. To his surprise, Tang Xichen repeatedly declined. With a bitter smile, Tang Xichen told Qin Feng that the current small-scale operations were nothing significant. They hoped to wait until Qin Feng's store expanded into a provincial chain before revealing their identity. At that time, he would also make his family know that he was not a good-for-nothing. You have never been a good-for-nothing. You are our future internationally recognized top fashion designer. I believe you will definitely reach that height. Since you do not wish to reveal your identity now, I will keep it hidden for you for the time being. Qin Feng respected Tang Xichen's choice and never let anyone know that Tang Xichen designed these clothes. The classmates in the store all thought he had hired a fashion designer from somewhere else. They also somewhat immodestly hoped Qin Feng would directly gift them a few pieces of clothing. And some jokingly said they hoped Qin Feng's store could offer some benefits. For instance, during occasions like Goddess Day or Carnival, they could offer some minor perks. This would also help boost the store's sales. Fortunately, the coursework for Qin Feng's major was not particularly heavy. And with graduation approaching, everyone began looking for jobs. Qin Feng had opened a clothing store which better inspired everyone to try starting their own businesses. For this, Qin Feng even received direct praise from the teacher. Although there was no startup capital, showing off in front of friends was inevitable. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yingying learned again that Qin Feng was actually the owner of that clothing store. So she came running to Qin Feng again. Zhao Kanan had previously spent so much money on her and done so many things for her. He had almost faced disciplinary action from the school. Unexpectedly, after learning that Qin Feng had opened a clothing store, Lin Yingying still felt Qin Feng could give her more face. She also thought about how good Qin Feng had been to her before. So she believed that as long as she turned back, Qin Feng would definitely get back together with her. She then actively found Qin Feng, intending to rekindle their past relationship. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng treated Lin Yingying with indifference, his disdain for her evident. He simply refused to pay her any attention. Even when Lin Yingying came to the classroom to find Qin Feng, his attitude towards her was the same. Trouble yourself to have some dignity. Can you stop pestering me? How many times has this happened before? It is quite disgusting. Qin Feng's attitude towards Lin Yingying could be described as quite harsh. I know about the past matters and you are angry with me. I know everything I did before was wrong, but it was because I loved you too much. That is why I acted that way. Could you give me another chance? Qin Feng, I really know my mistakes now. Please give me another chance. I promise this kind of thing will absolutely not happen again in the future. Please give me another chance, okay? But Lin Yingying thought about how Qin Feng had been able to expand the store this much in just a few months. Who knows how impressive it could become in the future. She absolutely had to cling to Qin Feng's success. As for Zhao Kanan, forget it. He was essentially a brainless nouveau riche. As long as she could get money from him, that was sufficient. However, seeing Qin Feng's attitude towards her, Lin Yingying made two preparations. She had originally planned to directly dump Zhao Kanan, but Qin Feng showed no willingness to accept her, which stirred new thoughts in her mind. What if Qin Feng continued like this, and she also dumped Zhao Kanan? Then who would spend money on her in the future? So she kept Zhao Kanan dangling on one hand, while seeking out Qin Feng on the other. When Zhao Kanan caught her returning from Qin Feng's classroom and confronted her, she actually threw herself into Zhao Kanan's arms and wept pitifully. I like the clothes in their store, but the staff there said because I offended their boss they will not sell me the clothes. I just wanted to buy a set of clothes from him. You can see it too. Many students at school are wearing clothes from their store. I really want to buy such beautiful clothes, but Qin Feng is being too unreasonable. I have already apologized to him. What else does he want from me? Lin Yingying's few words directly redirected Zhao Canan's anger towards Qin Feng, who told Qin Feng to be ungrateful and dare to treat her this way. Thus, under Lin Yingying's manipulation, Zhao Canan increasingly believed that Qin Feng was the one being ungrateful and failing to read the situation. If that was the case, then he would find people to cause trouble at Qin Feng's store. After all, with enough money, what could not be accomplished? Although those people before had also suffered misfortune, he himself had not encountered any troubles. In the end, this matter never traced back to him. So Zhao Canan planned to act again. He directly found people to deliberately cause trouble at Qin Feng's store, and they even injured a female employee at Qin Feng's shop. That female employee happened to be the one who had accidentally exposed Qin Feng's identity first. The female employee was sent directly to the hospital due to her injuries. Those who caused trouble at the store were well-known hoodlums on the street. Nobody knew how many times they had been detained. Even if they were caught again, it would not matter. And they did not have any money on them. After Qin Feng learned of this news, he immediately volunteered to pay for the female employee's medical treatment at the hospital. Wait until the injury heals, and then come back. However, before he could finish dealing with this matter, rumors suddenly spread online about him being together with Yi Qingxue. The content spread online claimed that Qin Feng was cheating on his girlfriend Lin Yingying, who had been by his side all along, and after getting wealthy, he looked down on her. He directly targeted the campus beauty of their Jiangxing University. He even dragged Yi Qingxue into this matter. The internet also shared many images of Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue walking together. There were even maliciously photoshopped images. Some people even brought up events from a few months ago, causing everyone to discuss the matters on the internet extensively. Zhao Canan and Lin Yingying, the masterminds behind this incident, hid behind the internet watching scene after seeing unfold online. Excellent. The public opinion had already been ignited. Anything bizarre could happen at university. But what people detested most were those who deliberately inserted themselves into others' relationships. So what if she was the campus beauty? The so-called pure and innocent campus beauty turned out to be far from pure. She had actually become the third party in someone else's relationship. She had even directly stolen someone else's boyfriend. Although many people came forward to clarify that Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue were not actually together, these claims online were completely fabricated. Lin Yingying was no better, yet under the influence of paid internet trolls, the matter still caused an uproar on the campus network. Sometimes certain people deliberately harbor resentment. Others surpass them in ability to achieve greater heights and prove more capable. After discovering that Qin Feng was actually the owner of that popular online clothing store, many male students on campus began discussing him. They would boast about how they could run it better if given the chance, saying all sorts of dismissive remarks. This led many to see the post on campus forums and immediately lash out without thinking twice. Many on campus pointed fingers at Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, eagerly dissecting their affair. It started within Jiangxing University's campus network, but Zhao Canan and Lin Yingying gradually expanded its reach outward. They spread wild rumors online about how affectionate the couple appeared, insinuating Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue's relationship was shameless. They even fabricated sweet moments between Qin Feng and Lin Yingying, reframing his devoted attention as ideal boyfriend behavior. Yet this devoted partner was lured away by a deceitful woman who then devastated his original girlfriend to the brink of depression. The two instigators never anticipated paying for their actions one day. By the time Qin Feng learned of the situation, Yi Qingxue's friends had already approached him, urging him to address the online rumors. They reported the severe impact on Yi Qingxue, noting that even faculty members had reached out to her directly. Qin Feng noticed an undercurrent of hostility and scorn in the way people looked at him lately. He only understood after stumbling on the post on campus forums 2 days after the controversy erupted. Looking at Yi Qingxue's roommate before him, he could hardly imagine how she had endured these past 2 days. What did this have to do with her? Recognizing the familiar pattern, Qin Feng knew instantly that Lin Yingying was involved, and Zhao Canan was likely helping from behind the scenes. Qin Feng was thoroughly furious this time. After Zhang Fan returned and recounted the full details of what had happened, Qin Feng's anger reached its peak. In a fit of rage, he nearly shattered his newly purchased phone. Composing himself, he commissioned an online investigation to trace the origins of these rumors. Where had they originated? How widespread had they become? How many people were aware? He also investigated everything that had occurred in reality, including the hardships Yi Qingxue had endured. Upon completing the investigation, Qin Feng's fury only intensified. The methods employed were all too familiar. Familiar enough that Qin Feng immediately recognized Zhao Canan as the culprit. Zhang Fan and the others were equally outraged upon learning the full picture. Tang Xichen harbored deep resentment, particularly upon learning that Zhao Canan's father held a managerial position at his family's corporation. His indignation nearly spilled over onto Tang Xichen himself. Though his father still oversaw the family enterprise, his elder brother had begun gaining experience within the organization. Yet when hiring someone couldn't they at least consider their character? Tang Shichen doubted that parents who raised someone like Zhao Kainan could be reasonable people. That female employee is still unconscious in her hospital room. Although the doctors say she will awaken soon, the harm she suffered cannot be easily undone with money. The other party deliberately sought to smear our shop and use simply to destroy our business. They are utterly despicable. Unfortunately, they could only speculate that Zhao Kainan was responsible based on his typical methods. Having learned from the previous incident, Zhao Kainan would certainly avoid leaving traces. Without evidence, the school would likely take no action. Rather, Qin Feng was the first to calm himself and soothe the others' emotions, since anger would be exactly what their opponent desired. Their opponent was watching to see how they would handle this crisis. If Qin Feng truly lost his temper, he would be playing right into their hands. He had to force himself to remain composed. Since everything was conducted online, there must be some trace to follow. Although their methods were sophisticated, if they could find more skillful approaches, they could dismantle the opponent's plans entirely. We cannot continue waiting. Customer traffic at our shop has already declined noticeably in just 2 days. If this continues, our store will surely fail. Qin Feng asked them to wait slightly longer, but after 3 days the data confirmed that the online sentiment had indeed affected customer traffic. Even negative reviews appeared beneath their online store stating that while their clothing quality was good, the owner's character was questionable. Customers declared they had no intention of supporting such a man. Seeing the situation deteriorating further, Qin Feng finally decided to take action. Their opponent intended to drive them to despair, not to stop at some reasonable limit. Qin Feng searched online for someone who could assist him. His first choice was a top-tier hacker. Fortunately, the hacker he needed happened to be located in Jiangshang as well. Ranked first on Jiangshang University's legendary leaderboard, was reportedly a top-tier hacker who hid within their university. Jiangshang University was regarded as one of the top universities in the country, having produced many high-tech talents. Thus, there were quite a few who excelled in computing, such as this top-ranked hacker, carefree and confident. It was said that he was still quite young and had previously participated in a national-level hacker competition. The hacker competition was an event organized by their Hacker Alliance. Those who could join the Hacker Alliance were exceptional talents in the field of computing, and among them those who won first place at the national-level competition were the elite of the elite. Originally, no one knew he was from the Jiangshang area. Later, the second-place runner-up, who had narrowly missed him, exposed his location, revealing that he was indeed from Jiangshang. Since then, quite a few people had been posting online about their desire to find this top-tier hacker. It was also rumored that this top hacker was actually a student or teacher at Jiangshang University. He was definitely hidden within Jiangshang University. Even the hacker himself had appeared and stated that if anyone could find him, he would agree to help them with a favor. However, the top hacker only posted that single message and then vanished back into the internet. No one knew who he was. According to logic, Qin Feng should not have known either, but thanks to his rebirth he remembered. He recalled that his previous life was about a year later than the current timeline. He had once had the fortune to interact with this hacker. In his memory, this hacker had apparently experienced a car accident at that time. Although his body was unharmed, the facial disfigurement had made him emotionally unstable and moody. His temperament had become extremely irritable. It was because of company matters at that time that he had contacted this hacker. He still remembered the way to reach this hacker. It involved entering a specific URL on a special website. After inputting this URL, it would automatically redirect to the hacker's personal message board. At that point, he could write down his contact information, his requests, as well as whether he wished to meet in person, and if so, the proposed location and other relevant details, all on the message board. If the hacker was willing to accept the commission, he would naturally contact the other party and send a reply. But if he was unwilling, the requester would never receive a response, not even if they waited until the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. He had previously paid a considerable price to obtain this URL. He never imagined that after being reborn he would need to ask this top hacker for help ahead of schedule. Moreover, he remembered that at this time the top hacker had not yet been in a car accident, so his personality should not yet have been affected by the emotional instability caused by the accident. Qin Feng cautiously entered the URL he still vividly remembered from his previous life. As expected, it redirected to a message board. Then Qin Feng followed his own request and directly left his contact information, his address, and what he hoped the hacker could help him with. But unexpectedly, the next day Qin Feng received a call from the other party. "Are you also from Jiangshang University? May I ask who you are? I received your message on the message board. How did you know about my mysterious message board? Who told you?" "Sorry, I promised the other party to keep this confidential. So does contacting me mean you are willing to take on my assignment? This matter has caused quite a stir, and I am aware of it. Consider it my willingness to help. As for the specific details, let us discuss them when we meet. I have sent you an address. Let us meet there at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Qin Feng checked the address the other party sent a moment later. He discovered that it was actually a couple's cafe near the entrance of their school. Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. While single people could certainly visit this cafe, most of the patrons were couples. The other party would not have such thoughts about him, right? Only after arriving did Qin Feng realize that he had completely overthought it. because the other party turned out to be a teenager. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned into speechlessness when he saw this top hacker reveal his face so openly before him. It was the boy named by Inua sitting across from him who tapped on the table, bringing Qin Feng back to his senses. Qin Feng directly took out 20,000 yuan and handed it to Bai Inua. He hoped Bai Inua could help investigate the damaging information about Zhao Kanan and Zhang Fan. He also wanted to uncover the truth behind the rumors that had circulated online. He hoped to trace the specific evidence. Since the boss is being so generous, I will additionally provide you with some other information. I have not been in business for long, but since fate has brought us together, I will help you investigate. Qin Feng had never expected that Bai Inua at this time would be so innocent and lively. It also made Qin Feng develop some fondness for him. He then told Bai Inua that this was merely a deposit. After all the information was completely investigated, he would give him another sum of money. The impact of those online matters on their store was truly too severe. So in order to save the store, he was willing to pay the price, and he also hoped Bai Inua would help him. It is all nothing. In just 2 short days, Bai Inua had thoroughly investigated all the incriminating materials about Zhao Kanan framing students for theft and Lin Yingying bullying classmates, leaving nothing uncovered. He even managed to obtain chat records that should have remained confidential. Additionally, he gathered video evidence from those who had been bullied by Zhao Kanan and Lin Yingying in the past. After organizing all the evidence, he directly handed the USB drive to Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not expect Bai Inua to act so quickly. He generously took out the remaining 30,000 yuan. But unexpectedly, Bai Inua declined Qin Feng. He stated that this investigation could be considered as doing good for society since those 2 individuals were truly repulsive. If you do not wish to accept the money, you can come to our store and take a look. If there are any clothes you like, just tell me your size. In the future, I will reserve similar styles for you, or we will cover all your clothing expenses. Bai Inua agreed with a smile. After returning home, Qin Feng immediately organized the evidence in his hands. Once everything was sorted, Qin Feng directly had someone posted anonymously online. He did not just recruit one person, he even asked Bai Inua to serve as a promoter. This matter caused quite a stir, creating an even greater wave online. The previous gossip was merely an appetizer compared to what has been revealed now. And since this news has come to light, the truth behind all the earlier rumors has also been brought out. After everyone had been criticizing for so long, they turned around to discover that the person they had condemned was actually innocent. The true responsibility lay with those who had manipulated events from behind the scenes. They had been led around in circles. The truly innocent person had endured their criticism for so long. After remaining silent for a considerable period, all the evidence was gathered before finally being released online. Even the timeline and every detail was marked clearly, allowing everyone to take in the complete picture. It was said that people might not even need dinner tonight. After digesting today's revelations, one might feel quite overwhelmed. It was rather difficult to process. In fact, even when Qin Feng was being criticized and Lin Yingying and Zhao Kanan were steering public opinion, some girls had already dared to speak up. They had been curious about why Lin Yingying gave them such an impression. Now seeing the truth laid bare, they realized their instincts had been right all along. Lin Yingying truly was who they had suspected. As public discussion reached its peak, Qin Feng decided to go live on stream, directly addressing the matters at hand. His greatest relief was that despite his past falling out with Lin Yingying, he had preserved all their transaction records, her messages, and phone conversations. Hello everyone. I am Qin Feng, the person at the center of these events. I apologize for meeting you this way. I never expected this matter to stir such widespread attention and consume so much of the public's focus. I believe many of you have already seen the updates that followed. A friend helped me investigate these matters, and I had prepared for this moment long ago. The situation is quite complicated, and I prefer not to elaborate further. The truth is rather unpleasant. I will only say that Lin Yingying and I were never in a relationship. Or perhaps I was merely someone who pursued her devotion. Can such a role be considered a boyfriend? I was not the only one. Many others, including Zhao Kanan, who is also involved in this controversy online, shared similar dynamics with her. Though it seems Zhao Kanan has already been with her. If you still believe we once had a romantic relationship, you may review the records I am about to share. Gifts I purchased, transfers I made, and the various requests she made of me during our time together. She once asked me to record inappropriate videos with other girls. Phone recordings and all related evidence will be shown in this stream. I initially chose not to pursue this matter aggressively, as we had been friends at one point, and I wished to avoid making things unnecessarily difficult. However, as you can see, this situation has affected not only me, but also my family, my friends, and another innocent party. Regarding my relationship with student Yi, what you might call the pure campus beauty, we were never together. After the previous incident, I repeatedly wanted to apologize to student Yi, but she seemed deeply hurt and kept her distance. I did not wish to disturb her life further. The photos showing us together or entering hotels were all edited with face replacements. With technology advancing so far, any 2 faces can be superimposed onto photographs, allowing anyone to fabricate stories at will. You should be able to see that the person in the photos is not me. Student Yi and I never did such things. She is innocent. I may not be a decent person myself. I have made many foolish mistakes, but Student Yi was wrongfully drawn into this. As for why Lin Yingying once told me that she envied Student Yi for being the campus beauty, envied her appearance, and wanted me to ruin Student Ye's reputation so she could take her place. Qin Feng laid out all of Lin Yingying's actions for everyone to see. He also presented the evidence by Inua had gathered to address those who questioned him in the stream, making it clear he intended to reveal the truth. As for how this would affect Lin Yingying going forward, that was no longer his concern. When she had done these things, she should have anticipated the consequences that would follow once everything was exposed. Indeed, before Qin Feng's stream had even ended, Lin Yingying's personal forum was already overwhelmed. I also wish to apologize to all netizens and to everyone who has been affected by my actions. I have made mistakes, and I am not claiming to be a good person. I deserve criticism and blame. But I hope you can spare the innocent people. I used to be blind in my devotion, but now I have awakened. What could be more important than moving forward with my own life? After all, there are plenty of people in this world. Why should I fixate on someone who is never worth my effort? That is all I wish to say today. I hope everyone will think carefully before posting online, for none of us can know the full truth. After speaking these words sincerely, Qin Feng closed the stream. Yet many viewers had recorded the entire broadcast from beginning to end. The stream replay quickly spread across the internet. Zhao Kanan and Lin Yingying became the focus of attention. However, Qin Feng's final words also resonated with someone else. Yi Qingxue had followed Qin Feng's short video account under a pseudonym, so she entered his stream the moment it went live. She watched from start to finish. She had to admit her fixed impressions of Qin Feng had shifted, especially when he sincerely apologized to those who had been caught up in this. A bitter ache suddenly rose within Yi Qingxue's heart. But then she thought again, and happiness filled her heart. As long as Qin Feng would no longer do those things that hurt her in the future, that was all that mattered. But Zhao Qinan and Lin Yingying were in much worse trouble. The online exposes were all irrefutable evidence that simply could not be suppressed. It was unclear what method Qin Feng had employed, but somehow he managed to keep this topic consistently at the very top of the local trending list. And the public outcry had only grown stronger. In today's connected world, something that might once have been known only in a small corner of town. Now, if any small matter is exposed and given visibility, it quickly becomes common knowledge everywhere. Thus, Zhao Qinan and Lin Yingying became the face of a new generation's disgrace. Lin Yingying never expected Qin Feng to go this far. Even more unthinkable was that he had managed to uncover all these secrets. Those records he had once kept were meant to prove how deeply he loved her. Now they had become a dozen sharp blades turned against himself. She could not believe the man who never once defied her would do such a thing. Even more shocking was that Qin Feng would go live on stream, publicly expose her, and drive her completely into ruin. When Lin Yingying watched the live stream replay, she let out a cry halfway through and immediately rushed out of her dorm. After she left, her roommates eagerly gathered to watch Qin Feng's live stream replay. They had already seen it once, but wanted to watch again, for Qin Feng's words were simply brilliant. They had long grown weary of that pretentious woman. They never expected Qin Feng to go live, and even more astonishing was how clearly he laid out everything that had happened. It was incredibly satisfying, more so than any fictional story. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Yingying immediately rushed to Qin Feng's shop. Finding Qin Feng not at the shop, she returned to school. She ignored the pointed whispers of those around her. She disregarded the strange glances everyone cast in her direction. At that moment, she finally understood what Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue had felt just days before. Every step she took felt as though she were walking on nails. She only wanted to find Qin Feng quickly to make him take back everything he had said on stream. To help clear her name, she would agree to anything Qin Feng asked. She simply could not allow him to destroy her. She had dreamed of becoming an internet celebrity, but before she could ever shine, she was already fallen. Qin Feng, why are you doing this to me? Are you trying to ruin me? What did I ever do wrong? How did I offend you? Why treat me this way? Facing the approaching Lin Yingying, Qin Feng had clearly anticipated this all along. He knew she would come looking for him, and so he treated her words with utter coldness. He directly questioned Lin Yingying, had she not done all of these things herself? Hadn't she done the exact same things to him and to Yi Qingxue in the past? He was simply exposing the truth now. When she first carried out those actions, she should have known that one day she would face the consequences. Now that they have arrived, why the panic? Does she truly believe she does not deserve this? No. There is no one on earth who deserves this more than she. She brought this upon herself, and she deserves exactly what she has received. I will agree to any conditions you set. Didn't you once like me? Didn't you always want to be with me? I will agree to whatever you wish. We can do anything together. I beg you, please help me clear this up. Tell everyone it is all false, or find a way to restore my name. I cannot be ruined like this. Just for the sake of what we once had, helped me one last time. Watching Lin Yingying on the verge of kneeling and begging, Qin Feng simply stepped aside. Being entangled with someone like her was truly unfortunate. Even if Lin Yingying were to count out to her 10 or 8 times, she would never agree. Qin Feng coldly refused her and told her plainly to stay far away. Do not appear before her again. Otherwise, she still had more damaging information about her. Did she really want her to keep releasing it? Was she thinking people had not seen enough of those private videos last time and wanted everyone to see even more? Do you really refuse to let this go? Look at it this way. Life is short, and these things are true. When you did those things, you should have known there would come a day of reckoning. Go discuss with your devoted admirer what to do next. After speaking, Qin Feng reached out and pushed Lin Yingying's face aside. Lin Yingying left him in despair. On her stumbling way back to the dorm, she happened to encounter Zhao Qinan being surrounded. Zhao Qinan's situation was far worse. At least Lin Yingying was a woman and people would not lay hands on her. But Zhao Qinan was a different matter entirely. He was surrounded by a group of burly young men who were giving him a sound beating. If the crowd had not spotted Lin Yingying, they likely would not have stopped. As Lin Yingying walked closer, as though suddenly noticing them, she turned to flee. They immediately blocked her path. Only then did Lin Yingying see Zhao Qinan, his face swollen and bruised. In that instant, her anger flared up. She believed it was all Zhao Qinan's fault for dragging her into this. If Zhao Qinan had been more discreet, none of this would have happened. If he had not done so many disgusting things, he would not have dragged her down with him. It was all because of Zhao Qinan that Qin Feng refused to help her. It's all your fault. You worthless piece of trash. How can you not even handle such a small thing properly? You got caught. Didn't you swear to me you would never be discovered? You bitch, how dare you lay a hand on me? Was it my fault? Weren't the things you did disgusting? I thought you truly loved me, but you have been playing so many people. But others are not as useless as you. Look at Qin Feng. See how capable he is. Now look at yourself. No wonder you could not compete with him. No wonder you lost to him. In my eyes, you are not even worth a fraction of him. You worthless trash. The two of them pulled and struggled with each other right out in the open, and soon the surrounding onlookers captured the scene and posted it online. Watching their disgraceful display, everyone mocked them. This was karma, and they both deserved it. What happened next, Qin Feng no longer cared about. Because of all of this, business at Qin Feng's shop surged once again. The truth had been fully revealed, and Qin Feng was recognized as the victim. Perhaps people wanted to make up for how they had wrongly judged him before. After 2 days had passed, Qin Feng had just closed the shop door that evening, preparing to return to his rented apartment to rest. Although he also had a dormitory at school, because he ran a shop outside, sometimes he might need to stay late at the store. Furthermore, their university's management of curfew and dormitory attendance was not particularly strict. Especially for students like them, as long as they informed their counselor, they could choose not to return to the dormitory. Additionally, Qin Feng did not frequently skip returning to the dormitory. Sometimes when the dormitory supervisor was not conducting checks, he would simply not ask for leave. In any case, he always reported to the counselor each time, who turned a blind eye to the matter. The dormitory managers had also received his occasional gifts and maintained quite favorable attitudes toward him. This evening, after informing the dormitory matron once again that he would not be returning, Qin Feng prepared to head back to his rented apartment. Today had proven particularly exhausting. The matters that had circulated online had generated a sense of guilt among many people toward him. This feeling of remorse had directly driven a surge in orders at his shop. Qin Feng had already urged people online to consume rationally and avoid excessive purchasing, pointing out that buying so many clothes was unnecessary. Yet the netizens became even more excited. He had heard from Piao Guangna that the workers at her garment factory were nearly working their sewing machines to the point of smoke, struggling to keep pace with Qin Feng's sales volume. Qin Feng felt quite helpless about this situation, but fortunately this enthusiasm would likely not last long. Although his earnings had surged dramatically over the past few days, prompting him to introduce numerous promotional offers in succession. These preferential policies only served to further excite those fervent netizens who felt Qin Feng deserved their support even more. The thought occurred to him that they had previously misunderstood Qin Feng, labeling him harshly, yet now they recognized that although he had committed many wrongs in the past. However, Qin Feng now courageously acknowledged these matters, recognizing that most of what had happened was due to the coercion of someone named Lin Yingying. Afterward, he sincerely apologized to those affected and received their forgiveness. In truth, very few people continued to criticize Qin Feng. Far more directed their criticism toward Lin Yingying instead. Although this incident had unearthed Qin Feng's previous troubles, the more people delved into it, the more they perceived him as truly pitiful. The online comments were becoming increasingly absurd. Qin Feng thought to himself, I will not be returning to the dorm tonight. I will bring you buns tomorrow morning. Before leaving, Qin Feng needed to inform the dormitory manager and also send a message directly to Zhang Fan to let him know. Zhang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Since Qin Feng began renting an apartment outside, he rarely returned, leaving Zhang Fan alone in the dormitory most of the time. He also had to field questions from the other roommates, who knew that Zhang Fan had initially invested 50,000 yuan directly into Qin Feng's clothing studio. They exclaimed about being left out of such a profitable opportunity. While they could not afford such a large amount, pooling together 10 or 20,000 would have been feasible. Zhang Fan now felt increasingly certain that his initial investment in Qin Feng had been an excellent decision. He had not really invested in the clothing studio itself. He had invested in Qin Feng as a person. Because he knew Qin Feng was intelligent, and as his close friend, he would support Qin Feng in whatever he pursued to the best of his ability. Their relationship had grown so close that some roommates had previously speculated about their bond, given how intimate their connection appeared to be. After Zhang Fan and Qin Feng firmly dismissed such speculation, no one in the dorm dared to make further remarks. Having sent the message to Zhang Fan, Qin Feng slipped his phone into his pocket. Since his rented apartment was not far from the shop, he had never imagined that someone would follow him over such a short distance. It seems some people simply refused to learn. They had fallen for his schemes multiple times already, yet still attempted to provoke him. Upon noticing this, Qin Feng quickly assessed the surrounding streets to identify the optimal location for a response. If the person behind him was merely passing through coincidentally, then diverting mid-journey should discourage them from following further. However, if intent was malicious, this moment would reveal it. Qin Feng suddenly quickened his pace and moved swiftly toward the alley ahead. As the footsteps gradually faded, Qin Feng stood still, watching his shadow merge with the darkness, ensuring he would not be detected. He listened quietly as the pursuer's footsteps also quickened, closing in rapidly. Then he extended his leg in a sweeping motion, executing a precise trip. The man stumbled and fell as expected. Qin Feng mounted him, his fists moving with controlled precision until the attacker was thoroughly overwhelmed. The man instinctively attempted to fight back, but he had no chance against Qin Feng. After several minutes of firm strikes, Qin Feng left him completely unable to resist. When Qin Feng rose from atop him, the man lay bruised on the ground. Qin Feng seized his collar, positioning him upright against the wall to face him directly. He warned the man that if he did not confess honestly about why he was being followed, the consequences would be severe. Who sent you? Do not attempt to deceive me. Master Zhao sent us. It was Zhao Kanan. He dispatched us. Please do not strike me. Sent you here? So you have accomplices with you. My accomplices are ahead of us. You have already apprehended me and uncovered this matter. I will notify them to withdraw shortly. No need. Lure all your accomplices here instead. I will address all of you, and then you will know precisely what to post online. Do not provoke me again. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the man before him nodded eagerly. After subduing everyone, Qin Feng issued stern warnings to them all. The following morning, news of the evening's events spread across the internet. Public opinion had already pressured Zhao Kanan and Lin Yingying to avoid campus altogether. Yet this incident had escalated matters further, drawing renewed attention from netizens. But on the third day, a middle-aged man approached Qin Feng. A middle-aged gentleman wishes to see me yet. As Qin Feng left the school, the familiar gatekeeper stopped him. The old man handed him an envelope, explaining that a middle-aged gentleman had asked him to pass it along. The gatekeeper knew Qin Feng would stop by his shop every day, so he chose to wait at the entrance rather than seek him out in the classroom. True to form, Qin Feng emerged at his usual hour. The gatekeeper handed him the envelope without a word. Qin Feng accepted it silently, and the old man waved before returning to his post. Curiosity stirred within him. What could be inside the envelope, and who would wish to meet him? Upon opening it, he found nothing but a series of numbers and an address. The numbers indicated a time. The message was an invitation to dine that evening at a private room on the 4th floor of the Dihao Grand Hotel. Qin Feng did not waver. He went alone and entered the private room. There, as expected, sat a well-dressed gentleman. Yet from this man's face, Qin Feng caught a faint resemblance to Zhao Kanan, judging by his age and the way he regarded Qin Feng. Unless he was mistaken, this man was Zhao Kanan's father. What could this elder wish to discuss with him? He recalled that Zhao Kanan's father held some managerial position at the Tang Corporation, though the exact department remained unclear. Sir, you are here to see me. Is there something you require? I did not expect you to be so bold coming alone. Do you not fear that a trap awaits you here? I had no idea who you were or what you intended. If I had known this was an ambush, I would not have come by myself. I am merely a student with limited time, so let us not waste it further. Speak your mind. Truly impressive. To rally public sentiment takes courage. I wish you were my son. Regrettably, you are not. Indeed, I am glad I am not. I cannot imagine what manner of person I might become under your guidance. If you intend to continue wasting my time, I will take my leave. Qin Feng had little patience for such pretense and turned to depart. The elder, caught off guard, quickly revealed his identity. He was Zhao Kanan's father. He had come hoping Qin Feng would bring the matter to a close, though he knew little of the details. His son had been driven from school by public scrutiny, spending each day at home in despair. The affair must end here. He knew Qin Feng had opened a clothing store and sought only fairness. The controversy had already drawn enough attention. Let the matter rest. Qin Feng should turn his focus toward his own business instead. So this is a negotiation. Yet my store involves more than just myself. Shall I invite my partners to join us, or perhaps arrange a video call? Qin Feng did not entertain the man's proposal. Instead, he dialed Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen directly. The three of them gathered before the elder through the call. The elder's demeanor shifted coldly. He had summoned Qin Feng alone to keep the matter contained, unaware that his plan had been quietly sidestepped. His pretense stripped away, he laid bare his intent, relying on influence and authority to press his demands. He demanded Qin Feng publicly declare that his earlier posts were false, that the evidence was fabricated, and that he use his platform to quiet the public discourse. Furthermore, Zhao Kainan must be allowed to return to school without facing hostility. If Qin Feng refused, his store would not long survive in this industry. How dare you? Qin Feng retorted. At your age, coming to shield your son, rather than seeking to make amends, resorting to threats. We live in an era of law. Such tactics hold no weight. Qin Feng regarded the man with quiet disdain, responding without hesitation to the elder's baseless arrogance. Qin Feng's stance only ignited the elder's fury. He slammed his palm upon the table and warned Qin Feng that if he persisted in his defiance, he would ensure Qin Feng's studio and his store were brought to a halt, leaving him no room to operate. Before Qin Feng could respond, Zhang Fan's voice came through the line first. He and Tang Xichen happened to be together at that moment. Following Zhang Fan, Tang Xichen joined in, and together they offered their measured remarks, adding further weight to their shared position. Once their words had settled, Qin Feng spoke, distilling their collective response into a single clear statement. Sir, you do not deserve the opportunity to negotiate. If you wish to test your resolve, then so be it. In his previous life, Qin Feng had endured hardship and grievance beyond measure. This time he refused to yield or submit to intimidation. He understood that his words would invite trouble, but that mattered little. Even if consequences awaited him, he would no longer compromise under pressure. True enough, the elder rose in anger and departed. Yet within days, Qin Feng's store came under scrutiny. Inspectors from various departments began frequenting the premises of Puguang Na, as well halting and starting their visits without warning. Both production and retail operations felt the strain. The ripple effects were immediate and difficult to overlook. Soon a wave of anonymous reviews surfaced online. Complaints about poor quality, inflated prices, and damaged goods arriving at customers' doors. In the age of big data, where consumer expectations run exceptionally high, even with a 7-day unconditional return policy, the sheer volume of orchestrated complaints proved overwhelming for a small shop to weather. Affected by these external circumstances, everyone's morale had sunk to a low point, and the studio was no longer a place anyone could bear to stay. Even if customers managed to ignore the local troublemakers and browse the clothes in the shop, they would still be hassled on their way out. No matter how attractive the clothing was, people were unwilling to invite such trouble. Fortunately, online sales had not dropped significantly. However, physical store sales had indeed declined considerably, and online sentiment continued to worsen. Most customers were caught in a cycle of buying and returning, causing the e-commerce platform to steadily downgrade the shop's rating across multiple levels. If things continued like this, the shop might not survive much longer. Qin Feng certainly could not bear to see the business he had worked so hard to build fall apart. But did he really have to submit to that man? They had done nothing wrong throughout this entire ordeal. It was Zhao Kainan and his father who were at fault from beginning to end. Yet it was them who had to bear these wrongs and endure this suffering. This was absolutely something Qin Feng could never accept. But the situation had already spiraled beyond their control. If they did not find a solution soon, their shop might truly shut its doors for good. I've gathered everyone together to discuss the current situation. I am about 80% certain who is behind this. It is Zhao Kainan's father. What Zhao Kainan did before has already become common knowledge. His father previously approached me asking us to help clear his son's reputation and ensure he would not face public backlash at school. I refused back then, so they likely resorted to these tactics to force us to give in and accept his conditions to make that wretched person return to school. What do you all think? Whether Zhao Kainan returned to school or not meant nothing to Qin Feng. It was simply his behavior that disgusted Qin Feng to his core. He was no longer certain whether they should continue standing by their previous convictions. If they persisted, he worried that man might truly bring their shop to ruin. This shop was not just his life's work, but also that of others. So he decided to call over Tang Xichen, Zhang Fan, and Piao Guangna. They came together to discuss the matter. Some employees from the shop also joined the meeting. Qin Feng had always treated his staff very well. When the employees learned that Qin Feng planned to discuss whether to compromise or continue standing firm, they all showed up. Coincidentally, Zhou Jiaojiao happened to visit Qin Feng that day and learned about what had been happening at their shop. She had also seen those comments online, since even her own comment section had accumulated quite a few negative reviews. That is why she wanted to find Qin Feng and ask what exactly had occurred. But she had not expected to discover that Qin Feng's shop had been facing so much suppression recently. Brother, do whatever you think is best. I am following your lead. If you feel compromising would be better for our shop, then compromise. But if you think we should not, then let us keep standing our ground. Why should we fear them? After all, we are not the ones in the wrong here. His son did all those disgusting things. Does he really have no idea what his own family has done? And now he wants us to clear his name. Clear his head. Zhang Fan spoke up first, clearly stating their intention to continue resisting. Since she could see Qin Feng did not wish to compromise, she straightforwardly made her position clear. Qin Feng then turned to look at the others. He found that whether it was Tang Xichen and Piao Guangna or the regular employees at their shop, everyone shared the same attitude. They would simply hold their ground. Even Zhou Jiaojiao, who had come over to observe the discussion, made her stance clear after learning about the situation. She directly said that if Qin Feng surrendered now, wouldn't that simply play right into their hands? They had held out for so long, and surrendering now would mean all that struggle was wasted. Plus the other side would gain leverage over Qin Feng. Rather than giving in, Qin Feng should explore other options. There is always a way forward. They could not possibly be unable to find a solution. If he caved like this, she would truly lose respect for him. With Zhou Jiaojiao saying this too, Qin Feng's already firm resolve only strengthened further. That was right. No matter how difficult things became, he could not surrender. Once he yielded, all his previous efforts would truly be in vain. Since everyone agrees we should not give and then consider today's discussion as never having happened. I will find a way to resolve this and will not let everyone suffer alongside me. Since we are the ones in the right, we will stand firm to the end. Everyone contributed their savings hoping to help Qin Feng. Afterward, Zhou Jiaojiao also shared what happened with Yi Qingxue. She had only wanted to vent to Yi Qingxue, feeling that Qin Feng was going through a tough time. Perhaps Yi Qingxue could go comfort him. Maybe that would help. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxue did not respond that way. Instead, she sought out her older cousin right after school that day. Her cousin was quite remarkable, a brand director for a major company. Yi Qingxue quickly explained to her cousin Yi Ling what Qin Feng had been going through. She also mentioned her hope that her cousin could extend a helping hand to Qin Feng, and spoke of how Qin Feng had protected her at school and other matters. After learning the full details, Yi Ling, considering her younger cousin's request, directly expressed her willingness to assist Qin Feng. The other side was simply using petty tactics common in this industry. A few well-placed words would be enough, and naturally no one would continue obstructing Qin Feng's various inspection checkpoints. She was also aware of Qin Feng's newly established fashion brand. She had even purchased clothing from their store herself. She never anticipated they were on the verge of collapse. If things worked out, there might be an opportunity for future collaboration. Thanks to Yi Ling's intervention, Qin Feng's fashion store remarkably resumed normal operations. First, the garment factory run by Piao Guangna stopped facing repeated inspections from various regulatory departments under questionable pretenses and could finally operate normally again. Additionally, the platform banned accounts responsible for the malicious negative reviews. Even the hooligans who had been harassing customers outside the shop vanished without a trace. Yi Qingxue did not conceal this matter from Qin Feng. However, she waited until her cousin Yi Ling had resolved all the troubles before asking Zhou Jiaojiao to convey the message to Qin Feng. She did not meet Qin Feng in person, but asked Zhou Jiaojiao to relay the message. Consider it recompense for Qin Feng's prior protection and trouble-solving on her behalf. Qin Feng's shop had not been involved in any wrongdoing, and he himself was innocent, so he should not have been targeted. Now they were even. If Qin Feng encountered similar difficulties in the future, she would not intervene. However, her cousin had also mentioned an interest in collaborating with Qin Feng and his team. If Qin Feng had such intentions, he could find an opportunity to contact her cousin. Actually, I originally planned to tell Xiao Shui about this matter, but surprisingly, she seemed lost in thought, apparently contemplating how to help you resolve your troubles. If you truly have feelings for her, you should pursue her without delay. You know, Xiao Shui is the campus beauty, and countless people have pursued her over the years. The fact that she was willing to go so far as to ask her cousin for help demonstrates her sincerity toward you. I believe you can sense her feelings, and you should know what to do. After Zhou Jiaojiao had conveyed everything Yi Qingxue wished to tell Qin Feng, she also handed over the contact information for Yi Ling that Yi Qingxue had written down. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the reason this matter had been resolved so quickly was due to someone else's intervention. These were all means available within the industry. Whatever resources Zhao's father could mobilize, Yi Ling could likewise draw upon. Moreover, Yi Ling was now the head of a prominent brand with considerable influence. She had already made it public that she intended to cooperate with Qin Feng's shop. Who would dare refuse her? Although part of it was done out of consideration for her beloved younger cousin. But she had indeed heard of Qin Feng's shop reputation. Following the resolution of this incident, Qin Feng sincerely thanked Yi Qingxue. Although Yi Qingxue still declined to meet with him, she did accept the clothes that Qin Feng had asked Zhou Jiaojiao to deliver. Qin Feng genuinely appreciated every piece of clothing from his own shop. Yet something inside her made it difficult for her to go and purchase them herself. Qin Feng had originally hoped to invite Yi Qingxue to dinner, but she politely declined. He therefore changed his approach and simply sent a considerable amount of clothing to Yi Qingxue, giving her wardrobe a complete refresh. He then handed a bank card to Zhou Jiaojiao, asking her to accompany Yi Qingxue shopping and enjoy good meals with the expenses covered. Zhou Jiaojiao agreed. After thanking Yi Qingxue, Qin Feng reached out to Yi Ling. Yi Ling promptly arranged a suitable time and visited Qin Feng's shop. After reviewing the clothing designs created by their studio, she directly expressed that if Qin Feng was willing, they could establish a deeper cooperation between their businesses. She had previously seen their shop's clothing and heard of their newly established brand, but since her understanding was not particularly deep, she had not paid much attention at the time. But she never expected her cousin, who was rarely fond of asking favors, to reach out for help regarding the owner of this shop. So she offered her assistance. Now it appeared her effort had been well worthwhile. The clothing in this shop truly deserved such special attention. If you are willing to cooperate, our brand has many stores with excellent foot traffic. Our two brands could also create synergies and collaboratively design new elements. We could sell each other's products in our respective stores, mutually promoting each other's development. If you agree, I will prepare the contract as soon as possible, and we can arrange a time to sign. Hearing Yiling's words, Qin Feng felt deeply grateful and immediately accepted. What was there to hesitate about? If it were not for Yiling's assistance this time, they might not have been able to overcome this obstacle so smoothly. Whether out of consideration for Yi Qingxue or in gratitude for this help, he would absolutely not refuse Yiling. After accepting and seeing Yiling off, Qin Feng began to ponder. He needed to figure out how to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. Since he was a person who had returned from a past life, he should seize every opportunity. He needed to cultivate a diverse group of talents to build his own foundation and rise to the peak of a commercial empire. This time he had relied on others' help to successfully weather the crisis. But would such opportunities arise again in the future? Not every difficulty could be overcome so smoothly, nor could one always be so fortunate as to receive someone else's assistance. He needed to consider how to build his own team. Next time such matters arose, he could directly have the talents he had recruited in advance help resolve them. He was, after all, still just a university student. Even having been reborn, there were many opportunities he could not yet seize. Only when the time drew near could he anticipate events and act a step ahead of others. But progress still needed to be made gradually. If success could not be achieved overnight. First, I need someone to provide support in business. It would be best to find those who experienced setbacks early on and then rose again to rebuild their enterprises. Only in this way can I earn their gratitude. The more I help them during their declining days, the more they will remember my kindness. I should also look for those with good reputations. Those who are heartless would become ungrateful even after receiving help and would never remember my kindness. Let me think about which business magnates encountered troubles at this time in my previous life. Having navigated the business world in his past life, Qin Feng dared not forget a single detail he remembered vividly. It was precisely these unforgettable memories that allowed him to recognize many opportunities in advance and seize the chance to prosper. For instance, in his memory, the future business magnate Zhao Chunbai seemed to have encountered the greatest setback of his life around this time. His company, manipulated by others, faced bankruptcy. Hundreds of employees from top to bottom might have gone hungry together. Although Zhao Chunbai later received financial support from others that allowed his company to recover, he remained eternally grateful to the person who had invested in him. Even later, when that person encountered difficulties, he directly offered half of his fortune to help resolve the troubles. He was a man who deeply valued gratitude and loyalty. After thoroughly investigating all the circumstances, Qin Feng gathered his close friends together, since the profits from their clothing store belonged to them collectively. Therefore, when it came to investment opportunities, Qin Feng naturally wished to bring his good friends along to share in prosperity. Regardless of Zhang Fan or Tang Xichen, after everything that had transpired, Qin Feng could no longer regard his bond with either of them as he once had. His connection with Zhang Fan had always run deep. As for Tang Xichen, the achievements the younger man was destined to attain had been precisely what Qin Feng hoped to cultivate by winning his trust. The previous incident had further deepened his bond with Tang Xichen. Since both were his closest companions, he could not leave them behind when fortune called. How could he possibly overlook these two when an opportunity for prosperity arose? He sought them out without delay. Yet he knew citing his rebirth would never convince them. So Qin Feng shifted his approach, researching Zhao Chunbai's prior investments and personal history instead. Having spent most of his former life in Jiangxing, he possessed the keenest knowledge of local affairs alongside awareness of major events that had drawn national attention. Now merely a university student with classes to attend, his initial recruiting efforts focused on allies within the Jiangxing vicinity. Expansion to other cities would follow once he had firmly established his core team. Armed with thorough research and complete documentation, Qin Feng went directly to his two close friends to discuss investing in Zhao Chunbai. I'm aware of his company. It operates as a consumer-friendly enterprise. Their products are exceptionally well-crafted and affordably priced, which is why many people prefer shopping at their retail outlets. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised that Zhang Fan knew of Zhao Chunbai at all. Zhang Fan explained that his family had lived near the Zhao household in their youth. At that time, he had only heard of an exceptional older boy next door who had started a business at a young age and already operated his own company, an extraordinary feat for someone so junior. He had admired that older brother as his role model since childhood. Yet he never imagined this remarkable figure would now face such difficulties. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had come to him with this proposal. Regarding his intention to invest in Zhao Chunbai, Qin Feng revealed that Zhao had previously provided financial assistance to him through a donation. Though the amount was modest, it had genuinely helped him through a difficult period. He now wished to repay that kindness. They had earned enough now, and the request was simply for an investment. With these funds, Zhao Chunbai could rebuild his enterprise, a fitting way to honor the favor extended to him years ago. Both Zhang Fan and Qin Feng were eager to invest in Zhao Chunbai, and Tang Xichen readily agreed as well. Seeing how Zhao had built his company through relentless hard work only strengthened their resolve. Zhao Chunbai's family had not supported his entrepreneurial ambitions, yet he had persevered through numerous obstacles to reach this point. This current difficulty arose because he had inadvertently challenged someone's interests. He was merely a small player in this conflict. The true offense had been directed at a far more powerful figure. Alas, it seemed the fate of the powerless was to suffer when greater forces clashed. A small company stood little chance of escaping such a struggle unscathed. With Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen's approval secured, Qin Feng reached out to Zhao Chunbai directly. Zhao Chunbai had fielded countless calls during this period, yet none had offered the possibility of investment. Qin Feng had earned a substantial sum recently. While deploying the full investment amount would strain their shop's finances considerably, it was a calculated risk. This required pulling out all their accumulated savings at once, which is precisely why Qin Feng had sought counsel from his two friends. To his surprise, both friends supported him without hesitation. "You're still a student," Zhao Chunbai said. "Don't jest with me. I desperately need these funds, but do you truly possess the means?" "Mr. Zhao, I would not have come if I lacked the ability to provide these funds. You may have heard of my clothing store, which has gained some recognition lately. I am aware of your past deeds and your kind nature, which is precisely why I wish to help you rebuild. Even I question whether I can weather this crisis. Rebuilding is far from simple. Besides, how much could you possibly offer? My company requires several million to restore operations. Even with my remaining savings, I fall short by at least 2 million. This card contains 3 million yuan, our entire fortune. Regardless of whether you trust us, we believe you will not falter. We hope that should you rise again, you will remember our support and investment." Qin Feng placed the prepared bank card on the table and looked at Zhao Chunbai with a warm smile. Zhao Chunbai gazed back in disbelief. Qin Feng had explained his identity and purpose for investing upon arrival. Though Zhao Chunbai harbored doubts, the funds lay undeniable before him. Overcome with gratitude, Zhao Chunbai nearly fell to his knees, but Qin Feng swiftly helped him rise. The matter was settled. With Zhao Chunbai's matter resolved, Qin Feng turned his attention to encouraging Tang Xichen to enter an upcoming fashion design competition in Jiangxing. Upon learning of the competition, Tang Xichen felt tempted to participate, yet doubted whether competitors would lack substance. Though confident in his designs, he felt apprehension comparing himself to renowned designers. Qin Feng and Zhang Fan offered continual encouragement. Bolstered by their faith and the affirmation of numerous clients, Tang Xichen finally mustered the courage to register. He performed admirably through preliminary rounds and eliminations, drawing praise from many attendees. Distinguished veterans in the fashion industry remarked that Tang Xichen's future achievements might surpass even their own. Such remarkable capability demonstrated at so young an age spoke volumes about his potential. Tang Xichen had previously stated that he did not wish to reveal his identity as the designer for the internet-famous boutique, so the style of clothing he designed this time was entirely different from his previous works. If examined closely, certain similarities could still be discerned. However, the judges invited for this fashion design competition were all figures of great prominence and distinction within the design industry. At the very least, they were renowned throughout Jiangxing and the surrounding provinces and municipalities. That Tang Xichen could earn their praise indeed demonstrated just how remarkable his abilities were. In the previous competitions, his creative inspiration, the speed of his garment design process, and the innovativeness of his concepts had deeply impressed and satisfied the judges. As a result, the judges' evaluation of him could be considered the finest among all participants in his group. The competition was divided into two groups based on different age ranges and levels of professional expertise. Because Tang Xichen was still a student and quite young, he competed in the non-professional division. Yet the judges remarked that his skill level was more than adequate to enter the professional division for competition. Yukong, another competitor in the same division as Tang Xichen, had barely scraped through both the preliminary and elimination rounds. Before the competition, he had experienced conflicts with Tang Xichen. Although he had been the one instigating trouble, Tang Xichen was no longer the timid and shrinking figure he used to be. He had directly demanded an apology from Yukong, considerably humiliating him in front of others. Coincidentally, one of the classmates who had previously bullied Tang Xichen on campus happened to be Yukong's younger cousin. He had mentioned Tang Xichen to Yukong before. Yukong never expected to see Tang Xichen at this competition, which stirred his ambitions. On one hand, he harbored jealousy toward Tang Xichen's extraordinary design talent at such a young age. On the other hand, he wished to seek vengeance for his cousin. In competition after competition, Yukong watched Tang Xichen consistently finish first and advance directly to the next round. In contrast, he had barely managed to qualify each time. His design ability was not poor, but as a non-professional competitor, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable rival in his division. A total of 9 designers would advance to the finals, and the top 3 among them would receive various awards and honors. Based on his most optimistic assessment of his own abilities, Yukong believed he should be able to place 4th or 5th under the best circumstances. He considered his chances of landing in the bottom 3 somewhat precarious. As long as he could secure a top 6 finish, he would essentially be safe. However, he had not anticipated that 2 dark horses with equally impressive abilities would emerge alongside Tang Xichen this time, which immediately threatened his standing. If he performed below his usual standard, he might very well fail to achieve a satisfactory result in this competition. This situation further fueled his jealousy toward Tang Xichen. Compounding his resentment were the words of his cousin, who had spoken of ways to retaliate against Tang Xichen should the opportunity arise. Therefore, before the finals, taking advantage of the moment when Tang Xichen had been sent to the restroom after being given laxatives, he stealthily stole Tang Xichen's design drawings. For the final round design task, participants could either submit pre-prepared design drawings or create their designs on site. However, contestants needed to ensure they could complete their design drawings within the time allotted by the judges and satisfy their expectations. When Tang Xichen returned from the restroom, he instinctively prepared to review his carefully prepared fashion design drawings beforehand, only to discover that his drawings were missing. Cold sweat broke out across his brow, and he quickly found Qin Feng and Zhang Fan trembling with suppressed sobs as he relayed the devastating news to them. Please remain calm. Are you certain the design drawings were placed inside your backpack? Did anyone approach your rest area while you were away? Have you noticed if anyone tampered with your belongings? Is there any surveillance camera installed behind your rest area? Seeing Tang Xichen in such a state, Qin Feng understood precisely how crucial these drawings were to him and how extensively he had prepared for them. He promptly began asking questions. With tears in his voice, Tang Xichen informed Qin Feng that nothing seemed out of place. He had no idea who might have approached his rest area. He had kept everything secured in his rest area, yet the finals were imminent. Only 3 hours remained for preparation. These design drawings were something he had painstakingly developed bit by bit since the beginning of this competition. There was absolutely no way they could be replicated within 3 hours, and he strongly suspected someone had stolen his work. What should I do? After preparing these design drawings for so long, how could they be stolen? Please stay calm. Let us help you search first, and see if we can discuss this with the judges to investigate the matter. Given your outstanding record, they certainly will not turn a blind eye to this. That won't work. Previously, another contestant also had their design drawings go missing and reported it to the judges. They had placed second in that competition, but the judges dismissed the complaint, saying it was their own fault for not safeguarding their submission properly. Who could say there are no thieves in such competitions? In the end, they had to redraw the entire design from scratch and barely advanced through that round. Upon hearing Tang Xichen speak, Qin Feng immediately made a decision and divided their efforts. He and Zhang Fan would continue searching for the design drawings. Meanwhile, Tang Xichen would attempt to redraw a new design drawing within the remaining hours. I know this is incredibly difficult for you, but we must make every possible preparation. If we cannot locate the design drawings in time, you may truly need to redraw them. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang Xichen nodded. Zhang Fan and Qin Feng then began a comprehensive search to determine who might have obtained Tang Xichen's design drawings. However, they also recognized that the likelihood of finding them was slim. With no other recourse, Tang Xichen could only spend the final hours redrawing a simpler design. Yet Qin Feng and Zhang Fan, having seen the original design, felt that this simplified version was actually even better than the previous one. Perhaps it was the creative potential that blossomed under desperate circumstances, enabling him to produce a design that surpassed his earlier work. This design drawing of yours is also excellent. It is much more streamlined than before. Please do not worry, your ranking in this finals will surely not be poor. And regarding the person who stole your design drawings, they will either destroy them outright or attempt to use them themselves. Looking at the fact that the original manuscript had already been lost, they could only use this hastily assembled work to participate in the final competition. Although he knew this manuscript appeared more concise compared with the carefully prepared fashion design manuscripts of other competitors, his own work did look rather rushed. However, everything that needed to be designed had been clearly drawn out. It was merely a matter of lacking color and overly refined detailing. Therefore, it might appear somewhat simplistic. A glance would reveal it was hastily sketched within just a few hours. Tang Xichen's heart trembled with unease. Having finally reached the last round of the competition, he never imagined such an incident would occur. I hope they don't catch whoever stole my work. For this finals exhibition, each participant would have 5 minutes to explain the meaning behind their work. Of course, if you had no prepared work and wanted to simply sketch a quick piece within those 5 minutes that would still satisfy the judges, that was also an option. But obviously no one would do such a thing. As contestants went up one after another, Zhang Fan and Qin Feng, seated in the audience, both furrowed their brows the moment they saw a displayed work. That piece looked incredibly familiar. What other designer's work could make them feel such a sense of familiarity apart from Tang Xichen's? Only a few color accents are different, everywhere else seems identical. I must not be seeing things incorrectly. You're not wrong, Qin Feng. What should we do now? So that fellow named Yukong had stolen old Tang's design manuscript. He had been on the verge of tears just moments ago. How could he dare to steal, and even more brazenly present it openly on stage? Qin Feng burned with rage. Don't rush things. The reason he dares to bring it out now is because this is merely the presentation phase. Other fashion designers cannot yet see what their rivals' manuscripts look like. He foolishly believes presenting this draft will win the judges' praise. Furthermore, compared with Xichin's original design, there are several modifications on his copy. We currently lack direct evidence to accuse him of theft. We must wait until every contestant has presented their design concepts before we can expose his true nature. Both of them were nearly suffocating with anger upon seeing Yu Kang's design manuscript. They never expected someone like this to appear. However, they could not make any move yet. Otherwise, with no evidence, they would be unable to prove Yu Kang's plagiarism. They would have to see how Tang Xichin performed this time. Yu Kang's drawing was entirely Tang Xichin's design, so he could not truly comprehend the meaning Tang Xichin wished to express. He could only rely on his partial understanding combined with his knowledge of Tang Xichin's previous works. He simply guessed the most unremarkable interpretation among the many possible meanings. Tang Xichin's design garment carried 3 layers of meaning. Yu Kang had only grasped the outermost layer, yet that alone was already impressive enough. I never expected that someone who performed so mediocrely in earlier rounds would now bring us such a stunning surprise in the final. Your ability is truly outstanding. Yu Kang proudly presented his interpretation of the work. Although he only revealed the surface layer, who could deny Tang Xichin's exceptional design talent? Even though Yu Kang's explanation wavered between sense and nonsense, his extraordinary design manuscript stirred a deep appreciation for talent among all the judges. They expressed that they never imagined witnessing such a brilliant design in this competition, especially in the non-professional division. It truly broadened their horizons. Given Yu Kang's ability, if he continued on this path, a top seat in the future designer industry would surely belong to him. His design manuscript radiated spiritual vitality. If he had revealed such talent earlier, they would have noticed this genius fashion designer long ago. Hearing the judges praise Yu Kang, Qin Feng was nearly consumed by fury. All these compliments rightfully belonged to Tang Xichin. All this honor should have been his. Unexpectedly, this thief had snatched it all away. The two of them stared coldly at Yu Kang standing on stage, basking in admiration. Their minds were already turning over how to destroy his reputation. Anyone who does such things must accept the consequences. Since the finals display order was decided by lottery, it turned out Yu Kang happened to be followed immediately by Tang Xichin. Seeing Tang Xichin bring out that makeshift simple work, Qin Feng and Qin Feng felt even more unjust on his behalf. All those praises just moments ago should have been his. Now he could only hold this hastily sketched piece. Contestant number 16, didn't you bring the wrong manuscript? This work is far too simplistic. Just a few careless strokes. Is this really your entry for the finals? Although your drawing skill is adequate, this is far too rushed. Are you treating this fashion design competition final so lightly? As expected, a judge raised the greatest flaw of Tang Xichin's design manuscript, its excessive sloppiness and hasty execution. Though Qin Feng and Qin Feng saw nothing wrong with the manuscript, it was at most less detailed and less ornate than before. But this was precisely the minimalist style. With only a few hours available, who had the time to redraw an elaborate and gorgeous fashion design manuscript? Nothing more could be done. To create such a perfect drawing under such haste, that is heaven-sent talent. This is what we call a naturally gifted fashion designer. I never imagined in my lifetime that I would encounter a fashion design manuscript so perfectly aligned with my design philosophy. And you still call it rushed? Even in such tight circumstances, he produced such excellent work. Do you truly believe it falls short of others? Just as Tang Xichin was being scolded by several judges until he felt utterly humiliated and prepared to reveal the truth, someone suddenly stood up from the audience to speak on his behalf. Just as Tang Xichin assumed the man was merely someone who happened to stand up for what was right. He never expected the stranger to bestow such great praise upon his work. What surprised him even more was that the man rose from what appeared to be the VIP audience section. The VIP seating area was typically occupied by esteemed figures renowned throughout the business circles. Naturally, there were also some fashion designers who had not served as judges, yet they had come to observe this fashion design competition all the same. The one who had just risen from his seat was an exceptionally distinguished fashion designer. Moreover, he had originally been invited to serve as a judge. If not for his aversion to the troubles of being a judge, he might well have taken his seat among the panel today. For the first time, he felt such strong admiration for a fashion designer that he could not bear to see him suffer any injustice. So it is Master Chu. The surrounding judges immediately showed their respect toward the fashion master who had spoken up. Yet the master paid no heed to the judges, instead declaring that Tang Xichin's work was extraordinarily flawless. It required no alterations whatsoever, for the flowing elegance of his lines perfectly embodied his design philosophy, a yearning for freedom. It was precisely because of its flowing grace, and because flowing forms require wind, that the garment could with the wind's assistance break free from these shackles. It was precisely due to this meticulous layer of design that his work achieved perfection. He had never imagined encountering someone worthy of taking as his disciple at an amateur competition. His future was truly boundless. Hearing these words from the design master, Tang Xichen abruptly raised his head. He stared at the design master before him in utter disbelief. He could never have fathomed that what he thought would surely result in his elimination had completely reversed the situation. He could not believe the master held his new work in such high regard. In that instant, whether tears of emotion or tears of excitement, he could not tell, they simply flowed down his cheeks. However, although his work had been spared from elimination, despite that fashion design master's recognition of its outstanding qualities, it remained undeniably too rudimentary. Furthermore, if a piece hastily sketched in merely 2 hours could be directly crowned champion, then the other contestants would likely suffer a devastating blow to their confidence. Moreover, all the other works displayed magnificent extravagance and meticulous completeness. Only his appeared as though he cared for nothing at all. He had still not explained where his original design blueprint had gone. Had he perhaps lost it himself, or had he simply not brought it along? Although that fashion master had praised Tang Xichen's work highly, he was after all not one of this competition's judges. Therefore, everyone ultimately chose Yu Kang's work as the champion of this competition. Yu Kang could never have imagined that by stealing another's work, he would claim the championship. This filled him with astonishment, and when all contestants once again took the stage with their works, the moment Tang Xichen saw his own creation, the anger flashing across his face brought Yu Kang a satisfaction as refreshing as eating ice cream on the hottest summer day. He never expected his former work to claim the ultimate championship. Alas, the title of champion belonged not to him, but to Yu Kang himself. The first place winner of this fashion design competition in the amateur category is our contestant number 25. Let us invite contestant number 25 Yu Kang to come forward and receive his trophy. Just as Yu Kang, filled with excitement, was about to step onto the stage, a voice of challenge suddenly rang out from the audience. This work was not designed by this so-called fashion designer Yu Kang. He stole someone else's creation. This piece is the original work of fashion designer Tang Xichen, which he had previously presented in a hasty manner. Yu Kang merely altered a few details and passed it off as his own. You've already won first place, yet you seem rather downcast. What troubles you? Surely you're not unsatisfied with this result. Even first place seems insufficient to you. No, I'm genuinely delighted to have taken first place. But my original work has been overlaid with another person's creative additions, distorting its intended meaning. This painting was not merely my creation. It was an expression of my deepest emotions. I never imagined it would be so profaned. Consider it as a flower that fell into the mud only to bloom again. Since the work has returned to your hands, you can cleanse the blemishes upon it and repaint it anew. Didn't the judges say your original sketch was even more beautiful than the current version? Tang Xichen harbored a fastidiousness when it came to his creations. He could not bear the thought of someone carelessly defacing his work. Even Yu Kang, a highly accomplished fashion designer, had done this. And yet the haphazard additions layered onto his artwork felt like an insult to everything he had poured into it. It filled him with an irrepressible sense of revulsion. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words in this situation and could only try to gently reason with Tang Xichen. In the end, Tang Xichen managed to let go of his lingering discontent. He carefully began removing the stains from his work once more. Gazing at the piece in his hands, he drew it tenderly against his chest. This was his creation. No one could take it away from him. He had designed it bit by bit, and he would restore it to its most pristine state. Due to the disturbance that had interrupted the original finals award ceremony, an additional championship presentation was arranged afterward. Following the ceremony, a banquet was also held. Owing to the special status of Qin Feng and Zhang Fan, they were granted an exception to attend the evening gala. Tang Xichen had claimed the championship of the non-professional division. In fact, his work was of such caliber that it could have placed among the top 3 in the professional division as well. Consequently, many people eagerly invited Tang Xichen to join their companies as a designer. Upon learning that he was still a university student, their excitement only intensified. He was nothing short of a youthful prodigy. Mr. Tang, I sincerely invite you to join our company. We rank among the top 500 enterprises in the nation, and we can undoubtedly offer you a far superior platform. Mr. Tang, our company maintains partnerships across multiple provinces and cities, as well as overseas collaborations. Your fashion creativity would find its fullest expression here. We would assign you a dedicated assistant and a private studio. You may create in whichever environment suits you best. We will respect every one of your preferences. Please, Mr. Tang, grant us this opportunity. Your brilliance is destined to shine as one of the defining highlights of this era. In all his life before this moment, Tang Xichen had never imagined he would one day find himself so passionately pursued and courted by so many. Though numerous individuals extended invitations for him to serve as their company's designer, Tang Xichen listened politely to each of them before offering a gracious and firm refusal. When the assembled executives pressed him further, asking whether there was anything dissatisfying about their offers, Tang Xichen simply smiled warmly. During the most shadowed period of my life, he said gently, my family did not shield me, nor did they offer any support. It was my classmates, those two who stood forward during this very finals to clear away every grievance and restore my champion title. It is those two who helped me, encouraged me, and stood beside me. I have since embarked on this journey with them, co-founding a fashion studio where I serve as the sole designer. Perhaps your esteemed companies could offer me greater scope for growth. Yet the fervent ambition of youth is inherently steadfast, and my friends are among the rarest and most treasured companions of my lifetime. Youth is defined by its soaring spirit, and I wish to build a brand and an enterprise alongside them. I am deeply grateful for your kind consideration, and I look forward to the possibility of collaborating with all of you in the future. However, I must regrettably decline the opportunity to serve as a designer within any of your companies. Tang Xichen not only turned down all the recruitment overtures, but also seized the moment to promote Qin Feng's fashion studio and their popular online clothing shop. Thanks to this unexpected exposure, Qin Feng's studio experienced steady and rapid growth. Within mere months, their workspace expanded considerably, and the team grew steadily larger. Their earnings gradually increased as well. After careful discussion, the group decided to formally establish a registered company. The company began as a fashion house, and they brought Park Guangna on board as their exclusive garment manufacturer. With this arrangement, they now possessed a design department, a production department, and a sales department. As long as fabric suppliers could be secured, the small company would be able to operate smoothly. One day they believed they would grow into a listed company. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen both held pivotal roles within the organization. After consulting with both of them, shares were allocated accordingly, reflecting each person's initial contribution to the studio's founding. Both became significant shareholders in the company. Qin Feng also sought out Park Guangna's opinion, and she ultimately felt that securing a multi-year partnership contract was a more suitable arrangement for her than becoming a shareholder. Qin Feng accepted her decision without hesitation. 3 months had passed since the fashion competition. Within those 3 months, Qin Feng successfully brought to fruition what he had long envisioned, his Tianyu Group. In just a few months, it had already begun to take shape. Though the company remained small, they held firm in their conviction that they would one day achieve lasting success. Upon returning to campus, Qin Feng found himself receiving considerable admiration thanks to the videos from the fashion competition that had circulated widely. Even Tang Xichen was being warmly acknowledged by his classmates. The three of them experienced an unprecedented warmth from their peers, and even the school counselor treated them with noticeably greater cordiality. Whether they were classmates who had always gotten along well with him, or those who had been hostile toward him, they all began buttering him up. Some even timidly probed whether they could come enter at Qin Feng's company once the time came for their internships. Of course, those who voiced such thoughts were mostly classmates who shared a decent rapport with Qin Feng day to day. Though their bond did not reach the closeness of Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, they still fell within the realm of friendship. As for the ordinary classmates, they too genuinely felt happy for Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood that the bonds formed during university were deeply precious. So he enthusiastically shared his joy with everyone and treated the entire class to a meal. He also expressed his hope that his company would continue to grow and prosper. Should any classmate from their cohort wish to join him in the future, he would be deeply grateful. After all, outside of his past devotion to Lin Yingying, Qin Feng had never given his classmates cause for complaint. Aside from those who held a grudge against him and took every opportunity to belittle him, Qin Feng had generally maintained amicable relations with the rest of the class. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the class erupted in cheers. Qin Feng understood that nurturing bonds required not only everyday conversation, but also tangible gestures. And so he spoke to his classmates not with any sense of superiority, but with warmth and approachability. He chatted with them about what had happened on campus during his absence, sharing in their stories and laughter. The air of an untouchable CEO faded with every word. The next day, Tang Xichen called and asked Qin Feng to accompany him to the rooftop. The rooftop of their teaching building had long been sealed off, reportedly due to some incident that had occurred there. But he had just received a message from the very classmates who had bullied him in the past. Though their words carried no overt malice or humiliation, the shadows of his past trauma could not simply be brushed aside. He could not pretend it had never happened. So he turned to Qin Feng, hoping he would come with him to the rooftop. He wanted to see what these people intended now. Qin Feng was infuriated upon hearing this. Could they possibly be reaching out only because Tang Xichen had gained fame, hoping to squeeze money from him once more? Determined not to let Tang Xichen face this alone, Qin Feng hurried to the rooftop with Zhang Fan and 2 other close classmates. They sent Tang Xichen ahead first, but as they approached the slightly ajar door, they overheard the voices on the other side, voices offering sincere apologies. "We are sorry, Tang Xichen. We truly understand our wrongdoing now. We will never dare to bully others again. This is every penny we took from you, and we are returning it all. What game is this? How could you possibly return this money so easily? Are you trying to trap me again? Have you thought up some new scheme to torment me? Let me tell you, I will not sit idly by and let you bully me anymore. No, that is not it at all. We genuinely mean no harm. We have learned our lesson, please forgive us, we will never bully anyone again. Tang Xichen remained bewildered, but in the end, he tucked the money into his hand. He neither offered forgiveness nor walked away, simply standing there for a moment before leaving the rooftop. As Tang Xichen descended the stairs in a daze, he felt as though he were walking through a dream. So this was what it felt like to be respected and valued. The way people treated him differently now that he had found success. Ever since winning the non-professional division of the fashion design competition, everything had changed. Even his usually stern and reserved father had begun warmly inviting him home for weekend dinners. For the first time, Tang Xichen felt a genuine sense of warmth within his own home. Yet it struck him as almost absurd that this sudden care from his family came only when he was useful to them. Still, Tang Xichen understood that family could also be one's greatest source of support. He maintained this tacit understanding with them, a mutual arrangement where each side brought something valuable to the other. It was in its own way a harmonious balance. So Tang Xichen did not turn away his family's attentions. For their reasonable requests, he simply nodded in agreement. In return, Tang Xichen received a share of his family's holdings. The portion was modest, but it provided a steady stream of income, a quiet foundation upon which he could build. After seeing to Tang Xichen's matters, Qin Feng received a call from Yi Qingxue. Over the past few months, their relationship had grown considerably warmer. Beyond their busy schedules, Yi Qingxue would sometimes meet with him to chat, and she even visited his shop to browse clothing. This time she called to express her desire to Feng's studio. She listed numerous tasks she believed she could handle within the team. She was not asking to step directly into a permanent position. She was willing to start as an intern and prove herself, hoping Qin Feng would grant her the opportunity. She harbored a sincere interest in Qin Feng's fashion studio. Schroeder says she wants to join our studio, Qin Feng explained to his teammates. When we first started, it was classmate Zhou's live streams that brought us recognition, customers, and sales. So she thinks she could try live streaming as well. In the meantime, she can handle data analysis and other tasks. She will begin as an intern, and once she has proven herself, we can find the role that best suits her before making her a permanent member. Qin Feng did not answer immediately, saying he would discuss it with the others. Among the current studio members, Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen both knew of Qin Feng's feelings for Yi Qingxue, so naturally they were eager to bring the two together. That Yi Qingxue herself had taken the initiative to join the studio was a wonderful development. Yet Qin Feng, ever the straightforward man, wanted to consult everyone first. Before he could lay out all the details, Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen simply gave their approval outright. Once Yi Qingxue received Qin Feng's affirmative response, she began preparing for live streaming, just as she had promised him. After all, she was the campus beauty of Jiangxing University with striking features that drew attention from the very first broadcast. She quickly attracted a growing number of followers. She and Zhou Jiaojiao occasionally collaborated on streams, and Zhou Jiaojiao openly acknowledged their close friendship. This only added to the buzz surrounding them. But their growing popularity caught the attention of another woman, one who felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Yi Qingxue started her live stream as usual, showcasing the clothing from Qin Feng's store. Yi Qingxue was beautiful and eloquent, and she had been one of the central figures in the earlier online discussions. She never mentioned what exactly had happened during those past online events. During one live stream, she formally addressed her followers, saying that if they cared about her, there was no need to keep bringing up old hurts. She knew her netizens cared about her and wanted to see justice done, but those who had spread rumors had already faced consequences, and the past was behind her. She felt it had not affected her, and all she wanted was to move forward peacefully. Yet some people still enjoyed stirring up drama. Whenever such individuals insisted on asking about the past just to gain attention or positive reviews for Yi Qingxue, her fans would quietly remove them from the live stream without needing Yi Qingxue to say a word. Yi Qingxue did not mind what her fans did. Her daily live stream simply involved introducing and promoting the clothes in the shop. She was faithfully fulfilling the commitment she had made to Qin Feng, and in her free time, she would share moments from her daily life with her followers. It was a relaxed and natural way of interacting, and precisely because of this easygoing attitude, many kindred spirits followed her. One day, while she began her usual live stream to present the new designs by Tang Xichen, she unexpectedly noticed some suspicious accounts causing trouble in her broadcast. She saw those paid commentators flooding her room with complaints and false statements along with inappropriate remarks. Although moderators had been set up, they could not block everyone in time. Although the number of viewers in her live stream was surging, these individuals were constantly filling the chat. There was simply no opportunity for genuine fans of Yi Qingxue to ask about the clothing. Seeing all of this, Yi Qingxue felt deeply frustrated. Xiao Shui, please don't take it too hard. These people were clearly hired to undermine you and disrupt our live stream. How can I not be upset? Look at what they're saying in the chat. It's disgusting. Alright, don't worry. We've already handled it. Those accounts have been blocked. Next time you go live, this shouldn't happen again. Can we trace where they're coming from? They can't keep causing trouble every time I stream. I've already promised my followers new arrivals. Okay, don't worry. I'll look into it right away and make sure this doesn't continue. Try not to let it weigh on you. Yi Qingxue was in low spirits that day because of the incident. The live stream ended sooner than usual due to the disruption from those accounts. Qin Feng naturally learned about what had happened, so he informed Zhou Jiaojiao, hoping she could go comfort Yi Qingxue. He knew Yi Qingxue would be quite upset, but he was unsure how to help, so he asked Zhou Jiaojiao to visit and console her. On the other side, Lin Yingying watched the results of that live stream with great satisfaction. Those paid accounts had indeed been hired by her. She certainly would not let Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue enjoy such smooth sailing. She herself had been subjected to constant gossip. Though she had returned to school, her reputation was thoroughly damaged. Why should Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue be able to live so peacefully? Especially when she saw that Yi Qingxue's live stream had only been running for less than a month, yet had already accumulated over 10,000 followers. Even faster than Zhou Jiaojiao had grown at the time. This filled Lin Yingying with such envy that reason deserted her. So she chose this method to disrupt Yi Qingxue. She would not allow Yi Qingxue to live a carefree life. When Yi Qingxue prepared for her next broadcast, she discovered those accounts were already waiting to strike quickly against her. They had even followed her channel first. Unfortunately, Yi Qingxue's private messages were also constantly flooded with their harsh words. But she chose not to close her inbox, wanting to stay connected with her genuine followers. Fortunately, after learning about the situation, Qin Feng assigned several staff members to help Yi Qingxue manage the livestream. As for the private messages, she no longer had to handle them alone. Any account using hidden insults could simply be blocked. When the next livestream began, those disruptive accounts appeared once again. But this time Yi Qingxue would not tolerate them as she had before. She responded to each one directly. If your mouth is always so sharp, do you spend all day searching for food in the toilet? Welcome, or leave my stream as you wish. You professional trolls have undoubtedly been scolded countless times. Your skin must be thicker than a fortress wall. If your faces were used as nuclear shields, they'd work perfectly. Yes, I have no manners. You come watch me anyway. Does that make you refined? Say whatever you like. The person earning dishonest money is not me. For a little money, you do something so completely wrong. Does your family know about this? Is this really a respectable thing to do? When you do these things, don't you feel ashamed? What kind of cruelty has life brought you that turned you into messengers of poison? After that earlier broadcast ended, Yi Qingxue spent several hours reflecting. She realized that being tolerant or yielding toward those paid commentators only encouraged them to grow bolder. So this time Yi Qingxue decided to set aside her politeness and respond in kind. She would not be promoting products that day. Instead, she would engage them fully in the conversation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng began investigating the source of the paid accounts. He contacted Bai Yinhua directly and transferred a substantial sum to her. Due to the previous incident, Qin Feng and Bai Yinhua had already added each other on WeChat. This way, if Qin Feng ever needed Bai Yinhua's assistance again, he would not need to leave messages in his emails. So when Qin Feng reached out to Bai Yinhua curiously asked why he was being called upon for another task after such a short time. Had something interesting happened on Qin Feng's end? So Qin Feng directly told Bai Yinhua about the recent events. He hoped Bai Yinhua could track down who had hired those online commentators. He knew asking others would be useless. No one possessed that capability except Bai Yinhua. If the payment was insufficient, Bai Yinhua could negotiate a higher price. It is only about tracing the source of those online comments. This payment is more than sufficient. I can also provide a lasting solution as a bonus, teaching that person a lesson. But based on my guess, it is likely one of the same people from before. If it is them, how do you plan to handle the situation? Last time you exposed all their secrets, yet it did not seem to work. Upon hearing Bai Yinhua's words, Qin Feng already had a plan in mind. But first he decided to let Bai Yinhua investigate to confirm whether it was Lin Yingying or Zhao Canan. If they were indeed involved, Qin Feng was already considering how to address both of them. Bai Yinhua quickly uncovered the source of the online comments, confirming Qin Feng's suspicions about the person responsible. This time had nothing to do with Zhao Canan. It was Lin Yingying alone. After their disagreement last time, Zhao Canan would never help Lin Yingying with something like this. So this time Lin Yingying had used her own money directly, aiming to undermine Yi Qingxue. After Bai Yinhua discovered it was that particular woman from the troublesome pair last time, he immediately asked Qin Feng if he could use his own methods to give that woman a lesson. Go ahead, but do not break any laws. Do not implicate yourself. If you need anything from me, just let me know. Bai Yinhua agreed promptly and decisively. He had never encountered someone so unpleasant before. Was she really a university student? He then accessed Lin Yingying's network and placed a small monitoring program on her computer designed to remain undetected. He would not record any videos or anything invasive that would constitute illegal intrusion and privacy violation. He had only planted a small program on her computer. The program spread to Lin Yingying's computer when she downloaded new software, causing her system to malfunction in various ways. Lin Yingying never expected that while using the computer she reserved for her schemes, she would attempt to check on Yi Qingxue's current situation. She discovered her computer had begun downloading various software automatically. No matter what she did through the system manager, uninstalling the programs proved ineffective. Even taking it to a repair shop and attempting a system reboot would accomplish nothing since the program had been embedded directly into the system by Inua. Only a complete system failure and replacement would work. Even then, Inua would monitor whether the program had been fully eliminated from her computer. However, Lin Yingying never lived to see her system crash twice before encountering Inua's final measure. Lin Yingying had assumed that reinstalling the system would resolve everything, so she carefully re-downloaded the essential software she needed. Instead, the same issue resurfaced. The software on her desktop moved chaotically again, creating a distracting display. Various programs interfered with her computer in a messy fashion. In the end, an unusual image appeared on the screen. Lin Yingying was concentrating on addressing the computer issues, attempting to restore it gradually, following the repair technician's guidance. After all, she had invested considerable funds in this machine and did not want it rendered useless. But while she was focused on the screen, the computer screen suddenly displayed an unusual image of a figure in red. The screen flickered intermittently, and some strange sounds emitted from the device. Startled, Lin Yingying dropped the water cup she was holding onto the screen and then left the room quickly after regaining her composure. After overcoming her unease and gathering her belongings, she returned to the room. The computer screen had returned to its normal state with all programs gone. Only a message remained. Stop your schemes, or the next problem will not be the computer. After confirming Lin Yingying had read the message, the screen flickered once more and then went completely dark. The computer was beyond recovery. Lin Yingying, still unsettled, did not dare to have anyone repair it, nor did she dare to continue her previous behavior. She contacted the online service company and promptly canceled her previous orders. Then she had intended to apologize to Yi Qingxue, but without any explicit demands from the computer, she decided against embarrassing herself further. With Lin Yingying's matter resolved, Qin Feng sent Inua a generous digital gift. Inua happily reported the outcome to Qin Feng. After ending that call, Zhao Qinbai reached out to Qin Feng directly. Speaking with evident enthusiasm, he conveyed that their company had resumed normal operations. That is wonderful news, Mr. Zhao. I am investing additional capital in your venture and wish your company continued growth. Perhaps I will rely on your success in the future. Mr. Qin, if you are open to it, why not become a shareholder in my company? I would like to compensate you for both investments with company shares, granting you ownership and decision-making authority going forward. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Your company has just emerged from difficulties and is still in its early stages. My investment should secure substantial equity, but if your business thrives and grows significantly, this capital might seem like a modest contribution. Deeply moved by Qin Feng's words, Zhao Qinbai felt increasingly grateful. Ultimately, Qin Feng officially became a major shareholder in Zhao Qinbai's company. Qin Feng did not need to visit the company as he was already a major shareholder in Zhao Qinbai's business. He could simply continue attending to his own company matters. However, Zhao Qinbai suggested that Qin Feng come to the company to sign the contract in person, which would make things more formal and facilitate smoother handling of future affairs. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and checked his recent schedule, only to find that he indeed had nothing urgent to attend to. He decided to simply agree. He also wanted to see what Zhao Qinbai's company looked like these days. Unexpectedly, this visit coincided with a group of people causing a disturbance at Zhao Qinbai's company. Zhao Qinbai's company primarily dealt in building materials, products essential for construction. Their quality standards were exceptionally rigorous. This was precisely why Qin Feng chose to invest. In his previous life, Zhao Qinbai had been a renowned figure in the building materials industry. No one in Jiangcheng could surpass Zhao Qinbai in that field, which is why Qin Feng had chosen to invest in him. However, right after signing the contract, loud voices from downstairs caught their attention. Even outside the meeting room where they had signed the contract, people could be heard arguing. Curious, Qin Feng looked toward the commotion while Zhao Qinbai instructed his assistant to file the contract and then followed Qin Feng out. Although there were no strict regulations in the company, making noise on the premises was strictly prohibited. It was embarrassing that such a disturbance occurred on Qin Feng's visit. Let me see what's happening. Why is there so much commotion outside? Shouldn't everyone be working? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhao Qinbai asked his assistant to put the documents away before heading out to investigate the situation himself. Qin Feng followed Zhao Qinbai over. The assistant reported back, explaining that a group of people had come to the company, creating a scene. The assistant hesitantly informed Zhao Qinbai that the visitors claimed there were issues with their building materials. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbai let out a scoff. This is just another attempt to extort money. How could there be any problems with our materials? We have never encountered such issues. They simply cannot get what they want, so they are resorting to such tactics. Zhao Qinbai was clearly upset at the accusation. His company had faced similar targeting in the past, which had nearly driven him to bankruptcy. Someone had deliberately framed him, and that incident had almost ruined him. Now that he had finally rebuilt his business, trouble came knocking again. His company was merely a small building materials firm. There were far larger competitors in Jiangxing's market, as well as many of similar scale. He could not understand who would specifically target him. Feeling frustrated, Zhao Chunbai noticed Qin Feng's surprised expression and became even more embarrassed. Qin Feng had made the effort to visit his company only to witness such an unpleasant situation. But sir, they have brought evidence. Our records show they did purchase building materials from our company. Shouldn't you take a look? This matter has grown quite large. The assistant's expression was uneasy. Nevertheless, he did not believe there could be quality issues with their materials. The orders had already been verified, confirming that the party had indeed placed a substantial order with the company. If there truly were any problems, they would need to investigate whether someone within the company had betrayed their trust. These were building materials quality issues would place significant responsibility on the company. Even Zhao Chunbai was taken aback. He exchanged a glance with Qin Feng and immediately began to explain. He wanted Qin Feng to know that his company would never tolerate any quality issues of this nature and hoped for his trust. I trust you, Boss Zhao. Brother Zhao, perhaps we should go take a look first. If the other party is plotting something, we can expose it on the spot. And if there really is someone in your company acting dishonestly and substituting inferior goods, we can address it promptly. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the more compensation we may face. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Chunbai gradually calmed down and nodded firmly. The two of them hurried toward the scene. Upon arriving, they discovered that the building materials in question were not products sold by their company. Realizing the items did not belong to their inventory, Zhao Chunbai felt a wave of relief. The materials were not listed on any order from their company, though they did appear to have quality issues. However, the complainants had no right to cause a disturbance at their office. Zhao Chunbai explained the truth to the group that had come to protest. Unexpectedly, they insisted that the materials were purchased from his company, pointing to documents that clearly indicated the source. Excuse me, everyone. You are the construction team, correct? Building materials should have undergone quality inspection upon arrival at the construction site. Did you not check them then? Perhaps we can compare both parties' purchase orders to identify the issue. Zhao Chunbai maintained firmly that these materials were not sold by his company. Yet the other side continued to insist they had only ever purchased from Zhao Chunbai's business. The two parties fell into another heated exchange. Eventually, Qin Feng stepped between them, calming both sides before requesting that each party produce their respective documents. Upon comparison, the orders proved to be different. Zhao Chunbai's company records contained no entry for the material in question. However, the construction team's records showed that Zhao Chunbai's company was their only building materials supplier. With the authenticity of the orders under dispute, the two sides began arguing once more. Everyone, please remain calm. These materials must have entered the construction site through the main entrance. We could review the surveillance footage. Hearing Qin Feng speak, the construction unit side appeared somewhat uneasy. Qin Feng noticed their discomfort and directly asked what had occurred. The other party could only claim that their previously installed surveillance system had been affected and was unable to function properly, possibly failing to record the events at the construction site. If the surveillance footage could be examined, they would be able to trace where this batch of materials originated from, and they would not have needed to cause a disturbance at the building materials company. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and addressed the person in charge. This meant the other party lacked direct evidence proving the materials had been delivered together with other construction supplies. Without even basic evidence to present and relying solely on purchase orders that differed fundamentally from theirs, they possessed sufficient grounds to assert the materials did not belong to them, leaving the opposing party without grounds to demand compensation. Moreover, every building material our company sells bears our company's identification mark. I just inspected these materials and found none of our marks, which serves as further evidence that these are not our products. However, we may be able to trace the source of these materials. Zhao Chunbai naturally wanted to resolve this issue as well. He ultimately suppressed his anger and proposed an alternative solution. The other party also naturally wanted to quickly determine where this batch of defective materials had come from. They clearly remembered entrusting everything to the procurement department, which had placed orders directly through a building materials company. Since someone had recommended Zhao Chunbai's building materials company, they trusted the recommendation and consolidated all purchases with that single company. However, the orders Zhao Chunbai's company provided did not include these materials. This raised serious concerns. The project's building materials budget should have been entirely allocated to purchases from our company. If someone deliberately substituted inferior quality goods for personal gain, they could have embezzled those funds for themselves. After Qin Feng's remarks, the other party immediately understood who he suspected: the procurement department responsible for purchasing the materials. The department had numerous staff members, making it unlikely that everyone was complicit. Moreover, incoming materials underwent quality inspection upon arrival at the facility. With multiple inspection layers in place, how could quality issues only surface when the materials were actually needed for construction? The convoluted circumstances revealed too many irregularities. This was precisely why the other party had not flagged Zhao Chunbai's company's materials as defective until construction had already begun. Qin Feng had further grounds to argue that their own quality inspection process had failed. Otherwise, the issue should have been caught much earlier. Qin Feng contacted by Inua directly to report the situation and asked whether she could trace the source of those construction materials. Bai Inua instructed Qin Feng to hand the call to the site supervisor. Through some manner of communication, the supervisor ultimately agreed to trust Qin Feng's assessment. Qin Feng provided Bai Inua with access to the site surveillance system. Though she had not physically been at the location, she quickly restored the footage once connected to the monitoring terminal. The surveillance footage revealed that this batch of materials had not been purchased from Zhao Qinbai's company. However, the materials initially used at the construction site appeared completely different from what was currently there according to the footage. During either a work suspension period or a time when oversight was lax, the materials were systematically removed from the site in multiple shipments. They were then covertly replaced with inferior new materials, the very ones currently undergoing inspection after being redelivered to the construction site. So the original materials actually met quality standards, passing multiple inspections. But during construction, poor oversight and insider collusion allowed someone to sell off the good materials and substitute them with inferior ones. After restoring the surveillance, the relevant video clips were extracted and handed to the site supervisor. Qin Feng then presented his conclusions, causing the supervisor's expression to darken considerably. He must have recognized the person featured in the footage. Once the accomplice was located, Qin Feng pressed them about where they had obtained these materials. Ultimately, the materials traced back to a disreputable manufacturing facility where the individual had partnered with a relevant official to split the profits equally. Most significantly, this was not the first time the insider had orchestrated such a swap. He had simply made smaller replacements before. This time, driven by financial need, he systematically replaced all the materials piece by piece. Zhao Qinbai set aside his disagreements with the construction site and immediately assisted in tracking down that unscrupulous building materials manufacturer. However, they discovered the people involved seemed to have been tipped off in advance. The original factory was now nothing but an empty shell with machinery that had stopped running. Sure enough, they found materials identical to the substandard ones at the construction site, confirming they originated from that disreputable manufacturer. The individuals had already fled, but with surveillance cameras everywhere, there was nowhere they could truly escape to. Qin Feng reached out to Bai Inua again, offering additional payment for her help in locating them. She quickly traced their movements. Within a single day, they discovered the suspects were scattered across various disreputable hotels. Qin Feng relayed this to Zhao Qinbai and the site's supervisor, and they coordinated their efforts. They apprehended all the suspects, preventing any further evasion. Everyone was then brought back to the unscrupulous building materials factory. All evidence was compiled and submitted directly to the relevant authorities. The authorities took over handling the matter. Unexpectedly, these unscrupulous merchants had been caught. This was not their first offense. They had previously operated a similar operation in the southern region, responsible for a serious construction quality violation incident. The workers at the construction site also realized that they had wrongly accused Zhao Qinbai and Qin Feng. After leaving the relevant department, the person in charge led the men who had previously caused trouble and directly at the entrance bowed 90 degrees deeply toward Qin Feng and Zhao Qinbai. Qin Feng and Zhao Qinbai hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. All of them were filled with deep remorse, especially the person in charge. He never expected that the real problem had come from within his own ranks. So it was his own people who had betrayed his trust. It was his own subordinates who had actually carried out such disgraceful deeds. Not only had they acted shamefully, but they had also falsely accused innocent people. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. This time, if it hadn't been for Qin Feng's help, they might never have uncovered the true culprits behind everything. Although all those involved had been detained, he still could not shake the sense of guilt and responsibility. After sincerely thanking Qin Feng and Zhao Qinbai, he offered them a formal apology. He acknowledged that this incident stemmed from his own oversight, which nearly jeopardized their future partnership. If they were not too inconvenienced, he would like to invite them out for a meal as a way to repay their kindness in helping with the investigation. There is no need to go to such lengths, Qin Feng responded. After all, you were also victims. However, upon your return, I suggest you thoroughly re-examine everything. If this kind of material could be tampered with, then perhaps other materials may be equally vulnerable. You should remain vigilant and not be so easily deceived. Hearing Zhao Qinbai say this, the person in charge quickly nodded, repeatedly daring not to say anything further. He immediately set about retrieving all remaining materials for careful inspection. At the time, no one knew exactly where these materials had been ordered from. The funds had traveled through proper channels and should have all gone into Zhao Qinbai's company account. But now Zhao Qinbai had investigated the relevant circumstances and confirmed that the orders at Zhao Qinbai's end matched the payments received. In other words, he had been completely deceived from start to finish. What made the person in charge even angrier was that the two individuals responsible for ordering materials and quality inspection had actually colluded together. The painful part was that he had placed his complete trust in them. From the very beginning, when he first approached them about this matter, he had never suspected them. Yet somehow he had been betrayed by his own people. There is no need for dinner. We also have other matters to attend to. Moreover, since the truth is now clear, we simply need to be more careful going forward. Qin Feng and Zhao Chenbai were indeed not lying, they genuinely had other things to attend to. Furthermore, this whole incident arose because the other party had not conducted a proper investigation before coming directly to them. Zhao Chenbai was not exactly the type to hold deep grudges over this matter, but forgiving them so easily was simply not an option. He had already made up his mind that this would be the last time his company collaborated with them. From now on, he would have them source materials from a different building materials company. To accuse them without even investigating first was simply unacceptable. If not for Qin Feng's quick thinking and bringing in a friend to help expose the other party's true intentions, how would they have known who the real wrongdoers were? Would they simply have taken the blame? Since you both have other matters to attend to, let us leave it at that for now. When the opportunity arises, I insist we sit down and share a meal. I am truly sorry for what happened this time. The person in charge was naturally a shrewd and perceptive man. He could clearly see that Qin Feng and Zhao Chenbai were unwilling to engage in further contact or communication with him. Though he felt somewhat helpless, he knew it was ultimately because he had overstepped this time. If he had investigated thoroughly before confronting them, none of this would have occurred. In the end, it all came down to his own carelessness. So he did not press the matter further and gracefully accepted their response. After seeing the person in charge off, Zhao Chenbai brought up the hacker friend that Qin Feng had contacted earlier to help investigate the situation. He wondered if he might be able to meet him, hoping to express his gratitude for the assistance rendered in this matter. There is no need for that, Brother Zhao. He simply does this for payment. Moreover, he is quite an introverted person. I was able to get his help only because we had collaborated a few times before. If you would like to meet him, I can communicate with him on your behalf. Depending on whether he is willing, I could arrange for the two of you to share a meal another day. Zhao Chenbai readily agreed. For someone with such exceptional computer skills, Zhao Chenbai had no intention of offending him. This time around, he truly needed to thank Qin Feng properly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also deep in thought. Since Bai Yinua's hacking skills were so formidable, was there a way to ensure that he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to helping Qin Feng in the future? Qin Feng recalled what he knew about this hacker from his previous life. He only remembered that after the accident, the hacker had once mentioned that he had founded his own hacker company. If it were just one person handling everything that happened daily, how could he possibly manage alone? So within the hacker company he founded, there were naturally also like-minded individuals. It was precisely because of this hacker company that his mysterious reputation could be maintained. Now, if he could help establish the hacker company for the hacker in advance, would that not create a deeper connection between them? Then in the future, if he needed the hacker's help, he could simply ask directly. This person was relatively valuing loyalty and friendship. As long as Qin Feng could win him over and sincerely befriend him, asking him to help out of a sense of camaraderie would not be too difficult. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng directly contacted Bai Yinua and naturally informed him of his intention to help establish a hacker company for him, asking whether he had any thoughts or plans. What did you say? I said I want to help you build a hacker company. What do you think? Have you lost your mind? Did investigating this case scramble your brain? Hey, is that any way to speak to someone? Well, what you are proposing is hardly polite either. What were you thinking? Establishing a hacker company. That is a hacker company after all. That is not some simple organization. I just think you are incredibly capable and accomplished. I want to help you build a hacker company. Actually, I have heard about your dream of having your own hacker company. Is it not so that I am trying to lay some groundwork for the future? If Qin Feng had been evasive, Bai Yinua would have assumed he had ulterior motives. But since Qin Feng spoke his intentions so directly, Bai Yinua found himself at a loss for how to refuse. Ever since Qin Feng came to know him, he had never once deceived him. It began from their very first encounter when fate had brought Qin Feng to him as his first client. And ever since, Qin Feng had always been straightforward with him. This time, as well, he had laid bare his intentions openly. Helping him build a cybersecurity company certainly carried some degree of self-interest. He did not wish to dwell on those complicated layers. Yet the warmth swelling inside him continued to gently envelop his heart piece by piece. Why are you helping me? As I have already explained, I want to give capable people an opportunity. And let us say I simply regard you as my younger brother. Did I not do the same when I invested in Boss Zhao? Your abilities are of great value to me. I do not wish our relationship to rest solely on mutual benefit. I want us to be friends. Is it not only natural to lend a hand to a friend? Qin Feng spoke these words with such ease as though his sentiments were entirely genuine. When the video feed opened and Bai Yinua saw his eyes, she found no trace of calculation within them. Qin Feng was naturally aware that Bai Yinua had accessed his phone, yet he did not mind. He simply set his phone on the table, ensuring she could see his face clearly. He then shared his plan with her. He was looking to build the framework of a cybersecurity company. Since he knew only one person skilled in this field, that person was Bai Yinua. Used well, hacking skills could elevate one to the ranks of top technology professionals. Misused, they could draw the attention of law enforcement. Therefore, the cybersecurity company must maintain an air of secrecy. At the same time, it would need to be officially registered with the proper authorities. It could accept a wide range of business related to cybersecurity technology. On paper, any computer-related services could fall under its purview. Their capabilities would surpass those of ordinary tech experts. Yet privately, they would also take on work from areas that exist in the gray zone. Take the current situation, for example. Without official approval, accessing surveillance footage privately would certainly violate regulations. But in practice, they had not relied on surveillance at all. They had apprehended the individuals directly and uncovered their records of misconduct, completely concealing the role of hacking in the process. What Qin Feng sought was precisely this kind of company operating across the gray area. On the surface, they would be a legitimate computer services firm handling any tech-related work. Privately, they would also accept cybersecurity assignments from the gray zone. Qin Feng firmly held that this was what he had heard was Bai Yinua's dream. Whether or not he had misunderstood remained uncertain. But if Bai Yinua truly harbored this aspiration, then as a friend, he was willing to help her realize it. He had only a limited amount of funds remaining at present. It would be enough at most to help Bai Yinua establish a cybersecurity company. Future management would be left entirely to her. He would serve as the company's chairman. You are truly willing to help me build this company, and let me serve as chairman. Perhaps chairman is not the most fitting term given that our company will differ from ordinary enterprises. In essence, you would be the highest authority. You know, I have little understanding of cybersecurity technology. I have indeed wanted to build a cybersecurity team and establish my own company. Though company does sound rather formal, do not worry. From this point on, we are friends. I will surely not let down your expectations and will make this company greater each day. Should anything ever require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. After all, I have invested in this venture. If help is needed in the future, I assume it would come at no charge. On the other end of the phone, Bai Yinua saw the genuine warmth in Qin Feng's smile and readily agreed. With the matter settled, Qin Feng felt a deep sense of relief. Fortunately, Bai Yinua had not detected any hidden agenda. In this way, the cybersecurity company that Bai Yinua would one day build, and that would shake the digital world, was now quietly under his influence. Bai Yinua was someone who deeply valued loyalty and friendship. Because of their bond, the company she built would eventually serve his purposes. Qin Feng felt a quiet satisfaction. His network was steadily expanding. He was confident that before long he would assemble a team composed of talented individuals from diverse backgrounds. Yet Qin Feng never imagined that danger would soon follow close behind. One day, while leaving university and crossing the street, he noticed a large truck suddenly turning from a side street. Most critically, the truck was accelerating directly toward him. Had he not dodged in time, he might have been struck down. In the end, he sustained only minor scratches. This was intentional. Qin Feng had excellent eyesight, and when he saw the truck speeding toward him, he caught a glimpse of the driver's face contorted with malice. It was clear this was deliberate. His immediate reaction was that someone was trying to harm him intentionally. He quickly threw himself to the side, not caring that a pile of gravel lay nearby. After rolling onto the ground, the gravel scraped across his hands, arms, and face, leaving visible marks. Bruised marks appeared across his body from the impact against the rough ground. Other pedestrians nearby had also witnessed the scene unfold. Some immediately contacted the authorities, while several kind passers-by helped carry Qin Feng to the hospital without hesitation. What happened? Why were you hit? I was not struck. Just a minor scrape. How did both of you end up here? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen before him with a touch of helplessness. He had not expected both of them to have been roused. Still, being involved in a traffic incident and ending up in a hospital was hardly something that could be dismissed as trivial. Setting aside the possibility that someone deliberately targeted him, these two were dear friends with deep ties to him. Their visit was entirely understandable. What Qin Feng could not reconcile was this: he had never wronged anyone to the point of earning a death warrant. So who was behind that driver? What happened to the driver who hit you? He fled the scene. Qin Feng's injuries were not serious. Concerned bystanders had simply taken him to the hospital. Besides, he did have several abrasions on his body. He was told to stay for 1 day of observation, and as long as no other issues arose, he could be discharged. Little did he expect the news to spread so quickly. The news reached Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen directly. Upon arriving, they brought along the concerns of others, for it was hardly practical for everyone to visit Qin Feng at the hospital. Qin Feng had not been seriously injured, yet the two remained visibly uneasy. They approached him with caution, gently asking whether he could recall the circumstances of that moment. Qin Feng remembered the situation with perfect clarity. That driver had acted intentionally, though he could not fathom why someone would attempt murder on a public street. But from the man's expression alone, it was evident he meant to do it. Intentionally tried to kill someone. That person must have lost their mind. Even if they hit someone, how could they possibly escape? There is no reasoning with a disturbed mind. The relevant authorities have already stepped in, so there is nothing more we can do. I suppose the investigation won't yield much satisfaction. After all, that large truck simply disappeared. Listening to their back-and-forth conversation, Qin Feng could not help but let out a quiet sigh. He did not know who was behind the attempt against him, yet a few possibilities lingered in his mind. For now, he could only hope his two friends would stop worrying. Qin Feng was about to speak when a knock came at the door. He asked Zhang Fan to open it. To his surprise, Zhang Fan paused for a moment before stepping aside. What stood in the doorway were several uniformed officials entering the ward. Qin Feng immediately sat upright. The lead officer gently guided Qin Feng back to lie down, assuring him there was no need to be tense. They had come only to take a statement. Since Qin Feng had been directly involved, his account would be the most accurate. Have you caught the fleeing driver? He struck people on the street deliberately, and it was not a mechanical failure. The witnesses and surveillance cameras can both testify. Has he been apprehended? And has anyone been able to determine why he would attempt murder on a public street? Tang Shichen, visibly upset, immediately turned to the lead officer the moment they took their seats. Unfortunately, the officers could only shake their heads. Qin Feng was not surprised. If the attacker had deliberately targeted him, they would certainly have taken measures to avoid leaving any traces. Even a hit and run might have gone unnoticed. And since the driver had not actually struck Qin Feng this time, they would have fled even faster. Qin Feng sighed, quietly accepting the situation calmly. But Tang Shichen and Zhang Fan were frustrated, yet out of respect and a sense of reverence for those in uniform. Neither of them said anything too sharp. Instead, the lead officer turned to Qin Feng. Young man, the suspect wore a mask. After the attempted incident, he deliberately put on sunglasses to conceal his face and took a side alley. That alley's surveillance camera had been broken for some time and had not yet been repaired. Unfortunately, the culprit took advantage of that gap. This is to some extent our oversight. Hearing the apology, Qin Feng sat up straight and responded with quiet sincerity. He assured them that none of this was their fault. If this was a premeditated attempt on his life, the perpetrator would have made prior preparations. But no matter what precautions were taken, a determined person could always find unexpected ways to disrupt them. The fault lay with those who would harm others, not with those who sought to stop them. Since the truck driver was now at large, it meant the person had already scouted the area in advance. They knew Qin Feng's daily routines and the routes he frequently took. They had also arranged someone to wait at that location in advance. Qin Feng had reason to believe this was a premeditated attempted murder. He hoped the authorities could locate the culprit as soon as possible, for his sense of safety was genuinely shaken. Rest assured, we will protect every citizen's safety. We will find the one responsible and give you a proper response. Qin Feng relayed everything he had observed at the time to the officer, then asked Zhang Fan to escort them out. Once Zhang Fan returned to the ward, both he and Tang Shichen could no longer hold back. They began venting their frustration about the truck driver incident. Their words carried a hint of complaint. Why hadn't the authorities found even a single clue? How much longer would it take? What if Qin Feng faced further danger? Seeing their restless worry, Qin Feng simply smiled and gently reassured them. He told them not to feel so anxious. The attacker had failed this time, which meant there would surely be another attempt. He had offended far too many people. Far too many wanted him dead. For now, he could not determine who exactly was behind this. But the culprit would soon reveal themselves. Somewhere nearby, someone was quietly watching him. He needed to find a way to uncover that person. If there are eyes watching me, then I must find a way to blind them first. Once they can no longer observe my daily life closely, my safety will be somewhat secured. Seeing Qin Feng's calm determination, the two stopped pressing the matter. They exchanged a glance, sighed softly, and told him to rest well. They offered to go buy him some food. Hours passed quietly. That evening, Qin Feng's phone resting on the bedside table suddenly rang. This call was exactly as Qin Feng had anticipated. The number showed as anonymous, and the voice on the other end was clearly distorted by a device. A faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. If Bai Yijinyuo had answered this call, she would have been able to trace the caller's location. But unfortunately, any sudden movement on his part might cause the caller to hang up immediately. You were lucky this time, not crushed to pieces. But don't worry, there will be another chance. I will not let you go. Someone like you deserves nothing but ruin. Ha ha ha. After hearing those words from the person on the other end of the phone, who sounded almost unhinged, Qin Feng remained silent. His silence seemed to make that person even more agitated. The caller kept pressing Qin Feng, asking why he wouldn't speak. Why didn't he continue questioning back? Was this person aware that Qin Feng was already doomed? The caller believed that since Qin Feng had offended him, Qin Feng deserved to die. He saw himself as merely cleaning up trash from society. Someone like Qin Feng should cease to exist. Since he had failed to eliminate Qin Feng this time, he would find another opportunity. No matter how much Qin Feng guarded himself, he could not escape the punishment destined for him. He told himself he was only carrying out justice. Someone detestable like Qin Feng should perish. Qin Feng simply listened as a continuous stream of curses echoed through the phone. Qin Feng could not figure out who could possibly hate him this much. Even Lin Yingying and Zhao Kanan would not go to such lengths. Why didn't he have the courage to reveal his true identity? After much thought, Qin Feng still couldn't determine who held such deep hatred toward him. This person was nothing but a coward hiding behind a phone call, too afraid to let Qin Feng know who he really was. After saying this, Qin Feng hung up the phone directly. He didn't care whether the caller would ring again. Now he was trying to figure out who wanted his life. As he had considered earlier, even Lin Yingying and Zhao Kanan would not likely push things to the point of attempted murder. Admittedly, because of his actions, they were now facing considerable public scrutiny online. But both of them were still alive and well. Moreover, these were matters they had themselves been involved in. Why wouldn't they admit it? They were two people who had done truly shameful things. Now being accused in this manner, it was natural that Qin Feng, as the central figure, would face their resentment. But Lin Yingying had already received a threat just a few days prior. She would hardly dare to orchestrate anything similar so soon. That left Zhao Kanan. But if it were him, wouldn't he worry about his family being implicated in such affairs? Qin Feng could not reconcile this contradiction. He decided to stop dwelling on it. The next day, when Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen arrived early in the morning, Qin Feng told them everything. Without surprise, both agreed that he might have been deliberately targeted by someone dangerous. Even without knowing the person's identity, they understood that Qin Feng would likely face danger ahead. Simply leaving the hospital could expose him to unexpected risks. Do you think this is some shooting game? Danger doesn't just fall from the sky. This is a society governed by law. Even if someone truly wanted to harm him, they wouldn't act so openly. Their movements were already exposed last time. They would surely take more precautions now. At most, Qin Feng would just need to be more careful. Qin Feng didn't take the matter too seriously. If not for worrying that Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen would be anxious, he might have even suggested using himself as bait. Perhaps he could draw the person out. But obviously he dared not voice this idea directly. He knew they would never agree. So he kept quiet, avoiding another round of scolding from them. Even though he didn't mention it, they had already considered the possibility. They quickly reminded Qin Feng to stay cautious during this period. At best, he could stay at the hospital. Even the most bold perpetrator would hardly find a way to infiltrate the hospital. Qin Feng could simply stay there without needing for treatment. Once they caught those despicable individuals, then he could leave. They were genuinely worried about his safety. I shouldn't occupy medical resources. If I have no serious illness, staying in the hospital only takes up beds and wastes others' healthcare access. And since I'm not sick, why spend money on a hospital stay? Facing Qin Feng's refusal, Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen thought of a second option, hiring a bodyguard for him. Qin Feng was now something of a successful figure. Hiring a bodyguard shouldn't be problematic, even though he was still an unwaged university student. But Qin Feng's current achievements were far beyond ordinary people. His safety was extremely important. When they raised the proposal, Qin Feng, as expected, refused once more. He didn't feel the need for a bodyguard yet. Although the hidden figure was indeed unsettling, but hiring a bodyguard might be overreacting. It probably wasn't at that level yet. He only needed to be careful. Fortunately, these two were genuinely concerned for him. Alright, please don't worry so much. Perhaps the other party only wants to keep me constantly anxious. How dare they be so brazen? They failed to harm me last time. They certainly won't dare try again. What if they do? What if they spot you alone one day and make a move? You already know someone might be watching you. Why not be more careful? Facing Qin Feng's repeated refusals, they simply couldn't understand. But unable to change his mind, they had no choice but to accept it. Still, they resolved to protect Qin Feng carefully. Yet even with them by his side, they could not prevent the hidden figure from carrying out his plans. Over the following week and more, almost every other day, Qin Feng encountered various accidents. Sometimes a flower pot fell from a high floor. Sometimes a suddenly out-of-control car. Sometimes a stranger charging out with a blade shouting threats. Even with Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen accompanying him, such incidents still occurred. But the target was always only Qin Feng. Fortunately, Qin Feng managed to evade each threat successfully. Had he not avoided danger each time, he might have already fallen victim. Despite putting himself at risk to uncover the truth, Qin Feng still couldn't identify who was behind these events. This only deepened his frustration. This cannot continue. You either find a bodyguard from an agency on your own, or the two of us will arrange one for you. We absolutely cannot allow this person to keep harming you. Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen could no longer hold back. They made a forceful demand. Qin Feng had to find a bodyguard. They had already learned of his reasoning. His plan was to use himself as bait, hoping to draw out the culprit directly. But given the current situation, who would dare let him continue taking such risks? If Qin Feng kept risking his life, there was no guarantee they could protect him. Something could go wrong, and he might not survive it. No, absolutely not. They needed to find a way to keep him safe. Yet if Qin Feng refused to hire a bodyguard, even if they found one for him, he might reject it, and they could not force him to accept one against his will. But this time Qin Feng seemed ready to yield. Understanding their concern, he nodded in agreement. Alright, I understand. If a bodyguard is what it takes, then so be it. Why are you both so agitated? I only wanted to test whether that person would make a move once he realized I had no protection. After several attempts, I already know the outcome. It is impossible to lure him out. Seeing Qin Feng concede, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he agreed, that was all that mattered. They simply could not bear the thought of him remaining in such danger. They also could not fathom who held such deep resentment against Qin Feng. They were aware of those who held grudges against him. Yet those individuals likely lacked the means to harm Qin Feng now. The moment Qin Feng faced danger, they had each gone to investigate those who bore ill will toward him, watching for any suspicious activity. Nothing incriminating surfaced. Yet Qin Feng's peril escalated daily. They simply could not continue taking such risks. Fortunately, Qin Feng had agreed this time, and was willing to hire a bodyguard. Still, I cannot just hire anyone. Let me choose carefully. During this period, I will stay indoors as much as possible. Since they are targeting only me, they should not cause trouble for either of you. But please stay cautious as well. Even if the three of them went out together, Qin Feng would still be the primary target if danger struck. Yet Qin Feng worried that should the enemy fail to locate him, they might take out their frustration on Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen instead. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen nodded emphatically. Both came from families with considerable standing. Moreover, given Tang Xichen's status, anyone who dared lay hands on her would face consequences from her family as well. Zhang Fan had even tougher protections in place, which left Qin Feng as the only one without such backing, a solitary figure with no bodyguard. After a moment of frustration, Qin Feng began reviewing information on various bodyguard agencies. After 2 days of deliberation, he finally selected a suitable agency. The bodyguard he chose was a highly skilled woman named Wenya. Wenya worked for the Fenian bodyguard agency. Her profile described her as cheerful and outgoing. In the company's individual bodyguard strength rankings, she held the second position. The top-ranked bodyguard had since become a guardian to a billionaire. She had already signed a 10-year contract with them. As for the second place ranking, its placement might simply reflect gender bias within the company. Following her previous contract's conclusion, she had not immediately taken on another client. Instead, she had been resting. Once Qin Feng's request reached the agency, they needed to contact her. 4 premium-tier guards like her consent was required to confirm whether she would accept the proposed compensation. Alternatively, they could negotiate terms privately. The agency retained a 10% commission regardless. They also required visibility into the contracted salary amount. The agency's approach here showed considerable flexibility. They did not enforce fixed remittance quotas on their staff. Their revenue came solely from facilitating connections between employers and guards. Just protecting a small business owner should not require this much effort. I have rested enough at home anyway. I will go see what this employer's situation actually is. When the agency shared the details with Wenya, she grew curious. How could one person face targeting this intense? Driven by curiosity, she agreed without hesitation. Upon returning to the agency, she met with Qin Feng immediately. Qin Feng explained to Wenya briefly what he needed her to do. After recounting recent events, she accepted without a second thought. The compensation offered was considerably lower than what previous employers had paid. She agreed to follow Qin Feng simply because she found him intriguing. She wanted to see what else might unfold. And so Wenya became Qin Feng's personal bodyguard, staying by his side around the clock to ensure his safety. So these death threats only started recently. The first incident involved a truck that appeared to lose control, charging directly toward you on the road. You noticed the driver's expression was unsettling, which led you to conclude this was a premeditated assassination attempt that failed, causing the perpetrator to flee. The culprit remains at large, yet they have continued threatening you by phone. You want me to ensure your safety, and possibly help uncover who is behind this. After hearing Qin Feng's account, Wenya nodded. She felt that Qin Feng's circumstances were quite unfortunate. Qin Feng shared that sentiment. He had hoped to lure out whoever was targeting him from the shadows. Instead of drawing them out, he found himself facing greater danger. Now his only recourse was to place his trust entirely in a bodyguard. He hoped his female guard would not disappoint. Wenya understood that this task would not be simple. Yet she could begin by removing any surveillance the antagonist had planted near Qin Feng. Her duty was to safeguard her client. That meant ensuring he was not being watched by anyone. Not even someone posing as an ordinary person could be allowed to spy on him. Sir, this is the person who has been secretly photographing you. We found a small camera on him. He has been following you closely. Except when you are in class, whenever you leave the classroom or your dorm, he hides behind you to follow and photograph you. The earliest photographs we found from him were taken half a month ago. Qin Feng had never expected Wenya to be so capable. It was only her second day by his side, yet she had already uncovered the person who had been following him. Wenya directly took the camera device hidden on the person and had already kept it for herself. When Qin Feng curiously asked about what the photographs looked like, Wenya handed them directly to him. She mentioned that she noticed signs of editing in the photographs and some images had already been deleted. However, she was unaware of what those missing images contained. She also did not know why the person was following Qin Feng. No matter how she questioned him, he refused to reveal the truth. He seems to believe that staying silent will leave me powerless. Aside from the unauthorized photography, he has done nothing else, and I have no idea who he gave the photographs to. I had no choice but to release him. Has he forgotten? Modern society has authorities responsible for handling such violations. I could easily report this matter to them, or you could have my bodyguards handle him. If any injuries were to occur accidentally, that would be his misfortune for intruding on my privacy. Oh, by the way, he is lacking something essential. Make sure to address that as well. Do not overlook any aspect. Qin Feng gazed at the compact camera in his hand and smiled gently. Yet his words cast a shadow over the man before him. He could never have imagined Qin Feng to be so resolute. He had expected Qin Feng to take direct action against him. How could such a determined person exist in this world? The very thought was unsettling. Noticing the apprehension on the man's face, Qin Feng felt a quiet satisfaction. He waved the camera in his hand and leaned forward slightly. Approaching the seemingly unremarkable man, Qin Feng spoke. Did the person who hired you to follow me only want you to take photographs? What exactly are you planning? If you answer honestly, you may avoid further difficulties. Otherwise, you should know that my bodyguards possess methods designed to resolve matters for their employers. For instance, my bodyguard here could assist in resolving certain issues. And before you regain your composure, she could help restore things. If you insist on protecting your employer without cooperation, I suppose I will have to let her assist in easing your tensions. I trust you will not object, correct? The man finally broke down, looking at Qin Feng in disbelief before breaking into tears. Qin Feng found himself somewhat irritated by the display. Glancing at Wenya beside him, Wenya immediately stepped forward and adjusted his jaw. The man's eyes filled with discomfort. Qin Feng observed the man's distressed state, pressed his lips slightly, and then asked whether he intended to continue making noise. Would he willingly answer the questions? If his answers proved satisfactory, Qin Feng might allow him to leave with less discomfort. Otherwise, the difficulties he faced today would go beyond this. Unable to form complete sentences due to his jaw, the man could only make muffled sounds. Yet he nodded frantically. Tears mixed with saliva fell rapidly as he moved. Qin Feng found the sight somewhat unpleasant. He glanced at Wenya, signaling her to readjust the man's jaw. The moment it was secured, the man immediately began speaking. He did not know who that person was. He had also been commissioned by a mysterious figure. That mysterious person had given him substantial money to follow and photograph Qin Feng. He knew this was unlawful, but the amount of money was considerable. He could not imagine earning such a sum through ordinary means. Moreover, the person had promised 2,000 yuan per day. 2,000 yuan per day. Simply by photographing one person, Qin Feng. The person was so generous that he found himself unable to refuse. Thus he agreed. He guaranteed that the photographs of Qin Feng did not involve any private matters, and he had given all of them exclusively to that mysterious person. He truly did not know who that person was. He was only responsible for taking photographs. Then after 2 or 3 days, he would go directly to the location specified by the mysterious person. He would leave the materials at the designated spot. The mysterious person would have money ready there. And each time the mysterious person called him, he did not know whether the mysterious person was male or female. He also did not know how they had found him. He truly only knew as much as this. You do not know who the mysterious person is, yet you directly help them take photographs and hand the materials to them. Do you really think I am foolish? I do not know. I truly do not know who he is. I only wanted to earn money. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake now. When you had originally intended to hand the man over to the relevant authorities, but Qin Feng suddenly changed his mind. After confiscating the camera, he instructed Wenya to release the man directly. Wenya did not understand why Qin Feng chose to do this. However, Qin Feng was her employer, so she could only follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Bai Yinhua had also learned about Qin Feng's situation. Recently, he had been busy with matters concerning the hacker company. Since Qin Feng had not proactively sought his assistance, he was unaware that Qin Feng was being followed and photographed. After hearing about this from Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, he finally learned the truth. He immediately called Qin Feng to verify the matter. He also began using the internet to search for individuals who might pose a threat to Qin Feng. Because Wenya had been constantly accompanying Qin Feng, Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen had mistaken her for Qin Feng's girlfriend. Qin Feng had not mentioned that Wenya was his newly hired bodyguard. The two of them had presumed that Qin Feng hadn't followed their advice and hadn't hired a bodyguard. What they failed to anticipate was that he had not only hired one, but had also recruited a strikingly elegant woman with long legs named Wenya. Since Qin Feng had taken Wenya on as his bodyguard, although he didn't venture out frequently on each occasion, he did when you remained by his side. Qin Feng no longer resided in the campus dormitory. This was likely because of the various incidents that had occurred repeatedly, not merely on the streets, but occasionally even within the campus grounds. Therefore, after receiving Qin Feng's application, the school authorities readily approved his request to live off campus. After all, he already maintained a rented apartment nearby. Wenya resided in the secondary bedroom of the apartment Qin Feng had leased, a generous flat offering splendid views in a conveniently located setting. Nevertheless, sharing meals and living under the same roof with Wenya had indeed stirred considerable attention on campus. Qin Feng was already a figure of prominence at the school. Now many students at school were aware that Qin Feng had established his own company, one that was remarkably successful and highly lucrative. Many sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, hoping to gain entry into Qin Feng's company through their connections. Alas, that was utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was seen coming and going daily with such a graceful and beautiful young woman. Naturally, this sparked speculation among many regarding their relationship. Even Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen remained uncertain about who this woman truly was. Some had even presumed she was Qin Feng's new girlfriend, as none of them had imagined he would hire a female bodyguard. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen had finally discovered an opportunity to jest with Qin Feng. They possessed a measure of discretion. They refrained from making remarks in Wenya's presence, harboring a slight concern. Should this lovely woman not be Qin Feng's girlfriend, the situation would become rather awkward for them. Thus they whispered behind Wenya's back. As expected, after they voiced these remarks, Qin Feng simply rolled his eyes and promptly revealed Wenya's true identity to them. He then explained that if one were to hire a bodyguard, it would surely be someone skilled. So he had chosen Wenya directly. Wenya ranked second among the bodyguards at their company. The top-ranked bodyguard would have been an option had she not already committed to a 10-year contract with another employer that remained unexpired. Fortunately, we didn't ask in front of that young lady, or it truly would have been a comical misunderstanding. But having such a stunning beauty accompany you everywhere surely draws considerable curiosity. Might I suggest you offer some clarification? What requires clarification? Aside from you two, few others are sufficiently curious to inquire. Should anyone approach me directly, I shall explain straightforwardly. Besides, she is not a student at our school, making any special announcement unnecessary. It was precisely because Qin Feng hadn't given the matter much thought that Yi Qingxue, who had hesitated to approach him with questions, came to a thorough misunderstanding of their relationship. She couldn't articulate why, but upon imagining that this beautiful girl who had been accompanying Qin Feng might be his girlfriend, a subtle sense of melancholy arose within her heart. Whenever Qin Feng visited the shop, this girl accompanied him. And whenever she posed questions or raised concerns, Qin Feng responded with notable patience. Qin Feng displayed no such patience toward her. She had originally hoped that by visiting Qin Feng's shop, she might bridge the distance between them. Yet she never anticipated that Qin Feng already had a girlfriend, someone from outside the school. The gap between herself and Qin Feng indeed appeared to be widening. Qin Feng remained unaware of this development, as he had been encountering dangers with some frequency lately. He had also failed to notice the subtle coolness in Yi Qingxue's demeanor toward him. He presumed it stemmed from her being in low spirits. He also wished to avoid appearing overly concerned about Yi Qingxue, lest the person observing him from the shadows draw the wrong conclusions. Should they perceive Yi Qingxue as his vulnerability and target her, it would create complications. Although if the opposing party were to detain Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen. Yet for reasons he couldn't explain, he simply did not wish for Yi Qingxue to encounter any peril. Ironically, it was precisely this quiet distancing and protective withdrawal that led Yi Qingxue to thoroughly misunderstand his relationship with Wenya. Now during live broadcasts, she could barely manage a smile. Several perceptive fans had sensed that something was amiss. Wenya, I intend to visit home soon. I've been at university for quite some time now, and have been running a business away from home for nearly a year, yet I still haven't had the chance to properly share this encouraging news with my family. My home isn't located locally, so I may need you to accompany me. Would you be willing to come along? His parents resided elsewhere, not in Jiangxing. Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, Wenya responded directly, stating that as his bodyguard accompanying him home, to ensure his safety presented no difficulty whatsoever. And so after Qin Feng secured leave from the school, Wenya accompanied him on the trip home. However, upon returning home, they discovered his family being cordially welcomed by a gathering of relatives. The words exchanged made Qin Feng's temper rise once more. When he had arrived, those relatives likely stood just arriving, engaged in conversation with his parents. Qin Feng hadn't attached much significance to it at the time. He had specifically brought gifts for his parents. He simply hadn't anticipated such a large gathering. The items he carried suddenly proved insufficient. Furthermore, these were clearly skincare products and health supplements intended for his parents. Yet these relatives showed no restraint whatsoever, casually opening and scattering everything about. They examined the items while openly disparaging his purchases as inexpensive, insisting they were nothing but inferior brands, and making remarks questioning his ambitions and prospects. Cousin-in-law, I don't mean to criticize, but your family's financial situation is already quite modest, and your household lacks means. Even though my nephew has gained admission to a respectable university, there is no money to be made from this path. Even upon graduation, the school will not secure employment for him. His future holds little promise of great achievement. Why invest such considerable energy? You're even considering purchasing a house for him and supporting his continued education. From where I sit, I'd suggest he simply forego further studies now and return to our hometown to find employment at a factory. It would prove more practical than graduating only to become a financial burden upon you both. Qin Feng watched quietly as his parents sat on simple wooden stools while the relatives rested comfortably on plush sofas nearby. Those sofas had been purchased online with his first earnings chosen specifically for his parents due to their declining health. He had replaced all the worn furniture in their home with more comfortable pieces. Softer furnishings would be easier on their aging bodies. He had hoped his parents would no longer need to work so tirelessly. His son had become successful now. Even if they did not need to earn money themselves, he could provide for them, sending funds regularly to support the household. There was no need for them to endure such hardship. Yet having worked their entire lives, his parents found it difficult to rest. They also asked curiously how he had accumulated so much wealth. They worried he might have ventured into questionable affairs and pressed him for answers. Qin Feng simply told them he had started his own company. He did not mention the size of his business. He had returned home intending to surprise his parents, but instead encountered these troublesome relatives. The one who had spoken just now was his cousin aunt. Her name was Gao Yingchuan, a woman known for flattering those in power. She had never held his family in high regard. Sharp-tongued and cold, she was considered one of the most disagreeable women in their village. If not for the distant family connection, Qin Feng would have simply asked her to leave. You should not speak that way, Yingchuan, his mother intervened gently. You are still the child's relative. How can you speak so harshly? The boy is bright. Xiao Feng is the smartest of them all, and his university is respectable. How could he not earn well? If the remarks had been aimed at them directly, his parents would have remained silent. But no one was permitted to speak ill of Qin Feng. He was their pride, their best child in every sense. He may not have matched the brilliance of those admitted to the most prestigious institutions, yet to his parents he remained their greatest treasure. He was always the child they would protect. No one had the right to disgrace them. Gao Yingchuan clearly had not anticipated her cousins would dare to respond. Her frustration deepened. She began picking at everything about Qin Feng, from his clothing to his university, claiming he was unworthy and ungrateful. The health supplements he had bought for the household were cheap and offered little value. Cousin aunt, you speak as though you understand these things. How many years of education did you complete? You are simply relying on your age to act superior. A woman's age was her most sensitive point. Gao Yingchuan reacted sharply, her temper rising. She accused him of lacking proper upbringing, suggesting his years of study had amounted to nothing. How dare he speak to an elder in such a manner? The other relatives quickly joined in, though Qin Feng still could not understand why they had come. If they looked down on his family so deeply, why come at all? Were they simply seeking a sense of superiority? Frankly, none of the other families had produced a student who gained admission to Jiangxing University like he had, even though some had sent children to college. Their results were average at best. Qin Feng had been the standout among all the relatives' children when it came to university admissions. When he applied to university, many relatives had insisted his family could not afford it, urging him to start working and contribute to the household instead. The criticisms ranged from accusations of being unfilial to other excuses. His parents ultimately silenced the debate and supported his decision to attend university. This was why Qin Feng harbored such deep gratitude for his parents. Respect is earned, Qin Feng replied. I owe no courtesy to those who seek to diminish others, nor to relatives who criticize without achieving anything themselves. My education is not something you would understand. Can you hear this? This is the result of higher education, calling us poor relatives. As if your family were wealthy yourselves. Yet you disdain us for our circumstances. Would you even be here without our support back then? Do not twist the truth. Was it because of you that I attended university? Was it your charity that made it possible? That property was worth well over 100,000 back, then yet you offered only 50,000. And speak of generosity. You needed money urgently. We gave you 30,000, which was more than enough. Do not distort the truth. That property was worth at most 40 or 50,000. We did not take advantage of you. The discussion between Qin Feng and his relatives grew louder. Their sharp words left him with no reason to hold back. His parents remained largely silent. Wenya had been waiting outside. The house was his, and as his companion she saw no need to enter. But the commotion inside prompted her concern. She worried that if the situation escalated, Qin Feng might be harmed, and that would be a failure of her responsibility. She knocked and entered promptly. Qin Feng, are you all right? Back in his own home, he asked her to use his name rather than any formal title. He preferred familiarity over the distance of employer. Yet this casual address only deepened the relatives' misconceptions about Wenya's role. They assumed she was his companion and turned their remarks toward her, making unwarranted suggestions about her character. They suggested his time at university had led him astray, that bringing someone like her home was unacceptable. That is going too far, his mother interjected. We are all family. We should not speak of her this way. She is a fine young woman. What has she done to deserve such remarks? His parents had initially chosen not to intervene, confident he could handle the situation himself. But when they began speaking ill of a young woman, his parents could no longer remain silent and responded firmly. The relatives, finding a new focus for their frustration, continued their remarks. He could not quite determine how these relatives were connected to his family. Qin Feng noticed several faces were quite unfamiliar, likely people he had not seen in many years. There were also many whom he had never met before. He could not understand how they had managed to find his parents at this location. Years ago, when he was preparing for university, his family did not have enough funds. So his parents considered selling the house that had been passed down through generations. That house had been their wedding home. At that time, there had already been plans indicating the land in their village was scheduled for redevelopment. So the house was actually quite valuable. But Qin Feng could not wait any longer. Moreover, his parents had always been exceptionally kind to him. They naturally did not want their son to miss this opportunity to attend university. So they gritted their teeth and, under the pressure of these relatives, sold the house. The proceeds from the sold house ultimately fell into Gao Yingchuan's hands. At first she had attempted to drive down the price, but in the end she still paid 50,000 yuan. With this 50,000 yuan, Qin Feng needed to cover his university expenses while also finding a place for his parents to stay nearby. Fortunately, his parents were quick to make things happen. Although they did not move to Jiangsheng with Qin Feng, at least they found work nearby. The two of them earned money with few other expenses and managed to save up some funds over time. They then rented another apartment. Since they had rented for a long time, their monthly rent was relatively low, but it was never as comfortable and carefree as living in their own home. Even the land in their village that belonged to them had been sold. So Qin Feng truly could not understand why this whole group of relatives had come looking for them. If you have only come here to humiliate our family, then it is unnecessary. Go wherever is farthest away. Given that we are relatives, I do not wish to take action against any of you. Qin Feng, what do you mean by that? You know we are relatives, and this is how you speak to your aunt. We came specifically to ask your parents why they deliberately deceived us back then. How are we deliberately deceiving you? Weren't you already pressing us too hard back then? Do not think those tens of thousands of yuan you gave us were some kind of favor. That house was worth far more than that amount. But we only wanted those tens of thousands because your house happened to be within the planned area. Now that the plan has fallen through, what use is that house to us? Listening to Gao Yingxuan's voice, Qin Feng finally understood why they had come for their family. It turned out the house they had purchased was no longer of any value. No wonder his aunt had tracked them down. Watching the equally frustrated looks from his parents, Qin Feng let out a quiet laugh. Then he stated calmly, it was they who had wanted to buy that house in the first place. Whether or not the plan would involve their land or house was hardly something they could control. It hardly seemed like something they had a say in. Now here they were, this whole group of relatives coming to cause trouble. Did they not fear he might simply report them to the relevant authorities? Would he have the authorities come and address the situation? Look at how capable your son is. Not only did he bring back such an unseemly girlfriend, but he is actually speaking of taking us to the authorities. How bold can he be? That girl does not look like she is worth anything. You have money to let your son squander it recklessly, yet you will not spare a thing for us relatives. What misfortune has befallen them? Who would have thought there could be people like them? Truly unfortunate, most unfortunate. If you do not produce the money today, we are not leaving. There is no such precedent in the world. We are all relatives after all, and we need this money now. How dare this nobody and his shameless girlfriend come back with such worthless things? Get out of here. As their words grew increasingly harsh, Gao Yingxuan became even more unreasonable. Qin Feng decided he was done giving them face. He glanced at Wenya beside him. She acted decisively, addressing the few who had spoken so arrogantly. Wenya was also an accomplished individual. She knew exactly how to handle the situation effectively. But the result was that everyone present was taken aback. Even Qin Feng's parents watched Wenya with a hint of concern. She offered them a warm smile. They looked somewhat puzzled, then glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng pulled his parents behind him and let Wenya handle the matter. But his parents cautiously tugged at his sleeve and spoke. Child, you should not let your girlfriend face them alone. As a man, how can you allow a woman to take such action? Her words carried a touch of gentle reproach. Qin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. He then asked Wenya to pause. She brought in all the gifts Qin Feng had arrived with. Of course, Qin Feng had brought more than what had been brought in earlier. The reason only so much had been brought in before was that when he opened the door, he saw the whole group of relatives inside. So he had left what Wenya was holding outside and asked her to wait. After Wenya opened all the gifts Qin Feng had brought, those gifts were exceptionally refined and precious. Even the outer packaging appeared to be of considerable value, effectively answering the relatives' earlier remarks. Several relatives were utterly astonished. Gao Yingxuan stopped her dramatic display and went straight toward Wenya, reaching for her hand, because she had assumed Qin Feng was dating someone from a wealthy family. However, after learning that Qin Feng was the owner of a recently popular fashion studio, Gao Yingxuan completely abandoned any sense of reserve. Her original intention had been to grow close to Wenya and introduce her own son. She had hoped Wenya would move on from Qin Feng, a man she considered useful only for his appearance. But Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and addressed the group. Did they not know about that highly popular clothing studio under Tianyu Group? The other relatives did not know, but Gao Yingxuan had heard of it. She asked with clear disbelief what that studio did. Could he possibly be claiming to be the studio's owner? Since the studio had gained considerable popularity, information about Qin Feng as its owner had naturally become known. Although they knew Qin Feng shared the same name as that boss, they refused to believe that a family they had so readily dismissed could produce such a remarkable person. So they questioned Qin Feng with clear disdain. I had no idea you were quite so capable, Auntie. Since you already know I own the fashion studio, how dare you speak to me with such disrespect? Aren't you afraid I could simply pull a few strings and see you lose your job entirely? Or do you not care about that pitiful salary of 3,000 a month? After Qin Feng spoke those words, the relatives present burst into hearty laughter. Among them, one or two seemed slightly uneasy. But Gao Yingxuan swiftly dispelled their doubts. She pointed directly at Qin Feng's nose and began berating him harshly, claiming he would say such outrageous things merely to brag. What sort of person was he, and didn't his relatives know? Besides slightly better academic scores, what else could he claim as his strength? Not to mention he was now in university. Others studied just as diligently as he did. Why should he alone become a great businessman? If he were truly a successful boss, why would he let his parents live in such a place? Stop being absurd here. Perhaps he had simply heard the boss's name and was deliberately attempting to claim credit. What do you mean by short-sighted? You frogs in a well have no idea how formidable our boss truly is. Do you think I purchased these things myself? These are merely gifts our boss bought to nourish and care for uncle and aunt. Our boss has long prepared far more. It's simply that these items have already been placed at the new home and haven't been brought back yet. If they were brought back, would they fall into the hands of you bloodsuckers? Wenya cast a displeased glance at Gao Yingchun and stepped forward to shield Qin Feng and his parents. She spoke coldly. Even so, Gao Yingchun still harbored the notion that Wenya should date her son. She never expected all these items to have been purchased by Qin Feng himself. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Gao Yingchun with her mouth agape in sheer astonishment. She stood dazed for quite some time before regaining her composure. Once she did, she shoved aside the others around her and immediately began fawning over Qin Feng. Her calloused hands gripped Qin Feng's, tightly showering him with endless flattering words. She was nearly ready to kneel before him, expressing their apologies and placing all responsibility upon the other relatives. She claimed she had been coerced into coming, and that deep down she truly missed Qin Feng's father and mother. Who would have guessed that our Qin family produced such a remarkable jewel? Little Feng, why didn't you tell your aunt about your accomplishments? If I had known you were so capable from the start, I would never have said such things. I only acted out of frustration that you hadn't reached your potential. Look at you now. You've made our entire family proud. Qin Feng gazed at the aunt before him with an expression that did not match his eyes. In truth, she was not his blood relative. Their different surnames were evidence enough. How could she possibly muster the face to say such things in his presence? Qin Feng raised his hand, and in an instant she was sent sprawling to the ground. Yet Gao Yingchun dared not show any resentment. She quickly reached out again to grasp Qin Feng's hand, but Qin Feng rose to his feet and directed his parents to sit upon the sofa. He then commanded all the relatives to leave. When the Qin family had moved out of the village years ago, they had already severed ties with these parasitic relatives. Now they had the audacity to return and attempt to drain him once more. They ought to examine whether they even deserved such treatment. Qin Feng, I am after all your aunt, and though not your blood relative, I still share family ties with you. I am your elder. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? After all these years at university, has everything you learned gone straight to waste? Indeed, when Gao Yingchun realized that flattering Qin Feng yielded nothing, she immediately adopted the posture of an elder and began reprimanding him. Witnessing her pretense of authority intertwined with underlying fear, Qin Feng found the entire scene utterly laughable. He lounged casually on the sofa, looking down at Gao Yingchun standing before him, and coldly spoke 3 more words. Begone, fool. Though Qin Feng's parents could not help but frown slightly, they ultimately remained silent. They instinctively felt that she was after all an elder of Qin Feng's. No matter how flawed she was Qin Feng not perhaps being a bit too harsh? Unexpectedly, Gao Yingchun simply threw caution to the wind. She continued leveraging her elder status to threaten Qin Feng, demanding he hand over 500,000 yuan that very day, or she would not leave. She intended to cause a scene so everyone would witness the true nature of his family. She also demanded that Qin Feng secure a position for her lazy idle son within the studio, and even a manager role at Tianyu Group. Had Qin Feng not been visibly displeased, she might have gone so far as to request a vice president position for her son. You have truly lost all shame, haven't you? What right do you have to dictate terms to me? Do you believe that with a modest sum of money, I could ensure you and your son never leave that remote mountain village for the rest of your lives? Though the words carried an air of finality, the threat held real weight. Qin Feng's parents, who had been hesitating over whether their son's behavior was appropriate, now shifted in their resolve. Upon hearing Gao Yingchun's blatant disregard for propriety, Qin Feng's parents, who loved their son deeply, could hardly tolerate such insults aimed at him. Bolstered by Wenya's unwavering support, Qin Feng's parents ceased holding back and retorted forcefully. When the years of grievance between Qin Feng's parents and these relatives were laid bare, every unspoken grievance found its voice. Qin Feng did not wait for Gao Yingchun to speak further. He simply instructed Wenya to see them all out. Gao Yingchun was unwilling to depart empty-handed, having gained nothing from her visit. One might wonder what ran through her mind. Knowing full well that Qin Feng held nothing but disdain for her, and having heard his unequivocal words, she nevertheless continued muttering complaints outside. The noise from outside shattered the warmth Qin Feng's family had hoped to share within the home, making it impossible for them to find peace. Wenya immediately perceived Qin Feng's distress and volunteered to step outside. Having witnessed Wenya's capabilities before, the relatives dared not confront her directly. In the end, only Gao Yingchun stubbornly charged forward, only to be dealt several sharp slaps by Wenya before being unceremoniously tossed outside. If you continue spreading nonsense and shamelessly harassing us, I can easily cover your medical expenses. How about spending half a month recovering in the hospital? What do you think? Shut that foul mouth of yours. If you dare provoke me again, I will teach you a lesson you will not forget. Gao Yingchun wanted to say something more, But after experiencing Wen Ye's strength firsthand, she dared not speak recklessly anymore. She could only glare hatefully at Wen Ye. Under Wen Ye's threatening gaze, she dared not say another word, and quickly slipped away along with the other relatives. They were actually people Gao Yingchun had gathered. The old house in Qin Feng's hometown was not included in the demolition area. Nobody knew what had happened. The original plan from above had indeed included their entire village in the demolition zone. It was reportedly ready to begin construction. But then they said deeper investigations were conducted, and ultimately a different location was chosen. Coincidentally, that location was exactly in their neighboring village just across a small river. Yet the difference in outcomes was so vast. It was said that every family in the neighboring village received millions. Those millions were originally thought to fall into their hands. That is why they had scraped together 50,000 yuan and directly divided up the old mansion. But who could have imagined that plans would change so drastically? The demolition plan had shifted its boundaries, completely bypassing them. They would not receive any compensation. Naturally, they had developed the desire to get back that 50,000 yuan, even hoping to increase the amount. No one knows how they managed to track them down. In any case, all their plans had fallen through. The reason Gao Yingchun was so active was that she had written an IOU for that money back then. She had originally thought that once the demolition compensation came, they would divide it proportionally. But who could have guessed the demolition site would not be here? Right under their noses, they had watched helplessly as the villagers of that village happily took their money and moved into new high-rise buildings. Meanwhile, they were left guarding this useless, dilapidated house, having lost tens of thousands of yuan. In the countryside, 50,000 was no small sum. Even though Gao Yingchun had the ability to pay it back, she did not want this house to become a burden now. So she urged all the relatives who had taken the money to come confront Qin Feng and his family. She also hoped to increase that 50,000 from years ago to 100,000 today. But unexpectedly, everything had come to nothing. After dealing with Gao Yingchun and her group when you returned home, she had not wanted to come back, but Qin Feng had called her, so she returned in confusion. Qin Feng could only ask her to explain things to his parents. The two of them were not boyfriend and girlfriend. She was merely a bodyguard he had hired. What he had said earlier was not entirely wrong. He truly was the president of Tianyu Group, and he was indeed the owner of that clothing studio. Someone so accomplished would certainly need a bodyguard. What would happen if danger arose otherwise? So the two of them truly were not in a romantic relationship. Qin Feng's parents had been saying that he did not know how to cherish a lady, that he should not let his girlfriend face unreasonable people alone. As a man, should he not step forward to help his girlfriend resolve such matters? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He could only have the person herself return to explain. This was not what they had imagined. After Wen Ye's explanation, Qin Feng's parents finally understood that it had all been a misunderstanding. However, they quite liked Wen Ye. Aside from being slightly fierce, she had no other flaws. Qin Feng's parents listened as he recounted how much he had changed over the past year. They learned that his group and studio were expanding step by step. Though Qin Feng's parents were curious about when their son had become so outstanding, they found it perfectly natural. Perhaps because of parental affection, they always believed their son becoming excellent was only normal. They even felt it was because he was capable and intelligent. I always knew our son was the smartest. Sending him to university was definitely the right choice. University education is truly wonderful. Our son has become a boss. Yes. From now on, you need not worry about our son being bullied at school anymore. Son, you have become so remarkable. Father and mother are truly proud of you. Then we need not worry so much anymore. We can follow those fashionable elderly couples and travel across the country. Our son no longer needs us to worry about him. You always loved traveling when you were young. Back then I had no means. Now our son has grown up and no longer needs us. We can change locations every few months. Over these years we have saved quite a bit. Let me take you to see beautiful scenery. After learning that Qin Feng truly was so capable, his parents did not ask him to support them. Instead, they discussed giving part of their savings to Qin Feng. Though it was not much, their money could only go to Qin Feng. Whom else could they give it to? With the remaining funds, they planned to follow those trendy couples and travel. See the scenery and such. Qin Feng stopped them from giving him the money, and instead left them with a much larger sum. He told them to eat well, drink well, and travel wherever they pleased. He would book the finest hotels and arrange guides to show them around locally. He had already purchased a large villa in Jiangxing for them. When the time came, the whole family could live together. Had he not struggled and worked hard so that his family could live in comfort? I never knew before that mom and dad had the desire to travel. Wherever you want to go is fine. Now that your son is capable, I can afford wherever you wish to go. Qin Feng's parents had originally wanted to refuse and not spend Qin Feng's money. But Qin Feng would not hear it. He even pretended to be angry, feeling that if his parents did not rely on him, what was the point of earning so much money? Having no choice, Qin Feng's parents could only agree. Qin Feng then directly hired a moving company, packed everything at home, and took his parents to a large villa he had booked in advance. He arranged everything thoroughly and told his parents to live there from now on. Such a grand villa, and it's just you, your mother, and I living here. Isn't it rather wasteful? The house we lived in before was quite nice as well. Mom, Dad, please don't worry so much. I earned all this money, so our whole family can live comfortably. If I made so much, yet still kept you in the old place, that wouldn't be filial at all. Just settle in here peacefully. I'll keep earning even more in the future. You silly child. When did we ever say such things? Do come back often when you're on vacation. Your mother and I aren't quite used to such a large house anyway. Mom, Dad, I've already signed you up for a 2-month tour across the country. You can extend it anytime. If there's somewhere you enjoy, you're welcome to stay longer. I've arranged a dedicated team for you. Qin Feng now had the means. Naturally, he hoped his parents, who had worked so hard raising him since childhood, could live better lives. He had always known that his mother loved traveling to scenic places the most, even before he was born. His father often took his mother on budget trips everywhere. But after he was born, his parents dedicated their entire lives to him, pouring every ounce of their energy into his upbringing. Now that he had the ability to give back, he certainly would not let his parents continue living in hardship. He would take on the responsibility of caring for them. He wanted his parents to live the kind of life others envied. When he learned they wished to travel, he arranged a dedicated personal guide to take them across the country. All expenses were covered by him. After Qin Feng finished arranging everything and shared several meals with his parents, Qin Feng then left with Wenya. Back at school, he had not encountered any danger for several days, though he knew someone was still watching him from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. He could no longer keep his parents in their old residence. Bringing them to the villa was the right choice. For one, the security in the villa community was excellent. Moreover, he had recruited a team of bodyguards from a security company. On the surface, they served as household staff for his parents. But in truth, each one was remarkably capable, including the tour group this time, which also included 3 particularly skilled bodyguards. It was all to ensure his parents would not face any danger while traveling. Qin Feng's return to school came only after he had settled matters at his company. He began considering his next move, expanding his team. His next destination would be Country C. In his memories from a past life, there was an outstanding painter who would later be discovered creating many celebrated masterpieces. That painter should currently be living as a beggar in Country C, so he needed to hurry over. If the events from his memories played out, and someone else found the painter first, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. His team should not only include business talents. He naturally needed various capable people as well. He deeply admired the painter's work and wanted the painter to know his name. What are you two doing? Didn't I say I'm just going to Country C and coming back? Are you planning to come with me? As the saying goes, human calculations cannot design. Qin Feng had asked for leave from the academy under the pretense of business travel and was now preparing to pack, when he intended to tell Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan. But unexpectedly, they had spotted him packing and asked what he was doing. When they learned he was going abroad to Country C, both immediately insisted on accompanying him. Qin Feng quickly tried to stop them, insisting he could handle this alone. This was serious business, not a leisure trip. But they clung to his legs on either side, wailing dramatically. They claimed he was abandoning them. They had never traveled abroad in their lives. How could he go to Country C without taking them along? Was he planning to go have fun on his own? That simply wouldn't do. They were already upset he hadn't brought them when he visited his parents before. And now he was heading even farther away. Who knew when he would return next? Was he planning to fly into outer space? What nonsense. Outer space. I'm not going there for fun this time. I need to find someone. Please stop this, okay? No matter what Qin Feng said, Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan would not relent. They continued their desperate wailing, creating such a commotion that it seemed Qin Feng would not be leaving unless he took them along. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to go alone. Indeed, he had not even considered bringing Wenya. But he simply could not shake their persistence. With no choice, he agreed to take them along. Since they were coming too, Qin Feng would need to arrange additional precautions in the background. Qin Feng had never seen men act so shamelessly before. He was genuinely amazed. He had never imagined his 2 closest friends would become like this. In his past life, both Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen had been fierce and masculine men. How had they become so clingy and emotional in this lifetime? Holidays are approaching, and I still don't understand why you two insist on coming with me. But once we reach Country C, you must follow my arrangements. Do not wander off on your own. Remember, public safety abroad isn't as reliable as it is here. Understood? Since he had already agreed to bring his 2 companions, Qin Feng could only accept his fate and remind them to stay careful. The 2 readily promised, thrilled beyond measure. They were as excited as monkeys who had spotted fruit, ready to burst into wild excitement at any moment. Qin Feng felt helpless, yet they were his brothers after all, so he simply endured their antics. Seeing how happy they were made it easy for him to let the matter drop. He organized the necessary paperwork for all 3 of them. By the time they arrived in Country C, 2 days had passed since they set out. Once there, Qin Feng checked into his pre-booked hotel. The arrangement came through a loyal customer from his clothing shop who happened to be studying in Country C. Before departing, that customer had purchased dozens of different garments from Qin Feng's store. Qin Feng had been so alarmed he messaged them directly through the backend, asking if they had made a mistake. After learning that the student would be going to Country C for further studies, Qin Feng had kept the matter in mind. He planned to head to Country C once he had finished handling his current affairs. So he had specially mailed several pieces of clothing to the student and left behind his contact information. His hope was simply that when they eventually arrived in country C, the student might offer some assistance if needed. Unexpectedly, the student agreed right away and shared many useful tips about settling into country C. Qin Feng noted everything down carefully. They also exchanged personal contact information. Receiving the clothes from Qin Feng, the student was filled with joy and eagerly looked forward to hosting his visitor. At first, the student intended to arrange hotel accommodations for Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng offered the payment directly, placing his full trust in the young man. In return, the student organized their lodging and transportation with thorough care. Country C offered car rental services. Since Qin Feng, Zhang Fan, and Tang Xichen were all capable drivers, the student had already arranged a vehicle well in advance. The hotel arrangements were complete as well. For this visit, Qin Feng and his companions had also brought several newly designed pieces from their studio. These garments served as a gift of appreciation for their helpful host. After meeting up and sharing a meal together, the student returned to his university to continue his studies. Zhang Fan and the others then began exploring the city district alongside Qin Feng. You only mentioned you had personal matters to attend to in country C. We've been here for quite some time now, wandering around the district without ever hearing what you're actually doing. What exactly is your plan? After an hour of walking, Zhang Fan finally spoke up, his confusion clear in his voice. Qin Feng continued searching unperturbed. He was certain this was the very place. Had he arrived too late? That seemed unlikely. Based on the timeline from his past life, he should still be here. At that time, the man ought to have still been living on the streets. Could Qin Feng's memories have been wrong? It seemed that even after being reborn, some details remained unclear. Just as Qin Feng was about to accept disappointment and consider alternative ways to find the person, he finally spotted him. A somewhat disheveled figure who stood out strangely against the surrounding crowd. Don't say anything strange. Don't reveal who we are. Just watch from over there. Qin Feng quickly instructed Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen upon spotting the young man. Before the two could fully process what was happening, Qin Feng was already making his way toward the student's sketch stand, strolling casually past. Qin Feng appeared drawn to the quick sketches displayed before him. He stopped and studied the portraits, each rendered with remarkable skill. With just a few strokes, the artist captured the essence of each figure. There was indeed the mark of a talented painter. No wonder he had been noticed back then. He would later become a renowned artist. However, having once experienced hardship on the streets, he never took superficial praise to heart. Later in life, he became truly famous and his paintings fetched extraordinary prices at auction. Sir, your artwork is extraordinary, so vivid and full of life. Would you mind drawing a sketch of me as well? The student sensed someone pausing at his stand and looking at his work. He had not expected anyone to actually engage him in conversation. In truth, as Qin Feng stood nearby, he could detect the scent of someone who had not bathed in quite some time. He understood this was not by choice. The young man was simply unable to afford such comforts. Qin Feng knew his true identity, but chose not to reveal his admiration openly. Instead, he let the student believe he was merely curious about the sketches. From the very first glance, Qin Feng recognized Taluosi, the exceptional artist from his past life. Feigning ignorance was his strategy, ensuring the young man would lower his guard. You want me, a street artist, to draw you? Though Qin Feng had done his best to show genuine appreciation for the artwork, the young man still harbored some suspicion. He asked with a somewhat unusual tone. Qin Feng paid no mind and continued admiring the displayed sketches. He offered several words of praise which gradually eased the student's guarded demeanor. No longer did he maintain his distant attitude. He simply brushed off the dust from the seat beside him. He was not truly a beggar, just a street artist who had fallen on hard times due to lack of opportunity. No one had come to his stand. Yet here was an unusually eager young man. When he noticed Qin Feng's foreign appearance, it clicked. This was not a local. No wonder. People from Qin Feng's homeland were known for seeking out unique and unusual experiences abroad. It made perfect sense that he would end up here. Still, it was refreshing to have someone who appreciated his art. I won't let you draw for free. I'll pay you. Can you understand my language? Yes, I understand perfectly, young man. Qin Feng quickly settled himself near the fountain behind him and asked the student to sketch him. Though Taluosi was somewhat puzzled, he agreed. In addition to the portrait, he added decorative elements around the edges of the sketch. The final piece looked more lively and complete than a simple drawing alone would have been. At the very least, Qin Feng could see the effort and care put into the work. It seemed his respectful attitude had touched the young artist. It was no surprise. Soon Taluosi would be approached by someone who truly appreciated his talent. He would happily follow them to their estate, unaware of what awaited him. And then, he would become nothing more than a tool for producing artwork on demand. Perhaps at first the person had genuinely admired his work. But once they realized his paintings were unmatched, possessing a unique style of extraordinary value, he ceased to be seen as an artist. He became instead a means of generating profit, his creativity exploited rather than celebrated. Young man, I'm finished. Come take a look. If you're not satisfied, I can make adjustments. Qin Feng quickly accepted the sketch from Taluosi. Although he already knew of Taluosi's future fame, seeing the portrait before him, so lifelike and infused with distinctive artistic qualities, he could not help but let his expression naturally show surprise and admiration. Taluosi, who had been observing Qin Feng's reactions this whole time, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not expected a foreigner to appreciate his work so genuinely. These drawings are truly remarkable. You've captured everything perfectly. Taluosi felt as though he had finally found someone who truly understood his art. A bond began to form between them, one built on mutual respect and quiet understanding. This portrait is incredibly lifelike. I never expected you to be so talented. I originally only saw the quick sketch you had placed there, so vivid, capturing every detail perfectly. To think that in such a short time you could portray me as handsome and refined. This truly makes me overjoyed. Qin Feng held the painting tenderly, unable to bear putting it down. He then took out his wallet and produced the foreign currency he had specifically exchanged beforehand. He directly pulled out several bills and placed them into Taluosi's hands. Satisfied, he took his painting and prepared to leave, appearing just like a wealthy tourist casually spending money during his travels. This left Taluosi completely astonished. He gazed at the money in his hands. It was an enormous sum. Taluosi was utterly stunned, hardly able to believe what was happening. Qin Feng was actually giving him so much money. Based on the usual price for which he sold his paintings, the amount Qin Feng had given him was enough to purchase 10 paintings. But unexpectedly, not only did Qin Feng give him so much money, he also genuinely admired the artwork so deeply. The look of appreciation on Qin Feng's face was clearly sincere. Something heavy seemed to press against Taluosi's heart. He was deeply moved. A few steps later, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something else. With a bright and cheerful smile, he returned to Taluosi's side. Then he praised Taluosi wholeheartedly, without holding back. Your artwork is truly exceptional. I have seen many painters' works, but I feel none compare to yours. Although I notice some brushstroke similarities with a renowned painter from the last century, you have developed your own unique style, and your work is even more vivid than theirs. I am just an ordinary person who cannot fully appreciate deep artistic meaning, but I truly believe your work is wonderful. This is my absolute favorite painting. When I return, I will definitely hang it on my wall. I wish to see it every day. I hope someday I can have the opportunity to commission another portrait from you. I am certain you will become one of the most celebrated painters in the future. After all, throughout the history of Sea Country, and even across this continent, many renowned painters began as street performers. I believe you will surely become one of them, and your achievements will surpass theirs. Qin Feng's sincerity and the generous money he had given left Taluosi deeply touched. This sum would allow him to live comfortably for a considerable time. Yet when he saw Qin Feng treasuring the freshly painted portrait so dearly, and hearing those heartfelt words of praise and encouragement spoken so earnestly, he finally understood why every country welcomed tourists from that nation. Because the people from that country were genuinely kind. Somehow, despite having witnessed so much of the world's indifference, he suddenly felt a warm sting in his eyes. He told himself it must be because the fragrance of that man's cologne was overpowering. Someone as disheveled as him was being so sincerely recognized for his craft. He felt embarrassed, unsure of what to say. He nodded vigorously. Then, as if worried Qin Feng might not believe him, he spoke again. No one has ever appreciated my paintings the way you have. Rest assured, I will certainly become an outstanding painter. When that day comes, I will personally seek you out and create more paintings for you. Then I shall wait. I imagine countless people will be lining up to request portraits from you by then. Qin Feng was delighted and took out several more bills. He pressed them directly into the other man's hands. When the man attempted to refuse, Qin Feng, unbothered by the dirt on his clothes, patted his shoulder. With generous warmth, he declared that this was simply a preliminary investment. His people loved nothing more than investing in promising opportunities. He deeply admired the paintings and felt they were truly priceless. Since Taluosi had said he would surely become a renowned artist in the future, then in years to come this amount of money would likely not even cover 1/10 of his works. So consider this an advance investment. When Taluosi eventually became a celebrated painter, he should come find Qin Feng. Or when he had achieved fame, Qin Feng would seek him out himself. It was only a pity that he could not visit Sea Country often. Otherwise, he would surely witness his growth firsthand. When he next came to travel in Sea Country, he would definitely come to find him again for another portrait. He hoped Taluosi would not forget him. Sir, may I ask your name? My name is Qin Feng. What is yours? I am Taluosi. Mr. Taluosi, I believe your future will be radiant and limitless. You will surely become the greatest painter in the history of Sea Country. From your works, I can already see your extraordinary potential. Qin Feng's encouragement gradually dissolved the shadows of self-doubt within Taluosi. For some reason, he found himself deeply desiring to reach the heights Qin Feng spoke of. Qin Feng deliberately left his name behind, hoping Taluosi would remember that he had been the first to appreciate, encourage, and support him. When Taluosi eventually grew into a renowned artist, Qin Feng would likely be well known as well. Even without Qin Feng seeking him out, Taluosi would certainly come to find him. A celebrated painter befriending someone like Qin Feng would undoubtedly bring considerable benefits from a practical standpoint. On a personal level, Qin Feng genuinely admired Lucy's artistic style and hoped they could become true friends. Satisfied, Qin Feng embraced his painting, waved farewell to Lucy, and departed. However, Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan found Qin Feng's actions puzzling. Though confused, they did not stop him. In fact, both of them had also considered asking Lucy to paint their portraits. Seeing how deeply moved Lucy had been, Qin Feng ultimately prevented the two from approaching, instead guiding them away. "Why did you let that man paint your portrait?" "Because he paints wonderfully. But I have already spoken my piece to him. If you two went over now, it would come across as too deliberate. Let us simply wait and watch him become a great painter. Any random person could be called a great painter, but I must admit your portrait is truly excellently done. This is indeed a nation overflowing with artistic spirit." Although they still did not fully understand, they supported Qin Feng's decision. Having settled this most important matter, Qin Feng planned to take them on a nearby tour. To their surprise, they discovered that human trafficking existed even in foreign lands. They happened to witness a trafficker grabbing a child and pulling them into an alley. Without hesitation, Qin Feng and his companions disregarded the fact that this was not their homeland and immediately rushed forward to apprehend the trafficker. "I never expected there would be human traffickers even in a place like this. And judging by the child's parents, they seem quite wealthy. This might have been an attempted extortion." Fortunately, Qin Feng and the other two happened to be quite close to where the incident occurred. None of them fully understood what was happening, but it seemed as though fate itself was on their side, guiding them to successfully intercept the individual. He also prevented the man from meeting with his accomplices. Upon seeing that they had been stopped, the man immediately began shouting loudly in a rapid stream of words. Tang Xichen understood the language spoken in this country and stepped forward to scold him. Then Zhang Fan quickly rushed over and kicked the man twice. After all, he had grown up around the rough crowd alongside his older brother and knew how to handle such situations. Qin Feng seized the moment and gently took the child back into his arms. He then delivered a swift spinning kick, sending the man flying. "Wow!" The child in his arms let out an appropriately timed exclamation. Hearing that, Qin Feng's previously tense expression softened slightly. He looked down and met the child's bright gaze. Seeing those sparkling eyes looking up at him, Qin Feng could hardly hold back a smile. He called over Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, who still wanted to continue confronting the man. The three of them quickly left the alleyway. In most cases, human traffickers always had accomplices nearby. Moreover, the child's parents appeared to come from considerable wealth. This was likely a premeditated abduction. They did not dare to confront the locals directly. Being able to rescue the child was already a fortunate outcome. When the three of them returned with the child, the parents had not yet realized anything was amiss. It was only after Qin Feng, with a rather serious expression, tapped their shoulders that they finally reacted. "You two are the child's parents, and you didn't even notice your child being taken." This local couple, clearly of sea country origin, turned upon feeling Qin Feng's hand on their shoulders. Although Qin Feng's expression was not particularly pleasant upon seeing their child safely in his arms, they still greeted him warmly. Only after hearing Qin Feng's words did the two pause, their eyes widening in surprise. They then switched to speaking Qin Feng's language. "What did you just say?" "You can speak our language. Of course, we often travel to your country. Your child was nearly taken by local traffickers just now. It appeared to be premeditated. The child was covered at the mouth and couldn't even cry out. Didn't you notice anything?" "Oh my goodness, is this true? My baby, are you alright?" The woman beside him immediately reached out and took the child into her arms. The child happily shared in sea country language how Uncle Qin and the other two uncles had dealt with the bad men. So impressive. Uncle held him and made him fly through the air, kicking the person right in the body, sending them flying away. Qin Feng, Zhang Fan, and Tang Xichen stood there watching the child show no sign of fear. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally come to this country only to search for the future renowned painter from his memories. He never expected to save a life along the way. They were relieved. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something from his previous life. It seemed to be about a month later during this period. It was said that a wealthy man's son in this country was abducted on the street. After extortion, the child was harmed. When the local authorities found the child, it was said the child had died in a terrible manner. The remains were incomplete. He wondered if this might be the same family. Considering the timeline, it seemed to match closely. Because this matter had caused quite a stir, Qin Feng had heard about it before. He only knew the general details, not the specifics. "Thank you, dear friend from abroad. I never expected you to save our child. We are so grateful. It was our negligence. If our child had been taken away, who knows what would have happened. God bless you." This time he received the most sincere gratitude from the parents. Qin Feng merely waved his hand casually and then earnestly advised the couple to be more careful. He did not know whether these people had specifically targeted them or were randomly abducting children, but judging by their level of consumption and their clothing, and considering the child's excellent upbringing, it was evident their family background was quite prestigious. He guessed this might have been a carefully planned abduction. They simply happened to encounter it. They only acted out of kindness and did not expect such gratitude. If there was nothing else, they would take their leave. Oh no, dear friend, I am deeply grateful that you saved my son. As a token of my appreciation, I would like to invite you and your friends to visit my estate. Please do not refuse, or I would feel extremely guilty. To be honest, Qin Feng was not entirely accustomed to the way foreigners spoke. It sounded rather peculiar to him. But since the matter had been expressed so sincerely, refusing would indeed be impolite. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen. To his surprise, both were enthusiastically nodding. An estate, a foreign estate. And judging by this, could they possibly be nobility? Had they rescued some noble heir? Seeing Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen so excited, Qin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed and could only reluctantly agree. The man immediately invited Qin Feng to ride in their luxury car. They then proceeded to the family estate. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen had been correct. This young couple were indeed the current heads of a prestigious family. Although they appeared young, their status was quite eminent. The gentleman was named Beauties. Perhaps due to being foreign, Qin Feng's estimate of his age was considerably lower than his actual years. The lady beside him was his wife named Ayla. Beauties had prepared an exceptionally grand feast to entertain Qin Feng and his companions. Qin Feng, Zhang Fan, and Tang Xichen all felt somewhat embarrassed by the lavish hospitality. My distinguished guests, might I ask if our local cuisine does not suit your tastes? In truth, I have always loved your Eastern cuisine. However, it is rather intricate, and the chef I hired has been unable to recreate it properly. Not at all, Mr. Beauties. It is simply that this dinner has been exceedingly lavish. My friends and I feel rather overwhelmed. What we did was but a small gesture, yet we have received such gracious hospitality. Oh, my dear Eastern friend, I have always held such deep affection for you, for your homeland, its scenery, and your nation's people. Your country is one of great warmth and kindness, and I sincerely hope we may become close friends. Certainly so, Mr. Beauties. Our people also greatly enjoy making friends with you. Given your generous hospitality and the remarkable fate that has brought us together, we too would be most pleased to call you a friend. Though the dinner had been somewhat extravagant, Qin Feng and his two companions had, after all, saved his son. Thus such hospitality was entirely understandable. It would have been even more pleasant if Mr. Beauties could have adjusted his peculiar way of speaking. Otherwise, Qin Feng always felt a certain sense of awkwardness. Yet this was simply the other man's manner of expression. Qin Feng did not wish to raise such a minor concern, so he decided to simply endure it. After Qin Feng had agreed to the friendship, the two parties enjoyed the magnificent feast together, exchanging courteous words and warm camaraderie. In truth, dinner had begun rather early, as it was only around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Their usual dining time was closer to 8. Although the meal had started somewhat prematurely, Qin Feng and his companions ate quite heartily. The dinner eventually concluded around 8 o'clock. Afterward, Beauties warmly escorted them back to their hotel. After a restful night's sleep, they woke refreshed. The following day, they had originally planned to continue enjoying their exotic travels before returning. However, to their surprise, Qin Feng received a phone call from Beauties at noon. Beauties said that a reception would be held that evening and sincerely invited Qin Feng and his friends to attend. This particular reception held great significance for him. But we are not from sea country ourselves, we are merely your friends. Would it not be inappropriate for us to accompany you to such an event? How could it be inappropriate? My honored Eastern friend, you are my friend, and I wish to share this joy with you. Please do not refuse this invitation. You will surely experience the warmth of our sea country people. Qin Feng found himself unable to decline. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the reception, for different places offered unique experiences. He had always wondered what attire one would wear to such occasions. Though he had heard of foreign receptions and banquets, he had never truly attended one before. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he naturally wished to bring Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen along to broaden their horizons. After discussing with Beauties, they finally decided to head directly to the estate where the reception would be held. Visiting Beauties first, and then proceeding to the estate would have been rather time-consuming. Thus Qin Feng and his companions planned to change into neat, presentable attire before heading straight to the estate. Since the reception did not require formal dress, they did not need to wear anything particularly elaborate. Beauties likely assumed that as visitors they would not have access to formal gowns. Even he was not dressed in an overly grand manner, as though he wished to put them at ease. Once the group arrived at the entrance of the estate together, they entered, and under Beauties' guidance began to learn more about the evening. Qin Feng then learned that Beauties' wife, the lady named Ayla, was in fact a highly renowned actress. This reception was being held in her honor. As for why it was arranged so unexpectedly, the host had indeed not provided prior notice. I wonder if you three would mind accompanying me to meet my wife first. When she called me today and asked me to attend this reception with her, I was quite surprised. I cannot believe that person remains so persistent, still attempting to pursue my wife. The three of them perked up, having caught what seemed to be rather interesting information. Yet this was their new sea country friend's personal matter. They did not press further, merely offering polite smiles before following Beauties to where Ayla was resting. However, upon entering they found Ayla looking deeply troubled. They say that time never diminishes a true beauty, and Ayla's face bore the grace of her youth. They did not press further, merely offering polite smiles before following Boganis to where Ayla was resting. Faced with such a sorrowful, yet beautiful visage, even Qin Feng found himself inclined to express his concern. "Dear Ayla, might I ask what troubles you? Why do you appear so distressed?" "Boganis, my gown has been deliberately damaged. What am I to do? There is an opening dance at this reception, and someone intentionally sought to ruin my dress." Seeing Ayla's distressed expression and Boganis's visibly agitated demeanor, Qin Feng, whether by some unclear impulse or otherwise, glanced toward Tang Shichen. Tang Shichen was frowning, carefully examining the damage to the gown. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, he gave a subtle nod. Understanding passed between them in that moment, and Qin Feng spoke, without hesitation. "Honored Lady Ayla, please allow me to reintroduce ourselves. We operate a clothing boutique in our homeland, and my companion is our sole fashion designer. He possesses a remarkable talent for design. Since your gown has been damaged, would you permit us to repair and restore it?" Qin Feng had already braced himself for rejection. With a single glance, he could tell this gown had been carefully prepared and was undoubtedly quite valuable. Had Tang Shichen not nodded, he would not have dared to offer. It was only because his companion confirmed it was feasible that he felt confident enough to speak. Probably because the dress had already been damaged to this extent. Even if they wished to make amends, it might have been impossible. Thus Ella carefully placed the dress directly into Qin Feng's hands. Then with a hint of nervousness and anticipation she spoke, "Mr. Qin Feng, I sincerely hope you and your companions can restore it. Thank you so much." Qin Feng carefully took the intricately designed dress and turned to Tang Shichen beside him. Tang Shichen accepted the dress from Qin Feng's hands. He then fetched an oversized table and spread the damaged dress flat upon it. Previously, he had only observed the situation from an outsider's perspective. Now examining it closely, he marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the garment. If he hadn't recently studied a particular restoration technique, he might not have been able to successfully remake this dress. However, it was clearly deliberately damaged, and certain elements had likely been intentionally removed. Tang Shichen first employed an extremely specialized mending method, successfully stitching the gaps in the dress with thread of the same color. He then added subtle decorations on the exterior to conceal the repair marks, facing the vacant spots where embellishments should have been. Tang Shichen pondered what approach would best restore the garment. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan beside him seemed to have a sudden inspiration. He abruptly produced several colorful items from his backpack and presented them to Tang Shichen. A single glance was enough for Tang Shichen to understand his intent. Zhang Fan hoped to use these pieces to fill the gaps, but Tang Shichen considered it briefly before reaching for a silk handkerchief resting nearby. Though uncertain of its owner, Tang Shichen asked Ella beforehand whether he could use it. She confirmed it was acceptable. Tang Shichen then skillfully stitched the decorative items Zhang Fan had brought onto the handkerchief. He transformed the handkerchief into a brand new embellishment that perfectly filled the void on the dress, while naturally drawing attention to this fresh design element. This gave the entire dress a focal point. "Beautiful Mrs. Ella, please try on this dress and see if it meets your satisfaction." As Ella watched Qin Feng and his companions work on the dress, she felt a natural tension building. But the moment she slipped the restored gown back onto her shoulders, her eyes brightened instantly. She gazed at Tang Shichen in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that such a young man could transform her dress into something even more beautiful than before, infused with fresh colors and a striking sense of design. Good heavens, what kind of youthful genius had she encountered? No wonder Qin Feng had once described Zhang Fan as a naturally gifted fashion designer. She had never imagined such bold claims would prove entirely accurate. Looking down at the dress adorning her, Ella was utterly enchanted. She moved gracefully before the full-length mirror, admiring every detail of the gown, growing more delighted with each passing moment. "We've already lingered too long. The reception must have begun by now. Let us make our way to the banquet hall. We cannot afford to miss this evening's gathering." It was evident that both Borgness and Ella wished to express their gratitude. Yet as they heard the faint strains of music drifting from outside, they realized the ball was likely underway beyond those doors. Should they miss such a splendid occasion, regret would surely follow. Yet ironically, their actions came across to Borgness and Ella as though the young pair sought no gratitude whatsoever from the couple. They merely viewed it as a simple favor extended in passing. The married couple grew increasingly convinced that their foreign guests were nothing short of naturally generous souls. Ella entered the banquet hall alongside the others, and the extraordinary dress she wore immediately captivated every eye present. In that instant, admiration flickered across numerous gazes, and she herself naturally shone brilliantly throughout the reception. This filled with frustration the person who had secretly conspired against her. She simply could not comprehend how she had not only damaged the garment, but also removed certain embellishments from it. How could the dress have been restored so swiftly? All her schemes had now come to nothing. Rather than embarrassing her rival, the situation had only elevated her further into the spotlight. It was utterly infuriating, that wretched woman. "Oh, my dear Eastern friends, I am deeply grateful to you all. I absolutely adore this dress. Thank you for your remarkable skill and talent. After descending from the dance floor, Borgness and Ella approached Qin Feng and his companions, offering their heartfelt thanks for the assistance rendered. By now this marked the second time they had come to their aid. The first instance had been locating their missing son, and this latest help had prevented any public embarrassment. Meanwhile, Borgness recalled that Qin Feng had previously mentioned founding the Tianyu Group during his introduction. My dear Eastern friend, you mentioned establishing a company called Tianyu Group. Might I have the honor of investing in your venture? This evening you have aided both my wife and myself. I am at a loss for how to adequately repay you. Such exceptional talent must never go unrecognized. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng regarded it as a wonderful surprise. Though genuinely taken aback, he found himself unable to decline. Indeed, he harbored no desire to refuse in the first place. He ultimately agreed with sincere enthusiasm, and his visible joy naturally enveloped both Borgness and Ella. Borgness greatly appreciated Qin Feng's forthright manner. Had he feigned reluctance and refused pretentiously, it would have displeased him considerably. Indeed, this Eastern friend proved perfectly suited to his tastes. And so the reception continued in lively fashion. Qin Feng and his two companions also experienced how distinct foreign social gatherings could be. They also made the acquaintance of the estate's owner, who had hosted the reception. When Borgness encountered him, their interaction resembled nothing so much as children boastfully showing off to one another, a display of considerable immaturity. As Qin Feng prepared to depart with his two companions, he happened upon a secluded pathway, where a couple was engaged in a heated argument. The man had raised his hand as though intending to strike the woman. Qin Feng instinctively stepped forward to intervene. Sir, what are you doing? How dare you lay hands on such a beautiful lady? Qin Feng reacted almost instinctively. No matter when he always believed that a man who struck women was never worth anything. He stepped forward to intervene, and Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen naturally could not remain idle. The woman had already prepared herself to be struck. It was not the first time that scoundrel had laid hands on her. Yet she never expected someone would suddenly rush out and block in front of her, rebuking the other party directly. Qin Feng was about the same height as that man, but his intervention only angered him further. The man seemed unable to understand Qin Feng's language. He immediately launched into a long stream of local sea country words. Qin Feng could only catch a few insulting terms. He knew the man was surely cursing at him. Excuse me, sir, I don't understand what nonsense you're spouting. Since Qin Feng could not understand the man naturally could not understand him either. However, it was evident that the man's emotions grew even more agitated. His curses must have become far more vulgar. Qin Feng continued to shield the woman. Thus he did not notice the woman looking at his back with stars in her eyes. The man seemed to realize that communication with Qin Feng was impossible. He raised his fist intending to strike Qin Feng directly. At that moment, Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen rushed forward and skillfully seized him using their combined advantage. Together they managed to pin the man to the ground. Qin Feng watched as the man continued to struggle futilely under their restraint. He felt somewhat troubled. There was simply no way to communicate. If they could have communicated, he might have learned what exactly had happened. Even if he asked Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen to let the man go now, the man would likely not leave. He might just as easily attack them again. He certainly did not wish to invite further trouble for himself. But he could not simply leave this man lingering here. That would hardly be appropriate. A long string of incomprehensible local sea country curses echoed from the man. Tang Xichen could actually understand them, but the man spoke far too quickly. Coupled with the local colloquial expressions, they were quite different from the elegant and formal language that people like Boganis and Ella used in diplomatic exchanges. Tang Xichen could still understand parts of it, but these were clearly unbridled curses filled with profanity and heavily mixed with local slang. Tang Xichen could not fully comprehend every word. However, she understood that the man was cursing all three of them. If translated, it would surely consist of various insults directed at their families. Should we be using our own language to curse at others on foreign soil? Wouldn't that bring shame to our country? Zhang Fan had originally intended to curse back, but noticing that Qin Feng had remained silent, he thought for a moment. Then he cautiously asked Qin Feng this question. Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless, but still nodded. Indeed, they should not use their native tongue to curse others on someone else's land. If this were to spread, it would surely reflect poorly on their country. Besides, the man's babbling meant nothing to them anyway. So Qin Feng and his companions simply turned their curious gazes toward the woman who had been standing aside. She was remarkably beautiful. Noticing all three of them looking at her and hearing that disgusting wretch on the ground continuing to hurl vile curses at the three righteously intervening men, she immediately stopped caring about maintaining her composure. She unleashed a fierce verbal retort of her own. Judging by their similar tones, Qin Feng guessed they were both cursing openly. But now the situation grew awkward. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen continued to hold the man down while he kept spewing curses. Qin Feng stood between them, and the woman was now also cursing loudly. They could practically argue face to face on their own. So what exactly was the purpose of the three of them being there? Their presence seemed rather redundant now. Sir, please release him. He wouldn't dare lay hands on you. He is nothing but a coward, a despicable fellow. I have already resolved my matter with him. I am truly grateful to you, sir. Qin Feng estimated that both sides had been exchanging curses for about 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, whether from exhaustion or simply running out of words, both parties fell silent. The woman shot a fierce glare at the man pinned on the ground, then turned to speak politely to Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood her clearly and directly asked Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen to let the man go. The man had been struggling endlessly. Holding him down was quite exhausting. But since Qin Feng had spoken, Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen released him without hesitation. Though released, they kept a watchful eye on him. Qin Feng picked up an iron rod from nearby and bent it with his bare hands right in front of the man. He then tossed the bent rod at the man's feet. The man looked at the rod, then looked up at Qin Feng. Qin Feng offered him a friendly smile. Sir, could you please leave? Qin Feng politely expressed his request in his own language. The woman beside them stared at the man unfriendly, then provided a somewhat polite translation. Though it would have been better if the accompanying curses could have been omitted, the man still appeared unconvinced. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to act at any moment. The man, however, was naturally cautious. Under Qin Feng's clear display of strength, he dared not stay. He quickly departed. Thank you so much, sir. If not for you, that scoundrel would certainly have laid hands on me today. Only after the man had left did the woman standing behind them speak in a gentle tone. Qin Feng merely waved his hand casually. He had not taken the incident to heart at all. But just as the three of them were about to leave, the woman suddenly spoke, hoping to obtain Qin Feng's contact information. She asked whether she might have the opportunity to repay his kindness. Qin Feng had initially wanted to decline, but the woman persisted earnestly. Facing such an exotic beauty standing before him, hoping he would share his contact information, few men could have refused. Miss Tina, Mr. Qin Feng. After settling that matter, Qin Feng and the others returned directly to the hotel. They planned to stay here a little longer. Originally, they had intended to leave immediately after handling their respective affairs. Although the holiday was approaching soon, Qin Feng had come here solely for the purpose of finding Taurus smoothly. Now that he had successfully found Taurus, and also made friends with Beauties and Ella, Qin Feng felt he had more than fulfilled his mission. However, the banquet he attended today had shown him the prosperity of this place. He suddenly felt that perhaps he could also try opening a shop and doing business here. The clothing here appeared more splendid compared to what they wore in their own country, though in his opinion, it was somewhat overly ornate. If not for this trip with the limited clothing he had brought, and only men's garments, he would have really loved to show Ella the clothes in their shop. How light and simple they were. On the streets, one could see clothing from different countries, each with its own unique character. He could also spot countrymen from their homeland on these streets. But through understanding Beauties and Ella, combined with Tang Xichen's successful alteration of Ella's gown, he always felt that if he could open a clothing store here, perhaps he could open up a new path to prosperity. Are you two in a hurry to return home? If not, how about spending this holiday here? I'm still quite interested in this place. I think this place is quite nice too. I've never attended such a luxurious banquet before. I didn't realize foreign balls were truly this elegant. Old Tang, what about you? Do you want to stay here longer? Our holiday hasn't ended yet, and I also have the idea of starting a business here. Would you be willing to try with me? Since they were all his business partners, Qin Feng naturally wanted to share this idea with them, wanting to know if they had any thoughts of their own on the matter. Hearing that Qin Feng wanted to start a business here, the two were indeed surprised. But upon reflection, they could understand why he had such an idea. Moreover, they thought it was a very good idea for Qin Feng to have such thoughts, and perhaps they could indeed give it a try. So with both Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen agreeing, the next day Qin Feng directly took them around the nearby commercial street to get a feel for the local business model. Only then could he open up his business channels here. Qin Feng did not plan to open just one shop. He intended to build an entire commercial city right here. Business development has always been the most subtle and steady process. He could slowly develop his shops here, building several of them, then gradually establish his own commercial empire. This way he would have the opportunity to enter the international market. He would not limit his goals to the domestic market alone. He wanted to reach directly into the international arena. He needed international cooperation partners. However, since country C was relatively close to their nation, he could adjust to the time difference from frequent travel between the two countries. He had also noticed that the fashion design in this country gave him a certain desire to make changes. He believed that relying on Tang Xichen's abilities, he could surely carve out his own space in this country. The domestic design market was too fiercely competitive. Why not try competing with international designers? At the very least, he felt that the clothing in his shop, if sold overseas, would surely be an excellent choice. Moreover, he was also planning for his future commercial empire. He must use his memories from his previous life to gain an early advantage so that in this lifetime, he could successfully reach the pinnacle he had not achieved before. He wanted the world to bow at his feet. Every man harbors a dream of conquering the world. Qin Feng was no exception. So you plan to build a commercial city here, but based on our current foundation, wouldn't it be impossible to achieve? Upon hearing Qin Feng's idea of opening a commercial city nearby, Tang Xichen immediately raised the most pressing issue. Whether in terms of funds, their understanding of Country C, or the preparations needed to build a commercial city, things were not that straightforward. Although Country C was a friendly nation to their country and many compatriots had come here to open shops and do business, Qin Feng's intention was to directly build his own commercial city here. He not only wanted to create this structure, but also invite many domestic shops to move into the commercial city or allow people from both countries to open businesses within his commercial city. This required not only land and connections, but also substantial financial support, setting aside the lack of land here and the connections being limited to Begonies and Elo alone. Even with funds, it seemed unlikely they could afford to build a commercial city here. We can take it step by step. As long as we find a suitable location, we can gradually build our commercial empire. I don't want to limit my goals to the domestic market. Although domestically we are merely a tiny grain of sand among the vast sea, don't you feel there is more room for us to flourish here? It had to be said that Qin Feng ultimately convinced them both. Zhang Fan always supported Qin Feng without hesitation, while Tang Xichen carefully considered and was won over by the grand blueprint Qin Feng had painted. Eventually he also agreed. After both of them approved Qin Feng's idea, Qin Feng thought about acquiring a piece of land first, but due to the language barrier they encountered obstacles everywhere. He wondered what was wrong with the people of this country. Did they have to insert profanities into their speech? Moreover, Tang Xichen had only learned the official language, so when communicating with locals using formal language it came across as pretentious. After several days of busying about here, they still hadn't found a suitable piece of land. Thank you both for following me along. I never expected to be maliciously insulted and mocked. Qin Feng was referring to that day when they had finally found someone willing to sell them a property, only for the person to deliberately tease them and laugh at them as ignorant newcomers. Although the two nations maintained very amicable relations on the international stage, there were inevitably certain discordant voices arising domestically. Qin Feng had never anticipated encountering such circumstances. Even more unexpectedly, the other party led them to a remote and desolate location. He then straightforwardly revealed that he had been mocking them all along and rudely cursed at them in their own language with unmistakable contempt. If not for the consideration that they were far from home, Qin Feng would surely have been unable to restrain the furious Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen. They would have acted against that detestable man immediately. He openly looked down upon people from their nation and openly insulted them, calling them all worthless fools. That they could so readily fall victim to such deception was unbearable. Qin Feng and his companions had approached with full sincerity, eager to establish a cooperative partnership, yet they never imagined being treated in such a manner. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Feng sincerely apologized to the other two for what had transpired. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, however, took it in stride. After all, they were in a foreign land. If everything had gone smoothly and their wishes were fulfilled without any obstacles, that would have been nothing short of extraordinary. What they had not expected was encountering repeated setbacks throughout this endeavor. Qin Feng persisted for another 2 days, making further attempts. Yet he found no suitable contacts whatsoever. They refused to engage in communication and no viable pathway could be found. Under the circumstances, Qin Feng had no choice but to bring Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen along to visit Bogner, hoping to seek his assistance. Oh, my dear Oriental friend, you wish to build a grand commercial marketplace here, gathering all the shops within your marketplace. That is what you call a commercial city. Yes, Mr. Bogner. I originally intended to purchase a piece of land here to establish my commercial city, but I never anticipated encountering so many difficulties. I have exhausted all options and am now seeking your guidance and assistance. My friend, you should have come to me sooner. I have suitable plots of land at my disposal. Since you intend to build a commercial city, it naturally calls for locations in bustling districts. Allow me to show you some of my properties. Hearing Bogner say this, a bold thought suddenly crossed Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that Bogner intended to gift them a piece of land? Qin Feng did not voice the question directly. Instead, he simply led Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen to follow along. After Bogner brought them to the plot of land, Qin Feng was genuinely impressed. The location was exceptionally advantageous, and if he could construct his commercial city here, he could undoubtedly seize this opportunity to generate substantial returns. However, such a prime piece of land must surely come at a considerable cost. If Bogner were willing to sell it to them, they were not certain whether they could afford the price. The plots Qin Feng had previously sought out were all located on the outskirts, far from the city center. He never expected that Bogner would show them such an exceptional property. This piece of land must surely hold significant importance to Bogner as well. What do you think, my dear Oriental friend? Do you like this location? I certainly do. However, the location is truly outstanding, and I fear the price may be beyond my means. Oh, my dear friend, what are you saying? This land is intended as a gift for you. You are my friend. But Mr. Bogner, if this land were to be sold, its value must be considerable. How could you simply give it to me without any compensation? I have done nothing to deserve such generosity. As your people would say, friends help one another. You and your friends previously assisted me and my wife. Now it is my turn to return the favor. Hearing Bogner speak these words, Qin Feng almost wanted to tell him that the help they had provided was perhaps a bit too substantial. And regarding his earlier assistance to the two of them, if one counted the child, it could barely be considered worthy of such a valuable piece of land in comparison. Yet it had truly been nothing more than a spontaneous act of goodwill on his part, without any expectation of reward. After all, their nation dealt very severely with human traffickers. Every citizen held deep contempt for such criminals. He had never imagined that he would later have the opportunity to assist Bogner and Ella. Now with Bogner offering such unwavering generosity, Qin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. But receiving this piece of land would indeed be of tremendous benefit to him. Therefore Qin Feng did not refuse. Mr. Bogner, I truly need this piece of land. However, I cannot simply accept it as a free gift. If you are amenable, might I purchase it at a reduced price? My dear friend, I have already said that this land is a gift. I also sincerely hope your so-called commercial city will be built soon. When the time comes, simply offering me some discounts will be more than enough. Although Bogner spoke in this manner, Qin Feng, while agreeing to accept the gesture, immediately engaged professionals to appraise the value of the land. Using the highest amount he could possibly gather, Qin Feng presented a sum of money to Bogner. To his surprise, Bogner steadfastly refused to accept it. Qin Feng insisted that he could not accept such a great favor without offering something in return. The help he had provided to Bogner paled in comparison to the value of this land. Even though Bogner regarded him as a friend, he could not allow his friend to suffer a loss. Yet Bogner stood firm on this matter, refusing to budge. Not only did he refuse the money, but he also made it clear that since he had already gifted the land to Qin Feng, insisting on payment would be tantamount to denying their friendship. Mr. Bogner, it is not that I do not consider you a friend, but in our country we have an old saying, even brothers keep clear accounts. Accepting a piece of land of such considerable value from you makes me deeply uncomfortable. Finally, Bogner found a suitable way to frame it. He simply asked Qin Feng to accept the land as a gift. As for the money, Bogner absolutely refused to take it. Pushing further would only strain the friendship between them. Having no other choice, Qin Feng reluctantly accepted the land. He silently treasured this kindness in his heart, vowing that if the opportunity arose in the future to help Bogner and Ella, he would not hesitate. This was the most precious friendship he had ever made in Sea Country, and he would remember it forever. Now that he had secured the land, the next step was to begin planning the construction. Professional matters, after all, should be left to professionals. Boss, how are you busy lately? I have an overseas project that needs your help to build. Do you have any qualified people on your end who could be sent here? Qin Feng directly dialed a call to Zhao Qinbai. He naturally could not handle the construction of this commercial city himself. He needed to find professionals to come and assist. That was why he thought of Zhao Qinbai. Regarding this matter, he only knew of Zhao Qinbai. Plus, Zhao Qinbai had received his help before. And if this project succeeded, it would also bring great benefit to Zhao Qinbai. So from every angle, Zhao Qinbai was the most suitable choice. Of course, he would not blindly entrust this task to Zhao Qinbai without testing his capabilities first. When Zhao Qinbai heard that Qin Feng had gone abroad, he never expected to receive a transcontinental call from him. Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Zhao Qinbai immediately understood. You don't mean? You're asking me to go there and build something? That's country C. Haven't you been there for just a short while? How could you possibly start constructing buildings there so soon? That's a long story. Anyway, after investigating the local market, I had the idea to build a commercial city here. I already have the land, and now I need to begin construction. But since I'm not familiar with the local conditions, How long have you been there? You're already thinking about building a commercial city. That land must be incredibly difficult to acquire, right? As for the construction of the commercial city, I can help. Don't worry about it. Zhao Qinbai was completely stunned. If the caller had been anyone else, he would never have believed this. He recalled that Qin Feng had only been there for less than half a month. Not only had he successfully acquired the land, but he was already planning to build an entire commercial city. This was simply incredible. After hanging up, Zhao Qinbai still found it hard to believe. But when he saw the documents Qin Feng sent over, he fully understood. Qin Feng truly was extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already obtained land in Country C. And according to what he read, he seemed to have become acquainted with the owner of an estate. Good heavens! To know the owner of such an estate in Country C. That person likely held a noble title, perhaps something akin to a count or baron, and possibly a hereditary position passed down through generations. Was Qin Feng's luck really this remarkable? But achieving such success was not merely a matter of fortune. That is Country C, and the land is located near the center of the economic hub. Goodness, with such a prime location, if a commercial city were truly built here, it would undoubtedly prosper. Zhao Qinbai naturally felt confident in his abilities. When Qin Feng sent him the location of the land, he examined it and immediately confirmed. As long as this project succeeded, they would undoubtedly earn substantial profits through this project. And most importantly, Qin Feng mentioned that the land was obtained free of charge. It was gifted to him by that Mr. Begonies he had mentioned. Although Zhao Qinbai found it somewhat improbable, there was nothing he could do if the other party insisted on gifting it. So the money intended for purchasing the land would be treated as an investment from that person. The specific funds had already been transferred directly to Zhao Qinbai's account. Qin Feng had only one requirement: complete the construction as quickly as possible. He hoped they could begin operations soon. Overjoyed, Zhao Qinbai immediately dispatched a team straight to Country C to assist Qin Feng with the construction. All relevant personnel were sent over as well. The very next day, Qin Feng saw this team arrive and introduced them to Beauties. Since a commercial city would take considerable time to build, but Qin Feng could not remain here indefinitely, so he decided to return to China with Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen first. As for the construction of the commercial city, since he had already promised he would also invite Beauties to participate, he hoped Beauties could help keep an eye on things. Moreover, even without Beauties' supervision, the people sent by Zhao Qinbai would surely be trustworthy as well. So there was no need for Qin Feng to worry excessively about this matter. He had been away for quite some time now. Although he could have stayed initially, he could not remain here indefinitely until the commercial city was completed. He simply did not have that much vacation time. After staying another half-month here and observing that everything was progressing smoothly, with no issues arising, Qin Feng finally felt at ease. He went once more to bid farewell to Beauties and Ella. However, upon arriving at the estate, he spotted another familiar figure. Was this not the beautiful young woman he had rescued by chance at that banquet? Why would she appear here? Could she also be acquainted with Mr. Beauties and Mrs. Ella? Miss Tina. Mr. Qin Feng, how are you here? Why are you here, Miss Tina? I am friends with the estate owner, Mr. Beauties and Mrs. Ella. Since I am about to return home, I came to bid them farewell. So Mr. Qin Feng must be that remarkable Oriental friend my parents have mentioned. I should have realized it earlier. At that banquet, few Oriental faces appeared. I never expected it to be you, Mr. Qin Feng. Mr. Beauties and Mrs. Ella are your parents. I am sorry I failed to notice. At this moment, Qin Feng learned that the young woman's full name was Bagatina. However, back then she did not know his identity, so she had only shared her last two characters withholding her given name. This was also why he had not realized she was Beauties' daughter. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, but because of this his rapport with Bagatina grew closer. After bidding farewell to Beauties and Ella, Qin Feng prepared to depart with his two friends. To his surprise, Bagatina actually came to see them off. Facing Qin Feng's inquiry, Bagatina merely expressed that she held great regard for him, and it was also her parents' wish to ensure their safe boarding. Thank you, Miss Tina. You need not be so formal with me. I regard you as a friend, and I hope you can consider me the same. Miss Tina, you have long been my friend. After a few words with Bagatina, Qin Feng boarded the plane with Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen. As the aircraft climbed into the high sky, Qin Feng prepared to take a short rest. He was ready to face the troubles that would come with his return home. He had not forgotten the person who had been lurking in secret before his departure abroad, someone who had always wanted to cause him harm. Previously it was because he was not in the country. Now that he had returned, perhaps that person was planning to make another move against him. He had hoped to contact Wenya as soon as possible to ensure she could protect herself well. Unexpectedly, two intense gazes from beside him drew his attention. Qin Feng found it impossible to completely ignore those looks. With a helpless sigh, he opened his eyes and saw the two beside him staring at him with bright, curious eyes. Aren't you too sleepy? Why are you staring at me with such wide eyes? I never expected your romantic fortune to be so impressive. You went abroad and already won the heart of a foreign girl. Boss, this isn't quite right. If student Yi finds out, she'll surely be jealous. But Miss Tina does seem to share a special connection with you. Hearing Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen teasing him like this, Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he was also somewhat surprised. He never expected such a coincidence. The person he had casually saved at the banquet happened to be the daughter of Beauties and Ella. But why would their daughter be mistreated by such an unreliable man? Although doubt lingered in Qin Feng's mind, this was ultimately someone else's private matter. So Qin Feng did not press the question further. Enough with your nonsense. I merely saved her, which is why she was kind to me. Besides, wasn't she equally warm toward both of you? Foreigners are naturally more expressive. Don't read too much into it. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen exchanged a glance, then huddled together to whisper quietly among themselves. When Qin Feng asked what they were discussing, they refused to say. Eventually, he could only give them a helpless look before closing his eyes to rest. Qin Feng paid no mind to their teasing. Whether his romantic luck was strong meant little to him. What mattered was good fortune and wealth. Upon returning to the country, Qin Feng and the others planned to head back to school first. However, something unexpected occurred on the way. As they passed a construction site, the taxi they were riding in suddenly broke down without warning. With the school not too far away, they decided to walk. Before long, a large truck carrying steel bars approached from the opposite direction. Qin Feng and his companions instinctively stepped aside. Unexpectedly, steel bars suddenly fell from the truck, heading straight toward Qin Feng. This sudden danger left Qin Feng unable to react in time. At the critical moment, it was Zhang Fan who threw himself forward. Had he not acted so promptly to save Qin Feng, the falling steel bar might have struck him directly with potentially fatal consequences. The shocking incident terrified the truck driver. Tang Shichen, who had narrowly escaped danger nearby, was equally startled. Steel bars rolling off a truck was an extremely rare occurrence. Yet somehow it had resulted in injuries. Because Zhang Fan had thrown himself in front of Qin Feng, his body absorbed the full impact. Unfortunately, his leg was crushed by the falling steel bar. Lying beneath Zhang Fan, Qin Feng heard his friend's cry of pain and felt his heart ache. When the driver came to help and they freed themselves from under the steel bars. Seeing Zhang Fan's injured leg filled Qin Feng with deep sorrow. Without hesitation, he rushed him to the hospital. Only after Zhang Fan was pushed into the operating room did Qin Feng finally calm down somewhat. He suspected this incident was connected to the hidden person from before. However, the truck driver did not flee this time. He too was puzzled as to why the steel bars had suddenly rolled down. Officials from the relevant department arrived to investigate. They discovered that whatever had secured the steel bars had been cut by something, causing them to fall unexpectedly. As a gesture of goodwill, the driver offered 2,000 yuan in compensation. Qin Feng and his friends had initially discussed not accepting it. Zhang Fan had been injured because of him. This money should come from Qin Feng's own pocket. Moreover, he did not believe the driver was involved in this incident. Seeing the driver's mixture of fear and anxiety, Qin Feng did not want to burden another family with debt. He decided to bear the cost himself. Yet surprisingly, the driver insisted on paying. Although he did not know why the secure binding had been cut so suddenly. The young man had been hurt. Since he could afford it, he felt it was right to pay. Since nothing else is wrong, driver, please continue with your delivery. We will stay here and keep watch over our classmate. Given that this might be related to the person who had sought to harm him previously. Qin Feng reported the matter to the relevant authorities. The officials warned him seriously to remain cautious. They assured him they would do their best to investigate and uncover the person behind it all. After the officials left, only Qin Feng and Tang Shichen remained waiting outside the operating room. Several hours later, Zhang Fan finally emerged from the operating room. He had been saved. Fortunately, his body had cushioned the worst impact. His leg was cast in a splint for now. If recovery did not go well, he might walk with a limp. Doctor, what did you say? Might there be permanent damage? Could he be unable to walk normally again? Something heavy struck his leg directly, breaking the bone severely. The fracture was quite extensive, so. Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, the doctor explained the situation plainly. He then shook his head helplessly. Qin Feng understood that in such circumstances survival itself was truly a fortunate outcome. Yet he did not know how to break the news to Zhang Fan. This suffering should have been his to bear. When Zhang Fan regained consciousness the next day after the anesthesia wore off, he was initially stunned, then overcome with distress upon learning his left leg might never recover fully. In disbelief, he repeatedly asked Qin Feng whether it was true. I'm sorry, Zhang Fan. This is my fault. That person was clearly targeting me, yet you ended up bearing this danger in my stead. It's all my fault. Feel free to scold me or take it out on me. If only I had found that person sooner, you wouldn't have been harmed for nothing. Rest assured, no matter the cost, I will make certain you recover fully. I will capture that individual and teach them a lesson they won't forget. I will avenge you. If you have grievances, you can strike me or reprimand me as you wish. I'm truly sorry. It's all my fault, entirely my fault. Seeing Zhang Fan in such distress, Qin Feng was filled with remorse. Standing before Zhang Fan's hospital bed, he forcefully slapped himself twice. He then spoke with visible emotion. Inside, he harbored intense resentment toward the shadowy figure responsible. Who was it? Who could it be? Why treat him this way? What offense had he committed against someone willing to resort to such despicable tactics? Yet it was evident that each attempt had been aimed at taking his life. This time, if Zhang Fan had not protected him, those steel bars would have pierced through his body with full force. When had he incurred such a ruthless enemy? He had dealt with a few individuals before, but those were merely minor confrontations. Nothing had escalated to hiring someone to eliminate him. Moreover, how did the opponent know they would pass through that location? How did they know exactly when that large truck would drive past them? How had everything been so precisely calculated? All these unanswered questions weighed heavily on Qin Feng. He urgently desired to uncover the truth behind this incident. He longed to avenge his dear friend. Yet deeper still was the overwhelming sense of guilt he carried. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Fan quickly grasped his arm. Noticing the pain in Qin Feng's eyes, Zhang Fan immediately spoke up. What are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Even if I were to blame anyone, I would hold accountable those who attacked you. Are you suggesting the victim is at fault? Does someone wanting to harm you mean you're at fault for breathing? I harbor no resentment toward you. I'm simply frustrated thinking about the suffering I must endure. But I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at whoever dared lay hands on you. Come now, boss, without you I wouldn't be here today. Besides, I still need some time to recuperate. Perhaps once I rest properly I'll recover completely. Don't be so sorrowful. My body is strong, and this solid frame isn't just talk. Despite the pain from his leg injury, Zhang Fan noticed Qin Feng's emotional distress and chose to comfort him instead. This only deepened Qin Feng's sense of guilt. He pulled Zhang Fan into a firm embrace and silently vowed to capture that individual. He would not let that wretched person go unpunished. He would ensure they pay an equal price. He would avenge Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Over the following days, Qin Feng and Tang Xichen took turns keeping Zhang Fan company. His condition gradually improved. Qin Feng spared no expense bringing in specialist doctors to consult on Zhang Fan's case. The encouraging news was that Zhang Fan's leg could still be treated. He would be able to recover fully. However, upon learning how much Qin Feng had spent on his treatment, Zhang Fan exclaimed that Qin Feng was being recklessly generous. So what if his leg was slightly impaired afterward? Did people discriminate against those with disabilities nowadays? Besides, this was his medal of honor. Spending tens of thousands of yuan, plus recovery, treatment, rehabilitation, and a series of ongoing expenses. How had he not known Qin Feng could spend so freely? This is for your treatment. I would gladly spend any amount. I must ensure you stand tall again. Don't try to divert the topic with talk of medals. Stand up soon so you can return and help me. Thus, most of the remaining vacation was spent in the hospital. Once Zhang Fan's leg had recovered sufficiently for him to leave the hospital, Qin Feng and Tang Xichen escorted him back. As their business continued to grow, they could no longer remain in the school dormitory. Qin Feng promptly arranged for both Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan to move out and live with him. Regarding Zhang Fan's injury, Qin Feng was still considering how to inform Zhang Fan's family. To his surprise, Zhang Fan revealed that on the night he woke up from the injury, Tang Xichen had been keeping watch. He had already spoken to his elder brother. Though his brother was somewhat displeased, he vowed to track down whoever was responsible. He swore to make that individual pay dearly. Yet his brother did not blame Qin Feng for Zhang Fan had been injured protecting him. Between brothers, such explanations were unnecessary. You two can stay at my spacious apartment outside. There's plenty of room, and since I usually live alone, having both of you join me will make it lively, just like our dorm days. Qin Feng and Tang Xichen drove Zhang Fan back. On the way, Qin Feng suddenly phone call. The voice on the other end was Bogdana. Having learned Bogdana's true identity, Qin Feng's relationship with her had grown closer. But hearing the noisy background behind her voice, which sounded like an airport, he felt momentarily startled. He instinctively asked where she was. To his surprise, Bogdana revealed she had arrived in Jiangxing and was coming to visit him, wondering if she was welcome. Country C had grown too dull for her. After telling her parents, she had decided to come to China to find Qin Feng. You're at Jiangxing Airport right now. Qin Feng's astonished exclamation instantly caught the attention of Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, who had been listening nearby. They had overheard. It was that girl, the one named Bogdana. She had actually come to Jiangxing to find Qin Feng. It seemed someone was about to enter a relationship. Turning to face his two companions, Qin Feng saw the eager glints in their eyes. They immediately urged him to hurry to the airport. After all, a young woman had traveled alone. Whether out of hospitality or friendship, he couldn't leave her waiting by herself at the airport. Just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. The two of you. We understand we can head back on our own. You should go pick up that young lady of yours. Don't worry about us. We're both grown adults, now perfectly capable of finding our way home. Qin Feng wore an expression that was difficult to interpret as he looked at the pair of dramatic souls before him. Eventually, he could only sigh helplessly. He then simply told them the access code to his apartment door. He asked them to head back first while he quickly drove to Jiangxing Airport. Even though he had come immediately upon receiving the call, he still found Bogdana waiting there for approximately half an hour. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Bogdana grew quite excited. She did not mind the length of her wait at all. She rushed forward and gave Qin Feng a very warm embrace. Qin Feng understood this was a foreign custom. Although he felt it was rather too enthusiastic for his liking, he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Still, he did not say much else. He briefly returned the hug before gently letting go of Bogdana. Why are you here? Are you certain your parents agreed to let you come all this way alone? Are you here to see me? I heard the scenery in your country is beautiful, so I wanted to come and see for myself. Of course my parents agreed. Even if they hadn't, I'm already an adult. I can take responsibility for my own actions. I thought you had something important to discuss with me, but you came all by yourself. Is one person not enough? My other friends went traveling to different countries, but I've always been quite curious about your country's landscapes and cuisine, so I came to visit you. All right then, shall I find you a tour guide? Come on, aren't we friends? Why can't you be my guide? I'm a young woman traveling alone in a foreign land. As the host, shouldn't you take proper care of me? Looking at Bogdana, who tilted her head to meet his gaze, Qin Feng did not miss the subtle meaning behind her eyes. In the end, he could only helplessly agree. After all, Zhang Fan had Tang Xichen to look after him. Furthermore, he only needed to accompany her during the day. By evening, he could still tend to Zhang Fan. Moreover, the Boganese couple had already helped him considerably. He really could not simply disregard their daughter. If he hired another tour guide, Bogdana would surely be displeased. She had already explicitly requested him to be her guide. Why make unnecessary excuses? After all, the Boganese couple had directly provided him with such a substantial plot of land. Oh, and he should also ask Bogdana about the construction progress on that land. Of course I can. as long as you don't find me boring. I haven't explored Jiangxing thoroughly before, but I do know of a few snack streets and some interesting places I can take you to. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, my father asked me to mention the construction progress of your commercial city project to you. The two of them chatted along the way, heading toward the apartment where Qin Feng resided. There was a hotel next to Qin Feng's rented apartment. Since all three of them were already staying at home, it would not be appropriate to have Bagatina stay with them. So on the way, he booked a hotel for Bagatina directly and informed her that because his home was not convenient for hosting guests, he had arranged accommodation near his residence instead. He hoped she would not mind. Over the following days, Qin Feng accompanied Bagatina around Jiangxing, exploring the city together. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere online news had appeared about Tang Xichen allegedly copying a designer named Zhang Shuhai's work drafts. Qin Feng had been exhausted from his busy days. Each evening he still needed to check on Zhang Fan's recovery. Although Zhang Fan mentioned that Qin Feng had arranged a nanny to care for him, and that he was recovering well with Tang Xichen's assistance. Qin Feng continued to ask about it every single day. But precisely because of his overwhelming schedule, he had hardly spent any time online. He was completely unaware that many netizens were discussing this matter extensively. It was not until one day that Qin Feng noticed Tang Xichen had not been visiting the apartment regularly for 2 consecutive days. Only then did he sense that something was amiss. Boss, although he asked me not to tell you, I think you should know. Haven't you been online recently? There's been talk online that old Tang copied a design draft from a designer named Zhang Shuhai. Many people have been harshly criticizing him. And I heard someone even sent him threatening messages. I truly don't understand how netizens have become so agitated. You might want to go over and see what's going on. The studio sales have also been affected lately. Qin Feng was unaware of this matter. But after hearing Zhang Fan explain, he first mentioned to Bagatina that he had some matters to attend to and might not be able to take her out for the next couple of days. Fortunately, Bagatina had already discovered several interesting places on her own during the past 2 days. So she readily said that if Qin Feng had things to handle, she would explore on her own. Should she have any questions, she could always come to him later. Qin Feng gave Tang Xichen a call. However, surprisingly, he could not reach him. Was something wrong with Tang Xichen? A sense of concern rose in Qin Feng's heart. He immediately asked Zhang Fan whether Tang Xichen had not been staying at the apartment these past 2 days, and whether he had returned to his own home. A couple of days ago, I seemed to hear him having a heated argument with his father on the phone. His father told him to come home. In truth, he hasn't been staying at the apartment much these past few days. He asked me not to tell you because he knew you were entertaining guests. I wouldn't have dared to share this unless I felt the matter was serious enough. After hearing Zhang Fan's account, Qin Feng was certain that Tang Xichen had returned to the Tang family home. He sent Tang Xichen several messages. Seeing no reply, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and headed directly to the Tang residence. Fortunately, he had previously asked Tang Xichen for his home address, so he was not left without a destination. Upon arriving at the Tang residence, Qin Feng stated his identity. He noticed the family butler regard him with an expression of clear disdain. After casting a look at him, the butler adopted an aloof and superior posture and led him inside. But Qin Feng was too eager to find Tang Xichen to pay attention to their attitude. Only after entering did he finally understand why the butler had looked at him that way. Because Tang Xichen was currently being reprimanded by the head of the Tang family, his own father. Look at what you've done again. Do you have any idea how embarrassing this makes me? What do people say about me when I go out? That designer competition you entered before, I thought you'd actually accomplished something. I was quite proud, thinking you'd finally done something worth talking about after all these years. And then you go and plagiarize someone else's design work. When your own designs were stolen and passed off, as there's how angry you were. Don't you remember that? Do you realize how much this has affected our family? Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? What are the netizens saying about our Tang family now? How could I have raised a good-for-nothing like you? How could I have brought up such an unlearned fool? When Qin Feng entered, those were the harsh words he heard. Tang Xichen, who always wore a gentle smile in front of him, was now kneeling before a middle-aged man. His head was bowed as if listening to the reprimand. But Qin Feng could clearly see his hands, tightly clenched into fists. This was his way of showing inner resistance. Qin Feng understood Tang Xichen well. He knew Tang Xichen was someone with extraordinary pride. He would never do such a thing. How could he possibly plagiarize someone else's designs? Even after learning about this matter, Qin Feng immediately looked into who Zhang Shuhai was. From what could be found online, he was merely known as an extraordinarily excellent designer. His design style was diverse with no fixed standard. He was like an all-around designer. Even garments of completely different styles. He could design both perfectly. Within the design industry, he was a highly respected figure. Nevertheless, out of trust in his friend and his understanding of Tang Xichen, Qin Feng firmly believed this could never have been done by Tang Xichen. In his previous life, Tang Xichen had also encountered a plagiarism incident, but at that time their relationship was not particularly close, so he had not paid much attention to it. He only knew the matter was eventually cleared up 3 months later. Moreover, it was not Tang Xichen who had plagiarized anyone. Rather, someone had copied his designs. How exactly it was resolved, he was not certain. But after that incident, Tang Xichen seemed to become increasingly withdrawn. Qin Feng wondered whether the events in his memory were indeed what Tang Xichen was experiencing now. Qin Feng felt uneasy. He did not linger outside but walked directly into the living room. Seeing that despite the arrival of a guest, Tang Xichen's father was still continuing his reprimands, Qin Feng could bear it no longer. He stepped forward and stood directly in front of Tang Xichen, creating distance between him and the Tang family patriarch, and immediately spoke in response. Tang Xichen would absolutely never do something like this. He is not that kind of person. As his father, don't you understand his character? He has done so much hoping only to gain your approval, hoping to show you that he too has his own talent. And what about you? When such an incident occurs, why didn't you investigate thoroughly to see if someone set him up? Why follow the crowd online like everyone else? Why assume so quickly that Tang Xichen copied Zhang Chuhai? Their styles are completely different, and Tang Xichen has such a promising future. Why would he copy Zhang Chuhai? Is it only because Zhang Chuhai is more famous? Doesn't Tang Xichen know what he would face if this were truly exposed? There is no need for such actions. You are his father, his family. This is his home. This should be his safe haven, not a place that brings him greater pressure. Is it fair to speak to him this way? Qin Feng's sudden appearance finally drew the Tang family patriarch's gaze to him. Faced with Qin Feng's courageous stand, he felt neither pride that his son's friend would trust him so deeply nor any courtesy toward Qin Feng. Instead, he showed an attitude of open disdain. After a cold glance at Qin Feng, he spoke directly. Who do you think you are? If not for knowing my son is currently associating with you, would you have the right to even step into this house today? Do you know the price of property here? Do you know how large our family's corporation is? What could a small clothing store owner like you possibly understand? You young people only engage in trivial matters and have no idea what consequences your actions will bring. He is nothing but a disappointment, has been one since childhood. I had once thought his design work might prove useful, but it seems he truly is no good after all. Perhaps his previous work was also copied, only it went undiscovered. How laughable. Facing his father's words, Tang Xichen seemed long accustomed. He had not expected Qin Feng to come, nor did he expect his father to insult his friend in such a manner. Years of accumulated grievance and anger finally erupted. He stood up from the ground and pushed the Tang family patriarch firmly. As the patriarch reached for a nearby vase, Qin Feng stepped directly in front of Tang Xichen. But Tang Xichen raised his arm, asking Qin Feng to lower his hand, then spoke coldly to the patriarch. Since he looked down on himself and considered him worthless, then from this day forward, he would voluntarily give up everything in the Tang family. From this day forward, he was no longer the patriarch's son. After all, this son would only bring disgrace, and this father would only fill him with revulsion. And so Tang Xichen left the Tang household. Qin Feng followed him out. He did not know what to say and could only offer quiet words of comfort. He suggested Tang Xichen stay with him for now. If Tang Xichen did not wish to live with him, he could stay at the studio instead. Tang Xichen was deeply grateful to Qin Feng. Qin Feng also said that he and Zhang Fan would quickly clarify the matter online. He would find a way to restore Tang Xichen's name. Tang Xichen should avoid the internet for the next few days. Their shop had been busy for so long. This was a chance for everyone to rest properly, and he must not let this weigh heavily on his heart. Boss, didn't I tell old Zhang to keep this matter from you? How did you find out anyway, and come all the way to my home? Why do you have to take that man's scolding? Just talk back to him directly, don't worry about his status at all. From childhood, he has always disliked me. Because he doesn't favor me, people in my family look down on me casually, and even my friends won't respect me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been scolded either. It's my fault. I had no idea about the circumstances behind this. I don't understand how my work suddenly became someone else's. But I truly didn't plagiarize, believe me. I've never even heard of someone named Zhang Chuhai. How could I possibly copy his work? Zhang Chuhai is a very renowned designer, and therefore he has studios all around the world. However, his studios have never really entered the public eye. Only a handful of people vaguely know where they are located, but no one goes there to disturb them. Unfortunately, it just so happens that Zhang Chuhai recently appeared in Jiangxing. He also announced on his personal online platform that he had arrived in Jiangxing a few days ago. But unexpectedly, not long after his arrival, this matter directly exploded. This caused Qin Feng and Zhang Fan to be scolded by netizens when they tried to clarify the matter online. Worse still, some even came from Zhang Chuhai's fans, maliciously attempting to flood their shops with fake orders. In order to prevent the shop's reputation from being affected, Qin Feng decided to close them down. With the online shops closed, the offline shops also temporarily announced suspension of business. To the employees who had been closely following the progress of this matter, Qin Feng only told them they could take paid leave. When this matter is over, they can return anytime. They just need to believe that their only designer would absolutely never be that kind of person. Yet even their own father doesn't trust them. But unexpectedly, the employees in the shop genuinely believed their designer would never do such a thing. On Qin Feng's end, he thought and thought, but still couldn't find a suitable solution. Finally, he called Bai Inua and told him the situation. Xiao Bai, I have something I need your help with. Have you been online recently? Did you see that big stir about old Tang plagiarizing a clothing designer named Zhang Chuhai's design drafts? Bai Inua has been busy with the hacker company recently. Fortunately, Qin Feng has helped him set it up smoothly. Moreover, he already had several hacker friends he was close with. The hacker company was running smoothly, and it wasn't registered under Qin Feng's name either. This allowed him to operate freely. Qin Feng's care and assistance made Bai Inua deeply grateful. So the moment he received Qin Feng's call, he went online to look into the whole matter. First, a marketing account exposed some draft sketches of Zhang Chuhai's previously exhibited designs. Then the next day, Tang Xichen published her latest design drafts online. Someone compared the two sets of design drafts. The results showed that Tang Xichen, who was hailed as a rising star in the design world, had merely made some minor modifications to Zhang Chuhai's original design draft, then directly claimed it as her own work. After that, Zhang Chuhai deleted his own design drafts and posted an ambiguous accusation, then deleted the post 10 minutes later. But Tang Xichen showed no response. And subsequently, someone on what appeared to be Zhang Chuhai's alternate account discovered that Zhang Chuhai seemed very wronged about the plagiarism of his design drafts. Then someone compiled this timeline. 2 days after the incident occurred, it was directly exposed. It once caused a web frenzy. After Bai Inua learned all the details, he directly asked Qin Feng whether he needed help hacking Zhang Chuhai or wanted him to do something else. Do you believe old Tang? I believe you. This wasn't done by him. I want you to help me investigate whether there's anything suspicious about Zhang Chuhai. I can tell you right now, when I was going through these, I discovered this isn't the first time someone has plagiarized Zhang Chuhai's design drafts. What do you mean? As early as over a decade ago, designers had already started plagiarizing his drafts, and it basically caused minor scandals from time to time. Up to now, the number of designers who have plagiarized his work has reached over 40. What about their styles? The styles aren't very concentrated. I feel like there's all kinds of styles. Some people have disappeared from the internet, and 3 designers are no longer alive. Hearing Bai Inua share these things with him, Qin Feng sensed something was off. He specifically asked Bai Inua if they could find designers who had been recently accused of plagiarizing Zhang Chuhai's drafts, especially those who stirred up bigger scandals. Preferably ones close to Jiangqing. See if we can find the other party's address. I want to go over there and ask some questions. Bai Inua gave Qin Feng 2 addresses 10 minutes later. Qin Feng looked at them and decided to go to the first address first. It was in the city next to their Jiangqing. Meeting that designer wouldn't be difficult. Qin Feng called and mentioned Zhang Chuhai's name. The designer angrily hung up immediately. Then Qin Feng sent another text message saying he had a friend who was also deep in a plagiarism scandal. But he suspected it wasn't his friend who plagiarized Zhang Chuhai, but rather Zhang Chuhai who plagiarized his friend. That's why he wants to find witnesses now. Because of this situation, he was able to successfully meet this designer. As expected, under Qin Feng's questioning, this designer also angrily stated that Zhang Chuhai was the plagiarizer. He just had never found evidence. And the unexpected surprise that made Qin Feng amazed was because this designer had actually found several people who were previously also deep in plagiarism scandals. They had formed a small group long ago, except for a few who were too far away and couldn't be contacted for now. The rest were basically all in this group. Qin Feng also used this group chat to directly understand the situation from them, asking what exactly happened back then. Why did they all end up being forced to become the ones plagiarizing Zhang Chuhai's drafts? Do they know any clues? Qin Feng had a detailed conversation with the first designer he found. After gathering information in the group chat, he discovered several useful leads. Following this, the designer volunteered to invite several of his close designer friends. They had all become friends due to Zhang Chuhai. Therefore, they had become friends. After bringing them together, Qin Feng brought Tang Xichen to meet them directly. They naturally knew of Tang Xichen and were quite delighted. It was wonderful to see such a talented young designer emerge so brilliantly. But who would have thought he too had become a target? It was during this meeting and conversation that they learned these designers had each once been celebrated prodigies in their respective regions. But good fortune did not last. After they had finally built their reputation and their lives were improving day by day, rumors always spread that they had plagiarized Zhang Chuhai's manuscripts. Yet inexplicably, Zhang Chuhai had somehow obtained the original files and sketches of their designs. He had actually published them first. Moreover, someone even went as far as to testify on Zhang Chuhai's behalf, claiming they had stolen from him. But they simply couldn't produce any evidence. They had no way to prove what had truly happened. And these people had never even known each other before this incident. Had it not been for the plagiarism scandal, they never would have crossed paths, scattered as they were across different regions. No one would have imagined such misfortune could befall them. Even after experiencing such events, they remained vigilant in protecting their design drafts, always backing them up in advance and preserving evidence. But what good did that do? The stain of such incidents clung to them, relentlessly impossible to shake. Upon learning that Tang Xichen had suffered the same fate, everyone seethed with anger. Are we just going to stand by and watch him continue acting with such impunity? He has no talent of his own. Everything he claims as his was stolen from us. But we have no evidence. All these years, not a shred of proof. We live in constant fear that this will happen again, yet we can't keep enduring this silence. We must speak out no matter what. Now he's stealing from young designers again. How many more careers will he destroy? Watching these designers bristle with righteous indignation, Qin Feng noted they weren't much older than himself and his companions. Yet they had endured such hardships. Qin Feng declared that for his friend Sake, he would not simply let this go unanswered. He vowed to uncover the truth and would enlist the help of his tech-savvy friends to search for additional evidence. Just then, Bai Inua called with news. With help from several hacker friends, they had discovered Zhang Chuhai frequently visited a particular studio. Previously uncertain whether this was indeed Zhang Chuhai's studio in Jiangxing, but through surveillance and discreet methods, they had finally confirmed it. This was his Jiangxing workspace. Qin Feng promptly relayed the encouraging news to the others. He also asked that if their testimony proved necessary later, they would be willing to come forward in support. Qin Feng swiftly returned to Jiangxing, where he and Bai Inua disguised themselves as cleaning staff and gained entry to Zhang Chuhai's studio without detection. He likely kept copies of his plagiarized works at every location, so locating these documents would allow them to expose the truth publicly. They would never allow someone who stole others' talent to continue living comfortably while basking in undeserved acclaim. By what right? Why should those whose work he stole bear the stigma of plagiarism while he thrives unchallenged? If such fortune truly existed, why should it fall to someone so despicable? Since he committed these acts, he should have accepted that the truth would eventually surface. Thank goodness we managed to infiltrate, or we might never have obtained this evidence. He's so arrogant. He's kept all these manuscripts intact. I suddenly realize, those other designers in different cities likely have similar copies stored in their local studios as well. These are proof he successfully destroyed a designer's career. People like him are sick, utterly repulsive. Bai Inua had never encountered such an unscrupulous designer before and couldn't help but curse under her breath. Fortunately, Qin Feng had already memorized where the design manuscripts were stored. Qin Feng then wondered if he could search for relevant information on the computer instead. So he asked Bai Inua whether she could uncover more evidence from Zhang Chuhai's computer. If possible, he'd prefer to copy the entire drive. They could sort through the materials carefully once back. However, Bai Inua indicated she had a method for gathering the relevant evidence, though they didn't know when she'd return. They needed to figure out how to exit discreetly before being discovered. Mr. Zhang, you're back. The two were about to take the plagiarized manuscripts and make a thorough copy from the computer when they unexpectedly heard voices outside. Qin Feng quickly shed the outer garment to reveal neat casual clothes underneath, then hurried out through a side door. He intercepted Zhang Chuhai as the man was about to enter the office. Zhang Chuhai didn't recognize Qin Feng, but he saw plenty of people coming to find him daily. He didn't need to know them all. Meanwhile, Bai Inua was gathering evidence on the computer, downloading whatever materials they needed. Once she had everything downloaded, they could expose all the incidents. It depended on how long Qin Feng could stall. Outside the office. You must be Master Designer Zhang. I'd like to discuss the recent plagiarism allegations with you. Do you have a moment? I'm sorry, my time is precious. Besides, I have no reason to waste energy on someone who harbors plagiarizers. Shouldn't you know for yourself whether we're covering for plagiarists or if you're making baseless accusations? Qin Feng's demeanor carried an undeniable arrogance, which immediately drew Zhang Chuhai's attention. Zhang Chuhai did not enter the office as he had intended. Instead, he walked directly toward Qin Feng, his expression darkening as he asked what Qin Feng meant by his behavior. Was this an attempt to shift blame upon him? Who would have expected Qin Feng to behave so unreasonably? His friend had clearly copied his work, yet Qin Feng was willing to defend such actions. Did Qin Feng consider only his friend worthy of respect while dismissing the worth of others? Should everyone else simply accept such treatment without question? Did Qin Feng feel no guilt speaking such words? Qin Feng raised his head, slightly gazing at Zhang Chuhai before him. A faint dismissive smile crossed his face. Master Designer Zhang, you know the truth of this matter better than anyone. Why pretend to be unaware? Have you truly never engaged in such questionable deeds? Are you genuinely ignorant of these matters? Could it be that you had no hand in them? The two engaged in a heated exchange outside their confrontation, granting Bai Inua ample time. Bai Inua planted a program on Zhang Chuhai's computer during the distraction. Once Zhang Chuhai logged into the computer with his credentials, the program would silently grant access to his account. With the additional evidence uncovered, he completed his task and exited through a different door in Zhang Chuhai's office. He departed unnoticed, all evidence gathered. As he left, he made sure to pass by where Zhang Chuhai and Qin Feng were standing. Qin Feng and Zhang Chuhai were locked in a tense exchange, with Qin Feng hoping to draw out useful information through provocation. Zhang Chuhai proved surprisingly shrewd. Seeing Qin Feng approach without any evidence, he simply attributed it to youthful impulsiveness. When a cleaner approached, Zhang Chuhai used the opportunity to tell Qin Feng to leave his studio. He was puzzled about how Qin Feng had tracked him down. If Qin Feng wished to avoid further public scrutiny, he should cease his accusations. Heaven watches over justice, Mr. Zhang. I'll see how long your arrogance lasts. Qin Feng delivered his retort with cold detachment before turning away in frustration. Zhang Chuhai remained completely unfazed by the confrontation. They exited the studio without further incident. Bai Yinhua handed Qin Feng all the collected evidence, and the two departed together. With assistance from others, Qin Feng organized all the evidence within minutes. He found himself puzzled by certain aspects of the situation. Why would someone preserve such incriminating records? Within the computer's hidden account space, he discovered a folder dedicated to these matters. The folder contained records of every designer, renowned and obscure, whose work he had copied along with documentation of his methods for framing them. The details were meticulously recorded, leaving nothing for Qin Feng to uncover on his own. All that remained was to follow the documented evidence. He contacted each designer individually to inform them their long-standing grievances were finally being addressed, then released all the information online. The revelation sent shockwaves through the online community. Netizens were stunned to discover the versatile designer they had championed for so long was merely a copier. He had appropriated designs from numerous creators across varying styles, which explained his reputation as an all-capable designer. There was no genuine master of all design trades. He had simply crafted an illusion of boundless creativity through secretive appropriation. His deception had drawn supporters who defended him online. Now the truth emerged about the designers whose work he had stolen. Zhang Chuhai, how can you claim innocence after copying so many designers? Netizens expressed their disbelief at the audacity of someone who could appropriate others' creations while denying responsibility. Many viewed him as having wronged rising stars in the design world who had placed their trust in him. Some shared how the plagiarism and lack of recourse had driven creators to abandon their work entirely. Records showed at least 3 designers had passed away due to the hardship. The public condemned his casual theft of others' creative work, and his refusal to acknowledge the harm caused viewing it as callous disregard for those whose livelihoods depended on their designs. Zhang Chuhai initially dismissed the online backlash as mere gossip. He carried himself with arrogance, insisting he would make Qin Feng and Bai Yinhua answer for their actions. He claimed Qin Feng was deliberately fabricating accusations. When pressed for evidence, he remained defiant. However, the designers he had wronged in the past all stepped forward, publicly providing their accounts. They filed formal complaints identifying Zhang Chuhai as the one who had copied their design drafts. This matter caused a major stir within the design community. Among the affected designers was one with a remarkable background, Fu Hao, whose biological family had recently reconnected with him after many years. His family already carried guilt over past neglect, and learning that their son's creative work had been plagiarized only deepened their distress. Fu Hao had been forced to abandon the fashion design he loved most due to the plagiarism. His family mobilized significant resources to seek accountability. Under this mounting pressure, Zhang Chuhai finally acknowledged his actions. He was removed from the design community entirely. On the day the truth was revealed, Tang Xichen emotionally embraced both Qin Feng and Bai Yinhua. Bai Yinhua and Tang Xichen were not particularly close, so he felt somewhat awkward receiving her enthusiastic embrace, though he did not wish to disappoint her. He endured the moment gracefully. Tang Xichen expressed sincere gratitude for the help Qin Feng and Bai Yinhua had provided. Qin Feng suggested gathering everyone for a meal to celebrate. He also invited Bogatina to join them. He hoped to establish a large winery in China and wanted to seek Bogatina's guidance. Qin Feng recalled that in the years ahead, wine sales would experience a notable surge. Wine production proved highly profitable during that period, and wineries also attracted visitors as tourist destinations. Qin Feng hoped Bogatina could offer valuable advice for his own venture. Would you like to open a wine estate? I think the current international wine market is quite promising, and the domestic wine market in China is also developing well. There is still considerable room for growth in Jiangqing's wine market. It is certainly possible, but winery knowledge is quite complex and intricate. Even if I teach you everything now, there could be significant changes by the time you put it into practice. I am fully aware of that. That is why I would like to first learn about the systematic aspects from you. As for specific operations and follow-up matters, I will seek your guidance when the time comes. Bogadina was somewhat puzzled as to why Qin Feng had never mentioned anything about a winery before, yet now he suddenly raised the question with her. Nevertheless, she shared all the knowledge she possessed with him. After all, Qin Feng had once been of great help to her. Moreover, her parents had mentioned that Qin Feng was a talented and capable young man. If possible, they were quite supportive of their relationship developing further. A connection beyond mere friends would not be unthinkable. However, noticing that Qin Feng did not seem to harbor such feelings toward her, she decided to restrain her thoughts for now. Besides, her feelings for him at present were limited to admiration. Since Qin Feng needed her assistance, she naturally intended to share as much as she could. Fortunately, the elective courses she had taken during university were closely related to winery management and wine production. First and foremost, you need to select a suitable piece of land. However, I am not particularly familiar with the local land conditions in your country. You should look for a location that is spacious, tranquil, and suitable for grape cultivation. Bogadina began explaining many aspects of winery knowledge to Qin Feng. She shared all the information she currently knew and could offer about wineries. After Qin Feng had grasped a thorough understanding, he planned to consult Bogadina further on the remaining details later. Bogadina readily agreed. Following that, she resumed her daily leisure activities. Meanwhile, Qin Feng made inquiries about which auction houses were handling land parcels recently. If he wished to make a purchase, he would need to engage with the relevant business leaders. However, Qin Feng was still a university student at the moment. Although he had already founded the Tianyu Group under his name, this did not necessarily grant him the standing to negotiate with senior executives. Therefore, Qin Feng decided to attend the auction house directly and bid for a plot of land. With the recent clarification of past rumors, he had received considerable gratitude and generous compensation from many designers. This had brought substantial benefits to his own business ventures, yielding significant returns. Additionally, the hacker company had started generating revenue. There was also Zhao Chunbai's contributions. In short, Qin Feng now possessed considerable assets sufficient to purchase a well-located piece of land within the country. After having someone assist him in gathering information about the auction house, Qin Feng went directly to the nearest auction venue's banquet hall. Anyone who could verify their identity and assets was permitted entry. Fortunately, this particular auction happened to feature the land parcel information he was seeking. In fact, entering the auction venue only required presenting an identity card. There was no concern about disturbances, as no one dared cause trouble in such a setting. Qin Feng verified his assets at the entrance, and after completing the ID registration, proceeded directly into the auction hall. Upon entering the auction house, each attendee received a number. A bidding paddle was placed beside the seat. He arrived to find the auction already in progress. Because Qin Feng was dressed quite simply, no auction staff member approached to escort him to his assigned seat upon arrival. Had he not previously attended an auction, he might have struggled to locate his seat based on the arrangement. Fortunately, his prior experience guided him. When the staff noticed Qin Feng finding his seat without any guidance, they were somewhat surprised. Dressed so casually, do you really think you can afford anything at our auction? Not necessarily. Didn't you notice he found his seat without any assistance? He seems quite familiar with auction environments. What are you talking about? Someone like him attending auctions frequently. You wouldn't find that believable. Who knows? He may appear simple, but could very well be quite wealthy. Don't go provoking him unnecessarily. The staff members whispered among themselves. Their conversation did not disturb the ongoing auction. It was rather uncommon for someone to attend alone like Qin Feng. Most attendees came in pairs or groups, often discussing the items up for auction among themselves. The auction continued above. Qin Feng paid no mind to the absence of staff assistance or someone to explain the proceedings. He simply sat comfortably in his seat. His relaxed posture further reinforced the staff's low opinion of him. When he gestured to request a bottle of water, nobody responded. Qin Feng did not let it bother him and simply stopped paying attention to them. The auction was currently featuring antiques and calligraphy paintings. The land and property lots had not yet been presented. Qin Feng stood up on his own to purchase a bottle of water and returned to his seat. During that brief interval, a staff member attempted to make things difficult for him. However, Qin Feng handled the situation with quiet composure and returned to his place. As soon as Qin Feng sat back down, the auction transitioned to real estate and land parcels. Satisfied, he took a couple of sips of water and sat upright, paying close attention. The staff members assumed Qin Feng was merely putting on an air of importance. How could someone like him afford a land parcel? Their dismissive attitude began to fade after Qin Feng successfully bid on the first property, a moderately priced plot. Qin Feng was not entirely satisfied with the parcel he had acquired, but its location was reasonably suitable for a winery. If a better option did not arise later, this parcel could serve its purpose well. He actually managed to purchase land. Several real estate executives were competing for it, yet he won the bid. That location wasn't particularly prime, but the price was still considerable. Oh no, I think I may have been rude to him earlier. A successful buyer like him probably wouldn't hold a grudge. But why did you provoke him in the first place? Not only did the staff members begin paying attention to Qin Feng, but others around him also started taking notice. Qin Feng watched attentively and successfully bid on a second parcel of land, this one slightly better located than the previous one. To be honest, the locations of these two plots of land were not exactly what Qin Feng had always desired. But he understood one thing well. The more desirable the location, the higher the price. These two plots could certainly serve their purpose. As for their size, they somewhat satisfied Qin Feng. However, if there were one larger plot in a better location combining the area of both, it would be ideal. That would have perfectly met his needs for the day. Qin Feng calculated the funds he could currently allocate and felt he still had room to purchase a few more plots. So he decided to stay and see if there was anything else he might fancy. If something caught his interest, he could always place bids on other items as well. In his past life, he had attended auctions before, but he had faced considerable disrespect. This time, however, he intended to truly experience the feeling of spending generously. 2 plots already. Goodness, he actually bought 2 plots of land. He's so young. Could he be the young master of some prominent family? but he doesn't seem to be dressed like someone from an elite family. He appears quite determined about those plots. Several of the better positions ahead have already been purchased by him. Could he be a president of a large company? He looks more like a wealthy second generation. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such assets? As Qin Feng grew increasingly generous and purchased a third plot, more attention was drawn to him. Some people even began cautiously trying to uncover Qin Feng's true identity. Qin Feng paid little mind to these probing. What surprised him somewhat was that the service staff who had previously treated him coldly suddenly changed their demeanor entirely. They began circling around him, offering soft flattery. Qin Feng, however, was actually quite satisfied with his seat. There were few people around, and since he had come alone, he did not wish to listen to anyone's useless chatter. He had not expected the service staff to change so readily. Unfortunately, Qin Feng did not require her service and waved his hand dismissively, asking her to leave. Qin Feng felt somewhat amused, yet at the same time deeply realized the truth of an old saying. Money truly does open doors. As long as one had wealth and influence, countless people would gladly flatter and support them. They would praise even the things others might scorn. Otherwise, people would only judge by appearance. Clothes make the man, as the saying goes. Even a beggar, if dressed in luxurious attire, would likely be treated like a distinguished guest here. But if one chose to keep a low profile and entered the auction hall in simple casual, whereas Qin Feng had done, one would simply be ignored. For the following hour, Qin Feng continued purchasing other items of interest. He had already acquired enough land for the winery. It was more than sufficient. He only regretted that none had perfectly matched his vision. However, this auction was not particularly large. When a more suitable auction came along in the future, he could attend then as well. Qin Feng held no further concerns about this. Afterward, Qin Feng made a few more purchases and prepared to return. Unexpectedly, just as he was leaving the auction house, a man with a slight beer belly stepped forward to block his path. Qin Feng looked at him curiously. Qin Feng had never seen this person before and did not know who he was. Nevertheless, he responded politely. The man was clearly curious about Qin Feng's identity. It was only after the auction concluded that the man's assistant had investigated Qin Feng's true background. Upon learning that Qin Feng was the newly appointed president of a recently established group, he felt quite surprised. Because from his impression, Qin Feng did not resemble the owner of a small company. After further investigation, he discovered that Qin Feng was actually the founder of a popular online clothing store that had recently become widely discussed on the internet. Moreover, he had built this group in merely 1 or 2 years. Delving deeper into the investigation only strengthened Manager Wang's desire to forge a connection with Qin Feng. Thus, he had directly stopped Qin Feng. Noticing the curiosity and caution in Qin Feng's eyes, he was surprised that Qin Feng remained courteous and engaged in conversation. This only increased Manager Wang's fondness for Qin Feng. He then openly explained why he had intercepted him. President Qin may have never heard of me, but I have certainly heard of your accomplishments. In business matters, I previously had contact with President Zhao Chenbai. Might you be familiar with him? Of course. I recall President Zhao encountered some difficulties, and out of respect, I offered what help I could. We became friends thereafter. Since you are President Zhao's friend, you are a friend to me as well. I hope for your continued guidance, President Wang. You flatter me. The business world will undoubtedly belong to younger generations like yourself. However, there is a plot I admired at the auction that you ended up purchasing. I was wondering if we might discuss a possible exchange. Perhaps I could offer land from another location in return. I would naturally welcome the opportunity to befriend you, President Wang. May I ask which plot you are interested in? If possible, I am more than willing to part with it to build this friendship. I am certain you would not let me suffer a loss. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Manager Wang understood immediately. He had expressed his intention to build a connection, and Qin Feng had readily agreed in return. Everything proceeded smoothly. And Qin Feng at such a young age proved himself quite astute. Not a person to be taken advantage of. Truly remarkable. And all the more intriguing for it. After a swift exchange of terms, they traded the land deeds. Coincidentally, the plot Manager Wang offered was exactly what Qin Feng needed. And Manager Wang in turn required the plot Qin Feng held to build his commercial city. They reached a mutual understanding quickly. With this matter concluded, Qin Feng returned to his apartment. He then set about studying knowledge related to winery management. His systematic learning was still far from complete. Now that the land was secured, the next step was to begin preparing for the winery's construction. Yet the question of how to build it and what form it should take remained a matter worth exploring. Therefore, he needed to consult with Bogatina on the matter. Yi Qingxue had also seen the news online. Previously, regarding the matter with Wanya, she had wanted to seek out Qin Feng to ask about it. But later she felt that except for those initial rumors between them, Qin Feng seemed to have no further concern for her afterward. She wondered if asking too much might make Qin Feng misunderstand her intentions. Yi Qingxue herself was uncertain about what she truly felt. She only felt that if Qin Feng truly had another girlfriend, she should learn to let go appropriately. Hadn't she been hurt enough by him before? Although Qin Feng was no longer the man who had once recklessly trampled upon sincere feelings, he had already moved on to a new life. He had already walked away from the past. Shouldn't she do the same? Her relationship with Qin Feng had only ever been a misunderstanding. Now she was working at Qin Feng's shop. He likely converted her to a permanent position out of goodwill as an old classmate. Moreover, her life was quite fulfilling now. Besides not seeing Qin Feng often, everything else was going exactly as she had hoped. Beyond Qin Feng, her life held many colorful pursuits, so she ought to let go appropriately. Yet after seeing the news online, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but feel a touch of worry. Qin Feng, where are you now? I have some matters about the shop I'd like to discuss with you. Would that be convenient? Yi Qingxue had seen some related messages online and couldn't shake her concern. But she didn't know that Qin Feng had already resolved the matter. She always found herself instinctively paying attention to Qin Feng's affairs. When she realized what she was doing, she would scold herself for it. She tormented herself in this cycle. She had regretted calling Qin Feng earlier, yet unexpectedly he agreed readily. He even sent her an address directly. It appeared to be the place where Qin Feng rented a room. Yi Qingxue felt somewhat shy. She wasn't sure whether she should go, but she also feared that if she delayed too long, Qin Feng might misunderstand something. What if he only saw her as an ordinary friend? So he asked her to come to his home, yet she had said it wasn't appropriate. Would Qin Feng think she was being too deliberate? In the end, Yi Qingxue went anyway. When she arrived, she discovered she had indeed overthought things. She was not the only one there. Besides Zhang Fan, who remained there was also a foreign girl who clearly wasn't from their country. Upon seeing this exotic beauty, Yi Qingxue was immediately captivated. She couldn't believe how little time had passed, yet Qin Feng already had another beautiful girl by his side. She wondered about this girl's identity and her relationship with Qin Feng. When Yi Qingxue realized, her heart felt a certain sourness. She nearly wanted to slap herself to snap out of it. Fortunately, she kept her composure. Watching Qin Feng and the foreign beauty discussing something, Yi Qingxue suddenly didn't know what excuse to use to approach him. She felt she might be interrupting their time together, yet remembered Zhang Fan was there, and Tang Xichen probably was as well. If she left so deliberately, wouldn't it seem strange? In the end, Yi Qingxue went inside and sat on a nearby sofa. Qin Feng offered her a drink in a completely natural manner. This casual warmth brought a complex mixture of feelings to Yi Qingxue's heart. But when Yi Qingxue saw them writing on paper and some books about wineries, her interest was instantly sparked. What is this? Are you looking at winery matters? Yi Qingxue asked before she could stop herself. And who is this lovely young lady? Bagatina liked Yi Qingxue at first sight. Her eyes brightened, and she directly asked Qin Feng beside her. She's my university classmate named Yi Qingxue. She was the beauty of our campus. This is a friend I met in China named Bagatina. Just call her Tina. May I call you Qingxue? Bagatina asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue couldn't bring herself to refuse. She nodded shyly. The sourness in her heart eased somewhat, replaced by an indefinable sweetness. After all, who wouldn't enjoy spending time with a beautiful girl? Especially since Bagatina was truly stunning. May I call you Tina? Of course you may, beautiful. Thank you, you're lovely too. Watching two beauties praise each other, Qin Feng quickly intervened and steered the conversation back to the winery business. Since Qin Feng had already secured the land, construction wouldn't require much worry from him. He was preparing for future business matters and brewing techniques, as well as how to open up the market. Yi Qingxue listened to their discussion and gradually forgot why she had come to ask about the online rumors. She became quite absorbed. Bagatina noticed Yi Qingxue listening intently and couldn't help but ask if she was interested in winery matters as well. If she was interested, Bagatina could teach her some knowledge about wineries. Is that okay? Wouldn't it be inappropriate? Of course it is. I'm no true teacher, but my family's business involves this, so I know a little. If you don't mind, I'd like to sit in and listen along. Bagatina was delighted to have a beautiful woman join them. Qin Feng agreed as well. Thus the discussion expanded from 2 people to 3. Perhaps beauty shares common ground. While Qin Feng was away getting a glass of water, he saw the 2 women who had been sitting apart, now leaning close together warmly. 2 beauties together were indeed a pleasing sight, though the pace of their closeness seemed rather quick. For the next 2 days, essentially the same routine continued. Yi Qingxue came over every day. Unconsciously, her relationship with Qin Feng seemed to grow closer, yet retained a polite distance. However, she and Bagatina became good friends. But then on the 2nd day, Qin Feng received another harassing phone call. The voice on the phone, altered by a device, spoke directly with threatening words. I have no idea whether you are a man or a woman, but what exactly have I done to offend you? Even if death awaits me, let me at least understand why. Who are you really? It seems you have made many enemies and still do not even know who I am. You speak the truth. Someone like you deserves to descend into hell and atone for your sins. I may not know what crimes I have committed, but hiding behind shadows and refusing to reveal your true identity is utterly despicable. I will never let you live in peace, never. I will bring down your reputation and hand you the most painful retribution. I will make sure you pay. So all those past incidents were your doing. Rest assured, once I uncover who you are, I will make your life wretched too. Your name will fall, just as mine does. You will never know who I am. You cursed wretch. It is because of you that I have fallen into this wretched state. Hearing those words, a flash passed through Qin Feng's mind. He felt he was on the verge of recognizing who this person was. Judging by the tone, this individual seemed to harbor a grudge against him. Something related to Qin Feng's actions had brought this person to ruin. If that were the case, the list of suspects narrowed considerably. The first names that surfaced in Qin Feng's mind were Lin Yingying and Zhao Kainan. After all, aside from those two, Qin Feng had not offended anyone recently. But when he thought back to the time just before his rebirth, given his temperament back, then he must have ruffled quite a few feathers. Yet it hardly seemed likely someone would wait several years only to return for vengeance. So who could it be? It probably was not Lin Yingying. She had already been dealt with by Yinhua. Could it be Zhao Kainan? But Qin Feng had investigated Zhao Kainan before. This did not seem connected to him either. Had he been wrong? Could it be someone else entirely? Qin Feng felt as though he had grasped something tangible, only for it to slip away through his fingers. In the end, he could only shake his head in resignation. He pushed the matter from his mind for now. Qin Feng decided not to dwell on it. After all, the other party had attempted multiple times already, and still failed to bring him down. Appearing now with threats was puzzling at best. Yet over the following days, Qin Feng received threatening messages every single day. Even his email inbox became completely filled with intimidating letters. Someone even mailed him threatening packages on occasion. After receiving 2 such deliveries, inexplicably Qin Feng opened them to find not the remains of abused animals, but rather disturbing toy prosthetics and artificial body parts. Once Bogdina helped him unpack a package and a toy eyeball tumbled out. It nearly gave her a fright. That was precisely what stirred Qin Feng's true anger. If this had only affected his own life, he would have said nothing. But seeing Bogdina trembling all over, still sweating coldly despite knowing those were merely fake eyeballs, filled Qin Feng with deep frustration. Qin Feng gathered everything he had received, all the items, the emails, the threatening parcels, and abusive messages, and delivered them all to the relevant authorities. The officers were already familiar with him by now since the earlier case had yielded no results, and Qin Feng kept bringing fresh evidence. "Comrade, that person called me once. I have recorded the conversation, but the information revealed was extremely limited. I have a few suspects, people I have had conflicts with before. However, our disputes hardly warrant hiring someone to threaten my life. I cannot simply accuse someone based on past grudges. I entrust you to locate this person as quickly as possible." Qin Feng dialed the number of the person who had threatened him, but it had already been disconnected and turned into a vacant number. Given how frequently such cases occurred, the authorities had grown accustomed to them. They had been investigating for so long, yet still found not a single clue. They suspected a hacker was involved. Otherwise, with their information tracking technology, they should have been able to trace the other party, unless the person was concealed behind countless digital layers. But Qin Feng's danger was real. Yet no actual threat to his life had materialized. It amounted to intimidation and harassment, but the key problem remained: they could not find where the threatener was. This frustration weighed heavily on the officers as well. They could only offer their usual words of comfort before Qin Feng departed. Qin Feng had assumed the other party's tactics would remain unchanged. But within the following half-month, the business deals Qin Feng had secured were repeatedly intercepted. Qin Feng grew increasingly uneasy. If the previous attempts targeted his life directly, why had the approach shifted now? Something about this felt different. Previously, the attacks had been overtly aimed at ending his life, but this time the interference targeted his business dealings instead. He recalled his suspicion about Zhao Kainan. Qin Feng began tracing that thread more carefully. If Zhao Kainan were truly behind this, then who would have the capability to intercept his business? Who possessed such influence? Qin Feng suddenly thought of one particular person, someone who had also threatened him before and shared a close connection with Zhao Kainan. Could Zhao Kainan's father be the one pulling the strings? After all, he sits upon the Tang Group's foundation, making it entirely feasible to undermine a smaller enterprise like mine. But I do not wish to involve old Tang and Tang family matters. I need to find another way to investigate this trail. Since the business itself has been compromised, the original partners will surely remain silent. Let me see if there is some way to gather information discreetly. Qin Feng's mind raced. Under the assumption that Zhao Kainan was responsible, he systematically pieced together every detail into a coherent theory. When he shared this reasoning with Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen spoke up and offered to assist. If Zhao's father were indeed involved, Tang Shichen's investigation would be far quicker and more thorough. His connections and resources could uncover the truth more effectively than anyone else. But you've already cut ties with your family. Any investigation on your part would inevitably drag them back in. It's all right. I'll have Xiao Nua take a look. Qin Feng declined Tang Shichen's offer. Yet Tang Shichen still secretly reached out to some of his former contacts from the company to help with the investigation. He wasn't genuinely foolish, nor was he lacking in ability. His family's elders had simply never placed their attention on him. If only his family elders had taken an interest in him, he was confident he could demonstrate abilities surpassing others. Unfortunately, not a single person believed he had such capability. Not one was willing to place their trust in him. That was precisely why he kept his ambitions concealed from everyone else. Since he had already severed ties with the Tang family, he intended to make one final use of those connections to resolve an issue that threatened his close friend's company. After all, the family company offered nothing more than his dividend share with no other equity or holdings tied to his name. Since that benefit had come from that man, he could just as easily walk away from it. After this, he would have no further ties to the Tang family. He had become a fashion designer, now gradually building his own reputation, and was even able to open a clothing store alongside his friend. This was the life he had always envisioned. Previously, he had been fixated on earning his family's approval. Now he had let go of those hopes. Whenever challenges arose, his family elders were always the first to abandon him and the first to doubt him. Why should he pour so much effort into a family that offered nothing in return? His dedication should be directed toward his own store. It should be invested in his fashion designs, rather than wasted on people who didn't deserve it. After discussing everything with Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen, Qin Feng went straight to find Bai Yinhua. Bai Yinhua traced the matter through just a few minor clues and uncovered the truth. Indeed, Zhao's father was behind it. He had been cautious, but the prolonged investigation had allowed him to grow somewhat complacent. That lapse had left traces, allowing Bai Yinhua to uncover the true identity behind the actions. Qin Feng shared these findings with Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen. Meanwhile, Tang Xichen's own investigation had uncovered some of Zhao's father's recent manipulations. In the course of examining this matter, he also discovered other violations of company policy that Zhao's father had orchestrated within the group. However, these had been carefully concealed, so senior management had not yet noticed. Tang Xichen found himself torn, uncertain whether to report these matters to the senior executives. They were also his family elders. They had never shown him any real attention. Yet these matters were neither trivial nor insignificant. If someone with ill intent were to seize upon them, it could potentially affect the entire corporation. Tang Xichen did not know whether he should expose everything. What is wrong with those father and son? We still don't know if Zhao Kanan is involved in the threats and intimidation. If his father is capable of such deeds, he certainly could be too. It might very well be him. Xiao Nua is already investigating. She should be able to trace the hidden IP address soon. Fortunately, we have her. Otherwise, we'd still be waiting around trying to get answers from the authorities about who the real culprit is. If Zhao Kanan is behind this, I swear I'll make him regret it. He's made us suffer enough. But we can't let this go unanswered. Should we just swallow our pride and accept being wronged? I've also uncovered additional information about his father. If you plan to take action, I can share these with you. Consider it a favor owed. Qin Feng reviewed the documents Tang Xichen handed over and discovered evidence that company secrets had been sold at a high price by Zhao's father. The leaks had caused several projects to fail. Qin Feng looked at Tang Xichen with genuine emotion. He had already told Tang Xichen not to get involved. He had said there was no need for Tang Xichen to intervene. Yet Tang Xichen had acted anyway. These materials could have been delivered directly to the head of the Tang family. They could have been given to those elders. Perhaps it would have earned their approval. Instead, Tang Xichen had given them to him. Qin Feng ultimately accepted the documents. He then briefed Bai Yinhua on the situation, asking her to focus her investigation on Zhao Kanan. He suspected that the person sending the threatening messages might be Zhao Kanan. However, he was unsure whether the earlier attempts on his life were also connected to him. A few days later, Bai Yinhua brought good news. She informed Qin Feng that the IP address behind the threatening messages had finally been traced. The sender was still active at that IP location, and that location was actually not far from Qin Feng's apartment. If Qin Feng was willing to go now, he could head there directly. The person had just sent another threatening email to Qin Feng. Qin Feng might be able to catch them in the act. Upon hearing Bai Yinua's report, Qin Feng immediately took the two of them to the location. It turned out to be an unlicensed internet cafe. Following the IP address Bai Yinhua had traced, they successfully located a private room. The room was filled with smoke. Qin Feng and the other two quickly locked onto the young man and walked directly toward him. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the young man apparently wanted to close something immediately, but he was frozen by Qin Feng's steady gaze. With Qin Feng restraining him, they successfully recovered the page he had attempted to delete. Indeed, they found the webpage of his email account. They retrieved all the information related to the threatening messages. Let's take him back first. Don't cause a scene here. After bringing the young man back to the apartment, Qin Feng and his friends used some discreet measures to press him for answers about who had hired him. It turned out to be Zhao Kanan's doing after all. Qin Feng, having already harbored suspicions, remained relatively composed. But the others were quite upset. Bogdana, who happened to be visiting, learned of the situation and immediately offered to help Qin Feng give the young man a lesson. Since the young man had brought this upon himself as Qin Feng's good friend, she naturally wanted to help him settle the score. Qin Feng didn't need to lift a finger. She would handle it herself. After learning that Zhao Kanan was behind this matter, Qin Feng retrieved all the incriminating information about him that Bai Yinhua had previously uncovered. Unexpectedly, one particularly revealing detail emerged. Zhao Kanan had once been responsible for the death of someone. It seemed this person may have carried certain genetic traits. Her appearance carried subtle traces of her foreign heritage, giving her features a distinct depth. Since her father was from overseas, she possessed a countenance reminiscent of that foreign lineage. Even her hair displayed an unusual coloration shaped by those same inherited qualities. Overall, she bore a striking resemblance to a girl of mixed foreign blood. At that time, Zhao Kanan was still a high school student, and she happened to be his classmate. He not only bullied her, but also forced her into a relationship against her will. However, her family's circumstances were far from comfortable. Under 2 years of relentless pressure and intimidation, she ultimately chose to end her own life at the most fragile stage of her youth. Yet this tragedy was quietly settled by Zhao's father, who offered 1,000,000 yuan to keep the matter contained. Her family had faced considerable hardship. Additionally, she had a younger brother whose health was fragile. He frequently required medical attention, and that 1,000,000 yuan could sustain his treatment. Her parents, weighed down by sorrow and regret, accepted the settlement. They eventually left their hometown together, departing for what seemed to be overseas. Thanks to Bai Inua's remarkable hacking abilities, he somehow managed to locate photographs of the girl. When Qin Feng saw her image, he felt a quiet sense of surprise. The girl bore a faint resemblance to Bagatina, likely stemming from their shared foreign ancestry. In an interesting coincidence, the girl's father happened to be from country C. When Qin Feng showed the photograph to Bagatina, Bagatina immediately recognized an opportunity to make Zhao Kanan face the consequences. Imagine if he saw the girl he had driven to her end appear at his own class reunion. Do you think he would be utterly shattered? Hearing this, Qin Feng hesitated, reluctant to see Bagatina drawn into trouble. But Bagatina dismissed his concerns with a confident wave of her hand. She insisted on handling the matter herself. The reason Qin Feng had never suspected Zhao Kanan was because Zhao had always appeared so composed and natural. And now he was organizing a grand class reunion. Though Qin Feng and his circle had not been invited, the event proceeded with impressive scale, deliberately showcasing his connections. Yi Qingxue had also received an invitation, though she would not be attending. With so many guests in a sprawling venue, there were naturally areas beyond camera coverage. This allowed Bagatina to enter the banquet hall smoothly, making use of her elegant presence. Zhao Kanan felt a subtle unease, yet the sight of so many attendees brought him a quiet satisfaction. This gathering was not limited to his university friends. He had also invited high school acquaintances, and even some contacts from his middle school days. As he stood among his companions, comforting himself with the thought that so many still surrounded and supported him, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar profile. It was impossible. That woman had been gone for years. How could she possibly appear at his class reunion? Isn't that her closest friend from high school? Having seen photographs of the girl from that time, Zhao Kanan recognized the resemblance. The friend, now grown, shared roughly 2 or 3 parts of that similarity with Bagatina. Given the passage of time and Bagatina's subtle adjustment of her appearance, the resemblance reached 5 or 6 parts, close enough to evoke memories of the past. 2 days before the reunion, Bagatina had naturally crossed paths with the girl's dearest high school friend. That friend had long cherished memories of her innocent companion. When she saw that familiar face before her, her first instinct was not fear, but an eager embrace. Upon learning Bagatina was not the person she remembered, she could only manage a stiff smile. Through this encounter, Bagatina gathered more detailed accounts of the girl's story. She then volunteered to help seek justice on behalf of the girl who had suffered so unjustly, leading to the scene that unfolded that evening. In the distance, 2 young women conversed as though old friends, both keeping quiet observation of Zhao Kanan nearby. When they noticed Zhao Kanan's expression shift to one of disbelief, the girl's friend felt a deep sense of relief. He took someone's life without facing any consequence. It is not right. I simply wish to remind him of what he did. He must be wondering how someone who died could appear at his reunion. Thank you, Bagatina. Without you, I would not have known how to confront him. I had not intended to attend this gathering at all. It is nothing. I only did not expect we would share the same purpose. That man deserves to face consequences, and I wanted the same. As adults, the girl's friend understood the situation clearly. Bagatina had deliberately positioned herself to meet her, yet she felt no resentment toward being used. Her only desire was to see Zhao Kanan bear the weight of his actions. Bagatina also shared with her that Zhao had committed many troubling acts. But the world held its own balance. Today was merely the beginning. Within a week, she would see more accounts of justice unfolding online. The friend nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhao Kanan, witnessing the girl he believed dead standing before him, speaking and laughing with her closest companion, was overwhelmed with dread. His composure fractured completely, and he cried out in distress. His frantic exclamations were recorded in full by those arranged by Bagatina. Many guests at the reunion had once been mistreated by him. Witnessing his current state and hearing him speak that name repeatedly, everyone understood what was happening. Quiet murmurs of amusement spread through the crowd. The class reunion was effectively brought to a close. Once the gathering ended, the recording was uploaded to the internet. Along with it came a clear account of the events. Moreover, Qin Feng released the incriminating information about Zhao's father online as well. With both father and son trending online together, the outcome proved thoroughly satisfying. That is what they call a clear conscience and nothing to fear. The ways of heaven are circular and inexorable, sparing none. It is truly unbelievable that someone so young could harbor such malice, driving another to their end, while continuing to live in such ease. I must thank that beautiful foreign young lady. But doesn't anyone think this coincidence is remarkable? Whether it is coincidence or not, what difference does it make? Perhaps it is simply divine retribution. Look, his father's affairs have also been exposed. Good heavens, no wonder the son was so shameless. The father must have held considerable authority. I cannot imagine such a person managing a division of Tang Group. I wonder how many employees have suffered under him. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. That wretched man has been brought to light at last. Isn't that person above one of the victims? I once worked under him. He used the pretense of mentoring to take advantage of me. Unable to endure it, I resigned, only to be maliciously smeared and slandered by him afterward, nearly ruining my career in the industry. The scandal surrounding the father and son sent shockwaves through the internet. Everyone was quick to condemn the two of them. For a time, netizens launched a fierce campaign of criticism against father and son Zhao. The matter grew so widespread that it inevitably reached Tang Group. Tang Xichen ultimately compiled the incriminating materials and sent them directly to the company's legal team, carefully omitting her own name. Tracing the source, however, was not difficult. The documents soon landed in the hands of the senior executives. Upon reviewing the extent of Zhao's father's concealed misconduct, they were visibly shaken. Several items had been highlighted. If this was not addressed promptly, any future exposure by malicious actors could threaten the stability of their shareholdings. A quick investigation revealed that the sender was none other than the family's second young master. Their surprise was evident. However, with the pressing matters of the company to attend to, no one had the time to seek clarification from Tang Xichen. She of course did not expect any particularly warm reception from them. She was certain that individual would soon be cast out. Now she simply awaited to see what fate awaited the father and son. Of particular note, on the very day Zhao's father was expelled from Tang Group, someone captured footage of the two men engaged in a street altercation. In the video, Zhao Kanan was initially pinned beneath his father, who struck him fiercely with a belt, his face flushed with anger. All traces of paternal affection had vanished. All semblances of arrogance and authority were gone. He seemed to channel every frustration onto his own son. Yet Zhao Kanan, young and vigorous, ultimately grew weary of enduring the beating. He delivered a forceful kick to his father's midsection and shoved him away. The two then exchanged blows upon the street. The authorities were promptly notified and both were taken into custody for a few days to cool their tempers. After watching the footage, Qin Feng turned his attention elsewhere, knowing they would never recover from this blow. What befell them henceforth was of no concern to him. He refused to waste his energy on those who no longer mattered. He was far more invested in his own winery. The entire affair lingered for nearly a month before settling. During this period, Qin Feng's winery was constructed with remarkable speed. Not wanting to delay the winery's opening, Zhao Chunbai dispatched multiple construction teams. They worked to complete all aspects of the winery in the shortest possible time. Initially, Qin Feng chose to cooperate with other suppliers. His winery was designed as a tasting destination where visitors could sample beverages on-site, offering a refined version of rural tourism. Elevated well beyond the ordinary agritourism experience, this standard was achieved under the guidance of Bogatina. Overall business during this period proved quite promising. As the winery's equipment continued to be upgraded, more staff was required, with business growing steadily. Soon the initial employees could no longer meet the demand. Bogatina even lent some of her own personnel to assist Qin Feng. Upon learning that Qin Feng intended to open a winery, Boganis was exceedingly pleased and nearly dispatched his most skilled bartenders without hesitation. Qin Feng gracefully declined the more extravagant offer, but accepted Bogatina's assistance. As the business prospered, numerous applicants came forward. Zhang Fan assisted with the selection process and ultimately identified several candidates with prior experience. Qin Feng tasked Zhang Fan with conducting orientation training for the new hires. Zhang Fan had originally preferred to remain passive, content to collect his profit shares without much effort. But Qin Feng made it clear that even those considered idle should be given purposeful roles. Zhang Fan was required to take on a formal position, combined with his naturally fluent and persuasive manner. Qin Feng appointed a manager of the Human Resources Department, entrusting him with recruitment and the entire onboarding process. The newly hired staff proved highly competent. Among them, two stood out as particularly outstanding, earning the appreciation of Qin Feng and his team. The two employees were named Gu Wanyue and Xiao Ziyu. Gu Wanyue was a young woman of striking beauty and gentle demeanor. Her resume was impressive, having previously worked at other beverage companies. Yet when asked why she left her former employer, her eyes grew damp. She explained that she had encountered inappropriate conduct at her previous workplace and chose to resign. Regarding the year-long gap in her employment history, her former company had restricted her from seeking positions within the same industry. She was therefore unable to find work in her field and had taken a sales position at another company. That role, however, did not align with her passion. When she learned of Qin Feng's winery hiring, she applied without delay. She hoped to return to the work she genuinely loved. After joining the company, her pleasant nature and capable performance quickly won her colleagues' respect. Many expressed admiration, remarking how her combination of grace and ability made her a natural candidate for top sales recognition. Qin Feng too held her in high regard. He had initially planned to observe and select one of the two as his assistant. It seemed his decision was now clear. Xiaoyue, you've been with the company for some time now. I was wondering if you might be interested in a different role. Since you previously worked at a liquor company, you have more familiarity with this area. How would you like to come work as my assistant? After carefully observing Gu Wanyue and Xiao Ziyu for a period of time, Qin Feng discovered that compared to Xiao Ziyu, Gu Wanyue was much better at expressing her needs. She was also more adept at communicating with others. In fact, initially, to avoid any suspicion, he had intended to choose Xiao Ziyu as his assistant. However, Xiao Ziyu's handling of related matters was indeed not as proficient as Gu Wanyue's. Moreover, the company held Gu Wanyue in high regard. After learning that she had previously worked at other liquor companies, Qin Feng conducted an investigation into the relevant circumstances. He found that everything aligned closely with the information she had provided. Combined with the capabilities she had demonstrated, Qin Feng made a direct decision to appoint her as his assistant. He could not keep relying on Bagatina to serve as his assistant indefinitely. He needed to find a suitable assistant as soon as possible. Really? Am I truly qualified, boss? Upon hearing this news, Gu Wanyue was extremely excited. She asked Qin Feng with visible enthusiasm. Seeing her eager expression, Qin Feng smiled contentedly and nodded in agreement. Gu Wanyue expressed her heartfelt gratitude for Qin Feng's trust in her. She would never let his expectations down. She would work hard and ensure she never disappointed him. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and said no more. Xiao Ziyu continued to work diligently at his own post. There was no change in his attitude simply because he and Gu Wanyue had joined the company at the same time, and she had now become the boss's assistant. However, no one knew that danger was quietly approaching them. Qin Feng's academic coursework at school had basically been completed. Furthermore, since he had now started his own business school, matters rarely involved him anymore. After promoting Gu Wanyue to assistant, Qin Feng began gathering relevant materials and making plans for the next phase of the winery's development. In the short term, he certainly could not leave Bagatina behind. However, Bagatina was also very satisfied with and fond of life in this country. So she directly told Qin Feng that she would not leave his country for the foreseeable future. If Qin Feng needed any assistance, he could simply ask her. Qin Feng was deeply grateful to Bagatina. Over the following days, they focused on the development of the winery, organizing all relevant materials and creating a revised plan. But on the very next day, after finalizing the plan, they suddenly discovered that the plan they had intended to announce at the press conference that afternoon had already been released by ex-liquor company that same morning. Moreover, the relevant materials they had collected, as well as their upcoming development strategies and specific measures regarding company details, had been copied verbatim at ex-liquor company's press conference. A brand new red wine that they had intended to launch had also appeared at their competitor's press conference. This left everyone watching the interview footage with troubled expressions. How could this have happened? This was clearly their own material. Why had it appeared at their competitor's press conference? And moreover, the other party had announced the plan beforehand. If they were to proceed with their original announcement now, it would certainly cause trouble. However, the afternoon press conference could not be cancelled. Fortunately, Qin Feng had prepared a second plan. He had originally intended to further enrich and refine this plan. But due to the morning's unexpected incident, an emergency meeting was held at noon. The team gathered together to discuss the preparation procedures for Plan B, working to strengthen and finalize it. At the very least, they needed to get through the afternoon's press conference first. After the press conference passed uneventfully, Qin Feng saw off all the journalists and returned to his office with a somber expression. He also summoned Zhang Fan, Tang Shichen, and Bagatina. Since Tang Shichen was a designer, he was responsible for designing the packaging of their company's beverages. He was not heavily involved in company decision-making. His primary responsibility was in the clothing sector. However, this incident clearly indicated that there was a spy within their company. Someone had leaked their company's confidential documents directly to ex-liquor company. The original employees of the company had all been thoroughly vetted. Additionally, part of the staff had been sent over from Beauties to help Qin Feng quickly establish the winery. They could not possibly have had any connection with ex-liquor company. This meant they could only investigate the other employees besides these key people. In the end, the investigation traced back to several newly hired employees. Qin Feng gave them one chance. He asked them to voluntarily confess who had leaked the company's information. However, no one stepped forward. Seeing that everyone wore expressions of puzzlement and ignorance, Qin Feng ordered the surveillance footage to be reviewed. They had completed all the documents the previous afternoon, scheduling the press conference for the following afternoon. So on the morning of the second day, the other company had leaked this information beforehand. Even after receiving the information, ex-liquor company held their press conference immediately. There was still a long time span from the previous afternoon until 9 o'clock the next morning. Qin Feng directly pulled up the surveillance footage from this time period. Basically, very few people went to his office. Besides Gu Wanyue bringing him coffee once no one else had passed by his office. Just as Qin Feng was beginning to suspect that the other party might have learned about his plans through some other means, he unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Ziyu had entered his office that morning. When Xiao Ziyu's figure appeared on the surveillance video, all eyes immediately turned toward him. The young man stared at the footage on the screen in utter shock. Then he seemed to recall what he had been doing at that time. He immediately wanted to explain. Xiao Ziyu, how could you do such a thing? Don't you feel guilty about the boss's trust in you? I never expected that someone could look so different on the inside. If not for this surveillance footage, we would never have known it was you. Xiao Ziyu, your actions have disappointed the boss so greatly. How could you be like this? In an instant, Xiao Ziyu became the center of all accusations. Everyone turned their blame toward him. Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth as though he wanted to explain something. But no one listened to his words. No one gave him the chance to speak. He could only turn to Qin Feng with a desperate look, yet Qin Feng's eyes held a quiet, unreadable calm. He did not doubt Xiao Ziyu. He felt this matter could not be so simple. Moreover, he sensed something unusual about the surveillance footage. In the surveillance video, beyond the few people he was certain would not betray him, only Xiao Ziyu had entered the office. Xiao Ziyu had come and taken the documents and left immediately. He well knew that cameras were installed in the hallway. Could he really have been so confident that he could escape blame even with the footage capturing him? Or did he intend to simply resign from the company after completing this act? There was no need for him to wait until someone exposed him and continue denying everything. Therefore, it was highly possible that he had not done this. It wasn't me. I didn't do this. I never leaked any company secrets. Facing the crowd's accusations, Xiao Ziyu immediately spoke up in his own defense. That time he went in was merely to deliver a file to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was not in the office at that moment. After placing the file on the desk, he left directly with the folder. He truly had not done anything else. He had not stolen any confidential information. That folder was completely empty. How could he possibly have stolen company secrets and delivered them to someone else? Delivered them to another company. He had never done such a thing. Yet the only evidence pointed to him. He did not know how to explain himself, nor did he know whom to ask for proof. Because at that time, even Qin Feng was not in the office. If not you, then who? Nobody except you ever entered the boss's office. The boss hadn't even arrived at the company yet, and you sneaked in secretly. If you say you didn't take the documents, did they fly away on their own? No one stayed at the company last night. The company only opened its doors this morning when everyone came to work. Only you entered the boss's office. Only you had the opportunity. Aside from you, who else could it be? Why don't you just admit it? The people around him immediately began accusing Xiao Ziyu with a chorus of voices. Xiao Ziyu wanted to explain to everyone, to defend himself, to every person. But he was naturally honest and reserved. Even during his time working at the company, he rarely communicated with others. He usually worked quietly on his own. So his closeness with the other employees at the company never compared to Gu Wanyue's. Gu Wanyue wanted to speak up in Xiao Ziyu's defense, but no one around believed her. Some even told Gu Wanyue not to meddle in other people's affairs. Someone like Xiao Ziyu should not remain at the company. Who knew how many more company secrets he might steal? Faced with Gu Wanyue's attempt to help him, Xiao Ziyu was deeply grateful. But he could only offer pale explanations. He truly had not leaked company secrets. He truly had not done such a thing. He truly did not understand what was happening. After delivering the file, he had returned directly to his workstation. If they refused to believe him, they could also check his computer. He truly had never contacted Aishi Liquor Company. Enough. Everyone return to your positions. This matter has not yet been concluded. No one is to speak carelessly or spread rumors. If this was indeed done by an internal employee, whoever it is, I will not let it pass. Qin Feng watched Xiao Ziyu's anxious attempts to explain. For some reason he felt that this matter truly might not have been done by him. Perhaps someone was deliberately framing him. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng could not suppress it any longer. He directly dismissed everyone, but kept Xiao Ziyu behind. He brought Xiao Ziyu into his office and had him sit on the sofa. When Xiao Ziyu saw that only Qin Feng remained, he feared Qin Feng would truly place the blame on him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he told Qin Feng this was not what he had done. He truly did not understand what was happening. He had only gone over to deliver a file. He never expected such a situation to arise. He did not know why the items had gone missing. He hoped Qin Feng could trust him. He swore to Qin Feng he had truly never stolen any confidential documents. You only came in to deliver a file. You did not take anything. You placed the file on the desk and then left, correct? Yes, boss. I swear to you. If I had truly stolen anything, may I suffer a terrible fate. I truly did not steal anything. You did not attend this meeting, so you would not know where the documents were actually placed. They were not on the desk, but on the bookshelf. Therefore, it is unlikely that you took them. It truly wasn't me, boss. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. If I did steal the documents and caused losses to our company, I will compensate. But boss, please believe me. This was not done by me. Hearing Xiao Ziyu's words, Qin Feng simply nodded. He suspected that the surveillance camera might have been tampered with. Although it appeared that aside from Xiao Ziyu, no one had entered the office. However, the office had more than one entrance. Moreover, this surveillance footage clearly seemed suspicious. Qin Feng trusted Xiao Ziyu's character. He believed this might have been done by someone else. Someone framing Xiao Ziyu. Qin Feng made a copy of this surveillance content and asked Bai Yinhua to find a way to restore the complete footage. They needed to examine whether the footage had been tampered with and whether the original video could be recovered. Enough. I understand the situation. You may leave and wait for further notice. If you are innocent, I will not wrong you once I find the truth. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. If you need anything, please contact me at any time. This truly was not done by me. Xiao Ziyu left the office. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then used the company's internal line to inform Xiao Ziyu he could take a day of rest at home. At the company, he would face whispers and sideways glances. It was unlikely he could focus on his work. Xiao Ziyu was deeply grateful to Qin Feng, but he indicated that due to the busy affairs at the winery, he would rather not leave for the time being. Had he left, it would surely have burdened his colleagues with additional work. Qin Feng could only let him stay as he wished. Qin Feng then called Zhang Fan into the office. He discussed the matter with Zhang Fan, explaining that they needed to stage another performance together. Although he did not know Xiao Ziyu particularly well, he found it difficult to believe such a straightforward and simple employee would be capable of this. Qin Feng had also asked Bai Yinhua to investigate whether Xiao Ziyu's accounts showed any large transfers or financial dealings with X Wine Company. Only after confirming the absence of such transactions did Qin Feng rule out Xiao Ziyu as a suspect. Bai Yinhua was still working to restore the tampered surveillance footage. Upon learning that the monitors had indeed been altered, Qin Feng grew increasingly confident in his suspicions. If Xiao Ziyu had truly been responsible, the footage would not have been hidden or manipulated. Unless this incident was not committed by Xiao Ziyu at all, the surveillance had been deliberately altered to frame Xiao Ziyu for what had happened. If only the footage could be restored, they might uncover the true culprit behind this incident. Qin Feng found Zhang Fan and told him to accompany him in staging another performance. And this performance needed to deceive everyone except for the three of them. I have also invited Tina. In a moment, we will announce to the entire company that we have created an entirely new plan, even more refined than the previous one. This will ensure our company suffers no harm. Since the other party managed to steal a plan once and leak confidential information to X Wine Company, they would likely attempt a second theft. If they believe this new plan is superior to the previous one, they will certainly not let this opportunity pass. We must seize this chance and draw that person out directly. Xiao Nua told me the surveillance was tampered with, so I suspect the alterations were specifically intended to frame Xiao Ziyu. It is highly possible he did not do this. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Zhang Fan agreed, without hesitation. Bogdina also nodded promptly. Then an hour later, Qin Feng approached Gu Wanhua. He asked her to make an announcement throughout the company that he and several partners had drafted a new plan. They had created a new schedule. It would not affect the previous plan, so employees need not panic. Although X Company had obtained their previous plan, they had also discovered certain issues within it. Their current plan was far more thorough and comprehensive. There would be no further problems. Gu Wanhua showed no sign of anything unusual. After agreeing, she directly announced this good news throughout the company. Qin Feng announced that a press conference would be held again in 3 days. However, this time Qin Feng was setting a trap. The press conference in 3 days was merely a facade. What he intended to do was dig a trap and wait for the person to walk into it willingly. On the first day, no one came to steal his plan. On the second day, no one came to steal his plan either. On the morning of the third day, Qin Feng and Zhang Fan were pondering whether the person behind this had already detected their plan. Or perhaps for them, stealing the plan once was enough, and there was no need for a second attempt. That was why they were unwilling to act. If the other party truly refused to move, what should they do? It does not make sense. I heard X Wine Company happens to be holding a press conference today. I suspect this may be a signal. Let us wait one more day. We will surely see them make their move. Qin Feng actually felt somewhat uncertain himself. But faced with Zhang Fan's questioning, he could only say so. After leaving through the main door of the office, the two returned through the small side door and re-entered the office. They hid behind the curtains at the back of the cabinet. The curtains were thick. Qin Feng had specially made a small hole in the curtain so he could see who was sneaking into his office. This allowed him to observe the situation outside through the hole. Additionally, a large potted plant was placed near the curtains, so no one would notice anything unusual here. Zhang Fan was hiding behind another curtain on the opposite side. "Boss, are you here?" A familiar voice sounded at the doorway. Qin Feng found this unbelievable. He turned his head and met Zhang Fan's equally astonished gaze. Most employees had seen Qin Feng and Zhang Fan leave the office earlier. So how could someone come to his office now? Someone asking specifically if he was there. He was definitely not there. The person who entered was indeed Gu Wanhua. Qin Feng looked at Gu Wanhua with a chilling gaze. Gu Wanhua was quite alert. After scanning the office, she did not find Qin Feng and Zhang Fan. She did not check near the curtains, but went directly to where the plan was placed. Seeing her familiar posture, she quickly photographed the contents of the plan, then carefully returned it to its original position. Qin Feng was extremely disappointed, but he did not give her another chance to escape. He walked out from behind the curtain alongside Zhang Fan. They caught her red-handed. If Gu Wanyue refused to admit it, there was nothing more to say. He had already opened his phone and recorded the entire scene. Zhang Fan and the others never expected that the person they caught would ultimately be Gu Wanyue. They could never have imagined that Gu Wanyue would steal their materials and sell them directly to X Wine Company. Gu Wanyue, it really is you. Why would you do such a thing? Why steal these items? How could you become like this? Gu Wanyue, you have disappointed me greatly. I promoted you to be my assistant hoping to give you a better future, but I never expected you to do something like this. Such a lovely young lady would do something like this. It is truly unexpected. Zhang Fan and Bogdina were very angry about Gu Wanyue's behavior. Even Qin Feng felt deeply disappointed. He could not believe Gu Wanyue was the one who did this. Gu Wanyue, how do you explain this matter? There was hardly any need for another question. Qin Feng had never once suspected her throughout the entire process. He had just learned that she was the one behind this incident. It was truly difficult for Qin Feng to accept. He could only wonder where he might have fallen short. How could this have led Gu Wanyue to do such a thing? He could not understand why she would betray him. Ever since she joined his company, he had always taken good care of her. He had never subjected her to any hidden workplace expectations. Had he not been good enough to her? Why would she treat him this way? Why make him so deeply disappointed? Perhaps Gu Wanyue had noticed the expression in Qin Feng's eyes. She gently pressed her lips together. But when she spoke, her words made Qin Feng feel that she had not recognized her mistake at all. Boss, you have misunderstood. I only wanted to check if there were other issues in those documents, which is why I did it. Do you think our eyes are blind? Everyone saw us leaving the office. Why did you choose to come in at this particular moment? I thought you must be worried about this investigation these past 2 days, so I wanted to bring you a cup of coffee. I really did not intend to look. You have been an assistant before. You have entered a company like ours before. Do you not know that those are commercial secrets? But am I not your secretary? I only saw that your desk and bookshelf were a bit untidy, so I wanted to help organize them. Did organizing require you to photograph everything inside? Moreover, you were clearly searching for something. Do you truly think I am blind? Qin Feng had originally wanted to give Gu Wanyue another chance. After all, she was truly outstanding. And since joining the company, she had never done anything inappropriate. But this one incident made Qin Feng question the claim on her resume about being targeted and subsequently resigning from X Liquor Company. He suspected that she had not actually resigned from X Liquor Company at all. Or perhaps it had been a plan orchestrated by X Company against him from the beginning. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Since she was behind this incident, the previous one might also have been her doing. He nearly forgot that she was the last person to leave the office that night. This incident was very likely her work. The evidence is clear. I have recorded your actions just now. There is no need for further explanation. Boss, I truly did not intend to steal confidential information. I only came to deliver a cup of coffee. I never wanted to leak our secrets. No need to say more. We saw your behavior clearly just now. Besides bringing coffee, you must have had other intentions which were simply discovered by us. I only wanted to review the contents beforehand, so I could better coordinate. Since you did not ask me to notify the media this time, I was a bit worried. I truly just want to do my job well. Qin Feng no longer listened to Gu Wanyue's explanations. He simply instructed her to return to her desk. He had already informed the relevant authorities. He would personally take her to the authorities shortly. She should not think about escaping. Leaking commercial secrets was a legal violation. If she fled, her situation would only become more serious. If she confessed honestly and admitted her mistakes, perhaps he could consider asking for lighter compensation. The previous leak had already caused significant impact on their company. She should have understood this clearly. He had never wronged her in any way, yet she had done such a thing. He felt truly disappointed and had no desire to continue hearing her excuses. Gu Wanyue then left the office in tears. Zhang Fan followed behind, watching her return to her workspace. They of course could not let Gu Wanyue leave freely. Although she could always be apprehended later, they did not wish to trouble the authorities further. Some employees who witnessed this situation assumed she had done something wrong and was scolded by Qin Feng until she cried. Some felt sympathy, especially some male colleagues who often approached Gu Wanyue. She was beautiful and gentle in manner. She spoke to everyone with a warm and gentle demeanor. So many male colleagues in the company, whether single or not, often found reasons to be near her. Seeing Gu Wanyue run out of Qin Feng's office in tears naturally sparked curiosity, and some wanted to inquire about what had happened. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng posted in the company group chat that the investigation had confirmed Gu Wanyue was the one who leaked the secrets. He had already notified the authorities and would escort her there shortly. Within less than a minute of the message being sent, the replies were all on Gu Wanyue's behalf, asking whether there might be some misunderstanding, whether she had been framed. Hadn't this been Xiao Ziyu's doing? Such remarks were countless. Qin Feng felt a chill reading them. Without his knowledge, that woman had already influenced his employees to such an extent. Now that their own boss was speaking, they refused to believe him. Anger grew within Qin Feng. He directly shared the evidence he had recorded into the group chat. Unexpectedly, Gu Wanyue then spoke in the group, stating she truly did not intend to leak secrets. She only wanted to see the upcoming plans. She claimed she had only wanted to review the content before organizing the bookshelf. It was truly a misunderstanding by Qin Feng. She knew her actions were inappropriate, but she only feared losing her job. At that moment, Bai Inua sent over another document. This was what Qin Feng had urgently asked Bai Inua to investigate earlier. Indeed, her resume contained false information. She had actually resigned from X company only 1 month before joining his company. Furthermore, Bai Inua had uncovered the transaction records between the two parties, which could now serve as confirmation. The evidence chain was complete. Qin Feng finally had the clarity he needed to move forward with confidence. He stood quietly in his office, the weight of betrayal settling over him like a quiet fog, knowing that justice would soon take its course. All staff were required to gather in the conference hall for a company-wide meeting. Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief after reviewing the evidence Bai now had gathered. With this evidence in hand, he was eager to see how Gu Wanyue could still offer any defense. Qin Feng picked up his phone and called Zhang Fan directly. He instructed Zhang Fan to bring Gu Wanyue straight to the conference hall. Then Qin Feng grabbed the video on his phone and a USB drive containing a copy of the footage. He made his way to the company's main conference hall. Upon arrival, he found the space bustling with activity. Many employees noticed Qin Feng entering and immediately approached him with requests. They hoped he would conduct a more thorough investigation. Perhaps what Gu Wanyue said was true after all. Besides, wasn't this matter already attributed to Xiao Ziyu? Why was Gu Wanyue suddenly being implicated? Given Gu Wanyue's position, if she truly intended to leak confidential information, she certainly would not have left such obvious traces. Qin Feng chose to ignore those outspoken male employees. He knew exactly what they wanted. It was clear that Gu Wanyue was still attempting to manipulate these men with her charm, hoping they would speak on her behalf. Qin Feng quietly noted the names of those male employees. They would face further review in due course. If their competence proved inadequate, there would be no place for them in his company. Qin Feng walked directly onto the stage. He inserted the USB drive into the computer and played the video on the large screen. The footage was clearly captured from a covert angle. The video clearly showed Gu Wanyue entering the office. After confirming no one was present, she began searching through the bookshelves. She located the project proposal and proceeded to photograph it. You want to know the truth? Then let me show you everything. After playing the first video, the entire hall fell into complete silence. Qin Feng did not give them any opportunity to speak again. He immediately began playing a second video which had been restored from surveillance footage. It clearly showed Gu Wanyue entering the office. It also showed the original footage of Xiao Ziyu entering the office. It was evident that Xiao Ziyu spent no more than 10 seconds inside. 10 seconds. How could anyone possibly remove a document from the office in such a brief time? Even if the person had the ability to retrieve the file, there was no footage of them returning it. Yet the original document remained in Qin Feng's office and was never taken out. Here is the corrected surveillance footage from that day. As you can see, the timestamps have also been falsified. Xiao Ziyu did not remain in my office for even 3 minutes. In fact, he was inside for less than 10 seconds. He placed the item and exited almost immediately. Could you find a document whose location you do not even know within 10 seconds, photograph it, and restore it exactly as before? Could you do that? After playing the video, several images were displayed on the screen. They clearly showed chat screenshots that Bai Inao had obtained after accessing Gu Wanyue's messaging application. These were accompanied by records of fund transfers. Gu Wanyue's fabricated resume was also displayed on the large screen. Qin Feng had previously known that she had worked at X company. However, she had claimed she had been treated unfairly there, so Qin Feng had believed her account. But seeing her falsified resume now nearly made him laugh out of sheer frustration. Everyone in the room was stunned. The employees who had earlier spoken in Gu Wanyue's defense now fell completely silent. Each person bowed their head low, desperate to avoid Qin Feng's gaze. Unfortunately for them, Qin Feng had already recorded their names. The relevant authorities have arrived. Let us proceed to hand over the matter to them. An employee who had remained outside reported the situation to Qin Feng. Qin Feng then went with Zhang Fan and Gu Wanyue to meet the officials from the relevant department. Along the way, Gu Wanyue was overwhelmed with fear and could barely walk. Eventually, Qin Feng and Zhang Fan had to carry her together. They first placed Gu Wanyue in an office and then summoned the department officials for the formal handover. All the evidence was handed over to them. During the transfer process, Gu Wanyue attempted to use stomach pain as an excuse to escape. However, Zhang Fan quickly noticed her intentions. Just as she tried to flee, Zhang Fan caught her immediately. After the authorities thoroughly investigated the entire case, they arrested the person in charge at X company. However, it was not the executive president, but rather the sales manager. It was unclear whether this was a sacrificial arrangement or simply their independent cooperation plan. Regardless, the person had been apprehended. Qin Feng also received the compensation he was owed directly provided by X company. Qin Feng chose not to pursue the matter further. As for what punishment Gu Wanyue would face, that would be determined by the law. Everyone now understood that they had wronged Xiao Ziyu. Because Xiao Ziyu was ordinarily quiet, and kept to himself they had simply assumed that such an incident must have been his doing. They never once believed his explanations. Now that the truth had come to light, the malicious words they had directed at Xiao Ziyu felt like slaps to their own faces. Their words had stung like physical blows. The employees found themselves at a loss for what to say. They had hoped to sweep the matter under the rug, but Qin Feng made it clear that their attitudes, their looks, and their words had caused harm to their colleague. Since they had been in the wrong and had judged Xiao Ziyu guilty based on incomplete evidence and a single video clip, even ignoring the word of their own boss solely because of their favorable impression of Gu Wanyue, they owed Xiao Ziyu an apology. I'm sorry, Ziyu. I was misled and I apologize to you. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. It was my fault. I was deceived by that woman. Everything I said before was wrong. I am truly very sorry. Multiple employees stepped forward offering their apologies one after another. Xiao Ziyu had not taken the matter to heart in the first place. However, Qin Feng's unwavering determination to seek justice on his behalf deeply moved him. Those insincere apologies meant little to him. After all, he had come to Qin Feng's company to work and earn a living, nothing more. He was not there to make friends. Through this incident, he had clearly recognized the gap in understanding between himself and them. He also realized that they might never become close friends. Therefore, he made no effort to dwell on the matter any further. And precisely because of this, Qin Feng asked Xiao Ziyu to take over Gu Wanyue's position, appointing him as his new assistant. Xiao Ziyu may not have been talkative, but he was diligent and reliable. It was through this very incident that Qin Feng came to understand his true character. This time Qin Feng conducted a thorough investigation into Xiao Ziyu's background. He confirmed that the person's resume contained no false information. He also verified that Xiao Ziyu had no improper connections with anyone in the industry. Only then did he feel at ease making him his assistant. From now on, focus on your work here. Regarding what happened, I do bear some responsibility as the boss. Since you are now my assistant, your duties will only increase. Boss, it's really fine. If you feel the need to compensate me because of this incident, there is truly no necessity. I have not held it against anyone, and the truth has already been restored. I genuinely do need an assistant, and aside from you, I have not found anyone more suitable. Are you unwilling to serve as my assistant? Of course not. If I can be your assistant, I would gladly accept. I was merely concerned that you were offering this role out of pity. Since that is not the case, I sincerely thank you, boss. Qin Feng patted Xiao Ziyu on the shoulder, instructed him on his routine responsibilities, and then dismissed him back to his workstation. This incident had also taught Qin Feng a clear lesson. Sometimes one should not trust others solely based on outward appearances. Even when he first saw Gu Wanyue, he could never have imagined she would behave in such a manner. The disappointment ran deep. With these thoughts, Qin Feng let out a quiet, resigned sigh. The matter was left to the relevant authorities for handling. As for him, he turned his attention back to developing his company's business. His company already encompassed a winery, a clothing store, and a technology firm. Though the latter was entrusted to Bai Inua, she had exerted considerable effort during the recent investigation. Qin Feng began to ponder which direction he should take next. Before he could identify a clear direction, through market research, a proposal arrived from another company seeking partnership. This company was considered a half-competitor in the same field. Its leader, Mr. Zhou Yaming, known as President Zhou, personally approached Qin Feng. Zhou Yaming expressed his desire to collaborate and introduce the brand his company had recently launched. He hoped both parties could reach an agreement and achieve mutual benefit. Upon hearing the company's name, Qin Feng carefully searched his memories from a previous life. He recalled that in his past existence, the Fenghe company had collapsed due to corruption. And it was not the act of a single individual. At least one complete corruption chain had been uncovered within the Fenghe company, stretching from top to bottom. The scandal only came to light after someone filed a formal report. All companies that had partnered with Fenghe at the time were reportedly affected. He was unsure when exactly the corruption case would surface. Regardless, Qin Feng would not entertain any cooperation with a company carrying such risks. Accordingly, he politely declined Zhou Yaming's offer. I am sorry, President Zhou. We are merely a small company operating a modest winery. Our own brand still requires promotion. How could we possibly qualify to partner with a company such as yours? You flatter us too much. Although your winery is newly established, its reputation already rivals those of our long-standing companies. I am merely laying the groundwork for future relations. President Zhou honors us, and I would not normally decline. However, our company recently experienced a data security incident that will require several months to resolve. Perhaps you should observe us for a longer period before considering collaboration. I see. It appears President Qin does not trust our Fenghe company. Since you are unwilling to proceed, I shall not press the matter further. Let us hope for future opportunities. Originally dissatisfied with Qin Feng's refusal, Zhou Yaming had intended to persuade him further. In truth, his so-called cooperation was merely an attempt to use Qin Feng's distribution channels to promote their own red wine, while demanding a larger share of the profits. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's red wine, lacking brand recognition, would not be featured on their platform. Though Zhou Yaming spoke in elaborate terms, Qin Feng quickly grasped the true meaning behind his words and found the situation almost absurd. Was he being treated as though simple to deceive? Zhou Yaming had laid his intentions so plainly on the table. How could he possibly expect Qin Feng to agree? Faced with Qin Feng's firm refusal, Zhou Yaming had no choice but to depart with his companions. Yet the encounter planted a seed of resentment toward Qin Feng. President Zhou, I sincerely hope our paths may cross again in the future. I hope my refusal today does not cause any ill feeling. Not at all. Since President Qin has made his position clear, I shall return and reflect on where our company may have fallen short. Until we meet again. Qin Feng saw Zhou Yaming out personally. He could read the sharpness in Zhou Yaming's eyes and knew full well that the man harbored ill will toward him. But it did not matter. Let him harbor resentment if he wished. Such feelings could not harm him in the slightest. Tang Xichen had just emerged from her office. Lately she had been designing several new packaging concepts and often spent her time in her personal studio. This was her private office after all. Since she also positioned within the company, she regularly came in to clock in though her schedule remained quite flexible. Being at the office was hardly different from staying at home. Yet on this occasion, she had stepped out of her office intending to invite Qin Feng to lunch. Instead, she happened to catch sight of Zhou Yaming's profile and his retreating figure. After a moment's observation, she confirmed it was indeed someone she recognized. Tang Xichen then sought out Qin Feng. Qin Feng was that man just now named Zhou Yaming. Is he the owner of Fenghe Company? Qin Feng saw Tang Xichen walking toward him. He had thought Tang Xichen had something to discuss. But unexpectedly Tang Xichen immediately asked about the identity of the man just now. Qin Feng nodded puzzled. He then asked Tang Xichen whether he knew that man. Did their families have business connections? Did he know what kind of person he was? That party wanted to cooperate with his company, but it felt somewhat like grasping at nothing, so he had declined. If Tang Xichen thought this person was suitable for cooperation, he could still go back and reconsider his decision. The main reason Qin Feng had refused the partnership was due to memories from his previous life. But if Tang Xichen wanted to cooperate with Zhou Yaming, he could for her sake help her avoid potential risks. Although he personally did not take a liking to Zhou Yaming, he could tolerate him for Tang Xichen's sake. No, that guy is not someone trustworthy. I have encountered this director Zhou before. How should I put it? He stops at nothing to achieve his goals. So if you rejected his offer just now, he might find ways to make things difficult for you or resort to underhanded tactics. In short, be careful. That guy is no good. I never expected our company to catch his attention. Probably because our company has gained quite a bit of attention and is newly established. That is why he dares to act this way. In any case, you should be cautious. This guy will not give up easily. Hearing Tang Xichen say this, Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been wondering how to tell Tang Xichen that Zhou Yaming was not worth cooperating with if she had asked him to partner with the man. Including Fenghe Company, they should not cooperate either. Unexpectedly, Tang Xichen was the one advising him to be careful around Zhou Yaming. It seemed that Fenghe Company's corruption and eventual bankruptcy might very well be related to this man. As a leader, he could not even manage his own subordinates properly, let alone expect them to work diligently. Qin Feng thought of this and became more vigilant. Although he did not know what methods Zhou Yaming would use against him, the fact that Tang Xichen reminded him so earnestly suggested the other party would likely resort to some rather despicable tactics. Don't worry, old Tang, I understand. It's a relief you warned me. Otherwise, even if I were targeted later, I might not have realized what was happening. Come on, we are brothers. No need for such formalities between us. I just saw that guy and came over to ask. I did not expect him to actually want to cooperate with our company. Perhaps our company has grown prominent enough that some people want to test the waters. But for every potential partner, I will carefully evaluate them before making any decisions. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Tang Xichen did not say more and simply nodded. He had first encountered Zhou Yaming when accompanying his father to a banquet previously. Originally, their families had no business cooperation. But in the business world, it was customary to exchange greetings when meeting. That was when the usually quiet Tang Xichen, standing to the side, directly observed Zhou Yaming's change of expression. He found this guy quite intriguing. Moreover, at that time they indeed had a project that was about to partner with Fenghe Company. So Tang Xichen paid attention to Zhou Yaming's situation. But after investigation, he discovered this guy was utterly unworthy of trust. Fortunately, the two parties ultimately did not reach a partnership. So he did not want Qin Feng to fall into the same trap, nor did he want any mishap to befall him. Oh, by the way, I have newly designed several packaging styles recently. I will show them to you shortly. As for this guy, we just need to be cautious. Hearing Tang Xichen say this, Qin Feng also nodded, saying nothing more. This guy would only end up bringing trouble upon himself in the end. Qin Feng followed Tang Xichen to his office. After confirming the final packaging design, he returned to his own office to handle subsequent matters. The next day, Qin Feng was to attend a Chamber of Commerce gathering. He unexpectedly discovered a waiter who had remarkable knowledge of various types of wine. And he spoke with clarity and conviction. How did Qin Feng notice this? It was because among the guests attending the chamber gathering this time, there were several who realized the wines served at the banquet were not all of the same variety. There were various types of alcoholic beverages, so their curiosity was piqued. They asked several waiters, but none could introduce all those red wines. Instead, this waiter stepped forward voluntarily. He introduced to them the characteristics and taste profiles of each different type of wine. He then asked each guest about their preferred flavors and recommended the most suitable wines for them. I did not expect you to have such unique insights into different varieties of wine, and your analysis was so thorough. Hearing you explain it all seems to click into place at once. The wines are quite fine as well. You have arranged this very well. With such ability, how can you still be merely a waiter here? It would be even better if you could enter a winery. If you only know the theory but cannot practice it, then doing wine tasting guidance like this would still be a good fit. Qin Feng was drawn over by their praise. He saw the waiter standing among the crowd. He learned that this person actually had his own insights into every type of wine. Moreover, he knew the history and production process of various wines. He never expected such a talented individual to remain here. This instantly made Qin Feng want to recruit him. Qin Feng deliberately kept an eye on this waiter, preparing to find him at the staff rest area for a private conversation. Unexpectedly, after this waiter returned to the rest area, he was bullied by other waiters. Qin Feng did not appear immediately. Instead, he hid to the side and listened to the conversation inside. He wanted to see what this waiter was really like in private, whether he was as composed as he appeared on the surface. Possessing such effortless knowledge of all kinds of wine. You really know how to show off, don't you? We don't know this stuff, but only you seem to know everything. Who are you trying to impress? You really have no shame. Because of this, we all have to memorize knowledge about red wine and the origins of other varieties. Do you have any idea how much extra work you are adding for us? Every single day, pushing everyone to compete. Do you expect us to survive? Qin Feng listened from the side. After hearing what they were saying, he immediately understood. It turned out this was because the waiter had been standing out too much. This had provoked jealousy in others, so they deliberately bullied the waiter during their breaks. And from the situation, this was not the first time. Qin Feng had originally wanted to see if the waiter would resist on his own, but he seemed as though he had grown accustomed to being bullied. He had not even thought about fighting back. He had even taken off his work uniform, apparently not wanting to get the clothes dirty when they kicked him, not wanting to accidentally soil the clothes. Seeing the waiter's careful and timid demeanor, a burst of anger welled up inside Qin Feng. He directly barked out a sharp reprimand, stopping the group of young waiters who were about to strike. What do you think you're doing? The sudden unfamiliar voice startled them all. They turned around and saw Qin Feng. Noticing the fine quality of his clothing, they quickly realized he was likely one of the guests from the trade chamber. They hastily apologized to Qin Feng and offered their regrets. They explained that the fellow had stolen their belongings and refused to admit it. That was why they had to teach him a lesson. It was not that they deliberately wanted to bully the waiter. They claimed it was understandable given the circumstances. I heard everything you were saying just now. It's simply that he performed too well, while you did not, so you became jealous and fabricated the theft accusation. You don't even blink when telling lies. The waiters had not expected Qin Feng to be eavesdropping. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a guest attending the banquet. Moreover, Qin Feng carried an aura of quiet authority. The waiters dared not argue further and immediately expressed their apologies to him. But just as Qin Feng thought the matter was resolved and he could take the waiter away, one of the waiters spoke up again. You would be well advised not to meddle in Luo Yuang's affairs. That guy is no good. Sir, Luo Yuang is truly not a decent person. He has stolen before, so you really should not get involved. What surprised Qin Feng was that among the waiters some actually encouraged him to abandon Luo Yuang. Qin Feng completely ignored them. He simply took Luo Yuang away with him. They found a restaurant where they ate and chatted together. Luo Yuang had never expected Qin Feng to actually help him. He did not know Qin Feng. He had no idea why Qin Feng was being so generous. Still, he sincerely wanted to thank him for his kindness. If Qin Feng had not brought him out, he did not know how far they would have gone before finally letting him go. After all, this was not the first time they had treated him this way. He had long grown accustomed to it. He simply wanted to work well. He only wanted to earn more money. His family was poor, and they all depended on him financially. He could only work hard and devote himself to his duties. He hoped the boss would notice his diligence. Only then would he receive higher bonuses. But he never expected his colleagues would target him. It was all just for the sake of earning more money. He did not care about such matters. But he did not expect them to go this far this time. Sir, I am truly grateful to you. If it had not been for you, I do not know how much longer I would have suffered at their hands. Why did they bully you? Was it simply because you worked better than them and they became envious? It's because I work too diligently. They slack off whenever they can, but I need to earn money, so I rarely take breaks. Perhaps they felt I was not fitting in. Do not worry about what they think or say. I am helping you this time because I believe you are a promising person. Qin Feng had originally planned to recruit him directly into his own wine estate. He never expected to encounter this situation by chance. Although his current job paid reasonably well. If he were to work at Qin Feng's wine estate, the wages would be considerably higher. Qin Feng genuinely hoped he would join his estate. Sir, you are too kind. I am just an ordinary person. I am nowhere near as impressive as you suggest. Luo Yuang felt rather embarrassed. He had not expected Qin Feng to praise him so warmly. But to his surprise, Qin Feng then spoke to him seriously once more. He truly valued Luo Yuang's knowledge. He now had an opportunity that could change the course of his life. He wondered if Luo Yuang would accept it. If Luo Yuang stayed here and continued as a waiter, he would keep being bullied by these people. But now he had a chance. He could come work at Qin Feng's wine estate. He could put his knowledge to use and secure a better future for himself. He could obtain a better position. Rather than wasting his knowledge in a place like this teaching people who did not care about such things at all. No matter how knowledgeable he was about red wine working here, he was still merely a waiter. But if he joined Qin Feng's estate and became an employee of Qin Feng's company, then based on his deep understanding of various wines, he might rise to a higher position. Do you mean? You want me to work at your company? That is exactly what I mean. Your excellence has inspired me to extend this invitation. I wonder if you would be willing to work for me rather than staying here. May I boldly ask your identity, sir? I am merely a lowly waiter. Am I truly capable of doing such work? I happen to run a wine estate, but none of my employees possess the same deep knowledge of every wine as you do. You can speak about each one with such clarity and confidence. But these things could also be cultivated in other employees. I have worked here for quite a long time. Apart from the occasional difficulties with fellow waiters, there are no other issues. But did you not work in order to earn more money? If you come work for me, I guarantee you will earn twice as much as you do now. Luo Yuang was so shocked that he could barely believe what he was hearing. My name is Qin Feng. You may verify the guest list, or look me up online. I am not deceiving you. I sincerely invite you to join my company. Qin Feng noticed the wariness in the other's eyes, leaving him somewhat at a loss. It seemed he had been taken for a villain. After all, this was rather peculiar. Intervening on someone's behalf without cause, then inexplicably inviting them to join his company. He probably thought Qin Feng was up to no good, planning to lure him into his company and threaten his safety. The thought was amusing in its own right. I didn't mean it that way, sir. I merely find it strange that such fortune could ever fall to me. With your talents, this hardly seems like a windfall. Not everyone possesses what you have. Might I take some time to consider? I'm uncertain whether I can truly meet the demands of this position. Of course, if you harbor doubts, you may spend 2 days trying the work first. Should you find it satisfactory, we can then formalize your employment. Qin Feng's words only deepened Luo Yulong's disbelief. He had only ever heard of buyers testing products before purchase, to evaluate whether a product met one's expectations. Yet he was seeking employment, not shopping. Qin Feng was actually inviting him to trial work at his winery first. He would assess his fit for the winery's work and whether he could handle the role, with the choice entirely his own. Could such a person as Qin Feng really exist? Still, Luo Yulong admitted to himself that Qin Feng's offer had stirred genuine interest. He ultimately accepted the offer. Regardless of whether he took the position, he would not return to his former life as a server. Qin Feng accompanied Luo Yulong, who went directly to their supervisor. The man had intended to withhold part of Luo Yulong's wages under some pretext. But upon seeing Qin Feng, he immediately bowed and scraped, too afraid to withhold any more of Luo Yulong's pay. Luo Yulong stared at his full wages in disbelief before looking at Qin Feng, who smiled warmly and led him to his winery. As I said, I'm not deceiving you. Rest assured, if the winery isn't to your liking, you can come to my company directly. There will always be a place for you. I won't let you go without work. Qin Feng had assumed Luo Yulong had resigned from his old job simply because Qin Feng had asked him to join the winery. But to his surprise, Luo Yulong quickly shook his head somewhat shyly, explaining that he simply no longer wished to remain at that company. It wasn't because he had already secured another position that he wanted to leave. Qin Feng's words rang true. He couldn't continue being bullied indefinitely. He worked to earn a living, not to serve as someone else's punching bag. He had even reported the incident involving those servers who bullied their colleagues to the person in charge. Whether that person would address the matter was beyond their control. Afterward, Qin Feng brought Luo Yulong back to the winery. He asked Luo Yulong to familiarize himself with the winery's operations first. Isn't this the young server who spoke so confidently at the commercial meeting? Why did you bring him back? This time Qin Feng had brought Zhang Fan along to the commercial gathering. Though Zhang Fan's only interests there seemed to be eating and drinking. Yet Qin Feng wanted him to broaden his horizons. Zhang Fan naturally remembered Luo Yulong and was quite surprised to see Qin Feng bring him back. He asked Qin Feng to explain. After Qin Feng briefly outlined the situation, Zhang Fan looked at him with a complex expression. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But this approach seemed viable after all. He had been equally impressed when he overheard this employee analyzing and introducing various wines. Such talent suited the winery perfectly. All he could hope was that the young man wouldn't disappoint Qin Feng. On his first day at the winery, Luo Yulong happened to encounter a VIP client seeking an exceptional wine. Qin Feng's winery produced its own wines, though they lacked widespread recognition. Nevertheless, the quality was genuinely good, offered in several varieties. They also maintained partnerships with other suppliers. After consulting with the client about his preferences, Luo Yulong recommended a selection that perfectly matched his requirements. Though not produced at Qin Feng's own winery, the client was captivated by Luo Yulong's eloquent presentation and insightful analysis, growing more convinced that this was the most suitable choice. While this is a fruit wine with a relatively high alcohol content, it tastes remarkably smooth and refreshing, almost like a juice beverage. Since you're selecting this as a coming-of-age gift for your daughter, this wine perfectly suits your needs. She has now reached adulthood and can begin facing the world's challenges, which means she may appropriately enjoy wine. However, as someone who has just come of age and is still a student not yet fully immersed in society, beverages remain the most suitable choice for her. This wine combines the approachable taste of a beverage with the character of spirits, making it the ideal compromise and the most fitting coming-of-age gift for your daughter. The client was thoroughly impressed with Luo Yulong's recommendations and immediately praised him to Qin Feng at checkout. Luo Yulong quickly grew to love the work and decided to stay. Within a short week, he became the winery's top salesperson. His colleagues couldn't stop praising him. Luo Yulong had an uncanny ability to identify exactly what customers wanted, drawing on his deep knowledge of wines. He masterfully understood his customers' psychology. Amidst the praise from his coworkers, Luo Yulong's gratitude went to one person in particular, Qin Feng. He recalled how he had once suspected Qin Feng of deception, questioning whether he was being tricked. Now he felt nothing but deep gratitude for the opportunity Qin Feng had given him. He was thankful that Qin Feng had allowed his knowledge to find a true purpose. Now that you know I'm not a scammer, I'm at a loss for words about how you initially suspected me. But enough of that. Just work hard. I will definitely not let down the trust you have placed in me. I promise to work diligently and give my best. It is not about failing me. It is about not failing yourself. You possess such remarkable abilities and deserve a better life. Never doubt your own worth. Rest assured, boss. I will surely make our company's business flourish even further. You will witness my capabilities. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Additionally, if any conflicts arise among colleagues, do not silently endure them as you did before. There is no place for workplace bullying in our winery. If anything happens, remember to inform me immediately. Qin Feng's mind naturally drifted to past events, particularly the previous incident involving Gu Wanyue and Xiao Ziyu. He could not help but remain vigilant. Thus he chose to share his concerns with Luo Yuang. After all, he could not be present around the clock, nor could he know whether such toxic dynamics existed among the staff. If such issues were to arise, he naturally hoped Luo Yuang would not simply submit passively as before. He should choose to stand up for himself. He must learn to resist in order to protect his own rights. He must learn to resist to ensure he will not be taken advantage of. But there is no but about it. I refuse to see my top performer bullied. Qin Feng could not guarantee that everyone possessed good character, nor could he assure himself that everyone held sound values. Therefore, he could only ask Luo Yuang to come to him promptly whenever difficulties arose. This was the only thing he could do for him. Hearing these words, Luo Yuang obediently nodded without saying another word. They then returned to their respective posts. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had another matter weighing on his mind. For some reason, Bogdina seemed unusually warm toward him. She had already been in the country for several months, yet showed no signs of returning to the sea country. Though it was her freedom, did she not miss home at all? Even Borgness had called him asking when Bogdina would come back. Qin Feng had originally assumed her stay was approved by Borgness. To his surprise, the call came directly to him instead. The phone conversation was filled with concern for Bogdina. Though they trusted that Qin Feng would take good care of their daughter, their precious girl had never stayed abroad for so long before. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's winery had begun operating smoothly. He wondered whether their beloved daughter would return to visit her two longing parents. Only then did Qin Feng feel something was amiss. So when Bogdina once again suggested dining out together, he shared this matter with her. Oh, I understand. He is always like that. At home, he often complains that I interrupt his sweet moments with mother, so just ignore it. But you have been here for several months already. Would it not be appropriate to go back and visit? But there are so many wonderful places here. I have not explored enough yet. Surely you are not asking me to leave, are you? Not at all. You may stay as long as you wish. I only think your parents may be worried. Perhaps you could visit them first and then return. It would not be too late. I simply do not wish to go back. Fine, I understand. I will make time to video call them. Please stop nagging me about this. Come have a meal with me. I found a snack shop that looks delicious. However, I still have work to handle this noon and cannot join you. Why don't you order delivery or take a look for yourself? Come on, Qin Feng, I am your friend. After all, I helped you greatly. How can you treat me so coldly after using me? You make it sound rather odd, never mind. Alright, fine. I will accompany you. That should satisfy you, right? Still, I truly believe you should go back and see your parents first. I am not saying you cannot come again. Qin Feng always found himself somewhat ill-equipped to handle Bogdina's warmth. Deep down, he sensed that her feelings for him went beyond ordinary friendship. Yet he could not bring himself to speak of it. After all, she had not said anything yet. If he were to raise the topic, would it not make him appear somewhat conceited? Considering this, Qin Feng could only sigh silently in his heart, unable to voice his thoughts. As for what Bogdina truly felt, Qin Feng's guess was precisely correct. The reason she had approached him was because during that heroic rescue he had performed for her. She had fallen in love with him at first sight. In short, she intended to pursue him, boldly expressing her true feelings. She could sense that Qin Feng seemed to be keeping his distance. She would not allow him to avoid her. She wanted him to know how she truly felt. With this confession in her heart, after finishing their meal, Bogdina walked alongside Qin Feng along the quiet road. Suddenly she asked whether he had a girlfriend. Qin Feng instinctively shook his head. Bogdina then asked whether he would allow her to become his girlfriend. Her words startled Qin Feng greatly. The items in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. Qin Feng stared at Bogdina in surprise, believing she must be jesting with him. I never joke about matters like this. From the moment you rescued me, I knew I had fallen for you. In your Chinese expression, that would be love at first sight. Wait a moment. How could it be love at first sight? I merely did what anyone would do. It was nothing significant. But you did help me resolve a troublesome situation. Regardless, I intend to pursue you. Do you not like me? Why do you not like me? It is not a matter of liking or disliking. I had never imagined you would pursue me. To me, you are simply a friend. Qin Feng was truly shaken by Bogdina's confession. Though he had harbored a faint suspicion, he never expected her to reveal her feelings so directly today. Had she noticed his growing distance? Had she deliberately chosen this moment to break through the final barrier between them? But now that the barrier had fallen, he found himself wanting to keep an even greater distance. Regardless of your answer, I will never give up. Faced with Bogdina's resolute attitude, Qin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words and could only let her continue as she pleased. He had initially believed Bogdina was merely being playful, assuming her words carried no real weight. However, to his surprise, she went on to make various invitations to him in the days that followed. Given the relatively open customs abroad, Bogdina even suggested that the two of them could first explore whether they were compatible and then nurture their feelings. This left Qin Feng working overtime for several days, nearly filling his entire life with work so that he would have absolutely no time to spend with Bogdina. Partly because he did not know how to refuse Bogdina. More importantly, even if he genuinely rejected her, Bogdina seemed to take it lightly. She simply continued her vigorous pursuit of Qin Feng on her own terms. Even those around Qin Feng could see the depth of Bogdina's feelings for him. Yet Qin Feng maintained his stance of refusal. Because he truly had no idea how to accept such a situation. How could he possibly accept it? He felt it was simply too extraordinary. His life had never been this extraordinary. The most frustrating thing was that Bogdina simply would not listen. He had already clearly rejected her. He had told her he did not harbor romantic feelings for her, and that even if she pursued him it would lead nowhere. Yet she continued to do so. Again and again she attempted to touch his heart through her actions. Qin Feng, why can't you just give it a try with me? I recently read some fascinating books about falling in love after marriage. Perhaps we could try that approach too. Please stop reading such unrealistic stories. Those are merely fictional, existing only in imagination. Then why won't you let me be your girlfriend? Is it that I'm not pretty enough, or do you feel I'm unworthy of being your girlfriend? It's simply that I have no intention of seeking a girlfriend. Right now I only wish to focus on my career and help it grow further. I haven't considered romance at all. Why do you keep refusing me? Am I not attractive enough? I can help you too. I have the ability to accelerate your career growth. I know you have that ability, but I truly believe we are not compatible. I only see you as a friend, and I have never harbored any improper thoughts toward you. Such conversations frequently occurred between Qin Feng and Bogdina. Ever since the day Bogdina confessed her feelings to him. Although Qin Feng had already turned her down, Bogdina continued her pursuit. The key point was that both the Bogdinas brought him significant assistance. Thus Qin Feng could not speak too absolutely. However, she made it clear that there was no possibility of acceptance. He did not understand why Bogdina was so persistent, so enthusiastic, continuously expressing her feelings without pause. Yet Qin Feng instinctively wished to avoid her and step back from her affection. Every invitation Bogdina extended was met with rejection. However, she did not grow discouraged. She persistently continued trying to invite Qin Feng and pursue him, making so much noise that many people in the company became aware of it. So his two close friends Tang Shichen and Zhang Fan came directly to Qin Feng. Why don't you just agree, eh? Exactly, you don't have a girlfriend anyway. That girl is beautiful, comes from a good family, and is devoted to you. Why wouldn't you agree? And she's so lovely. How can you remain completely unmoved? You could try getting to know her. Could it be that because she is from country C you think a cross-cultural relationship won't work out? Come on, Qin Feng. That thinking is far too narrow. I think the girl is quite pitiful. Why not give it a try? Right, you won't lose anything by trying. There's nothing wrong with testing the waters, especially since the girl genuinely likes you. Facing the back-and-forth suggestions from his two close friends, Qin Feng felt like slapping them both on the head. They spoke so easily. It was not them trapped in this difficult situation. How could he possibly agree to pursue someone he did not truly like? They say when a woman pursues a man the barrier is thin as silk. But he truly did not want to hurt Bogdina. Besides, he was not someone without someone he liked. He had someone he cared for. It was simply that he had been reborn once. He did not know whether he should interfere in her life. Although the misunderstanding between the two of them had been resolved, Qin Feng remained somewhat hesitant. Was his feeling toward Yi Qingxue truly about compensation and guilt? Who says I don't have someone I like? I do. I just don't know whether she likes me back. And honestly, I don't currently plan to enter a relationship. Qin Feng decided not to let his two close friends continue teasing him and chose to end the awkward topic. Unexpectedly, the two exchanged glances and simply shrugged, helpfully informing Qin Feng that regardless of his stated lack of plans, he really needed to think about this carefully. After all, Bagatina had come directly to the company. They had been sent over first to test the waters. Yet Qin Feng's attitude remained completely unchanged. Upon hearing that Bagatina had come to the company to find him, Qin Feng felt an even greater headache. He directly asked Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen to help him, but it was already too late. Bagatina walked straight into the office from outside. Having overheard Qin Feng's earlier words, her eyes grew slightly red. She asked him almost in defiance why he was unwilling to be with her. In Chinese culture, romance is built on mutual affection. I don't know how others behave, but I truly don't want to hurt you. I truly have no romantic feelings for you. No matter how beautifully you dress or how gracefully you appear before me, I will only ever see you as a friend. Not every man who sees a beautiful woman immediately wishes for her to be his girlfriend. I am not that kind of person, and therefore I truly cannot accept this. Your sincere feelings are precious. I don't want to waste them, and I don't want to hurt you or let our relationship become strained. Qin Feng's words left Bagatina deeply saddened and disappointed. Yet it was precisely this kind of Qin Feng that she had come to cherish. If he had simply agreed to be with her without a second thought. If he had just allowed her to become his girlfriend on a whim. But he never truly cared for her to begin with, so wouldn't that only bring her more pain? Now, even though Qin Feng had rejected her, it was through this very moment that she came to see things more clearly. Qin Feng was someone worthy of her affection. Yet in the end, she could never be his girlfriend. With a heavy heart, Bagatina offered one final glance at him before giving a silent nod. Without another word, she left the office. Watching her depart, Qin Feng felt only a quiet regret. Not for himself, but for the pain her unrequited feelings had brought them both. There was no urge to go after her. What he needed now was clarity, whether his feelings for Yi Qingxue were rooted in genuine affection or merely remorse. If it was only guilt, he could make amends through other means, repairing the harm he had caused her in his past life. But if his feelings ran deeper, then he would need to face the truth between them head-on. Bagadina's rejection had stirred something within him, forcing him to confront what he truly wanted. Over these past days, while going about his work, Qin Feng had been turning over his feelings for Yi Qingxue, searching for their true nature. At first, his emotions toward her had been dominated by remorse and regret. Yet who could resist someone as exceptional as Yi Qingxue? Qin Feng couldn't even pinpoint when his attention had first become captivated by her. Or had her unwavering kindness finally moved him? She had loved him for so long, and even when he had nearly caused her harm, she chose forgiveness instead. He held no possessive desires for Bagadina, but with Yi Qingxue he did. When Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen asked whom he truly favored, the answer came without hesitation. Qin Feng's instinctive response was always Yi Qingxue. This realization, born from the recent events, made him painfully aware that his feelings for her remained unchanged. He wanted Yi Qingxue to be his girlfriend, hoping their lives together could unfold differently this time around. At the very least, she was no longer the same person from his past. Their paths now diverged completely from what had been. He vowed to protect her, determined not to let her devotion go unanswered. She had guarded him through every trial, loved him through every storm. Now it was his turn to love her back. Day 1 of courting Yi Qingxue. Qin Feng arrived at Yi Qingxue's dormitory building carrying a large bouquet of roses, where he spotted her coming downstairs to take out the trash. Though she wore only sleepwear, her hair slightly tousled and her appearance unlike how she normally dressed herself. Qin Feng still rushed forward. After tossing the garbage without looking around, Yi Qingxue was suddenly confronted with a massive bouquet of roses pressed right before her. Upon seeing Qin Feng standing before her, Yi Qingxue instinctively flinched. Did she look too disheveled in this state? What was Qin Feng doing here with those flowers? Qin Feng, why are you here? Yi Qingxue, I like you. I want to pursue you, and I'm asking you to be my girlfriend. Even if you don't agree now, I'll keep pursuing you. After speaking those words, Qin Feng pressed the roses directly into Yi Qingxue's arms. He had specifically researched this. He knew red roses were her absolute favorite, so he had gone out of his way to buy the freshest bunch and brought them straight to her. Yi Qingxue looked down at the roses in her arms, then back up at Qin Feng. Alongside her confusion, a fierce wave of joy surged through her chest. Qin Feng left immediately after delivering the flowers, leaving Yi Qingxue alone downstairs, bewildered as she tried to process what had just happened. Still in a daze, she carried the roses back inside. Setting them down, she carefully selected 2 of the most beautifully open blossoms and placed them in a vase. Each day that followed, Qin Feng openly pursued Yi Qingxue. There were so many things she had wanted to do, but never managed, and he made sure she experienced them all. Qin Feng took her to do each one. Yet he always respected her boundaries, never pushing beyond what she was comfortable with. After every outing, Qin Feng would reaffirm his feelings for her, declaring his love with sincere earnestness. But Yi Qingxue found herself unsure whether she should accept him. Moreover, weren't there other remarkable girls around Qin Feng? Had he broken up with them? Was that why he was asking her to be his girlfriend? Zhao, should I accept him? I liked him before, but I had already let go of those feelings. That's not something you should ask me about. You need to decide whether you want to be with him. If it were me, I'd think he's pretty decent. But you need to understand your own heart first. Understand my own heart. Exactly. Ask yourself, do you want to be his girlfriend? Do you want to accept him? Do you want to be with him? Does he hold a place in your heart? I'm not sure. You know, I used to like him, but with everything that happened, his pursuit came so abruptly. There was no warning at all, and now he's suddenly declaring his intentions. I don't even know how to respond. Noticing Yi Qingxue's distress, Zhou Jiaojiao spoke plainly. If she still loved Qin Feng, she should summon the courage to try again. Qin Feng had clearly changed since before. But if she felt he hadn't yet earned her full trust, then she could continue testing him. There was no rush. I'm not sure. You know, I used to like him, but with everything that happened, his pursuit came so abruptly. There was no warning at all, and now he's suddenly declaring his intentions. I don't even know how to respond. Yi Qingxue decided to use this time to understand her true feelings for Qin Feng. Finally, when Qin Feng invited Yi Qingxue to the amusement park, once more she accepted his confession at the end of their date. They officially announced their relationship, and all their mutual friends offered their blessings upon hearing the news. Though they were now boyfriend and girlfriend, there was something enduring about their connection. The only bittersweet note was that Bogadina had also extended her well wishes before quietly withdrawing from their public gathering. Regarding Bogadina's past confession to Qin Feng, he had informed Yi Qingxue immediately after they made their relationship public. He felt there was no need to conceal such matters from Yi Qingxue. Although he understood Bogadina's feelings for him, he simply could not accept them. Since he did not harbor romantic feelings for Bogadina, accepting her affection would amount to leading her on, something he could not bring himself to do. He certainly would not play with someone's heart. So he chose to share the situation openly with Yi Qingxue, including how he had handled it. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue felt a tangle of emotions. In a way, she perhaps owed gratitude to Bogadina, for it was Bogadina's confession that helped clarify things. Without that moment, Qin Feng might never have recognized his true feelings. Yet she could not forget how Bogadina had sat at their celebration dinner, tears glistening in her eyes as she wished them well. As someone who cared for Bogadina as a friend, Yi Qingxue felt a quiet ache in her heart. She genuinely admired the beautiful foreign woman. Bogadina had taught her many things. And soon after the relationship became public, Yi Qingxue had noticed that something was troubling her friend. Qin Feng too had sensed the underlying tension and chose to share it openly with Yi Qingxue. He was not trying to cause Bogadina pain. She was his friend after all. Yet Qin Feng had already turned Bogadina down many times, and her persistent affection had begun to weigh on him. So Qin Feng had chosen this direct approach, to make it clear that he did not share her feelings, and that she should not continue to invest her heart in him. I think I should speak with her myself, Yi Qingxue said. She clearly cares for you deeply. She came all the way to China for you, and has helped you so much. But I trust you. Since you've rejected her so many times, I know your feelings toward her are truly nothing more than friendship. As your friend, I'd like to have a proper conversation with her. I believe she can understand the bond between us. As a woman, Yi Qingxue understood the depth of Bogadina's pain. Giving her some space might help her find peace. Yet different cultures approach such matters differently. Ultimately, Yi Qingxue reached out to Bogadina on her own. She could tell Bogadina had been crying. When Yi Qingxue expressed her desire to visit, Bogadina did not refuse. Instead, she sent Yi Qingxue an address. Having stayed in China for quite some time, she had rented an apartment near where Qin Feng lived, wanting to be closer to him. But she had never imagined that no matter how warm or sincere she could not win his heart. She knew Yi Qingxue was the one Qin Feng loved, and that Yi Qingxue held no ill will toward her. Since she was preparing to leave soon, she did not mind meeting with her one final time. Tina, how are you doing? Xiaoxue, you came. I'm sorry to worry you. I'm fine. It's just that I'm genuinely happy for you both. You don't need to hide anything from me. He already told me about your feelings. He's such an outstanding person. I know many girls would be drawn to him, and I truly don't mind. Xiaoxue, you truly are an incredibly kind and graceful Chinese girl. I hardly know what to say. It's because he once helped me through a difficult situation that I developed feelings for him. But please don't worry. I will never interfere with your relationship. Since I've chosen to be with him, I naturally trust him. And rather than pursuing a man who doesn't love you back, wouldn't it be better to open your heart to the world? Women from my country are very open-minded. Since he doesn't love me, I won't force my way into his life. I'll bless you both. I can see the love in his eyes when he looks at you. Hearing Bogadina's words, Yi Qingxue did not boast about her relationship with Qin Feng. Instead, she shared her own story. She told Bogadina that at the beginning she too had poured her heart entirely into loving Qin Feng. She had been hurt by him back then as well. But now he had changed and they had a new future together. She didn't want to recount the beautiful moments between them to Batina. That would be cruel to a girl who still loved him. Yet she believed Batina was not meant to be with Qin Feng. There had to be someone destined for her waiting in the future. After all, Batina was such a wonderful girl. Surely many would cherish and quietly protect her in time. Perhaps she could learn to see the people around her more clearly. The only reason I stayed in China was because of him. But since he doesn't love me, there's no point in remaining here any longer. I should go back to my country. I'm already missing our home cooking. You're always welcome to visit Jiangqing again. Next time you come, if you'd rather not see him, just call me directly. I'll forever remember the knowledge you taught me. I'm truly grateful to you. Beautiful Chinese girl, I like you too. Of course, if I ever meet a girl as gentle, pretty, and graceful as you, perhaps I'll fall for a woman and make her my girlfriend. You will surely find your own happiness one day. When that time comes, I'll be the first to bless you. To be with the one you love for all eternity. You're always welcome back in China. In the end, Yi Qingxue and Batina embraced each other, bringing their conversation to a gentle close. Back at home, Qin Feng saw Yi Qingxue emerge from Batina's apartment with a bright smile on her face. He breathed a sigh of relief. Though he could not reciprocate Batina's feelings, he simply did not love her. He had worried about hurting a friend who had helped him so much. Thankfully, Yi Qingxue had resolved the matter smoothly. Life returned to its quiet, ordinary rhythm. Before long, an elderly gentleman came to visit Qin Feng, expressing interest in investing in his vineyard. At first, Qin Feng remained quite guarded. After some questioning, he learned that the man was none other than Bai Yi, the renowned CEO of Wuzhou Group. Facing Qin Feng's caution, the elder gentleman expressed his admiration for him. He explained that they had previously crossed paths at a wine reception abroad. Qin Feng could only recall attending a single such event. Upon hearing that the meeting had taken place at that very reception, Qin Feng remembered that Chinese business leaders had indeed been present. Actually, I feel quite fated to have crossed paths with President Qin. I had once spotted him at a cocktail event in Country C where he attended alongside another gentleman. At that time, I had long wanted to approach him and introduce myself. However, he appeared to be accompanying a couple from Country C, and since I did not know him well back then, I did not take the initiative to speak with him. Later, after returning home, I attended an auction and was pleasantly surprised to find President Qin seated right behind my row. He made several generous purchases of land, and I later learned that he intended to establish a vineyard. That experience sparked my curiosity about President Qin, so I quietly asked my associates to look into his background. President Qin truly is someone who left a deep impression on me. I sincerely hope we can become friends, and I wonder if he would be willing. As President Bai extended his hand in friendship, President Qin was somewhat surprised. Yet President Bai had already shared the entire story of how their paths had crossed and how he came to learn about him. Moreover, this was simply an investment in his vineyard with no conditions attached regarding operations or sales. Why should he refuse? After all, Wuzhou Group was a renowned and prestigious conglomerate, and President Qin had some familiarity with President Bai. In a certain sense, they were peers in the industry. Furthermore, Wuzhou Group was a well-established corporation with decades of history. It was said that President Bai was exceptionally gracious and tactful, the kind of warmth that never made one feel dismissed or overlooked. He had also sponsored numerous talented individuals across many different fields. So when he took the initiative to seek him out and spoke these words, though somewhat unexpected, it was not something President Qin found unacceptable. Curious, President Qin asked why President Bai had suddenly come to him with an investment proposal. Despite their two encounters, they had never been acquainted before. President Bai's genuine friendliness also left him somewhat overwhelmed with gratitude. I understand that young entrepreneurs like yourself often face pressure from established corporations. If you were to learn more about my background, you would know that I have sponsored many children who grew up in the mountains. They have all gone on to achieve success in their respective fields. Perhaps because my own journey of building a business in my youth was so difficult and no one extended a helping hand to me back then, I now wish to do the same for others. But honestly, President Qin, you are simply outstanding. That is why I sincerely wish to befriend you and explore a collaboration together. If you have any concerns, you may have your team look into me. I am very confident that once you do, you will feel entirely at ease partnering with me. Hearing such sincere words, and with President Bai openly inviting him to verify everything, President Qin began to consider his position. His vineyard, while currently popular, hardly posed a threat to any major established group. Could it be that President Bai saw potential in him? Yet he had already brought the cooperation agreement with him this time around. President Qin reviewed the documents and found that the terms were straightforward, purely financial support with profit sharing and nothing more. Compared to the demands other companies often made interfering with marketing and business planning, this level of freedom was truly remarkable. It was enough for President Qin to set aside his remaining reservations and accept the partnership. Since President Bai has shown such confidence in me, how could I possibly refuse? I have heard much about your reputation in the industry. I also know that you have always been very supportive of young entrepreneurs. I am truly grateful for your willingness to help. President Qin accepted the investment and agreed to cooperate with President Bai. After the contract was signed, President Bai mentioned that a close friend of his was planning to host a cocktail event, and hoped President Qin could help arrange it. He also expressed his hope that this would be an opportunity to elevate President Qin's vineyard to a higher level. President Qin readily agreed and handed the arrangements over to Qin Feng. It was nothing more than a cocktail event after all. They had previously hosted and simulated many such events, and had also consulted with Bogatina regarding the customs of overseas cocktail gatherings. President Qin himself had attended numerous events, so he treated this one with great care. Although he delegated the preparations to Qin Feng, he personally oversaw every detail. 1 week later the event was ready to take place. However, on the day of the cocktail party, a small incident occurred. This wine is a flavor I haven't tried before. It's smooth on the palate and remarkably light, almost like a beverage, yet it carries a subtle sweetness. Which vineyard produced this? I feel the same. The red wines at this event taste different from before. It seems a new vineyard is sponsoring this event this time. Perhaps these are their own reserves. The taste is indeed excellent. In fact, it feels more refreshing and unique compared to what we've had before. At the event, the premium red wine collection from President Qin's vineyard received widespread praise from the attendees. However, less than 3 hours into the gathering, an unexpected incident occurred. President Qin was in conversation with President Bai and his friend when his secretary hurried over and whispered something into President Bai's companion's ear. His expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately made his way to the restroom area. A senior executive from a major corporation had consumed the wine served at the event and was now experiencing a severe allergic reaction. By the time they arrived, the executive was already experiencing difficulty breathing. Fortunately, an ambulance had been called immediately. Emergency medication was administered, and although his vital signs were barely maintained, they waited for the ambulance to arrive. However, within 10 minutes, the entire venue descended into chaos as several other executives began showing similar symptoms. The event was brought to an abrupt close, and those exhibiting allergic reactions were directly escorted to the hospital for treatment while awaiting test results. Samples of the remaining red wines served at the event were also sent to the relevant authorities for inspection. Fortunately, the allergic symptoms of these individuals were not particularly severe. Upon examination, it was discovered that the content of a certain element in one of their red wines directly exceeded the standard limit. However, the human body has a limited capacity to absorb this element. Slightly exceeding the standard does not cause any adverse effects on the body. But once the excess is significant, those whose bodies are less sensitive to this element may experience sudden allergic reactions due to the overabsorption. While this allergy rarely poses a life-threatening risk for those who are already prone to multiple allergens, it can be quite uncomfortable. Qin Feng and the 2 others remained at the hospital the entire time. When Qin Feng received a call from the relevant department, he immediately instructed Xiao Ziyu, who was still at the winery, to lead the department personnel to inspect the facility. Qin Feng directed Xiao Ziyu to accompany the officials and examine the hygiene standards and winemaking processes at the winery. The sealed batches of the same wine were also sent to the relevant authorities for quality inspection. Their wine would never have any issues. How could an element exceed the standard? It was impossible for such an element to exceed the standard. I sincerely apologize, President Bai and President Meng. This was my negligence. However, our winery's wine is absolutely problem-free. We will take full responsibility for this incident, and I will uncover the truth behind this matter. Bai knew that Qin Feng's winery met all the necessary standards in every aspect, so he comforted his friend. Thankfully, these executives were eventually treated and recovered. However, the sudden allergic reactions still caused them considerable suffering. Upon waking in the hospital, they immediately sought to hold Qin Feng's team accountable. After all, they were all business people, so they naturally refrained from saying anything too harsh. However, compared to Bai and his friends, Qin Feng was a relatively new winery manager, so they directed their complaints primarily toward Qin Feng. They certainly made some veiled remarks. But given that the fault lay with the event organizers for not inspecting the wine in advance, the 3 of them endured it silently. Though they harbored some dissatisfaction, they patiently held back their frustration. Please give me 3 days. Within 3 days I will identify the source of the problem. I guarantee with my reputation that our winery's wine is absolutely safe. This may very well be a deliberately planned case. I will capture the culprit and restore the truth for all of you. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the executives felt relieved since their lives were not in danger. They were more curious about who might be deliberately targeting them, so they readily agreed. After leaving the hospital quickly, Qin Feng first apologized to Bai and his friends, then returned directly to the venue where the wine event had been held. He began reviewing the surveillance footage frame by frame. To avoid missing anyone who might have concealed themselves in advance, Qin Feng asked when the venue had been cleared before the event. He also asked how long before the event people were allowed to enter for preparation. Learning it was one day, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, and Xiao Ziyu, who had come to help, started reviewing the surveillance footage from entrances throughout the venue beginning from 1 day prior. Since the footage played very slowly, it took considerable time to search through it. However, they discovered that 3 hours before the event, a suspicious figure had sneaked into the venue. After identifying this figure, they immediately focused their attention on this person. Once inside, the individuals swiftly made their way to the area where the red wine was stored. It was clear that the person took out an unidentified liquid and injected it into the cork of one of the wine bottles. Since all the wines were sealed with wooden corks, the red wines were about to be opened as part of the preparations for the event, which was scheduled to begin within hours. No one expected that the person would take advantage of this opportunity. Somehow they had obtained a staff uniform. They added an unknown substance directly into the wine. Remarkably, the person was quite brazen. After completing these actions, the person did not leave the event. Instead, they watched as the bottle containing the contaminated wine was poured and served to several of the executives. After seeing them drink it, the person appeared satisfied. They then hid in the shadows. Qin Feng kept his eyes fixed on the figure throughout. He noticed the person remained within the camera's view. Only after the event descended into chaos did the individual slip away amid the confusion. The venue only has 2 entrances and exits, the front door and the back door. Both require registration and facial recognition verification. The person's identity can be traced immediately. I will go investigate right away. Zhang Fan, who had been trained by Qin Feng for an extended period, was no longer someone who would merely ask what to do. He had developed the ability to handle matters independently. He understood that Qin Feng only had 3 days to find the true culprit. Now that they had confirmed this person had laced the red wine, catching them would reveal who had orchestrated the plan. Zhang Fan went to investigate and discovered that the suspect had booked a flight and was about to leave. Fortunately, at the last second before boarding, they successfully intercepted the person at the registration entrance. After successfully apprehending the individual, they were brought back to the venue where the wine event had been held. Qin Feng and Xiao Ziyu were waiting there. Xiao Ziyu had originally wanted to leave, but Qin Feng feared that if the suspect grew agitated, he might lose control and harm them. With Zhang Fan alone, he might not be able to intervene effectively. So Qin Feng asked Xiao Ziyu to stay to prevent any impulsive actions driven by his own emotions. What is your name? Why should I tell you? You poisoned one of the red wines used at the event, correct? Do you have any evidence? Do I need to show you the surveillance footage as proof? Then don't expect to get anything out of me. I won't admit to anything, and what can you possibly do to me? Seeing the person's defiant attitude, Qin Feng smiled. He then removed his suit jacket. He had not used his fists in quite some time. After dealing with the individual firmly, the person seemed intimidated by Qin Feng and finally spoke up. I was after Bai Yi. You're the one who got in my way. So you are President Bai's enemy. Qin Feng found this conclusion somewhat exasperating. He had assumed the issue was connected to himself. He wondered if he had offended someone. Perhaps it was someone he had wronged in the past, deliberately attempting to disrupt this wine gathering. To his surprise, the problem had nothing to do with him. It involved Bai Yi instead. Qin Feng was somewhat at a loss and immediately dialed Bai Yi's phone, because he did not know who this person was. But if this individual was indeed Bai Yi's enemy, perhaps Bai Yi could recall what had caused their feud. Understanding this matter might help obtain a clear explanation from this person, why they acted this way, and whether there were reasons beyond revenge. Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. President Bai, we have apprehended the person who poisoned the red wine. They claim it stems from a grudge against you. Could you take a look and tell us if you recognize this person? After speaking, Qin Feng pointed his phone toward the man in front of them. On the call, Bai Yi gazed fiercely at the person before him. The atmosphere remained tense for a full minute. As the man's expression grew increasingly grim, Qin Feng finally intervened and asked Bai Yi whether he failed to recognize the person. Bai Yi responded somewhat awkwardly, explaining that he had offended far too many people in his youth and genuinely could not place who this person might be. He planned to head to the venue where the wine gathering was being held and asked Qin Feng to keep an eye on the man for a moment. Once he arrived, he would ask face to face how he had offended this person and why they sought to disrupt the gathering. Very well, I will hang up now. I apologize, young man. I suspected it was some business maneuver, not realizing it involved someone I had wronged. Please forgive me. It is quite all right. After all, anyone in business will inevitably cross paths with certain individuals. But President Bai, do you truly not know who this enemy is? It seems you have quite a few. That was merely a matter of youthful pride and ambition. I offended many back then, but now with age I can barely recall who they were. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss, but said nothing further, simply waiting for him to arrive. After that, the man refrained from making any further pointless movements since the video call with Bai Yi. He appeared unusually composed, though his gaze toward Qin Feng carried a trace of mockery that thoroughly annoyed him. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Since this matter had nothing to do with him and stemmed from Bai Yi's situation, the responsibility ought to fall upon Bai Yi. Although the two parties were in a cooperative relationship and Bai Yi had provided financial support for his winery, this time around he had nearly borne the burden himself. Not only was his reputation at stake, but he also suffered financial losses. Now that he learned the trouble originated from Bai Yi's complications, he felt less anxious about the outcome. President Bai, you have arrived. Roughly 5 minutes later, Bai Yi reached the scene. Qin Feng and Zhang Fan had already adjusted the bindings on the man. After securing the man once more, they instructed Zhang Fan to remain vigilant at all times, ensuring the individual did not suddenly act and potentially injure Bai Yi. Upon arrival, Bai Yi exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Feng before stepping forward to face the man. He lifted his gaze to study the middle-aged man before him. After looking closely, he still found no trace of recognition. Though he had offended many in his youth, so much time had passed. In recent years, he had devoted himself to charitable work, partly because some of his actions in his younger days had been too extreme. Although he had indeed eliminated threats completely, those methods had somewhat contradicted humanitarian principles. Yet the number of enemies he had made was simply too great. He genuinely could not identify who this man before him was. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless and was about to ask why the man had not sought revenge sooner. Why choose to act at a wine gathering? What could revenge possibly bring him? Before Qin Feng could speak further, the man suddenly burst into loud laughter, growing increasingly bold as he looked at Bai Yi. Qin Feng felt an unsettling sensation. He had intended to stop the man from speaking, but was too late. Bai Yi, you do not even remember me. Of course you do not. You have wronged so many people and caused so much suffering. How could you possibly remember me? This was always a trap meant for you. Do you truly think I would not have known you intended to arrest me? I was fully aware. I deliberately led you here. This allowed me to coordinate with my partner and capture our true target. You could never imagine who we were after, could you? But let me give you a hint, Bai Yi. Who is the most important person to you right now? Who is the one you fear most coming to harm? That child is roughly the same age as this young man. If anything were to happen to him, I wonder whether as his grandfather you would regret dragging him into this matter. Bai Yi had been struggling to recall who this man was when he learned his grandson had been taken by the man's accomplice. He instantly abandoned his composure, stepping forward to grab the man by his collar and demanding to know where his grandson had been taken. But the man remained silent, merely looking at Bai Yi with a mocking expression, as if wishing for Bai Yi to experience the same suffering he had endured. Qin Feng moved to calm Bai Yi, but he was already quickly phoning his family. His grandson had indeed come home these past 2 days. It was rare for his grandson to stay and spend time with him. Yet these people had targeted his grandson. If anything happened to him, Bai Yi vowed they would pay a severe price. He would not let it go. Is Nuonyuo at home? He went out this morning and has not returned yet. What has happened? Learning that his grandson had left early that morning and had not yet returned, Bai Yi felt a wave of panic rise within him. He immediately instructed those at home to make contact. They attempted to reach their beloved grandson, but when the call connected, it was promptly hung up on the other end. Faintly through the line, a murmur of surrounding noise could be heard. This was clearly not the grandson answering personally. Bai Yi kept the line open. Once it was confirmed that he could not be reached, Bai Yi was overcome with distress. He made his way directly to the individuals responsible. He seized the man by the collar and demanded, "You despicable people, where have you taken him? If you have any courage, direct your actions toward me. What does this boy have to do with your grievances? To harm a child is unforgivable. Bai Yi, how many children have you harmed under your own hand? Are only your own children considered children? Do the children of others hold no value? I intend only to let you feel the pain. Let us see how frantic you become if something befalls your precious grandson. Would you not wish to eliminate us all as you did back then?" Qin Feng, listening from the side, furrowed his brow and seemed inclined to intervene. However, it was clear Bai Yi had reached his limit. He delivered a sharp strike to the man's face. Despite his age, Bai Yi's physical condition remained formidable, a testament to continued training. His stamina far exceeded that of the average young man. Observing Bai Yi's action, Qin Feng stepped forward quickly. He restrained Bai Yi while the man broke into hearty laughter, clearly attempting to provoke further anger. As the man continued to laugh and goad them, Qin Feng held Bai Yi back, urging him to remain calm. If he were to strike again, it would play exactly into their hands. Their priority must be to learn from the man where they had taken the boy. Their task was to ascertain his location. This was of utmost importance. Anger here would serve no purpose. Gradually, Bai Yi composed himself. The man finally spoke his terms. "I had no desire to escalate this matter. If I am unharmed, your grandson will also remain safe. However, if I cannot leave this place securely, then this distinguished heir of the Bai family will unfortunately accompany me. Consider it a fortunate fate for one of ordinary means to be honored with such an escort. My sole requirement is my release. Let this serve as a minor lesson. Release me, and I shall release the innocent child. I am not, after all, as ruthless as you, Bai Yi. I would never lay a hand on a child. But should anything happen to me, my companions may not show such restraint. The outcome is uncertain. Therefore consider carefully. I advise against any deceit. We are not fools." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. If the man's sole intention were merely to release the boy without incident, then kidnapping him would hold little meaning. Yet speaking further seemed unwise. It was evident that Bai Yi stood on the verge of emotional collapse. His deep concern for his grandson was palpable. Qin Feng sighed resignedly and turned to Bai Yi. Without hesitation, Bai Yi agreed, stating that past grievances should be set aside. He vowed not to pursue the matter further provided his grandson was returned safely. Any failure to do so would alter his decision. "That is reasonable. Rest assured I honor my word and would not harm the innocent. You will release me, and I will release him. Qin Feng instructed Zhang Fan to approach and untie the man's bonds. The man glanced between Qin Feng and Bai Yi, offering a challenging smile. Bai Yi intercepted him, insisting he contact his associates to ensure his grandson's immediate release. Without such proof, how could trust be established? Unexpectedly, the man merely smiled provocatively at Bai Yi. Boss Bai, are you joking? My own safety is not guaranteed. If I release your grandson, now how can I be certain you will not seize me next? And how can you guarantee I will free your grandson once I am released? What if you refuse or attempt to hold him hostage further? Bai Yi was reluctant to let the man go. Having witnessed such actions, he found it difficult to believe the man would spare the boy. He needed to see his grandson safe and sound before him before considering any release. Only then could he feel at ease. The man, however, appeared unyielding. He stated bluntly that if he could not leave safely or escape the situation, all would be lost. He cared little for the consequences, for he feared death not at all. His leverage lay solely in Bai Yi's fear for his grandson, not his own peril. Thus this tactic would not threaten Bai Yi. At most they could continue binding him. Even if he perished, the innocent boy would perish with him. Very well, we will allow you to leave. Qin Feng intervened, preventing further debate from Bai Yi, and accepted the arrangement. The man regarded Qin Feng with an enigmatic smile. He then departed the gathering area with confident strides. The moment he left, Qin Feng instructed his subordinates to begin tracking his location. Simultaneously, Bai Yi dispatched individuals to follow him. To their surprise, the man executed a clever diversion, disappearing swiftly. His pace was rapid and his ability to change appearance was remarkable. Soon they lost his trail entirely. Bai Yi remained uncertain whether the man could be trusted, yet he had no choice but to let him go, fearful for his grandson's safety. There was no other recourse against one so indifferent to his own fate. He could not sacrifice his grandson. Such was the only path available. That he had also lost the trail was deeply troubling. What would happen if the man did not release his grandson? Uncertainty loomed heavily. Elder Bai, please remain calm. We shall certainly locate your grandson, and we will bring him back safely. Qin Feng offered these words with quiet assurance, hoping to steady the trembling old man. The situation required patience and precision, not haste. Even knowing the other party might be deliberately deceiving them, they could not risk a human life as a wager. They had no choice but to let the person go as they wished. However, the other party had already left, and there was still no word about Bai Yi's grandson. Qin Feng naturally understood just how worried Bai Yi was. At this point, all they could do was remain calm. Watching Bai Yi grow increasingly anxious, they knew there was nothing else they could do. Desperate to launch a citywide search, Qin Feng could only soothe Bai Yi's agitation before escorting him to the authorities to report what had transpired. He also presented the audio recording Zhang Fan had deliberately captured, handing it over to the officials, who understood they needed to ensure the safety of the other person being held against their will. They had released the suspect in this case, though reluctantly. With words now useless, they followed the officials along. Together, they continued hunting for the men who had vanished somewhere, people who had clearly planned this retribution against Bai Yi. After settling their score with Bai Yi, they would likely flee the city at once. The authorities moved quickly, placing surveillance on ticket sales at every major port station and airport. Plainclothes officers were deployed around the area to track them down and prevent escape from Jiangxing, since locating them again would prove far more difficult if they got away. We haven't spotted the suspects at any major transit hubs yet. They're likely still hidden at their hideout and haven't surfaced yet. All we can do is wait for them to make contact. If they're truly planning to release anyone, they'll reach out to Mr. Bai. Having Mr. Bai go alone makes sense. His is the real grievance. They're unlikely to harm others unnecessarily. Bai Yi is their primary target for revenge. Once they contact Mr. Bai, he could use himself as bait to draw them out. Coordinated with our covert operatives, we should be able to apprehend them. Bai Yi cared little for his own safety. He only wanted to protect his grandson. He was desperate for them to reach out quickly. An hour had passed since they left, yet there was still no word. Bai Yi was on the verge of breaking, tempted to broadcast a message to the criminals himself, offering anything they demanded in exchange for his grandson's release. Finally, an unknown number called Bai Yi's phone. Bai Yi answered immediately. On the other end was the man he had let go, the enemy who now spoke to him. Go alone to an abandoned factory. I'll send you the address shortly. Come by yourself, or your grandson is dead. Are you mocking me? If I go and don't see my grandson, I won't be leaving alive. You're doing this on purpose. You promised to spare my grandson if I let you go. You're a man of no honor. Bai Yi was furious, but knew better than to provoke them. Terrified for his grandson's safety, he could only condemn the man's actions through his words. The other party merely sneered, then warned that if Bai Yi didn't come alone, or dared bring anyone, the grandson would be dead. These men were desperados who cared nothing for the authorities. They demanded Bai Yi come alone. Their real purpose was negotiation, not harm. They would release the boy. They kept their word. They'd let him go certainly, but the terms were unclear. If Bai Yi refused to come, then he'd collect his grandson's body. They might even broadcast it, force Bai Yi to watch live as they slowly harmed the boy. Enraged, Bai Yi had no choice but to agree. After hanging up, he immediately relayed everything to Qin Feng. He briefed the authorities nearby. Qin Feng assured him he'd coordinate support from the outside. When the moment was right, they'd rescue both. The kidnappers were using poison, not weapons. No firearms on them. That was reassuring. If anything went wrong inside, the team would breach immediately. They'd catch them all. But if Bai Yi refused to go alone to the factory, they could try finding a substitute, though time was running out. If he wanted his grandson back, he'd have to go himself. There was no other way. A trap awaited him, and the danger was real. They'd equip Bai Yi with protective gear. He went to save his grandson. Without hesitation, Bai Yi agreed. He said even without protection, he'd trade his life for his grandson's. He'd lived decades. The boy had never seen the world's beauty. Since he was responsible, he would face the consequences willingly. He only asked Qin Feng to protect his grandson. The rest he left to fate. Qin Feng smiled at the officials. Both Bai Yi and his grandson would be kept safe. The villains wouldn't succeed. Bai Yi went straight to the address they'd given him. The abandoned factory stood before him. Inside, he found no sign of his grandson, nor the man. Suspicion rose in Bai Yi's mind. Just as he opened his mouth, two figures in black appeared before him. They approached. "I've come as you asked. Where is my grandson? Bring him out. What right do you have to threaten a child?" They silenced him and led him out through another exit. After sensing something unusual within the factory, Qin Feng immediately led his team from the relevant departments into the abandoned building. They hurried to search for Bai Yi. However, after scanning the entire area, they could only locate the exit passage the person had used. They failed to find where Bai Yi was hiding. In fact, it seemed no one had remained there long. The only clue they could trace was the footprints left behind when the person departed. Those footprints disappeared once they passed through the passage. This made them wonder whether the real purpose of luring them to this abandoned factory was not what had been claimed. Perhaps the intention was never to conduct any exchange or release Bai Yi's grandson. Instead, they may have aimed to take Bai Yi away during this opportunity. Aside from Qin Feng, everyone grew tense. They had not only failed to rescue the person they originally intended to save, but another individual seemed to have been taken as well. This was intentional on their part. They meant to use this chance to take the person away. The situation is likely to become quite troublesome. We should have stationed all personnel around the abandoned factory. That way there would have been no opportunity for them to escape. What should we do now? Not only did we fail to bring back the original hostage, we seem to have handed them another one. Things look rather concerning. What's the plan? Qin Feng, you appear completely calm. Could it be that you anticipated this outcome? How could they act in such a manner? It is our responsibility for not detecting this situation earlier. We will certainly assist you in locating the person as soon as possible. Please remain composed. We will dispatch technical officers to quickly investigate any traces of their departure. As expected, aside from Qin Feng, everyone grew anxious on site. Yet Qin Feng showed no visible reaction. Instead, he took out his phone and displayed it before the group. Upon seeing the continuously blinking red dot alongside one stationary marker, they finally understood his calm demeanor. Qin Feng had already placed a special tracker on Bai Yi, one provided earlier by Inua, designed to resist signal interference. Moreover, he had equipped the device with an audio monitor. Soon voices came through the receiver, the previously captured individual, and Bai Yi himself. "You deceitful people. You promised that if I let you go you would spare my grandson. What are you planning now? How am I the one breaking promises? If not for you, I would not have fallen into my current state. Therefore you too must bear the consequences. If you intend to take action against me, then do so. But my grandson is innocent. Please release him. I will ensure none of your family members live peacefully. Why should I spare him? Punishing only you would not bring me satisfaction. I wish to witness your suffering firsthand. You monstrous creature. The matters involving your family in the past were not caused by us. It was your own overreach that led to your company's downfall, yet you dare to cast blame upon us." Their exchange continued without resolution, though it became apparent that the other party was taking action against Bai Yi. Qin Feng and his team listened with furrowed brows. Soon after, a sound resembling the school dismissal bell echoed through the monitoring device. Combined with the tracking signal from the device attached to Bai Yi, they moved without delay. After boarding their vehicles, they pursued the target vehicle swiftly. From the conversation, they understood that harm might come to Bai Yi. The individual previously captured had stated that Bai Yi was responsible for his family's ruin. He intended to make Bai Yi experience the loss of what he cherished most, watching his beloved grandson suffer under his hands. This was his form of retribution. Years ago, during a commercial dispute between two companies, Bai Yi's actions had directly impacted his own firm, leading to its collapse. His peaceful life had been destroyed because of it. Thus he believed Bai Yi should also pay the price. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and his team could only remain silent. They continued the pursuit, returning to the urban area. What surprised them was that the target vehicle headed toward another factory. This factory had long been shut down due to unpaid contracts, and very few people visited the location. I have already notified other departments to deploy personnel around this area. We will ensure the person is rescued safely. Qin Feng observed that the red dot on the tracker had stopped moving, indicating the target had entered the factory. He and his team then parked their vehicles at concealed positions nearby. Other plainclothes officers also joined the operation. As the saying goes, those who speak too much often lose their advantage. Other plainclothes officers also joined the operation. As the saying goes, those who speak too much often lose their advantage. If the captors had acted immediately upon arriving at the destination, Qin Feng would not have had time to intervene. However, since they only carried blade-like tools, it seemed they were delaying their actions. Through the audio monitor, Qin Feng gathered enough information about the situation. Yet, by following Qin Feng's prior instructions, engaged in a battle of wits with his captors. The captors fell into their trap, allowing precious time to pass. Once Qin Feng confirmed Bai Yi's location, he requested appropriate equipment. He then proceeded to the room where Bai Yi and his grandson were being held. Through the monitor, he heard that the captors were losing patience and preparing to act. Qin Feng and his team kicked open the door and swiftly rescued Bai Yi. The captor attempted to make a sudden move, but Qin Feng remained composed. With a quick strike to the wrist, he neutralized the threat. The weapon flew from the captor's grasp. Within those brief moments, the relevant officers moved in and secured the individual. Apart from him, 7 or 8 others were present in the room as well. The operation concluded successfully, and all involved were brought to safety. They had conducted an inspection of the factory at that time and determined there were only 2 locations showing signs of living presence. One was the place where they currently were. The other was in a room 3 buildings away. However, the living presence detected in that room was comparatively faint according to their assessment. There should have been only about 2 or 3 people. They had originally believed both Bai Yi and his grandson would be held here. But unexpectedly, only Bai Yi was found. After Bai Yi was rescued, the other immediately ordered their companions nearby to leave quickly. They also attempted to spread the commotion in this room directly to the other room, but they acted simultaneously. When action was taken in this room, action was also taken in that room at the same time. So the people in that room should have already been rescued as well. You damn beasts. You relentless cursed beasts. When Bai Yi's adversary saw Qin Feng at that moment, he began screaming in near desperate frenzy, especially directing his cries toward Qin Feng, as though Qin Feng were his personal enemy. But Qin Feng understood exactly why. Because he had ruined this person's plan. Because he had caused all of the man's schemes to come to nothing. That was why he was so agitated. He had assumed he would succeed in eliminating his enemy this time. But unexpectedly, his own actions had directly thwarted the other party's plan. He had also suffered severe injuries because of it. Watching his enemy being rescued right before his eyes, Qin Feng could clearly understand the feeling. But he still needed to prevent these people from attempting to escape. Fortunately, although this factory was temporarily closed, the glass windows and doors were still sealed tightly. So the other party had absolutely no way to leave. Since Bai Yi's adversary saw that Bai Yi had already been rescued, he knew continuing to struggle here was pointless. He decided simply to make a run for it. He believed that as long as one stays alive, there will always be another chance. As long as he could escape today, he would surely find an opportunity to deal with that wretched Bai Yi in the future. But unexpectedly, these 7 or 8 people found it so difficult to break through this defense. Because Qin Feng alone was enough to hold 4 people occupied, the remaining 4 were directly brought down by the relevant department personnel who had followed closely behind. Qin Feng took down all 4 people in quick succession. I told you long ago not to be so arrogant. Wouldn't it have been better to simply release the people peacefully? Why insist on turning a simple situation into something far more complicated? The 4 people beaten by Qin Feng could hardly believe what was happening. They began questioning whether Qin Feng was even human. Because Qin Feng was simply too formidable. Standing beneath their incredulous gazes, Qin Feng wore an expression of innocent confusion. Who would have thought these people were actually this weak? He had imagined these people to be far more capable, only to discover they were merely SOSO at best. After Qin Feng had taken down those 4 people, personnel from the relevant department soon arrived. After they cuffed the 4 people Qin Feng had subdued, they secured the remaining 4 as well. They were then led toward their vehicles. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stayed behind with Bai Yi and the others he had brought along, continuing to search for where his grandson might be. Report, team leader. We have subdued the enemies in this room and rescued the hostage. Upon hearing this news, Bai Yi disregarded his wounds from the earlier encounter. He hurriedly ran toward that room without delay. Qin Feng quickly followed close behind. Bai Yi absolutely could not suffer any further harm. He had only just been rescued. If anything else were to happen, Qin Feng truly would not know what to do. When Bai Yi entered that room and saw his grandson Bai Yi, whose ropes had already been untied, he completely broke down emotionally. He rushed forward and embraced his grandson tightly. It was wonderful. They had finally been rescued. Fortunately, his grandson had not come to any harm. Otherwise, he truly did not know how he would explain himself to Bai Yi's parents. Xiao Nu. When Qin Feng saw that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face before him, he was completely stunned. Why did he say it was familiar? Because if he was not mistaken, the person before him seemed to be Bai Yi. But why did he also say it felt somewhat strange? It was because today's appearance was completely different from his usual style. Normally this child dressed in an adorably innocent manner or pretended to be mature beyond his years, essentially maintaining a typical childish appearance. But today he was dressed exceptionally elaborately, giving off an aura resembling that of a wealthy young master. Yet his temperament did not quite match the expected demeanor, so he appeared quite unfamiliar overall. Qin Feng almost failed to recognize him at first glance. If not for carefully observing the outline of that face, Qin Feng would not have dared to believe this was actually Bai Yi's grandson. Boss. Bai Yi himself was equally bewildered. He had been inexplicably bound and brought here filled with unexplained anxiety, then inexplicably heard all sorts of confusing information. He had no idea what was happening at all. Even his mind could barely process everything, so he could only remain silent regarding all matters, completely unaware of the situation. Then unexpectedly not much time had passed, and he had been found again. And most importantly, why was Qin Feng here as well? If he were not mistaken, this time also seemed to be some business rival deliberately seeking revenge. If he had known such big trouble was coming, he might as well have simply lived quietly and stayed out of everything. But unexpectedly, even someone who wished to remain unnoticed still got caught. Even more unexpected was running into Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng call out Bai Yi's name, he was also somewhat surprised. But seeing Bai Yi's expression, it was clear they were equally astonished by each other. Had Bai Yi not told this matter to Qin Feng? Wait, how did Qin Feng know Bai Yi? How does he know everyone? How could he possibly know Bai Yi? Bai Yi was aware of what Bai Yi was doing now. He just did not expect Qin Feng's relationship with Bai Yi to be so close. It really is you, little Bai. Xiao Nu, how did you suddenly turn into a young rich heir? Wow, I never expected the person we came to rescue would actually be you. Thank you all. If not for you, I might truly have perished at the hands of those crazed individuals. Thinking back on the matter, even Bai Yi felt somewhat startled. Just as everyone was deeply shocked, Bai Yi had already composed himself and invited Qin Feng and the others to his home for a meal, as a way to express gratitude to Qin Feng and the others for saving both him and his grandson. He did not know how else to convey his appreciation, so he could only increase his financial contributions. There is no need for that. If we had known beforehand that the one coming to rescue would be Xiao Nu, we would have arrived without hesitation. Qin Feng naturally had to decline Bai Yi's kindness. After all, it was he who had proposed the plan, asking Bai Yi to pretend not to sense that someone was plotting against him. This led to the series of actions that followed. It could be said they were essentially risking Bai Yi's life. Fortunately, they had succeeded. They had indeed anticipated the opponent's intentions and gained full control over their every move. This was the only way to ensure that no one was harmed during this mission. But if even the slightest issue had arisen, someone would have been injured. So how could he possibly accept their gratitude? Facing Qin Feng's embarrassment, Bai Yi expressed himself very seriously. This time, if it were not for Qin Feng, he did not know if he could have successfully rescued his grandson. Moreover, Qin Feng's method had truly proven effective. At that moment, that was the only approach that could have gained the other party's trust. It allowed the other party to believe that he had truly gone to the abandoned factory alone for his grandson. Only in this way would they take him away. Only then could he naturally find where his grandson was being held. He did not assume that because his grandson and Qin Feng had known each other for a long time, that Qin Feng would be expected to rescue his friend. Rather, he was genuinely and sincerely grateful to Qin Feng. The meal was quite substantial as well. However, because Bai Yi had suffered such a great fright, when she returned home, her family surrounded her with concern and warmth. Watching this scene, Qin Feng felt as though his memory had become disordered. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Bai Yi seemed to have no family. Regardless, it was quite a pitiful background. How could this life have such an impressive group of family members? But looking closely, Bai Yi and Bai Yi actually bore a striking resemblance to each other. However, this was his secret. Qin Feng did not ask about it. Anyway, he and Bai Yi were friends now. And very good friends at that. His original purpose had also been achieved. He had gained such precious friendship. As for whether his memory was correct or not, that no longer mattered. Anyway, he quite liked the current outcome. After finishing the meal, Bai Yi solemnly bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Qin Feng sidestepped, not daring to accept this gesture of gratitude. After all, Bai Yi was his elder. If he let the other person bow to him, wouldn't that shorten his own lifespan? So Qin Feng quickly helped Bai Yi up. Beside them, Bai Yi also looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. Qin Feng did not ask about his relationship with Bai Yi. He did not ask why with such wealth he still chose to become a hacker. This made him feel Qin Feng's respect for him. After Bai Yi was helped up by Qin Feng, he also told Qin Feng seriously, "Young friend, I truly thank you this time. Without you, I would not have known how to rescue my grandson. I might even have lost my life over this matter. This was originally because of me that you were all drawn into it. But I never expected you to be so dedicated and responsible. From today onward, no matter what problems arise with your winery or company, I promise to give you all the support I can. As long as our Wujia group is still operating, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will definitely help you." Bai Yi spoke very seriously, and Qin Feng did not refuse this kind gesture. This was the genuine gratitude he truly needed. Qin Feng also sincerely thanked Bai Yi before preparing to leave. But unexpectedly on the way back the group was preparing to relax and get some fresh air, hoping it would help their tense emotions ease quickly. However, they unexpectedly encountered Yi Qingxue being harassed by a drunkard on the road. Upon seeing this situation, Qin Feng immediately rushed forward. He directly and quickly pushed the drunkard away, then quickly pulled Yi Qingxue into his arms to protect her. He had originally told Yi Qingxue about coming to dinner tonight. He asked her whether she wanted to join them for the meal. But Yi Qingxue said she needed to go discuss a collaboration, so she might not have the opportunity to join them for dinner. Qin Feng could only regretfully end the call. But he never expected to run into Yi Qingxue here, let alone discover that that drunkard would dare to make inappropriate advances toward her. Yi Qingxue also knew a little self-defense. But facing a drunkard who was a head taller and broader than her, Yi Qingxue's self-defense skills were completely ineffective. If it were not for Qin Feng appearing before her like a deity descending from heaven and pushing that drunkard away on her behalf, Yi Qingxue did not know what kind of situation she would have faced tonight. She was trembling with fear, but the moment she saw Qin Feng it was as if she had found support and reliance. How did you end up here? I just finished dinner at Mr. Bai's place. How are you here? Didn't you have that social engagement? Be careful. Qin Feng quickly checked on Yi Qingxue, wanting to comfort her and ease the fear caused by the harassment. To his surprise, the drunkard had clearly seen that Yi Qingxue had a boyfriend protecting her by her side, yet he still dared to charge straight at them. Qin Feng was so furious he wanted to strike that drunkard right then. But that drunkard had actually received some training. When he noticed the muscles suddenly bulging on Qin Feng's arms, Qin Feng knew this would be a difficult fight, but he would never allow his woman to come to harm. So Qin Feng grabbed a nearby stool and swung it directly at the drunkard. Yi Qingxue must have just passed by a barbecue stall earlier, which is why the drunkard had singled her out. There were plenty of stools around here. Even if he really did break these stools, he could still afford to compensate for them. He smashed it right onto that drunkard. The drunkard, stung by the blow, flew into a rage and wanted to engage Qin Feng in an all-out fight. Qin Feng naturally was not a match for him. He took a heavy punch to the shoulder from the other man, feeling as though his shoulder blade was about to shatter. Fortunately, Tang Xichen and Zhang Fan from nearby joined the fight just in time. They provided timely support for Qin Feng. Otherwise, Qin Feng would certainly have been injured this time. After the drunkard was driven back by the three of them, he still could not resist casting a lecherous glance at Yi Qingxue. Tonight, I was having dinner with an investor to discuss a cooperation. Did I not tell you about this when you called me earlier? After the discussion, the investor was planning to see me home. However, since I had a little wine at the table, I thought I would take a walk and enjoy the evening air. I did not expect that some new barbecue stalls had opened here without my knowledge. At this hour, it is natural for some rowdy people to gather here for drinks. I really did not expect to encounter such misfortune. I tried my best to avoid them, but still drew their attention. If you had not come, I truly would not have known what to do. Listening to Yi Qingxue share the story, Qin Feng felt an even deeper sense of guilt. By all rights, she should not have had to handle this investor matter on her own. That investor was somewhat related to Yi Qingxue by family. If only he had been able to accompany her tonight, such an incident would never have occurred. That drunkard had come so close to harming Yi Qingxue. He dared not imagine what might have happened. If he had truly harmed her, he did not know how he would have reacted. He could no longer bear to see her face any harm. After all, Yi Qingxue was now his girlfriend. He felt he had not been a very competent boyfriend. There were too many responsibilities weighing on him. Moreover, Yi Qingxue had never once asked him to stay by her side or accompany her anywhere. She was always so remarkably understanding and considerate. But precisely because she was so sensible, he sometimes subconsciously overlooked her feelings. That was not something a proper partner should do. Such things will not happen again. From now on, I will protect you. I will never allow anyone to hurt you. Enough, do not take it too heavily. I am not hurt, am I? Only a little startled, but it is all right now. Shall we head back together? If you still wish to walk, I will accompany you. If you prefer to take a taxi, we can do that instead. What would you like? Have you finished your business? If you are still busy, there is no need to worry about me. I can return on my own. Just do not let my matters delay your work. Second sister-in-law, we have also finished our discussion, and we're about to head back. After seeing you, the boss immediately came over. Why don't you two enjoy some time together, and we will head back first. Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen quickly spoke up from the side. After saying this, the two of them slipped away swiftly, leaving only Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue felt somewhat embarrassed. Combined with the wine she had consumed earlier, she appeared slightly flushed and mildly tipsy. She looked up at Qin Feng standing before her and instinctively wrapped her arms around him tightly. Qin Feng embraced her in the same gentle manner. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Qin Feng harbored no restless thoughts. He simply wanted to hold her, quietly cherishing this peaceful moment. It had been a long time since he had experienced such tranquility. After embracing for a while, they gently released each other and joined hands. They walked step by step toward home. The two of them did not live together, but Yi Qingxue's rented apartment was right next to Qin Feng's. They happened to be neighbors. Because of the winery matters I have not been able to accompany you properly lately. Can you imagine how coincidental this is? Do you remember President Baiza from the Mist Wine Group, who came to invest in us? Guess whose grandfather he is? Hearing Qin Feng's question, Yi Qingxue thought carefully for a moment before tentatively asking, could he be Bai Inua's grandfather? Qin Feng nodded firmly. Yi Qingxue was somewhat surprised, for Bai Inua had never seemed like someone from a wealthy family. Bai Inua truly did not resemble a young master from an affluent household. However, every prominent family certainly has its own private matters. Therefore Yi Qingxue did not inquire further, for she knew Qin Feng would never pry into someone else's private affairs. If he knew something, he would naturally tell her. Since he had not told her, it meant he did not know either. That is indeed very coincidental. Yes, when we went there today and rescued them, even I could hardly believe it. You were not injured, were you? You do not know how frightened I was when you messaged me tonight. I am fine, not particularly startled. But I do not know about President Bai. Hopefully he was not too shaken. In the end, the outcome was a good one. Was President Bai injured? Though he likely has a family doctor to attend to him, he certainly treasures little Nua very much. I suppose there may be some complicated matters between little Nua's parents and President Bai, which is why he dotes on her so. Otherwise, would it not be unfair to his son and daughter-in-law? Regardless of whatever family circumstances exist, little Nua is our friend and companion. We should not let this knowledge change how we treat her. Hearing Yi Qingxue speak, So Qin Feng nodded deeply. Yi Qingxue viewed this matter with remarkable clarity. He naturally would not treat Bai Inua any differently either. Whether she came from an illustrious family or was simply an ordinary hacker genius, she was still his friend. He would always protect her. Only now, knowing her family background, did a faint sense of disbelief linger in his heart. Oh, by the way, there is something I must tell you. Yi Qingxue suddenly spoke. Hearing her tone, Qin Feng felt a vague sense that he might not wish to know what it was, yet he still held back his curiosity. He then asked her what had happened. With some reluctance, Yi Qingxue told Qin Feng that due to certain matters, she would need to go abroad for a while. She was uncertain how long it would take, but she might not be able to return in the near future. Therefore, she would likely depart in a couple of days. So soon. Is it related to school? It is connected to an elder in my family. I was originally supposed to leave tomorrow, but I delayed by one day, so I could tell you first. Such sudden news. I only learned about it this afternoon. I am not telling you now for the first time. I simply had no way to refuse. Hearing the reluctance in Qin Feng's voice, Yi Qingxue nearly wanted to call her relative again and try to turn it down. Why should you refuse? Although I am reluctant to see you go abroad, this opportunity will benefit your development. As your boyfriend, it is only natural that I wish to see you grow and thrive. So it is all right. Since your relatives have arranged for you to travel abroad, it should help enhance your abilities and personal value. If I were to prevent you from going, would that not make me an unreasonable boyfriend? Should I miss you, I could simply travel abroad to find you. Modern transportation is so convenient now. Once you arrive at your destination city, please let me know. If there is a time difference, we can find a time that suits us both to talk on the phone every day, or perhaps every 2 or 3 days. If circumstances permitted, Qin Feng naturally wished to be with Yi Qingxue at all times. He truly cared for her deeply. Yet he also understood that this situation was somewhat beyond his control. Moreover, Yi Qingxue was dedicated to improving herself. He never required Yi Qingxue to depend entirely on him, nor did he believe her worth could only be realized through pleasing him. She had her own brilliance. She had realms where she could shine and make her presence felt. He would never hinder her from radiating her light. He would never restrict her from growing and enhancing her value, for she deserved every opportunity. She needed to be herself first, and only then could she be his girlfriend. He did not wish for her to sacrifice anything for him, especially not opportunities that could benefit her own future. They were destined to meet at the summit and walk side by side. Your relatives say you must depart tomorrow, so I will take you to the airport directly. No matter where you are abroad, always remember you have a boyfriend waiting for you here. If anyone shows interest in you, please decline. Once you decide which country you will visit, I will come to find you. Whenever you have time to see me, I will surely come. You must keep me in your heart, and you cannot simply forget me because of handsome men abroad. Do you understand? Though Qin Feng wore a generous and easygoing expression, willingly letting Yi Qingxue travel overseas, his heart still harbored reluctance. He even began to act affectionately with Yi Qingxue, playfully insisting on her promises. Yi Qingxue felt a touch of helplessness upon hearing his words. Nevertheless, she nodded earnestly and agreed. Afterwards, Qin Feng accompanied Yi Qingxue back to his home. This time she chose not to return to her own house. Instead, she stayed in the guest room of the apartment Qin Feng rented. The following morning, they shared breakfast together once more, spending almost the entire day side by side. They cherished these final quiet moments together. As evening approached, Qin Feng reluctantly saw Yi Qingxue off to the airport. When you arrive abroad, you must send me a message and call me without fail. I know. I will return as soon as possible. After completing my tasks there, I will surely come back quickly. The two parted with lingering attachment. Because Qin Feng was unable to enter the airport to see her off, he naturally did not know which country her family had booked for her. Even Yi Qingxue herself remained unaware as her family had arranged everything for her. She could only learn her destination once she arrived. Qin Feng returned to his rented apartment. Before he could dwell briefly on the sorrow of his girlfriend's departure, Tang Xichen's phone call came through. It was time to update the design drafts. He called to ask whether Qin Feng should review the new designs before proceeding. Previously, Tang Xichen's design drafts did not require Qin Feng's review. They could be sent directly to Park Guangna, who would then create samples for evaluation. They would examine how closely the finished pieces matched the original designs and assess the effect on models, determining whether any refinements were needed. However, ever since the plagiarism incident occurred previously, Qin Feng began requesting that Tang Xichen bring the designs for his review. He also encouraged Tang Xichen to search online frequently. He wanted to verify whether anyone else had designed similar elements, ensuring from multiple angles that his designs would not conflict with existing works. Otherwise, disputes over originality would become impossible to resolve. Tang Xichen agreed. From then on, whenever new designs were completed, he would bring them directly to Qin Feng for inspection. After reviewing the designs, Qin Feng praised Tang Xichen repeatedly. His drafted illustrations had become increasingly exquisite and refined. He believed that before long, Tang Xichen would secure a distinguished position on the international stage. Yet he still preferred not to let Tang Xichen reach such heights all at once. While achieving fame in a single triumph was undoubtedly commendable, the earlier one encountered the glitz and glamour. The greater the risk of losing one's true self in the world of fame and profit. Although Tang Xichen in this lifetime could no longer meet the tragic end he had suffered in his previous existence, Qin Feng still wished for him to progress step by step, gradually building his own reputation. Furthermore, from the clothing they designed together, it was evident that Tang Xichen in this lifetime possessed a more cheerful disposition compared to his former self. His family would no longer serve as bonds restricting his progress. Qin Feng took Tang Xichen's designs to Park Guangna, instructing her to begin sampling. Within 2 days, Park Guangna had completed all the sample garments. The samples were then returned directly to Qin Feng's team. Since this round involved designing a new clothing series, they needed to find models of various body types for fitting trials. They wanted to observe how the garments appeared when worn and determine whether any detailed adjustments were necessary for different sizes. Once this clothing series is launched, it will surely receive widespread acclaim. The garments of this collection elegantly accentuate the natural contours of the body. Even for models with slightly fuller figures, wearing these pieces could effectively create a slender silhouette. Overall, the designs appeared remarkably slimming and highly appealing. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied with this series of clothing and had already begun preparing to set the date for the fashion show. However, before the scheduled date of their fashion show arrived, they unexpectedly discovered a company named Guangli Apparel online. The company had already released clothing designs with an exceptionally high resemblance to their own drafts. After completing the initial fittings, the fashion show had been set for 3 days later. But unexpectedly, on the evening of the first day, Guangli Apparel's official account directly published a series featuring model garments that were nearly identical to their design drafts. I am absolutely furious. This is outrageous. They definitely copied my designs. Brother, you witnessed the entire process of how I created these sketches. How could something like this even happen? Why is it always me being targeted? Do they think I am an easy mark? After what happened last time, Tang Xichen had learned what caution truly meant. Although he occasionally shared details of his clothing designs, he was not accustomed to doing so. Therefore, he had saved everything to his computer. At the very least, this would serve as proof that these garments were genuinely his own creations, everything stored under his personal private account. But he never expected plagiarism to occur. The moment he saw those clothing images published on Guangli Clothing Company's official public account, Tang Xichen was so enraged he nearly smashed his computer. He marched straight to Qin Feng with a stormy temper and recounted everything with a grievous expression. Then he asked Qin Feng a question: what should he do if someone copied his designs? But when he created these clothes, he had done it all within his own office. No one could have possibly seen them there. Nobody could have seen these clothing sketches. They were designed entirely by me alone. Even the other fashion designers in the design department each have their own studios. We never design in the same studio. Moreover, whenever I leave my workspace, I make certain to lock everything up securely. These sketches have always remained within the studio. How could anyone possibly have seen them, let alone gotten hold of them? In such a brief span of time, the other party managed to produce garments strikingly similar to ours, and this applies to the entire collection. Is this not blatant plagiarism? They even deliberately timed their release to occur before our launch event, clearly aiming to force us to swallow our pride and remain silent. Ever since the previous plagiarism incident, Tang Xichen had found it truly unacceptable for others to copy his work. So he went directly to Qin Feng, hoping Qin Feng could offer some guidance, because he truly did not know how to prove that they had plagiarized his creations. Even if he were to release everything now, what if this time the other party had deliberately covered all their tracks? He did not wish to take such a risk. Qin Feng, however, leaned toward the possibility that the other party might genuinely be unaware. After all, Guangli Clothing Company was a well-established brand. Logically, they would not engage in such conduct. Furthermore, Qin Feng understood that once the plagiarism matter was exposed, it would have a significant negative impact on public opinion toward their company. After all, Tang Xichen had already experienced something like this before. They should not have committed such a foolish act. Let me first give the head of Guangli Clothing Company a call to see whether they too were deceived by someone else. After all, previously it was a fashion designer who copied, not the company itself. If it were revealed that the company itself was involved in plagiarism, it would severely affect their stock performance, especially since Guangli Clothing Company is not a newly established enterprise. I believe they would not be so foolish as to do this intentionally. If there is truly a misunderstanding, we can clarify things in advance and resolve the matter. After Qin Feng calmed Tang Xichen's emotions, he directly called the head of Guangli Clothing Company to inquire about the situation. The head of Guangli Clothing Company denied any wrongdoing regarding the plagiarism allegations. Qin Feng had no choice but to suggest that if they refused to believe him, the two of them could arrange to meet in person. In this way, he could bring the design sketches from their company's fashion designer to show him directly. The head of Guangli Clothing Company agreed. The two arranged to meet at a coffee shop. Qin Feng brought printed copies of the screenshots he had downloaded from the internet. He also explained that their design sketches had been submitted to the garment factory several days earlier, and the sample garments had already been produced. Their launch event was scheduled for 2 days later, yet the other company suddenly released clothing designs that bore an extraordinarily high degree of similarity to their design sketches. Therefore, he suspected that the designer who had been commissioned to create clothing for their company was very likely to have plagiarized their fashion designer's work. If one were to say that only 1 or 2 design sketches showed similarity, that might plausibly be attributed to shared design elements. But could it truly be the case that an entire collection followed the same pattern? I would like to know whether your company's designer can produce corresponding documentation to prove that this was independently designed from start to finish by themselves. We have already provided all relevant documentation. From a chronological perspective, the inspiration, initial drafts, and final versions for this entire series all have verifiable timelines as evidence. Therefore, these are garments personally designed by our original creator. I wonder whether the other party can produce similar documentation. At first, the head of Guangli did not believe what Qin Feng was saying. However, as Qin Feng presented the evidence after carefully examining it, he was quite surprised and told Qin Feng that this entire series of clothing had been purchased from a designer named Li Ming. But this designer was not an in-house fashion designer for his company. Rather, he was a fashion designer whom he had coincidentally encountered on a previous occasion. The other party had proactively approached him, saying that he possessed a set of exquisitely beautiful series design sketches, but that he was currently in urgent need of money. So he asked him to spend money to purchase this entire series of design drafts from him. Now, having seen the evidence Qin Feng presented, it proves that Qin Feng's team released their designs first. This designer Li Ming very likely plagiarized Tang Xichen's works. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Qin. I initially thought you were joking with me, and even wondered whether it might be your company's designer who plagiarized from this designer Li Ming. I did not expect that it truly was him who plagiarized others. I now understand the situation clearly, and I am truly deeply sorry. I will immediately remove the design images from the internet and publish an apology. As for the subsequent launch event, it will absolutely not proceed. However, this matter has attracted some attention from the public. Moreover, because this series of designs was indeed crafted exceptionally well, it generated a certain level of interest online. Why do not we resolve this matter privately first? Then when your company's launch event is ready to begin, we can proceed in coordination. At the launch event, we can explain the matter regarding these design sketches to everyone. We will also track down the designer named Li Ming and will certainly reveal the truth of the matter to everyone. They have gone too far. They explicitly promised to clarify the matter online, yet they are the ones who have already held a press conference. What kind of excuse is that? They claim their files were lost, making it impossible to retrieve the original design drafts, and that their documents were stolen. This completely cuts off all our options. If we release our files now, they will naturally claim we stole their documents. However, Lao Tang has already faced plagiarism allegations once before. If this happens again, people might suspect he is deliberately exploiting public misconceptions to copy others' work. Unfortunately, Lao Tang's design this time is completely different from his previous works. They incorporate entirely different elements. Meanwhile, the opposing side has already stated everything they wish to say, so whatever we say might put us at a disadvantage. How could we have anticipated dealing with such shameless people? We should have recorded our conversation with him last time. Last time, the other party showed a very sincere attitude of apology, so I thought there was no need for recording. I did not expect them to spend several days devising such a vicious scheme. As others voiced their complaints and expressed their frustration toward Guangli Company's broken promises, even Qin Feng felt utterly enraged. He had trusted the owner of Guangli Company willing to give them another chance so as not to escalate the matter further. That was why he had agreed to let them clarify the situation and promised not to reveal it immediately. Yet their press conference had not even taken place. Instead, the other party proceeded first, directly stating at their press conference that their company's computers had been hacked and the files nearly lost. Fortunately, the files had been saved in time. Additionally, sample garments had already been produced at the factory beforehand. Otherwise, everyone might never have seen such exquisite evening gowns. How could Qin Feng's team not feel angry about this? We cannot simply endure this insult. Zhang Fan spoke up on behalf of Tang Xichen. Tang Xichen stood aside, gritting her teeth, afraid she might impulsively storm to Guangli Company to reason with their boss. Lao Tang, this is my fault. I assumed the other party had already recognized their error, but I never expected them to not only fail to acknowledge it, but also behave so shamelessly. It is all my fault. I missed the best opportunity to make them face consequences. Rest assured, I will not let this drop. I will find evidence for you. I will bring justice for you. Will you trust me one more time? Qin Feng naturally noticed Tang Xichen's unusual emotional state. He had not expected the situation to unfold this way. Previously, after completing their business discussion, he had returned to share the situation with Tang Xichen and the others. Tang Xichen had also indicated that if the other party had truly purchased the work plagiarizing her creation, she would not pursue it further as long as they clarified the matter publicly online. Yet that designer, named Li Ming, why had she never heard of his name before? Did the other party not intend to provide their company with Li Ming's contact information to steal her creative ideas and her artwork? Such a person did not deserve to remain in the fashion industry at all. As long as he apologized and promised never to repeat such actions, she could choose not to expose him. Boss, don't say that. You did not expect this either, and neither did we. The other party's shamelessness caught us all off guard, so there is no need for apologies. The real question is, what should we do next? Tang Xichen refused to let the work she had painstakingly designed be labeled with someone else's name. Whatever they released now, the opposing party would surely seize upon their statements and begin hurling all kinds of accusations at them. He did not want things to reach this point. Yet he also could not bring himself to abandon his creation. At this moment, Tang Xichen was on the verge of tears from anxiety. Qin Feng quickly worked to soothe her emotions and also convened a company meeting asking everyone to remain as rational as possible. This was clearly a trap deliberately set by the other party. They were attempting to probe their defenses, to see whether they had kept any records or drafts. Only in this way could they determine how to deal with them next. He had been overconfident. If he had known, he would never have shown those materials to the other party. Everyone should return to your work for now. Justice will prevail. Their net may be wide, but it will not miss a single thing. Since the other party has committed such shameless acts, they will surely face consequences. I will find a way to reveal the truth to everyone, and will never let them continue their arrogance unchecked. With Qin Feng speaking, the employees somewhat tempered their anger. However, several staff members who were close to Tang Xichen could not swallow their frustration. They publicly criticized Guangli Company's behavior on social media, stating that the design did not originate from Guangli Company's designers. It was clearly the original work designed by their own company. How could Guangli have the audacity to publish someone else's original creation directly on their official website, plagiarizing others' creativity and showing no respect for others' labor? Was this truly the conduct expected from Guangli Apparel, an established company? Unexpectedly, the head of Guangli Apparel denied everything outright. Rather than admit fault, they turned the accusation around and demanded Qin Feng's team produce evidence. They had long suspected someone had directly stolen their sketches and destroyed the digital files on their computers. And now they claimed it was Qin Feng. The original fashion designer they spoke of was likely Tang Xichen, who had previously been entangled in a plagiarism controversy. They were not denying that Tang Xichen possessed talent. However, they could not accept that every excellent design came solely from Tang Xichen. How shameless. Not only do they refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoing, but they are also turning around and accusing us. This is simply too much. The moment that employees' remarks spread across the internet, Qin Feng had them summoned to the office without delay. The employee presumed Qin Feng would instruct them to immediately delete the post, citing reasons such as causing negative impact on the company or putting it in a precarious position. However, unexpectedly, Qin Feng did not request such action. Instead, he asked whether they had noticed any suspicious individuals in the company lately. After all, he had already consulted with Park Guangna. She would never betray these design drafts. These were all people he had personally nurtured and cultivated. They would absolutely never betray him. Moreover, only a handful of people had ever seen these drafts. Those individuals were all specially assigned to core production teams. It was impossible to prevent them from seeing the designs. Therefore, the problem could only lie within their own company. Only someone inside their company had the means to take these materials outside. Yet he had already taken precautions to the fullest extent. So Qin Feng had no idea who was behind this incident. He could only inquire with those who maintained a close relationship with Tang Xichen. He wanted to see whether anyone had noticed anything unusual. I am not sure. I have never noticed anyone entering designer Tang's studio. Moreover, the designer's rooms are always locked, and it is impossible to enter without a key. Could there possibly be a mole among our own employees? Unable to obtain any useful information, Qin Feng did not reveal any further details. He simply dismissed the employee and asked them to leave. They would need considerable time to carefully consider how to handle the subsequent matters. Qin Feng would naturally not let this matter drop so easily. He was determined to make those individuals pay for their actions. Someone actually dared to plagiarize Tang Xichen's creative work. The audacity was breathtaking. The most pressing task was to expose the other party's true nature. As long as they could prove that Li Ming had indeed copied Tang Xichen's designs, it would confirm that their work was genuinely original. The other party had unequivocally plagiarized their work. Furthermore, at the appropriate time, they would publicly release the original designs. With this evidence as their foundation, Qin Feng could share the incident from that day at the cafe with the online community. The cafe certainly had surveillance cameras. He could simply arrange to obtain a copy of the surveillance footage. This matter was already being handled. Even if the other party had somehow deleted the records, he could still have someone restore those recordings. With surveillance footage, corroboration would naturally follow. Moreover, most high-end cafes nowadays have surveillance systems equipped with audio recording capabilities. Perhaps they could even capture the content of their conversation from that day. Xiao Nua, have you finished handling family matters? Can you come back and assist me? Old Tang has become entangled in another clothing plagiarism case. We need to locate a designer named Li Ming. It is uncertain whether that is his true name, but he cooperates with Guangli Clothing Company. The recent clothing collection they published online was originally designed by Old Tang. For reasons unknown, the other party somehow obtained the original draft sketches. This allowed them to publish these designs ahead of schedule, putting us in a rather constrained position. Could you help find this designer? To find a hacker, one naturally turns to someone familiar. Qin Feng contacted Bai Yinhua directly. Bai Yinhua agreed immediately. Actually, locating Li Ming was quite straightforward. If they could breach the company's official website and access the CEO's account, they could naturally identify Li Ming, the individual involved in direct transactions. Once located, finding his whereabouts would follow naturally. For Bai Yinhua, this was an incredibly simple task. Qin Feng shared this information with him. Within half an hour, a complete address was sent to Qin Feng's account. It indicated that Li Ming was currently located there. However, this was not his usual residence. It remained uncertain whether Li Ming was preparing to flee. Investigation revealed he had booked a flight overseas. How could Qin Feng possibly allow such a crucial witness to escape? Qin Feng immediately led his team to intercept Li Ming. There was no possibility of allowing him to leave freely. True to expectations, following the address provided by Bai Yinhua, they successfully located Li Ming. However, upon arrival, Li Ming had just stepped out of his rental apartment. Upon seeing Qin Feng and his team, he almost immediately broke into a run. Qin Feng had previously arranged for personnel to guard another exit. After considerable effort, they finally managed to apprehend Li Ming. They directly brought Li Ming back to his original rental apartment. Qin Feng delivered a forceful punch, sending blood streaming from Li Ming's nose. After receiving that blow, Li Ming did not dare to struggle further and quickly knelt, begging for mercy. Is this not designer Li Ming? Why are you running? Did you see me and run? Do I look that intimidating? No, I apologize, Mr. Qin. I did not intend to flee upon seeing you. Then what does this mean? You appear quite defiant. There are certain matters I wish to inquire about. I wonder if you would be willing to answer my questions. Certainly, I will answer every question honestly and thoroughly. Li Ming was clearly frightened by Qin Feng's earlier punch and was now entirely compliant. He was both pleading for Qin Feng's mercy and meekly answering his questions. Qin Feng directly asked Li Ming about the circumstances surrounding Tang Xichen's design drafts. How exactly did he obtain them? How had he acquired those design drafts? Their company maintained strict protection over the designer's work. Under normal circumstances, Li Ming had never entered their company. It was therefore impossible for him to have access to Tang Xichen's design drafts. Furthermore, even if Tang Xichen's designs were shared online, they would only be preliminary sketches and older drafts. These were far from the latest designs. Moreover, they had never been officially released. How could the other party achieve nearly 100% similarity? Only certain details differed. Unless Li Ming possessed the original design drafts, such accuracy would be impossible. Qin Feng had presumed Li Ming would anticipate what questions he might ask, and would answer honestly. However, after Qin Feng finished speaking, the other party became evasive. In the end, he simply closed his mouth entirely, telling Qin Feng that he could not answer these matters. He claimed ignorance regarding how this had occurred. He genuinely insisted he could not respond. Qin Feng observed Li Ming's stubborn refusal to cooperate and grew visibly angered. His voice turned cold and ominous. If you refuse to answer my questions properly, I will have no choice but to hand you over to the relevant authorities for interrogation. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Ming became visibly unsettled. He honestly shared the entire situation with him. He had purchased the design blueprints from an employee within Qin Feng's company. It was never his intention to cause such trouble. After all, the clothing designs released by Qin Feng's company were truly exquisite, with such innovative and original styles. He also longed to create garments of such beauty, yet he lacked the natural talent of Tang Xichen. So he considered making use of some discarded draft sketches from Tang Xichen's designs. By selling them, he figured he could earn a considerable sum. However, at that time his cooperation with Guangli Fashion Company was about to expire. In a careless moment, he sent the purchased blueprint to the manager of Guangli Company. Unexpectedly, the manager not only purchased the entire set of designs at a high price, he also directly renewed the partnership with Li Ming for several more years. It was precisely because of this arrangement that he chose to keep quiet about the matter. He knew his actions were wrong, but Tang Xichen would soon be able to create new works. Why not let him make use of these designs for a while? Even though our Mr. Tang can quickly produce new works, these are certainly not meant for those who take what doesn't belong to them. Please don't speak so harshly. I didn't mean any harm. Besides, the clothes were quite beautiful. It isn't necessarily a copy of our designer's work. Please open your eyes and look. Look at how closely your drafts resemble our designer's work. You still deny it. You won't admit fault until it's too late. I was deceived by others. And whoever allowed an employee in your company to be so easily persuaded? I simply offered a few modest incentives and they handed over the designs directly. Upon hearing Li Ming's response, Qin Feng felt deeply frustrated. He truly wanted to know who could commit such a regrettable act. Qin Feng took Li Ming back to their clothing company. Since Qin Feng's group operated several subsidiary companies, he decided to handle the matter at the clothing company. Qin Feng brought Li Ming directly to the clothing company and asked who the person was that cooperated with him. Li Ming mentioned that the transaction was conducted face to face. He had seen the person's appearance. However, he did not know the individual's name. After the cooperation ended, they had not met again. However, I discovered someone selling your clothing studio's designs at a high price on a small website. That is how this situation arose. Therefore, that person may not be selling your company's design blueprints for the first time. You should investigate thoroughly. If the person is not found, similar incidents may occur again in the future. Hearing Li Ming speak in this manner, Qin Feng recognized just how strong his instinct for self-preservation was. To his surprise, Li Ming attempted to save himself by offering up a colleague. Qin Feng did not say much. Upon returning to the company, he asked Li Ming to accompany him on a tour. Sure enough, the disloyal employee was identified. That employee also belonged to the design department. When Qin Feng had originally recruited him, he felt the designs were exceptionally full of creative spirit. But later, for reasons unknown, that creative spark seemed to have faded. However, Qin Feng did not dismiss the employee solely based on this. Instead, he continued to encourage the employee to gradually refine his work. He never imagined that all that effort would lead to such an outcome. It turned out he was the one who had leaked the secrets. This deeply disappointed Qin Feng. After identifying the employee who had disclosed the design drafts, ignoring the employee's pleas and appeals, Qin Feng handed the matter over to the relevant authorities for handling. Li Ming watched from the side. As he saw the person being taken away, he gradually realized the gravity of the situation. Now that matter was left to the relevant authorities. Had he lived too comfortably in the past? What should he do now? Before he could contemplate further, Qin Feng approached Li Ming and asked him to publish the matter online. He wanted Li Ming to reveal the truth behind everything. After all, due to the earlier gown incident, Li Ming currently had considerable attention online. Many people had viewed his previous works and felt they were quite excellent. But if this matter were to be made public, the people at Guangli Fashion Company would surely come after him. They might not be able to challenge Qin Feng, but they would certainly target him. He did not wish to face such danger. Earlier, he had helped them identify the insider and prevented considerable losses. Instead of expressing gratitude, they seemed prepared to involve him in matters that could jeopardize his future. They even wanted him to confront the Guangli manager directly, to lay everything on the table. If he truly dared to do so, his situation would become irreversible. I know purchasing your company's design blueprints was inappropriate, but if that person had not been selling them, how would I have had the opportunity to buy them? Now I have already helped you identify the insider within your company. Could you please let me go and return home? Staying here makes me deeply uncomfortable. Li Ming simply dared not betray Guangli Company. Having worked closely with them for such a long time, he well understood the nature of the Guangli manager. If he truly dared to mention ending the cooperation today, he feared he would be completely overwhelmed by the company in an instant. Such incidents had occurred before. He was truly afraid. He immediately pleaded with Qin Feng, emphasizing that he had already helped locate the insider within their company. According to the agreement between them, Qin Feng should have spared him. There was no need to continue pursuing him. The question is no longer whether I wish to find fault with you, but whether your original benefactor does. Do not forget that we are now on the same path. Moreover, once these matters are exposed, they will have a significant impact on the entire Guangli Company. Do you truly believe they would let you go freely after revealing everything? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Ming finally dared not speak another unnecessary word. He suspected that neither Guangli nor Qin Feng would easily let him go. Under Qin Feng's guidance, he ultimately published all the details online, including the transfer records and chat histories. Oh my, this is quite shocking. I had truly believed they were the victims of plagiarism and was ready to voice support on their behalf. I owe an apology to designer Tang for my own foolishness. I never imagined the young man would prove so innocent. Where have gone those who previously stepped forward claiming Tang Xichen leveraged his fame to plagiarize from Guangli Company? Why do they not come forward now? I am truly sorry. I was mistaken. My judgment was clouded. I apologize to designer Tang for my folly. Everyone must have been deceived by the opposing party. Who could have anticipated they would lay bare all their tactics? Had we not uncovered the designer who copied others, the truth might never have come to light. I had been wondering why the other side remained silent and offered no refutation, only to discover they had been steadily preparing evidence all along. It must be acknowledged this boss is truly commendable. He refused to let his employees endure even the slightest grievance, insisting that any slight injustice be addressed directly. Public opinion online shifted dramatically. Many began to question Guangli Garment's conduct. Had the other party chosen to resolve this matter properly, the outcome might have been different. Continued cooperation might still have been possible. What no one anticipated was that the other side chose this particular path, seemingly convinced there would be no opportunity for reversal. Or did they genuinely believe they held no evidence? Instead, they ended up compromising themselves. This was truly the consequence of their own choices. They could only blame themselves. Qin Feng, upon learning of the rumors circulating online, had no intention of forgiving the other party. He disregarded the phone calls and messages seeking reconciliation, choosing not to respond. The executive of Guangli Company quickly saw those online messages. Why haven't those posts been removed? Take down the trending topic at once. Boss, our trending topic cannot be removed, and it appears fixed in this position, the secretary hurriedly explained. Then spend money. Go to the platform and pay to have this trending topic removed. We cannot allow it to continue spreading. The boss continued his futile display of anger. The platform stated that this incident carries significant influence, and someone there has already been notified. They will neither remove nor promote this trending topic, yet everyone who accesses the platform can see it. The secretary felt quite distressed, having already attempted everything the boss was now demanding. Immediately contact that individual named Li Ming. Call him now and have him retract all his published articles, issuing a statement that he was coerced. The Guangli executive thought of something else and quickly proposed another approach. We already reached him, but designer Li Ming said Qin Feng's side contacted him first. He does not wish to face legal consequences, and he acknowledges his error in this matter, so he refuses. The secretary was nearly in tears. Every method they had tried had proven ineffective. There is only one option remaining. Find Qin Feng's number immediately. I will speak with him directly about this matter. The Guangli executive's expression grew serious. This time he found himself at a disadvantage. His opponent was simply more capable, and he accepted the situation. Yet there was no need to escalate this to an irreconcilable point. Unless Qin Feng intended to disrupt their operations in Jiangxing, he was not afraid of them. If Qin Feng pursued this path, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. Is this President Qin? Hello, I am the owner of Guangli Company. We have met before. I realize my decisions in this matter were erroneous, and I understand my mistake. I have truly recognized my errors. I was misled by misguided ambitions, hoping to seize this opportunity for recognition and prosperity. That is why things unfolded as they did. I never intended harm, President Qin. It is wise to resolve conflicts rather than deepen them. Perhaps we could settle this privately. What do you think? I am prepared to offer compensation, any amount within my means. I have genuinely learned from this mistake. I ask only for your understanding. Give us another opportunity. If this continues, our company cannot sustain itself, and all these employees will face hardship. Qin Feng remained silent throughout. Only after the Guangli executive spoke until his voice grew hoarse did he finally reply with 2 words. No. Those 2 simple words dismissed everything the other side had proposed, negating every option offered. Qin Feng could have chosen to seek financial compensation, but that would not have been fair to Tang Xichen. This was a matter affecting Tang Xichen's reputation. Accepting money would have allowed the matter to pass without proper resolution. How could he face Tang Xichen then? How could he justify betraying Tang Xichen's trust in him? It was precisely because he felt such an action would wrong Tang Xichen. Therefore, he would never permit himself to act this way. He would not allow such misconduct to be so easily dismissed. He would not let this happen. Rather than accepting a casual payment and apology, he would ensure the other party received a meaningful lesson. Then what more do you want, Qin Feng? Do you truly intend to pursue this to its conclusion? Remember, your Tianyu Group is merely a newly established company. Do you really believe you can oppose me? Let me make something clear. If you refuse to settle this privately, we will simply proceed accordingly. I have ample time and energy to see this through. Was it merely copying your designs? Just releasing your clothing earlier? Is such a response necessary? We are seniors in this field. Do you understand what that means? This is both a test and guidance for you. Qin Feng had no patience for further words and ended the call. At the same time, he filed a formal complaint against them. Did they truly believe he would be subject to their manipulation? Did they not realize he could continue recording their conversation? All of it would serve as evidence in the proceedings. Because Qin Feng had prepared complete evidence on his side. Plus he had recorded their last conversation. That was already enough to constitute a threat. So after Qin Feng filed the lawsuit, the other party received a lawyer's letter immediately. The head of Guangli was completely stunned. He never expected that Qin Feng would not choose to settle. Instead, he chose to make this matter even bigger. He wanted to beg for Qin Feng's forgiveness. He wanted Qin Feng to give him another chance. Unfortunately, his previous words had cut off all possibilities. Not only was Qin Feng unlikely to give him another chance, but he was determined to crush him completely. The notion of fighting to the bitter end only applied to weak and fragile situations. If the fish had already been severely weakened, half dead, and barely surviving, and the net was incredibly sturdy, impossible to tear through, then ultimately only the fish would perish while the net remained intact. Excellent. Finally, we got some satisfaction. This guy actually has the nerve to threaten us in court. The result is that because of those few words he uttered, his charge was increased by 1 level, adding several more years to his sentence. Disrespecting the court, the judge, and the law. Truly unexpected to find someone so foolish. This incident also serves as a reminder to us to be careful, cautious, and vigilant at all times. We must never trust others blindly, and such things will not happen again. It was precisely because this matter was handled well this time that they not only avoided severe damage from the incident. Instead, they directly reclaimed the copyright to their clothing designs. And by taking advantage of this opportunity, they gained a large new following. After all, apart from Zhang Fan, the other two were quite handsome. So their group's official accounts had already accumulated quite a number of fans. Some people did have a taste for Zhang Fan's type. But most fans who valued appearances preferred Qin Feng and Tang Xichen's style. Fortunately, Zhang Fan didn't concern himself with such matters. He preferred counting money. And although those fans online talked big, in reality, they dared not say much. Before, when Qin Feng went out shopping, he had occasionally encountered his own fans. The person only dared to approach him cautiously, asking Qin Feng to sign an autograph. Next, what industry do you plan to develop? 2 days after this matter concluded, Qin Feng convened a general meeting. He discussed directly with his partners about which industry to enter next. Actually, Tang Xichen had suggested that Qin Feng should first consolidate control over their current industries before advancing to the next sector. But ultimately, he was persuaded by Qin Feng. After discussion among the group, they decided to seize the current opportunity. They would directly enter the esports industry. At present, esports was no longer despised as it had been in earlier years. It had developed into a legitimate profession. And it was an extremely lucrative career. Talented esports players could truly earn over 10,000 yuan per month through this profession alone. Some even earned hundreds of thousands or millions. The esports industry is indeed booming, but success in this field depends on natural talent. Moreover, we have never been exposed to it. We truly understand nothing about it. Can we really manage? Who says we don't understand? The reason I proposed entering the esports competition is because I know of an incredibly skilled and formidable esports player who is waiting right now for someone to come and rescue him. Through memories from his previous life, Qin Feng identified the esports player who had become extraordinarily powerful in the later stages of that era, Su Haiyang. This Su Haiyang's life had also been extremely arduous. His story could also be described as a classic great reversal narrative. Qin Feng had a profound impression of him. After all, he himself had not developed an esports career. In his past life, he had only held some interest and curiosity toward esports. So he occasionally paid attention to developments in the esports scene. His own abilities were not remarkable, yet he had watched many esports players' competitions. This esports player named Su Haiyang was a rising star who had emerged suddenly. Initially unknown, but later he became like a dark horse. He defeated many established esports teams in succession. Ultimately leading his own team, he became an overwhelmingly powerful esports player known throughout the world. He could be described as a versatile esports player. Whether it was any position or any character, he could use them all with extraordinary skill. Moreover, he had experience across various types of games. He could be said to be almost comprehensively well-developed. Later, Qin Feng also looked into his background. Only then did he learn about the hardships Su Haiyang had endured in his early years. Relying on his understanding of him, Qin Feng finally tracked down relevant information online. He learned that Su Haiyang was currently living in a modest apartment building. Of course, with the help of Bai Yinhua, he was able to find the address most quickly. Unexpectedly, before Qin Feng had even entered the building, he hadn't yet managed to find the small rented room where Su Haiyang resided. He discovered a young man being directly evicted by the landlord. Reduced to dire straits, all his belongings had been thrown out by the landlord. Please give me 2 more days, just 2 days. Within 2 days I will definitely be able to gather the rent for you. 2 days, and yet 2 more days. How many 2-day extensions have I already given you? Day after day you can't do anything except play games, nor can you earn money. I truly wonder what your parents had in mind when they gave birth to you. I'm not just playing games, that's how I make money too. There's just been a small problem recently. Landlord, please give me 2 more days. Get out of here immediately. If you dare show your face to me again, I'll break your legs. If my son turned out like you, I'd regret it to death. Wish I could just beat him to death. After saying this, the landlord directly locked the room door in front of the young man, then turned around and walked away. Su Haiyang felt extremely embarrassed and humiliated. He quickly picked up all his belongings from the ground, then placed them in his backpack and lowered his head. He intended to slink away from the place. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted by Qin Feng at the stairway. Su Haiyang took a step back, cautiously looking up at Qin Feng. He noticed there was no contempt in Qin Feng's gaze, yet he still felt deeply embarrassed. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Haiyang?" Hearing someone call his name, Su Haiyang looked up blankly at Qin Feng, confirming it wasn't someone he knew. He lowered his head and nodded, asking Qin Feng how he knew him and what business he had with him. "Do you not remember me? We used to play games together. My name was Super Invincible Hero. Do you not recall anything about me? We played alongside each other back then, and you shared your address with me saying you hoped to meet in person to game together. That is why I came to find you." What Qin Feng mentioned was also something Bai Inua had investigated. Su Haiyang had once been close gaming companions with another player. Unfortunately, that person had passed away, so his account was directly obtained by Bai Inua and then transferred to Qin Feng. This was all to help the man before him believe in Qin Feng. The moment Qin Feng spoke his own name, Su Haiyang immediately recalled the identity of this online friend. Immediately, the wariness and self-doubt on his face slightly eased. Qin Feng, wanting to make him fully believe, intended to prove he truly was that online companion. He even opened his phone, specially clicked on the application, and let him see his identity information. Only then did Su Haiyang breathe a sigh of relief. They chatted casually with Qin Feng. Only later did he ask why Qin Feng had suddenly come to find him. "Actually, I want to invite you to join my esports company. I have newly established an esports organization and would like to recruit you. Please do not joke with me, Wu Bai. You know I am not capable enough. Besides, we have only just met in person for the first time, having only interacted within the game before, and it has already been 2 years without contact. Why would you come find me now? Because I was ill previously. I spent these 2 years undergoing treatment. I originally thought my illness would never recover, but heaven gave me another chance to heal. That is why I came to find you. I hope you can help me build our team together." "Enough, Wu Bai, stop joking with me. How could I not know you? You look so young. How could you possibly own an esports company? I know you were trying to comfort me, but there is really no need." Seeing that Su Haiyang was completely unwilling to believe his words, Qin Feng immediately stopped in his tracks. He then told Su Haiyang that he would arrange accommodation for him later. He had absolutely no intention of deceiving him. After all, considering the years of friendship they had shared, would he really need to lie to him about such matters? He trusted him far too little. Gazing into Qin Feng's sincere eyes, Su Haiyang in this situation truly did not know whether he should believe him. Deep down, he really wanted to believe the friend before him, but he was also afraid that Qin Feng was merely teasing him. After all, he truly never expected an old online friend to appear before him in person. Moreover, the circumstances were so remarkably coincidental. Yet when a person reaches a desperate juncture, there is always a hope that someone will extend a hand to help. Now that Qin Feng was offering his hand, could he truly refuse? "Alright, I agree. I am willing to join your esports company. Let us two dominate the battlefield together like we used to in the game. Back then in the game you were the one dominating the field, while I seemed to only be responsible for healing you from behind. You handled the fierce battles, and I handled the support." Hearing these words, Su Haiyang's eyes finally relaxed completely. Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had also made up for his lack of knowledge regarding the original owner of this account. It was just that this deception would inevitably be exposed one day. If they could maintain this lie for as long as possible, he hoped Su Haiyang would never know that he was not truly the invincible hero. The funds had long been prepared. Qin Feng directly asked Bai Inua to assist in purchasing a building at the most reasonable price. He planned to use this location as the newest office building for their Tianyu group. The addresses of his various companies would basically all be relocated into this building. If not for having earned a substantial sum previously, he might not have been able to directly purchase a building. After settling this matter, Qin Feng then expressed that during these 2 years of recuperation, he had actually been watching video recordings of the competitions they had once played together. The reason he had not contacted him for so long was simply because he feared he would not survive and did not wish to cause him additional sorrow. Yet in reality, he had remained online invisibly the entire time and was also able to see the messages he had sent. He simply did not want to give him false hope, but he never expected that upon their first meeting he would trust him so readily, looking up to him as an idol from the very beginning. Now that he was willing to build an esports company together, he was truly very happy. "I still remember we once said back then that one day we would have our own platform, our own team, and would dominate the gaming world together. Now my body probably will no longer allow me to continue following behind you dealing damage, but I can provide you with this platform. I believe in you. You will definitely make it. One day you will surely reach the very peak and become an esports master known throughout the world." Moved deeply by Qin Feng's encouragement, Su Haiyang could not contain himself. He tightly embraced Qin Feng directly. Subsequently, Qin Feng arranged a place for him to stay temporarily and indicated that once everything regarding the esports company was fully arranged, they could begin their training. However, because of these 2 years of illness and recovery, his knowledge in the esports field was relatively limited. Recently, many new games had emerged unexpectedly. The impact on the original games had become increasingly significant. Yet no matter what kind of game it was, he would provide them with a platform for development. There would also be numerous competitions ahead. If he was willing, Qin Feng could assemble a team. At that time, they could participate in competitions. This was their original dream. I will follow your lead. Although you cannot continue playing matches, I will carry your share onto the field and defeat everyone effortlessly. No one will be our match. Seeing Su Haiyang so excited and trusting him so deeply, Qin Feng became increasingly uneasy. He did not know whether he should tell him the truth. But it was not yet the right time. After arranging accommodation for Su Haiyang, Qin Feng went to find other esports players who had been formidable in his past life, using various methods to persuade them to join his esports company. He also happened to discover an esports player whose promising future had been delayed. Qin Feng had always been deeply regretful about him. His best years of youth were contracted by an extremely exploitative esports company, leading him to waste several years of his prime when he could have reached the peak. Yet not all matters proceeded so smoothly. When seeking to find an esports player named Wan Yi, he encountered his Waterloo. With a company like yours, you actually have the nerve to try and recruit me. Although I am indeed looking for a company to sign with at the moment, I would never choose yours. Mr. Wan Yi, I sincerely invite you to join our company. I do not understand why you would refuse such an offer. With your esports company just getting started, esports is growing increasingly popular these days and competition is fierce. I must make a strong impression from the very beginning. Joining our company will absolutely not disappoint you, sir. Although we are newly established, we already have quite a few talented individuals who have joined us. You will be forming a team together. No. One needs a solid company to make a good start. Besides, it is not only your company seeking to sign me. I have better options available, so why should I choose you? Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng did not say anything further and simply nodded. He had originally intended to leave, but unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, he saw another young man, approximately 5 or 6 years his senior, walking directly toward their table with a document in hand. At that moment, Wan Yi lazily spoke up. Mr. Qin Feng, why not stay and take a look? See how our offer compares to what they can provide. Even if you can offer me more money, your platform simply does not carry enough weight. If Mr. Wan Yi has already found a better opportunity, then I wish him and your company lasting success. There is no need to keep me here, is there? I merely wish to show you the importance of knowing one's place. You are nothing more than a startup company incapable of making any real impact. If you seek to sign talent, you should look toward higher-tier esports organizations. Those within your company are simply incompetent. In just a few sentences of exchange, the young man had already reached their table. He pulled out the third chair and sat down without hesitation. Qin Feng remained standing. Observing the unmistakable scorn and arrogance in both their eyes, he could not help but furrow his brows, yet ultimately sat down as well. The young man handed a document directly to Wan Yi. After reviewing the terms, Wan Yi chose not to share them with Qin Feng. Instead, he signed his name with effortless grace. Although the financial offer was not as generous as what Qin Feng had proposed, just as he had stated earlier, what good is more money if the platform lacks value? A higher stage is far more meaningful. Only by standing tall enough can one attract the attention of greater audiences. Qin Feng's startup company might not even withstand the internal competition within the esports industry. How could it possibly support the grand platform he envisioned? Since Mr. Wan Yi has already signed with your company, I see no reason to remain. I wish you fruitful partnership. You represent the newest esports company under the Tianyu Group, thinking you can compete with us for Mr. Wan Yi. Have you any idea what you are dealing with, yet you dare challenge us? Qin Feng had originally hoped this matter would be dropped. But who knew what drove the person in charge of the other esports company to suddenly mock Qin Feng so openly? Qin Feng's steps froze mid-motion. He turned his head to regard the man seated nearby. There was a distinct air of condescension in the man's eyes. Once he noticed Qin Feng's gaze, he made no effort to hide his contempt, openly deriding Qin Feng for being utterly unaware of his own limitations. He even sang in harmony with Wan Yi, trampling upon Qin Feng's dignity without restraint. I hear your group already owns quite a few companies. In my opinion, focusing on just one would suffice. When it comes to esports, having money alone cannot guarantee access to such a prestigious platform. Recruiting top players with money does not guarantee success in peak competitions. Let me make this clear. The highest tier is not something anyone can easily reach. Even teams with seamless coordination may face conflicts during formation. How can you be so confident? The more elite players you gather, the harder it becomes to maintain unity. I eagerly await the day your esports company closes its doors. After hearing these words, Qin Feng said nothing further and simply turned to leave. Upon returning to his own group headquarters, he shared the entire incident with everyone. All the esports players who had been recruited were already aware of the situation. After recounting the events, Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before raising his eyes to meet the faces before him. He saw not a hint of regret in anyone's eyes. Each gaze held only quiet intensity. Qin Feng pondered briefly, then spoke with a wry smile. Indeed, I can provide you with the finest simulation training, suitable facilities, and sufficient financial support. However, our company is truly a newly established esports organization co-founded by my friends and myself. At the outset, our platform may not match the stature of some long-standing esports companies. Therefore, if you come across better opportunities elsewhere, please come to me directly rather than departing in silence or turning against the company that brought you here. Regardless of your past, once you join my esports company, I only wish for you to become a team fighting side by side. Together, unstoppable, apart, each a leader in your own right. Whatever you need, I will strive to provide. Of course, if you feel this platform truly cannot fulfill your ambitions, you may come to me at any time. It is perfectly fine. I respect every individual's choice. Hearing Qin Feng's words, all the team members spoke up to comfort him. Su Haiyang approached Qin Feng directly. He told Qin Feng that he recognized no one else but him. Qin Feng alone was the one he followed. It was Qin Feng who had given him hope and lit his path forward. He would always stand by Qin Feng. Qin Feng observed the passionate crowd once more before speaking to reassure them. The esports company had completed its renovations. Today, beyond the meeting, there was another purpose: to give them a proper tour of the facility. When everyone ascended to the 5th floor, all were astonishment struck. Who could explain why the esports training base was so extraordinarily magnificent? Floors 5 through 8 are exclusively ours for the esports company. The other floors house different organizations. Each of you carries a card registered to your respective department. This card grants you access to floors 5 through 8, any of which you may enter. The other floors are off limits. Additionally, each entrance on these floors requires card authentication at the security gate. If you ever need to visit another floor, simply call internally to request permission. In practice, there should be little reason for cross-floor interaction. Each floor is equipped with specialized gear, all yours. Whether you need simulation training or a place to rest, everything you require is right here. I will do everything in my power to provide the finest training environment possible. I only ask that you honor your original passion and your extraordinary talent and strive to reach the pinnacle. Qin Feng noticed the astonishment in everyone's eyes, and his heart swelled with quiet satisfaction. That was precisely his intention. Should even one among them show the slightest hint of regret, he would address it immediately. Let them witness how magnificent the esports facility he had built for them truly was. At that impressionable age, nothing would make them want to leave. They would soon find their previous doubts utterly ridiculous. Qin Feng never hesitated to invest in this endeavor. He had earned more than enough. In his view, money sitting idle in an account served no purpose. As long as he had capital, he would relentlessly expand his business empire. The wealth he had accumulated was converted into tangible assets that retained their value. That was the only way to preserve prosperity across generations. Good heavens, this is incredibly luxurious. I seem to recall even the largest esports training base in our country wasn't this grand. Boss, this is far too extravagant. Heavens, boss, you treat us so well. I'm declaring this my dream training base. I will never leave. I just noticed the 7th floor is designated for rest. That means we can live here directly. Goodness, I've fallen completely in love with this place. My heart belongs here from now on. Everyone rushed into the training facility. Most were around 18 years old. The youngest was only 16, yet possessed truly remarkable talent in esports. Su Haiyang watched Qin Feng's gaze fall upon the others, filled with quiet pride and excitement. His own eyes shimmered with warmth. Seeing Qin Feng happy was all he asked for. Qin Feng wanted them to reach the summit, and they would certainly strive to get there. At the very least, Su Haiyang would dedicate himself entirely to fulfilling Qin Feng's wish. Qin Feng had given him new hope, a new platform. It was Qin Feng who had reignited his determination to carry on. Therefore, he would never let him down. From that day forward, Qin Feng placed Su Haiyang in charge of leading the team's training. Since you came from different teams, there may be slight growing pains in coordination. But I give you time to work through those adjustments together. Remember that you are now one unit, one family. Let nothing fracture the bond between you. If conflicts arise in your positioning or strategy, resolve them yourselves. You are all gifted players. I am certain you will discover the formation that suits you best. With those words, Qin Feng entrusted the matter to Su Haiyang, who served as their team captain. Of course, not everyone was immediately convinced. But once they learned Su Haiyang's ID from that recent team battle, everyone fell in line. Su Haiyang was simply that skilled. As for where all his earnings had gone, only he knew the answer. Yet after just one day of practice, 2 members of Su Haiyang's team were already engaged in a heated argument. Qin Feng happened to be inspecting the facility that evening. The moment he stepped through the entrance, he heard their voices rising. The 2 arguing were Huang Fan and Xin Qian. Qin Feng entered immediately and found Su Haiyang and the others attempting to mediate. Despite their efforts, both parties remained visibly agitated. Had Qin Feng not arrived in time, the situation could have escalated further. Fortunately, Qin Feng was there. Upon seeing him, both fell silent at once. Yet resentment still lingered in their eyes toward each other. It is only your first day of coordination training. What happened that caused such a dispute? During practice, they had a minor disagreement about positioning. Each felt the other did not coordinate well. Su Haiyang offered a weary explanation from the side. He had reviewed the footage himself. There was indeed a small misunderstanding. But surely this did not warrant such intensity. Both were prodigies' talents, one in a million. In esports, each possessed undeniable skill. Naturally, neither was eager to yield. No one wished to take a secondary role. Qin Feng, not particularly familiar with the game himself, spoke tentatively. Perhaps you could simply switch positions and avoid direct overlap. Furthermore, I do not believe the support role is any less valuable in a team. The support player is often the one who reads the entire battlefield most clearly. Just as a team needs warriors charging ahead, it also needs those who sustain from behind. It is not that one role matters more than the other. Every member carries equal responsibility. For a team, each person is an indispensable link. This morning I reminded you not to let small matters ignite conflict. And already tonight you are at odds. Hearing Qin Feng's words, both lowered their heads in shame. Qin Feng stayed and trained alongside them for another 2 hours. Perhaps Qin Feng's words had taken effect. To everyone's surprise, their coordination improved remarkably. They even decided to swap their original positions within the team. And the change fit far better than expected. Alright, everyone has been practicing late tonight. Please head back to rest now. Those who want to return home may go home, and those who prefer to rest upstairs can go directly upstairs. The training base already had accommodation facilities on site. Moreover, they had specifically gone up to inspect the dormitories earlier that day. Their dormitories were exquisitely decorated with maximum comfort throughout. Therefore, no one hesitated. Everyone chose to stay in the dormitories. Each person was assigned a private room, though originally each dormitory was designed to accommodate 2 people. But since the team was still relatively small at present, everyone could enjoy a separate room. Qin Feng checked how many empty dormitories remained. After some consideration, he felt that an esports team valued quality over quantity. Therefore, if conditions permitted, he was content to keep the roster at its current size. He simply intended to fill the available single rooms with these selected players. Qin Feng believed this was a well-achievable plan. However, once their esports company gained greater recognition, other skilled players might come seeking opportunities. At that time, whether the dormitories could accommodate everyone would depend on the team's own needs and decisions. Qin Feng did not linger any longer. While the team settled in, he returned to his own rental apartment. Every night before sleep, he would call Yi Qingxue for half an hour. Tonight, however, things started slightly later. He saw the message Yi Qingxue had sent and explained the situation to her. Then he began their sweet evening conversation. This was mainly due to the time difference between the 2 locations. Additionally, since Qin Feng always called right before bedtime, Yi Qingxue would not extend their conversations too long. Each day, she would simply share what she had experienced abroad, describing how their lives looked without the other's presence. This ensured that even during periods of prolonged separation, their relationship remained strong. Qin Feng would also take time each month to visit Yi Qingxue in her country and spend 2 days with her. The next day, Qin Feng rose early and visited every company within the group. Around noon, he went to the esports company. He found that after yesterday's guidance and training combined with the morning practice session, the team's coordination had improved significantly. Qin Feng was highly satisfied with both their abilities and their training intensity, especially with their current level of teamwork. Qin Feng felt confident that they would undoubtedly become top-tier players in the future. After praising them first, he announced that he had registered them for a city-level practice tournament, allowing them to experience their first major team competition after forming the squad. This will be your first major team competition as a newly formed team. The match is scheduled 1 week from now, giving you a full week to train. However, you need not worry too much. Although this is a city-organized practice competition, it is not an official competitive event. Consider it a friendly match. It will also allow you to experience playing in a real match alongside your new teammates, giving you a chance to test yourselves against others and assess your abilities. You can identify any issues that may arise during competition, helping you improve your skills more quickly. The team members did not hesitate and readily agreed. Far from feeling afraid, they grew increasingly eager and excited. They all looked forward to what ranking they might achieve in this practice tournament. Before they knew it, the day before the competition arrived. Qin Feng reviewed their training match videos one final time, then asked them to rest early that evening as the competition would take place the following day. The next morning, he planned to bring them to the city center practice venue. The draw results have already been released. Our matchup is neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. The opposing team is a rising dark horse said to have challenged seed esports teams from numerous cities with mixed results. Their strength is formidable and their playstyle is quite aggressive. I did not expect you to face such a challenging opponent in your very first competition. I had hoped for a milder matchup to serve as a friendly exchange, but facing a tough opponent is also a fitting way to test the results of your training. I hope you will do your best. On the way to the venue, Qin Feng shared the opposing team's information with all members. Yet everyone remained confident, not doubting their ability to compete. Since there was no sign of fear among them, Qin Feng said no more. Upon arrival, they quickly found their competition area. As the matches were held in paired matchups, once they located their venue, Qin Feng spotted the Dark Horse team already waiting. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the opposing coach approached most courteously to greet him. It is quite unexpected that this practice tournament would produce such a bracket format. We did not anticipate drawing your company's team in the lottery. During the match, we will uphold friendship first and competition second. Winning or losing is unimportant. What truly matters is the bond between us. From the tone of their words, it was clear they had already concluded that Qin Feng's team stood no chance against their squad. Qin Feng found their confidence somewhat amusing. However, his team had only trained together for a single week. Although each player was individually talented in terms of coordination, they might indeed fall short of veteran teams that had practiced together for much longer. Yet Qin Feng would not undermine his own team's morale before their opponents. Instead, he gracefully returned their veiled sarcasm with a smile. They say the young bull fears not the tiger, but who can tell whether what stands before us is truly a tiger or a pig pretending to be one? Neither role is yet determined. As the saying goes, until destiny is sealed, we are all dark horses. Let us wait and see. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Haiyang and the others immediately felt their spirits lift and their confidence soar. However, after the first round, Su Haiyang's team lost comprehensively. They were utterly overwhelmed by the opposing side, unable to mount any meaningful defense. Su Haiyang and his teammates lowered their heads in shame, feeling deeply embarrassed. It seems the saying about uncertainty being the charm of competition holds some truth, yet the difference between those who excel and those who struggle is rather evident now. Their performance was quite surprising. One might wonder about their training approach. The captain appears to lack direction, and the team members seem equally challenged. With such leadership, it is understandable why the results fell short of expectations. What an amusing display. I sincerely hope future competitions will bring similarly entertaining encounters. Our coach had mentioned additional training sessions if we failed to secure a victory this time, but it appears our success is quite certain now. Perhaps you should return to dedicate more time to practice. Even a beginner could demonstrate better performance on the field. Since the defeat of that match, a series of taunts from the opposing team followed continuously. The opposing coach, meanwhile, maintained an arrogant gaze fixed upon Qin Feng. There was no attempt to conceal their disdain. Watching their players mock the other side so openly, they merely offered a mild remark, suggesting their players watch their words. They made no effort to stop the continued remarks, nor did they address their own team members' behavior. Qin Feng's expression remained composed, a gentle smile still present on his face. It was as though the defeat belonged to another team entirely. Upon seeing Qin Feng's serene expression, the opposing coach grew increasingly displeased. He felt Qin Feng showed insufficient respect. After all, they were the victors this time. What did that smile signify? Did he truly not care about his team's outcome? Enough of this. Had it not been for those questionable tactics employed, would we have fallen behind? Su Haiyang could no longer withstand the remarks. Not only did the opponents criticize their team's performance, but they also mocked Qin Feng's earlier confident words. They had already felt a sense of disappointment for not winning the match. To hear Qin Feng being criticized because of their performance only deepened their frustration. They engaged in a heated exchange with the opposing team. Have you not heard the principle that strategy knows no boundaries? If you fell into their tactics, it reflects your own limitations, not theirs. If you have the ability, let us compete again. We shall demonstrate clearly who holds the true advantage. Noticing the rising tension between both sides, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to calm Su Haiyang. He observed the evident emotion in Su Haiyang's eyes. Noticing the rising tension between both sides, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to calm Su Haiyang. He observed the evident emotion in Su Haiyang's eyes. Qin Feng gently placed a hand on Su Haiyang's shoulder. Su Haiyang took a moment to steady themselves. Witnessing Qin Feng's calm and composed demeanor, they suddenly felt their energy diminish. If Qin Feng could remain unmoved, what reason did they have to be troubled? The truth was simply that their skills needed further development. Was this not the reason Qin Feng faced such remarks? If their abilities had been stronger, such situations would never have occurred. If they had engaged in further argument, Qin Feng would have been the one to offer apologies. The opponents might have responded with even more pointed remarks. A defeat is a defeat. They understood how to accept outcomes with grace. Let us return then. This practice session has served its purpose. Besides, our training facility offers far greater comfort. Though some reluctance remained in their hearts, the team members nodded in agreement. With subdued spirits, they followed Qin Feng toward the exit. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng instructed them to walk with their chests held high. They had lost the match, but they had not lost their dignity. His own lack of anger or shame stemmed from being deeply satisfied with their performance. It was simply that the other side lacked integrity. While they behaved dishonorably, Qin Feng's team maintained their principles and boundaries. Though they appeared to have lost on the surface, in truth, they had gained something valuable. They could face themselves with pride. Qin Feng's words carried a quiet strength. While Su Haiyang and the others felt reassured, the opposing team members grew visibly unsettled and prepared to respond. One detail I should mention: verbal conduct is regulated during competition. Should there be any personal remarks directed at my team, I will file a formal complaint and the results will be voided. As Qin Feng departed, his calm words left the opposing team members speechless, unable to respond. They could only watch quietly as Qin Feng's team left. Only after they had gone far enough did murmurs begin within the opposing group. On the journey back, Qin Feng shared with his team that he had anticipated this outcome. Despite knowing the opposing team was stronger, he chose to let them compete so they could learn from the experience. Their approach had been too straightforward. In many ways, it mirrored their honest personalities. He was not suggesting their style was wrong. He had simply observed that not everyone plays with the same integrity. Sometimes openness can be exploited by those who do not share the same values. Sometimes a touch of strategic thinking is necessary. He had also noticed certain areas in their gameplay that required improvement. It was time to arrange for a suitable esports coach. Qin Feng had already identified the right person and completed the arrangements. Actually sending this team to compete was also part of that plan. Since forming the team, they had lacked a clear understanding of the broader competitive landscape. Now they needed to develop a realistic perspective both of the competition and of their own abilities. Only then could they fully accept the guidance their coach would provide and recognize the value of professional coaching. The coach's name was Lu Han, whom Qin Feng had engaged through considerable effort and investment. Su Haiyang and the rest of the team would train under Lu Han's guidance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng himself returned to campus. His previous absences had drawn attention from his professors, who reminded him to balance his entrepreneurial pursuits with his studies. Although graduation was approaching, he was still a student. Additionally, his major was quite specialized. There was much to attend to as he navigated both his academic responsibilities and his team's development. Although Qin Feng's academic performance had always been excellent, his class attendance rate had declined since he began his entrepreneurial endeavors. Even though the university genuinely encouraged independent entrepreneurship, and even though Qin Feng's current achievements were quite remarkable, he was still fundamentally a student. Therefore, he still needed to pursue his studies. For mandatory courses at school, he had to attend as expected. He could not behave recklessly simply because he was now a business owner. He must not ignore the regulations that students were expected to follow. Qin Feng, look at how long it has been since you last attended class. Have you forgotten that you are still a student who has not yet graduated? If you continue like this, I may actually have to mark you as failed. Please, Professor, I understand my mistake. Please do not fail me. I have simply been overwhelmed with company matters over the past few days and could not return in time. I will be back next week. You are a student I hold in the highest regard. Naturally, I understand that running your own business keeps you quite busy. But no matter how busy you are, you must remember that you still have academic responsibilities at school. I understand, Professor. Please rest assured that I will not fall behind on the remaining courses. I guarantee I will return next week, and from then on I will attend classes whenever possible. I will certainly not neglect them again. Thus, Qin Feng found himself on campus that day. He was not the only one. Their supervisor had also called Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen back. Upon seeing Qin Feng also present on campus, the two felt a sense of comfort. Since their boss had already returned, they reasoned there was nothing further to worry about. After all, Qin Feng was their leader, and they worked alongside him. They had originally assumed the supervisor would only summon the two of them. They never expected Qin Feng to be called back as well. The situation felt quite satisfying to them. Boss, I did not expect you to return too. Were you also called back by the supervisor? We were just discussing whether the professor would only summon us two and leave you out. Enough joking around. All three of us have indeed missed quite a number of classes. Let us focus on our studies at school for now. Matters at the group have mostly been arranged, and there should not be any major issues. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen with an exasperated expression as they grinned at him. He simply rolled his eyes and gently flicked both of them on the forehead. He then told the two of them to return to their classes promptly. Qin Feng, meanwhile, went to visit his supervisor, who had asked him to stop by the office first upon returning to school. To be honest, since Zhang Fan and Tang Xichen had only followed Qin Feng into entrepreneurship, their rate of missing classes was far lower than his. Qin Feng himself was extremely busy. Moreover, he felt that since he had already managed to start a business and begin earning money, school matters had gradually become less important to him. However, the phone call from his professor made him clearly realize that academic qualifications were also very significant. He could not forget his original identity. Most importantly, his supervisor had always treated him with exceptional kindness. Therefore, he did not wish to disappoint him. Qin Feng, you have always been one of the most capable students in our program. I have held great expectations for you from the beginning, and the results prove that you have not let me down. However, no matter how occupied your business makes you, you still need to come to school and attend the courses you are required to take. If you truly have no time for your studies and wish to focus entirely on your enterprise, you might as well apply for a leave of absence. You also know that your course instructors care about you. They wish to check on your progress, but they cannot find the opportunity, and when they try to ask about your entrepreneurial development, you rarely come to campus. Therefore, please focus on your classes during this period. These exams are approaching, so do not miss your assessments. After hearing his supervisor's admonishment, Qin Feng nodded obediently and offered a sincere apology. His supervisor then said no more and dismissed him. On his way back, Qin Feng was suddenly stopped by someone. He could not identify who the person was, nor did he recognize him as a classmate. He wondered whether this might be a fan from campus. After all, Qin Feng's entrepreneurial story had already spread throughout the university. Although the university had many students from wealthy families and numerous individuals attempting independent ventures, no one had yet achieved anything comparable to Qin Feng's level. Thus, there were indeed quite a few supporters of his on campus. Yet this person before him. Why did he feel somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where they had met? "Excuse me, sir, I believe we are not acquainted. May I ask why you have stopped me?" The person on the other side remained silent, standing quietly in place with his hands behind his back, looking at Qin Feng with an inexplicable smile. After Qin Feng asked twice and received no response, he began to wonder whether this individual might be experiencing some mental disturbance. Incidents involving unstable individuals causing harm were not uncommon these days. While encountering such a person on campus was unlikely, he considered the possibility. What if he was simply unfortunate enough to run into one? Qin Feng felt uneasy and decided to leave. However, to his surprise, the man suddenly drew a blade hidden behind his back. He lunged toward Qin Feng. Fortunately, Qin Feng dodged in time. After evading the first strike, he quickly elbowed the man in the back. The man attempted to strike at Qin Feng's lower back again. Qin Feng swiftly sidestepped and moved behind him. Before the man could turn around, he delivered a firm kick to his leg, bringing him down. The man fell to the ground. "What are you doing? Do I know you?" Qin Feng pressed his foot against the man's shoulder, who continued to wave the blade wildly. Qin Feng placed his knee on the man's back and secured his arms behind him, restraining him firmly. Only then did he learn the man's identity from his muttering. "No wonder you looked familiar. You are Lin Xiaoran, aren't you? You are Lin Yingying's brother. What happened with your sister has nothing to do with me. She brought this upon herself. Instead of wasting your time seeking me out, you should spend your efforts properly guiding your sister. Do not come bothering me again." Upon learning the man's identity, Qin Feng released him and told him to leave immediately. "Nonsense. You are the one who ruined my sister. If it were not for you, she would not be in this state now. Do you even realize she has developed depression? Then you should know your sister has caused countless others to fall into depression as well. Let me be honest with you. Your sister brought this upon herself. Even if she were to end her life, it would still not be enough to atone for her sins. Qin Feng, I will never let this go. Because of you, my sister has become like this. I will make you pay for this. Just you wait. Then wait and see. I am genuinely curious what you think you can do to make me pay. Let me repeat it once more. Your sister is in this situation because of her own actions." Qin Feng felt absolutely no fear toward the agitated young man before him. He and his sister were truly a matched pair in their irrationality. What nonsense. He had nearly forgotten who Lin Yingying was. But Lin Xiaoran's sudden appearance had dragged those memories back. It seemed this foolishness was a family trait. Her brother certainly did not appear intelligent either. To actually carry out such an action, bringing a sharp weapon onto campus and attempting to harm him. Did he think this was some dramatic television plot? It was truly absurd. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Facing the others' continued charge, Qin Feng delivered a series of swift kicks, leaving him completely unable to fight back. His training had certainly paid off. "Lin Xiaoran, I will be straightforward. You are no match for me. If you wish to cause trouble, feel free to return. But you have already attempted to ambush me twice today. If there is a third time, I will report this to the proper authorities." Faced with Qin Feng's warning, Lin Xiaoran actually showed fear. After a timid glance at Qin Feng, he ultimately chose to retreat quietly. However, before leaving, he could not resist delivering some harsh words, declaring that he would never let Qin Feng go. He vowed to make Qin Feng bear all the pain his sister had suffered. Qin Feng could not be bothered to respond. At the same time, he was genuinely curious how this person expected him to take on all that suffering for his foolish sister. Qin Feng returned to the classroom. Zhang Fan quickly found him happily sharing some fresh gossip he had just gathered. A truly stunning beauty had recently transferred to their college. Rumor had it she came from another city. She was said to be extraordinarily beautiful. Her arrival had immediately threatened Yi Qingshue's position as the campus belle. "If it were not for my girlfriend being away from school, we might actually get to see two beautiful women together. It would be quite a pleasant sight. I just wish I could see what this beauty looks like. If there were a chance to meet her, it would be absolutely wonderful." Seeing Zhang Fan's infatuated expression, Qin Feng simply rolled his eyes. He then gently poked Zhang Fan's forehead with one finger, asking him to keep a bit of distance. Zhang Fan was deeply unhappy with Qin Feng's dismissive gesture. But Qin Feng made it clear he had no interest in such matters. After all, he already had Yi Qingxue, so there was no need to discuss this so-called beauty with him. If Zhang Fan had such thoughts, he was free to pursue them. But since she was indeed a beauty, she likely had many admirers. Zhang Fan would need to show something worthwhile if he hoped to catch her attention. Ah, how frustrating. Zhang Fan lamented, wondering why he could not have a girlfriend. Qin Feng simply stared blankly, too weary to engage with his friend's dramatic mood. After their professional course ended, Qin Feng and Zhang Fan headed toward the student club to find Tang Xichen. Unexpectedly on the way, they encountered a girl who had accidentally sprained her ankle. Qin Feng had originally planned to simply walk past, but Zhang Fan pulled him forward. Upon learning that the girl's ankle was injured, Qin Feng wanted to call her roommate for assistance. However, the girl explained that her phone had died, which is why she was sitting there alone. Her ankle was extremely swollen. She was completely unable to walk. She had been hopping on one foot for quite some time, managing less than 100 meters before the pain became unbearable. She had to find a place to sit down. She asked if Qin Feng and Zhang Fan could help her to the infirmary. But wouldn't it be inconvenient for 2 male students to escort you there? Please, both of you. My foot is in great pain. I do not think I can wait any longer. In the end, Qin Feng and Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat compelled, extended a helping hand to the young woman. Zhang Fan was quite willing to help. But after carrying her for just a few steps, he was already breathless from exhaustion. With no choice, they set her down on a nearby bench. Qin Feng wished to avoid any overly close interaction with other female classmates. But Zhang Fan was truly unable to continue carrying her. Eventually, Qin Feng was asked to take over. Once Qin Feng had her on his back, he did not wait for Zhang Fan. He quickly made his way to the infirmary and set her down gently. When the nurse asked if he was her boyfriend, he immediately denied it 3 times. He quickly explained how he and Zhang Fan had encountered the girl and helped bring her to the infirmary. He also mentioned that they had other matters to attend to and needed to leave. Only after the girl finally had the opportunity to thank Qin Feng did he prepare to depart. Qin Feng quickly exited the infirmary, wishing to avoid any further entanglement. Why are you acting as if you are avoiding some terrible beast? That girl is quite pretty. She might even be our junior. And your girlfriend is not here. Moreover, she needed help. What harm was there in lending a hand? You did not seek this out. She was the one who pleaded for assistance. Zhang Fan felt Qin Feng was being somewhat overly cautious. If Yi Qingxue were present, he could understand such carefulness. But Yi Qingxue was clearly not there. He was not saying Qin Feng should flirt with other girls just because she was absent. But Qin Feng was being too careful indeed. Just as Qin Feng was about to say something, a classmate from their grade suddenly ran over, informing him that their professor wished to see him. Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled. He had just seen the professor, so why was he being called again? Nevertheless, he followed his classmate toward the office. Excuse me, classmate, I don't believe this path leads to the faculty office building. Shouldn't we be heading toward the residential area by now? By the halfway point, Qin Feng had already sensed something was amiss. He wanted to see where the other person intended to lead him. After all, they were classmates, so he still didn't want to attribute such malicious intentions to them. But clearly his classmate had somewhat betrayed his trust. He wondered how much incentive had been offered to the one who orchestrated this detour. Despite the obvious wrong turn his classmate had insisted on bringing him here, it was evident someone was setting a trap for him. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to address the person before him. Further ahead lay the residential buildings. Though called residential blocks, these structures actually overlapped with areas near their university campus. University faculty resided in these buildings as well. Yet certain students also frequented the area for activities they preferred to keep hidden. Local troublemakers would also hang out here. Technically outside school jurisdiction, yet strategically positioned within the campus planning boundaries. Brawls were not uncommon in this area. Qin Feng never expected such incidents to occur at the university level. That his own classmate would lead him to such a place struck him as rather absurd. I'm sorry, Qin Feng, I didn't mean to. I really had no choice. I was forced into this. I don't want to get hurt. You're the one who caused this trouble, so handle it yourself. After leading Qin Feng to this location, and upon discovering that Qin Feng had suspected him all along, the classmate offered not a single word of explanation. He didn't even reveal who had sent him to bring Qin Feng here. Instead, he simply turned and ran. Qin Feng considered intercepting him, but a suspicion formed in his mind. He decided to let him leave. This person was not the mastermind. Even if he detained him, it would serve no purpose. He himself wanted to know who had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme. Who would go to such lengths just to trap him? Let him guess. Could it be the older brother of Lin Yingying, the one he had beaten earlier, who had left a threatening warning that he would not let it go? I knew you were sharp-witted. But since you're so alert, you should have realized this path doesn't lead to the faculty office. Yet you kept following. It seems you've accepted that escape isn't an option. As expected, the classic villain entrance unfolded before Qin Feng's eyes. When he saw Lin Chaoran emerging from a crowd of followers, Qin Feng almost wanted to ask whether performing like this tired him out. How could he possibly have the nerve to appear before him like this? Had he forgotten how thoroughly defeated he had been last time? Or did he assume that since only he had been there previously, he had been subdued back then because he was alone? So this time he brought his entire group along. Qin Feng scanned the scene quickly. He actually felt that if things came to a physical confrontation, dealing with these people might prove troublesome. He worried that one kick might accidentally send someone flying. I knew it was you. You really do cling to your prey like a dog. Qin Feng, I see you won't learn until the bitter end. If you're seeking death, I'll send you there today. Lin Chaoran, if I survive this day unharmed, then you're the dog. What did you say? Aren't you the one who wanted to send me to my death? If you can't actually kill me today, then you're the dog. And if you do succeed, not a single one of you present will walk away alive. Qin Feng wore a bold, provoking smile, growing increasingly infuriating to behold. Lin Chaoran felt exactly the same way. He truly wished he could eliminate Qin Feng right then and there. Especially thinking about his sister Lin Yingying, who had lost her appetite and could not sleep peacefully because of Qin Feng. She spent her days at home in a state of restless agitation. She had completely lost her former cheerful and lively disposition. In his heart, Lin Xiaoran harbored deep resentment toward Qin Feng. If he could, he truly wanted to end him. However, the people he had summoned might not share the same level of commitment. They were simply here to complete a task for payment. No one had agreed to risk their own life. As soon as Qin Feng spoke those words, quite a few of the thugs couldn't help but step backward. Look at them. Your companions don't seem to share your passion. Let me give you some advice. Stop wasting each other's time here. You can't do anything to me. It would be wiser to back away. I really don't wish to entangle myself with you. Qin Feng noticed their movement and immediately voiced his provocation. Lin Xiaoran turned his gaze toward those retreating thugs. His anger seemed ready to swallow them whole. The thugs, feeling his piercing look, remembered that they had indeed been paid to carry out this assignment. In the end, they could only return to their original positions. Qin Feng watched their reactions with a calm expression, finding the entire situation increasingly ridiculous. Lin Xiaoran had grown tired of waiting. He signaled the thugs to act against Qin Feng. Since they had taken his money, they needed to fulfill their duty. Today he would make Qin Feng understand the consequences. How dare he offend his sister? He would ensure Qin Feng regretted it for the rest of his life. Although ending Qin Feng's life was unlikely, giving him a severe beating was entirely within his capability. I said it, didn't I? Every single one of you is utterly worthless. Initially, the thugs had been somewhat apprehensive. After all, Qin Feng had spoken boldly earlier. However fierce they might be, they still needed to consider the law. So their initial aggression had been moderate. But after hearing Qin Feng's remark, everyone was thoroughly provoked. They surged forward together, determined to deliver a harsh beating. They might not kill Qin Feng, but at minimum, they could leave him severely injured. Then they would record the scene. That was Lin Xiaoran's plan, to show it to his sister to ease her mood. But none of them stood any chance against Qin Feng. Qin Feng took only 5 minutes to bring all 15 of them to the ground. I told you, you're all garbage. Having taken down so many opponents, Qin Feng felt somewhat fatigued. Precisely because of this momentary lapse, he failed to notice a smaller figure who had been hiding behind him since the beginning. When Qin Feng had kicked someone earlier, the force had knocked him backward, and this person had slipped behind him. Now that Qin Feng had relaxed his guard, the individual directly raised a beer bottle to strike. The object in his hand shattered upon impact. Qin Feng's head was struck, causing him to stumble slightly. The aftermath spread across his clothing. Qin Feng, feeling the ache at the back of his head, instinctively stepped backward. After steadying himself, Qin Feng reached toward his forehead. He looked across at Lin Xiaoran standing before him. Lin Xiaoran had been frightened by the unfolding scene. Seeing Qin Feng touch his head, he sank to the ground in alarm. In truth, he had not participated in the confrontation with Qin Feng from beginning to end. He had only observed from the sidelines, knowing he could not oppose Qin Feng. He feared pain and wished to avoid conflict. Yet he had not anticipated they would dare to push so far. I did not intend to. I truly did not mean to. The one who had struck Qin Feng retreated several steps in fright. He disregarded his own discomfort, shaking his head frantically while shrinking backward in fear. The other hooligans around were stunned. They had not expected the situation to escalate so severely. Someone close to the short-statured individual hurried over to his side. He helped the short man up, and they fled into the nearby alley. Qin Feng staggered twice, but managed to brace himself against the wall. He struggled to maintain his footing as his vision blurred. The hooligans, overcome with fear, quickly scattered from the area. No one dared remain to boast further. Even Zhang Fan was supported by 2 of the hooligans as they departed. No one called for assistance. Qin Feng could no longer sustain himself and slid down the wall to sit. He reached to press against the back of his head and attempted to retrieve his phone. Just as he dialed Zhang Fan's number, his consciousness began to fade. Hello, Qin Feng, where are you right now? Zhang Fan answered immediately, but Qin Feng did not respond. Speak to me. Qin Feng, are you alright? Zhang Fan sensed something was wrong and called out urgently. Qin Feng, nearly lost to unconsciousness, responded to Zhang Fan's persistent calls with his own determination. He managed to whisper 3 words, residential building. Then he lost consciousness completely. When he awoke, he found himself in the familiar infirmary. Qin Feng blinked his dry eyes and laboriously pushed himself up on the bed. He noticed the female classmate who had been brought in earlier was resting on the adjacent bed. She offered him a gentle smile, and Qin Feng returned it politely before turning his gaze elsewhere. He saw Zhang Fan's tear-reddened eyes. Upon seeing Qin Feng awake, Zhang Fan could not contain his tears. Qin Feng weakly raised his hand, wanting to wipe away Zhang Fan's tears. However, he considered their position somewhat intimate, and instead reached for a tissue beside him. At that moment, the infirmary doctor entered the ward. Jiangxing University was an excellent institution. The infirmary staff included physicians from nearby hospitals. The young doctor currently serving at the infirmary was in high demand. Multiple hospitals had offered him substantial salaries to join their staff. Had Jiangxing University not been his alma mater, he likely would have departed long ago. Thanks to his presence, Qin Feng's injuries were treated promptly. Qin Feng's head injury was not severe. X-rays confirmed no bone damage. The area struck corresponded to the strongest portion of the skull. The impact had caused minor hair loss at the back, but fortunately the wound was not deep. It had now been properly bandaged. What happened? You were only gone briefly. When I arrived, you were lying on the ground with marks on your head. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was set up. It was Lin Yingying's brother Lin Xiaoran. He gathered a group of troublemakers and ambushed me near the residential building. I did not expect to be caught off guard. Lin Yingying's brother, that scoundrel. I have seen him before. He came to our school once and bullied a female classmate who had offended his sister, eventually forcing her to transfer out. I did not anticipate it would come to this. Do not worry too much. The doctor said my condition is not serious. I simply need rest for a few days. No, you are my elder brother. I must go settle this with him. He has injured you in such a manner. We cannot let this pass. Enough, do not be so impulsive. If I could confront him, I would. But he has many supporters. If you go there now, you will likely face the same treatment. Let us consider this carefully rather than rushing into action. Seeing Zhang Fan about to rush out, Qin Feng quickly grabbed him and drew him back to the bedside. He patiently explained the situation to him word by word. Yet Zhang Fan's heart ached profoundly, especially when he saw the bandages wrapped around Qin Feng's head with traces of crimson seeping through. He could only think that person deserved punishment. Lin Yingying's matter had nothing to do with Qin Feng. Should Qin Feng truly be forced to endure such treatment? Should he bear being deceived until he had nothing left? Was this fair? All because he had exposed her false nature. All because he knew she was untrustworthy. Was this why he deserved such treatment? If he had arrived, even a moment later, Qin Feng might have suffered serious harm. I understand you are worried about me. It is all right. Let us record this incident. There will be opportunities for retaliation in the future. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Zhang Fan could only temporarily suppress his urge for revenge. Yet he continued to voice his complaints about Lin Xiaoran's conduct in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood that Zhang Fan was concerned for him. Moreover, if Zhang Fan had not spoken, Qin Feng would never have known. Lin Xiaoran, as Lin Yingying's elder brother, had committed so many dishonorable acts, such as bullying female classmates, threatening male classmates, compelling Lin Yingying's former suitors to stay away, causing someone to walk with a limp. The list was endless. It was rumored that Lin Xiaoran's actions had once resulted in a fatal outcome. Did someone really lose their life over this? I'm not certain about that myself. I only heard rumors, but everything else checks out as true. So he's a repeat offender. No wonder he acted so decisively when he confronted me. I thought he was just bluffing, but he actually had the capability. After hearing this, Qin Feng's impression of Lin Xiaoran and Lin Yingying deteriorated even further. Having suffered a loss this time, he was determined to make them pay. He would not let this drop so easily. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Just as the two of them fell into an uncomfortable silence, unable to find words, Zhang Yueying, the beautiful girl who had been carried to the infirmary by Qin Feng earlier, suddenly spoke up from her hospital bed. Is Lin Xiaoran a student at our school? Before Qin Feng could respond, Zhang Fan eagerly jumped in to answer the young woman's question. I heard he was originally a student here, but was later expelled for getting into fights. If fighting alone can lead to expulsion, his situation must have been quite serious. Not entirely sure. From what I heard, he got into a fight with people from his own class. In the end, he alone ended up sending 4 or 5 students to the hospital, but I don't know what happened afterward. Earlier, I wanted to thank you both for bringing me to the infirmary. The doctor said my foot cannot bear any weight again. If I had walked here on my own, it might have worsened and could even affect my long-term recovery. So thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. We're all university students, so we're fellow classmates. Helping you is only natural, especially since you appear to be a junior. Then I'll handle this matter myself. That young man is Lin Xiaoran, and he's the older brother of a girl named Lin Yingying. I've already noted everything down as a way of thanking you for helping me. Hearing those final words, Qin Feng turned his head slightly to look at Zhang Yueying lying nearby. Her foot was wrapped in bandages, and Qin Feng did not immediately agree. Instead, he asked with some puzzlement, "May I ask, who are you?" "There's no need for you to know who I am. You help me, so naturally I will help you in return. In a certain sense, you are something of a benefactor to me, and I ought to resolve your troubles for you. Besides, I despise people like him as well." Seeing that no matter how much Qin Feng asked, the other party refused to reveal anything further, he had no choice but to give up. Someone offering to resolve his troubles was hardly a bad thing. I simply didn't want to drag others into my troubles. It won't be any trouble at all. There won't be any. The young woman waved her hand and said no more. Qin Feng didn't even know her name. He had no intention of asking either. Zhang Fan wanted to say a few more words to the young woman, but Qin Feng pulled him back, so he could only obediently follow Qin Feng's lead. Qin Feng had become quite the eye-catching figure on campus. However, Lin Xiaoran indeed did not appear before Qin Feng for several days. A full study week passed quickly. On the weekend, Qin Feng went to the esports company. Because of the injury on his head, Qin Feng wore a loose-fitting cap. Upon arriving at the esports company, he went directly to the training area where everyone was practicing. He observed how the team was coordinating now. As expected, they had made remarkable progress. Each person was able to fully showcase their abilities. Compared to before when they had to grope their way through self-training and self-coordination, they now truly felt like a proper team. Even facing the Dark Horse team from before, they could now handle the match with ease. Excellent. Truly excellent. I was right not to lose faith in you all. I always knew the earlier delays were because there was no proper coach guiding you. Fortunately, that match against the other team helped us correctly identify our shortcomings. Now you can all be considered a genuine team. I believe if you were to face your former selves now, you would completely outclass them. Keep pushing forward. Your progress will only continue to grow. Qin Feng's words of praise were the best reward for everyone in the esports team. The members erupted in cheers. They embraced one another. Only Su Haiyang noticed something unusual about Qin Feng that day. Although Qin Feng had a cap on his head, he was trying to conceal the bandaged mark on his head. He didn't want the esports team members to worry, but Su Haiyang still managed to notice. Qin Feng pulled Coach Lu Han aside and gave him a generous bonus. He also made it clear that as long as the team continued to improve, he would provide corresponding bonuses for every rank they advanced. He hoped they would train diligently. They didn't only reward the coach, they also gave bonuses to every team member. Based on each person's degree of improvement, the bonuses varied. Qin Feng was in his office preparing to distribute the bonuses when Su Haiyang walked in. Haiyang, why have you come over? Aren't you celebrating with the others? Is your head injured, Oi? Qin Feng hadn't expected Su Haiyang to be so perceptive. Hearing Su Haiyang's question, Qin Feng decided not to hide it anymore. He simply took off his cap. Seeing the bandaged mark on Qin Feng's head, Su Haiyang immediately grew worried. He quickly moved behind Qin Feng. Being slightly taller than Qin Feng, he could clearly see the injury on the back of Qin Feng's head. Although it was wrapped in gauze, a wound on the head was clearly inflicted by someone else. Deeply concerned, Su Haiyang immediately asked what had happened and whether someone had caused trouble for Qin Feng. I did run into a small problem, but it's something left over from the past. Don't worry about it. I suffered, so do you think I'm going to let that person off? I'll settle things with them soon. I've been wondering why you haven't come to the esports company all week. I was even thinking of visiting your university to check on you. Who would have thought that after just 1 week apart something like this would happen? Don't worry too much. But for now, please keep this from the other team members. I'm about to distribute the bonuses, so let's not mention this yet. Su Haiyang hesitated, but under Qin Feng's earnest gaze, he could only agree and nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reached out to that previous team once again. He invited them to his training base for another practice match against his own team. Of course, he also informed every member of the esports team about this. Upon learning they would finally face their previous opponents again, everyone was extremely excited. Our coach mentioned we would be competing against you. We were quite surprised, truly didn't expect it to be you. Come now, you were already defeated by us last time. There is no need to walk this path. We truly would rather not continue. Also, you have a new coach. No wonder you dare challenge us again. It seems your training has been fruitful, but a defeated opponent remains a defeated opponent. Let us simply begin. We have things to attend to afterward. Last time you were thoroughly overwhelmed by us. I imagine this time will prove no different. During the pre-match exchange of words, Su Haiyang and his teammates remained silent. Within their hearts lay a single unwavering conviction. That conviction was to defeat their opponents and reclaim the glory that belonged to them. They would not let Qin Feng down. After all, Qin Feng had invested considerable effort into elevating their abilities. They could not bear to see him continue toilsome labors on their behalf. Through extended training with their coach, their coordination had risen to a higher level. They believed this time they could surpass this team. He trusted that Tianyu team would not falter. This was Qin Feng's second chance for them. There would be no third opportunity. They must honor Qin Feng's cultivation of them. Moreover, Qin Feng had been injured. Perhaps a victory here could bring him some comfort. What use is bravado? Let the match itself reveal the truth. The opposing team's players were the only ones exchanging barbs. The captain, however, remained silent. Yet the contempt in his eyes proved even more pointed than his team's words. Still, he was somewhat surprised. Though only a short time had passed, he could clearly sense that this team before him carried a fundamentally different aura. It was entirely unlike before. Now they resembled a freshly honed blade, evoking in him an instinctive urge to tread carefully. Especially seeing these players standing together, that unyielding pressure stirred a faint whisper of doubt within him. Could they truly possess strengths he had overlooked? Otherwise, how could they appear so confident? It seems you have already prepared yourselves for a thorough defeat. It remains to be seen who will be so defeated. The match has not yet begun, yet you already declare the outcome. Such confidence indeed. Victory over a former defeated opponent. What is there to doubt? Do you truly believe yourselves are equals? How amusing. If you have the courage, let us test it. I would dearly like to see whether you can still smile after losing. Both team captains stood firm, neither yielding an inch. After an exchange of sharp words, the match finally commenced. Because Qin Feng's team had lost previously, the opponents opened with a barrage of taunts from the start. But gradually their side found itself unable to speak. Aside from a slight early advantage, they were truly being outplayed. The opposing team's coordination seemed to have unexpectedly elevated a level, dragging them down from their former position in an instant. They knew that nationally they were hardly among the top teams. Yet in Jiangxing, they had rarely encountered opponents capable of such dominance. In merely a few days, how could they have progressed so rapidly? How could they possess such talent? Their strength had not merely improved by 1 or 2 tiers. Captain, show these fools what we are capable of. Captain, this time we will not lose. We must bring honor to our sponsors. Defeat these foul-mouthed, insolent ones, and give our sponsors cause for joy. Witnessing the tide turn against them, the opponents fell silent. They began focusing entirely on the match. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's Tianyu team grew boldly confident. Their mockery went unrestrained. Even the opposing coach's face darkened as he glanced toward Qin Feng, seemingly hoping he would restrain his own team. This bordered on personal insult. Yet Qin Feng simply chose to disregard him. When the opposing players had insulted his own members, he had never intervened. Now that they were being addressed similarly, he expected him to step in. Their mouths belonged to them. They would speak as they pleased. It was simply a matter of reciprocity. Why should he intervene? Besides, his team fought on his side. Are you not crossing the line? It is a competition. Must your words be so bitter? How amusing. When your players hurled insults, I did not see you speak against it. Watching his own team on the verge of defeat, the opposing coach finally lost his composure and began attempting to rattle them mentally. Qin Feng immediately blocked the man's path, confronting him directly and unflinchingly. The opposing team endured for 5 more minutes before finally conceding defeat. They had lost the match outright. When the victory visuals and music resonated on Tianyu team's side, they remained somewhat stunned. They could scarcely believe that the former defeated opponents now possessed such capability. It defied belief. One player, unable to contain himself, hurled his mouse across the room in frustration. He then said coldly, "If you cannot defeat us fairly, you resort to cheating. I never imagined Tianyu team would be such people. What right do individuals like you have to remain in the esports world?" Su Haiyang and the other members who had been gazing at Qin Feng with bright eyes instantly darkened upon hearing those words. They strode directly toward the player who had spoken and fixed him with a cold stare, demanding an immediate apology. "You baselessly accused us of cheating without evidence. Do you understand the damage such words could cause our team if they spread?" The other player showed no sign of backing down. "You cheated. Am I not allowed to say so? A week ago you were our defeated opponents, and a week later you have improved this dramatically. I refuse to believe it. If you were truly that skilled, why did you lose to us before? It is obvious you cheated this time. Not only did you cheat, but you refused to admit it. Genuinely unbearable sportsmanship. Let us not argue over such matters. We have already invited professional inspectors, anticipating that after losing this match, you would surely claim we cheated. Let the professionals conduct a thorough examination to determine whether any wrongdoing occurred." Qin Feng spoke first, bringing an end to the pointless quarrel between the two sides. The opposing coach glared at the player who had just spoken, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. "We lost the match fairly. Why say such things? If Qin Feng's team had not cheated, then by accusing them it would only expose their own inability to accept defeat gracefully. After all, the one who spoke was not even the team captain." The coach had never expected such impulsiveness from his own side. Only then did he turn his full attention to Qin Feng standing before him. Seeing Qin Feng's calm and confident demeanor, the coach's heart sank. By the time the inspector's findings were announced, his remaining hope would be completely extinguished. With that thought, he shot a sharp glare at the player who had spoken. The player felt wronged. He had said nothing untrue. They had undoubtedly cheated. "If our side is found to have committed no foul play, how do you intend to make amends for the damage to our reputation?" Those words were indeed spoken impulsively by my player, but your team's remarkable progress is undeniable. An inspection is the most appropriate course of action. Though his subordinate had said something reckless, the player remained a core member of the team. Reluctantly, the coach bit his lip and continued to defend him. Hearing this, Qin Feng said no more. A faint smile curved his lips as he replied cryptically, "I hope you will not regret this. It would be best if your faces remain unchallenged." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the opposing coach's expression turned cold, and he chose not to respond further. Soon after, the inspector arrived and presented his credentials without delay. Qin Feng then handed over the match records from both sides along with all the computers used during the competition to the inspector. After a thorough examination, the inspector confirmed that no cheating had occurred. The moment the results were announced, the player who had accused Qin Feng's team of cheating turned pale, with disbelief staring at the Tianyu team he had previously defeated with utter astonishment. How could this be possible? In just 1 week, how could they improve so dramatically? Qin Feng was not the least surprised by these results. After thanking the inspector and seeing him off, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the anxious opposing team. His expression was composed, carrying not the slightest trace of mockery. Yet it was precisely this composure that made his opponents feel an overwhelming sense of shame. They had failed to acknowledge their mistake openly, just as Qin Feng thought they might brush the matter aside carelessly. To his surprise, the opposing coach walked directly toward him. Behind him stood every member of the Tianyu team. I sincerely apologize for our previous arrogance and impoliteness. You are truly an exceptional esports team. In terms of both talent and dedication, our players fall short of yours. We failed this time, and instead of accepting defeat gracefully, we chose to insult you. On behalf of my players, I offer my deepest apology. We hope you will grant us an opportunity to prove ourselves. Competing against you has been equally inspiring for our team. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Even Qin Feng had not anticipated such an apology from the opposing coach. He did not dwell on it long. After exchanging a few polite words, the matter was quietly put to rest. Glancing behind him, Qin Feng saw his teammates beaming with pride and joy. Seeing their uplifted spirits brought a genuine smile to his face. After seeing off the opposing team, Qin Feng took everyone out for a celebratory feast to honor their hard-earned victory. They had successfully surpassed their own limits. Afterwards, he led everyone back to the esports company. This time he had registered them for an official city-level tournament. They were to participate in the competition. However, they still needed to submit their registration forms. The exact date of the event remained uncertain. It was expected to take place within 1 or 2 weeks. Qin Feng shared his plans with the team, and nobody showed any hesitation. Instead, everyone was filled with excitement, eagerly discussing what kind of placement they might achieve in the official tournament. Qin Feng offered a few encouraging words, further boosting the team's morale. At that moment, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Yi Qingxue calling. He could hardly believe she had returned so quickly, and even more unexpectedly, she had a surprise waiting for him. Have you arrived at the airport yet? I will come pick you up right away. Jiangxing Airport is quite large. By the time you arrive, I should be finished packing. I will introduce you to a new friend. Qin Feng did not give much thought to Yi Qingshue's last remark. His sole focus was on seeing his beloved girlfriend. But when he reached the airport, he noticed a man standing beside her. The moment Qin Feng laid eyes on that man, countless scenarios flashed through his mind. What if Yi Qingxue walked up to him hand in hand with this man, telling him she no longer cared for him? Although the man was not particularly handsome or tall by conventional standards, he was still considered decent-looking. Qin Feng stared fixedly at him. The man noticed Qin Feng's gaze and awkwardly touched his nose, regarding Qin Feng with quiet curiosity. He had no idea who Qin Feng was. Qin Feng, Xiao Shui. Though a hint of jealousy lingered the moment he heard Yi Qingxue call his name, Qin Feng couldn't help but run toward her. He held her tightly in his embrace. If she intended to end things between them, she would hardly be so affectionate in front of another man. So who exactly was this person? Holding Yi Qingxue felt like holding the entire world. Yet Qin Feng's curiosity about the man's identity grew unbearable. So he leaned close and whispered into her ear. This is the new friend I mentioned on the phone. His name is Zhao Tianbao. He was my classmate over there, now returning to the country. He works as a media creator and is known for being exceptionally meticulous. Upon hearing Yi Qingshue's introduction of Zhao Tianbao's identity, Qin Feng finally set aside his lingering suspicion. Zhao Tianbao could sense that Qin Feng had been unfriendly toward him at first. Only after hearing Yi Qingxue introduce him did Qin Feng soften his attitude, though Zhao Tianbao was still uncertain why. But it did not matter. He had happened to return to China at just the right time. He had heard that Yi Qingxue was coming to meet her boyfriend, and that her boyfriend was that college student named Qin Feng. This piqued his interest. He deliberately followed Yi Qingxue along. But he had not expected that her boyfriend might have misunderstood his intentions. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianbao felt rather awkward. Hello, student Qin Feng. My name is Zhao Tianbao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard about the wonderful clothing store you run. May I come and take a look? Actually, I heard about this clothing store, so I gathered the courage to come back with student Yi, hoping to seize this opportunity to get to know you. He had legitimate business on this trip. Zhao Tianbao stepped forward and politely expressed his goodwill toward Qin Feng. He explained the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue seemed to recall something and told Qin Feng that all the clothes she had worn abroad were from his clothing store. After learning about this classmate, he had become very curious about and enthusiastic toward those clothes. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to meet Qin Feng. So on this trip back to China, he had brought him along, hoping to bring more attention to Qin Feng's store. After all, he was a content creator with significant online influence. If he promoted the store, their business would surely thrive. Because some of my domestic followers have told me that the clothes in your store look beautiful, and reviews from those who bought them say the quality is excellent. But you know, many online stores have people deliberately posting fake positive reviews. They are far from genuine feedback. So my followers hoped that I could come and evaluate the clothes produced by your clothing studio and promote them online. If the evaluation goes well, we will also bring you new traffic. You may not be aware of my position on these platforms. Here is my platform account. If you are willing, we are happy to conduct this evaluation and promotion free of charge. Would that be convenient for you, student Qin Feng? His words were sincere. He said it was because of his followers' request that he came to evaluate. Moreover, he would not charge any fee, and if the evaluation was favorable, he would help promote the store. And he had not said anything like, if the quality is good, you should not be afraid of being evaluated, or if you refuse, it means you are guilty. There was no moral manipulation at all. Overall, Qin Feng was quite satisfied with him. At the very least, he was someone who knew his boundaries. So Qin Feng did not refuse and agreed directly. Zhao Tianbao was delighted upon hearing this and immediately exchanged contact information with Qin Feng. They then arranged a time to visit the clothing studio for an on-site evaluation. After getting Qin Feng's contact information, Zhao Tianbao bid farewell to both Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, saying he still had some matters to attend to. Then see you later. After Zhao Tianbao left, Qin Feng pulled Yi Qingxue's suitcase and walked straight to the car. He placed the suitcase in the trunk, then opened the front passenger door. After Yi Qingxue sat down, she noticed that Qin Feng had decorated the passenger seat with some cute stickers. They were altogether very charming, perfectly matching her favorite style. Along the way, she noticed that Qin Feng was not heading back to school directly. Yi Qingxue felt curious. Qin Feng said he wanted to invite Yi Qingxue to his esports company to seek her advice and opinion. He had even assembled an esports team. Yi Qingxue agreed. After following Qin Feng to Tianyu Esports Company, she was utterly amazed. Goodness, how much time has passed since I left, and you have already built an esports company. That is right. Your boyfriend is quite capable. I cannot limit myself to just 1 or 2 fields, so naturally, I opened several companies. But can you handle everything on your own? Please do not overwork yourself. Don't worry. I have already found a professional manager for this esports company. In the future, most decisions related to the company will be made by him. I will only step in for a few key decisions. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Yi Qingxue did not press further. After touring the esports company, Qin Feng originally intended to take Yi Qingxue to his office. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Su Haiyang happened to walk in from outside. The moment he saw Qin Feng, he quickly lowered his head and tried to slip inside. But he was stopped by Qin Feng's quick reflexes. Qin Feng hurried forward and intercepted Su Haiyang's path. His sharp eyes immediately caught the bruises on Su Haiyang's face. Those marks were clearly fresh, because when he had gone to pick up Yi Qingxue, he had asked Su Haiyang to submit the registration forms to the organizing committee. At that time, his face had been completely unmarked. What happened? Nothing happened. Were you hit by someone? Who did it? Was it one of your team members? How would they dare hit me? I simply tripped and fell accidentally. That is how I got these marks on my face. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I cannot tell the difference between a fall and a punch? Despite Qin Feng's questioning, Su Haiyang was unwilling to speak at all. Qin Feng grew frustrated and instinctively pressed a hand to his chest. Seeing this gesture, Su Haiyang worried that Qin Feng might be feeling unwell from the situation. He quickly reached out to support Qin Feng and guided him to sit down. Then he candidly revealed everything that had happened. When we went to register, just now some people from Shanghai Esports Company spoke disrespectfully to us. Things escalated, and the two sides ended up in a confrontation. I did not feel confident going alone, so I asked the vice captain to accompany me. When we ran into them, we were no match and took a few blows. But they did not escape unscathed either. I landed a few solid hits of my own. In the end, the organizing committee reminded us that fighting is not allowed on the premises and told us to resolve our differences privately. After Su Haiyang had honestly told Qin Feng everything, he gently and cautiously asked about Qin Feng's health, reminding him not to anger over such matters as it would be harmful to his well-being. You know I'm your friend, right? You know how much you mean to me. If something like this happens again, can you please stop keeping it from me? I can certainly help you. What good does it do to hide things from me? Go back and clean those marks on your face first. I will not let this rest. How dare they lay a hand on my people, on my brother? I will make them pay. Next time anyone dares to bully you, come straight to me. I did not build this company so someone could ride roughshod over me. Nobody can do that. Nobody has the right. Qin Feng was barely containing his anger. He had sensed that Su Haiyang might already suspect his true identity, yet Su Haiyang asked no further questions, likely hoping to keep the memory of his friend alive in his own world. So Qin Feng made no effort to expose the truth. As long as Su Haiyang did not raise the matter, Qin Feng was willing to play the role. After all, Su Haiyang had already joined his company, and Qin Feng's objective was achieved. Making him upset over this now would only be counterproductive. But if Su Haiyang ever wished to know the truth, Qin Feng would not conceal it. He admitted the method he had employed had been somewhat excessive. Boss, did I cause you trouble? If you had not told me about this today, that would have been the real trouble. Do I look like someone who avoids difficulties? Su Haiyang shook his head at Qin Feng's words, yet a shadow of worry remained. Was that not precisely why he had kept silent, afraid of bringing trouble upon Qin Feng? He had not expected Qin Feng to confront them directly. A touch of warmth rose within him, though he still felt it unnecessary. It would only be him who bore the consequences. The vice captain who had accompanied him had stayed protected behind him untouched. He did not intend to pursue this matter further. Once the competition arrived, he could show them what was what. There was no need for Qin Feng to intervene. Do you take me for someone who would allow his brother to suffer injustice? No one will make my brother yield. Hearing that Su Haiyang still considered him, Qin Feng's frustration deepened. After composing himself, he turned to Yi Qingxue with a gentle expression and asked if she could watch over the situation while he dealt with this matter. Yi Qingxue nodded and agreed at once. She had always harbored a quiet curiosity about esports. However, her talent in this field was not exceptional, and she had never had the opportunity to join an esports company. But knowing that Qin Feng had established one meant she could visit more often. Qin Feng arrived at Shanghai Esports. After registering at the front desk, he immediately requested an audience with their CEO. The receptionist carried herself with an air of superiority. She spoke with visible disdain. "I'm sorry, sir, but our CEO does not meet with just anyone. Without a prior appointment, you are not eligible to see him. I suggest you leave. Physical altercations in public places violate the law. If you prefer not to resolve this matter properly, I will have no choice but to involve the relevant authorities. Sir, please do not speak nonsense. Our employees would never engage in fights outside. If your people have offended our staff, our company will defend their rights as well. I said, call your boss immediately and tell him my name. I am the owner of Tianyu Esports Group. If he refuses to see me today, I assure you this will grow far larger." The presence Qin Feng exuded left the receptionist too intimidated to delay further. She muttered to herself as she made the call, though not to the CEO directly. She contacted the CEO's secretary instead. After a brief exchange, she regarded Qin Feng with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. The CEO had actually agreed to let him up to the top floor office. On the top floor, the CEO spoke warmly. "I have long admired your reputation. You must be the young leader behind Tianyu Esports. Truly impressive. I had heard you were young, but not quite this young. Director Shan, there is no need for such courtesy. I have come only to seek justice for my team. Today, during registration, your Shanghai Esports staff laid hands on my players. I expect those responsible to compensate for mental distress and medical expenses and to offer a sincere apology." Qin Feng showed no interest in pleasantries, stating his demands directly. He would not tolerate anyone mistreating Su Haiyang. A sense of guilt already lingered within him towards Su Haiyang. After all, had he not assumed the identity of his friend, Su Haiyang might never have trusted him so readily. Though confident he could bring him into his esports organization, having such a connection only made him more mindful of the company's interests. Yet now Qin Feng felt only a deeper sense of responsibility. He was fighting not only for Su Haiyang, but for the rights of his own team members. If they were allowed to be mistreated so easily, and he could do nothing to avenge them, how could they ever rise to become an internationally recognized top-tier team? So Director Qin has come to seek redress. I had imagined you might arrive to apologize instead. Are you mistaken about reality? Why should I apologize to you? Your people attacked mine, yet you demand an apology. Do you even deserve one? Director Qin, that is rather harsh. If your employees had not been so arrogant, would I have encouraged my team to act as they did? In the end, is this not your fault? Blaming the victim, are we? Very well. I came today merely to observe your attitude toward this matter. Now that I have seen it, let us see what comes next. With those words, Qin Feng departed from the meeting with the Shanghai director. Yet the director barely regarded Qin Feng as a threat. In his eyes, Tianyu Esports was nothing more than a newly established small company, unlikely to create any significant wave. Even if the Tianyu Group carried considerable fame and had established several different subsidiaries, what difference would that make? Qin Feng was far too young to uphold such a vast enterprise. It was only an ordinary esports company after all. There was no reason for him to regret anything. He simply refused to believe it. I give you some respect by calling you Manager Qin, yet you still dare to put on airs here. You are nothing but a small-time company owner who has only just started, unable to even master one field properly, yet you still want a share of the esports pie. Why do you not check whether you are even qualified? The head of Shanghai looked down upon Qin Feng. Only after Qin Feng had just left the office did he make this mocking remark. The reason he did not say it to his face was simply out of kindness. He simply did not wish to mock Qin Feng face to face. But he never expected Qin Feng to be so oblivious to the situation. Furthermore, the reason he targeted Qin Feng and his team was mainly because he had once tried to recruit Su Haiyang before. But Su Haiyang was unwilling to join his Shanghai Esports company. He was very angry. He could not believe that his Shanghai Esports company was looked down upon by others. Even more, he could not believe that Su Haiyang had joined such an obscure esports company. This made him extremely resentful. So upon seeing Su Haiyang again, he directly hinted that his own team should take action, purely overestimating himself. I would like to see how big a storm you can actually make. If you truly have the ability, then make me regret it. The more he thought about it, the angrier the head of Shanghai became, and he directly lost his temper in his office. However, after venting, he felt much relieved. He believed that Qin Feng and his team would definitely not recover this time. But he could never have imagined that after Qin Feng returned to his esports company, he immediately sought out Pei Tian, the current head of the esports company. After finding Pei Tian, Qin Feng directly transferred several million from the group headquarters treasury to him. It is worth noting that although Shanghai Esports Company was relatively well known in Jiangxing, the esports industry itself was hardly a mainstream sector. Moreover, training elite esports players required enormous investment. Even Shanghai Esports Company was somewhat more established than theirs. Yet they had not cultivated many outstanding esports teams. and the endorsements their esports teams held were all quite minor. Qin Feng allocated these millions specifically to enable Pei Tian to act directly. He wanted all these endorsement resources to fall to their own employees. Although these were not particularly premium resources, they could still sign short-term contracts. Most importantly, there was great satisfaction in taking away someone else's endorsement opportunities. Rest assured, boss, we will arrange this as soon as possible. Before going to confront that fool, Qin Feng had already reached out to Bai Inua first. After all, with a hacker friend like this, of course, he would make use of it. After contacting Bai Inua, he learned what endorsements Shanghai Esports Company held. And who held these endorsements? Since they refused to apologize, he could only investigate himself. He needed to find out who the members of their flagship first team were, and what endorsements they held. This investigation actually yielded results for Qin Feng. Several partnerships were investments from companies that already collaborated with him, providing them with endorsement resources. Qin Feng personally called these companies directly. He tactfully explained the competition between himself and Shanghai Esports Company. Given their cooperation history, the other parties clearly understood. They immediately transferred the endorsements to Qin Feng's team. Naturally, Qin Feng also increased project investments with these pragmatic partners and deepened cooperation with them. This kind of thing has always been mutually beneficial. If things were done better, they could all earn more, and no one would suffer losses. Thus, within just 3 days, they directly took away endorsement resources from many members of Shanghai Esports Company. The team most directly involved lost all their resources entirely. In fact, their resources had been taken clean within 2 days. It was to see whether the other side showed any sign of remorse. After discovering they had absolutely no intention of repenting, Qin Feng began targeting the other teams. He started taking away their endorsement resources. The esports company members whose endorsements had been taken multiple times by Qin Feng's company began discussing why they were being targeted for no apparent reason. It is not exactly random targeting. Wasn't the person we confronted earlier from his esports company? But didn't the boss say their esports company was newly opened with no background, so there was nothing to fear? Honestly, can you really believe everything the boss says? He clearly does not want to tell the truth. I think we have been tricked. All endorsement resources of the first team have been taken away. Only one remained, but the product was an enema solution. I am quite curious, how exactly did you offend Tianyu Esports Company? Did you make a move against one of their players? Did you not hear just now? They laid hands on their captain and actually beat him up. How could they not demand an explanation? I remember 3 days ago when I went to the headquarters, I seemed to see Qin Feng. He came out of the manager's office looking furious. Could it be because the manager refused to apologize, and that is why? To be fair, ever since this happened, and our first endorsement was taken, the captain went to the manager to ask about it. But the manager said we cannot apologize because it would cost us face. Now looking at it, was face really more important than endorsements? Speaking of which, our manager is truly peculiar. He does things that harm others while benefiting no one day after day. Now look at the trouble this has brought us. I plan to resign. What about you? Count me in, I want to resign too. Add me. Count me in too. Honestly, within just 1 month, many members of various teams at Shanghai Esports Company had all left. Shanghai Esports Company was considered a relatively large esports organization. Unlike Qin Feng's esports company, they did not focus solely on the recently popular team combat game, but had dedicated esports teams. They also had esports teams for other games. And the team combat game squad received the most investment. Yet the first to resign were the members of the first team. And their reasons for leaving were varied. Within half a month, 3 people from their team had already resigned. In the remaining half-month, employees from other teams also resigned. After Qin Feng had taken away all the endorsement resources the other side valued, he stopped his moves. So he truly had no idea that the other party was so formidable. So many of his team members had already defected, with several even joining Qin Feng's esports company. In fact, Qin Feng's esports company was quite substantial, and at present they focused solely on nurturing this one esports team. Yet even so, quite a few employees expressed interest in joining. Eventually, Qin Feng selected several individuals with solid skills and sound character from among the applicants. After confirming they had not done anything to Su Haiyang, he allowed them to join the esports company as well. Watching as nearly half of his entire roster had already departed, the CEO of Shanghai was hardly willing to continue waiting. Hearing that some of his former employees had gone to Qin Feng's esports company, he could only rush to visit Qin Feng, proactively hoping Qin Feng would let bygones be bygones. He had already driven half of his esports company's staff away. Surely he had calmed down by now. Surely he would not pursue this matter further. Boss, you guessed correctly. That CEO of Shanghai indeed came looking for you. Qin Feng was not currently at the esports company. After receiving Pei Tian's call, a smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. He simply told Pei Tian to bring the person to the reception hall. Let him wait for a half hour or so. Once Qin Feng returned, they could have a proper conversation about this matter. Got it, boss. Focus on spending time with your wife first. Indeed, Qin Feng was out shopping with Yi Qingxue at the moment. Upon hearing Pei Tian's call, Yi Qingxue did not cling to Qin Feng, but instead allowed him to attend to matters here. She accompanied Qin Feng back to the esports company instead. By the time they arrived, nearly half an hour had passed. The CEO of Shanghai had already grown rather impatient from waiting, yet he forcibly restrained his emotions. This was his only path forward now. He had to find a way to earn Qin Feng's forgiveness. Finally, he heard the reception hall door open. Turning his head, he was surprised to see a man and a woman walking in together. Still at last, he could see Qin Feng. The CEO of Shanghai abandoned all prior arrogance, bowing deeply and imploring Qin Feng to show mercy upon their company. I truly realize my mistakes now. Boss Shan, I seem to recall telling you from the very beginning. You should have apologized not to me, but to the team member beneath my care, the one you physically confronted. Among my team members, only I have the right to discipline him. No one else may lay a hand on him. Since he belongs to our esports company, I will protect him. If you can secure his forgiveness, then I will naturally reconsider lifting the restrictions on your endorsement resources. Qin Feng had no patience to listen to the CEO of Shanghai. He stated his conditions, plainly unwilling to hear any of the other party's excuses, and simply dismissed him. Seeing this, the CEO of Shanghai understood that Qin Feng was compelling him to hand over those individuals. Ironically enough, those employees who had laid hands on someone had not fled. When they had attempted to resign, the CEO of Shanghai had directly warned them that given the momentum Qin Feng had built within the industry, they would be exposed. Qin Feng could directly inform every esports company in the circle that they had maliciously attacked another esports player. At that time, the CEO of Shanghai had told those players that only Shanghai could protect them. Yet now the very person who had promised protection was preparing to sacrifice them as scapegoats for this incident. Only in this way could Qin Feng stop picking apart their actions. Only in this way could Su Haiyang be persuaded to forgive them. It was all his own foolish mouth that had brought them here. If he had known, he would never have spoken so carelessly. Boss, you predicted it once again. That fellow actually brought several of his own employees with him. According to our investigation, these are precisely the same individuals who attacked our team member last time. Within a few hours, Pei Tian arrived eagerly at Qin Feng's side, recounting everything Qin Feng had predicted to him earlier. This was simply remarkable. Who would have thought Qin Feng could read the situation so accurately each time? It seemed the other party had finally realized they were no match for Qin Feng's esports company. Pei Tian was overjoyed, eagerly awaiting the day these individuals would lower their proud heads and offer sincere apologies. Qin Feng specifically summoned Su Haiyang over. Su Haiyang's visible injuries had fully healed over the past month, but how long would it take for the wounds to his spirit to mend? It was only when Su Haiyang saw those same individuals who had attacked him standing obediently before him, heads bowed in apology, that he looked at Qin Feng with some surprise. I told you, I would never allow those beneath my care to suffer wrongs. Since they bullied you, I will certainly seek justice on your behalf. Let them apologize, and then we shall see whether forgiveness is warranted. Even the CEO of Shanghai stood off to the side. He was quite adept at knowing when to yield. Though unwilling in his heart, he was the first to approach Su Haiyang. He offered a sincere apology for the humiliation inflicted upon Su Haiyang that day. His words were earnest and heartfelt. If only he could have concealed the anger lingering in his eyes a little better, his demeanor would have appeared far more genuine. Su Haiyang had never intended to let this incident imprison him. Qin Feng had helped resolve the matter for him, and so feeling grateful, he was content to let the matter rest. He forgave them directly. Observing Su Haiyang's response, Qin Feng also decided not to pursue the matter further. He called Pei Tian, who had just departed, and instructed him to lift all endorsement resource restrictions on Shanghai Esports Company. Furthermore, the remaining funds were to be redirected toward the former Shanghai employees who had chosen to leave. Boss Shan, please ensure such incidents never occur again in the future. Next time, resolution will not be so easily achieved. I trust that having suffered a setback, you will learn from it and refrain from further inappropriate actions. The CEO of Shanghai was nearly boiling with rage, yet had no choice but to bow and apologize. Only when he finally heard Qin Feng drop the matter did he sigh with relief. Yet deep down he had come to harbor resentment toward Qin Feng and his company. What Qin Feng said next only deepened that grudge. This was an overt warning, a clear insult. Qin Feng was being far too insistent. If they had been fully prepared this time, if they had not found themselves at a disadvantage, they might not have lost after all. Yes, they might not have lost. They would make Qin Feng pay the price as well. Rest assured, President Qin, we have learned our lesson this time, and will certainly not repeat such behavior. You need not worry further. Qin Feng had them shown out. Once back at his own esports company, the CEO returned to his office. Damn Qin Feng, I will not let this go. You have cost me dearly, and now you think a casual apology will wash it all away. It is your turn to face the consequences. He had once thought that since the other party had dropped the matter, everything would simply pass. But now Lao Tu Shanghai realized he had no way of accepting such an outcome. Why must he return in disgrace? Why must he be the one to apologize? Why did Qin Feng dare to act so arrogantly? He would not let him get away with it. He wanted Qin Feng to pay. If Qin Feng dared to oppose him, then he must have already prepared for a long campaign. But most of the endorsements and resources were tied to business partnerships with Qin Feng, leaving him with little room to maneuver. However, Qin Feng cared deeply about his team. All he needed to do was hire someone to publish damaging stories online, and he could quietly bring the team down. As long as this doesn't trace back to me, let us see how you catch the one behind it all. Lao Tu Shanghai declared boldly, letting out a smug laugh. Hearing the voice from inside the office, the team members wondered whether their boss had been pushed to the edge. Since Su Haiyang had let the matter drop, perhaps they could leave Shanghai Esports as well. After all, if the boss had not stirred things up in the first place, none of this would have happened. But now their reputations were ruined, their resources gone, and no endorsements would come their way. What reason did they have to stay? Yet if they left, the incident could easily spread throughout the esports circle. Should they join another organization? The other party might use it against them again. So for now they had no choice but to remain at Shanghai Esports. Eventually the employees stopped listening to the boastful laughter from the office and returned to their own desks, unaware that their boss was about to make another decision that would draw them all in. A day later, the internet exploded with damaging information about every member of Tianyu Esports team, with the largest share focusing on Su Haiyang. I can't believe the captain of Tianyu Esports is this kind of person. He actually resorted to violence, and he was a bully since childhood. He never even finished school and ended up in a juvenile detention center. How can someone like this exist? His own family called him a freak. When he was young, he nearly blinded his own uncle. And he got another woman pregnant while already engaged to someone else, then simply walked away. I have never seen such shamelessness. No matter how capable he may be, he has no right to look down on everyone. Exactly. His own family has fallen apart because of him, and he still has the nerve to compete publicly. I heard he deliberately caused trouble with Shanghai Esports, making them lose numerous endorsement opportunities. Shanghai Esports is such a well-established company. They would never make an issue out of this. They must have been framed. So shameless. How can there be people like this? Boycott Su Haiyang. Boycott Tianyu Esports team. Boycott Tianyu Esports. They need to leave the esports circle. This industry deserves better standards. Not just anyone should be allowed in. Within a single day, a storm erupted across the internet. Long before the rumors reached the trending lists, Su Haiyang had already seen them. He had been resting and scrolling through short videos, hoping to relax for a moment, when the algorithm served him exactly this. As he read the comments and accusations, as he saw his own painful childhood memories twisted and weaponized, Su Haiyang fell completely silent. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived. Su Haiyang turned to look at him, his eyes filled with sorrow. Qin Feng was breathing heavily, having rushed over as soon as he saw the online storm. How are you? Qin Feng asked softly. I did not do any of those things. The truth is not what they are saying. I truly did not. I believe you, Qin Feng said firmly. I know you did not do this. Do not worry. I will handle it. After calming Su Haiyang down, Qin Feng gathered his teammates and quietly reminded them not to engage with the online rumors, then headed straight to find Bai Yinhua. Bai Yinhua had already traced the source IP address, and the results pointed to Lao Tu Shanghai. So it had been the Shanghai boss all along, deliberately fabricating scandal after scandal about Su Haiyang and the rest of the team. Qin Feng's patience finally snapped. Send everything out now, he told Bai Yinhua. Push it to the top of every platform. Let us see whose dirt runs deeper. But boss, Bai Yinhua hesitated, shouldn't we also reveal the full truth? Exposing the complete picture might be more effective. This is his suffering, and I will not exploit it, Qin Feng replied. I have already concealed the truth about my identity from him. I will not force him into something he does not want. Understood, Bai Yinhua said, reluctantly agreeing. She then published the Shanghai boss's scandals. She had thoroughly investigated every member of their team long before, not just their endorsement history, but also any legal records or hidden past incidents. Several team members had previous scandals involving infidelity and bullying, yet all of those were now being pinned onto innocent members of their squad. Once the evidence was released, it proved impossible to remove. No matter how hard the other side tried to delete or suppress it, the materials remained firmly in place. Every piece came with photographs, video footage, and a clear timeline, far more credible than the vague accusations launched against them. Qin Feng then logged into the official corporate account and posted a single message. If you have evidence, bring it forward. You have none. We do. He also included the incident from last time when the players of Shanghai Esports Company had collectively assaulted Su Haiyang. Shanghai Esports Company had never expected that Qin Feng was actually able to produce so much evidence. The key point was that some of these materials were simply inaccessible to outsiders. Several individuals whose online scandals were severe enough to warrant a complete ban across the internet were all summoned to the office. They were asked whether those matters were true or false. The results showed no exceptions. All were confirmed true. However, they also mentioned that such information could never have been uncovered without certain hacking capabilities. Could Qin Feng have connections with skilled hackers? Upon hearing this, the head of Shanghai immediately reached out to a hacker he had previously cooperated with, one who had helped him steal competitors' confidential information, and asked for their assistance. I'm sorry, but my opponent is far more capable than me. If I continue investigating, they can directly trace my IP address. I cannot match their skills. Within just 2 minutes, the partner sent back a message. Shockingly, they had decided to abandon this proactive attack altogether. The Shanghai executive felt completely chilled. This time he finally understood the gravity of whom he had offended. Trembling with fear, he hastily contacted Qin Feng, desperately pleading and confessing on the phone. He claimed he had lost his judgment. He said someone else had encouraged him. He claimed it was the captain of the first team who orchestrated everything. It was his coercion. If he refused to comply, the captain would have withdrawn from the esports company entirely. He felt he had no other choice, so he could only go along with it. It truly wasn't his fault, and he begged Qin Feng to spare him. As for why the Shanghai executive was in such a desperate rush and pleading so frantically, it was because his scandals had already begun circulating online. You deserve this. Qin Feng, stop going too far. If you truly intend to make things difficult for me, direct your efforts at me alone. Why are you targeting them? If you have the courage, come after just me. I had no intention of pressing these matters since they were truly unrelated to me. Unfortunately, the situation was so revolting that it compelled me to act as an agent of justice. Do not worry. Your troubles will inevitably be exposed in due course. After ending the call, Qin Feng blocked all contact information belonging to the Shanghai executive. Should the executive attempt to reach him through a new number, Qin Feng would simply block that as well. No matter how the other party persisted, whether through relentless phone calls, message bombardment, distorting the truth online, or showing up at his company to kneel and beg, stirring up controversy, Qin Feng had no intention of engaging with them further. Letting them go would only mean causing harm to those they had already hurt. Had he been unaware of the full details, he might have shown them some leniency. Since the other party had already apologized, he could have chosen not to release the information. But they refused to let the matter rest, choosing instead to continue their schemes even after apologizing. Therefore, he would simply mirror their own tactics back at them. Moreover, all the scandalous information he released was accurate. Should Qin Feng pursue legal action for defamation, his case would be airtight. The material the other party had disseminated was entirely fabricated. In contrast, every statement Qin Feng made was verifiable and truthful. There would be no basis for accusations of false claims. Thus the matter concluded swiftly. Qin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. Their downfall was entirely of their own making. No matter how prominent they may have been, their involvement in such morally compromised schemes meant they would be excluded from all legitimate competitions within the industry. Going forward, they could only participate in underground matches. Meanwhile, Qin Feng maintained his academic responsibilities throughout the month. His advisor had already contacted him. He needed to return weekly regardless, or the advisor would come to the company in person. Qin Feng did not wish to cause his advisor unnecessary worry about his studies. He chose to be straightforward about his situation and manage his responsibilities accordingly. Fortunately, his examinations throughout the month had gone smoothly. Once he completed this phase of testing, Qin Feng would have an extended break ahead of him. His intelligence allowed him to balance company management without compromising his academic performance. Indeed, Qin Feng's strong results on this exam were precisely what enabled the advisor to tolerate his frequent absences. How have things been? It's been over a month and a half since we last connected. You both look rather worn. After returning to campus, Qin Feng naturally sought out his close friend Zhang Fan first. However, upon this visit, he noticed dark circles and prominent bags under Zhang Fan's eyes. Having suffered from poor sleep for 3 consecutive days, Zhang Fan responded to Qin Feng's inquiry with an enormous yawn. Then with visible irritability, he said, "Brother, do you think we're all like you? Do you think we could all take exams early and achieve good results? Do you have any idea how maddening these past weeks of preparation have been for us?" Qin Feng offered an embarrassed smile upon hearing this, choosing not to press further. He genuinely had been unaware of their circumstances. However, Qin Feng quickly compiled a set of study materials and handed them to Zhang Fan, suggesting he follow this guide for review. It should significantly reduce their pressure. Zhang Fan embraced the materials as though they were precious treasures, barely containing his desire to thank Qin Feng warmly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was preparing to leave the dorm to find Yi Qingxue. To his surprise, Zhang Fan stopped him and asked cautiously whether he had seen Lin Chaoran recently, and if he was aware that Lin Chaoran had broken his leg. Who broke their leg? The guy who blocked you before, that Lin Chaoran fellow. When did someone break his leg? He may be disgusting, but surely not to that extreme. So it wasn't you who did it. Seeing Zhang Fan's incredulous expression, Qin Feng's face darkened, and he lightly tapped Zhang Fan on the head. Then, somewhat exasperated, he asked what Zhang Fan was thinking. How could he possibly do something like that? Qin Feng himself was still puzzled. Because of this brief delay, a classmate immediately rushed to Qin Feng's temporary dormitory asking if he was available, since the advisor was waiting in the office. Do you know what it's about? It seems to involve that Lin Chaoran fellow, his broken leg. He claims you sent someone to break it, and the advisor wants you to confront him in person. Upon hearing this from the classmate, Qin Feng's expression darkened further. Were they attempting to pin this blame on him? When had he ever arranged for someone to break his leg? It was evident that Qin Feng's mood was not in the best state. Zhang Fan set down his book and quickly followed Qin Feng toward the office. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng pushed him back down, telling him to focus entirely on his exam preparation. There was no need for him to accompany Qin Feng into such murky waters. This matter had nothing to do with him, nor had he sent anyone to harm the other party. Although he harbored ill feelings toward him, his grievances with the other had already been settled during their previous confrontation. He suspected that this incident was likely the work of someone else. However, Lin Xiaoran had not considered the possibility that someone else was responsible and instead attributed everything to Qin Feng. Getting the school involved would only complicate matters further. If you encounter any difficulties, give me a call, and I'll come to your aid immediately. But Lin Xiaoran is truly despicable. Rest assured, your senior brother wouldn't be unable to handle such matters. I'll confront him directly in the office. The classmate remained standing outside. Qin Feng offered him a smile before following him into the office. This time they were truly heading to the advisor's office. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged woman lunged at Qin Feng with outstretched arms. Qin Feng instinctively stepped aside to evade her. The middle-aged woman missed her target entirely. Had it not been for the classmate who had guided them inside, she would have fallen. She nearly collapsed to the ground. At her age, even a minor fall could result in a lengthy hospital stay. Madam, please remain composed. There is currently no definitive evidence proving that our student was responsible. We sincerely hope you will calm down. Calm down. How am I supposed to stay calm? My precious son has suffered such severe injuries because of your school. His leg has been broken. Upon seeing the situation escalate, the advisor quickly pulled Qin Feng to his side. He carefully extended an arm to shield Qin Feng and attempted to mediate. Fortunately, the woman had not fallen. Had she done so, given her persistent nature, she would have caused another uproar right there. It was utterly vexing. Lin Xiaoran was no longer a student at their school. How did he have the audacity to come after Qin Feng? Moreover, when asked to produce evidence that Qin Feng had sent someone to attack him, he could produce no evidence. He could only claim that he held a grudge against Qin Feng and insisted that no one else would harbor such malicious intent. Qin Feng was truly innocent. Even the advisor believed that Qin Feng would never be capable of such an act. Yet Lin's parents were simply too troublesome. It's you again, Lin Xiaoran. Why have you arrived in a wheelchair this time? I just heard your leg was broken. Who did this? What splendid work. Qin Feng, do you have any compassion or humanity? You clearly sent someone to break my leg, and now you're playing ignorant. What nonsense. When you attacked me previously, you struck my head. How could I possibly send someone to break your leg? If any retaliation occurred, it would merely be fitting equivalence. You still dare to deny it. This was undoubtedly your doing. No one else would orchestrate such an act, and you dare refuse to admit it. The burden of proof rests with the accuser. If you cannot produce evidence, I will file a complaint for false accusation. What proof do you have that I sent anyone to assault you? The confrontation yielded no resolution. This was not something Qin Feng had done, so he remained entirely unafraid. In just a few exchanges, he left his opponent speechless. Lin Xiaoran grew increasingly desperate, having not offended anyone recently. Aside from Qin Feng, no one else would have attacked him. But Qin Feng refused to confess. What should he do? He needed Qin Feng to face consequences. In his desperation, Lin Xiaoran turned to his parents standing beside him. This time his parents had accompanied him. Unless Qin Feng suffered consequences, they would never let it go. As expected, upon receiving Lin Xiaoran's silent cue, his parents immediately stepped forward and began hurling abuse at Qin Feng. The insults were so vile that it was hardly worth listening. Even the advisor furrowed his brow after the first remarks. Such audacity was unacceptable. This was a school. An outsider from another institution dared to accuse their student of hiring violence. This was pure slander and nonsense. However, Qin Feng gestured for the advisor to hold back, allowing the verbal assault to continue. He simultaneously activated his recording device. He wondered whether the recording might prove useful in the future. It had become a habit for him to record everything whenever something unexpected occurred. Perhaps something valuable could be captured. Such uninhibited verbal attacks were themselves illegal. He was unsure how many insults were exchanged. It seemed that noticing Qin Feng's continued silence, the other party assumed he felt guilty and proceeded to state their ultimate objective for this visit. They demanded that Qin Feng pay 80,000 yuan in compensation, covering both medical expenses and emotional distress. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, your demands are excessive. There is no evidence implicating Qin Feng, yet you openly demand 80,000 yuan. How is that not robbery? The advisor, who had endured in silence for so long, could no longer contain himself. Qin Feng was among the top-performing students in their program. He had since founded his own enterprise and had become a model that many at the academy sought to emulate. How could such baseless slander be tolerated? I'll give you 8 yuan, enough to buy needle and thread to sew your lips shut. Does that sound reasonable? Qin Feng's words were sharp in return. The remark inflamed Lin's parents immediately. They advanced toward Qin Feng with raised hands, intent on physical confrontation. Fortunately, the advisor beside Qin Feng was not merely for show. Seeing their aggressive advance, he intervened to block their movements and created distance between Qin Feng and the couple. This is a school, not a marketplace or a venue for physical altercations. Your conduct has already constituted insult and defamation against my student, who is entitled to demand an apology and compensation for emotional damages. Regrettably, the pair continued their obstruction. At this critical moment, Zhang Yueying suddenly appeared at the office doorway. As she entered, she straightforwardly revealed that she was the one who had orchestrated the incident. Upon hearing this, Father Lin and Mother Lin were taken aback. They could never have imagined that this matter had not been caused by the young man named Qin Feng. Yet their son had sworn with absolute certainty that it was Qin Feng. Aside from Qin Feng, he had not offended anyone else. It had to be Qin Feng. Not only did he intend to harm his younger sister, but he also wanted to break his leg. When he went to confront Qin Feng personally, he ended up fine. Moreover, Qin Feng had taught him a harsh lesson. He had only wanted to seek justice on behalf of his sister. He never expected Qin Feng to be so unforgiving. If it were not for their son's words, they would never have come looking. They would never have discovered that this matter had nothing to do with Qin Feng. Excuse me, student. Hello, classmate Qin Feng. My name is Zhang Yueying. I wanted to thank you once again for your help last time. I disliked that person very much, so I asked my bodyguard to handle things. I did not expect him to spread rumors and blame you for it. I am truly sorry. Qin Feng turned around and saw the female classmate he had met at the infirmary before. He suddenly recalled that it was indeed this classmate who had said she would take care of the matter last time. He had made certain that Lin Xiaoran would not bother him again. He also realized that beyond Yi Qingxue, he had not paid much attention to other girls. At the time, he had also thought the girl was merely speaking casually and did not take it seriously. But now, hearing her explanation, it seemed the matter was indeed connected to her. She had not expected the consequences to fall upon Qin Feng in the end. Qin Feng found the situation both amusing and exasperating and managed a faint resigned smile. He simply replied, "Thank you." Zhang Yueying was somewhat surprised. She had expected Qin Feng might complain that she had not handled the matter more discreetly. After all, it had brought some unwanted trouble upon him. Yet Qin Feng had chosen to thank her instead. A graceful curve appeared at the corner of Zhang Yueying's lips. She walked over beside Qin Feng and asked whether he had seen Lin Xiaoran recently. Before sending her people, she had also made it clear to Lin Xiaoran. It was because he had provoked someone he should not have. Although she had not revealed her identity or name directly, she had told Lin Xiaoran to his face that the person who struck him was a woman, not a man. Why would Lin Xiaoran place the blame directly on Qin Feng? Had Qin Feng sought him out again during this period? To be honest, I have not seen him for the past month. I only heard today upon returning to school that he was coming to cause trouble, claiming I broke his leg. I was beginning to wonder whether I had done it unconsciously in my sleep. Qin Feng answered Zhang Yueying's question straightforwardly, expressing his own curiosity. Meanwhile, Father Lin and Mother Lin stood nearby. They were already deeply shaken by the sudden appearance of the true person responsible. Now, hearing the two of them discussing their son's situation so casually, they grew increasingly restless. How dared they? How could they discuss in front of them who had broken their son's leg? They must provide compensation. If they refused, they would find it impossible to continue their studies. Yet they did not notice that Qin Feng's tutor was visibly startled upon seeing Zhang Yueying appear. However, after catching the glance Zhang Yueying gave him, he quietly closed his mouth. Why has this young lady become involved in this matter as well? The tutor could only think of this single frustrated thought. He naturally knew Zhang Yueying's background. Although she was not a student at their academy, she had enrolled in one of their courses. He was aware of her status precisely because he feared that if anything were to happen to her on campus, the consequences would be severe for them all. But now she had sent someone to act. Though it seemed the person who acted was her bodyguard, not the young lady herself. She was the one making the accusation. If the school regulations were applied strictly, the young lady would also face certain complications. The tutor felt a deep sense of distress. Why must things always be resolved on one's own rather than by seeking guidance from teachers? Yet both Qin Feng and Zhang Yueying were affiliated with their school in some capacity. If they had truly violated school regulations, the school could not simply ignore it. Allowing such behavior to go unchecked would only encourage further misconduct. And relatively speaking, for someone who frequently visited their school but was not a regular student, he had already grown quite weary. Not to mention that every visit seemed to bring its own set of troubles. He never expected to encounter a situation like this. As a school leader, he would naturally wish to avoid bringing more complications to the institution. But on a personal level, he felt the one who broke Lin Xiaoran's leg had done exactly the right thing. Father Lin and Mother Lin, standing nearby, could no longer contain themselves. They stepped forward abruptly toward Zhang Yueying. Qin Feng was standing right beside her. He had not expected the two elderly individuals to act so suddenly. Fortunately, before they could make any move, the bodyguards positioned behind Zhang Yueying stepped forward to intercept them. Qin Feng relaxed and lowered his raised arm. The bodyguards did not distinguish between the young and the old. They firmly pushed both individuals to the ground. The two resumed their restless protesting. Now, knowing the girl was the one responsible for their son's leg, they directed all their earlier complaints toward her. Their words grew increasingly sharp and unkind. Seeing the young lady still displaying such impatience right before his eyes, the tutor hurriedly stepped in to intervene. his eyes full of quiet hope that Zhang Yueying would keep things measured. After all this was happening on school grounds, if things escalated too far, he himself would find himself in a difficult position. Qin Feng understood the meaning in the tutor's eyes and immediately signaled the bodyguards to hold back. He knew Zhang Yueying's background was special. He also knew her family was well situated, and resolving this matter was no difficulty for them. But he did not wish for her resources to be spent on people like these. For people like them, being struck would only be an opportunity to negotiate a larger sum, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. This was not where such money should be spent. The scene around them was in disarray. The tutor attempted to mediate from the sidelines, but Father Lin and Mother Lin had already settled onto the ground, moving restlessly. Lin Xiaoran, the central figure of this matter, felt his world crumble the moment he saw the true mastermind behind his suffering, Zhang Yueying, appear before him. His entire world seemed to collapse. He recalled how the young lady had once ordered her bodyguard to strike him down. But perhaps now, he could gain something worthwhile. Yet reality delivered a sobering lesson. The elder teacher spoke. Everyone, let us remain composed. We are here today precisely to resolve this matter peacefully, are we not? Since student Zhang has already acknowledged that it was her subordinate who acted against Mr. Lin, might student Qin Feng be permitted to return home? After much effort, the elder teacher had finally calmed the escalating commotion. Exhausted, he spoke softly, unsure why Zhang Yueying would suddenly turn against Lin Xiaoran, a man she had never crossed paths with before. He believed in fairness and balance. Even if the young lady possessed considerable means and influence, she could not simply act upon others without consequence. Otherwise, compensation would be unavoidable. The teacher could read Lin Xiaoran's parents. They desired something tangible. Still, he found it difficult to see Lin Xiaoran deserving of $500,000 in payment, especially after learning Zhang Yueying's true standing. That sum would only grow larger once the truth of Zhang Yueying's identity became known to Lin Xiaoran. Whoever is responsible, my son's leg is broken. You must compensate us. She deliberately harmed him. He has never wronged her in any way. Without $5 million, this matter will not be settled. Lin Xiaoran's parents, having been quietly summoned aside by their son, now regarded Zhang Yueying with bright, calculating eyes. They could scarcely believe it. This daughter of fortune, whose family reportedly owned a prosperous business. $5 million should be well within her reach. Far more capable than the quiet youth named Qin Feng. Who would have guessed that losing their son's leg might yield such unexpected abundance? With sufficient funds, they could purchase a fine home, secure a good match for their son, and continue the family line. The physician had done everything possible. Unfortunately, the injury had not been attended to immediately. Even if the leg healed, it might walk with a slight imperfection thereafter. My son attempted to harm another, and my bodyguard merely acted in defense. The broken leg was an unfortunate accident. And you expect compensation? Zhang Yueying's cool reply shattered their hopes entirely. She explained the situation with measured clarity. There were reasons for everything. For instance, how Lin Xiaoran had persistently placed himself in her presence, making his intentions known. A man without moral compass might resort to unworthy schemes. He was driven by self-regard, believing himself unmatched in beauty and ability. He imagined even a princess of another realm would be fortunate to wed him. Armed with such conviction, he had approached Zhang Yueying with presumptuous words crossing boundaries of propriety. It was then that her guards intervened. The incident passed into memory, its consequences now unfolding before them all. I came today for two reasons. First, to help clear student Qin Feng's name, which was unjustly tarnished due to my involvement. Second, to present the elder teacher with certain evidence, recordings, and visual records. Silence filled the room as all present listened to the recording and viewed the records. Lin Xiaoran's brow grew damp with sweat. He could not have anticipated that the surveillance footage from that narrow alley would fall into Zhang Yueying's hands. Considering her background and connections, the implications were clear. A storm of realization roiled within him. This was no ordinary confrontation. It was calculated. Zhang Yueying and Qin Feng were acquainted, and she had orchestrated this encounter to right a past wrong. Nothing could undo what had transpired. Even if the guards' actions exceeded what was necessary, the responsibility lay elsewhere. Yet there was no path forward that did not favor Zhang Yueying. He knew that if she chose to pursue this matter through proper channels, he would stand no chance against her. He remained seated, gazing toward the two figures before him. We do not believe this. What manner of evidence is this? It may well be fabricated, designed to besmirch our son's reputation. You ungrateful girl. You led our son astray, and this is the result. How dare you reject such an honor? Our son's regard for you should have filled you with gratitude. Without $5 million, there will be no settlement. Even if you present your video evidence, so what? You yourself admitted that you arranged for our son's leg to be broken. The records confirm it. As Lin Xiaoran's parents continued their demands despite clear signs of uncertainty, Qin Feng took the measured step of seeking the appropriate authority to ensure fairness. As expected, the parents' fervor cooled considerably. After a few hurried remarks, they turned and departed with Lin Xiaoran. Qin Feng and Zhang Yueying reported the matter to the elder teacher one final time. After receiving his counsel, they left the office together. Below, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yueying for her assistance. Student Zhang, I cannot thank you enough. Without your help, I might have faced considerable difficulty. Please do not trouble yourself over it, Zhang Yueying replied. I only acted in repayment of a past kindness. It was my choice, and I bear no regret. I still owe you my thanks. If your schedule permits, I would like to invite you to share a meal with my girlfriend on another occasion. I would be delighted. I understand you oversee a clothing studio. Might I visit and observe your work? Hearing Zhang Yueying mention his studio, Qin Feng was genuinely surprised. He had not expected her awareness of such an endeavor. The studio, now maintained by Tang Shichen, served as a dedicated space for design. Since Zhang Yueying wished to visit, Qin Feng agreed to guide her to the main warehouse. Inside, Zhang Yueying admired the collection. These garments are truly beautiful. I have purchased several pieces from your brand online. Qin Feng was taken aback, not only by her praise but by the revelation that she had been a customer. A thoughtful idea took shape. Should Zhang Yueying consider investing in their studio, it could expand beyond current limits. I know who the designer at your fashion studio is. It's your classmate, the genius fashion designer named Tang Shichen. I once watched the video of that fashion competition. His design talent is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, I've visited your class several times, but never managed to meet this prodigy. I am a devoted admirer of his designs. Whatever piece he creates, regardless of style, I absolutely love them all. I've never encountered a designer who could craft garments with such distinctive elegance. The designs appear simple at first glance, yet every thoughtful detail captivates. They are all beautiful and innovative, and I truly adore them. Qin Feng had not expected Zhang Yueying to hold such deep appreciation for their fashion studio's designs. With her enthusiasm, the prospect of securing her investment grew considerably brighter. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, Zhang Yueying surprised him by taking the initiative. She asked directly whether he would be willing to accept her personal investment in their fashion studio. Student Zhang, you're not joking with me, are you? How could I be joking? I genuinely admire your fashion studio. I simply never had the opportunity to approach you about business before. Of course we'd welcome that. It would be an honor. I never expected to receive support and investment from someone like you. Thank you so much. It's not my company. It's my personal investment. But rest assured, I do manage several small businesses. Would you be available sometime to discuss the details? Today might not work, but perhaps next time we dine together. Alternatively, I can arrange for someone to coordinate with you regarding the investment. That sounds wonderful. Please go ahead with your affairs first. After their conversation concluded, Qin Feng returned to his company, still feeling as though he were floating on air. He truly could not have imagined that Zhang Yueying would invest in his company. Even more astonishing was the realization that Zhang Yueying had personally orchestrated this entire encounter. Since he was already out, he decided to make a detour to the esports company. On his way back to school earlier, he had received a call from the esports company saying someone had come to visit. Curious, he changed course and headed there directly. Upon arriving at the reception hall, he saw the visitor waiting. Hello, sir. I heard you wish to see me. May I ask what brings you here? Qin Feng studied the person before him and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet he could not place who they were. He decided to ask directly. The person before him appeared warm, yet visibly nervous, standing slightly tense in Qin Feng's presence. He then spoke up. Good day, President Qin. My name is Su Xiang. I am a streamer, primarily a gaming streamer. I occasionally compete alongside esports professionals and provide commentary on matches. I sincerely hope to join your esports company. Would you be willing to give me a chance? Su Xiang was both excited and anxious. No one knew that his true motivation for coming to Qin Feng's esports company stemmed from something far deeper than a simple job application. He had once encountered Qin Feng before, though Qin Feng clearly did not recognize him. He wondered whether someone who was not a professional esports player would still be accepted. He had participated in several amateur competitions and harbored a deep passion for esports and gaming. However, he had never found the right organization or team to call home. Deep within his heart, he had always longed for his abilities to be recognized. Ever since he had learned of Qin Feng and witnessed the strength of the esports team Qin Feng had built, he had continuously hoped to join Qin Feng's esports company, yet his resume submissions had gone unanswered. With no response in sight, he could only take matters into his own hands and come in person. Perhaps if he reached out first, an opportunity would present itself. So you must be Su Xiang. Qin Feng's words left Su Xiang momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Could Qin Feng possibly already know of him? That seemed unlikely. He was merely a small-time gaming streamer with just over 10,000 followers. How could someone like him be known to Qin Feng? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was reflecting on why this young man seemed so familiar. In his past life, Su Xiang had become an extraordinarily famous streamer. But judging by the timeline, that would not happen for several more years. In those early days, he had been virtually unknown. His breakthrough came during a competition when he defeated one of the top 10 esports players in the country, which propelled him to sudden fame. You wish to join our company? Yes, President Qin. Then, welcome aboard. I will definitely. Welcome me. President Qin, you agree. Just as Su Xiang had been preparing to demonstrate his abilities further to earn Qin Feng's trust, Qin Feng had unexpectedly accepted him without hesitation. He was momentarily speechless, gazing at Qin Feng in astonishment. Seeing the genuine smile on Qin Feng's face, he realized how extraordinary this opportunity was and eagerly accepted. After completing the signing formalities with Su Xiang, Qin Feng personally led him on a tour of the esports company to help him become familiar with the facilities and operations. Although Su Xiang would later become one of the most celebrated streamers, his competitive skills were already quite solid at this stage. As they entered, they happened to run into Su Haiyang. Upon seeing Qin Feng personally escorting a new visitor, Su Haiyang became intrigued after learning the newcomer's name. He had previously watched Su Xiang compete and had also followed some of his streams, though they had never faced each other directly. Now that Su Xiang had joined the company, Su Haiyang naturally wanted to test his skills against him. "President Qin, what brings you here in person? Is this a new member of our esports company?" "Haiyang, perfect timing. Please show him around and help him get acquainted with our operations. His name is Su Xiang, and he will be joining us as a gaming streamer. You may also assess his abilities firsthand." "President Qin, what brings you here in person? Is this a new member of our esports company?" "Haiyang, perfect timing. Please show him around and help him get acquainted with our operations. His name is Su Xiang, and he will be joining us as a gaming streamer. You may also assess his abilities firsthand." Coincidentally, Su Xiang had also heard of Su Haiyang's reputation and shared the same curiosity about his abilities. When Su Haiyang proposed a friendly match, Su Xiang readily accepted. The two of them immediately engaged in a competitive match. After an intense and closely fought contest, Su Haiyang ultimately emerged victorious. His professional expertise in this area proved to be noticeably superior to Su Xiang's, giving him the decisive edge in their encounter. As expected of an esports team captain, I am still far behind. But I will not give up so easily. After proper training, I will definitely challenge you to another match. Next time, let us see who is truly better. Su Xiang deeply admired Su Haiyang's skills. However, his pride and self-respect told him not to concede defeat after just one match. Moreover, Su Haiyang's victory had not come easily. Therefore, he believed that with intensified training, he would certainly have the opportunity to defeat Su Haiyang. Although he harbored no intention of taking the captain's position, he had been unable to join the esports company and become a true professional player simply because no suitable opportunity had presented itself. Now his age had become somewhat of a disadvantage. It was likely that no team would accept him even within Qin Feng's esports company. He would probably only be able to join as an ordinary team member, never as a captain. Yet he truly loved esports. "Of course, if you defeat me next time, I will gladly hand over the captain position to you. I never expected you to play with such agility despite your lack of comprehensive technique. That is something you would not know. Online, everyone calls me the agile little treasure. Flexibility is my signature style. Since I have not undergone systematic training, my grasp of certain strategies may not match that of professional players. You have already reached this level without any formal training. With professional coaching, you would undoubtedly become a pillar of the team. You are welcome to join our esports company. You are too kind. I hope we can work together toward excellence. I will definitely challenge you again in the future. But becoming a captain is not what I desire. Simply being able to join a legitimate esports company makes me truly happy." Seeing the harmonious rapport between Su Haiyang and Su Xiang, Qin Feng felt at ease. Drawing upon his past life experiences and memories, he had already gathered quite a number of people. Yet at every moment, new butterfly effects could emerge. Extraordinary changes could occur at any time. Qin Feng believed that even though he had made thorough preparations now, he still could not afford to let his guard down. In the coming decades, countless new changes would arise. Perhaps because of his intervention, the destinies of some people had already shifted. At the very least, those who had wronged him and those who had once hurt him had experienced significant turns in their fate. Yet at the same time, Qin Feng himself faced many dangers. These were perils he had never encountered in his previous life. Therefore, they were also opportunities and challenges for him. "Very well, I will leave him in your care. You two continue training here at the company. I have some other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." After composing himself, Qin Feng directly handed Su Xiang over to Su Haiyang, asking him to guide Su Xiang through introductions to the team members. Su Xiang was to familiarize himself with the team's operations and the upcoming living environment, while Qin Feng departed from the esports company. His original intention had been merely to drop by for a quick visit. Yi Qingshua's birthday was approaching. This would be the first birthday she celebrated together with him. He resolved to make thorough preparations. He would work alongside everyone to decorate the venue and give Yi Qingxue a grand and memorable surprise. "Oh, the birthday girl's boyfriend has finally arrived. Come. As Xiaoshua's partner, do you have any ideas for her birthday celebration?" Since the plan was to surprise Yi Qingxue, only her close friends and mutual friends of both of them had been invited. Qin Feng had also called upon his friends to assist with decorating the birthday venue. Just 2 more days until Yi Qingxue's birthday. Though he did not know how Yi Qingxue's family had made arrangements, Zhou Jiaojiao, her dearest best friend, had already told Yi Qingxue that they would go out to play on that day. Zhou Jiaojiao planned to host a grand birthday ceremony outside. Yi Qingxue had already agreed. Therefore it was estimated that she would not need to return home. Qin Feng had also heard from Zhou Jiaojiao that she had begun preparing a birthday ceremony for Yi Qingxue. Considering that Qin Feng might also be organizing a birthday celebration, she wanted to coordinate. So she asked Qin Feng directly, hoping to avoid a situation where both sides made preparations and Yi Qingxue could not attend both events. Absolutely, everything will be arranged according to her preferences. I have already prepared all her favorite things in advance. If I had not checked with you, my birthday banquet preparations would likely be underway right now. I had her favorite flowers specially imported from abroad. They will fill the entire banquet venue, and then I will invite all her friends to celebrate her birthday together. Having many friends over will create a lively and joyful atmosphere. After the gathering concludes, those of us who are closest to her can have a more intimate private get-together. What do you think? Qin Feng's considerations were indeed thorough. Upon arriving, he went directly to Zhou Jiaojiao and shared his thoughts on how to host Yi Qingxue's birthday celebration. Every detail had been thoughtfully arranged with Yi Qingxue in mind. Zhou Jiaojiao could find no fault with it. Instead, she felt that her own preparations as a close friend seemed less comprehensive than Qin Feng's. For a moment, a slight sense of grievance rose within her toward Qin Feng. But knowing that he cared for her dearest best friend so thoroughly brought her a sense of comfort. She simply decided to cooperate fully with Qin Feng. Unfortunately, on the day of the birthday, both Qin Feng and Zhou Jiaojiao had invited various friends. Yi Qingxue had only heard from Zhou Jiaojiao that the birthday venue had been prepared in advance, so she had also invited some friends. What neither of them had anticipated was the arrival of an unexpected guest. On the day of the birthday. Goodness, who arranged all these flowers? Are these not my absolute favorites? Why are there so many? Did I not tell you not to go to such extravagant expense for this birthday? The surprise had been remarkably successful. Yi Qingxue only realized the full scene upon entering the banquet hall. She was utterly stunned by the dazzling spectacle before her. Throughout the entire banquet hall, aside from the arranged tables, every available space was filled with blooming flowers, the very kind that Yi Qingxue dearly loved. These flowers could only be cultivated in a particular city of a foreign country. Each bloom held a market value of approximately 500 yuan in Huagua. Qin Feng generously filled most of the banquet hall with such flowers in his characteristic magnanimous manner. Fortunately, the bouquets of these flowers were quite large. Therefore, the total expenditure came to only a little over 200,000 yuan. The flowers alone had cost over 200,000. Combined with the other decorations and arrangements, Qin Feng had invested a substantial sum for this birthday banquet, all to ensure Yi Qingxue would have a wonderful time. Moreover, it was held at the most luxurious banquet hall in the Grand Hotel of Jiangqing. Beyond the hotel's own arrangements, everything else had been quickly set up by his friends over the past 2 days, all kept secret from Yi Qingxue. When Yi Qingxue saw the elaborate setup, she was stunned and initially expressed some concern to Zhou Jiaojiao about the expenses. But when Zhou Jiaojiao told her that all of this had been prepared by Qin Feng, Yi Qingxue was taken aback and tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. You're saying all of this was prepared by Qin Feng? Of course. Fortunately, when he was planning your birthday banquet, he asked me first, otherwise we both would have independently prepared something for you. How much did this banquet cost? I'm not sure. Anyway, he was the main organizer. If you hadn't said before that you didn't want anything too extravagant, I think he probably could have made it even more luxurious. This is already luxurious enough. I don't even know how much was spent. Where is he now? Could he be planning another surprise for me? I haven't been able to reach him either, but there's no way he would miss your birthday banquet. Why don't you just take your seat and quietly wait for his surprise? Yi Qingxue had arrived earlier than her other friends. Upon arriving, she was immediately captivated by the stunning beauty of the venue. Zhou Jiaojiao had been waiting here early as well. Seeing how eager Yi Qingxue was to find Qin Feng, Zhou Jiaojiao felt somewhat helpless. But she didn't say much, instead gently keeping her company. Yi Qingxue could only think of seeing Qin Feng right now. She truly wished to embrace him warmly. This was by far the most magnificent and joyful birthday celebration of her life. She was deeply grateful for everything Qin Feng had thoughtfully arranged for her. Just as Yi Qingxue was about to sit down, the lights throughout the venue suddenly dimmed. A spotlight then fell upon the stage in the center. Qin Feng appeared dressed in casual, yet refined attire that suited him exceptionally well. He slowly emerged beneath the light and walked step by step toward Yi Qingxue. Soft instrumental music began to play gently. Qin Feng's voice filled the entire banquet hall. Each line expressed his deep affection for Yi Qingxue. Each note brought tears to her eyes. If not for all their dear friends present, she might have eagerly rushed into his arms. The song came to a close. Qin Feng walked up to Yi Qingxue and knelt before her on one knee. He opened the long-prepared gift box, presenting it to her. It was not a ring or similar item. Rather, it was a complete jewelry set. This was a luxury foreign brand collection that Yi Qingxue had once mentioned to him. However, this particular jewelry line had been discontinued the previous year. He had gone through considerable effort to obtain this set solely to bring her joy. Qin Feng, My love, happy birthday. As these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in cheers. Everyone applauded for their love. Yi Qingxue could no longer contain herself and gracefully stepped into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng stood up holding her clothes, and they shared a tender moment together. All present looked on with warm admiration. Yet in this joyful moment, unexpectedly, the private room door of the banquet hall suddenly opened. At the same time, the gentle music seemed to be affected by something and turned slightly discordant. Qin Feng handed the microphone to a companion beside him. He then held hands with Yi Qingxue, and together they turned their gaze toward the person who had interrupted their pleasant moment. The newcomer was a young man. He appeared to come from a well-to-do family. His clothing alone was estimated to be worth over 1,000,000 yuan at market price. Moreover, he was holding a bouquet of flowers. Who was that person? What is he doing here? Don't you know him? I seem to have seen his photograph before. I remember his name. It should be Long Feiyin, right? You're not mistaken, are you? It really is Long Feiyin. Are you certain? Long Feiyin is the young master of the Long family. Yes. I saw him in the newspaper before, but why would he appear here? Could this young master of the Long family know the birthday celebrant? I don't recall any connection between them. The guests around them immediately began whispering among themselves. Yi Qingxue was also puzzled about why Long Feiyin had appeared here. She had not invited him. Nevertheless, he was after all a guest. So Yi Qingxue gently squeezed Qin Feng's hand. From the moment Long Feiyin appeared, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of unease toward him. Sensing Yi Qingxue's subtle gesture, Qin Feng glanced at her and nodded reassuringly. Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go welcome him. But unexpectedly the man strode directly toward Yi Qingxue. Then on one knee once again, he offered her flowers. The difference was that in his other hand, he held an engagement ring. Yi Qingxue, I have always admired you. Since you saved me that time, I have never forgotten your kindness. I heard today is your birthday, so I would like to ask your friends to witness. Will you be my fiancé? The words sent a wave of surprise through the crowd. Yi Qingxue nervously glanced at Qin Feng, but she noticed his gaze remained fixed on Long Feiyin before her. A trace of uncertainty passed through Yi Qingxue's mind. She truly had not expected Long Feiyin to do something like this. It was only because she had kindly helped him once when he nearly had a car accident. That was the extent of their interaction. She never imagined he would interpret it this way. I'm sorry, Mr. Long. I don't believe we are close and I already have a boyfriend. Long Feiyin before her seemed not to hear what she was saying. He persistently hoped she would accept his request. Even after Yi Qingxue declined repeatedly, he continued. He mentioned that he was the young master of the Long family. No woman had ever refused him before. He claimed to genuinely care for Yi Qingxue. If Yi Qingxue were to marry into his family, she would enter a prestigious household ascending to a higher social standing. Would Yi Qingxue truly give up this opportunity? I already have someone I care about deeply, and he is truly excellent. I don't have feelings for you, Mr. Long. I hope you will stop pursuing me. Hearing Long Feiyin's words, Yi Qingxue's resolve only grew stronger, and her refusal became even more firm and clear. Yi Qingxue's expression turned cold, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Some people who were not particularly close friends, but could barely be called acquaintances, began whispering among themselves. Aside from those criticizing Yi Qingxue for being unappreciative, other friends who were closer to either Yi Qingxue or Qin Feng watched the two with concern. They had all heard of the power and influence of the Long family. They had also heard the name of Long Feiyin. None of them expected Long Feiyin to actually show up and compete for Yi Qingxue's affection against Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Zhang Fan, worried that Qin Feng might lose his temper and resort to violence, moved forward to intervene and try to restrain Qin Feng from striking. Have you finished speaking? Sir, if you are here for Little Snow's birthday celebration, you are most welcome. However, Little Snow has already rejected you, and she has stated that she has a boyfriend. Please show some self-respect. Seeing Long Feiyin persistently harass Yi Qingxue, advancing even as she stepped back, Qin Feng directly moved forward to shield Yi Qingxue from him. He pulled Long Feiyin to his feet and clearly asserted his presence. Unfortunately, Long Feiyin before him showed no respect for Qin Feng whatsoever. Upon entering, he had already spotted Qin Feng, a completely ordinary fellow standing beside the woman he cherished. He had originally hoped Qin Feng would simply step aside if he possessed any sense. Instead, Qin Feng dared to warn him, which seemed utterly absurd. Who do you think you are? You must be Little Snow's boyfriend. Let me warn you. Leave her and stop pestering her. Only I am worthy of being her boyfriend. His initial words were relatively measured. But as the conversation progressed, whatever manners he possessed were evidently lacking, and inappropriate remarks poured forth. In such a grand setting before so many guests, his continuous vulgar language caused the atmosphere to drop to freezing point once more. Qin Feng's presence grew increasingly cold and stern. Those familiar with Qin Feng knew this was the sign of him about to lose his composure. After being pushed too far, Qin Feng executed a sweeping kick. He successfully brought Long Feiyin to the ground, then straddled him and rained blow after blow upon him. The first strike sent Long Feiyin's sunglasses flying. The second caused a trace of blood to appear at the corner of Long Fei's mouth. The third strike darkened Long Fei's left eye. The fourth struck his nose and caused it to bleed. The fifth never landed. Yi Qingxue rushed forward and grabbed Qin Feng's wrist, urging him to stop. Please stop. If you continue, you may seriously harm him. Ruining yourself over someone like him is not worthwhile. Mainly Yi Qingxue had not anticipated Qin Feng would take such action. By the time she realized what was happening, a moment had already passed. Fortunately, Qin Feng always obeyed Yi Qingxue's words. Hearing her request, he ceased his actions and rose from the ground. Long Fei endured the pain on his body and face, crawled backward a few steps, then turned and rose to his feet before letting out a loud shout. Outside the banquet hall, Long Fei's guards who had been stationed at the entrance rushed inside. Seeing their young master injured, they immediately moved toward Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxue positioned herself directly in front of Qin Feng at that moment. She then spoke decisively. Long Fei, I saved you merely out of kindness with no other intentions. If I had known beforehand that saving you would lead to such delusions, I would rather someone else saved you. This is my boyfriend, the person I intend to spend my life with. Today is also my birthday celebration. I am your savior, yet you have ruined my birthday gathering. Is this how you repay kindness? If you continue to pester us, I will immediately contact the relevant authorities. Let them come and remove everyone who is disturbing my banquet. If you wish to remain friends, leave here at once. Long Fei's expression darkened, and there indeed lingered a hint of affection in his gaze toward Yi Qingxue. However, he had just been struck by Qin Feng. Leaving now would surely cause him great embarrassment. Thus the atmosphere became frozen. Yi Qingxue naturally saw the hostility in Long Fei's eyes. She knew he would not leave willingly, but she absolutely would not allow Qin Feng to come to harm. She therefore took out her phone from her handbag. In front of everyone, she pressed the 3 digits and placed her finger near the call button. Seeing that Yi Qingxue was serious, Long Fei's guards grew anxious. If someone of Long Fei's status were truly taken by the authorities, it would be an enormous disgrace. Even returning to the Long family would surely bring punishment. They were responsible for protecting Long Fei's safety. Now that he was injured, they had to ensure he received proper care immediately. Young master, let us depart for now. Where there is life, there is hope. We will certainly have another opportunity in the future. Let us leave. Yes, young master. There are many people here today, and this fellow's skills are formidable. If too many are summoned, it may draw the attention of the elder. Young master, let us depart first. We will find another chance for revenge. The guards accompanying Long Fei were not only responsible for his safety, they also needed to restrain him when he lost his judgment and prevented him from making reckless decisions. Therefore, despite Long Fei's great reluctance to leave, after hearing these words, he could only glare resentfully at Qin Feng before departing the birthday banquet in frustration. Before leaving, Qin Feng called out to Long Fei and picked up the ring that Long Fei had accidentally dropped earlier. He threw it directly into Long Fei's embrace, telling him to take his belongings and go. Qin Feng, I have memorized your name. A man like you is simply unworthy of someone as extraordinary as Yi Qingxue. I will not let this go. Daring to take my beloved, I will make you pay. You will regret offending me. Just wait and see. Both Qin Feng's actions and his words filled Long Fei with fury, so his parting threats were not spared. After speaking his final words, the guards immediately shielded Long Fei as they departed, fearful that Qin Feng might strike again. Otherwise, they would truly face deductions from their salaries. However, Qin Feng had no time to waste his energy on such matters. Lately, a competition was approaching, and he had been busy at the esports company throughout these past few days. There was no reason to bother with other affairs. They would hardly dare to take any action against him directly. Besides, this fellow named Long Fei was after all his romantic rival. How dare he harbor feelings for the woman by his side? Even if such attraction existed, Yi Qingxue's brilliance made her naturally radiant. His presence could not possibly dim her light. He hoped Yi Qingxue would shine brightly on the path she chose. Whatever she wished to pursue, he would stand by her in support. Yet this did not mean certain individuals could barge in and cause a scene before Yi Qingxue. Offering flowers to her right in front of him was entirely disrespectful. And to persist, even after Yi Qingxue's rejection, this was as though slapping his own face. If he failed to address this slight, then his reputation would be thoroughly diminished. Your recent training has been commendable, and I have confidence your upcoming matches will proceed smoothly. You have performed well in these past competitions. So whoever your opponents may be this time, you must deploy your strongest capabilities. If no one in the city can match you, then you should look toward the provincial level next. Indeed, when the esports company was first established, Su Haiyang and the group of players he recruited had not anticipated reaching such heights in just a few short months. It was as though they were destined to be a team from the beginning. Each person understood what positions others excelled at and which collaborative strategies worked best, even those who had clashed early on. Now coordinated seamlessly, becoming one of the most harmonious pairs within the team. Qin Feng was quite pleased with their level of coordination, but satisfaction alone was insufficient. Qin Feng would still voice his praise when something warranted it. When they accomplished something worthwhile, Qin Feng would also grant them rewards. If they lacked dedication during training, Qin Feng would likewise offer criticism. Now, since Qin Feng held some personal interest in esports, he enjoyed gaming as well. So he would periodically visit the esports company and ask his players to keep him company while playing. At first, Su Haiyang was the one who played with Qin Feng. However, the game they had initially enjoyed was no longer being maintained. Only the original account remained as a memento. Some members had sold their accounts outright, which contributed to the game being shut down. Still, one could log in to browse through it. The current focus was on the team-based game they had been competing in recently. Qin Feng's skills were not particularly sharp. Whether in 2 versus 2 matches or full team battles, he tended to be the one holding the team back. Su Haiyang initially agreed to play alongside him. But after several ranked matches, Su Haiyang's brows furrowed increasingly. At times his gaze toward Qin Feng carried a hint of questioning. Qin Feng briefly suspected he had been recognized as someone else from his past gaming days. But after yet another series of losses, Su Haiyang finally spoke up. Perhaps the vice-captain could accompany you next time. If I continue playing like this, I fear it may affect my confidence for the next team matches. The vice-captain passing by approached with a puzzled expression and looked at his team captain with wide, innocent eyes. Though Su Haiyang felt somewhat guilty, he pretended as though nothing had been said, simply gazing back at the vice-captain. Both completely ignored Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt rather exasperated. He knew his gaming skills were subpar. But how inadequate could he truly be? After all, he had managed to train his team so effectively. Even Zhang Yueying, who had been sent over previously, had been trained exceptionally well. Why couldn't he improve himself through training? Zhang Yueying had shown great interest in this team-based game. Perhaps she possessed natural talent for it. Within just 2 days at the esports company, she had already become quite proficient. Captain, that is rather unfair. The boss specifically requested you play with him. How can you shift this responsibility onto me? Don't we have upcoming matches to prepare for? I need to focus on training everyone's coordination. Since I am too busy to properly accompany our boss, I asked you to step in instead. You are so skilled, Captain. If you feel overwhelmed, you could hand over the training responsibilities to me. Rest assured I will handle it well, and you can continue accompanying the boss. That will not work. I am the captain. How could I delegate such important duties to you? This is actually a lighter task I have arranged for you, so simply stay and play games with the boss. Qin Feng sat quietly on the side, listening to their back-and-forth exchanges. In essence, neither was willing to play games with him. Both clearly found his skills lacking. Qin Feng grew visibly displeased and let out a cold snort. Su Haiyang and the vice-captain both heard the sound and turned around. Though they could plainly see Qin Feng's annoyance, neither made any effort to comfort him. Instead, they continued shifting blame onto each other. Qin Feng, feeling quite frustrated, eventually left the esports company. His thoughts returned to the present moment as he watched the team members preparing to enter the competition venue. Qin Feng spoke slowly. I will be watching from below during the match. Do not bring shame upon me out there. Whoever disappoints me will have to teach me how to play. The team members were not particularly anxious at first, but upon hearing his words, they became suddenly energized. They nearly swore oaths to Qin Feng, promising not to let him down. Seeing their reluctance to tutor him, Qin Feng felt an increased sense of frustration and led the group inside. However, upon entering the arena, he noticed a familiar face among the opponents. One member of their opposing team was Wan Yi, whom Qin Feng had previously attempted to recruit. Is this not the person who declined to join our esports company? Su Haiyang naturally recognized Wan Yi as well. He was aware that Qin Feng had faced some embarrassment regarding the matter involving Wan Yi. I never expected your team would end up facing them this time. But it does not matter. All they have on him is sheer skill. After what happened back then, I cut off all contact with him. Looking at it now, he should have joined my esports organization. They kept telling him that better companies offer greater platforms, but here he is competing on the very same stage as us. Besides, that esports company of his is a veteran outfit, yet they ended up falling short of mine. Perhaps his talent simply cannot attract quality resources. Unlike us, our resources were built step by step. Ours will surely grow even better in the future. Hearing Su Haiyang speak, the others listened intently. This man had once bullied their boss. In an instant, fury surged through them. How could someone dare to mistreat such a kind leader? They would not let him go easily once they faced him on the battlefield. Qin Feng had no idea his players had already formed such thoughts. After casting a few glances at Wan Yi, he prepared to return to the stands. But just then Wan Yi turned his head, and their eyes met. For a fleeting moment, Qin Feng saw surprise in the other's gaze. Then he noticed a look of contempt flicker across Wan Yi's eyes as he glanced at those beside him. Qin Feng's restless temper flared instantly. He could tolerate being looked down upon. But what did that expression mean? Did he look down on Qin Feng's teammates too? That guy is coming over. The vice-captain standing beside Su Haiyang frowned and spoke. Let him come. Do we fear him? Su Haiyang was already troubled by events from months ago. Now here was someone offering himself up for a lesson. He was only too willing to deliver a few sharp rebukes. Qin Feng had originally wished to avoid confrontation. After all, in his previous life, Wan Yi had indeed carved out a fierce reputation, though not as towering as Su Haiyang's. For someone who had refused to join his organization and had insulted him while possessing less skill than Su Haiyang, Qin Feng saw no reason to waste words. Unexpectedly, none of his players were willing to leave. They simply waited for Wan Yi to approach. Qin Feng could guess their intentions. He could not let his players face the man alone, so he remained where he was. When Wan Yi arrived, he immediately spoke with open disdain. Well, if it isn't the squad from that so-called Tianyu esports organization. What? Does Tianyu have the qualifications to compete in this tournament? Or did you come merely for a demonstration match? Even demonstration matches are beyond your reach. You likely obtained your place through questionable means. A small company boss leading a ragged team bred by a small company. Do you truly believe you can achieve high rankings? It would be best if you do not cross my path, or I will show you what true professionalism looks like. Hearing Wan Yi's words, Su Haiyang felt his head throb with anger. Just as he prepared to retort, Wan Yi cast a cold glance at him and turned away, leaving them no chance to unleash their flames. Moreover, this was a tournament venue where loud disputes were inadvisable. The team fumed with restrained frustration, eagerly anticipating a chance to face Wan Yi's squad on the battlefield and eliminate them swiftly. Qin Feng's chest rose and fell with suppressed anger. It was Su Haiyang who quickly returned to calm him. For the first time, Qin Feng issued direct orders: if they encountered Wan Yi's team during the match, they must dominate them completely. They were to ensure Wan Yi's squad could not secure a single victory. If by chance they conceded a point, it did not matter, as long as the defeat was decisive and thorough. Rest assured, boss. Today we will make that upstart regret his arrogance. There will surely be an opportunity to prove ourselves. The entire squad was ignited by Wan Yi's provocations, burning with competitive fire. And so during the draw, fate placed them directly against Wan Yi's team. Through Su Haiyang and his teammates' seamless coordination, in merely 15 minutes they achieved a remarkable sweep, thoroughly overpowering Wan Yi's squad. These two teams were not so far apart in caliber, yet the outcome was decisive. To everyone's astonishment, this match became the fastest contest of the tournament, settling the outcome in a mere 15 minutes. Wan Yi could not believe he had lost, least of all to someone he had dismissed. What made it worse was that nearly every player from Tianyu seemed focused on eliminating him. While maintaining their positions, they relentlessly hunted him the moment he appeared. Throughout the match, Wan Yi found himself defeated time after time, his kill count slipping further and further behind. His own team captain grew so frustrated that he considered removing him from the squad. Wan Yi's heart burned with unwillingness, especially after the match, when he heard Qin Feng praising his team repeatedly. Even worse, as he passed by, he overheard that each member would receive a 100,000 yuan prize. This contradicted his assumption of a shabby organization. Rather than reflecting on why their match had deteriorated so badly, Wan Yi went seeking information about Qin Feng's esports company instead. What he learned astonished him. Qin Feng's company was not only comfortable, but offered extraordinarily generous treatment to its players. Though newly established, the organization was far from small, investing deeply into the development of every esports athlete. Wan Yi was filled with regret, wishing he could return to the moment when Qin Feng first extended his invitation. Yet he knew such an opportunity was gone forever. At the Long residence, the family patriarch noticed his son depart in high spirits, but returned thoroughly disheveled. Curiosity drove him to inquire. Long Feiyin refused to speak of it at first. Eventually, the patriarch questioned the bodyguards who had accompanied him that day. Only then did he learn of the humiliation his son had endured. This discovery stirred deep curiosity about Qin Feng. After attending to family matters, the patriarch investigated Qin Feng's background. Satisfied with what he learned, he sent an invitation for Qin Feng to visit the Long residence. When Qin Feng received the invitation, he had just concluded a meeting at the group headquarters. An invitation from the Long family to host you at their home. That won't do at all. After what Long Feiyin did last time, the Long family certainly holds ulterior motives. You must not go. Zhang Fan immediately urged Qin Feng against attending upon seeing the invitation. They still vividly remembered the incident at Yi Qingshue's birthday banquet. Long Feiyin harbored feelings for Yi Qingshuo. Moreover, he had openly mocked Qin Feng to his face and had warned Qin Feng to be careful. Now they were directly extending another invitation to their home. Who knew whether the other party harbored some sinister design? Qin Feng absolutely must not go. What would happen if he ended up being bullied by them? Thinking along these lines, Zhang Fan quickly snatched the invitation into his own hands. He was just about to tear it up when Qin Feng stopped him. Zhang Fan looked at Qin Feng with deep concern, but Qin Feng merely shook his head and took back the invitation. After contemplating for a moment, he made up his mind. I will go. This visit was inevitable sooner or later. That Long Feiyin will not easily give up on Xiao Shui. Since he is my rival, I naturally cannot let Xiao Shui worry about him. I will personally settle this rival and make him understand the gap between us. I will let him know that he is simply unworthy of Xiao Shui. All right, rest assured. Surely such a small matter does not warrant concern. Do you really think I cannot handle such a minor nuisance? And moreover, the one who invited me here is not Long Feiyin himself. but his father, the patriarch of the Long family. If the patriarch were to make any move against a junior and word were to leak out, their family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Zhang Fan was still deeply worried. But no matter how much he argued, he could not shake Qin Feng's resolve. In the end, Qin Feng went to the Long family estate. Upon arriving, Qin Feng had expected that at least on the surface they would afford him a certain degree of hospitality. However, after entering the opulent family reception hall, Qin Feng could not find even a single sofa to sit on. After being escorted into the main hall by the butler, Qin Feng saw a middle-aged man seated on the sofa dressed in a serious suit and holding a cane-like object in his hand. The man stared at him with an intense gaze. Qin Feng glanced at him once and immediately deduced his identity. This must be the patriarch of the Long family who had invited him. But this was a matter between their own generation. Was this patriarch going to interfere as well? Mr. Long, it is an honor. May I ask what matter has brought me here today? But this was a matter between their own generation. Was this patriarch going to interfere as well? Mr. Long, it is an honor. May I ask what matter has brought me here today? So you are Qin Feng. You are the Qin Feng who laid hands on my son. Upon hearing the patriarch say this, Qin Feng's expression grew slightly speechless. He really was here to avenge his precious son. At his age, should he still be behaving like a giant infant? Just as Qin Feng was about to explain the situation to the patriarch, someone suddenly sprang up from the nearby sofa. Since the sofa had been facing away from Qin Feng earlier, Qin Feng had not noticed that Long Feiyin was actually curled up there. Upon hearing that Qin Feng had arrived, Long Feiyin, who had been absorbed in playing games, immediately bounced up from the sofa. The moment he saw Qin Feng, he pointed directly at him and began shouting insults. It's you, that wretched toad. You actually dare to come to my house. Once you're here, don't even think about leaving. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Faced with Long Feiyin's vulgar words, the patriarch showed no reaction at all. Instead, he regarded Qin Feng with a measuring gaze. Qin Feng was immediately angered. So they had only called him over to put him in his place. True, the Long family was indeed formidable. But the group under his own command was equally not something that could be easily destroyed. Moreover, once the details of that day were revealed, with the full context explained and modern public opinion leveraged, who would truly suffer greater consequences? He did not believe the patriarch was unaware of this. Mr. Long, what is the meaning of this? If calling me here was merely so your young master could berate me, then I am sorry. I will not stay. Good day. Qin Feng finished speaking and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the patriarch spoke urgently, halting his steps. Qin Feng turned around coldly, looking at the patriarch, who remained seated on the sofa without moving. He suddenly felt that it was no surprise the patriarch could raise a son like that. The father himself was so discourteous. Regardless of whether he was a junior, he had been invited by them. Did they not know the meaning of the guest is honored? Was this their way of receiving visitors? I have looked into what happened between you two. I will give you 5 million. Leave that girl named Yi Qingxue and yield her to my son. Or how about I give you 10 million and you simply end your son's life yourself so your wife can bear you a new one? Qin Feng, I am warning you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced into drinking punishment. Have some shame. That is my girlfriend. Your son harassed my girlfriend, and yet you act as if you are the wrong party. Qin Feng's two sharp retorts infuriated the patriarch to no end. He had never been spoken to in such a manner before. In Jiangqing, the Long family was hardly a minor household. Yet here was merely a university student who had opened a few small companies, daring to speak to him this way. The patriarch, consumed with anger, immediately intended to make a move against Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched as these bodyguards emerged from various parts of the villa, positioning themselves before him, looking as though they were ready to pummel him. Yet the corners of his mouth suddenly curved into a bright, confident smile. He then spoke with that same smile. Before coming here, I had already reported this matter to the relevant authorities. I also backed up the video from that day and sent it to them. If I leave today with any injury or fail to leave at all, they will arrive immediately to conduct a thorough investigation. Have the courage to strike me today then. Feel free to vent your anger as you wish. I would like to see, once the netizens and stockholders learn that the prestigious Long family beats defenseless citizens within their own villa, just how far your enterprise stocks will tumble. Qin Feng's words were an open threat. Precisely because of this threat, they dared not lay a hand on him. They could only watch helplessly as the bodyguards, under the frustrated orders of the patriarch, withdrew. Qin Feng knew that this encounter between the two sides would likely end on discordant notes. In the end, Qin Feng successfully departed from the Long family estate. The patriarch also harshly reprimanded Long Feiyin. He had recently been busy preparing for a cooperation with a newly rising company. However, the other party kept claiming that their boss had no time. Once this cooperation was completed, dealing with Qin Feng would still be timely enough. Dad, where are we going today? Long Feiyin had been in a sullen mood ever since he failed to properly handle Qin Feng. Then the very next day, Lord Long intended to take him to meet the so-called business partners. It was said that he had sent multiple invitation letters to this winery. However, the other party consistently declined, claiming their boss had no time to attend their hosted banquet. So he had no choice but to come in person. He had heard that this newly opened Taoyuan winery seemed to have some kind of connection with the Wujiu group. The cooperation between the two allowed the newly opened Taoyuan winery to develop at an extremely rapid pace, growing even faster than their own winery. So he thought that if he could seize this opportunity to successfully partner with Taoyuan winery and then leverage that to connect with the Wujiu group, the Long family would similarly have an immeasurable future. As one of Jiangxing's established prominent families, they were actually slowly keeping pace with the times. To an outsider they appeared quite distinguished and prosperous. But society was developing far too rapidly nowadays. This forced them to accept many emerging trends. Moreover, public opinion now carried far greater influence than before. If they did something wrong and it was exposed online, the impact on the entire family and their business empire would be devastating. Otherwise, how could Qin Feng have left so easily? They had humiliated their son, and he was determined to make that person pay. Yet Qin Feng was skilled at leveraging emerging public opinion and the pressure from relevant departments to force him into letting go. If he could reach a cooperation agreement with this winery, he would be firmly established in Jiangxing. Although this winery was newly risen, it had indeed swiftly overtaken many established enterprises in an astonishingly short time. Why do you ask so many questions? If I had known you'd be this troublesome, I wouldn't have brought you along. Behave yourself and don't cause trouble, do you hear me? Lord Long was in poor spirits due to yesterday's events. He spoke a few words to Long Feiyin before leading him into the winery complex. Since a visit request had been submitted in advance, their entry was relatively smooth. What he did not know was that this winery originally belonged to Qin Feng's holdings. Because the winery was in a special location, it could not be relocated to his group headquarters. However, he had always kept close attention on its business operations. He had specifically asked Zhang Fan to check on the winery's business whenever he had free time. Additionally, due to Bai Inua's involvement, their cooperation with the Bai family had grown increasingly close. The winery was indeed the best developing company among Qin Feng's various enterprises. But Lord Long had no idea about any of this. Upon arriving at the winery, since an email had been sent the day before and the reception staff were already informed, Long Feiyin and his father were directly escorted to the reception hall. Gazing at the classical and elegant interior decoration, Lord Long had already made up his mind. He would find a way to secure this cooperation no matter what. In truth, the Long family was far from as distinguished as outsiders perceived them. Beneath the surface, there were numerous undercurrents at play. A single moment of carelessness, and he could very well be removed from his position as family head. If nothing had gone wrong, Long Feiyin should have been the next Long family lord. But he unfortunately lacked real ability and spent his days finding trouble for himself. So his father had to pave an even longer path for him. Winery office. One of the brands that has been repeatedly inviting us to their banquet has come to visit in person. However, their wine quality was unsatisfactory, so I never agreed to cooperate. Surprisingly, they've been persistent. They're currently waiting in the reception hall. Since the boss has finally made it here, perhaps you should take a look. The day before, after leaving the Long family completely unharmed, Qin Feng had come directly to the winery. It had indeed been a while since he last visited, so he specifically came to check on how the operations were running. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the winery's business. Since it was getting late, he decided to stay overnight. By a twist of fate, those two arrived precisely when Qin Feng had not yet left. Zhang Fan immediately wanted to slip away. He directly hoped Qin Feng would go handle it instead. Neither of them had any idea that the visitors would be Long Feiyin and his father. I'm not going over there. I've already handed this place over to you. You can't keep shirking your responsibilities all the time. You go ahead. If you really don't want to see them, just decline outright. We don't need this one partner anyway. You yourself said their wine didn't meet our standards. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, Qin Feng lounged lazily on the sofa, simply unwilling to go meet them. Upon hearing his refusal, Zhang Fan was also disinclined to go. They casually dispatched a department manager to handle it. After receiving the visitors, the manager politely turned them away, explaining that their products failed to meet qualification standards. Since they insisted on coming to ask why, the reason was only explained to them. The Long family father and son were then embarrassingly shown the door. Being dismissed from the winery so disgracefully, the Long family father and son both felt deeply humiliated. Long Feiyin strode ahead in anger. As he walked, he called out to his reluctant father behind him, "Dad, let's go quickly. They clearly don't want to cooperate with us. What are we still wasting time here for? It's just a newly opened winery. How formidable can it possibly be? You brats, stop talking nonsense. This business is genuinely important to our family. Now they refuse to cooperate. What are we to do? Must we cooperate with them specifically? Can't we find others? Is there only this one winery? Their winery is currently the hottest topic online. I'd say you're a modern person. Don't you browse the internet or check public sentiment?" Long Feiyin was about to retort when he saw his father raise a hand, as if to strike. He ultimately chose to keep his mouth shut. Even so, Lord Long was unwilling to give up. He could only try every means to learn the location of the winery headquarters, the same place where Qin Feng Group's main office stood. So 2 days later, he prepared another elaborate gift and went directly to the corporate headquarters. However, unexpectedly, while being escorted by the front desk to the private reception room, he happened to spot Qin Feng there. Lord Long thought he might be seeing things, and specifically stopped the receptionist, pointing at Qin Feng's figure to confirm. "Miss, I just noticed a familiar figure from behind. That should be one of your employees, correct?" The receptionist recognized the identity of the two visitors, so she stopped in her tracks. She glanced in the direction Elder Long had pointed, and saw the back of Qin Feng. However, several other employees happened to be passing by at the same time, so the receptionist did not think they would recognize their own group's CEO. She simply nodded in agreement. She then briskly led them to the reception lounge, settled them in, and returned to her desk. Thinking back, aside from the employees she had seen earlier, she felt as though she had also caught a glimpse of their CEO. But surely these people would not know the CEO personally. If they truly knew the CEO, how could they possibly be eagerly waiting at headquarters to negotiate a partnership? After muttering to herself, the receptionist continued welcoming other visitors with her practiced polite smile. "Dad, what are you thinking? Who is Qin Feng, anyway? There is no way he could be a senior executive at the winery headquarters." "You are right, I was overthinking it. I was just wondering, since he appeared here, what if we had come to the wrong place? That would have been quite awkward. But he did found a small company. I suppose it went bankrupt. He dares to compete with me over a woman." "It is just a woman. If you wanted to play around, that is one thing, but you actually took it seriously. Let me tell you, a common woman like that will never be welcome at our Long family. Dad, Xiao Shui is different from ordinary women. She saved my life. Without her, I would not be here today. Please do not lump her in with common girls." Enough. Whether you compare her or not, we are here today for business. Pay attention and do not embarrass me, understood? Long Feng could only obediently agree without saying more. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also received a list of brand representatives who had come to discuss a partnership that day. Among the unfamiliar brand names, he immediately spotted a familiar one. He did not recall the Long family submitting a brand application before. How did an old acquaintance suddenly appear? Qin Feng set the list down on the table and tapped the Long family name with some interest. He was not entirely sure whether this Long family was the same one he had encountered a few days prior. But he had nothing pressing to do anyway. Why not take a look at the samples they had submitted? If there was a genuine opportunity for cooperation, he would certainly not turn it down. The thought of them coming to him willingly, bowing their heads before him, made Qin Feng feel quite amused. "President, the Long family's lounge is just ahead. Would you like me to accompany you inside? Come along. Let me see if they are old acquaintances. If they are, you may need to step in and mediate." The assistant walking beside Qin Feng was momentarily puzzled by this remark, but he nodded obediently. When Qin Feng pushed open the door, he found two familiar faces wearing eager smiles, until they spotted him, at which point their expressions froze instantly. The moment they saw him, their smiles vanished. A mischievous thought sparked within Qin Feng's mind. Ignoring their surprised and angry gazes, he walked into the lounge. "So you are here to discuss business?" Hearing Qin Feng's voice, both Long Feng and Elder Long were taken aback. They had not been imagining things. But they had come to meet the group CEO. What did Qin Feng have to do with this? Surely he did not think that because he ran a small company he could associate himself with Taoyuan Winery. Who did he think he was? "Why are you here?" "We are here to see the CEO of Taoyuan Winery." "What does this have to do with you?" "We chose not to press the matter earlier, and that should have been sufficient courtesy. Do not obstruct our business." Elder Long had already sensed something amiss, but his son acted first and spoke bluntly, offending Qin Feng outright. A knowing smile played on Qin Feng's lips, as if to say, "I am right here. What can you possibly do?" This only infuriated Long Feng further. "This winery is my property." Qin Feng's words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving both of them stunned. But the next moment, even Elder Long found it hard to believe. How could this be? Qin Feng did run a small company, but what could a university student's enterprise amount to? It was nothing more than a trivial little operation. If not for public opinion, he would have dealt with him long ago. His original plan had been to dismantle Qin Feng's company once this partnership concluded. And yet here Qin Feng was flaunting it right in front of him. Did he also come here seeking a partnership with the winery? Qin Feng, look at yourself in a mirror. What qualification do you have to compete for this partnership? And you claim the winery is your property. Do not even dare to associate your name with Taoyuan Winery. Qin Feng glanced sideways at his assistant. The assistant had been dumbfounded by the insults, but upon catching Qin Feng's gaze, he quickly regained his composure. He then turned to the father and son and firmly confirmed that Qin Feng was indeed the company's owner. "Do you not know that Taoyuan Winery belongs to Tianyu Group? Our president is the CEO of Tianyu Group, and Taoyuan Winery was established entirely under his leadership." While speaking, the assistant smiled and placed his business card on the table. These two clearly did not even recognize their own boss, so they would certainly not know his identity either. "If you do not believe me, you may search online for verification." The father and son were utterly stunned. One picked up the card and examined it closely while the other trembled as he pulled out his phone to search. The result confirmed that Qin Feng was indeed the owner of the winery they had been seeking to partner with. Moreover, they had already insulted Qin Feng days ago, and here they were insulting him again at the very headquarters of his company. It would be miraculous if they could secure this partnership now. It seems your family no longer wishes to pursue this cooperation. Frankly, neither do I. Please be on your way. I have other brands to review. I will not see you out. Qin Feng smiled faintly and turned to leave. Only then did the father and son awaken from their daze and hastily block his path, offering apology after apology. In a fit of desperation, Elder Long even raised his hand and slapped his own son across the face. Please keep your disagreements away from my premises. If anyone were to come to harm, I could face unwanted claims. If you wish to discuss matters elsewhere, please escort these two gentlemen out. Should anyone decline to leave, kindly have the security staff assist. Qin Feng did not spare them even a glance. After returning home that day, he had asked Bai Yino to conduct a thorough investigation on his behalf. Were there any significant vulnerabilities within the Long family? To his surprise, there indeed were. The Long family had long ceased to be as prosperous as it appeared on the surface. The gaps, both large and small, were countless. Bai Yino reasoned that death was inevitable one day, so with a kind heart she directly breached the firewall of their headquarters computer system. She backed up all their documents completely. Then she organized all their business vulnerabilities into a package and anonymously sent it to their competitors. However, the massive threat that had been planted remained undiscovered within the Long family for now. Only time would tell when it would come to light. The two men were ultimately escorted out. Called an escort, though in truth it amounted to little more than being driven away. Long Feng failed to notice the storm of emotion on his father's face. Having been forced out, and as the young master of the Long family, never having experienced such a situation before, he was overcome with frustration and pointed at the security guards in reprimand. After speaking his mind, he turned to the head of the Long family with urgency. If all else failed, they could simply end the cooperation. He did not believe that beyond Qin Feng there were no other suitable partners available. He continued speaking earnestly, yet failed to notice the look of regret that had appeared on the face of the head of the Long family beside him. He regretted, he lamented, he wished he had acted differently. If only he had thoroughly investigated this matter. If only he had known Qin Feng's identity earlier. He would not have let this valuable opportunity slip away. Enough. You have brought great trouble upon us. If not for your actions, I would not have missed such an important partnership. Do you realize our family is now in a difficult position? Hearing Long Feng continue speaking, the head of the Long family felt his frustration rise. He delivered a firm reminder to Long Feng. Long Feng had already been troubled since his father had taken action in front of Qin Feng earlier. He had been holding back his feelings. Now Qin Feng had asked them to leave, and yet his father still wished to seek favor with him. For a young man of fiery temperament like Long Feng, this proved too much to bear quietly. How could an older man be a match for a vigorous 20-year-old? Caught unaware, he was firmly guided downward by Long Feng and sat upon the ground. Why did you do that? Was it my decision to end the cooperation? He wronged me, he is the one at odds with me, and you would have me swallow this and work with him. Is this the way a father should act? The head of the Long family had never imagined his cherished son could behave in such a manner. Overcome with emotion, he fainted. Since the incident occurred at the entrance of their company building, the security staff kindly arranged for medical assistance. Qin Feng had little interest in following events beyond this point. All he knew was that after leaving the hospital, the two had another misunderstanding that drew public attention. Recent company stock performance had been favorable, and the employees were in high spirits. Qin Feng considered the matter and decided to arrange rotating time off for the staff. He also planned to take his close friends to Muzhou for a journey of relaxation. Upon sharing this good news with his friends, they all agreed readily. After setting a date and booking flights during the short holiday, they set off for Muzhou with enthusiasm. This was their first visit to Muzhou. Even Yi Qingxue had never been here before. This trip included several managers from key departments of the company, as well as some outstanding employees. Foreign lands are indeed different from home. I have heard this area can be quite busy. Let us remain mindful. Zhang Fan spoke, eagerly glancing around while keeping watchful eyes open. He had previously traveled to Sea Country with Qin Feng. This was his first time in Muzhou. He often heard stories of disturbances abroad and wondered whether such matters might affect their journey. It is unlikely to affect us. We have come all this way. Please do not speak ill of our fortune, Qin Feng replied upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. He gently tapped the back of Zhang Fan's head with a playful gesture. Zhang Fan nodded apologetically and quietly followed beside Tang Shichen, choosing to remain silent. Since they had traveled for leisure, they had not pre-booked accommodation. They intended to find lodging upon arrival. The group carried minimal belongings. While walking along the street, a sudden rush of movement passed swiftly beside them. Behind them, a voice called out in a foreign language. Though it was not their native tongue, the meaning was clear. A young woman sought help as someone had taken her phone. Moved by a sense of duty, Qin Feng and his companions acted swiftly. In the moment before the individual could react, he was gently but firmly guided to the ground. The phone was retrieved and returned to the young woman. During this process, the individual spoke in the local language, many phrases of which were colloquial in nature. Qin Feng could not fully comprehend his words. Though his foreign language skills were adequate, understanding the local expressions presented some difficulty. What shall we do next? Should we release him? The phone had been returned, and the young woman expressed her gratitude several times, wishing to offer a warm greeting to those who had clearly traveled from afar. Qin Feng and his companions politely declined the gesture. After declining her warm thanks, Qin Feng and his friends considered how best to proceed regarding the individual. They were unfamiliar with the local customs. They had heard that in foreign places matters of petty theft were often left to local authorities. Perhaps they should not intervene further. After all, the individual had already been reminded during the recovery of the phone, and hopefully, he had learned from the experience. Ultimately, the group decided to let the matter rest. Little did they know sometimes the words spoken in caution hold weight. Not long after releasing the individual, a commotion appeared at the far end of the street they were on. Reports indicated that armed individuals were causing disturbances along the street. After noticing the situation, Qin Feng and the others quickly found cover around them and took shelter in a nearby shop. To their surprise, there were already other people there who had thought to hide. However, judging by how practiced they were at crouching with their heads down, this was clearly not their first time experiencing something like this. The sounds of unrest on the street outside grew closer and closer. The footsteps of people running, screams, cries for help echoing through the air, all of it rising and falling in an overwhelming cascade that made their ears ache. Qin Feng, who had never experienced anything like this back home, found it difficult to adjust. Even in his previous life, although he had traveled, situations like this were exceedingly rare. He had long heard that public security in the M continent was quite chaotic. Today he truly understood what that meant. If this had happened back home, the relevant authorities would have arrived long ago. I wonder how many people have been hurt. I saw a child just now. Where are the authorities in their country? Shouldn't they come and take a look? Do you think everywhere is like our country? Do you think the people everywhere are as dedicated and conscientious as ours? Then what should we do now? The unrest originally started at the end of this street, and the noise is getting closer. If no authorities step in, won't we be? Listening to their discussion, Qin Feng detected the growing panic in everyone's voices. Yet Qin Feng carefully shifted his footing, slowly edging toward the glass door ahead. This particular shop was interesting. Although it was a clothing store, the glass door at the entrance had a protruding corner that gave him a clear view of the unrest outside. He wanted to see what was happening. Qin Feng, be careful, don't let them spot you. What are you doing? Noticing this, Zhang Fan hurried over despite his somewhat heavy build. He followed Qin Feng's footsteps slowly. Though he was afraid, he could not bear to see his companions come to harm. No one had expected that this trip to the M continent would lead to such an ordeal. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Qin Feng quickly reached back and stopped him from moving further. Turning around, Qin Feng met several pairs of eyes filled with worry and fear. A pang of guilt stirred within him. If he had not impulsively suggested bringing them to the M continent, they would not have had to endure this fright. The more he thought about it, the firmer his resolve became. Rest assured, I will find a way to bring you all back safely. This is my fault for not considering things thoroughly. I did not expect something like this would happen and put you all in danger. Hearing Qin Feng say this, the others quickly shook their heads. Zhang Fan stepped forward, but Qin Feng promptly waved him back. The shop owner and other travelers taking shelter nearby were all curiously watching their group. Qin Feng winked at Zhang Fan and gestured for him to return and look after the others, especially the women. I observed them earlier. Their weapons are mostly daggers, spiked clubs, and machetes, nothing capable of long-range attacks. As long as we stay careful, that's the safest approach. But I can't just sit idly by. I saw several of our fellow countrymen on this street just now. I cannot stand by and watch them come to harm right before my eyes. Hearing these words, two men in the crowd glanced up at Qin Feng. If he had noticed them, he would have realized they too were from China. Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen exchanged a glance upon hearing Qin Feng's words, understanding his intention immediately. He was planning to go out and face the danger himself. They had only caught a brief glimpse of the situation earlier and had quickly hidden here amid the panicked crowd. Now those individuals were drawing nearer. In terms of numbers, Qin Feng alone would certainly not be their match. Unless he could gather more people to help. Relying on the authorities in the M continent was unlikely to work. They would have to rely on themselves to survive. Otherwise, they might eventually be discovered hiding in this clothing store. We'll go with you. Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen glanced at each other and spoke in unison. Count us in too, boss. We want to come along as well. Several managers from key departments within the group raised their hands. Brothers, may we join you? I see you are also from China. We are compatriots after all. The two young men who had shown keen interest earlier had somehow drifted over to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng looked at the two newcomers with some surprise. Noticing their sturdy arms and the calluses on their hands, he deduced that they had undergone professional physical training. Furthermore, the distinctive patterns of those calluses gave Qin Feng a clue about their background. The two men did not expect such sharp insight from him. They awkwardly scratched their heads and said, "We are professional bodyguards. We won't be any trouble. However, there are many compatriots here who also need protection. Some of you should stay and safeguard them, while those willing to come with me can head out. We simply need someone to take the lead in pushing back." Since they have no long-range weapons, we may stand a chance. Qin Feng did not dismiss everyone's help with a sense of masculine pride. Instead, after a few seconds of careful thought, he spoke his plan. The men quickly divided up their tasks. Then their group stepped boldly out of the shop. As expected, this drew the attention of those individuals. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng realized there were slightly fewer of them than he had originally thought. Dividing them evenly, each of them would need to face roughly 1.5 opponents. When those individuals saw people emerging so openly before them, their aggressive nature flared, and they quickly grabbed their weapons and charged toward Qin Feng and the others. Along the way, one of them seized a young boy who had been separated from his parents, attempting to use the child as leverage to escalate the confrontation. The moment Qin Feng spotted the little boy, he dashed forward without hesitation. Years of rigorous physical training allowed his speed to surge to its peak under the influence of adrenaline. He successfully rescued the boy, though not without cost. The man wielding the blade slashed across his arm, drawing blood. Qin Feng immediately countered with a powerful kick to the attacker's abdomen and seized the weapon from his grasp. "You are Chinese." The man who had been disarmed wanted to counterattack immediately, but someone behind him grabbed his arm and pulled him back rapidly. Qin Feng held his injured arm while quickly leading the child back to their group. He then guided the child to hide in the clothing store where others were taking shelter. "We are Chinese, and Chinese people will never fear criminals like you." Qin Feng's voice rang out firmly, though the loss of blood made his vision blur slightly. "We won't harm Chinese people. Step aside, we don't want to be your enemies." The other party communicated with Qin Feng in heavily accented Chinese. Qin Feng looked at the innocent lives lost on the street behind him. Some were still conscious, struggling, and waiting for rescue. Qin Feng's eyes burned with rage, his overwhelming fury dulling the pain in his injured arm. His voice grew low and steady. "But you have already killed Chinese people. I will never stand by and watch my fellow countrymen die." A major confrontation was about to erupt. Qin Feng returned injured, and everyone's hearts were heavy with worry. Seeing Qin Feng in front despite his injuries, the others were inspired and quickly rushed forward as well. Perhaps emboldened by his lead, several young men emerged from nearby shops to join the effort. Through their combined efforts, they finally subdued all the criminals. Many had been injured in the process, but they had saved many more lives. Once all the criminals were captured, Qin Feng collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of strength. Everything went black, and he fainted. When Qin Feng regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, breathing in the sharply medicinal scent in the air. He quickly realized he was in a hospital. Moving his arm, he found his wound had been bandaged. However, dried marks remained on his body, along with a strong smell. "Xiaoxue." Qin Feng's voice was hoarse. He did not know how long he had been unconscious. He instinctively called out Yi Qingshue's name. She was resting beside his bed with her eyes closed. She had been watching over Qin Feng for hours. Unable to bear leaving him, she could only wait there for him to wake up. The situation with the criminals had already been handled. After Qin Feng fainted, someone called the local authorities. All the criminals were taken to the relevant departments for questioning. All injured people were sent to the local hospital. However, many innocent civilians had been caught in the incident this time. The number of casualties had exceeded 50. "You're finally awake. Are you alright? Your wounds have been bandaged and you've been checked. Aside from your arm, there are no major issues. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? I'll go call the doctor." Hearing Qin Feng call her name, Yi Qingxue was overjoyed. Flustered, she spoke incoherently and immediately tried to leave. But Qin Feng caught her wrist. Though weak, he easily held her. Yi Qingxue struggled to hold back her tears and sat back down beside his bed. Looking at Qin Feng lying in the bed, she could hardly contain her fear and relief. "You really scared me to death." Seeing Yi Qingxue in tears, Qin Feng's heart ached, especially hearing her choked, trembling words. It hurt him deeply. He wanted to sit up and embrace her, but the pain was too great, so he could only gently tug at her sleeve. "I didn't think too much at the time, but I'm fine now, aren't I? And as you said, I'll be discharged after some rest. Do you know how many stitches you got? Over 30. How much pain must that have been? What were you thinking?" "I was just thinking the child was so young and couldn't be hurt. And isn't this acting bravely for a just cause? Don't cry, I won't be so reckless in the future." Qin Feng had just woken up, and Yi Qingxue didn't want him weak and already apologizing, let alone having to comfort her emotions. So she swallowed her worries and softly asked if he had any appetite. She would have someone bring food over so he could eat as soon as he woke up. "Anything is fine. Foreign food doesn't taste good anyway." Qin Feng thought for a moment, but couldn't think of anything he particularly wanted to eat. What he wanted more was to wipe the tears from Yi Qingshue's face, but he couldn't even raise his arm. After Yi Qingxue messaged the others to let them know Qin Feng had awakened, she asked them to bring some easy-to-digest food for him. She emphasized it must be nutritious and gentle on his stomach. After finishing everything, she sat back down beside his bed. She told Qin Feng that officials had come and taken several people away for questioning. They had also been commended and rewarded. The criminals had been locked up in detention. "I really didn't expect that on our first day in M continent, I'd end up in the hospital. This trip must have been very disappointing for you all. Qin Feng actually felt quite guilty. After all, he was the one who decided to come to M continent. He never expected such an incident to occur. They must have been delayed because of him, and they were surely worried about him. As for his arm injury, theoretically, as long as Qin Feng woke up, he wouldn't need to stay in the hospital any longer. After all, the medical care here was quite casual. But Qin Feng and the others had money, so they could stay a few more days for treatment to ensure better recovery of the wound. No one wants to encounter something like this. Don't blame yourself too much. Besides, we already talked about it. After your treatment is over, we'll leave. They found a small inn near the hospital first to stay temporarily. Hearing the guilt in Qin Feng's words, Yi Qingxue quickly shook her head. She was only heartbroken that he was injured. Although this trip was frightening, it was also a brand new life experience. Qin Feng had protected other survivors on the street. She was only proud of him. How could she ever blame him? But because Qin Feng needed treatment, they could only find an inn near the hospital. Today's treatment is over, right? Then I'll go check on the inn. Sorry to have troubled you. You can't even enjoy the trip properly and have to stay here with me. Qin Feng didn't like the smell of the hospital and wanted to go out for a walk. Yi Qingxue did not say anything further. After consulting with the doctor and confirming that Qin Feng's condition would not be too severe, the treatment plan was simple: come back promptly for dressing changes and receive daily intravenous drips. Yi Qingxue tidied up Qin Feng's belongings and brought him a fresh set of clothes. After he changed, they headed together to the inn where they had previously found a place to stay. In truth, it was more like a small guest house. The scale was rather modest, and it carried an aged atmosphere reminding one more of lodgings back home. After all, they were in Mzhou, where many things differed from their homeland. After this incident, their enthusiasm for traveling abroad had noticeably faded. Seeing that Qin Feng was unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, since Qin Feng was still injured, they only strolled around the nearby area and dared not venture too far. Fearing another such encounter, Yi Qingxue remained at the inn, keeping Qin Feng company, occasionally asking whether his arm wound caused any discomfort. Wouldn't you like to go out with them? This area is relatively safe with good public order. If there is nothing of interest here, you could visit Chinatown. Perhaps there are people from our country and products from home. Qin Feng did not know whether to laugh or sigh. He would have preferred Yi Qingxue to go out and explore on her own rather than staying here, constantly keeping him company. In truth, he also wished to go out for a walk. But with the wound on his arm, neither Yi Qingxue nor his brothers or the managers under his command were willing to let him go out. He could only endure their rather heavy concern. Wouldn't you like to go out with them? I was just worried you might feel bored. Not at all. Being with you, I would never feel bored. The two leaned close together, sharing quiet words. When the others returned, they gathered around the table once more to enjoy dinner together. After dinner, Qin Feng had just returned to his room and had not yet had the chance to close the door when another woman suddenly barged in. Then the woman attempted to leap onto Qin Feng. Reacting swiftly, he stepped backward several paces. Having dodged the erratic woman, he made his way toward the door to leave the room. Utterly stunned, he could not comprehend what was happening. Madam, you have come to the wrong place. This is my room. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng was about to escort the woman out. He had never imagined that such situations could occur in foreign hotels. Just as he assumed, the woman had simply entered the wrong room. Unexpectedly, the woman pressed herself against him swiftly. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm firmly with both hands, clinging tightly to his side. Then she seemed to notice the wound on Qin Feng's other arm. In a reckless gesture, she attempted to strike at it. Had Qin Feng not dodged in time, the wound would surely have reopened. Seeing her attempt fail, the woman began shouting loudly in a foreign language. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Someone is assaulting me. Qin Feng understood foreign languages. Upon hearing the woman's screams, he was completely taken aback. He could not concern himself with anything else at this point. Even if his wound were to reopen, he would not allow this woman to blackmail him. He quickly pushed the woman aside, shoving her forcefully toward the doorway. Qin Feng had not even had time to close the door. Unexpectedly, the fearless woman stuck her foot into the doorway, preventing him from shutting it. Qin Feng was furious, his only desire being to shut the door right on the woman's leg. But within those mere seconds, people emerged rapidly from all around, as though they had been waiting in ambush. Several people pushed open Qin Feng's door forcefully and stepped into his room. Madam, what is happening? One gentlemanly man bent down and helped the woman who had just attempted to extort Qin Feng to her feet. After casting a fierce glance at Qin Feng, he kindly inquired about what had transpired. Had she been the one shouting for help just now? The woman quickly nodded and then pointed at Qin Feng. She muttered something unintelligible in rapid succession. Her speech was too fast for Qin Feng to understand, but he knew she certainly was not saying anything favorable. Being perceptive, he observed her expression after she finished speaking. The faces of those around him immediately darkened. There was even a hint of anger in their expressions. He knew this woman was likely casting more blame upon him once again. Please everyone, I do not even know her. She arbitrarily barged into my room without any reason. I have not even held her accountable for trespassing, yet she is the one accusing me of assault. How could I possibly be attracted to a woman like her? Qin Feng wondered whether this might be some kind of scam. But outnumbered, he did not wish to confront so many people. He could only quickly retrieve his phone from his pocket while they were not paying attention. He immediately recorded a voice message in their travel group chat recounting the situation here. Zhang Fan and the others would surely come as soon as they heard it. But this lady says you assaulted her. What evidence do you have to prove you did not do such things? Once again, it was the man who had first helped the woman to her feet who led the interrogation of Qin Feng. What a ridiculous claim. She says I assaulted her. Does she have evidence to prove I actually did such a thing? I have a girlfriend and would never look at a woman without any sense of decency. Qin Feng's tone was light, yet his words struck several people sharply. Several men in the crowd darkened in expression. Their gazes toward Qin Feng carried a hint of hostility. You do not appear to be from Mzhou. No wonder you would behave in such a manner and still refuse to admit it. Utterly shameless. If you truly did assault this lady, please admit it. Otherwise we can hand you over to the relevant authorities. Daring to do it, but refusing to take responsibility. What a disgrace. You must take responsibility for this matter and apologize to this lady. Several more people in the crowd began calling out. Their words incited those around who had gathered to watch the commotion, and they too joined in criticizing Qin Feng. Qin Feng coldly scanned the crowd. He noticed that almost everyone was looking at him with contemptuous eyes. Furrowing his brows instantly, his speechless frustration mounted within. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and the others, having received the message from the group chat, also hurried to Qin Feng's room. They had heard the noise earlier, but not wishing to meddle and encounter further trouble, had not gone out immediately. You actually have accomplices. It seems this was all planned. How dare you foreigners come to our country and bully our people? This is simply outrageous. I detest Chinese people the most. No manners, littering everywhere, and too cowardly to own up to your actions. In your own words, you are nothing but cowards and scum. Regardless of anything else, he wronged one of our women, and he must take responsibility. The onlookers around them did not step back when they saw Zhang Fan and the others approaching. Instead, they grew even more heated in their arguments. Seeing the situation turning sour, Qin Feng quickly explained to Zhang Fan and the others that he had done absolutely nothing wrong. It was this woman who had inexplicably barged into the room and attempted to interfere with the wound on his arm. If he had not dodged in time, his wound would have reopened, leaving him entirely unable to resist. We know you are not the type to do something like this. These people are probably working together trying to extort money from you. Zhang Fan naturally trusted Qin Feng. Qin Feng was his friend and classmate. After all, didn't Zhang Fan know exactly what kind of person Qin Feng was? The others felt the same way. Just look at this woman. She appeared to be in her 30s. Her hair was messy and hung loosely over her shoulders. Her clothes looked distinctly cheap and her makeup was completely smudged beyond recognition. She looked almost like a hag. Everyone present could plainly see what Yi Qingxue looked like. Given that, how could anyone possibly develop feelings for such a woman? Qin Feng kept to himself and never tangled with other women. Moreover, the hotel was quite small, so encountering something like this was not entirely surprising. After all, their impression of this region had fallen to an all-time low. Qin Feng and the others were currently in Zhu. Although this trip had been a last-minute decision, this city had been carefully chosen. It was a very famous tourist destination in Zhu, a place frequently visited by travelers from around the world. Normally, incidents like this should not occur. Yet here they were, and Qin Feng only then began to sense that something was not quite right. Both the several individuals in the crowd who had shown him the worst attitude, and this woman had appeared at suspiciously convenient moments. This left him no choice but to consider other possibilities. Could it be that he had truly fallen victim to an extortion gang? You have numbers on your side, and we do too. Just because you have mouths doesn't mean you get to fabricate whatever you wish. There is a surveillance camera down the hallway. Let's review the footage and see who is really behaving shamelessly. It was Tang Xichen who remained the most level-headed. After calmly observing the surroundings, she finally spotted a dust-covered camera at the far end of the corridor. Tang Xichen was unsure whether the camera was still operational. However, their willingness to demand the footage proved they had the confidence to stand their ground. Previously, these people had surrounded Qin Feng and pressured him into confessing to something he had not done. Now that Qin Feng's companions had arrived, she wanted to see what else they dared to say. Who doesn't know this surveillance system has been broken for ages? You foreigners commit bad deeds and then refuse to admit it. The words spoken by the man who had been jumping up and down the most only served to confirm Qin Feng and the others' suspicions. It appeared they had indeed selected their target carefully. This was likely not the first time they had used such tactics to extort visiting tourists. Yet when Qin Feng had researched this area beforehand, he had not found any such warnings online. He had already heard that security in Zhu was not ideal. Various underground groups operated quite extensively here. In common terms, local gangs held significant influence, with roughly one dominant group controlling each district. Even the local authorities were often in a state of mutual constraint with these groups, unable to fully suppress them. Some of the larger factions even had the ability to sway official departments owing to the backing of powerful financial interests behind them. Certain businesses and projects that could not operate in the open relied on the support of these financial groups to continue. Qin Feng was uncertain whether these people were seasoned operators or whether he was simply experiencing particularly bad fortune. However, once it became clear they had deliberately targeted him, Qin Feng gained a sense of resolve. He patted Tang Shichin on the shoulder and stepped forward. "Stop wasting words," he said. "Let's get straight to the point. Frankly speaking, neither side stands to gain anything from this." The woman who had been silent until now suddenly sprang into action. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, she rushed toward him and demanded compensation. $10,000 in foreign currency equivalent to a substantial sum in Chinese yuan. "You know perfectly well whether I did anything improper to you. Stop being so shameless. A few $100s as compensation for emotional distress should be enough. If you won't pay, I will make a scene right here today. Neither of us gets any rest. It was clearly you who violated me." The woman, seemingly desperate, sat down on the ground and began wailing loudly. She acted almost frenzied, even attempting to grab at Qin Feng's pants. Qin Feng stepped back to avoid being caught, frowning at the woman on the ground with mounting irritation. Just as he was about to speak, the man who had been shouting the loudest, seemingly unable to tolerate Qin Feng's actions any longer, clenched his fist and swung directly at him. Zhang Fan and the others had not noticed the man's sudden movement. Fortunately, Qin Feng had been keeping a watchful eye on him and avoided the blow. However, the man's fist struck the wall instead, sending fragments of stone flying, which left Qin Feng truly surprised at the extent of his opponent's strength. If that punch had connected, his nose would surely have been broken. "Since you struck first, don't blame me for this." The anger Qin Feng had been holding back finally found its outlet. Ignoring the wound on his arm, he grabbed the man's arm and executed a smooth shoulder throw. After bringing the man down to the ground, Qin Feng moved behind him and wrapped his arm around the man's neck, applying a chokehold across the throat. He wanted the man to experience a moment of suffocation so he would stop meddling and stirring up trouble. "I've already said I have nothing to do with this, yet you insist on spreading nonsense. Since you love drawing attention to yourself, let me give you a lesson." Qin Feng did not intend to cause serious harm. While making an example of the man to warn the others, he carefully controlled the pressure of his grip. The moment he sensed the man's eyes beginning to roll back, Qin Feng quickly rose and kicked him away, sending him sprawling. The man could never have anticipated that Qin Feng, despite sustaining an injury to his arm, would still manage such a swift response. The oppressive discomfort left him gasping, his body racked with relentless coughing. A burning sensation rising through his airway filled him with alarm as he stared at Qin Feng. He had only intended to collude with his companion in a scheme to extort money, never expecting it to leave him wounded. Retreat began to weigh heavily upon his mind at that very moment, when suddenly a disheveled woman wielding a kitchen knife emerged from the crowd and charged forward. She lunged directly toward the unruly woman, muttering incomprehensibly as she advanced. Stains covered her clothing, and the woman was utterly terrified by this sudden eruption of chaos. She scrambled away on hands and knees, fleeing from Qin Feng's room as fast as she could. Yet the agitated woman continued her pursuit without relenting. No longer maintaining any pretense of vulnerability, she hastily righted her clothing, pushed herself upright against the wall, and fled down the corridor in evident fear. The man whom Qin Feng had knocked to the ground, unable to rise afterward, also fled on hands and knees just like the woman. Qin Feng's kick had been forceful indeed, leaving him incapable of supporting himself against the wall. All he could do was scramble frantically across the floor, desperate to avoid being caught by the agitated woman. The onlookers scattered in all directions, startled by the sudden appearance of the woman, yet reluctant to miss what unfolded next. With both companions having fled, others in the crowd who harbored guilty consciences quietly slipped away. And so the commotion came to an end. All the onlookers returned to their rooms disheartened, hoping the woman who had appeared would not turn her attention to them as well. The blade in her hand must never come near them. Only Qin Feng's room remained unsealed. For Qin Feng had immediately recognized that the woman the others saw as unhinged was actually Yi Qingxue. It turned out that Yi Qingxue had arrived 10 minutes earlier. Since her room was shared with other female companions and was not on this floor, her quarters were somewhat better, and she had only seen the messages in the group chat later, rushing over as soon as possible. But by the time she arrived, there was no space for her to enter the room. From the periphery, Yi Qingxue listened to the general course of events and quickly grasped the situation. She selected an available room, found leftover ketchup and a kitchen knife. She smeared it on her clothes and burst straight out. Sometimes only extraordinary measures could resolve extraordinary circumstances. Since the aggressor played such roles, why not let the imagined madwoman handle the situation? "Xiao Shui, are you all right? Is that ketchup on your clothing? Where did you find that knife? You're not hurt, are you?" As the crowd dispersed, Qin Feng quickly pulled Yi Qingxue back into his room and examined her from head to toe. He wanted to make certain she had not been injured. When she had charged out just now, he had been deeply frightened. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Seeing Qin Feng's deep concern, Yi Qingxue, who was not attending to the wound on his own arm that was beginning to bleed through, embraced him with a tender heart. The surrounding onlookers witnessing this scene quietly made their excuses and departed not wishing to intrude. I am perfectly fine. If I had not quickly devised a plan to drive that woman away, we would not have had a peaceful evening. Don't people from those foreign lands fear such unconventional methods the most? I simply wish to frighten them. You must not act recklessly like that in the future. You know full well that weapons are not prohibited here. What we cannot do in our country they can do here. If you had been hurt, I would have been heartbroken. I understand. I only felt confident because I confirmed they carried no weapons. But your arm wound needs to be rebandaged. I wonder if it has split open. Hearing Yi Qingshue's words, Qin Feng seemed to suddenly recall the pain in his arm. He turned to look and found the bandage was indeed stained red with blood. Fortunately, they had brought medicine from the hospital. In this situation, Yi Qingxue could only carefully remove Qin Feng's bandage and inspect the wound. Satisfied that it had not split open but had merely been tugged and begun bleeding again, she reapplied the medicine. After dressing Qin Feng's wound, she told him to rest well and returned with her companions to their respective rooms. No further incidents occurred that night. The woman did not dare return afterward, likely deterred from attempting such things for a considerable time. Indeed, only extraordinary measures could counter such tactics. This time, without Yi Qingshue's quick thinking and improvisation, Qin Feng feared he would never have been able to clear his name. Though abroad, he represented his homeland, and he refused to bear such an unjust accusation. The following morning, after a light breakfast at a Chinese restaurant on the local Chinatown street, Qin Feng and the others set out to explore the area. Due to the events of the previous evening, Yi Qingxue no longer objected when Qin Feng asked to go out for a walk. Given that your wound bled last night, we should still visit the hospital for a checkup to ensure everything is all right. Let the others go ahead and explore first. I will accompany you. The outing was fine, but the hospital visit came first. After the doctor examined and rebanded the wound and administered a brief infusion, everything was settled in no time. Yi Qingxue accompanied Qin Feng out of the hospital, contacted the rest of the group, and they soon reunited. However, while shopping, Qin Feng noticed a lone child. The child sat on the ground covered in dirt, sobbing with tears and mucus. Feeling a touch of tenderness, Yi Qingxue went over and gently helped the child stand. To everyone's surprise, the child ran straight to Qin Feng and clung tightly to his leg. If not for the child's clear age of around 8 or 9, this might have been misinterpreted in another unwelcome way. What is going on? Zhang Fan looked bewildered. Perhaps the child is separated from his parents, Tang Shichen said, crouching down to gently coax the child, though the child showed little interest. Does the child know where his parents are? Should we try to help him find them? Qin Feng extended his leg slightly, but the child held on tightly, impossible to shake loose. I'll take the child to find his parents. Zhang Fan offered to pick up the child, but the moment he saw him, the child burst into loud cries. After some effort, they finally confirmed that only Qin Feng could hold the child without him crying. The child would only allow Qin Feng to come close. Seeing that the child had somewhat Chinese features suggesting he was of mixed heritage, Qin Feng had little choice but to hold his hand and begin searching the surroundings. He occasionally stopped to ask nearby passers-by whether they had seen the child's parents. To his surprise, someone actually had information. The passerby mentioned that on another street nearby, a pair of parents seemed to be searching for their missing child. However, it was unclear whether they were this child's actual parents. The person also noted that Qin Feng and the child's mother appeared to be from the same hometown. Qin Feng shared this information with the others. He decided to deliver the child first so that he could return afterward to rejoin Zhang Fan and the rest of the group. I just heard a passerby mention that a pair of parents are searching for their child on the street next to ours. I'll take the boy over first. Wait here, and I will come back for you shortly. No one else raised any objection, but Yi Qingxue, whose thoughts ran a little deeper, suggested that she accompany Qin Feng. However, the moment she drew near, the child burst into tears. Qin Feng could only shrug helplessly at the sight, yet Yi Qingxue could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, the child bore no relation to Qin Feng. Why was he so insistent on personally seeing him delivered? Was it simply that children were naturally drawn to him? Before she could dwell on it further, Qin Feng was already leading the child down the adjacent street. As they passed through a narrow alleyway, he remained unaware of the danger approaching. The child skipped along beside him, and Qin Feng found the little one rather endearing. Then a sharp pain struck the back of his neck, his vision dimmed, and he fell to the ground. The once innocent-seeming child now cowered timidly, casting fearful glances over his shoulder at the figure standing behind him. Qin Feng came to himself through the sting of pain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The wound on his arm had been cruelly reopened. A foreign man stood before him, wearing a cold smile. Qin Feng could not fathom what he had done to incur such hostility. Qin Feng possessed a keen memory, and he was certain he had never encountered this man before. He did not belong to the group that had troubled him the previous evening. Then who was he? Who are you? I do not know you. Why have you brought me here? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the man halted his actions, though his gaze remained heavy with thinly veiled hostility. Qin Feng forced himself to steady his emotions and asked for the man's identity. A Chinese national, the man confirmed in heavily accented Mandarin. What does that have to do with you? We are merely traveling in this area. If we have inadvertently offended you in any way, please accept my apologies. Qin Feng explained his identity in the local language. He then added that if he had truly wronged the man, it had been entirely unintentional, and earnestly requested to be released. I detest Chinese people the most. Yet before Qin Feng could finish speaking, a furious punch was delivered in response, accompanied by harsh words spoken in a foreign tongue. Bound to a chair, Qin Feng felt the blow land squarely against his face. A metallic taste filled his mouth. He spat forcefully onto the ground. Sir, what exactly have I done to deserve this? Even if you intend to end my life, let me understand why. Understanding that showing weakness would only encourage his captor, Qin Feng adopted a calm demeanor and directly asked for the reason behind his abduction. The location appeared to be an underground chamber. The child had clearly been used as bait. No wonder he had been intercepted so precisely. The entire encounter had been carefully orchestrated from the beginning. Men of this nature typically held some degree of local influence. Qin Feng's mind raced through possibilities. Since arriving on M continent, the only incident that could have drawn the ire of powerful figures was the unrest that had occurred that very day. Could this man be the leader of the criminals who had been apprehended? If so, why had he evaded capture? Had he somehow slipped away? If it weren't for you, damn foreigner, my brothers would never have been thrown into prison. Do you know what kind of filthy place that is? You sent my men to such a wretched location. I will use your blood to honor the suffering they endured. Your kind always meddle where you do not belong. If you perish, so be it. What difference does it make to anyone? I have heard you were awarded a commendation for your actions. Let us see how many blows this celebrated hero of yours can withstand. Hearing these words, Qin Feng was certain. He was indeed the ringleader of the rioters, a man who had managed to avoid capture. The man's fists fell upon Qin Feng like a relentless downpour. He deliberately targeted Qin Feng's existing wounds, and with his arms secured to the chair, Qin Feng had no means of defending himself. Even so, Qin Feng refused to yield in word. He maintained that those rioters had brought this upon themselves, having taken so many innocent lives. Had they not been eliminated, imprisonment would have changed nothing. In my homeland, men like them would have been dealt with on the spot. But here they were merely handed over to the authorities. Their hands were stained with blood. Their souls were corrupted beyond redemption. You speak of using my blood to atone for their suffering. I wonder if they would feel fear in return. If they had simply perished, that would have been justice indeed. I did not expect you to be so stubborn. Aren't Chinese people known for their unyielding nature and sharp tongues? Let me see just how firm your resolve truly is. Qin Feng's words only served to enrage him further. Liska had never encountered anyone so provoking. The unrest had been his own design, orchestrated solely to teach those wretched individuals a lesson. But everything had been shattered by Qin Feng's interference. The men under his command had been sent to prison because of him, and Liska was determined to make him pay. Fortunately, he had contacts within the system who had identified who had thwarted his plans. After spending an entire night tracking down Qin Feng's whereabouts, he had executed this scheme that very day. Liska had not anticipated that Qin Feng would fall for such an obvious ruse. Chinese people possessed such misguided compassion. He would not end Qin Feng's life quickly. He would make him endure. This location was one of his own territories. Even if he were to break Qin Feng here, no one would ever discover what had transpired. A corner cafe. Yi Qingxue and a few others sat on the outdoor benches along the street, watching the direction where Qin Feng had disappeared. Aside from Yi Qingxue, everyone else seemed quite relaxed. Only Yi Qingxue felt a growing sense of unease. She had always felt something was off about what had just happened. But it was just a child. What could a child possibly do? Perhaps she was overthinking things. Maybe because Qin Feng was injured, she was unusually worried about him. But after waiting more than 10 minutes, and still seeing no sign of his return, Yi Qingxue could no longer remain seated. She looked around at the others and said, "Why don't we go look for him? It should not be this long without having reached the destination. Even if something came up, they should at least send us a message." Yi Qingxue felt her anxiety deepen. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Fan sat up straight. He then reassured Yi Qingxue's sister-in-law, "You do not need to worry so much. Big brother will certainly be fine. He was just sending a child home. It is broad daylight. How could anything terrible happen? But I feel uneasy inside. Was that child too close to Qin Feng earlier? They had never met before, so why would he be so familiar with him?" Seeing everyone so unconcerned and failing to notice anything unusual, Yi Qingxue grew more anxious and began to explain. Everyone found it somewhat strange. Upon reflection, none of them had noticed that detail earlier. Hearing Yi Qingxue pointed out, now the child's behavior did indeed seem problematic. If they were talking about the handsomest among them, it would undoubtedly be Qin Feng. But is it not usually women who are more approachable to children? Qin Feng rarely smiled and looked as cold as ice, so how could a child willingly approach him? The other party's purposefulness was far too obvious. Then what should we do? Should we go look for him now? What if we are misunderstanding? Zhang Fan continued to ask. Tang Shichen beside him had already gathered their belongings and said calmly, "Even if it is a misunderstanding, we should still go check on him. We have encountered unrest before. Can we really rely on the people here to handle it?" Tang Xichen's words suddenly awakened everyone. The others quickly picked up their things and divided into several small teams. They then split up and searched along the various alleyways. They still remembered the direction Qin Feng had walked. However, this was a main street connecting different alleys. Although Qin Feng had said he was going to the next street from the intersection where he turned, there was more than one alley leading there. To prevent any mishap, the remaining people formed teams of 3 or 4 and began searching in all directions. While searching, they also called out Qin Feng's name in their native language. The neighboring street was not far from them. The group arrived almost simultaneously, but they could not see any sign of Qin Feng. Yi Qingshue's heart sank to the bottom. That strange feeling gripped her once again. After steadying herself, she told the others that Qin Feng was likely in trouble. They did not yet know who intended to make a move against Qin Feng. If they could not find Qin Feng, they should first look for the child who had lured him away. We should not have let him go alone. I thought he was just a child and did not expect that even children in M continent could face danger. I suspect this could be a deliberate act of retaliation. It might be the bandits who had been instigating the unrest earlier, or perhaps the same group from last night. Stop discussing this for now. We need to think about how to find Qin Feng quickly. In a foreign land, if something truly happens, there may be no one to help us. What should we do now? We cannot find Qin Feng, and that child is certainly not here either. Should we go report to the management office? Watching everyone finally begin to panic, Yi Qingxue instead calmed down. She was nearly certain that Qin Feng was in trouble. His phone could not be reached, he could not be found, and the child had vanished. It had only been 10+ minutes. Could Qin Feng's absence simply be because the child's parents wanted to thank him and took him along? But if that were the case, Qin Feng would have brought them back together. So Qin Feng was very likely taken by someone. After calming herself, Yi Qingxue spoke to soothe everyone's emotions. She told everyone to stay calm first, as panicking would be pointless. Let us go find that child first. With a clear objective in mind, the group no longer scattered like headless flies. Finally, near an alley just a short distance away, they found the child beside a trash can. The child crouched pitifully next to the trash can. However, when the child saw Zhangfan, Tang Xichen, and the rest of the group, he seemed to recognize them and immediately bolted. Unfortunately, a child could hardly outrun a group of adults. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street, so this scene went largely unnoticed. Eventually, the panicked child ran headlong into an alley and was successfully caught by Yi Qingxue and the others. Yi Qingxue did not frighten the child. She simply questioned the child calmly, asking where that older brother had been taken. I do not know. Did someone force you to do this? Did someone make you lure him away? I do not know anything. Do not touch me. Little one, if you honestly tell me where that older brother was taken, I will let you go and give you money. Yi Qingxue held back her rising frustration, trying to communicate properly with the child. But the child kept repeating that he simply had no idea what had happened. He did not know Yi Qingxue or the others, nor had he ever seen anyone named Qin Feng. Eventually, Yi Qingxue grew angry and spoke in a cold, sharp tone. Do not think that just because you are a child, I will not deal with you. If anything truly happens to him, I will hold you responsible. The child was terrified by Yi Qingxue and finally agreed to speak. Indeed, someone had deliberately made him do this. He had originally been a street beggar, always begging on the street. Someone had given him 100 yuan, saying they wanted him to lure a person into an alley. After successfully leading the person there, he would be given another 100 yuan. He was too hungry and could only agree to the person's request. Then the person showed him a photo of Qin Feng and told him where Qin Feng could be found at that moment. He led Qin Feng into the alley the person had indicated, and then Qin Feng was knocked unconscious and taken away by that person. Please don't kill me. I didn't mean to. That person said if I didn't obey him, he wouldn't pay me and would even kill me. I really had no choice. I know I was wrong. After hearing the child's words, Yi Qingxue felt on the verge of collapse. She had only suspected before, but now that the truth was laid before her, she could barely control her emotions. She released her grip on the boy's hand and weakly sank back, tears slipping down her cheeks without her realizing. The people around her stepped forward to help Yi Qingxue up. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxue regained her composure first and quickly wiped away her tears. She then firmly grasped the boy again, asking whether he remembered what that person looked like. Did he remember any distinctive marks on that person? He had a cross pendant around his neck, a scar above his left eye, and some kind of tattoo on his wrist. That's all I remember. The child was frightened by Yi Qingxue's demeanor. But he also knew he had done something wrong, so even though she held him painfully tight, he dared not struggle free. Tears swam in his eyes, yet he obediently told Yi Qingxue everything he recalled. He hadn't meant to deceive that nice man. That man was truly kind. But he didn't want to die. If he hadn't lied to that man, he would have been killed. Xiaoxue, stay calm for now. Let's figure out a plan to find Qin Feng first. This is clearly a premeditated kidnapping. In such a short time, they couldn't have taken him far. A female manager from the group noticed Yi Qingxue's state and couldn't help but approach, placing her hands on Yi Qingxue's shoulders to help her calm down. Yi Qingxue nodded repeatedly after hearing the manager's words. She then turned back to the child and asked, do you remember where he took that man? Did he take him to the street to catch a ride, or to a nearby shop? I don't remember. He didn't take a vehicle, but I don't know where he was taken. He gave me the money and told me to run away quickly, or he would beat me up. Hearing this, Yi Qingshue's mind raced. He said no vehicle was taken, which meant he was likely hidden in a nearby shop somewhere. But both of these streets were among the busiest in Mustana, with countless shops lining the roads. Incidents like this happening here were almost ordinary. Even questioning nearby residents might not yield the answers they sought. Would they really have no way to find Qin Feng? No. The situation could not reach a dead end. Little friend, please lead us back to where that man was knocked unconscious, and then you may go. The child seemed unable to believe it. After carefully guiding Yi Qingxue and the others back, he realized Yi Qingxue truly hadn't hurt him. He then cautiously crept toward the wall beside him. Yi Qingxue noticed, but did not stop him. He was just a child knowing nothing, and surviving was already difficult enough. Why should she make things harder for a kid? He had been used as well. The real culprit was the one who threatened him. That person was clearly targeting Qin Feng, and she had no idea how Qin Feng was doing now. Yi Qingshue's heart was in turmoil, but she pinched her own wrist, forcing herself to stay composed. Since the boy said he didn't hear Qin Feng get into a vehicle, it was highly likely he was taken to a nearby shop. And to prevent us from tracking them down, they would definitely choose the closest shop. Please help search for any suspicious shops reachable within 3 minutes. Places like this usually have basements, so Qin Feng is very likely being held in one. We need to find him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, in an area with such poor security, if someone seeking revenge truly finds him, he could lose his life. After instructing everyone to search for Qin Feng, Yi Qingshuo quickly ran to the nearest management office. She explained the situation to the management office. By coincidence, it was the same department that had handled the street disturbance case earlier. Of course, they recognized Yi Qingshuo. Her appearance was distinctly different from the locals, and they had just met a few days ago. A staff member greeted Yi Qingshuo warmly and asked whether she had come to report something urgent. Yi Qingshuo quickly explained the entire situation and all relevant details to the staff member. The management office could access surveillance footage. Perhaps they could determine who had taken Qin Feng and where he had been taken. Madam, please remain calm. We will immediately begin our investigation and will rescue this gentleman as soon as possible. The female staff member comforted Yi Qingshuo right away. She then instructed her colleagues to retrieve surveillance videos from the 2 streets and the nearby alley Yi Qingshuo had mentioned. The basement. This guy's mouth is too tight. I haven't heard him scream once. After beating him for so long, could he have actually been killed? Liska rubbed his aching hand after hitting for a while. The reason he was beating Qin Feng was because Qin Feng had ruined his plan and cost him face. It wasn't because his subordinate had been arrested. To him, arrested subordinates were useless things he didn't care about. What mattered to him was his face's plan. Qin Feng had destroyed his plan, so he would pay the price. After hitting for a while and finding his hand sore, he called over his 2 subordinates to continue entertaining Qin Feng. Hey, be careful. Don't actually kill the guy. Don't worry, boss. We know how to control our force. We'll make sure this guy suffers properly. Hearing their arrogant words, Qin Feng pretended to be knocked unconscious. In truth, he was looking for an opportunity. Ever since the street disturbance incident, he had realized Muzhou was indeed a very unsafe place. The bracelet on his wrist actually concealed an extremely thin blade. They had tied him to the chair with rope. If they had used iron chains instead, escaping would have been nearly impossible. Just this worthless rope thinks it can trap me. When I get out, I'll smash your dog heads. On the surface, Qin Feng played the part of a beaten and weakened man, while in truth, he was doing everything possible to minimize the harm he had endured. Yet the pain from the blows still made his hands tremble slightly as he worked at cutting the ropes, and he forced himself to suppress all the anger building within. The moment the rope finally gave way, Qin Feng swiftly broke free and delivered a high kick straight to the subordinate's jaw, sending him flying backward. The commotion soon drew the attention of those around, and Liska hurried over. He saw Qin Feng had already picked up a dagger from beside him, the very weapon meant for his torment, and was holding it in a defensive stance, ready to strike at any moment. After speaking with his 2 subordinates, Liska had already gone upstairs above the basement. He planned to have a drink and wait for his men to knock Qin Feng unconscious before coming down himself to bring him to his senses. He had also summoned most of his other men out, leaving only one behind. That was what had given Qin Feng the chance to turn the tables. After taking down the man, Qin Feng had originally intended to leave the basement, but he never expected it to be far larger than he had imagined. The corridors twisted and turned endlessly, making it impossible to find the exit. Qin Feng had considered checking the walls for directional signs, but found nothing. Whoever controlled this basement entrance certainly was Liska's main base, and he had no idea how many opponents waited upstairs. After weighing his options, Qin Feng decided to catch them off guard. But before he could find the passage exit, he found himself looping back to the room where he had been bound. Upon returning, he saw the man he had subdued already getting back to his feet. Qin Feng had no choice but to fight him again, though his injuries had severely diminished his combat ability. It took considerable effort to knock the man out, but the commotion in the basement seemed to have spread. Qin Feng was growing desperate with his second escape attempt. If this continued, he feared he would be caught by those upstairs before he ever found the exit. As expected, within minutes of his second attempt, he heard pursuit echoing through the passages. They had clearly realized he had broken free and was making his way into the outer corridors. Qin Feng found Liska's approach rather intriguing. The passages did not connect to other buildings, or if they did, he simply could not locate the switch. It was nothing but an endlessly winding corridor turning left and right at every corner. Qin Feng himself felt dizzy from walking through it. He truly could not understand why Liska had designed the basement exit this way. There he is. Pursue. At one of the few junctions, Qin Feng was quickly spotted. Cornered with no way forward, he looked back at the familiar room behind him and ultimately chose to retreat inside. Liska charged forward in fury only to see Qin Feng, who had broken free with strength still to spare. It finally struck him that the other man had been playing him all along, and he had fallen for it. Anger and the sting of humiliation swirled together. For a moment, Liska forgot that Qin Feng had already taken down a much larger and stronger man. How could he not turn the tables on Liska himself? You've got some skill, Qin Feng. I never expected you to actually escape. If I had known, I should have chained you up from the start. But let me make something clear. You will not leave here without my permission. Sit back down, and perhaps I will let you rest. Otherwise, these men alone are more than enough to end you. Watching Liska's arrogant posture, Qin Feng simply tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. Was Liska forgetting that Qin Feng was Chinese? Qin Feng wanted to see just how capable Liska truly was at taking his life. As their leader, you must be formidable. Otherwise, you could not command such loyalty. Why don't we settle this ourselves? If I lose, I will accept whatever fate you decide. Do you think I am foolish enough to fall for that? I have plenty of men who could handle you easily. Why would I risk myself? You are too cowardly to face me yourself. That is why you send your men instead. I have already taken down one of yours. Killing a few more will not trouble me. Besides, removing people like you would be a service to society. Cut the philosophical nonsense. I do not care what you are saying. You want to fight? Fine. I am curious to see just how skilled someone who ruined my plans truly is. Leaders of this caliber could rarely resist provocation in front of their followers. Sure enough, Liska was no exception. He removed his outer garment, kissed the cross hanging around his neck, and charged forward. Within less than a minute, Qin Feng had already subdued him. Qin Feng applied a tight hold from behind, pressing the pressure until Liska struggled for breath. He then used him as a shield, positioning himself behind Liska to deter any weapons his men might carry. Your abilities are truly disappointing. Someone like you leading these people. If I had grown up in your world, you would barely qualify as my weakest soldier. Liska was stunned by Qin Feng's combat prowess. He could not believe that within less than a minute, Qin Feng had not only neutralized his attack, but also turned the situation entirely around. With the dagger pressed against his throat, and his own men watching, none of them dared to make a move. Even when Qin Feng ordered them to step back, they complied, though they continued to shout threats demanding he release their leader. You damn foreigner, do you want to die? Release our leader, or you will not leave here alive. You disgusting pest, let our leader go now. Hearing the threats from his men, a faint smile crossed Qin Feng's lips. He pressed the blade harder against Liska's neck, enough to draw a thin line that made Liska flinch. Make them all be quiet. You from the gutter. I said make them all be quiet. Qin Feng tightened his grip, and a thin stream of blood trickled down from his neck. Don't get excited, I'll listen to you. Liska never expected Qin Feng to actually take action. He had no choice but to follow Qin Feng's demand and tell his henchmen, who kept throwing around threats, to shut up immediately. What a bunch of useless idiots. If they had any real ability, they would have charged up and taken Qin Feng down, or charged up and rescued him. They only knew how to constantly provoke Qin Feng. Didn't they know that when Chinese people are provoked, they truly can do things without regard for the consequences? Simply foolish, utterly foolish. He had never seen such stupid underlings before. Now tell me, where is the exit to the basement? You want me to let you go? You think that just because you've captured me, I'll let you go? Don't you care about your own life anymore? Looking at the way you conduct yourself, I'd guess you've taken quite a few lives. Trading one life for another. I find it quite worthwhile. Do you dare kill me? Qin Feng, if you dare kill me, the laws of our continent will surely bring you to justice. Do you think this is your homeland? Running to our country to harm our people. Do you really think your country can protect you? Why not give it a try? Either way, staying here is a dead end for me. Since you don't believe I dare kill you, I'll let you experience what it feels like to bleed out. Liska naturally didn't believe Qin Feng would take his life, so he continued with his relentless provocations. Hearing those deeply insulting words, Qin Feng simply slashed deeply into his arm. Then, taking advantage of his cry of pain, Qin Feng pressed the dagger against his throat again. Liska could only gasp heavily while struggling to avoid the blade. He never expected Qin Feng to actually dare to strike. That blow had been so clean and decisive. For a moment, he even wondered if Qin Feng was the same kind of person as him. Someone looking down from above, utterly indifferent to human life. Qin Feng's hand did not tremble at all, as if he were accustomed to such things. Your leader seems to fail to understand what I'm saying. Now who among you can tell me where the basement exit is and how I can leave this place safely? If someone answers correctly, perhaps I'll even spare your leader. Of course, if you'd rather see him dead and then compete for a new leader, I can certainly assist. You'll just have to pay a different price. Originally, Liska's men also assumed Qin Feng wouldn't actually harm him. At most, they thought he would use Liska as leverage to force them to release him. But this was the person who had angered their leader and caused them to lose so many brothers. Before Liska gave the order, they simply dared not tell Qin Feng anything. Yet to their shock, Qin Feng decisively sliced through Liska's skin. Blood flowed down Liska's arm, and he could only press his wound tightly with his other hand. But it was futile. Liska couldn't even remember when he had last suffered such an injury, and his men had never seen their leader endure such humiliation and harm before. We'll let you leave, but you need to release our leader first. Otherwise, once we let you go, what if you hurt him? Now is not you negotiating with me. It's me negotiating with you. At worst, it's simply death. Using your leader's life as compensation, consider it a fair trade. In the end, it was one of the higher-ranking men among the remaining underlings who, disregarding Liska's protests, directly told Qin Feng where the basement exit was. Qin Feng walked in the direction he described, staying alert to their movements. At the same time, he needed to watch Liska in his arms to see if he would attempt any sudden moves. Fortunately, due to his arm injury, Liska remained relatively quiet. As they approached the basement exit, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. He called over the small group leader who had just revealed the exit location. He ordered him to open the basement door and instruct those outside to clear a path for him. Otherwise, they could prepare to collect Liska's belongings. Don't let him pass. Don't open the door for him. Don't you all hear my commands? Liska was furious. He refused to let Qin Feng escape. He simply couldn't believe Qin Feng truly dared to kill him. Qin Feng was only threatening him like this now. He wouldn't dare kill him. If he killed him, he'd break the law and go to prison. Moreover, his own men would never let him go. Besides, this wasn't foreign territory. It was his own country. How would he dare? Yet watching his own men actually follow Qin Feng's orders filled Liska with rage. He wanted nothing more than to eliminate them all. It seems you really do want to die? You think I don't dare kill you? Hearing Liska's shouts, Qin Feng pressed his fingers against Liska's throat, cutting off his breath. Liska couldn't speak, only turning his head forcefully to glare hatefully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's existing injuries had already left him weak. Without the resolve driving him to escape, he would likely have collapsed long ago. Victory was only seconds away. He had to remain vigilant against these men. What if someone had set an ambush at the basement exit? Administration Department. Found it. Right here, the Night Tavern. After tracking via surveillance that Qin Feng had been brought into this tavern, there was no delay. The entire team quickly followed the department staff in that direction. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had successfully entered the tavern. Since it was daytime, the tavern was relatively empty, and most present were Liska's men. However, because Qin Feng was holding Liska, they dared not make any sudden moves. They all stared at Qin Feng with murderous glares. As they were about to exit the tavern, Qin Feng felt a surge of relief and slightly relaxed his grip on his arm. Prolonged blood loss and beatings had pushed his physical strength to its absolute limit. If not for his powerful willpower keeping him going, he would surely have fainted long ago. Just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected incident occurred. A dart struck Qin Feng's arm, precisely at the same spot where he had previously been injured. In pain, Qin Feng's arm instinctively trembled. Liska seized the opportunity and quickly broke free from Qin Feng's grasp. With his hostage gone, Qin Feng immediately attempted to open the tavern door, only to find it had long been locked. Leaning against the door, a quiet sense of despair slowly welled up within him. He had been so close, just a fleeting moment away from freedom. Once he reached the bustling streets, he refused to believe these individuals would dare continue their audacity. Regrettably, he had already missed his final opportunity. Having injured Liska moments before, he knew the man would not let the matter rest. Gazing at the blade in his hand, Qin Feng felt a faint, fleeting thought of ending it all. But in that same instant, he caught the sound of Yi Qingshue's voice drifting from a distance. Almost instinctively, he turned his head and spotted Yi Qingxue hastening toward the tavern. Behind her came the rest of his companions, along with officials from the relevant authorities. A quiet sense of hope returned to Qin Feng. Facing the group advancing toward him, he no longer retreated or despaired. Though bearing visible injuries, he steadied himself and stood his ground once more. Eventually, Yi Qingxue and the others arrived. The staff from the administrative department made their way directly to the tavern's entrance. Upon entering the tavern and witnessing the scene, the administrative department personnel drew their weapons and engaged in a confrontation with those present. Liska sought to take advantage of the chaos to harm Qin Feng, determined not to let him escape. Fortunately, two among the arriving group possessed martial arts skills. Though not exceptionally skilled, they could at least restrain an injured man. Their priority was to safely extract Qin Feng, leaving the rest to the administrative department staff. With unspoken coordination, the two men kicked Liska simultaneously, sending him flying into the nearby counter. Injured and unable to intervene, Liska watched helplessly as Qin Feng was pulled to safety outside the tavern. Within that protected zone, any attempt to harm Qin Feng would prove futile. Moreover, in the presence of the administrative department personnel, even the powerful financial interests behind him could not shield him from consequences. Once brought to the safe area, Qin Feng collapsed into Yi Qingshue's arms, his body weak and giving out. Yi Qingxue observed his condition with visible concern. How had things deteriorated so quickly? She wondered if she had recognized the warning signs sooner, whether she might have accompanied Qin Feng from the beginning. Fortunately, they had arrived in time, preventing Qin Feng from enduring further suffering. Rest now. The administrative department has arrived, and everything will be handled properly. They will ensure justice is served. Yi Qingxue felt a deep ache seeing Qin Feng in such a fragile state, and wanted him to rest. To her surprise, however, Qin Feng shook his head firmly and gathered what strength he had left to sit up. Please inform the staff to secure the basement entrance. The door in the storage room leads downstairs. After offering this warning, Qin Feng felt himself growing lightheaded, yet he remained determined to see Liska apprehended. This posed a significant concern. The fact that Liska had orchestrated this kidnapping during daylight hours revealed the extent of his influence in the area. Yet their operations existed in the shadows, lacking the authority and reach of the administrative department. Just days prior, Qin Feng had assisted the department in apprehending those responsible for the earlier disturbances, individuals connected to Liska's network. Only by witnessing Liska's capture could Qin Feng find peace of mind. With his guidance, the authorities successfully blocked the underground passage meant for escape. With the passage sealed, all those involved in the illegal activities were taken into custody. Even as he was detained, Liska continued to boast about his connections to powerful financial interests, claiming they would face severe consequences if imprisoned. We will address this matter directly with the individual you mentioned, the lead official responded, effectively dismantling Liska's assumptions. The team then escorted all detained individuals back to the administrative department. Before being led away, Liska caught sight of Qin Feng, who remained conscious despite his condition. Liska vowed retribution against Qin Feng, though his threats carried little weight. Qin Feng simply turned his attention elsewhere, unfazed by the empty promises. With the situation resolved, Qin Feng allowed himself to lose consciousness. He was subsequently taken to the hospital for examination, where the injuries were assessed as minor surface wounds. Once cleared, he proceeded to his new accommodation. After resting through the night, Qin Feng awakened around 10 the following morning. His body ached throughout, yet he felt grateful simply to be alive. Zhang Fan had stayed with him this time, keeping watch in the outer room, while Qin Feng rested inside. Boss, you're finally awake. You gave us quite a fright. Are you alright? I'm fine, just glad to be alive. Why are you sleeping here? I was ready to protect you if anything else went wrong. Qin Feng shook his head with a touch of helplessness at Zhang Fan's words. Just as he was about to get up for a meal, Yi Qingxue knocked and entered the room. She held an unusual invitation in her hand. How are you feeling? Are you still in pain anywhere? Seeing Qin Feng awake brought visible relief to Yi Qingxue, who set the invitation aside to tend to him. I'm doing well. Your timely arrival made all the difference. What did you bring me? A messenger in a black suit delivered it this morning. I took a look. It's an invitation to a banquet at Yugong Manor. Qin Feng found this intriguing, especially since Mustana was unfamiliar territory to him. The name Yugong Manor sounded like a place of some renown, yet he couldn't recall any connection to a manor owner here. Could this be connected to the count he'd met in Country C? Though the distance between the two nations made such a coincidence seem unlikely. Let's gather everyone and discuss this together. A group sat around the table, their attention fixed on the exquisitely crafted invitation resting upon its surface. The letter formally invited Qin Feng and his companions to the Imperial Palace Manor for a banquet hosted by Mr. Dell. Has anyone here heard of the name Dell? Qin Feng asked. I believe I came across his name in a financial newspaper. He must be a prominent local businessman. Tang Shichen considered for a moment before replying uncertainly. He is not merely a wealthy man of this region. His name is known across the world, and he is also a renowned philanthropist. Yi Qingxue had also read newspaper articles about him. I've heard he's a good man, but has any of you ever had dealings with him? Senior brother, have you met him before? Zhang Fan ultimately turned the question back to Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head. If he had known this man, he would not have been so curious about why he was being invited to this banquet. It was quite strange. He had never heard of this person, nor did he know him in any way. Even if he were a world-renowned billionaire, there would be no reason to send an invitation without cause. Was it because of something he had done recently? The previous day, he had assisted the authorities in apprehending the mastermind behind the disturbances, which had drawn commendation once again. But what connection did this have with a capitalist after all? So should we go? Zhang Fan finally asked the question on everyone's minds. Qin Feng studied the invitation, genuinely uncertain whether to accept or decline. Facing Zhang Fan's expectant gaze, he could only offer a resigned sigh. In principle, he should attend. Yet his wounds had not fully healed, and he remained uncertain whether this Dell was friend or foe. He had not forgotten what Liska had mentioned, the presence of a powerful financial syndicate operating behind the scenes. In regions like M continent, several major conglomerates held considerable influence. Could Mr. Del be among those who supported Liska. Someone who has achieved worldwide renown as both a wealthy magnate and a distinguished philanthropist would hardly engage in such affairs, Qin Feng reasoned. Furthermore, a man of his stature would scarcely compromise his standing over someone as insignificant as Liska. There must be other reasons at play. Perhaps we should attend and see for ourselves. While caution was reasonable, Tang Shichen felt they were being overly guarded and shared her perspective. Qin Feng found her reasoning sound and agreed. The invitation indicated the event would take place 2 days hence at the Imperial Palace Manor previously mentioned. Is the manor far from where we're staying? Not excessively distant. Given the manor's considerable grounds, it lies in the suburban fringe, approximately a 30-minute journey from our residence. With the date confirmed, Qin Feng remained at the hotel throughout the following 2 days, attending to his care according to schedule, hoping his recovery would proceed swiftly. He wondered whence Yi Qingxue had obtained the remarkable remedy. Within mere days, the marks upon his face had already begun to fade considerably. This would ensure he appeared composed when attending the banquet. The encounter with Liska had left some visible marks, but such matters could not be helped. So this is the Imperial Palace Manor. He had previously only heard of M Continent's most extensive estate. Now witnessing it with his own eyes, the sight filled him with quiet astonishment. Qin Feng and his companions stood before the manor's entrance, their gaze lingering upon its grandeur. He had encountered grand estates back in China, but nothing of this magnitude. Every detail radiated opulence, as though crafted from gold itself. One could scarcely imagine the expense required to construct and adorn such a magnificent property. The manor was said to have originated in the previous century, its grounds recently renovated by a new owner. It was evident that this mysterious proprietor was none other than Mr. Del, the distinguished host of today's gathering. Enough. We have come this far, let us proceed inside. Though the path ahead remained uncertain, there was no turning back now. As the old Chinese saying went, since they had arrived, there was no harm in exploring. Upon entering the manor's grounds, Qin Feng and his companions were soon noticed by the attendants. The staff approached with respectful courtesy, verifying their identities in a professional manner. Their demeanor grew even more deferential upon discovering that the invitations bore Mr. Del's own handwriting. After confirming Qin Feng's identity, they led him directly to the host himself. Mr. Del. Mr. Del. Mr. Qin Feng has arrived. Del, engaged in conversation with other guests, turned his head at the announcement and caught sight of Qin Feng. Qin Feng offered a polite, somewhat reserved smile. To his surprise, Del greeted him with extraordinary warmth, approaching with an eager and friendly manner. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. Fortunately, Tang Shichen gently nudged him, prompting Qin Feng to return the gesture with a traditional Chinese bow. Please do not stand on ceremony. I have long heard of your distinguished reputation, Mr. Qin. To meet you in person makes this evening truly worthwhile. Confronted with the profound courtesy shown by the globally renowned magnate, a respect tinged with genuine admiration, Qin Feng felt a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Yet his curiosity persisted, and he cautiously sought to understand how Del had learned of his existence. Is there still someone inside who hasn't come out? How could a fire break out all of a sudden on such a fine occasion? Del was quite frustrated. He had specially hosted this banquet today in hopes of making Qin Feng's acquaintance. He had heard of Qin Feng's name, and an old friend of his had also mentioned Qin Feng before. Qin Feng had indirectly saved his wife. A talented young man like that he certainly needed to get to know. Yet he had hosted so many banquets before without any mishaps. And today, only a few words had been exchanged with Qin Feng before all this happened. Del was quite displeased, but he needed to ask whether anyone was still trapped in the fire. The firefighting crew nearby was nowhere in sight. People in the courtyard had already begun gathering water hoses and buckets to fight the fire themselves. However, the kitchen was full of flammable materials, making it impossible to extinguish the flames promptly. After counting the crowd, most people had escaped from the thick smoke. Suddenly, a startled scream came from the kitchen. Good heavens, someone is trapped inside and hasn't come out. Who is trapped in the kitchen? Why haven't they come out yet? It's the newly hired chef. Her name is Lisa. She should have been in the back preparing a complicated dish. I didn't see her leave. Seeing Del's anger, the head chef dared not hide anything and tremblingly explained the situation to him. Del grew even more irritated upon hearing it. His banquet had been marred by such an incident, and someone was still trapped in the fire. But at this moment, there was simply no way to enter. Just as Del was fretting over what to do, Qin Feng and his companions also learned of the news. Hearing that someone was still trapped in the blaze, Qin Feng decided he would no longer wait for the firefighters. He picked up a coat from nearby and soaked it in water. Once the coat was thoroughly soaked, he draped it over his head and returned to the castle to search. Mr. Qin Feng. Del could not have imagined that Qin Feng would actually enter the castle on his own. In his rush, he quickly ordered people to follow and ensure Qin Feng's safety. Check if there is anyone else inside the castle. If there is, rescue them all. Is there anyone inside the room? If so, please speak up. We are coming in to rescue you. Growing up in China, Qin Feng had participated in various fire drills since childhood. They were very experienced in how to escape and provide first aid during sudden fires. Rather than standing idly outside worrying, Qin Feng preferred to enter personally. He wanted to check if anyone remained inside the castle. Fortunately, after entering the castle, Qin Feng quickly located 2 guests hiding in a corner, slightly dazed from the smoke. He swiftly escorted them out and then re-entered the castle. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Zhang Fan, who had entered with him, was nowhere to be seen. Worried about Zhang Fan, Qin Feng called out his name urgently. Shortly after, Zhang Fan emerged running quickly from the direction of the kitchen, carrying someone in his arms. Only then did Qin Feng understand that Zhang Fan had gone to rescue the female chef trapped in the kitchen. After confirming no other guests or staff were trapped inside the castle, Qin Feng and his group finally exited the building. Outside, the guests were gathered together, comforting one another. Only Dell stood steadfastly, his eyes fixed on the castle entrance, waiting for them to emerge. Mr. Qin Feng, that was far too dangerous. How could you enter on your own? Professional firefighters should have gone in. If anything had happened to you, how could I ever forgive myself for inviting you to my banquet? Dell was indeed a kind and benevolent man. Yet in his world, Qin Feng mattered more than anyone else. Others might be alright, but Qin Feng and his companion absolutely must not come to any harm. Qin Feng saw no point in questioning Dell's way of showing concern. He could only weakly shake his head. Nearly 10 people had been rescued from the fire, and he was utterly exhausted. He had no energy left to engage with Dell. Whatever purpose Dell may have had for inviting him to this banquet, the fire had burned away all plans and words. Even if there had been ulterior motives, they could hardly be raised now. Following such a major incident, firefighters and maintenance crews would need to assess and repair the premises. These were matters Dell would need to handle. Looking at the chaotic scene and noticing that Zhang Fan had sustained burns over a large area of his body, possibly from the rescue efforts, Qin Feng did not linger. He bid farewell to Dell and took Zhang Fan to the hospital. Look at you getting burned while trying to save someone. On the way to the hospital, Qin Feng couldn't help but express his concern for Zhang Fan. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Fan scratched his head and glanced at his injuries. He did not feel any particular pain at the moment. He knew the treatment would be uncomfortable later, but he did not regret it. I happened to run toward the kitchen and heard someone calling for help. Weren't we both here to rescue people? So I charged right in. Fortunately, I got her out. It was a young woman. My burns don't matter. I can just cover them with clothes. But if I hadn't rescued her, her face could have been severely damaged. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, Qin Feng said nothing more, simply giving him a quiet thumbs up and silent approval. Due to the sudden fire, many people had inhaled large amounts of smoke. Even though they had escaped the castle, these wealthy guests, ever cautious about their health, gradually made their way to hospitals, either public ones or their private doctors, for medical examination. Coincidentally, the hospital where they were taken was the same one Qin Feng and his group had gone to. After regaining consciousness, the female chef Lisa learned through her colleague's account that a guest present at the banquet had rescued her. Her heart was filled with gratitude toward that person. Unfortunately, she did not know who her rescuer was, nor did she have any contact information. If you are looking for the person who rescued you, perhaps you could try reaching out to Mr. Dell's specially invited guest, Mr. Qin Feng. I remember the one who saved you appeared to be his companion. When I delivered meals earlier, I saw the two of them standing together. With her companion's reminder, Lisa finally realized how she might locate the one who had rescued her that day. Though she already knew it was the man who accompanied Qin Feng, yet the inability to thank him in person weighed heavily on her heart. Once she confirmed where Qin Feng and the others were staying, she went straight to the hotel. The thick smoke that day had prevented Qin Feng from clearly seeing her face. It was only when she mentioned the fire at the royal manor that Qin Feng recalled. Upon learning she was there seeking Zhang Fan, Qin Feng led her toward the hospital. Since Lisa had merely inhaled some smoke and fainted, her condition was not serious. Thus, she regained consciousness sooner than Zhang Fan, who was discharged from the hospital. To learn that she and her rescuer were being treated in the same hospital, Lisa quietly reflected on the destined connection between them. She did not know how best to express her gratitude to Zhang Fan for saving her life, wondering what she might offer once she met him. Whatever she could provide, she would gladly do. Zhang Fan, look who I brought. This is the young woman you rescued from the fire. She has come to thank you. Lisa bore the features typical of someone from M continent. Having learned the name of this female chef, Qin Feng did not dwell on it further. After bringing her to Zhang Fan and explaining that Zhang Fan had been burned while rescuing her that day, Qin Feng left the hospital room. He had no idea how things had unfolded between them. A week later, when Zhang Fan told him they were about to become a couple, Qin Feng was utterly astonished. What exactly happened? He was genuinely happy for his dear friend. Yet he simply could not understand why Zhang Fan had fallen so quickly. And with a woman from M continent of all places. They had known each other for only about a week. Zhang Fan had pursued girls back in university, though the one he had cared for turned out to be unworthy, and he had eventually let go. But he had never mentioned wanting an international romance. You wouldn't understand. This is love. Sometimes it arrives and cannot be stopped. After she learned I was her rescuer, she kept thinking about how to repay me. but there was nothing I needed her help with, so we exchanged contact information and would occasionally chat. Unexpectedly, we discovered we shared the same favorite star and enjoyed the same films. Our conversations flowed naturally, and we gradually grew closer. You know, people from abroad tend to be more open. When she expressed her feelings for me, even I was surprised. Although I do like her, I felt the time was too short. But when she took the initiative, how could I refuse? Listening to Zhang Fan's words, which sounded like complaints, yet were plainly boasts, Qin Feng could only shake his head with a helpless smile. Since Zhang Fan believed he and Lisa were meant for each other, Qin Feng had no objection. Following the earlier incident, many had been affected, including those injured in the fire, who had all received compensation from Dell. It was also through Zhang Fan that Qin Feng learned Lisa's former workplace was not far from the hotel where they had been staying. So these past few days, Zhang Fan had been slipping away secretly to meet Lisa. Who would have thought he had found a foreign girlfriend right under his own eyes? Since the two were truly fond of each other, Qin Feng and the others could only offer their blessings. This trip had been planned to last about a month in M continent. Of course, plans might shift depending on circumstances. But with the development between Zhang Fan and Lisa, Qin Feng guessed their stay might need to be extended. Fortunately, he had time off and the company was running smoothly. The size of their traveling group had also changed. Some employees and department managers, perhaps unable to adapt to the environment in M continent, had experienced several episodes of discomfort and returned to Huaguo by plane. The rest would decide whether to continue traveling or return early based on local conditions and their own adaptation. Zhang Fan, however, would hardly be returning early. Over the following days, Zhang Fan went out each day to meet Lisa, returning with a radiant smile. Watching their relationship flourish, Qin Feng felt happy for him. But such peaceful days did not last long. Only 4 or 5 days passed. Zhang Fan suddenly rushed to find Qin Feng in a great hurry. With a worried expression, he told Qin Feng that he could not find Lisa. They had planned to meet at their usual place the day before and go shopping together, where she had even said she would buy him a gift. Though he did not wish to spend her money, the fact that his girlfriend wanted to treat him filled him with delight. But when he arrived that day, he waited nearly an hour and Lisa never appeared. Her phone could not be reached, as if she had simply vanished. He went to her part-time workplace and learned she had suddenly resigned that very morning. How could someone just disappear like that? And her manager mentioned that when she came to resign, a man had accompanied her. Could she have been coerced? At this point in their relationship, when they wished to be inseparable, Zhang Fan was naturally extremely anxious upon hearing such news. His companions said nothing and quickly began searching the area where she had last been seen. They searched for a long time without result, and Qin Feng was about to report to the relevant authorities when Zhang Fan stopped him. Was there really not a single word left behind by her before she disappeared? No message sent to you, no conversation had, and she just vanished into thin air. They searched everywhere, but couldn't find her. They went to places Zhang Fan and she used to frequent, as well as Lisa's residence in Mustana. Every possible place had been searched thoroughly, yet she remained nowhere to be found. There was simply no clue as to where Lisa had gone. After the exhaustive search, a sense of doubt gradually arose in Qin Feng's heart. He then cautiously asked Zhang Fan whether Lisa had left any message for him. I just received a message from her saying she wants to break up with me, but when I tried to reply, it showed as rejected. Even calling didn't go through. How could this happen? Seeing that Zhang Fan was serious this time, Qin Feng still bit his lip and voiced the doubts swirling in his heart. He really didn't want to suspect Lisa like this. But given the current situation, it would be difficult to explain otherwise. Why else would Zhang Fan suddenly be unable to find Lisa? Zhang Fan, tell me first, how much have you spent on her over the past few days? Have you made any large transfers to her? Boss, you don't think she's here to scam money, do you? I'm just recalling news reports from back home about foreign men who fell in love while traveling overseas only to be defrauded of millions. She never let me spend money on her. The past few days might have only cost me a few hundred yuan. We were mostly just talking. There was hardly any chance to spend on her. If she's not after your money and you're her savior, and from what I've observed, she doesn't seem like someone with ill intentions, then how could she suddenly disappear and break up with you without warning? Did you upset her? After ruling out the possibility that she came for money, the truth only grew more tangled. Even Qin Feng found himself puzzled by the situation. If she truly wanted to part ways, there should have been a proper conversation, not this sudden vanishing act. And just the day before, everything seemed fine, and the next she was gone without a trace, followed by an abrupt breakup announcement. If this were some cruel prank, what purpose would investing all those days with Zhang Fan serve? Was it merely for entertainment? Why did she leave without a word? Why the sudden breakup? Was there something I did wrong? Seeing no way to locate her, Zhang Fan's hope extinguished completely. Sitting on the hotel sofa, he quietly reflected on whether there had been anything during his time with Lisa that he might have overlooked, or perhaps something that might have angered her. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out why Lisa would suddenly want to break up with him. He genuinely felt that they had always gotten along quite well. Don't be so despondent. Perhaps there is another reason for this. We haven't found her yet, have we? Perhaps things aren't as he imagined. Perhaps someone coerced her. Tang Shichen had rarely seen Zhang Fan like this and couldn't help offering words of comfort. But the moment he spoke, Zhang Fan's mood grew even worse. He would have preferred Lisa to have chosen this on her own. If someone had coerced her, it meant Lisa was in danger. He didn't want Lisa to face any peril. Even if Lisa truly wanted to part ways, he wished it was only because he hadn't measured up, and that was why she no longer wanted to continue dating him. Don't think so pessimistically. I've already reported this to the relevant authorities and asked them to help find her. I've also informed Mr. Dell, and he promised he would assist in the search. Having never seen Zhang Fan treat a relationship so earnestly, Qin Feng truly didn't want it to end like this. So regardless of whether this person deliberately deceived Zhang Fan or had genuine, unspoken difficulties, matters of separation deserved to be addressed face to face. Qin Feng quickly received a message from Dell informing him that they had found traces of the young woman chef. She had appeared at a club in Western Mustana. Where did you find her? Let's go there immediately. Bang. A door inside the club was suddenly kicked open. Qin Feng and the others appeared at the doorway. Indeed, they saw Lisa sitting in the private room, wearing a white dress, looking somewhat uneasy. Although she wasn't being embraced by any of the men around her, simply seeing her in such a place made it easy to imagine what was happening. Especially the moment Zhang Fan saw Lisa, with her face full of grievance and sorrow, and nothing mattered anymore, not the breakup, not the reasons. He only wanted to take her away from here as quickly as possible. Though he hadn't asked much about Lisa's family background, judging by her clothing and the level of her daily expenses, he guessed she came from modest means. Someone of her background would never be invited into such a place. It could only mean someone wanted to use her for amusement, or she was working there and got into trouble. Thinking this, Zhang Fan stepped forward, grabbed Lisa's hand, and prepared to lead her away. But unexpectedly, Lisa didn't happily leave with him as he had hoped. Instead, she directly pulled her hand away from Zhang Fan's grasp. I already told you we're broken up. Why did you even come looking for me here? The moment the word breakup left Lisa's mouth, Zhang Fan felt as though struck by lightning. He had considered many possibilities. He had thought Lisa might be coerced, or that she didn't want to drag him down. But he never expected she truly wanted to end things with him. Why? Hadn't the two of them been getting along fine? Why the sudden separation? Was there something I did poorly? Zhang Fan was somewhat overwhelmed. It's precisely because you've been so good to me that I can't bear to keep deceiving you. You've seen it. This is my real work. I simply feel we're not suitable for each other. And you're not from Zhu. If you were local, I could have stayed with you a little longer. But you're a foreigner, and before long you'll return to your own country. I just didn't want to continue deceiving you. Lisa seemed unwilling to look at Zhang Fan, turning her face away. She spoke in the coldest tone possible, uttering the most resolute words. Yet no one could see beneath the dim and unclear lighting the single tear clinging to the corner of her eye. Was her heart not in pain as well? Zhang Fan found it hard to believe, but after several rounds of questioning, the answer remained the same. He could no longer hold himself together and completely broke down. If you have anything difficult to share, please tell me. Whatever it is, I will face it alongside you. Please believe me, okay? Aren't you tired of this yet? Zhang Fan, I have told you countless times. I was deceiving your feelings from the very beginning. I only regret it now, and feel you are not someone I can build a future with, so I do not wish to waste any more time on you. That cannot be true. You must have something hard to say. I believe you are not that kind of person. Are you afraid of bringing me trouble, which is why you will not tell me? But it does not matter, truly it does not. I will bear it alongside you. How many more times must I say it before you understand? There is no other reason. I simply do not wish to remain connected to you anymore. Can you comprehend that? There is no point in continuing to waste time here. Lisa displayed clear impatience, speaking harshly to urge Zhang Fan to leave quickly, so as not to delay her work. However, Zhang Fan failed to notice the subtle shifts in expression on the faces of the many men in the room when he had called Lisa out. They all wore looks of quiet anticipation, like spectators awaiting a show. Moreover, they did not interfere with Lisa excessively, nor did they attempt to take advantage of her. Was it perhaps because Lisa's own identity carried an air of mystery and authority? Likely Zhang Fan no longer had time to consider such matters. He simply stood there listening as Lisa repeatedly told him that cruel truth. He did not wish to believe it, but seeing Lisa unwilling to speak further, he felt he had no choice but to accept these things as real. Then consider me blind. From beginning to end, I was simply too foolish. I will not disturb your life again. No matter what Zhang Fan said, Lisa remained unwilling to acknowledge her feelings for him. After all this arguing, Zhang Fan finally fell into despair. He stopped speaking, cast one final glance at Lisa, and prepared to leave. Just as Lisa watched Zhang Fan depart with tears in her eyes, Yi Qingxue, who had been standing quietly beside them the entire time, suddenly stepped forward. By the way, if there truly is some conflict between you two, I believe it would be better to clarify things openly. People have mouths for speaking, do they not? The sudden female voice made Lisa pause for a moment. She turned her head and saw Yi Qingxue standing nearby. Lisa understood the meaning behind Yi Qingxue's gaze, but things had already reached this point. If Zhang Fan left now, the two of them would have no connection whatsoever. Whatever happened to her in the future would have nothing to do with him. He was only here traveling. Even if she truly liked him, how important could her feelings really be? She did not wish to drag him into her troubles either, so letting him go was the right choice. It was for this reason that Lisa remained silent. However, women always observe more carefully than men. Yi Qingxue had deliberately refrained from speaking to Zhang Fan at first, so she could better observe Lisa's subtle expressions. Miss, I do not know what you are referring to. I need to go attend to my guests inside. You should leave quickly and not waste my time. Lisa deliberately pretended not to understand, and her words only deepened Zhang Fan's sorrow. She was about to pull Qin Feng and the others away to leave. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng glanced at Yi Qingxue's expression, then gently patted Zhang Fan's arm, asking him to wait a moment. Zhang Fan had already turned his head away, unwilling to look at Lisa even once more. This was his first relationship, and facing such words from his girlfriend, his heart ached deeply. Though he did not understand why Qin Feng and the others still refused to leave if they wished to ask, let them continue. It would help him give up completely. Ms. Lisa, you can see it yourself. Our companion is heartbroken because of you. Do you truly believe hiding this from him is for his own good? Do you really think concealment is the way to help him? Yi Qingxue also blocked Lisa, who was trying to evade the conversation. Standing at the doorway of the private room, she questioned Lisa persistently. Yet upon hearing Yi Qingxue's words, something struck a chord within Lisa. Tears suddenly welled up and spilled forth. Zhang Fan did not witness this scene. Lisa gazed at him with an expression of utter despair. Anyone could see that what lay between the two of them was far from simple. Witnessing this, Yi Qingxue felt a headache coming on. When would they learn to speak properly, to communicate honestly? What purpose did this silence serve? Ms. Lisa, would you mind coming with me to speak privately? Upon hearing this, Lisa cast one final glance at Zhang Fan before quietly stepping aside. I have heard Zhang Fan describe your relationship. I can tell you are both sincere with each other. So what is the reason that prevents you from staying together? I am terribly sorry, ma'am. I cannot disclose the specifics, but please help him. I genuinely like him and truly wish to be with him. However, I cannot bring trouble into his life, so we must part. Hearing Lisa say this, Yi Qingxue felt exasperated. What she wanted most was precisely the answer to why they could not be together. But Lisa still would not reveal the true reason. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, choosing not to dwell on the frustration and only wished to learn the real cause. Perhaps there was a way to resolve this matter. Sometimes the problems they believed to be insurmountable were not truly significant at all. But you have seen how he looks. If things end so hastily, both of you will carry regret in your hearts. If there is still affection between you, why separate? Yi Qingxue was puzzled. The reasons couples parted were usually emotional trouble, financial difficulty, or family opposition. But they had only been together for a short, while so emotional troubles seemed unlikely. Nor did finances appear to be the problem. That left family opposition as the only explanation. Yet neither family had ever even met Zhang Fan. Why would they oppose so strongly? Despite Yi Qingxue's persistent questioning, Lisa refused to elaborate, silently weeping. Just as Yi Qingxue was about to ask a few more questions, a tall foreign man appeared at the end of the corridor, directly intercepting them. Who are you, and what are you doing bothering my sister here? The sorrowful atmosphere grew still with the arrival of this stranger. The situation had shifted. With the appearance of this man claiming to be Lisa's brother, the matter grew even more complicated. The moment the man appeared, Yi Qingxue clearly sensed Lisa's fear and aversion toward him, which left her deeply puzzled. If he were truly just a brother, why did Lisa fear him so intensely? Who are you people? Why are you bothering my sister? Before Qin Feng could respond, the towering figure had already crossed the distance, positioning himself between Lisa and the others. Lisa retreated a single step in silence, her sorrowful gaze meeting Yi Qingxue's. Countless unspeakable burdens seemed to weigh upon her. One glance was enough for Yi Qingxue to understand. So the true obstacle between them had always been this very brother standing before them. Sir, we are friends of Zhang Fan. He and your sister were once in a relationship, but it ended suddenly, and we have come to discuss the matter with you. Now that the man had appeared, Qin Feng knew it was no longer appropriate for Yi Qingxue to speak with Lisa. He stepped forward himself and addressed the newcomer directly. To his surprise, the man merely cast a contemptuous glance at Zhang Fan, who stood nearby. Then he spoke coldly. Does someone like him have any right to be with my sister? I might as well tell you. My sister is already engaged to a wealthy merchant here. So please leave. The story flashed back to the previous evening. When her brother, who had been absent for so long, suddenly appeared at her home, Lisa felt no joy. Her brother Alan had never favored her. At home, she faced constant mistreatment. As a daughter, her family saw her only as a tool for strategic marriages to advance their business partnerships. She had escaped that cage as early as she could. Since starting university, she had covered all her tuition and living expenses on her own. She worked part-time and took on odd jobs to support herself, never accepting a single penny from her family. She thought financial independence would free her from their control. But the day she dreaded had finally arrived. I heard from some of my friends that you are dating a foreign man and growing quite close. Is that true or false? I truly care for him, and my feelings are sincere. I wonder what you are here to discuss, brother. Lisa, you should know your family has already arranged a marriage for you. Dating is fine, but I must remind you to understand your boundaries and know your place. I have already said it. I will never marry that man. His first 2 wives are dead, both beaten to death by him. Why should I be next? You were born into the Langjin family, and you owe it your allegiance. What do you think you are doing? There are other daughters in the Langjin family. Why must it be me? Is it simply because father wishes to form a partnership with him? Since you understand that the Langjin family has multiple candidates for this alliance with that gentleman, you should recognize your significance in this arrangement. If there were other sisters available, this would not fall to you. Hearing these words from her own brother Alan, Lisa was overcome with sorrow and lost control, screaming at him. She had never wanted the burden of being his sister. She had never benefited from being his sister. Now she was being forced to sacrifice herself simply because she was Alan's sister and a daughter of the Langjin family. They wanted her to marry a man with violent tendencies solely because he could facilitate business dealings. Why should she become a casualty in these men's transactions? Oh, my dear sister Lisa, what is the point of arguing with your brother? Father and mother are waiting for you. Go see them now. Despite her reluctance, Lisa was compelled by her brother's bodyguards and had no choice but to follow along quietly. Because she loved Zhang Fan, she fought desperately, pleading and kneeling before them, hoping they would show mercy and not treat her as a bargaining chip. But her parents refused to relent, openly telling Lisa that she had been born precisely to be used when the time came for a strategic marriage. Without this purpose, she would never have been given the chance to live. Having benefited from the Langjin family's prestige, she owed them the responsibility that came with it. What glory have I ever enjoyed? Tell me, what benefits have you ever given me? Since childhood, your only demand was that I survive. Even as a child, I had to compete with others in the family for resources. And even now, as an adult, everything I own in my current life, all of it was earned through my own hands. You merely gave me life, but did you ever ask if I wanted to be born into a family like yours, eh? Sadly, Lisa's desperate pleas were dismissed by her elders as childish rebellion. After several harsh slaps, she finally broke under her parents' threats and agreed to end things with Zhang Fan. She would accept their arrangements, for her cruel parents had made their demands clear. If she refused to break up with Zhang Fan, they would ensure he and his companions remained trapped in Mustana, forever unable to return to Huagua. Lisa knew exactly how ruthless her parents could be. In her despair, she finally relented and agreed. After learning that her family had already arranged a marriage for her, Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue sensed something amiss and pressed for details. To their surprise, Alan seemed almost proud to describe the husband his family had selected for Lisa. When they learned the prospective groom was nearly 40 years old, both Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue's expressions darkened considerably. Qin Feng spoke up at last. This is a matter between them, and your sister does not seem willing to go through with this marriage. Perhaps we should speak with your parents about this directly. Despite Qin Feng's courteous manner and Zhang Fan's earnest appeals, Alan showed them no respect from the start. He had always dismissed them as poor newcomers from Huagua. Upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestion, his mockery only intensified. Lisa already felt guilty toward Zhang Fan. Hearing him face such humiliation on her account, she immediately rushed forward to stop Alan. Alan, that is enough. I have already promised to return home and accept your family's arrangements. Why do you continue to treat them so harshly? Get lost, you good for nothing. Were it not for being my sister, what right would you have to marry into Mr. Adam's household? Alan had never held Lisa in high regard. The sight of her daring to intervene as he spoke to these outsiders from abroad only filled him with quiet displeasure, and he moved forward to gently but firmly draw her aside. He spared her no special consideration simply because she was his sister. After all, this very gathering had been orchestrated by him. It was all merely intended to show his sister the tranquil prosperity she would enjoy should she wed Mr. Adam. In his eyes, the matter stemmed from her perpetual timidity, a trait ingrained since childhood. She had never truly tasted the quiet comforts that high society offered. That was precisely why she had fallen for a modest youth from the Hua Kingdom. To marry Mr. Adam was considered her utmost privilege. Cast aside by his firm gesture, Lisa's tears spilled freely. The gentle pressure in her palms and knees only deepened her realization in the eyes of her own blood brother. She was nothing more than an overlooked figure, merely a vessel for others' designs beneath any notion of personal autonomy. She despised him, seeing her in such a subdued state. Countless times had she wondered if her birth into the Lange house had been a mistake. Countless times had she resented being born their daughter. Had it not been for the heartfelt words of a dear friend long ago, she might have long since broken. Her inability to leave stemmed from a simple reality: every one of her documents was held by her parents. It happened after she had once attempted a quiet escape. Yet she was but a child then, and had not ventured far before being guided back. From that day forth, her parents had respectfully retained every last document of hers. They had also arranged for quiet observers to keep watch over her. This explained precisely how Alan had learned of the matter so swiftly. It seemed the watcher had grown a bit careless lately. The moment he uncovered the growing bond between Zhang Fan and Lisa, he promptly shared it with the master's household. Thus had unfolded the thoughtful exchange between Alan and Lisa the previous evening. Witnessing the woman he cherished treated so indifferently by her own Qin Feng's heart tightened. Through their prior exchange, the full truth had come to light. Lisa had not sought to part ways with him. Rather, her family viewed her merely as a piece in a strategic union, leaving her with no choice but to step away. A quiet surge of emotion rose within him. Zhang Fan swiftly helped Lisa to her feet and moved forward. Qin Feng, however, was quick to act, stepping forward to gently steady him. Seeing Zhang Fan poised to speak, Alan immediately opened his mouth to remark. Qin Feng, however, granted him no such opportunity. Yi Qingxue cast a glance at the quietly weeping Lisa beside her, then gently took her wrist and led her away from the gathering. Alan made no move to follow them. He was certain Lisa would return. After all, her attachment to this unassuming man from the Hua kingdom ran far too deep to be severed so easily. She would never allow this entire party to linger upon Mustana soil indefinitely. Lisa, be sensible. Remember to return home for dinner tonight. Noticing Lisa on the verge of departure, Alan called out at a leisurely pace. At the sound of his voice, Lisa's footsteps faltered, yet she was gently but firmly drawn away by Yi Qingxue. Once seated within the carriage, Lisa could no longer contain herself. She rested her head against Yi Qingxue's shoulder, tears streaming freely. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Fan felt a profound ache. Surely he could not be considered so modest as they claimed. His family possessed considerable means, and within Jiangxing he was regarded as a man of comfort. He was more than capable of providing Lisa a life far superior to what she endured now. Furthermore, he firmly believed the environs of Mustana paled in comparison to Jiangxing. Once Lisa willingly followed him back to the Hua kingdom, she would undoubtedly come to cherish its way of life. What shall we do now? We cannot simply allow her to wed that gentleman of considerable years. Let us seek out Mr. Dell and see if he might facilitate an audience with Lady Lisa's parents. Qin Feng, ever resourceful, sought out Dell once more. With a respectful apology, he laid out their purpose. Only then did Dell study Lisa with a measured gaze. As a seasoned merchant himself, he was naturally well acquainted with her parents' reputation. Upon hearing the name of her lineage, the identity of her parents became instantly clear. A flicker of compassion softened his gaze as he regarded Lisa, and he readily agreed to assist them. I did not realize you were a daughter of the Lange house. To learn of your plight fills me with sincere sympathy. Since you wish to speak with them, I shall arrange the meeting. Securing Dell's assurance, Qin Feng and his companions arranged a meeting with Lisa's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bird of the Lange line, the very next day. The rest of the party waited in an adjoining chamber. Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Fan, went to meet the Bird couple in person. Having Dell serve as intermediary, they had assumed the couple would at least extend a measure of courtesy, whether to Zhang Fan or to Dell himself. Yet to their surprise, upon introducing themselves, the Bird couple received them with palpable coldness. Their disregard bordered on quiet mockery, directed squarely at Zhang Fan. You were the ones who asked Mr. Dell to intercede so you might see us. Were it not for his standing, we would never deign to entertain visitors from the Hua kingdom. Those opening words drew immediate frowns from both Qin Feng and Zhang Fan. Yet desiring a peaceful resolution, they chose to swallow their displeasure. Zhang Fan, however, carried a quiet guilt within him. He had drawn Qin Feng into this and subjected him to such polite disdain. Zhang Fan stepped forward earnestly. Mr. Bird, Mrs. Bird, I come before you today, asking only for a chance to stand by your daughter Lisa. We share a genuine bond. I can offer her a life of comfort and security. I would never let her want for anything. Before he could finish his sentence, the Bird couple cut him off gently, but firmly. Mr. Bird cast a dismissive glance upon Zhang Fan and replied with calm indifference. Your present circumstances hardly suggest you are prepared to share a life with my daughter. As a daughter of the Lange line, she bears its burdens and obligations. She does not require a spouse who merely offers personal comfort. She requires a husband whose standing and resources can further the interests of our house. Zhang Fan's expression shifted, a quiet sting of disappointment settling within him. Lisa, present at the gathering, could not abide this treatment. Unable to remain silent, she spoke up. Must we measure a person solely by their outward appearance? Could it be that the gentleman you have selected is the true reflection of such values? Silence. You have no place to interject in our conversation. You embarrass us before our guests. Upon hearing his daughter's rebuttal, Mr. Bird was instantly consumed by fury. He slammed his palm on the table and roared at Lisa. This sudden outburst of anger and the overwhelming sense of domineering control made both Qin Feng and Zhang Fan feel physically uneasy. What era is this? We live in an age of freedom and equality. Of course, the customs here in the M continent differ from those in their homeland. Yet such extreme family patriarchy should not be so rigid. Even as Lisa's father, he had no right to treat her like a puppet, commanding and dismissing her at will. At the very least, there were outsiders present. To disregard his own daughter's dignity and accuse her of bringing shame. This was unforgivable. Mr. Bird, your words are excessively harsh. Ms. Lisa merely spoke the truth. Does she not have the right to voice her thoughts? Qin Feng spoke up in defense of Lisa. Who do you think you are daring to address me this way? That we would agree to meet with you today is solely out of respect for Mr. Dell. Otherwise, someone of your standing would never merit our attention. That condescending, arrogant bearing made Qin Feng long to hurl the wine in his glass across the man's face. Yet he restrained himself. However flawed they might be, these were Lisa's parents. If there remained any path to resolve this peacefully, Qin Feng still hoped they could reach some understanding. There was something he dared not voice. What he truly wished for was Lisa's release from such a family. He could see clearly that his friend cherished Lisa with genuine affection. If Lisa chose to sever ties with her family, his friend would undoubtedly support her fully. And although their time together had been brief, he could sense that Lisa herself was a vibrant, optimistic young woman. Yet she was born into such a family and subjected to such oppression. He could scarcely imagine how extraordinary her life might have been had she been free to chart her own course. You arrogant elder. The moment you open your mouth, it's all about your precious family and the face you grant us. Who do you think you are? Qin Feng could bear it no longer and fired back with sharp, polished words in refined Chinese. You ill-mannered, disrespectful, wretched boy. Do you not fear I will ensure you never leave Mustana alive? Mr. Bird naturally understood the irony in Qin Feng's words. Feeling his dignity and authority challenged, he slammed the table again and threatened Qin Feng viciously. Then go ahead and strike, if you dare lay a hand on us under Mr. Dell's protection. The fact that Mr. Dell himself arranged this meeting demonstrates how highly he values me. Qin Feng offered a silent apology to Dell in his heart. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He had to borrow Dell's reputation to strengthen his position. It seemed Dell held considerable standing here, or else he would never have managed to bring both parties to the table despite such hostile attitudes. Otherwise, convincing them to meet under such circumstances would have been impossible. Though their demeanor left much to be desired, the mere fact of securing this meeting demonstrated significant capability. Qin Feng's words caused Mr. Bird's threatening gesture to freeze midair. He seemed uncertain whether to continue his threats. If Dell truly intended to protect Qin Feng and the others, he genuinely would not dare strike someone Dell wished to safeguard, even within Dell's own territory. Yet his authority had been publicly challenged. Qin Feng was merely a poor boy from Huagwood daring to defy him. He could not let this pass, or his dignity would be utterly destroyed. Have you both finished speaking? You have never treated me as a person, only as a puppet, a doll to be controlled. I will tell you plainly today, I will absolutely never marry that grotesque fatty. If you value this alliance with Mr. Adams so greatly, why do you not offer yourselves to him? He has already lost 2 wives, and still demands I wed him. If you truly wish me dead simply in my life, why beat around the bush? Mrs. Bird herself remains quite elegant. Why not send her directly? Her age is well suited, is it not? Having borne children and grown somewhat mature, Mrs. Bird certainly understands far better how to care for Mr. Adam. Neither Qin Feng nor Mr. Bird, locked in their silent verbal duel, had expected Lisa to rise and speak at that very moment. Her words struck like a hammer, shattering whatever remained of the Bird's dignity. When she referred to Mrs. Bird, she naturally meant her own mother. In essence, she was suggesting her father surrender his wife to Mr. Adam. You wretched beast. Mr. Bird was beside himself with rage. Unable to strike Qin Feng, could he not discipline his own illegitimate daughter? His raised palm came down swiftly toward Lisa's face. Unfortunately, Lisa had grown weary of wasting time with this old man. She had agreed to their demands solely out of concern for Qin Feng and the others. Now that Qin Feng had assured her they were safe under Mr. Dell's protection, she felt no further obligation to comply. You still intend to strike me? You never cared for me throughout my childhood, and now that I am useful you expect me to serve your political alliances. How audacious. Lisa grasped Mr. Bird's wrist firmly. Mr. Bird could not fathom that his seemingly fragile daughter possessed such strength. Lisa threw off his hand and declared that she would sever all ties with the Lingo family. The Lingo family had never offered her anything of value. She now willingly renounced their name and honor. From this day forward, she was simply Lisa, no longer their daughter. Zhang Fan and Qin Feng exchanged a glance, both stunned by Lisa's decision. They worried that, driven by momentary anger, Lisa might regret this hasty severing of family ties. They had considered offering gentle counsel, but recalling the cold attitude displayed by those 2 elderly figures, they decided against meddling further. If Lisa had made this choice, there must have been her reasons. What are you saying? Bode was caught off guard, never having expected his usually inconspicuous daughter to speak such words. She was actually refusing the marriage alliance with Mr. Adam, and she wanted to leave the Rango family as well. She didn't care about the Rango family's glory anymore. The surname Rango represented unparalleled prestige, yet she abandoned it so casually. This was simply a contempt for the Rango family. I've said it, I want to renounce this surname and leave this family. I don't need parents like you. You have no qualification to be my parents. For all these years I've kept evidence of your neglect and mistreatment of me. I originally intended to make it public one day and sever all ties with you. If you're unwilling to accept this, I'll release all the evidence. We'll both lose face, that's all. Right now I'm leaving this family and cutting off all relations with you. As long as you agree, I'll hand over all the evidence. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to file a lawsuit. Mr. and Mrs. Bode stared at their daughter in disbelief. They did not feel sorrow at the thought of their daughter severing ties with them. They only felt humiliated by their daughter whom they had always looked down upon. This troublesome child dared to cut ties with them. What right did she have? Without the Rango family, she was nobody. Did she think she could achieve her current success without the Rango family? Did she believe she could live a better life once she left the Rango family? The Bode couple, who had always held Lisa in low esteem, were consumed by rage at her words. They immediately gave Lisa the answer she had been seeking. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of being a Rango daughter, since you refuse to uphold the Rango family's glory and continue living a superior life. Then from this moment forward, I declare that you are no longer a member of the Rango family. You no longer bear the Rango surname, nor do you possess any privilege or nobility of the Rango family. If you so desire a humble existence, then go live the undignified life that brings you joy. I and your mother have never had a daughter like you. The scene ended with a furious reprimand, and Lisa was subsequently expelled from the family. Lisa left with Qin Feng and the others. Outside the hotel entrance, Zhang Fan hesitated, looking at Lisa. He wanted to be with her, but he never imagined things would end up this way. While in their homeland, family unity was always considered the most important value. Although Lisa's parents had treated her poorly, he still worried that if Lisa suddenly remembered the few moments of kindness from her parents, she might regret her decision. He also felt as though he had somehow forced her to cut ties with her parents. So Zhang Fan remained hesitant, wanting to say something to Lisa, but not knowing how to begin. You shouldn't take this too heavily. I'm not doing this solely for you. I'm doing it for myself. I always intended to sever ties with them. Lisa seemed to sense Zhang Fan's inner conflict and spoke first to ease his concerns. Hearing this, Zhang Fan relented and asked gently, but cutting off your family ties completely, will you truly not regret it in the future? A family like that, which only knew how to exploit me, I have no intention of staying with. I am free now. You should be happy for me. Zhang Fan was indeed happy for Lisa. Since she had made it clear she was at peace with her decision, he chose not to press the matter further. The following days passed as before, with the two of them often going out to explore the city together. When Qin Feng and the others were about to depart from M continent, Lisa found Qin Feng. She expressed her desire to leave with them. Staying in Mustana meant nothing to her anymore. She had recently heard Zhang Fan describe the scenery of their homeland and had also seen images of it online. She had always admired Chinese culture and loved Chinese cities. And since she and Zhang Fan were in a romantic relationship, she wondered if she could join Qin Feng and the others on their journey to their homeland. Of course, she would not be a burden to Qin Feng and the others. Of course you can, Qin Feng replied. Since you and Lao Zhang are a couple and also are friends, if you've made up your mind to go to our homeland, just come along with us. There was nothing to oppose. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed. After all, Lisa had already decided to go to the homeland. She would either travel with the group or depart separately with Zhang Fan. In any case, they booked flight tickets for the following day and quickly prepared their luggage. They bid farewell to Dell and boarded the plane back home the next day. Is this Jiangqing? The air here is so fresh. It simply tastes like freedom. For all her 20-plus years, Lisa had never been to the homeland. So the moment she stepped off the plane, she fell in love with this place. A sense of liberation, as though she had escaped from a cage, filled her heart. Qin Feng and the others had been traveling for quite some time. Only when they returned home and felt the solid earth beneath their feet did they finally feel at peace. Seeing Lisa so joyful, Qin Feng and the others did not interfere further. After all, she was Zhang Fan's companion, and it was his responsibility to help her settle in. 2 days later, Zhang Fan came to the company and told Qin Feng about something Lisa had shared. Lisa had gathered all her savings and planned to rent a shop to open a restaurant. She said she doesn't want to rely on me. If she's going to start a new life, she needs her own business here and wants to be her own boss. She's already decided on a name for the restaurant. Curious, Qin Feng asked Zhang Fan what unusual name Lisa had chosen for her restaurant. New Life Restaurant. That's an interesting name. I came today to ask if you could invest in it. Her funds aren't quite enough. Of course. I've already said. You're our friend and I admire her as well. I'll come after work. Excited, Zhang Fan waited for Qin Feng to finish work. Qin Feng visited the location Lisa had selected for her restaurant. The site was excellent and the space was just the right size. As long as she managed the business well, it would surely be quite profitable. Miss Lisa, it seems you have settled in well here. I also heard from old Zhang that you plan to open a restaurant. This bank card is a token of my goodwill and investment in your new endeavor. I sincerely hope you can build a wonderful new life. Lisa graciously accepted it without hesitation. Her own savings simply were not enough. Before leaving, her so-called parents had made her settle every account. They tallied up everything her family had spent on her since birth. She had practically poured all her savings into it. Even her flight to China was purchased by Qin Feng's group. After arriving, she sold all her remaining money and even her personal jewelry to scrape together enough for the shop rent. Without additional capital, Qin Feng's investment arrived at the perfect moment. She needed the money and naturally did not refuse. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured I will never let you down. I will make this restaurant a tremendous success. I have full confidence in you. However, restaurants are quite busy in the beginning, so I will have old Zhang stay here to help you manage things. If there is any physical work needed, just call on him. Zhang Fan had also been planning to ask Qin Feng for a few days off to supervise the restaurant's renovation. He did not expect Qin Feng to bring it up first. For a moment, Zhang Fan looked at Qin Feng with deep gratitude. Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed at being so considerate. Rather than waiting for him to ask, it was easier to simply do him a favor directly. With Qin Feng's investment, Lisa's restaurant opened quickly. As a foreign-run establishment with an interesting name, it attracted considerable attention. She prepared dishes from her local cuisine, as well as new recipes she had learned since arriving here. She had studied culinary arts during her university years. She had also learned to make high-end desserts. Whenever she felt stressed before, she often cooked small breads or desserts to ease her mood. Combined with her background, her restaurant became popular within half a month, bringing in substantial income. Boss Lisa, we have come to support you. After hearing about this, Qin Feng and the others invited those they had met while traveling in the M region and who knew Lisa, and came together to Lisa's restaurant. They also told Zhang Fan in advance to reserve a private room, so they could simply have a friends gathering here. Lisa had adapted very well to life in Jiangxing. At first there was only one chef, but with the booming business, one chef was not enough. Zhang Fan helped find another experienced chef so the two of them could manage efficiently. The business inside the shop improved even more. Lisa was delighted to hear Qin Feng and the others arriving and quickly led them upstairs to the reserved private room. Once all the dishes were ready, Qin Feng invited Lisa to sit and eat. Lisa did not hesitate, removed her apron, and sat down next to Zhang Fan. Let us raise our glasses together to Miss Lisa's new life, wishing you ever greater success and happiness. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa's eyes filled with tears of emotion. But in such a joyful atmosphere, she could not let them fall. Glancing at Zhang Fan beside her, she truly felt fortunate to have met him and this wonderful, warm-hearted group of people. Wishing everyone peace, smooth sailing, and great prosperity. The gathering ended in laughter and cheer, everyone happy for Lisa's transformation. As the vacation came to an end, Qin Feng finished his company matters, arranged everything else, and returned to campus with Yi Qingxue and the others. But before returning to campus, Qin Feng had been receiving letters from a stranger. Someone had somehow obtained his private email address and sent messages daily. At first, Qin Feng thought it might be a job application. But after reading the letters, he discovered confessions of affection hidden in every line. What is going on? Do I know this person? Checking the sender information, he found a completely black avatar with no username. Although he could see the email address, Qin Feng searched for it and discovered it corresponded to a secondary account. Who was pulling this prank? Sending confession messages with just a throwaway account. Student Qin. From the moment I first saw you, I fell deeply in love. You are so charming, so captivating. I know you have a girlfriend, but I do not care. I hope you will also make room for me. Every time I see you rushing through campus, I wish you would pause for me. How I wish you would notice me too. I do not intend to interfere with your relationship, only hoping you know my feelings. No matter whether you succeed or face difficulties, there will always be someone like me who loves you forever. Reading these probing confession letters, Qin Feng broke into a cold sweat. He had never noticed that someone had been watching him closely in his daily life, and he had been completely unaware. Seeing that her efforts were ignored, she grew bolder, and her words became increasingly explicit. One letter even included a photo. Qin Feng finally decided to respond directly. He had thought his silence would save face for the other person and make it clear he had no interest. But instead it only encouraged her boldness. Especially the way she addressed him, which made Qin Feng feel she was very likely a classmate from campus. He had to resolve this before the vacation ended. Sorry, this classmate, I do not know who you are, and my heart belongs only to my girlfriend. I do not want anyone to interfere with my relationship with my girlfriend. I hope you will not fixate on someone impossible. Please stop your probing behavior. Qin Feng believed his rejection was clear enough. But the person still continued sending frequent messages. Qin Feng had no choice but to block the account. But then the person switched to another account and continued sending frequent messages harassing Qin Feng. What's wrong? You've seemed rather down in the past couple of days. Is school starting soon, making you nervous? Influenced by this message, Qin Feng's temper over the past few days had indeed been somewhat short. He had even lost his patience with his subordinates on several occasions. These were actually minor mistakes that would typically be overlooked. However, Qin Feng had been extremely irritable these past 2 days due to the email situation. As soon as the other party discovered their messages could not be sent, they would switch to a new alias. Yet because of Qin Feng's special status, he was unable to block unfamiliar numbers from adding him. Nor could he blacklist all unfamiliar numbers since his inbox still contained resumes from job applicants. Qin Feng truly did not know how to handle this matter. So it happened that Bai Inua, who had stopped by to chat with him, noticed the situation. You came over. You don't know how annoyed I've been lately. Some completely bizarre person keeps sending me harassing messages every day, all of them utterly inappropriate. I block one number, and they just switch to a new one and keep sending. Qin Feng had not seen Bai Yinhua for some time. When he had gone traveling earlier, he had originally intended to invite Bai Yinhua along. But Bai Yinhua said the old master intended to take him out to travel, so he could only reluctantly decline Qin Feng's invitation. Now that Qin Feng had just returned, Bai Yinhua quickly came to find him. He also wanted to ask whether there was anything he could help with on Qin Feng's end. It felt as though the bond between the two of them had grown considerably thinner. Mostly because Qin Feng had not truly needed anything from him recently. Unexpectedly, the moment Bai Yinhua arrived and asked, an opportunity arose immediately. Why didn't you come to me about this? I can help you investigate. But the messages were sent via email and all from aliases. I did try looking into it before, but everything I found turned out to be fake accounts. But now no matter what kind of account is created, real name registration is required. And since she addressed you as a fellow student, that alone reveals she is also an adult. Wouldn't this be too troublesome? Don't you still have a company to manage? If you help me, won't it delay your own work? Oh, this kind of thing is simply no trouble at all. Give me 3 minutes, and I guarantee I'll uncover this person's information for you. After hearing Bai Yinhua say this, Qin Feng realized how straightforward the matter truly was, and immediately nodded in agreement. He was truly at a loss, genuinely on the verge of being driven mad by this person. If he did not find a way to resolve this matter soon, he felt he would never be able to eat or sleep in peace again. He then fetched a computer for Bai Yinhua. Once Bai Yinhua sat down, his nimble fingers flew across the keyboard. Qin Feng watched in astonishment. Inside his heart, he could not help but silently remark, not everyone can become a hacker, it seems. After a minute and a half, when Bai Yinhua pressed the final enter key, the program was imported and the interface switched between windows continuously. Finally, an identity profile popped up on the screen. Qin Feng glanced at it, as Bai Yinhua told him with evident pride. This was the true identity information behind those several alias accounts. Below it were also attached contact details from her other accounts. Qin Feng did not delve further into additional private details. Furthermore, this person was indeed currently studying at Jiangxing University and appeared to be a junior student, perhaps even Qin Feng's junior. Actually a junior student. How strange. I don't recall ever having helped a junior before. Upon hearing Bai Yinua's answer, Qin Feng was thoroughly bewildered. Although he was generally kind-hearted when it came to women, he usually kept his distance. Since being with Yi Qingxue, whenever a girl needed his help, he would carefully consider it first. Helping Zhang Yueying before was really out of sheer helplessness. Otherwise, he simply would not have willingly offered assistance to others. Moreover, the time he actually appeared on campus was extremely rare. Even when he did appear, it was always alongside Zhang Fan and Tang Shichen or with Yi Qingxue. Wait, this girl knew he already had a girlfriend. Yet she did not mind inserting herself between him and his girlfriend, while he truly had not the slightest impression of her. This girl's name is quite interesting, Fei Si. I've never encountered this surname before. Bai Yinhua spoke with surprise. I'm also seeing it for the first time. Are you certain she attends our school? Could you check what major she studies? Qin Feng continued to ask. She's a sophomore majoring in dance. Thanks, brother. If not for you this time, I'm not sure how much longer it would have taken me to figure this out. Our major and dance have absolutely no connection after all. Now that we know her name, things should be easier to handle. I'm not sure about that, but I noticed this student seems to have medical records, and specifically psychological treatment records. Bai Yinhua cast a glance and saw several treatment records, then relayed this information to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng did not take it particularly to heart. The day after learning her name, Qin Feng went directly to the dance academy to find Fei Si. Upon seeing this slender and graceful girl, very beautiful, yet carrying an inexplicable heaviness about her, Qin Feng did not beat around the bush, but spoke directly. He told her clearly that he harbored no feelings for her, and that she no longer needed to send him those letters and messages. Her behavior had already seriously disrupted his daily life. He truly had no recollection of her whatsoever. Perhaps he had accidentally helped her before, or the two of them had crossed paths at some point in the past. But he already had a girlfriend now, and hoped she would keep her distance from his life. Senior, Fei Si, I hope you will no longer disturb my life in the future. He truly did not know how he had gotten through this period of time. He really did not wish to continue arguing with this girl any longer. He only wanted to convey his message as quickly and clearly as possible, letting her understand she should stop harassing him. Qin Feng had originally believed this matter was over. But unexpectedly, merely 10 minutes after he left the dance academy building, he saw many students on campus running toward the direction of the dance academy. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly stopped one of them to ask what had happened. He only heard the person say that a student from the dance academy was about to jump from the building. What's that student's name? I heard it was someone named Fei Si. She had just climbed to the rooftop, and no one knows what triggered this. Hearing that name, the tight string in Qin Feng's heart suddenly snapped. He could not believe the other party would be so extreme, and once again recalled what Bai Yinhua had mentioned, that she had treatment records. Qin Feng cursed under his breath, but ultimately could not disregard a human life. He had no choice but to turn back. Qin Feng hurried into the teaching building and found that the entrance to the rooftop had already been sealed off. Among those present were several teachers from the dance academy along with school security guards and senior administrators. On his way here, Qin Feng had also heard about Fei Si. She was exceptionally talented, one of the top-performing students in the dance academy. Still merely a sophomore, she was reportedly already noticed by an instructor from a national dance troupe. As soon as she graduated, she would be able to join them. Yet no one could have foreseen what would happen. The dance academy faculty were utterly stunned. Just moments ago, a student had silently sprinted to the rooftop and threatened to jump. Fortunately, a classmate who knew her well sensed something was wrong. She quickly alerted others who rushed up to intervene. Without their swift action, it might have been too late. You cannot go to the rooftop. It is unsafe right now. Please tell Fei Si that Qin Feng has arrived. I believe she will allow me to see her. I am Qin Feng. At the top of the stairs, a teacher blocked his path as expected. Qin Feng, breathless, asked the teacher to relay his name to Fei Si. After a moment's consideration, the teacher agreed to ask. To his surprise, Fei Si actually allowed Qin Feng through. When Qin Feng approached, he spotted a slender girl balanced on the rooftop, her figure swaying precariously in the breeze. Her slightly oversized clothes only emphasized how fragile she seemed, like a butterfly with broken wings ready to fall. The teaching building stood 8 stories tall. The spot she had chosen offered no possibility of positioning a safety cushion below. If she fell, there would be no chance of survival. Fei Si, calm down. Do you even recognize who I am? It was as though Fei Si had been waiting for Qin Feng's arrival. The moment she saw him, she became agitated. But her agitation made her footing even more unstable, her frame swaying precariously. Those watching were terrified, and Qin Feng could only stop, daring not to approach further. I never meant to cause you so much trouble. Please do not be angry with me, Fei Si said. Her words drew everyone's attention to Qin Feng at once. Qin Feng was quite well known at Capital University, so several teachers recognized him immediately. When school administrators realized who he was, they quickly understood the connection between the two. Yet they clearly remembered Qin Feng already had a girlfriend, someone equally remarkable. So had he led on another girl and cast her aside once he had had his way? Or was this simply unrequited affection? We can still be friends. I am not angry. I only mean that your earlier actions crossed a line, and perhaps my own words were too harsh. Do not take it to heart. Please come down safely. Qin Feng steadied his frustration and spoke gently to the girl on the rooftop, but she shook her head and nearly stumbled backward. Qin Feng quickly urged her to stop and shifted his tone. Since her feelings had become this unhealthy, it seemed the only way was to take the blame upon himself. If you jump now, all the blame will fall upon me. Are you truly willing to saddle me with lasting shame, prevent me from graduating, and leave me facing lifelong judgment? Did you not say you liked me? If you like me, you must protect yourself. Even if you claim now that you are not doing this because of me. But everyone knows you are attempting this because I rejected you. You have not once considered how this would affect me. If you truly cared for me, would you do this? Hearing this, Fei Si grew anxious at once. She immediately leaped down from the rooftop to explain herself to Qin Feng. The moment she landed, people surged forward to hold her. She could no longer climb back up. But now she was no longer eager to jump. She only wanted to explain herself to Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not leave immediately. Her emotional state was extremely unstable. If he turned and walked away now, she might well find another opportunity. Qin Feng had no choice but to accompany her to the hospital. The results are in. She has severe psychological issues, and there is evidence of prior treatment. However, her condition seems to have worsened significantly recently. Did she stop her treatment? After the hospital examination combined with the counselor's report that the student had a history of psychological illness, they finally prioritized her psychological evaluation. Her physical health was otherwise fine. It was purely psychological, severe psychological distress. Qin Feng was at a loss. No one could approach her except himself. Yet Qin Feng had no desire to be near this girl. The words he had spoken were merely calculated to get her down safely. Student Qin Feng, I am truly sorry for the trouble this has caused us. We never anticipated this would happen. Qin Feng later explained the full situation to the administrators who had arrived and produced the records of those messages. He selected several messages that were not overly explicit for the teachers to review. They understood that Qin Feng was also a victim in this situation. Yi Qingxue heard from a friend that Qin Feng had gone to the hospital. Assuming he had been injured, she immediately asked which hospital he was at and rushed to find him. Upon arriving, she learned that someone had been harassing Qin Feng and suffered from a mental illness. I thought you were ill. Are you alright? I am fine. It is mainly about Fei Si now. Will you stay here with her? I am not her boyfriend. Why would I stay with her? But when Fei Si saw her, she grabbed a fruit knife left nearby and lunged straight at Yi Qingxue. Fortunately, Qin Feng caught the blade in time, preventing any harm to Yi Qingxue. Fei Si, what are you doing? The counselor was nearly overwhelmed with shock at the scene. Was she attempting to harm someone in broad daylight? Senior Qin Feng, is your hand alright? Why did you come up so suddenly? You should go find a doctor to bandage it. I did not mean to do this, I truly did not mean to. I never wanted to hurt you. I truly had no intention of harming you. I am sorry, genuinely sorry, I did not mean it. Fei Si was also frightened by the scene and quickly let go. Qin Feng handed the fruit knife in his hand to someone nearby, his expression dark as he looked at Fei Si. Earlier he had only felt that this girl was pitiable for attempting to jump off the building out of unrequited love. But the moment she raised the knife to strike Yi Qingxue, he no longer felt any sympathy for her. He now wished to take Yi Qingxue and leave immediately. This person was simply unhinged. Why had someone like her developed feelings for him? He had no memories of this woman whatsoever. It made no sense that someone so unstable would harbor affection for him and worse attempt to harm his girlfriend. Qin Feng's heart turned cold to its core. Please keep your distance from me. His demeanor shifted instantly to ice. Yet no one around dared to say a word. Everyone had witnessed Fei Si's attempt against Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue said nothing. She simply appeared before Fei Si and the girl still attempted to harm her. Yet in a letter Qin Feng had shown them earlier, she claimed she wanted to be part of his life with Yi Qingxue, insisting she did not mind that he had a girlfriend and would always respect her. She only wanted to be friends with Qin Feng to quietly cherish him from afar, if it were not for her mental health condition. Her behavior had already profoundly disrupted others' lives. Still, Qin Feng had gone along to the hospital without holding a grudge, even offering comfort to Fei Si just moments before. And this was her so-called respect for Yi Qingxue. I only want her to stay away from you. I cannot bear to see her by your side. Because of her you cannot see anyone else. I simply dislike her. I never intended to kill her, I would never kill her. Please believe me, Senior Qin Feng, do not leave me. I truly cannot live without you. I will die if you leave. Stay here with me, and let her go, will you? Even now Fei Si could still speak such words. Disappointment and distaste flickered in the eyes of the surrounding teachers. Qin Feng firmly shook off Fei Si's hand, no longer exercising any restraint towards someone with mental illness. Showing leniency to others is cruelty to oneself. After doing something like this, she still had the audacity to make such demands. Yi Qingxue was his girlfriend. Why should he sacrifice her well-being for another person? Qin Feng did not even glance at Fei Si before walking away with Yi Qingxue. No teacher stepped forward to stop him. Yi Qingxue's expression was somber as she led Qin Feng to another area to tend to his wound. Later on the way back, Yi Qingxue considered it carefully before speaking. Qin Feng, let this go. Someone's affection for you does not give you the obligation to entangle yourself in this. She has a mental condition, yet she uses it as leverage to keep you by her side. I am not a magnanimous person. I cannot accept someone so calculating, threatening you with her illness. Before hearing of this incident, Yi Qingxue had harbored a measure of sympathy for Fei Si. She did not find it surprising that someone would admire Qin Feng. After all, he was remarkably outstanding, and many people held feelings for him. But she could never accept someone using such behavior to harm her and Qin Feng. This went far beyond anything a third party could do. Qin Feng had done nothing wrong, so he should not be bound by moral obligation. After listening to her, Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. He then comforted Yi Qingxue. I have no feelings for her. The slight pity I once held has completely vanished. I will not interfere anymore. Unexpectedly, a day later, Fei Si's counselor called Qin Feng's phone, gently requesting that he visit the hospital, saying her condition had flared up again and she insisted on seeing him. Qin Feng refused directly. I do not believe I have any obligation to meet someone who attempted to harm my girlfriend. Her illness is not something I caused. She knows she is ill, yet she stopped her medication privately and brought such trouble upon others. More importantly, if she is unwell, she should seek a doctor, not come to me. I know a highly renowned psychologist who specializes in conditions like hers and would be better suited to help. I have already sent that doctor's contact information to your phone. In the future, please do not contact me regarding her matters. After saying this, Qin Feng hung up. Not blocking the counselor's number was already the greatest courtesy he could offer. Indeed, no further calls came afterward. As for how Fei Si's treatment progressed, Qin Feng paid it no mind. 2 days passed, and Qin Feng received another call. This call came from the esports company, but it was Su Xiang who answered. Boss, please come at once. The captain has injured his hand. Su Xiang's tone was hurried and carried a faint tremor of distress. Hearing that Su Haiyang had been injured, Qin Feng's expression changed at once. He left the campus quickly and headed straight for the esports company. When he arrived, Su Haiyang's hand was already bandaged. Su Haiyang was somewhat surprised to see Qin Feng, but after a moment's thought, he realized someone must have reported it. He had originally intended to keep it secret. There were few competitions recently, and even if there were, the team members could handle things without him needing to play. Once his hand recovered, he could continue gaming. Why did you not tell me about the injury? What happened? Is it serious? Qin Feng asked with concern. It is nothing major, just a minor wound. A period of rest, and it will heal. I already told them not to inform you. Nonsense. You are my friend. How could I not know when you were injured? If I had not received their call, would you have kept it hidden forever? Could you conceal it for life? Seeing that Qin Feng was truly upset, Su Haiyang wanted to comfort him, but did not know how to speak. He simply lowered his head, still not revealing how his hand had been injured. I do not have any serious issues. Let us just let this matter go since it will heal with some rest. I only have one match coming up soon anyway, so it will not affect much. Su Haiyang clearly had no desire to blow this out of proportion. He had never intended to tell Qin Feng about it in the first place. Qin Feng was already occupied enough with his daily affairs. Since Qin Feng had entrusted him with the esports team, it was his duty to handle everything properly. There was no need for Qin Feng to make daily trips back and forth. Yet somehow someone still went and reported the matter. But he also knew the players were only concerned about him. The one who reported was undoubtedly Su Xiang. No one else would have been so involved. However, Su Haiyang would not blame Su Xiang for it. Among the entire team, Su Xiang, who had joined later, actually shared the closest bond with him. The two often played duo matches together on regular days. But this time he knew clearly that the other party had acted deliberately. If Qin Feng really went to confront them, it would only disrupt Qin Feng's own affairs. He did not want it to come to that. He only hoped to let the matter rest for now. After all, he would find his own way to settle the score in the future. But Qin Feng was not willing to let it go. He spoke directly. Su Haiyang, you know, I do not repeat myself. I do not wish to say this twice either. Just tell me honestly what exactly happened. What caused the injury on your hand? How is it now? Have you been to the hospital for an examination? Do not keep bandaging it yourself. If the wrapping is improper, it may only hinder your recovery. You are an esports player. Do you know what these hands mean for your career? If you had hurt yourself accidentally, I would have nothing to say. But this is clearly not that simple. I do not want you to hide anything from me. Please tell me what really happened. Seeing Qin Feng so upset brought a sense of comfort to Su Haiyang. Yet he kept his head lowered and remained silent. Because he did not know how to explain it. It was true that the other party had acted deliberately to some extent. But it was also not entirely without excuse. Besides, the other player had already apologized at the time of the injury. There was truly no need to keep dragging this matter further. He did not want to trouble Qin Feng, nor did he want Qin Feng to fight his battles. Qin Feng was already exhausted. He truly did not wish for Qin Feng to run around on his account. Seeing Su Haiyang like this only angered Qin Feng more. He simply turned to Su Xiang and asked directly, "You tell me what happened. What exactly caused our captain's hand injury? Was it accidental or deliberate?" Su Xiang noticed Su Haiyang's gaze directed at him. But he also held his own frustration. The other party had truly gone too far. He could see Su Haiyang did not want him to tell Qin Feng about this. But he would absolutely not obey such a request. So Su Xiang laid out everything that had just occurred directly to Qin Feng. Their team had suddenly received a challenge from a team named Feng Yan. By convention, it was simply meant to be a friendly practice match between the two sides. But after the match ended, because they barely managed to win by a small margin, one of the opposing players suddenly flew into a fit and directly hurled a stool toward their direction. Although the target was not Su Haiyang himself. In order to protect that teammate, Su Haiyang instinctively raised his hand to block it. The stool struck directly against his fingers. And that is how it happened. We already took him to the hospital. The doctor said there was a mild fracture, so he should avoid using his hand much for now, and rest it as much as possible. Su Haiyang let out a helpless sigh, and was just about to speak in order to ease Qin Feng's mood. But before he could, he already saw the reprimand in Qin Feng's eyes. He did not know what to say. His original intention had been to avoid causing trouble for Qin Feng. Besides, the other party was utterly shameless, and he knew they had acted deliberately. Yet after that player threw the stool, the opposing side apologized rather quickly. But the meaning behind their words was clear. If they continued to press the matter, it would amount to forcing their player into another episode. They claimed their player suffered from a manic disorder. But his talent for gaming was extraordinarily outstanding, which was why he had been granted special entry into their team. Normally, neither matches nor training would trigger his condition. But today somehow it had been provoked. The Feng Yan team stated they would cover medical expenses and other costs. However, they asked Su Haiyang not to pursue responsibility from their player. Otherwise, it would amount to ruining his entire future. Such skillful manipulation through moral coercion. You are my people. If you are wronged, I cannot simply stand aside. He acted deliberately out of jealousy toward your abilities. I need to set things right. Rest assured, I will not let this stand. I am only seeking justice. After saying this, Qin Feng obtained the location of the Feng Yan team directly from Su Xiang. He then took a taxi to their training base. Upon entering, he went straight to find their coach. Since this match had been arranged, both coaches would have approved it. Their own coach knew full well that the opposing coach could not have been unaware. Moreover, their team captain had spoken such shameless words. Qin Feng's original intention had been to seek a resolution from them, or to have that person sincerely and publicly apologize to his teammate. Otherwise, this matter would not end so simply. But Qin Feng had overestimated the character of certain individuals. After recounting everything to the opposing coach, the coach showed no regard at all. He even began to speak in a condescending tone. My players have already told me about this matter, and I am indeed aware of it. It was after all a friendly match. Who would have thought your player would take it so seriously? And my player does indeed suffer from a manic disorder. An apology was already given at the time. What else do you expect? It is only a few matches won. For your brand new esports team, the length of your journey can already be seen at a glance. A team with no reputation, a player with no name. There is absolutely no reason for our Feng Yin team members to apologize to them, let alone the fact that we acted unintentionally. Even if we had done it deliberately, so what? How many fans does he have, and how many fans does our player have? If you wish to resort to moral coercion, go check online and see whether it would work. We have already apologized. If his hand is injured, so be it. What impact could it possibly have? It will not make a single ripple in the esports world. How arrogant that coach was. Qin Feng finally understood why their player could behave in such a manner. Your words carry much weight. In that case, I can only say that your Feng Yin team from top to bottom lacks integrity. No matter what profession one chooses, character is always the most important thing. Those like you who refuse to admit your mistakes, relying solely on your training experience and a few extra matches to pretend you are seniors. Such blatant arrogance. Do you understand how remarkable his hands are? Do you truly grasp what it means to be a naturally gifted esports player? Do you comprehend what it means to be born for esports? You are unaware because you lack understanding. Such behavior is common in your team, for you have no compassion and do not know the value of protecting one's reputation. I will not let this matter rest. My esports players will have my protection, while those lacking even a shred of professional ethics will ultimately face the consequences. I will wait and see what becomes of you, watching as my players inevitably rise above yours. After speaking these words, Qin Feng departed. Those individuals were deeply affected by Qin Feng's words. Though he spoke without harshness, his words quietly revealed the truth. They had always looked down upon Su Haiyang regarding his team as merely newly formed. Yet the team had achieved remarkable results. The opposing team possessed superior resources. They had noticed that Su Haiyang differed from other esports players, and they deliberately sought to harm his hands. Especially Coach Feng Yin of the Feng Yin team. Recognizing Su Haiyang as a naturally gifted player, he directed his most volatile teammate to target Su Haiyang's hands. The move was aimed at Su Haiyang's hands from the start. Though they had only played against him once, it was clear how he protected his teammates during matches. Their bond was evident. He was certain that Su Haiyang would intervene and that his hands would be compromised. Is it not just an unknown team? Let me see what waves you can truly make. Coach Feng Yin was displeased, but Qin Feng had already left. Qin Feng did not linger there. Instead, he arranged for a skilled orthopedic specialist to examine Su Haiyang's hand injury. Previously, they had only visited a nearby hospital. While the diagnosis was accurate, Su Haiyang's circumstances were unique, so Qin Feng hoped his hand could recover more quickly. Su Haiyang mentioned having an upcoming match, knowing that if his hand did not heal, he would have to withdraw. Yet since joining the team, Su Haiyang had never abandoned any competition. Uncertain about the severity of the injury and whether Su Haiyang could compete, Qin Feng arranged for a more specialized physician to find some peace of mind. Doctor, how is his condition? Is the hand injury serious? The previous physician diagnosed a minor fracture and advised against strenuous activity. However, his profession demands the use of his hands, making complete rest impractical. We sought your expertise to explore options for accelerating recovery. After examining Su Haiyang, Qin Feng immediately asked. The orthopedic specialist recommended by Dr. Bai Inua's grandfather and familiar with Qin Feng's background prepared to respond. With a reassuring expression, the doctor told both Qin Feng and Su Haiyang, although his hand is injured, the condition is not severe. With proper rest for approximately half a month, he can gradually resume daily use. However, heavy lifting and prolonged activity should still be avoided. Full recovery is expected within about 1 month. Fingers are naturally delicate, so he should avoid catching objects with strong impact in the future. His profession is somewhat unique. May I ask what his profession is? Hearing the doctor's question, Su Haiyang did not wait for Qin Feng to answer. He informed the doctor that he was an esports player. With the competition approaching, he came to ask whether he would be able to participate. The doctor's expression grew serious, directly telling Su Haiyang that he must not compete. Overusing the injured hand could cause further harm. Currently, there are only mild signs of fracture. With proper rest, he can begin simple training within half a month. In 1 month, he can resume normal training. In 6 weeks, he can return to regular competition. He understood the importance of competition, but his hands mattered more. Despite the injury, he found himself drawn toward thoughts of competition. Understood, doctor. I will remember your words. Su Haiyang did not argue or object, simply nodding in agreement. Qin Feng felt a quiet concern. After leaving the hospital and returning to the training base, Qin Feng noticed that Su Haiyang had not yet gone home. He had assumed Su Haiyang intended to stay and supervise the other members' training. Instead, Su Haiyang settled into his seat, powered on his computer, and skillfully launched the game. As the daily training was about to begin, Qin Feng quickly approached to stop him. He then asked Su Haiyang seriously. The doctor had already advised against using the hand during this period. Why was he not following the guidance? Additionally, he could skip the upcoming competition for now. Once his hand recovered, he could participate in as many competitions as he wished. Qin Feng would personally help him find suitable tournaments. I cannot miss this competition. It is important to me, and I must participate. The doctor said that competing might cause secondary harm to my hand. However, after this tournament concludes, I will have a long period of rest ahead, and I will fully recover my hand. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had known Su Haiyang would not give up so easily. While remaining silent before the doctor, he had returned with an unwavering resolve. The doctor had made it clear that his hand was not suited for competition. Why could the young man not accept this? Qin Feng had no choice but to accept his determination. No matter what he said, Su Haiyang firmly insisted on participating, explaining that this was a team competition. Moreover, the opponent was formidable. Without his participation, the other team members would likely struggle to win. This competition was important to them, and he could not give up. With quiet resolve, Su Haiyang prepared to face the challenge ahead. Captain, please entrust this competition to us. Your priority should be healing your hand. Exactly, Captain. Once your hand recovers, we have many more matches ahead. There is no need to aggravate your injury for a single game. Captain, rest assured. We will surely claim victory this time. You only need to watch from the stands. Captain, we truly worry about you. Please do not compete while injured. A hand injury is no small matter. It could affect the rest of your career. Whether it was Qin Feng or the members of Su Haiyang's team, everyone was urging him to skip this competition. Although this was a team battle, player substitutions were permitted. They had already registered reserve players, so if they substituted the captain with a reserve, they could still field a complete team. However, no matter how much others pleaded, Su Haiyang had already made up his mind. Victory in this competition meant everything to them. It was a chance to prove their strength, and among their opponents was a team that had once mocked them. They absolutely could not afford to lose this time. Their opponents were formidable. Over recent days, the team had been specifically drilling strategies and counterplay tailored to their rivals' habits. Su Haiyang clearly understood his teammates' capabilities, and he also knew that without his participation, they would certainly fall. You have the audacity to say such things now. During training, each and every one of you was thoroughly outplayed by them. If I had not been with you, all the strategies and methods we practiced would have been built from nothing. The competition begins in 2 days. Can you devise entirely new strategies within that time? I must compete. This is the challenge their captain has thrown at me. If I withdraw, no matter the excuse, they will see it as cowardice, as if I am too afraid to face them. For my own sake and for this team, I cannot give up now. I promise you, once this competition ends, I will rest properly and will not give you further reason to worry. With Su Haiyang's words spoken so resolutely, those around him had no choice but to accept it. Qin Feng wanted to protest, but seeing the unshakable determination in Su Haiyang's eyes, he looked almost as one who had steeled himself for whatever came. He ultimately swallowed his words. He then called the doctor, asking whether competing with his current injury could cause permanent damage. Unable to dissuade him from competing, Qin Feng faced another concern. The registration had already been submitted. Withdrawing now could seriously jeopardize Su Haiyang's career prospects. So he asked whether there might be a compromise, a way to protect his hand, while still allowing him to compete. Mr. Qin, it is not impossible for your friend to compete, but the rapid finger movements required during a match could place significant strain on his hand. It may not cause permanent damage, but recovery could take longer. He will also feel pain throughout the match. Though I do not follow esports closely, I understand that matches depend on seamless team coordination. His pain could slow his reactions by a few critical seconds. In the most decisive moments of a match, even 2 seconds can shift the outcome. I genuinely advise against his participation. Qin Feng noted the doctor's words and relayed them to Su Haiyang. Unfortunately, Su Haiyang remained unmoved. In the end, Qin Feng could only reluctantly give his permission for Su Haiyang to compete. 2 days later, the day of the competition arrived. Qin Feng brought Yi Qingxue and several other friends to watch the event. Their seats offered a clear view of Su Haiyang's hand movements. Although Su Haiyang's fingers moved with remarkable grace at the start, appearing entirely unaffected, Qin Feng noticed the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew Su Haiyang was enduring pain. Qin Feng felt a mixture of frustration and deep sympathy. His friend was pushing himself through hardship despite knowing the cost. Yet he still chose to compete. If this match did not yield the results Su Haiyang hoped for, it could affect his training regimen and his state of mind going forward. As the competition progressed, Su Haiyang began making a few mistakes. Qin Feng understood these errors stemmed from the severity of his injury, forcing him to endure pain that caused brief lapses in precision. Yi Qingxue, having heard from Qin Feng about Su Haiyang's condition, also began watching his hand movements carefully. However, she was not particularly close to him, so she could only share her observations with Qin Feng. I do not understand. His hand is already in such condition, yet he insists on competing. Even if they win, what if his hand suffers irreversible damage? Would that not be a Pyrrhic victory? We have urged him countless times, and so have his teammates. We are at a loss for what to do. We have barely been able to eat. Perhaps this competition means a great deal to him, but his hand will surely suffer. After the match, be sure to apply an ice pack to ease the pain. Hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Qin Feng nodded and arranged for ice packs to be prepared. Seeing their captain push through injury yet still perform at his usual level, and occasionally even excel, Su Haiyang's teammates rallied together. They would not let their captain's effort go to waste. If their captain could endure the pain and fight, they certainly would not hold him back. The entire team played with extraordinary cohesion, advancing through successive rounds and securing several consecutive victories. In the end, they emerged as champions of the competition. They actually won. When Qin Feng learned that their team had claimed the championship, he felt a profound sense of disbelief and deep gratitude for Su Haiyang's unwavering dedication. After the competition ended, Qin Feng immediately called the people he had prepared in advance to come and check Su Haiyang's hand. He also invited the orthopedic doctor over. The orthopedic doctor knew that Su Haiyang had still come to participate in this competition and originally had no intention of examining him. However, unable to resist Qin Feng's continuous requests, the doctor eventually came over with some frustration. But after watching Su Haiyang's match, he finally understood why Su Haiyang had to participate in this competition. He knew Su Haiyang was the team captain. Over these past few days, he had gained some understanding of esports. He could see how crucial the captain Su Haiyang was to this tournament. Without Su Haiyang, they would certainly have lost this match. Yet despite the severe pain in his hand, Su Haiyang forced himself to continue playing. A hint of frustration welled up within him. His patient simply disregarded his own physical condition. "Doctor, please examine his hand. Has the injury worsened? How long will it take for him to fully recover?" Su Haiyang was taken aback seeing his familiar doctor before him. He had not expected Qin Feng to bring the doctor along. Facing the doctor's reproachful gaze, Su Haiyang felt genuinely embarrassed. Despite the doctor's clear warning that his hand should not be overworked, he had ignored the advice. Bringing the doctor all the way out here only deepened his discomfort. He kept his head bowed, silently awaiting the doctor's reprimand. What happened next, however, caught him completely off guard. Instead of scolding him, the doctor simply lifted his hand, pressed gently in a few places to assess the injury, then released it. With a calm demeanor and no words of criticism, the doctor quietly explained Su Haiyang's condition to Qin Feng and the others nearby. Fortunately, this competition hasn't caused serious damage to the foundation of his hand. There is some minor injury, but it won't affect his recovery. For at least the next 2 months, he must avoid excessive strain on his hand. Gradual rehabilitation exercises can be introduced over time. He absolutely cannot be pushed to compete with such intensity again, and even regular training should be avoided during the first month if possible. Upon hearing this from the Dr. Qin Feng and the other team members, all let out a sigh of relief. Winning the championship should have been their greatest joy. But what brought them the most comfort right now was knowing Su Haiyang's hand wasn't badly injured. That alone was more than enough to make them happy. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Haiyang also felt relieved. Though he couldn't afford to miss this competition, he had worried the stress might worsen his injury. Now he could finally relax. "You heard that right. You promised me beforehand that after this competition, you would properly care for your hand. For the next 2 months, no competitions. Once your hand has fully healed, we'll arrange matches accordingly." This time, Su Haiyang did not refuse Qin Feng. He simply nodded in agreement. He then sincerely thanked the doctor, who only sighed helplessly without saying more. "All right, since we've confirmed his hand is fine, I'm treating everyone to a big meal today to celebrate your championship win. I'm paying out of my own pocket." At Qin Feng's words, everyone cheered loudly, and even Su Haiyang cracked a smile. But he needed to return to the hospital with the doctor first. His hand wound needed to be rebandaged, fresh ointment applied before wrapping it again. If it weren't for concern about how a cast might interfere with his daily life, the doctor would have simply immobilized it. The doctor nearly wished he could put Su Haiyang's hand in a cast as a lesson against such recklessness. The dressing change didn't take long. After Qin Feng and the other teammates celebrated the victory, with Su Haiyang, Qin Feng slipped away alone. Soon after leaving, as he passed by a park, an idea struck him to take a quiet walk inside. Reaching a secluded grove, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. Without turning around, he spoke coldly to whoever had been following him. "This is your best chance. If you don't act now, when do you plan to strike?" As soon as his words left his mouth, several oddly dressed figures emerged from behind. They wore all sorts of clothing, but their faces were covered with masks, clearly trying to hide their identities. Qin Feng had already sensed something was off when heading to the restaurant. That's why he had sent Yi Qingxue back with the others earlier. He had come to this remote spot alone precisely to draw these people out. He had not expected them to wait for his invitation before revealing themselves. Turning around, Qin Feng fixed them with a cold stare. Before he could even ask who sent them, they drew weapons of various kinds and charged straight at him. Their intent was clear. They meant to harm him. Baseball bats, spike clubs, and knives. Qin Feng quickly assessed their weapons and remained unbothered. As the first attacker lunged forward, Qin Feng swiftly kicked his leg, striking the man's calf. The dagger in his hand flashed toward Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng dodged, quickly taking down his opponent with just a few moves. Having just finished a meal, this was a good opportunity to stretch his legs and see what kind of fighters they had sent this time. But after subduing just 2, Qin Feng realized something was wrong. Why were these opponents falling so easily? Were they truly this incompetent? Within 7 or 8 minutes, Qin Feng had taken down the entire group. "You're being remarkably loyal, even beaten like this, and still refusing to talk. Who sent you? During the encounter, Qin Feng had repeatedly asked between strikes who had hired them, but they kept silent. Bored by their stubbornness, Qin Feng simply wanted to finish this quickly and leave. Something about this situation felt unsettling, though he could not quite put his finger on why. These individuals were like persistent shadows that refused to fade. Qin Feng guided them to rest upon the ground, yet within a few moments they would rise again, swaying unsteadily. Although Qin Feng could easily lay them down once more, their refusal to yield and their stubborn silence grew increasingly tiresome to him. Such people followed only the instructions of those who paid them. They acted upon command without hesitation. Qin Feng felt a sense of unease stirring within him. Unaware, one among them quietly reached into his pocket, seemingly retrieving something unseen. Around them, others lay resting upon the ground. Qin Feng did not notice this peculiar movement and prepared to approach him. After guiding the man to rest upon the earth, he decided not to continue their interaction and chose to leave the park. They had chosen this secluded place deliberately, likely wishing to remain unseen by others. "You are the last one remaining," he said. "Surrender quietly. I have no intention of acting against a young person." The last individual appeared distinctly as a child, perhaps around 14 or 15 years of age. Yet the calm composure evident in his gaze struck Qin Feng as remarkable. Having spoken quickly, he continued his movements without pause. Unexpectedly, however, a cloud of powder was cast toward him directly. The powder settled upon Qin Feng's face. Though he held his breath as best he could, a small amount entered his lungs involuntarily. A flicker of emotion crossed the other's expression. That previously calm countenance shifted, becoming animated and bright. A final image before consciousness faded from Qin Feng's sight. Before losing awareness, his last thought arose, a moment of carelessness. Qin Feng felt as though drifting through dark waters suspended in an endless sea. He sensed himself positioned upon something moving, carrying him through gentle undulations. Gradually his body found its balance once more. Yet his awareness remained confined within shadow, unable to break through to light. Qin Feng attempted to reclaim control of his body through conscious effort, but found himself unable to succeed. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's persistent efforts eventually bore fruit. When a sliver of light finally appeared before his eyes, relief filled him. Yet he became aware that his body was bound somewhere. Still, if he could open his eyes and discern his surroundings, he would identify who sought to confront him. But just as Qin Feng's awareness cleared and he began to perceive his surroundings, an unexpected sensation reached him. Lin Xiaoran. Qin Feng spoke with uncertainty. He had not expected the person before him to be Lin Xiaoran. Since their previous encounter, Qin Feng had not seen Lin Xiaoran again. He had assumed the other had abandoned any intention of further interaction. Yet it appeared that throughout this entire situation, it had always been this one individual behind it all. Qin Feng felt somewhat astonished. Feeling himself restrained to a chair, he made a natural attempt to move. Lin Xiaoran observed Qin Feng's surprised expression with quiet satisfaction. Watching Qin Feng's movements, Lin Xiaoran responded with deliberate action. Witnessing the expressions upon Qin Feng's face, he let out a loud laugh. Then with a stern countenance he spoke in a mocking tone, surprised Qin Feng. "You are the cause of all this. If not for you, I would not have ended up this way. If not for you, I would not have lost the use of my leg. Everything that has happened is your fault. You have ruined my life. I never imagined you would fall into my hands. From the day you humiliated me, I made a vow that if you ever came to me, I would ensure you understood consequence. I would not end this quickly. I want you to understand loss just as I have known it. I will not spare you from experiencing the weight of limitation. It is because of you and that woman that I have suffered. If not for your actions, she would never have dared to treat me this way. You have harmed both me and my family. I will make you face the consequences of what you have done." The person before Qin Feng carried an intensity that made Qin Feng feel somewhat unsettled. Qin Feng did not hold strong memories of Lin Xiaoran. However, the volatile energy Lin Xiaoran emitted with each appearance remained vivid in his mind. Yet hearing the words spoken, Qin Feng found himself wondering whether this person tended to avoid those who were stronger. In Lin Xiaoran's perception, Qin Feng represented weakness, while Zhang Yueying represented strength. Zhang Yueying had been the one to act against him openly, and she had acknowledged it before witnesses. Yet he chose not to seek answers from Zhang Yueying, instead coming to Qin Feng. And had Zhang Yueying not claimed to have resolved this matter? Had she not said this person would never appear before him again? What was the true situation now? Qin Feng felt a growing sense of confusion. While Lin Xiaoran spoke, Qin Feng observed his surroundings. He noticed a man standing behind Lin Xiaoran, his frame substantial beneath thin clothing. The man's physique was considerable, suggesting capabilities far beyond those Qin Feng had encountered before. This appeared to be someone experienced. But why would such a person be associated with Lin Xiaoran? How had Lin Xiaoran come to have access to someone like this? Qin Feng found himself puzzled by these circumstances. "Qin Feng, I am speaking to you. If you choose to respond, I might consider showing leniency." Lin Xiaoran continued his remarks, his tone growing sharper. However, he discovered that Qin Feng was not focusing on his words, but rather observing the surroundings. Lin Xiaoran grew agitated and responded with force. He then positioned himself before Qin Feng, using expressive gestures to demand attention. He wanted Qin Feng to look at him and respond. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng responded with a calm observation. So you understand that your condition resulted from crossing me. You know well that without assistance you could not have overcome me. You sent many people, yet in the end you relied upon methods to render me unconscious before bringing me here. If you truly had no fear, why bind me? And why bring so many others to stand guard? This reveals your inability to face what troubles you directly. You dare not confront the one truly responsible for your condition. You only dare to come to me. This shows you avoid those who are stronger while targeting those who are weaker. It is most unfortunate. I find myself in a situation involving such limitations. This is quite disappointing. Qin Feng's words struck like a blade, shattering the last remnants of Lin Chaoran's pride. The fragile dignity he had painstakingly pieced together from his subordinates was completely destroyed by a single remark. It was true. Qin Feng's assessment was accurate. If it were not for the guards surrounding him, he would certainly not be a match for Qin Feng. But these people were now following his commands. Whatever he told them to do, they would obey. Qin Feng deserved this fate. Since Qin Feng had fallen into his hands, he was destined to perish. He had lost everything now. Even if he killed Qin Feng, he would not fear the consequences. Moreover, this remote location was specifically chosen by him as the final resting place for Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng was dealt with, all he needed to do was push him toward the sea. By the time anyone discovered the truth, he would already have fled overseas, completely beyond reach. You are nothing but an incompetent nobody. Qin Feng mocked coldly. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Lin Chaoran lost all composure and pressed his advantage. Fortunately, the attacker did not strike any vital areas. Perhaps he did not wish for Qin Feng to perish so easily. The wounds inflicted were superficial and would not prove fatal. Yet Qin Feng's body was drenched in blood. A wave of dizziness washed over him. This was not caused by any drug, but rather by significant blood loss. If no one came to rescue him, he feared he would either lose his life directly or succumb gradually from the continued blood loss. How humiliating this would be. He should never have ventured out alone today. He should never have let his guard down against these individuals. Still, the fortunate part was that only he had been captured. Others would not be implicated. Speak up, Qin Feng. Why are you silent? Look at your wretched state. You have no power to resist in my hands. Even if I were not your inferior in combat, what difference does it make? You will die at my hands today, and that outcome cannot be changed. Seeing Qin Feng in such a broken and weakened condition, Lin Chaoran felt a surge of satisfaction. After laughing maniacally, he casually cut the restraining cords binding Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely glanced at him before collapsing onto the ground. That sight only fueled Lin Chaoran's delight. Yet he remained cautious and did not approach immediately. Instead, he tossed the blade to one of the guards standing nearby. It was only after falling that Qin Feng noticed with his peripheral vision several figures standing behind him. They appeared to be some of the men he had previously subdued. He had not expected them to be here as well. He had assumed he only needed to deal with those two individuals, primarily the muscular giant among them. He had not anticipated there would be more behind them. Still, these people should be manageable. His thoughts turned to figuring out how he could escape this predicament. How could he turn the tables and overcome them all? Significant blood loss had clouded his mind. He needed to resolve this as quickly as possible. Just throw him into the sea and let the fish feed on him. I wonder if there are sharks in these waters. If there are, the scent of his blood should draw them in. Lin Chaoran looked down upon the unconscious Qin Feng, his tone growing increasingly smug. He failed to notice the deliberate movement Qin Feng had made when he fell. Qin Feng heard their intent to cast him into the sea and cursed inwardly. Soon he heard footsteps approaching his position. Squinting slightly, he noticed Lin Chaoran stepping backward several paces. The burly man remained close to Lin Chaoran, clearly assigned to protect him. This meant it would only be those he had already defeated who would handle moving his body. That made things simpler. Qin Feng feigned complete unawareness, appearing genuinely unconscious as they dragged him somewhat farther away. When they were only 7 or 8 meters from the cliff's edge, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, sprang upward, and kicked down the men on either side. You are still awake. The man who had drugged Qin Feng was originally trailing behind him. He never expected Qin Feng to regain consciousness. Even more unexpected was that within a single moment 2 men had already been neutralized by Qin Feng. And yet Qin Feng's wounds were still bleeding. Unable to believe what he saw, the man attempted to flee. The drug supply was exhausted and he knew he could not match Qin Feng. Qin Feng realized his earlier mercy had given this man the opportunity to drug him and bring him here. He had suffered greatly because of it. Qin Feng felt no sympathy for him anymore. He launched a flying kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. He then delivered a powerful kick to the man's waist, sending him tumbling several meters away into unconsciousness. I did not expect you to survive. But it does not matter. This place is your end. A grave I chose especially for you. Honestly, seeing Qin Feng awake sent a flicker of panic through Lin Chaoran. Especially since Qin Feng had already broken free and subdued everyone else. Even covered in blood, Qin Feng remained dangerous. Feeling afraid, Lin Xiaoran ordered the burly man beside him to deal with Qin Feng directly. He also summoned the others standing at a distance to assist. Yet he himself did not participate. He limped and struggled to put as much distance as possible between them. Qin Feng, while evading the burly man, steadily advanced toward Lin Xiaoran. However, the continuous blood loss was affecting his speed. Once the distant figures arrived and closed in, the burly man retreated to Lin Xiaoran's side. Then he produced a weapon resembling an ancient crossbow. Qin Feng wondered why he chose ranged combat instead of close-quarters engagement. When the projectile was launched, Qin Feng instinctively dodged. Unexpectedly, the shooter's accuracy was poor. Despite firing continuously for an extended period, he failed to land a single hit. Admittedly, Lin Xiaoran's earlier strikes had been more effective. Observing this incompetence, Qin Feng decided to shift his attention elsewhere. He swiftly eliminated the remaining opponents around him. Soon only Lin Xiaoran and the burly man were left. Qin Feng, soaked in blood, advanced step by step toward them. Qin Feng expected the burly man to attack him now. To his surprise, the man remained positioned protectively beside Lin Xiaoran, refusing to engage directly. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng closed in and managed to take Lin Xiaoran into his control. Qin Feng, don't do anything reckless. If you dare to push this further, I won't let you off easily. Let me go right now and we can discuss everything peacefully. Lin Xiaoran was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out why, despite having made such thorough preparations this time, spending so much money just to make Qin Feng pay the price. But who could tell him why the situation had flipped around so quickly? Were all the people around him truly useless? Could they not even protect themselves? He had even been captured by Qin Feng. While Lin Xiaoran was begging Qin Feng on his knees, his eyes carried a hint of blame as he glanced at the burly man before him. Qin Feng naturally caught the meaning behind Lin Xiaoran's gaze. With a tone full of sarcasm, he said, "Didn't you ever think I might turn the tables on you like this? Didn't you ever think I could be stronger than the people you brought along?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's face flushed red and then turned pale. He wanted to argue with Qin Feng, but feared Qin Feng might actually strike him. He had already lost the use of one leg. He could not afford any more harm. If only he had known Qin Feng could counterattack from such a desperate position, he would never have given him the chance. He would have dealt with Qin Feng immediately, not end up caught by Qin Feng only to be subjected to such deeply humiliating words. He kept sending desperate glances at the burly man nearby, while simultaneously trying to calm Qin Feng and beg him not to harm him further. "I only hate you. I only hate you for destroying our family's life. You're right. I am someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I am a coward through and through. Don't hold this against me. I promise if you let me go this time, I will never oppose you again. Please just spare me. Will you spare me? Let's erase what happened between us. You spare me, and I'll spare you. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way entirely." Hearing Lin Xiaoran say this, Qin Feng nearly laughed in disbelief. Back then, Lin Xiaoran had grabbed him, threatened him, brandished a blade, and even intended to end his life. Yet at that time, he never felt any sense of wrongdoing. Now that he had fallen into Qin Feng's hands, he was the one begging for mercy, hoping to turn hostility into friendship, hoping to draw a line and move on separately. But unfortunately, it was far too late. "Aren't you always someone who can't stand me? Today I'll give you a chance. The two of us will settle this directly. If you win, I'll let you go freely. If you lose, you'll face whatever consequences you originally intended for me." Hearing Qin Feng speak these words like a demon, Lin Xiaoran felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could he possibly be Qin Feng's match? He had already lost the use of one leg. Not even the men he had specifically hired and paid could stand against Qin Feng. And he, a man who could barely walk properly, stood no chance at all. Qin Feng was deliberately trying to humiliate him. Qin Feng was using him to vent his frustration. Yet all of this, when traced back to the very beginning, stemmed from the fact that Qin Feng had ruined his sister. If it weren't for Qin Feng, his sister would not be in the state she was in now. And neither would he be where he was today. Although Lin Xiaoran harbored deep resentment toward Qin Feng in his heart, outwardly, he had no choice but to appear submissive. He dared not provoke Qin Feng in any way, terrified that Qin Feng might not let him go. But unfortunately, even after reducing himself to this state, Qin Feng still had no intention of sparing him. "We'll have a fair and even contest. Don't worry, I won't kill you, and I certainly won't use the same tactics you used on me." No matter how much Lin Xiaoran submitted or begged or spoke harshly of himself, Qin Feng did not back down from his decision. The two of them engaged in combat right there. Qin Feng's combat skills were far beyond Lin Xiaoran's by a considerable margin. It was precisely because Lin Xiaoran knew he could never win against Qin Feng that he had tried to avoid a direct confrontation. But Qin Feng was determined to assert his dominance and make his point clear. Strike after strike, Lin Xiaoran quickly found himself completely overwhelmed and unable to mount any defense. He was pinned to the ground, enduring blow after blow. He tried to beg for mercy, but Qin Feng would not allow it. Each time he opened his mouth to plead, Qin Feng delivered another strike, leaving him only able to feel the bitter taste filling his mouth again and again. Just as Lin Xiaoran felt his spirit fading, the burly man, standing nearby, finally could not bear to watch any longer. He had not lacked the desire to rescue Lin Xiaoran earlier, but every time he moved closer, Qin Feng seemed to sense it in advance, seizing Lin Xiaoran and using him as leverage to keep him at bay. Stop! Stop hitting him. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake now. Please spare me, Qin Feng. Let me go. Qin Feng was never entirely certain what the relationship between the burly man and Lin Xiaoran truly was. After all, those whom Qin Feng had subdued did seem to follow Lin Xiaoran's commands. But the burly man who had stood aside and attempted to eliminate Qin Feng moments earlier now remained completely motionless, watching quietly as Qin Feng landed blow after blow on Lin Xiaoran's face. He showed not a trace of distress or urgency at seeing his employer struck. He simply stood there calmly observing the exchange between the two, watching Qin Feng gradually break Lin Xiaoran's spirit piece by piece. Qin Feng even dislodged one of Lin Xiaoran's teeth. When Lin Xiaoran spat out the broken tooth mixed with blood, Qin Feng felt a deep sense of relief wash over him. He hoisted Lin Xiaoran up from the ground. Lin Xiaoran now felt as though his life force was fading away, completely unable to utter another defiant word. His lips still moving, involuntarily muttering pleadings for Qin Feng to spare him. Just as Qin Feng was about to conclude that the burly man had realized the situation was beyond his control and had completely abandoned Lin Xiaoran, the burly man finally spoke, just as Qin Feng was using intimidation to frighten Lin Xiaoran into submission. Mr. Qin, you have already accomplished what you set out to do. The person is already beaten to this state. Since you are unharmed, why don't we each take a step back? You let him go, and we will not trouble your girlfriend either. Qin Feng had never intended to cross any legal boundaries. He merely wanted to thoroughly frighten Lin Xiaoran, ensuring he would never again harbor thoughts of harming him. He would never actually take a life, but he had never expected the burly man to speak those words. Qin Feng's expression turned chillingly cold as he slowly turned his head to regard the impassive burly man standing to the side, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge of ice. What did you just say? Mr. Qin, if you continue to act recklessly, I fear, miss, you will not fare well either. The burly man repeated himself with a calm and composed expression. But in the next instant, he was sent tumbling forward as Lin Xiaoran came flying through the air and crashed into him. Though he was working together with Lin Xiaoran, when it truly came to martial prowess, he was actually inferior to those men Qin Feng had already subdued. He excelled at ranged combat rather than close-quarters fighting, the muscles on his body merely for intimidation. A killing intent seemed to gather in Qin Feng's eyes as he advanced upon them steadily and deliberately. Lin Xiaoran was beaten to the point where consciousness nearly slipped away from him. Qin Feng used him as a projectile, hurling him toward another burly man whose muscles were swollen and hardened. Every inch of his body ached. Before he could even attempt to flee, Qin Feng's foot pressed down upon his back once more. Then Qin Feng searched through his pockets and retrieved his own phone. He dialed Yi Qingshua's number. 3 attempts were made, but each call disconnected automatically without being answered. Where have you taken her? Qin Feng gripped the phone tightly, his expression growing cold as he glared at the burly man beside him. Even now the burly man remained calm, his gaze shifting between Qin Feng and Lin Xiaoran beneath his foot, saying nothing. Yet the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Qin Feng had no idea what kind of arrangement had been made between Lin Xiaoran and these men. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back 2 paces and lifted his foot from Lin Xiaoran's body. However, he did not completely release him. Instead, he grabbed the man's clothing with his hand. Turning toward the burly man nearby, he spoke again. Where exactly have you taken her? Mr. Qin, please do not be angry. We merely invited Miss Yi to visit as a precaution. Hearing this, Qin Feng could not trust the words and decided to let go of Lin Xiaoran for now. He shoved him harshly aside. Lin Xiaoran, as though he had glimpsed hope for survival, stumbled and hurried toward the burly man. The burly man simply stood his ground, watching with a calm gaze as Lin Xiaoran ran in his direction. Qin Feng carried no other weapons and bore several visible wounds upon his body, though the bleeding had slowed considerably. But if this continued, Qin Feng would eventually perish from blood loss. I will not kill him. You must release my girlfriend, and today's matter will be settled right here. After ensuring Lin Xiaoran had reached a safe distance, Qin Feng pressed his hand against his own wounds and spoke in a chilling tone, making his proposal. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoran, having just escaped danger, completely forgot his earlier posture of begging Qin Feng for mercy. Standing behind the burly man, he shouted arrogantly toward Qin Feng, nonsense. I will never let you go. Qin Feng, prepare to die. Unless you willingly jump off that cliff, in which case I might spare your girlfriend. Otherwise you will die alongside her. I will never let her go. If you wish to save her, you must die. The burly man standing in front of Lin Xiaoran listened to his reckless words, seeing his companions still lying motionless on the ground. Amidst Lin Xiaoran's shrill and arrogant laughter, the burly man spoke calmly, boss, I am no match for him. Let us accept his conditions. Lin Xiaoran's duck-like cackling came to an abrupt halt. It was as though someone had seized his throat. His wide-open mouth froze mid-shout, his face contorting into an absurd array of colors. Hearing the burly man's words, Qin Feng took slow, deliberate steps forward. Lin Xiaoran had no time to argue with the burly man. Noticing Qin Feng's movement, he quickly retreated. The burly man was pulled backward along with him. Qin Feng did not pursue further, keeping his gaze fixed on the man's eyes. One word at a time he asked, "Where did you bind her?" "She is at." "Don't say it." "You must not say." The moment the burly man began to answer, Lin Xiaoran immediately interrupted. Qin Feng's patience exhausted, he closed the distance toward the burly man and Lin Xiaoran once more. Lin Xiaoran attempted to flee, yet his entire body still ached from the earlier beating by Qin Feng. In his panic, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Qin Feng seized him by the throat with both hands. The burly man behind him did not dare approach, only threatening Qin Feng with the same conditions as before. Meanwhile, Qin Feng now had his own terms. "I will not kill him. I will let you go provided you tell me exactly where you took my girlfriend." The burly man showed hesitation upon his face, uncertain whether to reveal the information. Qin Feng's expression remained cold, his grip tightening further. Lin Xiaoran struggled, but Qin Feng applied force, dislocating his left arm with a swift motion. Lin Xiaoran's piercing scream was stifled in his throat, unable to escape. Qin Feng calmly shifted his grip to Lin Xiaoran's right arm, continuing to stare at the burly man. His gaze conveyed a clear message: if the man wished to save Lin Xiaoran, he would cease delaying and speak. "Just here on the main road heading east approximately 1,000 meters, there is an independent villa. She is there. If you wish to save your girlfriend, you had better hurry." The burly man ultimately complied, revealing the information Qin Feng sought. He had been hired to complete a task, not to sacrifice his own life in the process. This place was indeed an ideal location for concealment. Furthermore, his preferred weapons had been restricted and could not be brought here. He could only resort to crude methods which were no match for Qin Feng. He had no intention of opposing Qin Feng directly. Even if Qin Feng arrived promptly, it might already be too late. That villa also served as their headquarters, the central location where all operations were directed and discussed. There were more people stationed there, perhaps enough to apprehend Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng acted upon hearing the location. He took their motorcycle and sped toward the villa with urgency. "How dare you tell him? You useless fool. There are stronger companions at that location. He will not escape. I am simply not skilled in hand-to-hand combat." Lin Xiaoran was furious, but upon hearing the burly man's explanation, he forced himself to suppress his anger. His sole thought was that once he captured Qin Feng, he would make him pay the ultimate price. Along the way, Qin Feng swiftly contacted an acquaintance from the relevant department through social media, as well as Zhang Fan. He called both parties, explained the situation, and shared his real-time location with them. He urged them to arrive at the villa as quickly as possible. On his own, severely wounded, he could not possibly withstand these criminals alone. After quickly coordinating with both parties, Qin Feng successfully arrived at the villa. Fortunately, the two locations were not too far apart. However, he did not know when Yi Qingxue had been brought here. He dared not let his thoughts wander to what she might have experienced. Regret weighed heavily upon him, for his own actions had drawn trouble upon Yi Qingxue. He was at a loss for how to face her. Yet now his foremost concern was rescuing Yi Qingxue. He recalled that she had been returning with a group. This meant the target had been separated from the group later than himself. Moreover, that person had only relayed the information after receiving a phone call. In other words, when he took the call, his accomplices may have just completed their objective. Given such a brief interval, they would hardly have had time to do anything to Yi Qingxue. The true test begins now. Qin Feng set his motorcycle aside and carefully arranged pieces of cloth over his shoulders. Though such a method provided no substantial relief, it offered some comfort before the confrontation ahead. Qin Feng knew full well that this place might serve as their stronghold. Yet rescuing Yi Qingxue was imperative, and so he would press forward regardless of the obstacles. The moment Qin Feng arrived, the guard stationed outside immediately noticed him. As soon as he finished his preparations, they surged forward, numbering more than triple the previous count. But Qin Feng advanced without hesitation. The steel pipe in his hand became his instrument of defense. He engaged the guards with steady resolve, showing no sign of retreat. Aiming with precision, he sought to quickly bring the situation to a close. Only by moving swiftly could he hope to reach Yi Qingxue in time. 10 minutes later, he finally brought the surrounding guards to a standstill. Qin Feng's condition had grown more strained, and a profound weakness weighed upon him. Yet a lingering strength kept him standing. That remaining resolve drove him onward. He had to rescue Yi Qingxue. Opening the villa door, he immediately took in the interior. The villa appeared to have been deserted for quite some time. In the main hall, Yi Qingxue stood with her clothes neatly arranged while a man before her held a blade. Much like the blade once held by Lin Xiaoran, it seemed poised for use against her. "Enough of this. Come face me directly and leave her out of it." Seeing Yi Qingxue still unharmed, Qin Feng finally felt a measure of relief. Yet that quickly gave way to determination, and he issued his challenge without delay. The opponent glanced at Qin Feng with detached interest, then at Yi Qingxue, tied to the chair. To his surprise, the man actually advanced slowly toward Qin Feng, blade in hand. From his stance and movement, Qin Feng recognized him as a formidable adversary, far surpassing the brute he had faced earlier. Though his own state was weakened, he was uncertain if he could prevail. Regardless, his priority remained the protection of Yi Qingxue. He needed only endure until the relevant authorities arrived before allowing himself to rest. Pushing through the exhaustion was difficult, yet he knew he had to maintain his footing. Those marks on you were likely left by Lin Chaoran, were they not? I never expected him to be so inadequate, even with all the resources I provided. It matters not. Since you insist on playing the hero, then remain by your dear companion's side. Hearing these words, Qin Feng remained unmoved. Gathering his strength, Qin Feng charged forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, when Yi Qingxue had first been brought here, her mind had been clouded. They had made no move against her, choosing instead to leave her bound alone. She sought to free herself from the bindings. Extracting a small blade from her sleeve had required considerable effort. After much difficulty, she managed to make a small incision. Unexpectedly, just then the side door of the villa suddenly opened. A man who appeared quite dangerous stepped inside. He had not noticed her subtle movements, yet he spoke his intentions plainly. He remarked that should she come to harm, she should look to Qin Feng for her troubles, as his presence had drawn this predicament upon her. Yet she could never have anticipated that within merely 2 minutes of his appearance, Qin Feng would burst through the villa door, arriving swiftly to aid her. Seeing Qin Feng marked by exhaustion, and where Yi Qingxue's heart tightened with concern, she hastened her efforts. Qin Feng found himself at a disadvantage against this opponent. It was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the toll his condition had taken on him. Had you been in peak condition, we might have exchanged several moves. Regrettably, you are now quite fatigued, and I hold the clear advantage. The man's arrogant demeanor was evident as he regarded Qin Feng with casual disregard. Though they exchanged blows, the opponent's weapon proved a significant obstacle. By all accounts, Qin Feng should have fallen long ago. Yet to his surprise, he still managed to raise his guard against the incoming strikes, even attempting a counterstrike. This deeply astonished him. Could this woman truly mean so much to Qin Feng? His demeanor suggested a preference for measured control. He resolved not to end Qin Feng's life outright. Instead, he intended to exhaust his opponent completely before proceeding with his plans for Yi Qingxue. I will not permit you to come near her. Qin Feng stood resolutely before Yi Qingxue. After engaging the man, he shifted positions, placing himself between them. He vowed to guard Yi Qingxue and spare her any distress. Unaware of this, Qin Feng did not see that Yi Qingxue was already striving to loosen her bindings. While the two men continued their struggle, Yi Qingxue finally succeeded in freeing herself from the ropes. Once loose, she quickly moved to retrieve a suitable object nearby. The opponent clearly noticed her attempted escape. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he sparred with Qin Feng, remarking, I had not expected you to attempt such a maneuver. How intriguing. Rest assured, I will ensure the encounter concludes precisely as intended. He was undeniably unconventional. Seeing Yi Qingxue escape safely, Qin Feng finally let out a long breath. After all, that specially made bracelet had been crafted in pairs. They each possessed one. He had worried about what he would do if Yi Qingxue had somehow forgotten this plan. But even though the guards outside had all been subdued, having this man present made rescuing Yi Qingxue quite difficult. Yet at this moment he could no longer afford such concerns. No matter what, he had to protect Yi Qingxue. At the very least, he needed to stall until Zhang Fan and the relevant authorities arrived. Gazing down at his wounds and his bloodied state, Qin Feng wondered how much longer his inner conviction could sustain his fading strength. But until his final breath, he would never give up. And he would make certain that those responsible paid the severest price. Let the opponent do what they wished to him. But targeting those close to him, that was a line he could never accept. It was the one boundary that must never be crossed. I'm giving you one chance now. Before the authorities arrive, if you leave, I'll let you walk away. Presumptuous. Do you even know what you're saying? You're the one who should beg me for mercy. And even if you did, I wouldn't spare you. I was paid to handle this. To collect payment, one must also have the life to enjoy it. Qin Feng's final offer of mercy was met with refusal. Now all that remained was a fight to the end. Qin Feng had only just finished dealing with the others, and his stamina was already nearly depleted. Yet he could not retreat for a single step, for he knew that yielding even an inch would only embolden his opponent. In moments of dire confrontation, the courageous prevail. This was the moment for an all-or-nothing gamble. He would not show the slightest weakness, nor allow this man to escape so easily. Even if he somehow survived this encounter, he knew the punishment awaiting him would be severe. But at this point, the choice was no longer his to make. Their eyes met, and within moments the battle erupted. Yi Qingxue watched from the side, scanning for an opportunity to intervene. Yet fear held her. She knew she could not match this opponent. Terrified that she would only disrupt Qin Feng's rhythm, she no longer hoped to turn the tide, but at minimum she refused to become a burden. Unexpectedly, opportunity came swiftly. Searching the room for something useful, she actually found a golf club. Gripping the heavy club, she took a deep breath and returned to the main hall. Qin Feng was on the verge of collapse. Already wounded and steadily losing blood, he stood no chance against an opponent at full strength. But seeing Yi Qingxue approach with that object in hand, Qin Feng drew courage from somewhere deep within and lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the man and holding him fast. Strike now. In that instant, Qin Feng saw a dark blur descend with tremendous force against the man beside him. The impact was so powerful that the golf club itself bent. Yi Qingxue had struck with full force. Fortunately, her aim was steady, and Qin Feng's tight grip left the man no room to struggle. Struck repeatedly on the head, the opponent was visibly dazed and destabilized. Though he wrenched himself free from Qin Feng's hold and touched the wound on his head, when he turned back toward Yi Qingxue, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor. Seeing his enemy weaken, Qin Feng seized the moment. He closed the distance and grabbed the man by the throat. The opponent fought back, flailing wildly, but Qin Feng's longer arms gave him the advantage. That blow to the head seemed to shatter whatever resolve remained. Dizzy and disoriented, the man could no longer resist Qin Feng and was eventually choked unconscious. "Are you alright?" As soon as the man fell, Yi Qingxue rushed over to support Qin Feng and guided him to a nearby sofa. Qin Feng did not let Yi Qingxue linger over his condition. Instead, he asked her to quickly find a rope to secure their captive. Only after confirming that Yi Qingxue had completed everything did Qin Feng finally lose consciousness. When he awoke next, he was already in a hospital room. Seeing familiar faces gathered around his bed, Qin Feng tried to summon a smile. But the pain from his body made him draw in a sharp breath. How did everything turn out? Was Lin Shaoran caught? What about the rest of them? With help from those present, Qin Feng sat up slowly. After taking a few sips of water, he asked Yi Qingxue beside him in a hoarse voice. Yi Qingxue's red-rimmed eyes revealed she had been crying. Hearing Qin Feng's question, she recounted everything that had happened since he collapsed. 2 minutes after Qin Feng lost consciousness, commotion sounded outside the door. Seeing the uniforms of those who burst in, they knew the authorities had arrived. Zhang Fan and the others had also come. Fortunately, the man was already restrained and no further trouble arose. The entire villa had been secured without complication. They split into 2 groups, one escorting Qin Feng to the hospital, the other pursuing the remaining fugitives. Officers stayed behind to question Qin Feng once he regained consciousness. The rest had returned to interrogate the captured individuals. "Don't worry, he's already in custody," Yi Qingxue told Qin Feng, though he was cursing at you loudly when they took him away. "According to the officers, he's looking at least 20+ years behind bars." Hearing these words from Yi Qingxue, Qin Feng truly felt his burden lift. Everything he had done had been worthwhile. In the end, the wicked had met their due. As for Lin Shaoran's insults, Qin Feng had no interest in recalling them. Once his health improved, Qin Feng was discharged. His injuries appeared severe, yet he wondered whether Lin Shaoran simply didn't know where his vital points lay, or if he had deliberately chosen to prolong the suffering. It turned out the wounds were not life-threatening. Even so, Qin Feng rested for nearly a month. At this rate, he and Su Haiyan were becoming like brothers in hardship. After fully recovering, Qin Feng shared his plans with everyone. "I want to establish a talent agency." Since this concerned the group's next phase of development, Qin Feng had gathered all the senior executives together. He shared his thoughts with them. Having only been on leave for a month thanks to Qin Feng, the others were somewhat displeased that he had already returned to work so soon. However, Qin Feng informed everyone that he was merely formulating the upcoming plan. The execution would be entirely up to them, as he would not interfere excessively. "Currently, our companies are operating smoothly under the group's strategic planning. We truly have the capacity to focus on the next phase of business development." Whenever company matters arose, Zhang Fan would immediately become serious and inform everyone present of the latest situation. "Since our group is now in a position to expand into new industries, why not seize this opportunity and enter the entertainment sector directly?" Tang Xichen also contributed her thoughts from the side, clearly supporting Qin Feng's proposal. "I have no objections either. After all, the company is performing well across other areas, and there aren't significant opportunities in the current market. It would be better to explore new industries." Even Bai Inua had been summoned to join the discussion. Qin Feng also invited several other shareholders, ensuring no one was left out. However, when presenting to them, Qin Feng's rationale centered on the entertainment industry as a highly profitable venture. If they could establish their own foothold and cultivate growth within the entertainment sector, it would prove to be one of the most lucrative opportunities available. Moreover, he had already begun developing preliminary plans during his recovery period. This gathering was simply to discuss whether they would be willing to support the group's upcoming initiatives. Should they decline, he could assign them to oversee other projects instead. Since Qin Feng held the majority of shares in the group, the combined holdings of the others might not even match what a single shareholder like Zhang Fan or Tang Xichen possessed. Naturally, they raised no significant objections. Qin Feng then shared this information with the heads of each company. They all expressed full support for the group's new initiatives. After thorough discussion, everyone quickly reached an agreement. The reason Qin Feng intended to establish a talent agency this time was because while recuperating, he had overheard certain rumors about the entertainment world. This reminded him of a minor celebrity from his previous existence, Zhou Yujia. who had faced tremendous difficulty early on before experiencing a sudden breakthrough in popularity. Pinganelli, you traveled all this way to another city just to come to a place like this. What are you hoping to accomplish? Qin Feng had mentioned a few days prior that he was going on a business trip bringing several close friends to Fan City. Upon arrival, instead of sightseeing, he followed the map directly to an area called Pinganelli. This alley dated back to the last century, and most of its residents were elderly locals. Their families had been rooted here for generations. However, since this district belonged to the old city rather than the newly developed areas, most of the inhabitants were ordinary working-class residents. Qin Feng himself clearly needed to consult a map to locate the place. This minute was also his first visit, so the group found themselves puzzled, unsure why Qin Feng had chosen to come here. Actually, while I was recovering at the hospital, I heard some rumors. I came here specifically to find a young actress. You probably haven't heard of her name. Upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Yi Qingxue felt an unexpected stir of jealousy within her heart. The fact that Qin Feng had come all this way to find this particular actress caring for her so deeply left her wondering whether the person was male or female. She had traveled specifically based on word-of-mouth information. Yi Qingxue also connected this to Qin Feng's recent plans to establish a talent agency. Could it be that the agency was being set up solely for this one actress? You've made such a grand fuss about coming all this way. Is it really just to find this little star? That's precisely why I'm looking for her. I want her to join our agency because she is destined to become incredibly famous in the future. Hearing Qin Feng speak this way, Yi Qingxue set aside her jealousy and regarded him with a puzzled expression. She had always placed her trust in his words. But whether someone became famous should not be something Qin Feng could simply determine. And if she would become famous in the future, why did Qin Feng know this now? Was Qin Feng planning to champion this person? If you were the one supporting her becoming famous, would surely be quite straightforward. No. Her rise to fame is not because I will be supporting her. It is because her destiny has reached this point. As long as she gets through these final hurdles, smooth sailing awaits. She will definitely succeed in the future regardless of who helps her. Even without me, there will be other benefactors. Given how enigmatically Qin Feng spoke, the others became curious about this minor celebrity as well. Even Yi Qingxue found herself eager to meet her. After all, this was the first time they had heard Qin Feng speak in such a manner. Qin Feng was still contemplating how he would explain the situation if they continued pressing him with questions. Seeing that they had stopped asking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Following the address that Bai Inua had researched, he arrived at the person's residence. Just as he was about to knock, the door unexpectedly opened from the inside. Qin Feng and the others quickly stepped back. To their surprise, a woman emerged. A woman with visible injuries, yet whose delicate features remained unmistakable beneath them. She fled in a panicked state, completely unaware of the crowd gathered outside her doorway. The alley had never seen such commotion before. Qin Feng and the others could not conceal their shock at the scene. However, Zhou Yujia was clearly terrified from what she had endured. Even as she fled, she kept glancing back over her shoulder. In her haste, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Her knee struck the pavement, leaving a noticeable mark. Witnessing this, Yi Qingxue abandoned all hesitation and rushed to help the woman up. Qin Feng and the others finally realized, was this not a domestic dispute scene? Surely these injuries could not have come from a simple fall. And when they considered the woman's appearance alongside her age and the address, it naturally became clear that this woman was exactly who they had been searching for. They never expected to find her in such a condition. Who had caused this? Were they family members? You dare run. You shameless woman. You think you can escape? I will teach you a lesson today. As Yi Qingxue helped the woman to her feet, a voice thick with fury erupted from inside the house. The men's brows furrowed instantly. After stepping out, the man was clearly surprised to find so many people gathered at his doorstep. Realizing his earlier words might have been overheard, his expression darkened further. He blurted out angrily, "What are you doing at my house? You must have been called here by this low woman." The man was still holding a wooden stick in his hand. The woman who had just run out, if Qin Feng was not mistaken, should be Zhou Yujia. Upon seeing the stick in the man's hand, she immediately shrank back in visible fear. Qin Feng knew that Zhou Yujia had suffered greatly in the past, but he never imagined her situation was this dire. "Brother, please calm down first. Let's talk this out. It's broad daylight, and hitting someone like this, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with my business? Who are you? I've never seen you before. Get lost. Brother, it doesn't matter who I am. Look, there are plenty of us here. We can't just stand by and watch you hit a woman. No matter what the reason is, resorting to violence against a woman is excessive." The man had been repeatedly obstructed and his patience had worn thin. However, seeing the large group of people before him, he dared not bully them openly. He could only point his stick furiously toward Zhou Yujia's direction and shout, "This wretched woman. She cheated on me. I only struck her a couple of times. What business is it of yours? She's my girlfriend, and I can do what I want with her." Hearing this, Zhou Yujia quickly spoke up in protest. "I didn't. I never cheated on you. Besides, we already broke up. It was you who wouldn't let go." Upon hearing Zhou Yujia's words, the man's expression turned furious. He ground his teeth and threatened, "You want to die, don't you?" Yi Qingxue had already been seething with anger upon seeing the bruises all over Zhou Yujia's body, evidence of repeated physical abuse. Now seeing this domestic abuser attempt to shift all the blame onto his own girlfriend and worse utter such threatening words right in front of them, she could no longer remain silent. "I've encountered shameless people before, but never anyone as shameless as you. You're throwing dirt on your own girlfriend to cover up your own violent behavior. She's your girlfriend, not your punching bag. Regardless of whether she did anything wrong, even if she did, do you really think beating someone to this state is acceptable?" The man was already furious. He was already angry that Qin Feng's group had meddled in his affairs, preventing him from properly handling this worthless girl. He couldn't get her to hand over the money he wanted, and now he was being lectured by strangers. This only added fuel to his rage. He forcefully pushed past Qin Feng and strode toward Yi Qingxue and Zhou Yujia, as if determined to make Yi Qingxue pay for her words. Seeing this, Qin Feng stopped merely advising and stepped forward to block the man. "Madam, may I ask, are you Zhou Yujia?" The woman hiding behind Yi Qingxue heard Qin Feng's sudden question and nodded blankly. She studied Qin Feng carefully, certain she did not know him. Yet Qin Feng knew her name. Could he be someone she had known before? If he knew her, could he save her? Could he help her escape from this wretched man? She did not want to be threatened by him anymore. "Is this man really your boyfriend?" Qin Feng asked again. It was clear the man was growing impatient. However, Qin Feng's group significantly outnumbered him, so he could only endure for the moment. His eyes kept darting between Qin Feng and Zhou Yujia, filled with malice. "He is not my boyfriend. He is my ex-boyfriend. I had already asked to break up, but he cheated on me with another woman, which I discovered. When I wanted to end things, he refused. He even threatened to kill me if I ever dared to leave him. I never thought he would actually come looking for me. He has been harassing me, hitting me, and threatening me. He says if I break up with him, we will die together. Kind strangers, please, I beg you, help me." Having finally caught a glimmer of hope, Zhou Yujia would never let this chance slip away. She immediately pleaded with Qin Feng and the others for help. But the moment her words left her mouth, the man charged toward them in a blind rage. If Qin Feng had not grabbed her in time, that stick would have fallen on Zhou Yujia again. However, Yi Qingxue had reached her limit. She walked over to the man and told Qin Feng to let him go. Just as the man was about to say something foul, Yi Qingxue suddenly acted. Recently, Yi Qingxue had enrolled in a martial arts class following a previous incident, and this was the perfect opportunity to put her training to the test. After a vigorous but one-sided display of skill, the man finally fell silent, too terrified to speak further. He could not believe this beautifully dressed young woman was so formidable. And despite wielding a stick himself, he was no match for her. Most importantly, his own stick had been taken away and turned into a weapon used against him. "From now on, if I hear another word from you, I will strike you again." Terrified by Yi Qingxue, the man could only keep his mouth shut. Yet he continued to glare at Zhou Yujia with resentful hatred. Zhou Yujia stared at Yi Qingxue in utter disbelief. She never imagined such a lovely young woman could be so capable. If only she had such strength herself, she would never have to fear this despicable man's harassment anymore. "You said you wanted to break up, but he refused and kept pursuing you. Have you ever considered moving to a place he cannot find you?" After dealing with the man, Qin Feng and the others turned their attention back to Zhou Yujia. Given her current situation, relocating would indeed be the best solution, but they wondered why she had not considered it. So Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue asked her directly whether she would be willing to move. If she agreed, they would arrange suitable accommodation through their company. They would also assign bodyguards to ensure her safety, preventing her ex-boyfriend from troubling her again. "We came to see you today for a reason. We will first help you resolve this trouble. If you consider moving, it would provide greater safety." After speaking to Zhou Yujia, Qin Feng, Yi Qingxue, and the others issued a stern warning to the man. Fearing a beating, the man obediently left the scene. He also agreed not to bother Zhou Yujia again. "It is all right now. You need not be afraid anymore. We have driven him away. However, you should take this time while he is laying low and move as soon as possible. Once you have relocated, he will be unable to find you, and naturally, he will stop bothering you. You will no longer have to live in fear every day." Yi Qingxue had initially been somewhat displeased that Qin Feng had come specifically to find Zhou Yujia, but after learning what Zhou Yujia had been through, her feelings shifted. All that remained in her heart toward Zhou Yujia was compassion. There was not even a trace of jealousy left. Zhou Yujia before her was truly pitiful. Why did she have to encounter such domestic abuse? What kind of beast could her boyfriend be? Fortunately, Qin Feng would never treat her that way. Even if Qin Feng were to try something against her, she was confident she could hold her own. She would certainly fight back. But Zhou Yujia appeared to be a delicate and powerless young girl. How could someone like her ever fight back the way she could? Thank you so much." Zhou Yujia cried, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue. She did not know them, but from their clothes, she could tell they came from comfortable backgrounds. Still, she wondered why they had happened upon this situation so conveniently, and why they had appeared at her doorstep. To be honest, it felt a bit like meddling in someone else's affairs. Since we have already gotten to know each other through this incident, we will not hide our purpose. We came specifically to see you, Miss Zhou. Zhou Yujia was utterly stunned upon hearing this. She had already been surprised that Qin Feng knew her name. She had originally suspected he might be her fan, but she could hardly recall Qin Feng. Besides, she had only recently entered the entertainment industry and had never managed to rise to prominence. Her best years were slipping away, yet she had not yet carved out her own place in the industry. It was precisely because of this that she and her boyfriend had been affectionate at first. But over time her boyfriend grew to despise her for lacking ability for having to weigh every decision carefully. He looked down on her dreams and treated her increasingly poorly. And eventually things escalated to physical violence. Yet she truly did not know the people standing before her. I am sorry, but I do not believe we have met before. I cannot recall crossing paths with any of you. It is not the best place to talk out here. Perhaps we should go inside my home, though it may be rather untidy. Qin Feng and the others agreed that discussing matters in the alley was hardly appropriate, so they followed Zhou Yujia back to her home. The apartment was in disarray, clearly bearing the traces of a recent altercation. Qin Feng and his companions immediately got to work, helping Zhou Yujia tidy things up. There were only a few close friends among them, not too many people. Zhou Yujia's apartment was roughly 80 square meters, barely spacious enough to fit everyone on the sofa. The main purpose of the visit was for Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue to explain why they had come to see her. You mentioned earlier that you came specifically to find me. What did you mean by that? I genuinely have no impression of either of you. It is true we have not met before, but you once starred in a web drama where you played the supporting female lead. The role was memorable and your acting was impressive, which is why we wish to sign you. Hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Zhou Yujia dimly remembered several years ago. She had been extraordinarily fortunate to land an outstanding role. Though it was not a lead role, that character was remarkably charming and attracted a great deal of attention. Thanks to that role, she had experienced a brief moment of popularity, but it seemed as though all her luck had been used up in that one instance. Soon after, she was suddenly targeted by unfavorable circumstances and then quietly set aside for a period of time. And since then, she had basically been completely forgotten, to the point where even taking on minor extra roles seemed impossible now. She had managed to piece together a living through various part-time jobs. But how could they possibly know where she lived? And when they mentioned signing her, did they truly mean what she thought they meant? You are not joking with me, are you? That was all years ago. Ms. Zhou, do we look like people who would joke about something like this? Your acting talent is outstanding, full of vitality. Our agency wishes to build you into a leading star. Zhou Yujia suddenly looked at the people before her with suspicion. Were they really not toying with her? Could they be some sort of dangerous group? But they did not appear to be. Moreover, judging by their accents, they were not from the Fanqing area. There was no reason for them to travel all the way to Fanqing, then to this particular alley, rescue her, and then go through such elaborate trouble just to deceive her. Her birth details were unremarkable. Her destiny held nothing special. Aside from perhaps being slightly pretty, she had no other notable qualities. They had no reason to go to such lengths specifically to seek her out. Are you telling the truth? Are you not deceiving me? Could you be some kind of fraudulent company? Ms. Zhou, you jest. We are a legitimate agency. Our name may not be widely known, but you are genuinely the artist we sincerely wish to invite. Seeing Yi Qingxue's sincere expression, Zhou Yujia felt a stirring within her. After all these years, she had been largely without steady work. Although these people appearing out of nowhere seemed somewhat unreliable, as long as they could help her rise, and did not ask her to do anything that went against her principles, she was willing to give them a chance. Ms. Zhou can take her time to consider. We are willing to wait for your reply. There is no need to deliberate. I will accept now. I have nothing of value that anyone could possibly seek from me. Ms. Zhou's future success as a renowned actress and the benefits it will bring our company. That is precisely what we seek. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Zhou Yujia felt a wave of relief. Qin Feng and his companions had brought the contract with them. After reviewing the terms, which were exceptionally generous by industry standards and placed few restrictions on her freedom, Zhou Yujia signed her name without hesitation. From that moment on, she officially became an artist under Qin Feng's agency. Our headquarters is in Jiangqing. Would you be willing to join us? The company will arrange new accommodation for you. Certainly. Give me a moment to pack my things. Zhou Yujia agreed without hesitation. She did not have many belongings to begin with, and most of them had been broken during the earlier altercation. She had been wondering that even if she moved, as long as she stayed in Fanqing, that man would inevitably find her. To her surprise, they were traveling across multiple cities and provinces, heading directly to Jiangqing. With that man surely unable to track her down now, Zhou Yujia felt a wave of relief. She called her parents and shared everything that had happened. She had always tried not to worry her parents, but now she needed to let them know and ask them to remain cautious regarding that man. She also informed her parents that she would be heading to Jiangqing. If opportunities arose, she might find herself traveling across the country frequently. Jiangqing Airport. Where is our company? Are we heading back now? Looking at the completely unfamiliar city, a hint of nervousness rose in Zhou Yujia's heart. Holding on to Yi Qingshue's hand, she curiously asked about their next destination. That's right, we are going straight to the company. Try not to be so tense. Yi Qingxue had always appreciated beautiful people, and she treated Zhou Yujia with particular gentleness. Once the group arrived at the company, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the well-equipped facilities and professional setup. However, Zhou Yujia was curious about why the space felt so empty. Aside from a few employees walking about, she did not see any familiar faces from the entertainment industry. The staff wore uniforms, making it easy to distinguish them from the artists. Where are the other artists at the company? Zhou Yujia asked curiously. Qin Feng suddenly appeared somewhat awkward. After all, the agency had only been open for a few days. Zhou Yujia was their first and only artist. Of course there would be others in the future, but for now, she was the only one. Well, our agency is still quite new, so the roster is small. You are our first artist. Once I find promising talents, I will definitely sign them. Seeing the hidden awkwardness on Qin Feng's face, Zhou Yujia was momentarily at a loss. So even though she had an agency, it was newly established. Did she even have a dedicated agent? It's alright, boss. Do I have an agent? Of course, one has already been arranged. Let me take you to meet her now. Thanks to Yi Qingshue's help, their company had successfully signed a top-tier agent named Su Hong. Su Hong was already waiting in the office for her first artist. The arrangement was one-on-one, allowing Su Hong to focus on building this artist's career. In the future, if suitable talents appeared, Su Hong would also have the authority to sign them. As long as the agency approved after Qin Feng reviewed them, everything would be fine. Qin Feng also carried memories from his past life regarding Su Hong. Knowing she was truly capable and of good character, he felt confident in trusting Zhou Yujia to her care. Once everything regarding Zhou Yujia was settled, Qin Feng arranged for her to rest in her assigned dormitory. He then discussed with Su Hong the plan for Zhou Yujia's rise to stardom. Since Qin Feng himself was not well versed in the entertainment industry, he relied on professionals. His instruction was simple. Under the condition that her health is maintained, apply for any resources suitable for her current position, no matter the cost. With Qin Feng's backing, Su Hong could proceed freely. Honestly, it was only because of her close friend's recommendation that she chose this newly opened agency among many competing ones. However, there was only one artist at this agency, eliminating any resource competition. There was also only one newcomer. Upon learning she would be managing Zhou Yujia, Su Hong had already gathered all available information about her and crafted a carefully designed career development plan. As long as they followed this trajectory, Zhou Yujia would undoubtedly secure her place among the top tier in the industry. Through various connections and resource exchanges backed by Qin Feng's substantial investment and Su Hong's expert marketing, a wide range of opportunities soon came to Zhou Yujia. After Su Hong selected several suitable and well-known projects, she directly took Zhou Yujia to sign the contracts. Zhou Yujia never expected that within just 3 days of joining the agency, her first endorsement deal would arrive. Although it was only a dairy product endorsement, the brand was a highly popular and widely recognized domestic milk company. Manager Su, I went unnoticed for so long. My previous agency, an agent never stopped trying to promote me, but nothing seemed to work. I never thought I could land an endorsement. There is a saying in the entertainment industry, small fame comes from promotion, great fame comes from destiny. You may not have reached your greatest moment yet, but it is largely due to the boss's investment. What you need to do now is work hard and make the most of this opportunity. Our boss is truly impressive. When I first saw him, he looked barely in his early 20s, perhaps still in university, and yet he is already the owner of a group. Try not to entertain inappropriate thoughts. We already have a mistress of the house. Your focus should be entirely on your career. Manager Su, do you think I am that kind of person? Zhou Yujia was genuinely curious about the forces behind Qin Feng, but she had no intention of probing too deeply. Before long, she gained widespread attention for starring in a short web drama. The drama was the first script she received after her initial endorsement. It adopted a novel approach of filming and broadcasting simultaneously. The script was quite lighthearted and unconventional. Although filming lasted only half a month, the daily schedule was tightly packed. The web drama was also highly entertaining, filled with witty lines throughout. After the first few episodes aired, Zhou Yujia's performance immediately captured everyone's attention. Many viewers researched her earlier work where she had played a supporting role in another web drama. Zhou Yujia's fan base began to grow rapidly. Capitalizing on this momentum, Qin Feng increased promotional efforts, and soon numerous positive reviews about Zhou Yujia's acting skills appeared online. Zhou Yujia's performance metrics have been quite impressive recently, with online buzz growing steadily. She can barely be considered a third-tier star at present. The current figures continue to climb and are gradually approaching those of a second-tier star. Time to distribute bonuses and reward everyone. Qin Feng was deeply satisfied with Zhou Yujia's steadily rising numbers. Everyone now more firmly agreed with his earlier judgment. Less than a month after signing her, her metrics had undergone a dramatic transformation. In simply these few weeks, the discussion surrounding her had already far exceeded the cumulative attention she had garnered over her first years in the entertainment circle. Moreover, Zhou Yujia had always maintained a clean and disciplined personal life. Aside from that disappointing former boyfriend of hers, she had hardly any controversial material. Crucially, that ex-boyfriend was rarely photographed by paparazzi. And from the very beginning of her entry into entertainment during interviews, she had openly stated that she had a boyfriend she had been with for many years and intended to marry. Although this had somewhat affected her career path at the time, her straightforwardness and sincerity had genuinely attracted a loyal fan base. Now that she was revitalizing her career, netizens naturally delved into her past in the entertainment world. And the deeper they dug, the more they realized she was truly a hidden gem. Watching her fan count break through the 300,000 mark, Qin Feng and the team were all delighted on Zhou Yujia's behalf. She got another drama role already. As expected, she was destined to shine. Qin Feng felt a touch of surprise himself, though he knew from his past life that Zhou Yujia had eventually gained fame by playing a supporting villain role in a low-budget film. He had not anticipated that under his influence her rise would accelerate so dramatically. She was like a pearl once shrouded in dust, now polished to brilliance. Stripped of its dull exterior, she only grew more captivating, and soon new scripts began arriving at her door. After reviewing the material, Su Hong found the script quite remarkable. The character design suited Zhou Yujia exceptionally well. It was entirely different from the minor roles she had taken in previous web series, representing a truly fresh challenge. Even before fully accepting the script, she had already selected a particular scene for Zhou Yujia to study carefully and perform for her assessment. Impressed by Zhou Yujia's acting abilities, she agreed to take on the role and prepared her for the audition. The audition went smoothly and production began shortly after. I've never experienced what life on a film set is really like. Do you think I could visit? Zhou Yujia mentioned during her routine work update to Qin Feng that this new crew required more attention to detail compared to her previous projects. This was her first time realizing how many considerations came with gaining popularity. Indeed, the higher one rose, the more complex life became. She had previously imagined that top stars enjoyed glamorous, effortless days. Now merely feeling a slight increase in her own visibility already left her weary. She could hardly imagine how fulfilling their daily lives must truly be. However, from Zhou Yujia's report, Qin Feng developed a certain interest in the filmmaking process itself, so he asked whether he could visit the set. Hearing that the boss intended to visit, Zhou Yujia immediately agreed. Qin Feng had his staff prepare milk tea and desserts before heading directly to the crew. Fortunately, it coincided with a break, so Qin Feng had his people distribute the refreshments. He then located Zhou Yujia, but before they could exchange more than a few words, a rather sharp voice called out to Zhou Yujia from nearby. Zhou Yujia, where have you run off to? I asked you to buy me coffee. Have you brought it yet? Qin Feng noticed a hint of embarrassment cross Zhou Yujia's face. She quickly apologized and hurried toward the source of the voice. Not long afterward, Zhou Yujia returned. But the pleasant moment did not last. As soon as Qin Feng asked Zhou Yujia whether she faced any difficulties on set, the female star who had called out earlier once again began directing orders at Zhou Yujia. Despite having two assistants of her own, she insisted on making Zhou Yujia run errands. And seeing Zhou Yujia talking with someone else, she demanded Zhou Yujia attend to her matters first. She showed neither respect for Zhou Yujia nor for Qin Feng. Can't you see she's conversing with someone? Would you tolerate being barked at while speaking with a friend? Qin Feng could hardly stand idle while someone mistreated an artist from his company, so he spoke up to intervene. Considering she was a woman, he restrained himself somewhat and avoided harsher language. Who do you think you are speaking to me this way? The female star was exceedingly arrogant, showing no regard for Qin Feng whatsoever. I am a friend of Miss Zhou here to visit the set. You just enjoyed our desserts and milk tea. Surely that should keep your mouth occupied. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, his disdain for the female star clearly displayed. You dare roll your eyes at me? You must be some fanatic fan. Security. Why isn't anyone removing this fan? What if they hurt someone? The woman's shrill voice filled the air, thoroughly disgusting Qin Feng. He glanced wordlessly toward Zhou Yujia beside him. Zhou Yujia offered Qin Feng an embarrassed smile. She had never expected Qin Feng to witness this senior actress treating her as a servant on such a day. She had specifically chosen a day she should not have been filming, hoping to avoid exactly this situation. But she had been unexpectedly called back to shoot. Teacherly, it's not what you think. He is not my fan. He is the owner of our agency, genuinely here to visit the set. Enduring Qin Feng's speechless expression, Zhou Yujia, unwilling to offend the female star, directly explained Qin Feng's identity to her, hoping the woman would reconsider her remarks upon learning the truth. But the female star, even knowing who Qin Feng was, grew only more caustic. Oh, so you're just the boss of that tiny agency. I wondered who you were. I've never heard of an owner personally visiting to check on employees. Perhaps you secured this excellent role by clinging to your boss's leg. Qin Feng had initially hoped to avoid conflict, thinking Zhou Yujia might handle the matter herself. But upon hearing such remarks, his expression darkened instantly. Madam, words carry consequences. Qin Feng, reaching his limit, issued a warning. Who are you to lecture me? Running a small agency has gone to your head, has it? You have a bit of money, that's all. You're no important figure. Why should I show you any respect? The female star looked down on Qin Feng, her mockery intensifying. She continued her sharp remarks, her attitude dripping with condescension, completely dismissing Qin Feng's presence. Qin Feng stood firm, his patience wearing thin as the woman's insulting tone filled the space around them. The confrontation lingered, tension mounting between the three, while Zhou Yujie stood caught between loyalty and courtesy, searching for a way to ease the growing friction. After the altercation earlier that day, Qin Feng decided to let it go. There was no point reasoning with someone lacking basic judgment. To his surprise, Zhou Yujie called him that evening, her voice trembling with tears. Qin Feng had just finished reviewing documents at the corporation. He was somewhat taken aback when Zhou Yujie's call came through. Hearing her muffled, tearful words on the other end, he immediately asked what had happened. He had assumed Zhou Yujie might have been bothered once again by that actress named Meng Wenwen. But to his shock, Zhou Yujie told him that Meng Wenwen was spreading rumors about the two of them. What did you say? Qin Feng thought he must have misheard. They had already had a rather awkward confrontation with that actress when he left earlier. Who would have thought she would dare to spread such fabrications? It's just, this afternoon during filming I overheard several crew members whispering about me and my boss. Calm down. Tell me what happened. If you'd rather not speak, you can send me a message. But if you can talk about it, I will make sure justice is done. Those few crew members probably didn't see me. They said they came to visit the set claiming I'm nothing more than your benefactor and that I did those kinds of things with you. The remaining words were too shameful for Zhou Yujie to utter, and her sense of grievance only deepened, making her weep even harder. The rest of those words were too humiliating for Zhou Yujie to voice. She felt only deeper wronged, her sobs growing more anguished. Is Manager Hong here now? Qin Feng was nearly seething with rage. But there was no blame to place on Zhou Yujie. He intended to speak with her agent about this matter. Manager Hong has already gone to find Meng Wenwen's agent to inquire about this. The moment I learned of it, I told Manager Hong. After she questioned the crew members, she discovered it was Meng Wenwen's own assistant who started the rumors. Zhou Yujie said between sniffles. Qin Feng understood immediately and spoke gently to soothe her. I never imagined she would do something like this. It's late now. You shouldn't have any filming tasks tonight, right? Go to the nearby hotel arranged for you and get a good night's rest. I'll handle this matter tomorrow. I'm sorry, boss. I know I shouldn't trouble you, but Meng Wenwen has gone too far. I don't know how far her rumors will spread. I had no choice but to tell you. It's all right. You've done nothing wrong. Go rest properly and leave this to Manager Hong and the company to handle. Qin Feng spoke softly, comforting Zhou Yujie until she agreed to rest. He then reached Su Hong on her phone. Have you clarified the full situation? Boss, we have confirmed it. After you left, Meng Wenwen immediately began spreading rumors around the set. She claimed she personally witnessed you and Yun Jie going to a hotel together and that the two of you had an improper relationship. For now, please keep the situation on set under control. I will personally go to the film set tomorrow morning to resolve this matter. Yes, boss. I am truly sorry. This was my failure to notice and address it in time. Why are you blaming yourself as well? This has nothing to do with either of you. The one who should bear the consequences is the person spreading those baseless claims. Qin Feng's anger kept him awake most of the night. First thing the next morning, he drove straight to the film set. Yesterday, he had come merely to visit the set, but today, he came specifically to address the trouble. As soon as he arrived, Qin Feng saw Meng Wenwen pointing fingers at Zhou Yujie. She deliberately raised her voice, continuing to smear and fabricate. Just as Qin Feng was about to disregard that she was a woman and step forward to deal with her directly. To his surprise, Zhou Yujie did what Qin Feng had been about to do. She delivered a sharp slap to Meng Wenwen's face, then pointed at her and fired back fiercely. Do you have a problem with your eyes? I've already said it. That is my boss. That is my boss. Your boss may be your benefactor, but mine is not. If you're willing to prostitute yourself for advancement, don't assume everyone else shares your low standards. Which I saw me entering a hotel with my boss. Which I saw me going into the same room. You open your mouth and start spreading lies without a shred of evidence. Defamation carries legal consequences. If you can't produce proof, then shut that filthy mouth of yours before I force you to. With a face like a toad doing disgusting things every day. Do you really think everyone is the same as you, with a face that's been reshaped countless times? Reshaped to the point it hardly looks human anymore. I'm afraid one slap from me might knock out the prosthetics on your face. Zhou Yujie felt satisfied after venting her anger, while Meng Wenwen stood before her nearly beside herself with rage. Her facial procedures had mostly been completed over the past 2 years, so she hadn't undergone any further surgery. She maintained careful skincare daily, otherwise that single slap from Zhou Yujie might indeed have ruined her face. She never expected Zhou Yujie, who always appeared so timid and docile, to be capable of speaking such cutting words. It infuriated her enormously. But she could not outtalk Zhou Yujie, and she genuinely had no evidence. In frustration, she erupted into loud shouting and commotion. The assistant and manager nearby surged forward, attempting to confront Zhou Yujie. Fortunately, Qin Feng had dispatched dedicated guards earlier that morning to protect Zhou Yujie. Seeing anyone attempt to approach Zhou Yujie, two tall and broad guards, each standing well over 185 centimeters, immediately positioned themselves beside her. The sense of protection was overwhelming. Where's the director? Director, how can you allow someone like this to remain on this set? Won't she start slapping anyone who displeases her? Today this set has either me or her. There's no room for both. The director had only just finished his current task and received a phone call from the screenwriter before rushing to the scene. But the moment he arrived, he heard Meng Wenwen wailing like a banshee, directing her shouts straight at him. He had zero desire to keep Meng Wenwen on the set. If given a choice, he would unquestionably choose to keep Zhou Yujie. But Meng Wenwen's backing investor had contributed 5 million to the production, so why are you two arguing again? Didn't you already have it out yesterday? The director still hoped for a more peaceful resolution. I don't care. Director, you must fire her. Director, don't forget, I'm the one whose boss invested 5 million in this project. Meng Wenwen disregarded the director's authority entirely, using the investment as leverage. If the one who invests the most gets the final say, then I'll invest 10 million in this project and demand she be removed. In Qin Feng's eyes, Meng Wenwen was already nothing more than trash, hardly deserving the title of a person. Hearing that she would threaten the director with investment, all Qin Feng could think of was laughter. How should he put it? Fate truly seemed to favor him. His visit was not merely to resolve certain troubles for Zhou Yujie. There was another purpose to invest in this film crew. He had already asked Su Hong whether Zhou Yujie was satisfied with the production. Zhou Yujie had told him that everyone on the crew besides Meng Wenwen was quite kind. Moreover, she genuinely adored the script. She also wished for this script to reach the public. The director treated her well, and the screenwriter was equally kind. Aside from that unpleasant presence, Meng Wenwen, everyone got along harmoniously. Only she acted spoiled every single day. But unfortunately, the investment from their boss was indeed one of the major portions for the crew's production, and there truly was no way to let go of this investment. So the director could only accommodate her as much as possible. Interestingly, she did not bully those with greater status than her. She showed great respect toward the lead actors. But when encountering those less famous than her, or the extras, she would start showing off her power. Who dares to speak such nonsense here? 10 million. Can you even produce that? Meng Wenwen immediately recognized it as the voice of that nouveau riche from yesterday. Did he think 10 million was merely 1,000 yuan? As if he could just produce it on the spot. He had only opened a small talent agency. How could he possibly compare to the boss brother behind her? With dog eyes looking down on people, your boss cannot produce it, but that does not mean I cannot. Your boss being useless does not mean Yujie's boss is also useless. Qin Feng slowly emerged from behind the crowd, looking at Meng Wenwen with a cold expression. You dare speak to me like this? Do you believe I will not deal with you? Oh, how terrifying. If you have the courage, then do it. Today, if you lay a hand on me, I will make sure your family goes bankrupt. Meng Wenwen was extremely angry, feeling that Zhou Yujie and Qin Feng were sent by fate to cause her trouble. Since entering the entertainment circle, her appearance had brought her considerable convenience. Someone had always been supporting her from behind. It was the first time she was treated this way, and she was furious inside. She stopped speaking to Qin Feng and Zhou Yujie and went directly after the director. She demanded the director must fire Zhou Yujie and punish Qin Feng properly. Qin Feng had disrupted their shooting schedule, so compensation was required. But the director did not immediately respond to Meng Wenwen's demands. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng with a pleading gaze carrying a hint of hope. It seemed he wanted to ask Qin Feng whether the investment of 10 million for their crew mentioned earlier was genuine or not. Sir, may I ask who you are? I am Qin Feng, the owner of Zhou Yujie's agency. I came to help her resolve the bullying situation that has occurred within the crew. The circumstances in the crew may be something we could not fully account for, but bullying absolutely cannot be tolerated. Some actors may simply have difficult temperaments. Director, simply state whatever you wish. Regarding investment, even if they withdraw that 5 million, is there not still my 10 million? There is no need to indulge certain shameless individuals. Upon hearing Qin Feng mention investing 10 million again, the director's heart immediately elevated Qin Feng to the highest position. Their production was a small budget project. This 10 million would account for half of their investment. With such funding, many creative visions could be perfectly realized. But could Qin Feng truly produce 10 million? Boss, you are not joking with me, are you? Director, if you do not believe, you may ask my artist. You know her character, she would never speak falsely. The director quickly turned his eager gaze toward Zhou Yujie, standing nearby. Zhou Yujie was also somewhat shocked. Qin Feng intended to invest 10 million. Oh my goodness, was this real? Sensing the director's gaze, Zhou Yujie nodded. The director's attitude toward Qin Feng became even more respectful. However, Qin Feng made no other demands. He simply stated that he greatly disliked this particular female star, Meng Wenwen. He did not wish for Meng Wenwen to continue remaining on the crew. Meng Wenwen's mistreatment of their artist Zhou Yujie had occurred more than once or twice. What he had personally encountered amounted to 4 or 5 times alone. One could imagine how Zhou Yujie had suffered during the filming period. Moreover, just now she had claimed that the crew could only have either her or Zhou Yujie, not both. In that case, he now demanded to keep Zhou Yujie and remove the other. You think this crew belongs to you? And this talk of investing 10 million. Even our own boss only invested 5 million, which was already the largest contribution. If you could invest 10 million, I would write my name backward. You are likely only seeking to vent your frustration on behalf of your little lover. Seeing Meng Wanwen daring to spread rumors in front of so many people, Qin Feng gave her a cold glare. He then looked directly at his assistant standing behind him. The assistant retrieved the investment contract from the briefcase. Qin Feng took the contract and handed it to the director, asking him to review it first before discussing subsequent personnel matters. It was truly 10 million. The director was stunned the moment he saw the contract. It was already stamped, needing only the director's signature to become fully valid. The amount on it was precisely 10 million, meaning Qin Feng had come fully prepared. Boss Qin, are you truly intending to invest 10 million in our crew? My artist deeply admires your script and the atmosphere of this crew. She merely dislikes one individual. I wish to resolve this difficulty for her. Meng Wanwen looked at the document in the director's hands in disbelief. Just as she reached out to snatch it for a closer look, the director deftly dodged away. For the first time, she saw such clear distaste in the director's eyes. Meng Wanwen panicked and hurried toward Qin Feng, attempting to curry favor. But Qin Feng showed her no indulgence, reiterating that Meng Wanwen must leave the crew. Director, I am the female second lead. If you remove me, won't all previously filmed footage go to waste? I will not dare misbehave again. Please keep me. Honestly, if not for that 5 million investment, he truly would not wish to retain Meng Wanwen in the crew. She frequently stirred trouble without cause, and the director was thoroughly exasperated with her. Meng Wanwen, although I am not a well-known director, you still cannot treat me this way. Since you joined the crew, you have been causing trouble. I have tolerated you for so long, and now I can no longer keep silent. You asked me to add scenes for you to rewrite the script. All I did was obediently comply for the sake of those 5 million. But now that Boss Qin has invested 10 million, you and your boss can pack up and leave. Without your 5 million, I can still finish filming this drama. You are not only fired, but I will also replace you. I will let my friends in the industry know never to work with you again. Although we are not famous directors, with so many directors boycotting your projects, you will have to figure things out on your own in this industry. The director could finally stand tall. Heaven knows how many troubles Meng Wanwen had brought him since she joined the crew. He truly could not endure any longer. These words were his way of letting out all the frustration he had held inside. It felt good to finally speak his mind. After all, Meng Wanwen had gone too far. With the director having spoken, no one would care if she continued to blame her backer. She could only cling to her last shred of dignity, putting on an air of arrogance as she packed her things and left the crew. Boss Qin, are you satisfied with this handling? Director, you don't need to treat me this way. I simply couldn't stand Meng Wanwen's behavior. Our crew will continue filming as planned. My people won't add scenes on a whim, and I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Qin Feng say this, the director was moved. The previous main investor had demanded that the script be rewritten according to Meng Wanwen's wishes. They nearly wanted to upgrade her from the female supporting role to the lead. Not only that, they cut many scenes meant for the female lead and completely altered the script. It had angered him greatly. Now that he could finally get rid of that troublesome element, he felt incredibly relieved. When Qin Feng also said he wouldn't interfere with the script's execution, the director was even happier. Even the screenwriter couldn't stop smiling. Now they could finally film according to the original script. They had thought this matter would end here. Qin Feng had no intention of pursuing Meng Wanwen further. But to their astonishment, that very evening Meng Wanwen posted a long article online. In the post, she portrayed herself as a victim. She claimed that since joining the crew, she had worked diligently and cooperated with everyone. She said that sometimes, due to unreasonable script issues, she had suggested changes to the director. And every time the director had agreed. But it turned out that simply because she lacked a wealthy backer willing to fund her, she had been driven out of the crew. She truly loved that script. But because she had offended that boss, she was simply pushed out with money. She didn't know what she had done wrong. She only wanted to film her scenes well. She simply wanted to become the character in her heart. But it seemed she had offended someone. She knew she was no match for that person. But how many others had to suffer the same fate? The entertainment industry was tainted precisely because of such backers. What a pure and straightforward persona she projected. Only those who truly knew her could see what she was really like. She was quite the actress capable of playing such a role. She had her entanglements with her boss, yet when others noticed, she went straight to her backer to complain, using that backer's money to invest in the crew and then drive others out. If you think expelling me will silence me, you're mistaken. I'll make sure everyone knows who you really are and won't be deceived by people like you. At the end of this accusation, she directly tagged Zhou Yujie's account. She knew Zhou Yujie's filming schedule for the day and was certain she was already asleep. So there was no way she could respond right away. But netizens were mostly night owls. She had also specifically purchased trending topics. Within just an hour of posting this article, shot from the 16th position on the trending list to 5th. Many of Zhou Yujie's fans began asking what was going on. Some hardcore fans immediately started defending Meng Wanwen, claiming she had been bullied by the crew staff and other actors. Now she painted herself as so pitiful, as if she had never done any of those things. Whoever had the courage to kick her out of the crew deserved praise. It was truly a good deed. It was practically a service to the public. But most netizens didn't care whether it was true or false. They simply picked up their keyboards and began to criticize and discuss. More people preferred to watch the collapse of entertainers who had built themselves up as pure and straightforward, being exposed for having inappropriate relationships with their bosses. And Zhou Yujia and Qin Feng, who had worked so hard to gain popularity, were exactly those kinds of figures. So many night owls began frantically criticizing the two for their shamelessness, questioning whether Qin Feng's domineering behavior was too excessive, mocking Zhou Yujia as merely a subservient wife, suggesting improper relationships between the two, and more. Although Zhou Yujia had rested early due to exhaustion from filming that day, but that didn't mean Qin Feng was resting. While browsing online, Zhang Fan came across the situation and felt it increasingly resembled Qin Feng. When he saw the tagged account name at the bottom, which was their agency's first signed female artist, he realized it was definitely about her. He directly forwarded the article to Qin Feng. He also learned from Qin Feng about this female celebrity's behavior, and why Qin Feng had for the first time so decisively asked a female star to leave the crew. So you're saying out of everything she said only 1 in 10 might be true and the rest are all false, twisting right and wrong. She accuses others of bullying her when she is the one being difficult, manipulating the script and blaming others. Zhang Fan had already found her manipulative words disgusting. Having grown close to Zhou Yujia and hearing Qin Feng's account of Meng Wenwen, his disdain for the woman deepened. The best window for public relations is within 24 hours. Once we're back at work tomorrow, have the legal department get started immediately. The weather that day was as lovely as the day before. After waking from their slumber, countless netizens instinctively reached for their phones to check the latest trending headlines. But when they searched for yesterday's hot topic, about that newly famous young star accused of bullying others with the backing of a wealthy patron, they found nothing. Instead, today's top trending headline was about someone being taken away by the relevant authorities. Moreover, the post Meng Wenwen had published was nowhere to be found. Even her personal account had been penalized, cited for spreading false information with a 15-day suspension. Upon seeing this, many netizens were left bewildered. Some paid trolls, still following their boss's original instructions, continued to fabricate stories based on the available information. I never expected that newly popular young actress to be so powerful. Her backer is quite formidable indeed. Not even the truth can be spoken. Do you really think deleting an account solves anything? Heaven sees all. Everyone knows what the truth is. Someone like her remaining in the entertainment industry would only disrupt its peace. She must be severely punished. Boycott Zhou Yujia. Boycott the company behind Zhou Yujia. However, before these paid accounts could fully stir up public opinion, new information emerged. The celebrity taken away by the authorities was Meng Wenwen herself, and the charge was suspected multiple acts of defamation. When the official announcement was released, those trolls immediately dared not continue their antics. They were doing this for money, but they were not foolish. The authorities had already delivered their verdict. If they continued to cling to that earlier post and insist it was not defamation, they would be next on the list. Suddenly, all the words they had posted became sharpened weapons and stinging slaps turned against them by netizens. Honestly, I've never liked this woman since long ago. What kind of person dares to taint our Yujia, who was actually giving herself airs on set? A crew member came forward to clarify. The one causing trouble was the one who got taken in. She liked ordering Zhou Yujia around, and when Yujia wouldn't obey, that's when she got angry. And that person she called the agency boss. The real boss is only in her early 20s. She had the nerve to spread rumors about that, and apparently the boss already has a girlfriend. This woman is truly despicable. Almost nothing in her post was true. The one bullying others was her, the one bringing in investment to force her way onto the cast was her, and the one using investor threats to make the director fire someone else was also her. With Qin Feng's legal department and Suhan's public relations team mobilizing, the situation on the ground reversed completely within moments. Once the truth was revealed, the very netizens who had previously denounced and cursed Zhou Yujia became her most devoted defenders. It was only a matter of a few short hours. Since Meng Wenwen was taken away by the authorities, the entire direction of this matter online shifted beyond her control. Unfortunately, she would never see any of this. Due to her acts of defamation, she would be spending some time in custody. As the truth came to light, many netizens were shocked, and a large number of fans unfollowed her. Only a tiny fraction of diehard supporters continued desperately to defend her. Even if Zhou Yujia had done nothing wrong, they insisted on finding some fault somewhere to clear Meng Wenwen's name. Despite these misguided fans still putting up resistance, the tide had turned, and many relatively well-known celebrities began exposing how Meng Wenwen had treated them in the past. These individuals either had genuinely worked with Meng Wenwen or found themselves in situations similar to Zhou Yujia's, simply lacking someone behind the scenes willing to protect them, as fiercely forcing them to leave their respective productions. They had all preserved evidence of the mistreatment and bullying they had endured, merely waiting for the right moment to bring it to light. Now they wondered who exactly Meng Wanwen had offended to be exposed so publicly, and naturally none of them wanted to miss this opportunity. One after another they posted their own stories of being mistreated online. In a strange twist, Meng Wanwen ironically achieved the level of top-tier traffic, at least for a time. After all, her name dominated the trending charts and discussion around her was at its highest. Unfortunately, she would never witness any of it. Once inside, all electronic communication devices were confiscated. Meanwhile, the incident continued to spark waves of discussion across the internet. Those diehard fans who had stubbornly defended her could no longer deceive themselves in the face of such irrefutable evidence. One by one, they quietly unfollowed. All of her related accounts were subsequently banned by the social platforms. With that, the matter reached its conclusion. It would be some time before the entertainment circle moved past this scandal. Although Zhou Yujia had finally received fair treatment, some still refused to let go of the claim that she had a wealthy patron. They sought to uncover the identity of the company boss behind Zhou Yujia, which naturally led them to Qin Feng. The speculation sparked a small wave of discussion online. Ultimately, the agency issued a lawyer's cease and desist warning, which gradually quieted those voices. When Zhou Yujia learned of this, she felt deeply uneasy. She specifically returned to the company to apologize to Qin Feng. "I'm sorry, boss. I never expected her to resort to such defamation, and I certainly didn't expect it to implicate you. I hope Madame Qin isn't upset about anything." Early that morning, Yi Qingxue had already called him. But this time, it wasn't to accuse him of improper relations with a female subordinate. She was furious, wanting to personally confront Meng Wanwen. Only after seeing that the legal team had been mobilized did she finally calm down. She held no misunderstanding between him and Zhou Yujia. She simply asked him to handle the matter properly and to always protect his employees. "Don't worry, she isn't upset. Besides, the fault was never yours. You are my employee, and protecting your legitimate rights is only natural. Please don't let this trouble you." With Qin Feng's reassurance, Zhou Yujia finally felt at ease. Upon returning to the film set, the director treated her with utmost kindness. Because their film crew operated on a low budget and the director's reputation in the entertainment circle was somewhat peculiar. All the works he directed were excellent, making many stars eager to collaborate with him. However, this director had an extremely strange temperament. He would simply give up whenever things didn't go his way. Sometimes his movies or TV dramas could take 2 to 3 times as long as similar productions. It was simply that the director had encountered some troubles before, so his sharp edges had been smoothed down during this period. If he had his own funds, and there had been no issues with his previous film, he would not need to submit to anyone's will. He would shoot if he wished or leave if he did not. Yet this time, Qin Feng's domineering protection of his protégé revealed a situation entirely different from the usual entertainment industry atmosphere. The crew also released the true details of the situation online, effectively burying the person with evidence from which there was no escape. It is worth mentioning that Meng Wanwen's sponsor did not attempt any rescue. They simply cut ties with the situation in a clean and decisive manner. She was merely one female celebrity among many. If he wanted someone, there were plenty in the entertainment circle. Under his management, there were countless girls younger, more obedient, and more sensible than her. There was no need to drag the entire company down for just one person. Though it was a case of sacrifice, it certainly did not involve too much collateral damage. Meng Wanwen instead became an abandoned piece that nobody came to save. But once she emerged and learned everything that had happened, whether she would regret her earlier arrogance and bullying, that was for her to decide. Without Meng Wanwen, the director brought in a new actor and res-hot all the previous scenes. Then he revised the script again. Although it cost some time, the crew, without Meng Wanwen, appeared remarkably harmonious. Combined with Zhou Yujia frequently consulting the seniors and the director on set about how to perform her scenes to better capture the director's vision, her enthusiasm was contagious, spurring the entire crew to push themselves harder. Against all expectations, they managed to complete filming within the original schedule, and Zhou Yujia gained valuable experience from this production, her acting skills reaching new heights. Time passed swiftly, and soon the film's editing, dubbing, and review processes all passed smoothly. The premiere was drawing near. Zhou Yujia had planned to follow the crew's promotional schedule, but unexpectedly, after one promotional event, the male lead's agent approached her directly. Facing the agent, whose gentle expression masked an intimidating presence, Zhou Yujia greeted her politely. "Sister Zhao, is there something you need? I originally wanted to discuss this with your agent, but I could not reach her these past 2 days, and she was not here with you, so I had no choice but to come to you directly." The middle-aged woman known as Sister Zhao offered Zhou Yujia a smile. Yet no matter how one looked at it, there was an unmistakable air of condescension in that expression. "Sister Hong encountered some issues and could not join me these past 2 days. Sister Zhao, please tell me directly what you need." At the mention of Su Hong, Zhou Yujia's eyes reddened. Su Hong had been in a car accident 2 days ago and was still hospitalized. That was why Zhou Yujia had been so exhausted and in poor condition these past few days. She had been shuttling between the hospital and the crew, sometimes unable to tend to everything at once. She might not have even had time to come today. But after Qin Feng learned of this, he encouraged her to focus on the promotional events without worry, assuring her that the company would handle everything at the hospital. However, this accident was severe. Su Hong remained in a coma and had not yet regained consciousness. She was still not fully out of danger. Zhou Yujia was already struggling with inner torment and sorrow when unexpectedly the male lead's agent approached her at that moment. I will be direct. In this film, your character and our artist's character share a first love romance. Given the leaks that have already generated fan interest in your pairing, why not capitalize on this momentum? A bit of publicity between you two could really boost the film's profile. Hearing the agent's words, Zhou Yujia's brows furrowed immediately. When she first entered the entertainment circle, she already had a boyfriend, so no one had ever approached her about such arrangements. As for those shipping fans, she essentially had none. And it was precisely for this reason that her career development had been limited. Yet now that she had returned to the entertainment circle and news of her breakup had circulated, matters she had never worried about before were suddenly being thrust upon her. But she had no desire to spark rumors with anyone or engage in fabricated pairings. She would cooperate with promotional activities as the script required. However, work and personal life were separate matters, and she did not wish to agree. Sister Zhao, this is really unnecessary. I will certainly cooperate with any promotional requirements for work, but if actual rumors were to spread, it would only hinder both our careers going forward. I think we should leave it at that. Though she was not particularly famous before she had made her stance clear. She would never engage in manufactured romances with male co-stars, whether in television or film. Maintaining professional conduct was an essential attitude in the entertainment industry. This could be considered professional dedication as an actor, but blurring the line between work and personal life would be a sign of unprofessionalism. Creating buzz around your pairing would only boost the film's visibility, and it would be entirely beneficial for both of you. I am sorry, Sister Zhao, but I simply cannot agree to this. Zhou Yujia, how long have you been in this industry? You have barely risen to fame. Do you truly intend to act entitled because of your backing? This is not about being entitled. It is about my personal principles. When I entered the entertainment circle, I made it publicly known that I would never entertain romantic rumors with anyone. Despite Zhou Yujia's earnest explanation, the agent refused to listen, convinced that Zhou Yujia was simply using her connections to play hard to get. Ultimately, the conversation ended on a sour note. After the agent descended, she relayed everything to the male lead, who furrowed his brow. He had originally hoped to use this opportunity to pursue a relationship with Zhou Yujia. After all, she truly matched his aesthetic preferences. But caught off guard by her refusal, he silently endorsed whatever plan the agent devised next. She is merely a celebrity. There is no need for you to care too much about her. When the online criticism turns completely against her, she will understand what a mistake it was to reject me. The agent did not regard Zhou Yujia as a threat at all. She is simply a newly famous actress, yet she had the audacity to refuse me. If I had not found her attractive and desired a relationship through rumors, would I have bothered to give her so much attention? The male celebrity appeared extremely arrogant and dismissive. Alright, do not intervene in this matter. Promote as needed, attend events together, and make sure no one suspects your true intentions. Afterward, this trouble will not fall upon you. After the agent settled this plan, she went below to prepare. She was not as foolish as Meng Wenwen, who would directly publish through her own account. Would that not be tantamount to telling everyone she disapproved of Zhou Yujia? Moreover, their identities were so sensitive. So she reported this matter to the company. The male celebrity was currently highly sought after at the company. So the company immediately deployed the hundreds of marketing accounts under its management. In addition, the agent deliberately mobilized her connections within the industry, beginning to spread rumors that Zhou Yujia had brought capital into the production. And her attitude was extremely arrogant. Unlike Meng Wenwen, she kept some photographs and audio recordings. Even if authorities investigated, these materials would appear genuine. They were absolutely not fabricated. The Zhou Yujia displayed in these materials was completely different from the kind and approachable person everyone knew. Her arrogance on the surface was almost overwhelming. It clearly showed deliberate bullying toward others. She had become a second Meng Wenwen. Previously, the matter of Zhou Yujia bringing capital into the production had not received a strong counter-response. Indeed, because of her, Qin Feng had invested 10 million into the drama. Although the production team had stated that Zhou Yujia had never bullied anyone on set, Meng Wenwen and this male celebrity were not on the same level. This male celebrity, although his momentum had somewhat declined, was still considered a former top-tier star. He remained a super first-line figure with fans numbering in the tens of millions. After the agent mentioned this matter briefly in several major fan groups, quite a few fans began to seize upon the fact that Zhou Yujia had interacted too little with the male celebrity during promotional events. They directly accused Zhou Yujia of being unprofessional and of looking down on their idol. Zhou Yujia was truly undergoing cyberbullying this time. Because Su Hong was hospitalized after a car accident, she did not yet have another agent. She had originally thought that once this filming ended and all the commercial promotional videos were completed, she could peacefully take care of Su Hong for a while. But she did not expect her assistant to rush over urgently and show her the latest trending search list. When she saw those entries, Zhou Yujia's face instantly turned pale. She could hardly stand on her feet. She quickly took out her phone and entered the platform. She discovered that everything was filled with insults directed at her. Even her private messages were filled with indecent, insulting words and disturbing images. Her assistant quickly escorted Zhou Yujia back to the company. However, some media reporters who had caught wind of the situation were already waiting downstairs at the company. Seeing Zhou Yujia in this state, they pushed forward eagerly. They used various sharp words to wound Zhou Yujia's heart. Zhou Yujia did not understand how things had come to this. She wanted to defend herself, but no one listened to her. Fortunately, the security guards hired by Qin Feng handled the situation promptly, quickly escorting everyone back into the company. But her appearance that day once again provided new material for cyberbullying. When Qin Feng learned of this matter, he almost immediately stepped in to handle it, determined not to let the rumors continue to spread. However, he lacked sufficient public relations experience, and the results were poor. Whenever he offered a brief explanation, the male celebrities agent would immediately release new materials. They were determined to thoroughly destroy Zhou Yujia's reputation. Now the online condemnation of Zhou Yujia had reached a climax. Some even brought up Meng Wenwen again. They claimed that if Zhou Yujia had indeed behaved so badly, then Meng Wenwen's previous treatment of her was deserved. This time, even the drama team found it difficult to speak out. In an instant, the entire internet was swept up in the wave. Indeed, the discussion about this film had risen, but at the cost of cyberbullying Zhou Yujia. Seeing that he could not handle the situation, Qin Feng simply asked Zhou Yujia to relax and stay at the company for a while, avoiding those hot searches online. She should not look at those online messages either. Once he thought of a way to handle it, he would quickly resolve this trouble. Yi Qingxue also learned of Qin Feng's distress and knew about what Zhou Yujia had recently experienced. After handling everything, she called Qin Feng and asked him to accompany her out for a meal. Qin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but he had not spent time with Yi Qingxue for a long time, so he agreed. However, when going to pick up Yi Qingxue for dinner, he could not help but worry about Zhou Yujia's situation. Yi Qingxue offered comfort, rest assured there will be a surprise tonight. Qin Feng did not know what surprise Yi Qingxue referred to, but he still smiled at her, not wanting Yi Qingxue to worry along with him. When the two arrived at the private room, Yi Qingxue mysteriously told Qin Feng that 2 other people had not yet arrived. After 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao Tianbao appeared at the door of the private room with a sharp-looking woman. Qin Feng looked at the woman before him and felt she seemed somewhat familiar. Because he had opened an entertainment company, he also had a basic understanding of some matters in the entertainment circle. The celebrities he could not recognize before, he could now identify most of them, but this person should not be a celebrity. Mr. Zhao, have you been well recently? Qin Feng remembered Zhao Tianbao, who had said he would cooperate with him before, but due to subsequent events the cooperation had been temporarily delayed. Had he come today to discuss cooperation? Then who was this woman? Mr. Qin, I heard you are encountering some difficulties. This is Ms. Lin Wan, a top agent my friend once knew, brought here specially to help you resolve these troubles. Hearing the introduction of Lin Wan, Qin Feng faintly guessed the purpose of Yi Qingxue's gathering. Yi Qingxue took over the conversation and told Qin Feng that Lin Wan had dissolved her contract with her previous company under very unpleasant circumstances. She was currently between positions. Perhaps Qin Feng could invite her to join his company. Ms. Lin, please be seated. I wonder what requirements you have for the company going forward. Qin Feng sincerely invited Lin Wan to join the company. I have heard that your agency is a newly established company, but I do not concern myself with the size of the firm. What matters to me is whether the boss truly respects the staff and artists under their care. After a composed handshake with Qin Feng, Lin Wan immediately put forward her requirements. Qin Feng nodded earnestly, for he shared the very same sentiments. He was unaware that Lin Wan's struggle stemmed from the artists she had personally nurtured, talents who had already reached the prestigious ranks of Best Actor and Best Actress. Yet they were pressured into attending banquets and subjected to the hidden arrangements that lurk beneath the surface. This was precisely why she refused to remain silent, leading to a vehement clash with the company. In the end, she found herself departing entirely alone. Not a single artist she had guided chose to stand by her side. All because the company had dangled promises of brighter futures ahead, if only they would comply with every arrangement. They chose to abandon the very mentor who had shaped their careers. Compounding matters, the company harbored deep dissatisfaction toward Lin Wan over the matter. They pressured her repeatedly to take on artists with tarnished records. This directly contradicted the principles she had upheld when she first joined. After all, it was her dedication that had propelled the company from humble beginnings to its current position of prominence. Yet she understood the wisdom of knowing when to let go. Since the company had strayed so far from the ideals that had drawn her, and she made the choice to walk away. The severance from her former employer had been fraught with friction. Without the intervention of Zhao Tianbao and his friend, her departure might never have unfolded so smoothly. This debt of gratitude toward Zhao Tianbao and his friend lingered. When Yi Qingxue learned of Qin Feng's company situation, and Zhao Tianbao encountered the same details online. They saw an opportunity to place Lin Wan within Qin Feng's organization. The initiative reached out to Yi Qingxue, which led directly to today's gathering. Naturally, our company would never stoop to such shameful conduct. We have already handled similar controversies involving our artists in the past. Qin Feng spoke these words with genuine conviction. If you wish for me to join your agency, the compensation can align with your terms. However, I need explicit contractual language ensuring the company will not interfere in the artists I represent. This was her non-negotiable principle. She would yield on nothing. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation, absolutely. As long as you treat the artists well and never exploit them as mere stepping stones or cash cows, the company will never meddle in your decisions. Lin Wan quickly responded, I can also include a clause confirming I will never engage in anything that compromises the interests of the company or the artists. A smile softened Qin Feng's features as he spoke more gently. I trust you. I have heard of your distinguished reputation and understand the circumstances behind your departure from your former agency. I am confident you will excel at guiding the artists under your wing. Witnessing Qin Feng's reassuring smile, Lin Wan felt her tension gradually ease. She then outlined her next requirement. I do not want artists who are already fully established. The artists I take on may have flaws and may lack a polished public image, but they must not carry any substantial scandals. I need to know my artists completely. Qin Feng could not immediately respond to this point as it touched upon personal matters concerning the artists themselves. Complete transparency would require sharing private information with the manager. The very reason for seeking a new manager was to address Zhou Yuji's difficulties. Qin Feng had no authority to speak on Zhou Yuji's behalf. He could only respond cautiously, I cannot commit to this immediately as my artist is not present. Regarding her personal privacy, no one can answer on her behalf. Qin Feng had anticipated Lin Wan might be displeased with his answer, but to his surprise a look of satisfaction crossed her face as she presented additional conditions. The earlier demands had been quite stringent, yet Qin Feng had readily agreed to each one. The remaining matters simply concerned compensation and salary terms. Her request for the same compensation package as Su Hong was not rejected. In fact, if not for Su Hong's circumstances, Qin Feng might have proposed an even higher salary for Lin Wan. After all, Yi Qingxue had intervened to help resolve his troubles and extended a favor by making this introduction. Ultimately, every detail was successfully negotiated, further reinforced by the guarantees provided by both Zhao Tianbao and Yi Qingxue. The two vouched for Qin Feng together, assuring Lin Wan that he would prove to be an exemplary employer. By the conclusion of the meal, Lin Wan agreed to the arrangement. She expressed her intention to personally meet with the artist she would be managing next to assess how best to address her situation. Following the meal, Zhao Tianbao saw Lin Wan home. Qin Feng accompanied Yi Qingxue on her way back. As they walked home, the evening breeze caressed them gently. Qin Feng tenderly took Yi Qingxue's hand, gazing at her exquisite features beneath the lamplight. He could not help but murmur softly, Thank you, Xiao Shui. Without you, I truly would not know how to navigate this situation. You are my guiding star. You have helped me overcome difficulties on 2 occasions now. Hearing such sincere gratitude from the one she loved, Yi Qingxue's heart swelled with warmth. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng in a tight embrace, and he responded in kind without hesitation. Bathed in the golden glow of the street lamp, the two held each other close, their moment overflowing with sweetness and warmth. Qin Feng listened to Yi Qingxue's gentle voice. Seeing you so weary day after day breaks my heart. Being able to help you makes all the difference. It means everything to me. Qin Feng offered no verbal reply, only a tighter embrace in return. The following day, Lin Wan arrived at the company as agreed. She met Zhou Yuji, who found herself at the center of public controversy. After understanding the situation, Lin Wan assured Qin Feng with confidence, I will resolve this matter smoothly. With Lin Wan's assurance, Qin Feng felt completely at ease. However, he still needed to inform Su Hong about the change in management. Su Hong had barely escaped danger and occasionally regained consciousness. The company committed to covering all future medical expenses and ensuring comprehensive treatment and recovery support. To avoid delaying Zhou Yuji's career, she was placed under Lin Wan's management, a decision that received appropriate approval. Zhou Yuji expressed her intention to visit Su Hong once she recovered to explain the situation firsthand. The company also pledged to ensure Su Hong's well-being for the years ahead. So it was the other party's agent who came to you suggesting you create a fictional couple image and spread rumors together, but you refused. And that very night, such trending topics appeared online. So you suspect the other party's agent deliberately used their connections within the industry to smear your reputation. To understand how to handle this situation, we first need to understand how this public opinion was formed in the first place. On Lin Wan's first day at the company after finding Zhou Yuji, she did not let her continue dwelling in sorrow. Instead, she directly asked about what had happened and the specific details of the matter. This incident was deeply etched in Zhou Yuji's mind. It was this very matter that had led to her current suffering. Naturally, she could never forget it. She no longer dared to log into any online platforms. Every day she worried about what those people on the internet were saying about her. The greater her suffering, the stronger her resentment toward the lead actor's agent became. She only refused to participate in a fabricated romance image with him. Why did the other party treat her this way and even attempt to ruin her? I just cannot understand. I simply did not want to stir up rumors with him. I only refused to create a fake couple image. Why did it escalate to this point? Zhou Yujia voiced her heartfelt confusion. I have interacted with your co-star before, but weren't you playing the female lead in the film? Why would he choose to fabricate rumors with you instead of the actual female lead? Lin Wan had not seen the film and was unfamiliar with the plot. Because they two are business partners and there is no romantic chemistry between them in the movie, only a friendship beyond ordinary ties. Meanwhile, my character is the male lead's first love. Zhou Yujia patiently explained the situation. After Lin Wan had gathered all the details, she offered comfort to Zhou Yujia. Within 2 days she would resolve this matter. During these 2 days Zhou Yujia should continue as before and avoid responding to the online discussions. Please hand over your personal social media accounts to me for management. Additionally, please contact the production crew and inform them of the situation. Ask the director what kind of resolution they would prefer. I am 80% confident that I can redirect the public opinion toward the other party. However, this might affect the upcoming release of your film and could impact the male lead's reputation. The idea is to let him experience firsthand what you are going through. This was Lin Wan's first proposal. For the second option, I am fully confident that we can minimize this matter and shift the focus elsewhere. The other party will only face minor public criticism, nothing severe. And this approach will not affect the film's upcoming release. This was Lin Wan's second proposal. Zhou Yujia did not make an immediate choice on the spot. After contacting the director, she ultimately selected the second option. She still had a long career ahead of her in this industry. Besides, the matter could only truly implicate that agent. Involving the male lead would have been considerably more complicated. Moreover, the director had also been actively working to address the issue. The production team had issued a statement clarifying that she had never behaved arrogantly on set or bullied others. However, the matter of investing capital to join the cast could not be denied. After all, Qin Feng truly had made an investment. Yet her performance had been outstanding, so there was no exaggeration of her role or surpassing the female lead. During this controversy, the female lead remained neutral and only shared some behind-the-scenes moments from the set. Perhaps because the male lead's agent had already communicated beforehand, she did not wish to get too involved. Have you made up your mind? If you miss such a good opportunity, it will be too late to seek justice later. Lin Wan seemed surprised by Zhou Yujia's choice of the second path. I thought the crew had not spoken up for me, but actually the director sought out many people and even reached out to the male lead's side in an attempt to communicate, yet it proved unfruitful. And I truly love this role so much. I do not want a single disruptive element to prevent this film from being released. Those who practice injustice will eventually face consequences. This person will surely receive their reckoning someday. Even without me, someone else would certainly step forward. Zhou Yujia stood firm in her decision. Lin Wan no longer pressed further. With her choice made, Lin Wan quickly mobilized industry contacts and the video evidence they had gathered to mount a swift counter-response. They pushed back against the false accusations, though the response did not create a massive stir. The opposing side effortlessly deflected the counterattack. However, they no longer had the chance to heap further blame onto Zhou Yujia. The other party's agent was also aware that Lin Wan had become Zhou Yujia's new agent. Not wanting to offend Lin Wan, they could only drop the matter. The film was released on schedule, unaffected by the earlier controversy. Zhou Yujia's performance won over the audience. Her follower count grew by hundreds of thousands once again. Just at that moment, Qin Feng's clothing company was suddenly exposed for quality control issues and poor customer service. Qin Feng personally investigated the clothing company, visiting the manufacturing facilities and the product selection department. Only then did he discover that the director of product selection had partnered with small workshops, which led to quality problems in certain batches of clothing. Facing these mistakes caused by management negligence, Qin Feng chose not to evade responsibility. After dealing with the relevant personnel in the company, he personally released a public relations video. He issued a public apology and held a press conference expressing willingness to take back the defective garments and offering to custom-make new clothing for affected customers at no cost as compensation. The originally rising public discussion was quickly cooled by Qin Feng's timely and sincere handling. Some customers tentatively reached out only to discover that Qin Feng was not merely making promises. He truly was remaking custom clothing for customers who had received defective items, and they could freely choose the styles. Except for certain discontinued styles no longer in production, all current season and past season clothing could be made for them. Customers could also freely choose the pricing tier. Moved by Qin Feng's sincerity, the customers' frustration gradually dissipated. Most did not take advantage of the situation, generally choosing items at price points similar to their original purchases. With Qin Feng's decisive intervention, the company's public image gradually improved. Zhao Tianbao, owing to a prior matter involving Lin Wan, also initiated cooperation with Qin Feng's clothing company. However, this incident inspired a new idea for him. He sought out Qin Feng and proposed his thoughts. Why can't we collaborate with film crews? Qin Feng had never seriously considered collaborating with film crews before. The clothing sold in his design studio, aside from certain limited edition pieces, was designed for mass production. However, costumes for film and television productions needed to be custom tailored to each actor's physique. While there was no obstacle to doing so, no production crew had ever reached out to their company before. This was something Qin Feng had not anticipated. I hadn't thought about cooperating with film crews before, he replied earnestly to Zhao Tianbao. I was thinking that you have an entertainment agency under your management, and some of your artists already appear in films or TV dramas. Perhaps we could proactively reach out to them. Zhao Tianbao seemed somewhat exasperated. Qin Feng thought about Zhao Tianbao's suggestion and found it rather feasible. But my company only has one artist, and as far as I know, she hasn't received any new scripts yet. Besides, I'm unsure whether her next project would be period costume fantasy or contemporary. He paused, weighing the possibilities. Zhao Tianbao sighed gently and explained to Qin Feng, we can establish long-term collaborations with various production crews in the entertainment industry. Once our reputation grows through this business, crews will come to us. We don't necessarily need to limit ourselves to projects featuring our own artists. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Having never worked with a film crew before, he was uncertain about the process and turned to Zhao Tianbao for guidance. Zhao Tianbao offered several proposals for Qin Feng to consider. They could provide costumes to productions and use the opportunity to promote their brand. Pricing would be determined by Qin Feng himself based on the complexity of the costumes and the intricacy of the craftsmanship, whether through rental or sale. Once their reputation took shape, production crews would naturally seek them out. Later that day, Lin Wan called Qin Feng and invited him to visit the agency. After discussing matters with Zhao Tianbao, Qin Feng went to the entertainment company. He found Lin Wan waiting in her office and was curious about why she had requested his presence. Lin Wan asked directly, your company only has one artist. Qin Feng nodded uncertainly, noticing her expression shift into something difficult to read. He worried she might be disappointed by the small roster. He wanted to explain, but the company's artist development system was still not fully established, and the team was quite small. He had not actively sought additional artists, partly because his knowledge of the entertainment industry was limited. He truly couldn't think of anyone else who might be a suitable fit. As you can see, our current situation is modest, Qin Feng explained with some embarrassment. There is only one agent on staff, another is currently hospitalized with an uncertain recovery timeline, and our artist cultivation system is still maturing. Having Zhou Yujia is enough for now. Lin Wan listened patiently. I asked you here to discuss expanding our roster. The concerns you mentioned are actually manageable. Artists just need professional training, and for agents, quality matters more than quantity. Lin Wan shared her insights about the entertainment industry. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, understanding that a few excellent agents were far more valuable than dozens of mediocre ones. But top-tier agents were rare treasures. Both Su Hong previously and Lin Wan now had come to his company through fortunate circumstances beyond his control. Not every exceptional agent would be so fortunate. The more accomplished the agent, the more valuable their network and industry connections. Precisely what a growing company needed most. Truly forward-thinking agencies would never easily let go of their star agents. Qin Feng recognized that his company could not currently compete financially with the powerful agencies in the industry. At this stage, bringing more established agents into the company was simply not feasible. Wishing it were so would not change reality. I understand what you're saying, Qin Feng replied. But please consider our situation. Without additional agents, even if we brought in new artists, we would need to cultivate them from scratch, which demands considerable time and energy. Sensing that Lin Wan might misinterpret his hesitation, he quickly added, of course, I mean that once our system is fully established, I will certainly expand the roster and begin training new talent. Lin Wan did not press further. Instead, she recommended someone, a former classmate of hers named Gao Xiaochen. Gao Xiaochen had been working abroad, but had recently returned. Though talented, he was new to the domestic scene. Lin Wan suggested that Qin Feng might want to meet with him if he was open to it. If you feel you can manage the arrangements, we could hold open auditions. Most established artists in the industry already belong to companies or studios. Our company's name is still too small to attract them, so we should focus on newcomers and those just entering the field. Lin Wan agreed with Qin Feng's assessment. His company had many gaps that needed filling, and attracting seasoned artists would indeed be challenging. It might be wiser to cultivate talent from the beginning, avoiding the disappointment of investing in artists who might later turn against the company. He hoped this time things would go differently. After discussing his thoughts with Lin Wan, he entrusted her with handling the matter. Zhou Yujia happened to have no upcoming schedules at the moment, making it a convenient time. Lin Wan wouldn't need to devote excessive attention to Zhou Yujia right now. Zhou Yujia had also requested 2 days off to recover from the emotional toll of recent online harassment and to visit Su Hong in the hospital. Lin Wan used these 2 days to begin organizing the open auditions. That evening, while dining with Zhao Tianbao and Yi Qingxue, the topic arose naturally. Lin Wan asked about the audition plans. Zhao Tianbao, curious, inquired what kind of audition they were planning. Qin Feng shared with him and Yi Qingxue what Lin Wan had discussed earlier that day. Since you're already holding auditions, why not create a talent showcase program? After the initial screenings, you'll need to refine your selections anyway. A variety show would not only help with filtering, but also generate buzz and public interest. Zhao Tianbao's suggestion brought a moment of quiet reflection around the table. How had they all overlooked such an opportunity? That's a practical idea Qin Feng used. A showcase program would require financial backing, but the group can certainly support it. Let's schedule a morning meeting tomorrow and discuss it with the other shareholders. With that plan set, Qin Feng felt a sense of direction taking shape. The pieces were beginning to align. The next morning during the regular meeting, Qin Feng directly proposed holding a talent show, considering that an entertainment company could not rely on just one artist. Moreover, other companies had also grown gradually from small beginnings. Nowadays, other companies were developing very smoothly. Since they had decided to enter the entertainment industry business, they needed to cultivate their own artists step by step. He had originally planned to hold open auditions and select some promising amateurs. But since they already had this selection process, why not turn it directly into a program? This would not only increase their viewership ratings, it could also take advantage of this opportunity to give the selected amateurs immediate fame from the start. Qin Feng shared his idea with the other shareholders. This is what I'm thinking. Although many entertainment companies scout and start directly with amateurs, we have the capital. So since we're going to hold auditions, why not turn it directly into a program? When Qin Feng first started this entertainment company, everyone thought he was just seeing easy money in the entertainment circle and wanted to open an entertainment company as a pastime. But it was clear Qin Feng had taken this seriously. They were merely shareholders. Generally, as long as Qin Feng's decisions wouldn't cause major problems, they would not raise objections. Now that Qin Feng said this again, the other shareholders exchanged glances, huddled together to whisper for a moment, and then agreed that Qin Feng's idea was actually quite good. Now their first artist had succeeded smoothly. With such a good start, they could naturally begin investing energy in cultivating other artists. Turning the selection process into a program was still uncharted territory. It was easy to imagine that such a program, once broadcast, would attract considerable attention. In this way, their artists would gain massive attention from the start, naturally better than rookie artists. Since the boss has already made up his mind, we naturally agree with the boss's decision. However, this open audition and the talent show still need careful deliberation. Don't let in anyone prone to scandal. Yes, the materials for the open audition must be checked thoroughly. A previous entertainment company was like this. A decent company fell apart because the actress they personally groomed was exposed in a scandal. The money in the entertainment circle may be easy to earn, but there are crises everywhere. If we want to grow this company, we must pay attention to every aspect. Some money can be earned, some money absolutely cannot. Since the boss has made his decision, if there's anything needed from the company side for this activity, feel free to arrange it. Other aspects will depend on how well the planning staff prepares. Listening to the shareholders' lack of opposition, Qin Feng nodded. These were matters he had naturally considered long ago. Since he wanted to build this into a full-scale talent show, he naturally had to plan carefully. After the group deemed it feasible, it naturally required large amounts of funding to prepare for this program. Meanwhile, Qin Feng went directly to Lin Wan. Since it was jointly decided by Lin Wan and Zhao Tianbao that it could be turned into a talent show program, he could only rely on her connections to ask her to help invite seniors in the industry to serve as judges. Entertainment company. Prepare the funds for now, because there are some seniors in the industry whom we want to invite as judges. The means may not necessarily be money. Of appearance fees must be sufficient. But more importantly, it depends on mutual benefits. Although our talent agency's reputation is not yet large, it should be possible to invite seniors from the industry to anchor the show. It's best to invite some veteran seniors with high credentials. Although their fame may not be as big, their fans will definitely be more receptive than fans of some top young stars. After hearing what Qin Feng needed her to do, Lin Wan immediately agreed. She had been a top agent in the industry for so long. Although she had changed companies, now the resources and connections she held would not change just because she switched companies. She herself was powerful, hence she had so many connections. This matter she naturally accepted without hesitation. Qin Feng also gave her sufficient funds, so she wouldn't face any difficulties in this regard. Having such a boss, Lin Wan was also very satisfied. Not only did he support her work, but he also didn't interfere. This made Lin Wan even more dedicated. Those she invited were all big names in the industry. There were top traffic stars and naturally veteran seniors as well. Moreover, as a talent show, it directly maximized audience expectations from the start. The process was tightly interlinked, vivid, and rich. And it strictly guaranteed quality over quantity. Hopefully the final selection would indeed be the best among this batch, and most importantly, there would be no under-the-table dealings. Originally, the competition for the talent show was intense, yet progress remained smooth. Talents emerged from all sides, also making Qin Feng realize that the threshold to enter the entertainment circle was already so high. If you know nothing, wanting to enter the entertainment circle is really very difficult, even if you have beauty. But if you only have beauty, the pressure to enter the circle will be very high. And you would also bear heavy criticism. Thus the variety show gradually reached its middle to late stage. Watching the competition become increasingly fierce, Qin Feng never expected someone to have ulterior motives at such a critical juncture. After this selection round ended, the last-place female contestant was named Xiao Yuanyuan. Looking at her precarious score, thinking about all the efforts she had made to enter the entertainment circle, she absolutely could not stop here. But if she couldn't get a predetermined spot, if she couldn't let higher-ups see her, she feared she truly could not compete with those formidable opponents. So she harbored ulterior motives. She devised ways and spent a large sum to obtain Qin Feng's schedule, and when Qin Feng was on a business trip, she intended to approach him to gain favor. Unfortunately, she was discovered by Qin Feng. Now it turned out that not only did she fail to approach him, she also failed to advance to the next level smoothly. Instead, it led Qin Feng to make a phone call to the production team right in front of her. Her name was completely erased from the list, but to leave her a shred of dignity, no reason was announced. A hotel room. Our talent show is completely fair and transparent. If you have the ability, you will naturally advance to the next round. But I never expected you to do something like this. You have been eliminated. Please pack your belongings and leave. When Qin Feng stepped out of the shower, he discovered a beautiful woman lying on his bed dressed in remarkably light attire. Unexpected to encounter such a situation in a high-end hotel, he immediately called the staff with a cold expression. Upon seeing the scene, the staff initially assumed Qin Feng had brought the woman himself. However, upon witnessing Qin Feng's deeply displeased expression, they promptly offered their apologies. After reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered the woman had been following Qin Feng. She had not arrived at the same time as him. She had come to the hotel earlier and remained seated in the lobby. Only after seeing Qin Feng arrive did she pretend to be his wife and successfully obtained a room key card. I am deeply sorry, sir. It was our hotel's oversight. However, this lady claimed to be your wife, she claimed to be my wife and you treated her as such. If a man were to come and claim he is my husband, would you let him in as well? Qin Feng was nearly overwhelmed with frustration upon hearing the staff's explanation. I am truly sorry, truly sorry. We will handle this matter immediately and escort that lady out at once. Qin Feng did not even wish to return to the room. He directly instructed the staff to pack all his belongings, upgrade him to a suite, and deliberately avoided glancing at Xiao Yuanyuan. Xiao Yuanyuan could never have imagined Qin Feng would treat her this way. She had dressed exceptionally lightly, having no other clothing available solely to accomplish her plan for that day. She never expected such treatment from Qin Feng. When she left, a staff member dismissively handed her an outer garment. Otherwise, she truly did not know how she would have faced the situation. Even if Qin Feng refused her advances, could he not have treated her with more consideration? She had only made a momentary mistake in judgment. He had not only eliminated her from the program, but also humiliated her completely in front of everyone. Since her dream of becoming a star had already been shattered, she decided to bring everything down together. Thus, Xiao Yuanyuan was quietly shown the exit by Qin Feng from the hotel. Qin Feng, still deeply unsettled, wanted to call Yi Qingxue to complain about the incident. But he feared she might overthink the situation. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to inform Lin Wan about what had occurred. Lin Wan detected something unusual from his account. Previously, she had received information regarding Xiao Yuanyuan, which she intended to share with Qin Feng. However, lacking definitive evidence, she had set the matter aside. She never anticipated Xiao Yuanyuan would harbor further ill intentions. In the previous competition round, a contestant who was slightly stronger than Xiao Yuanyuan inexplicably lost her voice just moments before taking the stage to perform. Due to this reason, she regretfully withdrew from the audition early. However, after the event concluded, she reached out to Lin Wan. She claimed that before going on stage, she had consumed a throat lozenge provided by Xiao Yuanyuan. Since her throat was somewhat inflamed, and Xiao Yuanyuan had opened the package in front of her and eaten one herself, she had trusted her. But she was unsure whether this incident was connected to Xiao Yuanyuan. She merely felt deeply regretful, which is why she sought out Lin Wan to share the matter. Lin Wan had originally planned to find a suitable time after Qin Feng returned from his business trip to inform him. But unexpectedly, events unfolded sooner than anticipated. She had thought the matter had passed, yet Xiao Yuanyuan apparently sourced unethical media reporters from somewhere. They presented selectively edited video footage and encouraged extensive publicity. Furthermore, they initiated a live broadcast tearfully accusing Qin Feng of exploiting his position before reneging on his promises. She claimed they had agreed she would smoothly advance to the finals. Yet after their encounter, Qin Feng directly contacted the program judges, instructing them to remove her from the roster. When she first approached him, he was unwilling. Qin Feng threatened her, saying she was likely to be eliminated next round since she ranked last. In her moment of weakness, she believed in Qin Feng's promises, but unexpectedly, this talent show is merely his selection process for companions. I fell into this predicament because I trusted him too completely. I understand I no longer have the qualifications to enter the entertainment industry, but I must expose this matter. Do not trust Tianyu Entertainment Company. Do not go there, it is a dangerous pitfall. This time it was me. Who knows who will be next? But what should I do now? I no longer know if there is any reason for me to continue living. The exposed video angle was clearly taken from the opposite side in a surreptitious manner through the curtains. Although only vaguely visible, it indeed showed Xiao Yuanyuan dressed in light attire appearing on Qin Feng's bed. Qin Feng also appeared as though he had just finished bathing. Subsequently, another individual was seen escorting Xiao Yuanyuan away. After the video was released combined with Xiao Yuanyuan's live broadcast. While some criticized Xiao Yuanyuan for her imprudent behavior, far more people directed their condemnation toward Qin Feng. This caused the variety show's reputation to plummet instantly. Qin Feng experienced the full force of online harassment. Countless harassing phone calls and insulting messages flooded in. Disturbing images frequently appeared in Qin Feng's daily life. As a result of this incident, he narrowly avoided a car accident and was hospitalized. Hospital. Why were you so careless while driving? Was it because of those online matters? Yi Qingxue visited Qin Feng in the hospital and inquired about the situation. I truly did nothing wrong to betray your trust. The moment I discovered her presence, I asked her to leave. Qin Feng, fearing Yi Qingxue might misunderstand, quickly explained. Of course I know you would never betray me. I have already contacted the hotel front desk. That girl is a part-time employee. I am currently seeking her contact information. Yi Qingxue gently patted Qin Feng's hand. She had never doubted him. Since Qin Feng's injuries were not severe, the two went to the hotel together. After successfully reaching the front desk, Qin Feng paid double the amount to obtain the original recording. He also enlisted Bai Yino's assistance to restore the surveillance video that had later been damaged. Due to the overwhelming public opinion online, the hotel had actually deleted the surveillance footage. When Yi Qingxue first arrived to investigate this matter, the other party's attitude was remarkably hostile. Later, when officials from the relevant department stepped in, they claimed that the surveillance footage had been damaged. They stated that someone had accidentally misoperated the system and inadvertently deleted the surveillance recordings from those days. As a result, they professed ignorance regarding what had occurred. If not for Yi Qingxue having coincidentally reached out to the former receptionist who had worked part-time there, they might never have discovered an entry point at all. Once they found the entry point, they applied pressure to the hotel. The hotel finally confessed, honestly explaining that they had deleted the footage out of fear that online backlash might implicate their establishment. Therefore, the surveillance had to be deleted. However, the footage was truly irrecoverable and could not be restored. But Qin Feng had Bai Yinhua, a skilled hacker, at his disposal. Recovering a surveillance video was hardly a challenge. Only after enlisting Bai Yinua's help did he learn that Lin Wan had also sought someone to restore the footage from that day. Now Qin Feng possessed both the audio recording and the complete video. When she was continuing to viciously slander and insult him online, he released the complete video through an official platform account along with all relevant supporting evidence. The relevant authorities have intervened in this matter, so all the documents bear official seals and carry legal validity. This incident has caused tremendous impact on our company and Mr. Qin Feng. We will pursue legal responsibility against Ms. Xiao Yuanyuan. Spreading rumors and defamation will ultimately demand its price. Qin Feng executed a brilliant counterattack. The released video and complete evidence both demonstrated that it was actually the other party who had stealthily been tailing Qin Feng. Moreover, she had paid a substantial sum to purchase Qin Feng's whereabouts. Without Bai Yinua's intervention, obtaining these transaction records would have been nearly impossible. The rival bought Qin Feng's itinerary and followed him to the hotel where he traveled for business. Taking advantage of the moment when Qin Feng was bathing, she secretly entered his room. After changing clothes, she hid directly in his bed and also enlisted an accomplice in the building across the street to conduct advanced filming. The footage released by the unscrupulous entertainment reporter was actually provided by her own design, since she had money to hire a journalist to expose this matter. Qin Feng could naturally also use money to purchase their transaction records from the journalist. Public opinion online reversed instantaneously. Good heavens, this is utterly disgusting. So what happened is, she herself tried to seduce him, got rejected, and then flew into a fit of humiliation-induced anger. Exactly. She attempted to lure him into an improper arrangement, was rejected, and then sought revenge. Didn't you all watch her performance? The truth is she was able to advance smoothly in this round solely because of that quota. It had nothing to do with any exceptional ability. I wanted to say this while watching. If someone fundamentally does not meet the standard, it would be better to simply eliminate that quota altogether. She was essentially the tallest among dwarfs. Everyone was mediocre, but she appeared slightly better only by contrast with the others' shortcomings. Latest news, she managed to knock out the contestant rank just above her, which is how she smoothly secured the final spot. Truly disgusting. Fortunately, she never entered the entertainment industry. Otherwise, I feel I would never pay attention to anyone in that circle again. By this point, the reversal of online public opinion no longer mattered to Xiao Yuanyuan. Due to suspicions of rumor-mongering and defamation, and given the considerable viewership it had garnered, she was also summoned for questioning. However, this incident inadvertently drove the talent show to unprecedented popularity. Perhaps moved by a sense of guilt, many people came to support it, and the show's momentum reached new heights. Qin Feng subsequently published a statement expressing gratitude for everyone's trust and promising to prevent such incidents from occurring. This time it had happened to him personally, which is why he declined. Yet he truly could not imagine how widespread such practices were within the entertainment industry. There were people who subconsciously believed that submitting to improper arrangements would inevitably lead to successful debut. Qin Feng's remarks received unanimous praise. Meanwhile, during this period, Zhao Tianbao obtained some wonderful behind-the-scenes clips of the contestants from the talent show. He further refined and edited them on his own video platform, generating another wave of attention for Qin Feng. Half a month later, the talent show was successfully completed, and the female finalists formed a group named Girls. As soon as Girls debuted, their debut song immediately became the lead single and exploded upon release. Qin Feng's company, leveraging this talent show, naturally made considerable profits as well. The blockbuster success of their first single brought them yet another substantial earnings. To celebrate the smooth conclusion of the talent show, Qin Feng specially hosted a victory banquet. Beyond honoring the main protagonist, Qin Feng intended to express his gratitude to Lin Wan for her remarkable insight at this celebration. If Miss Lin had not been willing to join our entertainment company and had not proposed this creative concept, I would never have imagined there existed such a method to generate substantial profits for the company. In response to Qin Feng's thanks, Lin Wan merely offered a gentle smile. Indeed, she was fortunate that Qin Feng had provided her with a stage to showcase her talents. Zhao Tianbao leaned in from the side and earnestly asked Qin Feng, "I also contributed ideas to you, and I was the one who first proposed creating a talent show. Although I did not invite the judges, I helped promote it. Why aren't you thanking me?" Witnessing Zhao Tianbao's earnestness, Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless, but quickly made a proper and sincere effort to thank him. After finishing his drink, Zhao Tianbao seriously shared with Qin Feng that he believed they could strike while the iron was hot and produce another music program. Other companies are already preparing to imitate this trend. But since we have already done a talent show, next time we could revisit the classic format and create a music program, one that is truly distinctive and unlike anything else. Hearing Zhao Tianbao's words, Qin Feng did not immediately agree. Instead, he gazed at him with an expression reserved for a cherished treasure. He realized that every idea Zhao Tianbao proposed was remarkably sound. It would be wonderful if he could become a member of his own company. At the very least, perhaps a creative director position. Every day, he would devise these brilliant concepts, and each time, he demonstrated strokes of genius. He was truly a rare talent. Eager to recruit him, Qin Feng directly and enthusiastically asked Zhao Tianbao whether he had any interest in joining his management company. He could offer him a manager's position as well. "Whoa, brother, you are planning to poach from my company. Then how much salary do you intend to offer me?" Zhao Tianbao was genuinely surprised that Qin Feng had such thoughts, so he couldn't help but tease him. Perhaps because of the wine he had consumed, Qin Feng actually took Zhao Tianbao's words seriously. He sat up straight, looked at Zhao Tianbao earnestly, and said, "I don't know what salary your current company offers you. Just tell me directly what amount you'd consider reasonable, and I'd be glad to offer it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianbao could tell Qin Feng was being serious, which surprised him somewhat. But truthfully, he had never felt particularly attached to his original company anyway. He was indeed a veteran at the company. However, perhaps due to the leadership change, or simply because time had passed, the company no longer valued him as they once did. Someone new was already about to take his place. They had grown increasingly perfunctory and exploitative toward him. Despite this, he had been able to stay in China for quite some time. The reason was that his company had not assigned him any projects recently. This even included the promotional editing work he had done for Qin Feng last time. If not for the fact that the girl group was indeed generating significant attention during that period, he might have faced punishment from the company. The company executives had indeed reprimanded him for this matter. If not for the traffic he brought them, he probably would not have been able to maintain his position. So when Qin Feng seriously proposed the idea of recruiting him, Zhao Tianbao genuinely considered it. In fact, he had also thought about going independent and building his own media brand to achieve something on his own. He thought being a freelancer wouldn't be bad. But without a company behind him, many matters and business opportunities were difficult to pursue. So he had never been able to decide whether to leave the company. "Are you serious?" Zhao Tianbao also became serious. "Of course I'm serious. I've actually thought about this for a while, but felt it wasn't quite appropriate." Qin Feng spoke honestly. "Then let me think about it. I need to consider this properly." Zhao Tianbao gave this reply and did not say more. Actually, the reason Qin Feng brought this up at such an occasion was that he had overheard about Zhao Tianbao's disagreements with his original company. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng seized the opportunity of this celebration banquet to see if he could bring Zhao Tianbao into his company. He truly admired Zhao Tianbao's abilities. He sincerely hoped Zhao Tianbao could join his company. At the same time, he did not want to see Zhao Tianbao wasting his talents at a company that did not deserve him. If that platform could not provide the treatment he deserved, then let me be the one. Let my company give you the respect and treatment you should have. No problem. Take your time to think. Don't feel awkward just because we're friends. Whatever treatment you received before, or whatever treatment you believe you deserve, just tell me directly. If you name too low a figure, I'll actually be upset. After saying this, Qin Feng lightly tapped Zhao Tianbao's shoulder. Seeing the sincere smile on Qin Feng's face, Zhao Tianbao also felt somewhat relieved and smiled back at him. He truly began to consider this matter seriously. After the celebration banquet concluded, everyone naturally returned to their respective duties. The newly debuted girl group began participating in commercial performances across various venues. Lin Wan also started planning their future development path. Although they had formed a group, there were still center positions leaders and differences in popularity. Moreover, such groups often could not maintain their momentum for long. Once they noticed the heat gradually declining, members might choose to pursue individual careers. Or they might keep the team format, but develop along different paths. Currently, their combined popularity was stronger, so they mainly participated in various programs as a group. But later, if they discovered that certain members generated more individual attention, they would arrange more commercial performances or endorsement deals for them. Late into the celebration banquet, Qin Feng suddenly received a phone call from Yi Qingxue. She said she wanted to bring someone over for him to meet. This was the first time Qin Feng heard Yi Qingxue say such a thing. He wondered what need there might be within the group for Yi Qingxue to help recruit someone. Assuming she might be bringing over some key personnel, he agreed directly. He had originally hoped Yi Qingxue could attend this celebration banquet. But Yi Qingxue had said she had something come up temporarily and would arrive later. He did not expect her to bring someone along. Qin Feng did not refuse and sent the address to Yi Qingxue. Less than half an hour later, Yi Qingxue arrived with a remarkably beautiful woman who exuded an obvious elegance. "Who is this?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "I specifically brought her over to see if she might be able to join our company," Yi Qingxue said modestly. Meanwhile, Lin Wan circled around the beautiful woman and couldn't help but comment, setting aside everything else just based on her appearance and posture, she could enter the entertainment industry. Yi Qingxue quickly replied sweetly, "Sister Lin Wan has great taste. But she is not only about looks. Ms. Ni Xian, why don't you show us your voice?" The woman called Ni Xian did not hesitate. After glancing at everyone present, she walked directly to a nearby stage area. Using the equipment available on site, she performed a song. Her voice was remarkably clear and possessed extraordinary penetration. When Ni Xian went up to sing, Zhao Tianbao sneaked over to Yi Qingxue's side. He whispered to Yi Qingxue, "Your boyfriend and sister Lin Wan were just trying to recruit me, wanting to poach me. What do you think, should I accept?" Hearing this, Yi Qingxue was indeed somewhat surprised. She glanced at Qin Feng and Lin Wan, who were appreciating Ni Xian's singing. Yi Qingxue did not immediately give a direct answer to Zhao Tianbao's question. If it were up to her, she would certainly support it, but that depended on Zhao Tianbao's own thoughts. Zhao Tianbao had briefly told her what had happened. Yi Qingxue asked after listening, "Then do you want to try making your own content?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianbao was stunned. In truth, he was quite tempted. But precisely because he was tempted, he felt conflicted. "Just follow your heart. If you want to do it, then come." Yi Qingxue replied in this way, and then said no more. After the celebration banquet concluded, everyone naturally returned to their respective posts. The newly debuted group began touring for commercial performances. Lin Wan started arranging their upcoming development plans. Although they had formed a group, there were differences in center positions, leadership roles, and popularity levels. Such groups typically could not sustain their momentum for long. Once the heat faded, members might pursue individual careers or continue as a team while developing different paths. Currently, their combined popularity was greater, so they mainly appeared in programs as a group. But later, if certain members gained more individual popularity, the company would arrange more commercial performances or endorsements for them. Late into the celebration, Qin Feng received a call from Yi Qingxue, who said she wanted to bring someone to meet him. This surprised him, as he could not think of any reason within the group requiring her help to find people. He had hoped Yi Qingxue could attend the banquet, but she had said she had something to attend to and would arrive later. Now she wanted to bring someone. Qin Feng did. Hearing these words from Yi Qingxue, Zhao Tianbao nodded and returned to his seat, continuing to ponder deeply. He truly wanted to stand on his own. He also genuinely desired to create his own music program. Why did he propose this idea to Qin Feng? It was indeed because the show currently had popularity, so he hoped Qin Feng could seize this opportunity. Secondly, he had always loved music, but his own musical talent was not particularly outstanding. So he thought that if Qin Feng could produce a music program, it would also fulfill his own dream. But Qin Feng wanted to recruit him directly into his own company. He suddenly felt unsure about whether to accept Qin Feng's offer, because he was afraid of disappointing Qin Feng. Yes, disappointing him. He had always been extraordinarily confident in himself, but at that moment his self-confidence began to waver. He suddenly felt that perhaps his abilities were not as strong as he had always believed. "You are my friend, and he is my boyfriend. If I speak from a personal perspective, I would certainly hope you go help him, because I know how capable you are. But I do not want you to make a decision out of impulse that you might regret later. This is related to your future career and whether your dreams can come true, so I still hope you can consider it carefully. Do not go just because someone asks you to. Go only when you yourself truly want to, so that you will not let yourself down." After saying all this, Yi Qingxue sat beside Zhao Tianbao, then went back to find Qin Feng. These words ultimately helped Zhao Tianbao make the choice he had long desired. Xiao Xue, where did you find this person? Her singing is incredibly beautiful. Is this her original song? It sounds somewhat like folk music, yet carries a subtle emotional warmth. Qin Feng had seen Yi Qingxue talking with Zhao Tianbao, so he did not ask what they had discussed. Instead, he directly offered his thoughts on the person Yi Qingxue had brought along. Of course, if she were not talented, I would not have the courage to bring her here. She is a folk singer with truly impressive ability, and she has participated in many grassroots music competitions. Yi Qingxue said this while taking out her phone and scrolling through videos to show Qin Feng. The only reason she has not achieved greater success is that she lacks connections. Although she has entered the entertainment industry, she has always remained on the fringe. But you heard her voice. It is truly remarkable. Yi Qingxue continued explaining beside him. Qin Feng looked at the videos Yi Qingxue had prepared. Each one was specially edited from Ni Xian's performances in grassroots music talent shows. It was evident that no matter the quality of the on-site equipment, her voice was always so captivating, always carrying that gentle storytelling quality. Lin Wan, who was also watching the programs alongside them, gave her professional assessment. She has great potential. Her voice is truly exceptional. The way she tells stories through singing is wonderful. She writes stories into songs or narrates touching tales through melody. I believe she will surely become famous in the future. With both Yi Qingxue and Lin Wan vouching for her, Qin Feng made up his mind and decided to sign Ni Xian to his company. The day after the celebration banquet ended, Qin Feng invited Ni Xian to his office. The contract which he had asked his assistant to prepare in advance was already waiting on the desk. After reviewing it once, Qin Feng confirmed everything was in order and handed the contract to Ni Xian. Regarding the music program, he had also reached a decision. Regardless of whether Zhao Tianbao would join his company, he was determined to create a music program unlike any other. And he hoped even more that Ni Xian could participate in this music program. Through it, everyone would get to hear her voice and witness her talent, letting her truly stand upon the stage that belonged to her. I hope you can win first place in this music program. I have not fully decided whether to produce this show before, because a music program is different from previous talent competitions. If the person ultimately chosen cannot impress even me, then the program will be meaningless. But your appearance makes me believe this music program will achieve complete success. So this program is crafted specifically for you. I hope you can conquer everyone's ears with your talent, and I hope you can reach a higher stage through your own efforts. I am willing to provide this platform and support for you. Would you be willing to try? This is an entirely new type of music program, one that has never appeared in the entertainment industry before, produced by a relatively unknown agency like mine. Would you be willing to come and give it a try? Faced with Qin Feng's sincerity, Ni Xian felt deeply moved. She was astonished that Qin Feng intended to create an entire music program specially for her. She understood Qin Feng was building momentum for her, but he also respected her greatly, so how could she refuse? Still, she wondered whether she could truly win the championship. Qin Feng noticed the hesitation on Ni Xian's face and immediately said earnestly, "Everyone sees your potential. Everyone believes you can soar and astonish the world. Do you not believe in yourself?" On Qin Feng's desk lay 2 copies of the contract. One was for Ni Xian's company agreement, which did not require immediate attention. The other was the overall plan for the music program. This proposal had been prepared overnight through overtime work. Although it was not entirely complete, the main framework was already in place. Only additional details needed to be filled in. And most importantly, this proposal was exactly what Zhao Tianbao had given him that day. The rough outline he had stayed up all night writing. Since the boss is willing to give me this opportunity, I naturally want to give it my all. I want more people to hear my voice and see my talent. I want to prove to everyone who loves my music that I have never been a loser. Hearing Ni Xian say this, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He then asked her to go and prepare properly. He hoped she could astonish everyone at this music program. Ni Xian left with the contract in hand. Yi Qingxue had come along with Ni Xian, but she had been waiting outside the entire time. Only after Qin Feng and Ni Xian had finished discussing matters did she enter. She also noticed the program proposal on the desk. Oh my goodness, do you know how surprised I was when Zhao Tianbao handed this to me today? I truly never expected him to be planning a show. Although it's not particularly detailed, the overall process and rules are all written out. With just a bit more refined content added, it would essentially become a complete program proposal. After seeing Yi Qingxue enter, Qin Feng finally revealed his astonishment. He had only briefly flipped through the program proposal earlier, and then Ni Xian had arrived. He had immediately handed the proposal over to Ni Xian to review. Now, upon reading it more carefully, he truly discovered just how capable Zhao Tianbao was. This only strengthened his determination to recruit Zhao Tianbao to his company. However, facing Yi Qingxue, who knew Zhao Tianbao much better, Qin Feng couldn't help but share his thoughts with her. It seems he has truly made up his mind to create this music show. Actually, he had the idea years ago, but never had the opportunity. Yi Qingxue took the proposal and glanced through it, a smile gradually appearing on her face. Noticing a hint of jealousy in Qin Feng's expression, he spoke up. You understand him so well. Did you already know he wanted to create a music program? Yi Qingxue immediately detected the unusual tone in Qin Feng's voice and smiled helplessly. What are you overthinking? We were classmates. He did mention this idea before, but his company never supported him. Qin Feng hummed twice and continued, his company won't support him, but I will. I told him yesterday to come to my company, and he's still hesitating. What is there to hesitate about? Would I treat him unfairly? Hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Yi Qingxue realized that he wasn't trying to use her connection to Zhao Tianbao to force him into joining his company. He was genuinely puzzled. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then decided to share this information with Qin Feng. She didn't want him to misunderstand Zhao Tianbao. At the same time, she sincerely hoped Zhao Tianbao could join Qin Feng's company. Only there could he truly unleash his full potential. Only there could he find a place to completely showcase his abilities. It was such an excellent platform, and she didn't want her friend to miss out on it. Actually, the company he's currently with holds great significance for him. Although the company has become difficult lately, at the beginning they were truly kind to him. He's hesitating inside, but since you've offered him such a great platform and are willing to help realize his music dream, he has a high probability of agreeing. Just be a bit more patient and don't rush him. Hearing Yi Qingxue say this, Qin Feng could only reluctantly nod. With Yi Qingxue having spoken so frankly, what else could he say? He had only ever intended to give Zhao Tianbao a genuine opportunity. Noticing that Zhao Tianbao also harbored plans to leave his current company, he had simply put things more clearly. Anyway, I will never give up. I will definitely recruit him into my company. With such excellent creativity and planning, I must personally bring this to life. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Yi Qingxue could only nod in agreement. She naturally wished for Qin Feng to achieve his goal, but she had come for another reason, to ask him a few questions. I came today for 2 reasons. First, regarding Nai Xian's matter. Second, I wanted to ask how you plan to proceed with this show. Is there anything I can help with? Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's question, a glimmer of ambition flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He had actually been contemplating this himself. How should he produce this show? Should he continue using online platforms as before, or try a completely new approach? He had never been certain, but today, he finally made his decision. Online platforms had their advantages, but they still fell short of his expectations. This time he decided to attempt something much bigger. I actually have an idea. Partnering with a local television station. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue was indeed stunned. Qin Feng's ambition was far greater than she had imagined. Programs seeking cooperation with local TV stations were extremely rare. In truth, most talent shows and variety programs had no cooperation opportunities with local stations. They basically all collaborated with online platforms. Yet Qin Feng had voiced such words, and the confidence on his face was no act. She could see clearly that he had truly considered this. He genuinely intended to collaborate with their local television station to plan this program together. For a moment, she didn't know whether to support Qin Feng or remind him that he might be aiming too high. Are you certain? I never knew you had such ambition. That's a local television station. Cooperating with them is not an easy matter. Yi Qingxue opened her mouth, but ultimately chose not to dissuade him. Instead, she gently indicated how difficult cooperation with local TV stations could be. Of course, I know it's not easy. But if we're going to produce a show, we should aim for the best. His program proposal is excellent, and I believe we have the foundation for it. Qin Feng remained confident. Are you thinking of partnering with the TV station in Jiangxing? But I have no connections there. Yi Qingxue frowned. That is indeed the most troubling matter currently. However, there might be someone who can help, though I'm unsure whether the rumors I heard are true. Qin Feng thought of Zhang Yueying. Since he and Yi Qingxue shared nothing in secret, he told her directly. Earlier, when Zhang Yueying had helped Qin Feng seek justice, he had also mentioned it to Yi Qingxue. At first, Yi Qingxue had felt a touch of jealousy toward Zhang Yueying. However, Zhang Yueying had since had no further contact with Qin Feng, so she let it go. Now, hearing Qin Feng bring her up again, Yi Qingxue planned to reach out to Zhang Yueying and build a good relationship. She had expected some difficulty. To her surprise, when she approached Zhang Yueying, the latter excitedly rushed toward her. Sister Yi, I've finally gotten to see you. Zhang Yueying's familiarity left Yi Qingxue somewhat bewildered. She seemed unfamiliar with Zhang Yueying, didn't she? Why did Zhang Yueying appear to know her? Moreover, she noticed Zhang Yueying looked somewhat familiar. With such a favorable beginning, it became much easier for Yi Qingxue to build rapport with her. Only then did she learn the reason Qin Feng had mentioned Zhang Yueying, because her family had sponsorship connections with the Beishur television station. This revelation opened a promising path forward for their project. I never understood why you felt Yueying could help us with what's ahead. It turns out you already knew they have a sponsorship with the city television station in Beishur. After getting closer to Yueying, I learned about this matter and came to confirm it with you, Qin Feng. So this is indeed true. I had only heard rumors before. Are you certain now? Qin Feng turned the question back to Yi Qingxue. It's confirmed, she told me herself. But even if their family truly sponsors the TV station, our connection with them is hardly deep. Besides, this is Beishur television station. That's no ordinary local station. Beishur television station is likely the most sought-after partner among all programs. Not only is its viewership rating high, but it also carries great prestige. Do you really think our program could win their favor and make them willing to cooperate? Even with Yue Ying stepping in, it hardly seems feasible, does it? Yi Qingxue still harbored some hesitation, so she voiced her doubts directly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng merely offered a knowing smile, and instead asked her to help arrange a meeting with Zhang Yueying. Since resolving that unpleasant matter previously, he and Zhang Yueying had virtually no contact. Moreover, Zhang Yueying was quite attractive. To avoid giving Yi Qingxue any reason to worry, he generally kept his interactions with other women minimal. Yet now they genuinely needed Zhang Yueying's assistance. So with Yi Qingxue's knowledge, he would need to maintain contact with Zhang Yueying. No problem at all. Even if you went to invite her yourself, she wouldn't refuse. After we grew close, she mentioned you quite often. That won't do. I'm someone who already has a girlfriend. How could I intertwine myself with another woman? If not for needing their help this time, I would never reach out to her myself. Qin Feng quickly assured Yi Qingxue of this. Yi Qingxue merely smiled with her eyes curved pleasantly and said nothing more. Qin Feng, uncertain of what she was thinking, could only offer her a reassuring smile. Nevertheless, Yi Qingxue handled things efficiently and did not refuse to arrange the meeting with Zhang Yueying. Upon hearing that it was Qin Feng who wished to see her, Zhang Yueying felt both curious and somewhat anticipatory. The two arranged to meet at the campus cafe. Classmate Zhang. Long time no see. Senior brother Qin. It's been a while. After exchanging polite greetings, Qin Feng, who was not one to waste time, got straight to the point. You wish for me to introduce you to my father. Why do you want to see him? Is there something specific? I understand your family sponsors the television station in Beishur. I have a program that hopes to partner with a TV station, so I'd like to ask your father if he could help make that connection. Qin Feng spoke his thoughts plainly and honestly. However, Zhang Yueying appeared somewhat troubled. If it were any other matter, she would gladly assist him. But this one was difficult for her to commit to. If she promised now and her father refused to meet Qin Feng, it would only create an awkward situation. Furthermore, television matters were hardly something her father would intervene in lightly. Qin Feng's request might very well fall short. It's not that I want to dampen your confidence, but the request you've made is truly rather difficult. It's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's that my father may very well decline to introduce you to the person in charge at the television station. Zhang Yueying hesitated. Qin Feng, having anticipated this, produced a limited edition merchandise item of Zhang Yueying's idol and persuaded her to help arrange the introduction to her father. As for how he would negotiate with her father afterward, that was entirely his own concern. Regardless of the outcome, he would never hold it against Zhang Yueying. He only hoped she would do him this one favor. Zhang Yueying agreed. 3 days later, the two appeared at Zhang Yueying's home in Beishur. Father, this is the senior brother Qin I once mentioned, the one who helped me. He said he has something he'd like to discuss with you, so please speak with him. Qin Feng had imagined Zhang Boizhong would be difficult to meet, but it turned out to be quite straightforward. Still, he showed no sign of relaxation on his face. He greeted the elder with utmost respect and deference, without the slightest arrogance. My daughter also told me you wish to see me. I'm not sure why, but do you need my help with something? Given that you once helped my daughter, I'm willing to grant you a modest request. Zhang Boizhong's demeanor was amiable enough, though it was clear he was not particularly eager to spend time on this conversation. Mr. Zhang, I hope to reach an agreement with the television station through your family's connections to produce a program. I wonder if you could help build that bridge. Qin Feng stated his request directly and without concealment. Zhang Boizhong was somewhat taken aback by his straightforwardness. He regarded Qin Feng with a hint of suspicion, but ultimately shook his head. Setting aside the fact that connecting you with the television station would be troublesome. Even if I could help, you're dreaming a little too much. Very few programs manage to partner with a station like ours. I'd suggest tempering your expectations. I wouldn't ask you to help for nothing. These are some improvement proposals I prepared based on your group's products. Please take a look. Qin Feng smiled, undeterred by Zhang Boizhong's words. He reached into his bag, withdrew a folder, and handed it directly to Zhang Boizhong. He never entered any endeavor unprepared. If he wanted Zhang Boizhong's assistance, he needed to present something that would genuinely interest him. The improvement proposals tailored to their products were his best approach. Zhang Boizhong initially regarded them with mild dismissal. But considering the young man's connection to his beloved daughter, he decided to give him the courtesy of looking. However, once he opened the folder and began reading, his expression shifted entirely. Qin Feng was remarkably impressive. I wonder if these proposals might be of any assistance to you, Mr. Zhang. Qin Feng inquired calmly. Indeed they can. You're quite accomplished for a young man. Very well, I'm willing to introduce you to the person in charge at Beishur television station. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Qin Feng showed not the slightest surprise, his demeanor exceptionally calm. Yet it was precisely this composure that deepened Zhang Boizhong's admiration for him. He had initially assumed the young man was arrogantly unaware of his own limitations, but now he realized he had been entirely mistaken. Because this young man possessed the foundation to be so confident, yes, the ability to back it. He had never encountered anyone of such accomplished standing at such a tender age. He felt genuinely surprised. There was a feeling growing within him that if Qin Feng continued developing at this pace, There would come a day when he might achieve at an early age what people their seniority could scarcely expect to attain. The Zhang family had built their business in home appliances here in Beishur. They carried numerous products yet struggled with quality control on some. The improvement proposal Qin Feng had just shared could boost their profit margin by at least 2%. That was a full 2% profit, something they might spend years working toward. Yet Qin Feng barely past his 20s had produced such a plan. And he had offered it without any prior agreement. This promising young man deserved friendship. Zhang Baizhong resolved to cultivate that bond. At minimum, he wanted to establish goodwill with him, hoping that when the time came for Qin Feng to rise high, the Zhang family might benefit from his support. You have helped me, and I shall help you in return. It is but natural reciprocity. Prepare yourself and tell me when you would like to meet the television station director. Zhang Baizhong was in excellent spirits, so he asked Qin Feng with a warm smile. Qin Feng paused to consider, then carefully asked Zhang Baizhong, Mr. Zhang, may I bring my assistant along? Since he handled the planning for this program, I may know less about it than he does. I would like to bring him, so he can explain our vision for the program to the station director. This was merely a minor matter. Zhang Baizhong had assumed Qin Feng would bring his assistant regardless, so he was surprised the young man still asked for permission. He laughed heartily and suggested they meet in 3 days. He would arrange the introduction to the current director of Beishur Television. Yet whether Qin Feng's companion could persuade the station to collaborate was beyond his control. His influence could only secure a meeting where the director would hear their proposal. This is more than enough. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Qin Feng responded with sincere gratitude and utmost respect. Young man, there is no need for such formality. You are senior sister Yueying's classmate, yet I sense your future achievements know no bounds. If you were not so occupied preparing for this program collaboration, I would gladly invite you out for drinks and a long conversation. Zhang Baizhong's obvious admiration caught Qin Feng somewhat off guard. Yet Qin Feng's expression soon brightened with a smile as he replied, the future holds many possibilities. I am quite close with junior sister Zhang, and I am certain we shall have the opportunity to work together again. When that time comes, I look forward to sharing a drink and good conversation with you. Hearing Qin Feng speak, thus Zhang Baizhong's appreciation deepened, and he readily agreed. The following day, Zhao Tianbao flew directly from Jiangxing to Beishur. Zhao Tianbao felt a flutter of nervousness. Qin Feng had summoned him to present the program's concept development and operational framework to the television station director. Yet he had never spoken face-to-face with someone of such stature before. Even the pressure from his company's boss paled in comparison to what he felt standing before the station director. Anxiety churned within him. He had not anticipated Qin Feng would secure a broadcasting partner so swiftly. When Yi Qingxue had first mentioned it, he had wondered if Qin Feng was merely stringing him along. Now he understood. Qin Feng was not bluffing at all. He had genuinely found a television partner, which was truly remarkable. Qin Feng, am I really capable of this? Perhaps you should be the one presenting. You are far more eloquent and articulate than I could ever be, Zhao Tianbao admitted, his nerves clearly showing. There is nothing to worry about. No one understands the program you conceived better than you do. Simply share your vision for it, and all the ideas behind it. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing Zhao Tianbao's suggestion. We still have a few days ahead. Take the time to prepare properly. Qin Feng worked to steady his companion's anxieties. They had expected the 3rd day to arrive when they were to meet with the television director. Yet a day before the scheduled meeting, Zhang Baizhong arrived in haste, offering his apologies. The director was abroad studying and would not return for approximately a month. After a month, I shall arrange the meeting as soon as he returns. Qin Feng actually felt relieved upon hearing this. It gave Zhao Tianbao more time to prepare. After sharing a meal with Zhang Baizhong, he escorted Zhao Tianbao back to Jiangxing. Upon returning to the corporation, Lin Wan sought out Qin Feng. She seemed troubled this time. The company was too small and lacked recognition in the entertainment industry. Zhou Yujia was not receiving quality scripts or endorsement offers. Lin Wan had reached out to several director friends, but most roles were already cast elsewhere. Zhou Yujia had recently been entangled in public controversy. Though the situation had been fully resolved, some lingering effects remained. She was at her wit's end. Regarding scripts, I might be able to help, Qin Feng offered after hearing her concerns, recalling how short-form video content would later become wildly popular in his previous life. Particularly those serialized short dramas, dramatic and captivating. No such format existed, yet making them potential pioneers. More importantly, they could produce these independently with their own costumes and filming locations. Give me 2 days and I will provide you with a script. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Lin Wan did not take it seriously and continued searching for suitable material for Zhou Yujia. To her surprise, 2 days later, Qin Feng actually delivered a script centered on workplace dynamics and the daily experiences of office workers. What is this? Lin Wan examined the document handed to her by Qin Feng, flipping through a few pages before she could not help but furrow her brows. This is the short video script I mentioned to you before. It may not be as polished as something a professional would write, but I have covered all the essential elements. Qin Feng had truly pushed his mind to exhaustion over these past few days. Yet with as much as he had written it was enough material for dozens of episodes. Is this a script? But the dialogue and storyline for each episode are far too short. Who writes scripts this brief? Is this meant to be a movie? It hardly looks like one. Lin Wan had never encountered anything like it before. This is designed for short videos, Qin Feng explained patiently. The whole point of short videos is brevity. You can think of it as a longer narrative broken into short scenes strung together. It is not a film, more like a serialized drama that outlines the main plot points. Boss, I am not questioning your talent. I can see this script is well written with vivid scene descriptions and sharp dialogue. But I wonder if anyone will actually watch it. Lin Wan could not help but voice her doubts. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, his thoughts drifting to his past life. When short videos first emerged, nearly everyone criticized them. People believed no one would ever watch such crude productions. Yet over time, more and more viewers flocked to short videos. Though they seemed somewhat rustic, everyone found them genuinely entertaining. The worn costumes, melodramatic storylines, and unconventional dialogue all captivated netizens in equal measure. The company that first produced short videos grew wildly popular overnight, earning substantial profits. Now short videos had not yet reached their peak. The platforms themselves still enjoyed only moderate popularity. Since the favorable winds had not yet risen, Qin Feng believed they should seize the opportunity and ride the momentum to great heights the moment it arrived. How about this? I will make a wager with you. Let us bet on whether this short video will become popular. Qin Feng asked with keen interest. Lin Wan felt a spark of competitiveness stir within her. She found the concept intriguing, yet believed the final product would surely look rough and amateurish, incapable of attracting any audience. But with Qin Feng so confident, she impulsively accepted. Lin Wan declared that if the short video received more than 100,000 likes within a month, she would agree to whatever condition Qin Feng proposed. She was certain she could deliver. If the likes fell short of 100,000, then Qin Feng would owe her one favor of her choosing. Agreed. Then it is settled. The two shared the wager with the rest of the team. Assembling a basic production crew was entirely feasible. Costumes and other preparations required little concern. Zhao Tianbao found great interest upon hearing that Qin Feng had written a short video script and eagerly wished to join the production. And so videos depicting the everyday workplace dilemmas faced by office workers began appearing on their social media accounts. Unlike a continuous short video series, these were themed compilations, each capturing moments that every office worker could relate to. They playfully portrayed the many involuntary compromises modern white-collar workers encounter in their daily lives. In a witty and light-hearted manner, they laid bare the unspoken rules of the workplace and the practical lessons one must learn. The performances were lively and entertaining. During the first half-month, the number of episodes remained small. Since the series was just beginning, the follower count was modest and viewership was quite low. Yet under Qin Feng's persistence, and with Zhou Yujia having no other pressing work, she chose to treat it as an enjoyable pastime and continued filming. To her surprise, she found the process genuinely engaging. Moreover, Zhao Tianbao handled the editing, and the resulting clips were wonderfully humorous. Unexpectedly, half a month later, their distinctive filming approach and comedic style took the social media platforms by storm. Traffic gradually increased, and Zhou Yujia gathered a loyal following of comedy fans. It is the 18th day, and the likes have already exceeded 200,000. Qin Feng smiled proudly, looking at Lin Wan. It actually worked. I have to admit, even I find the short videos quite amusing. Lin Wan graciously accepted the outcome. Having made her promise, she honored her word without hesitation. Very well, boss. If there is anything you wish me to do, please speak plainly. I will gladly fulfill any reasonable request. Well, I had not thought that far ahead. Perhaps we can leave it for now. Lin Wan raised the suggestion, and Qin Feng found himself somewhat undecided, so he decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Lin Wan did not dwell on it. After all, Qin Feng was her boss, and the company owner was also present. Nevertheless, the success of the short videos sparked enthusiasm throughout the group. Everyone began brainstorming, coming up with a series of new comedy concepts. If they only filmed workplace content, they would eventually run out of ideas. So they explored fresh themes and new comedic directions. As long as they stayed ahead of the trend and remained the ones setting the pace rather than following others, they could maintain their momentum. Views translated directly into fame, and fame into prosperity. What we have conceived so far cannot match the work of a professional team. Therefore, I plan to establish a dedicated creative team to handle topic development and plan the specific content for each episode. Qin Feng's vision was never met with resistance. Time passed swiftly, nearing a month. If not for a call from Zhang Guozhong announcing that the television station director had returned, Qin Feng might have forgotten about the meeting entirely. True to his word, Zhang Guozhong arranged a meeting with the director as soon as he returned, scheduling a discussion on potential program collaboration, and promptly informed Qin Feng. Then he notified Qin Feng of the arrangements. A full month has passed, and I trust you are now fully prepared to present our program concept to the head of the station. In that month, I watched you patiently develop this program from a bare framework into the comprehensive production it is today. I firmly believe we will succeed in this endeavor. Before heading to the meeting, Qin Feng glanced at Zhao Tianbao standing beside him. Just a month ago, Zhao Tianbao had worried about whether he was capable of handling this assignment. Now he stood confidently clutching the documents in his hands, awaiting the meeting. Hearing Qin Feng's words stirred deep emotion within Zhao Tianbao. After calming the excitement within his heart, he told Qin Feng, "This is the first program I have truly planned from the ground up. The overall framework and all the details were crafted through tireless effort. I am deeply eager to see this program come to life on screen." Hearing Zhao Tianbao speak, Qin Feng smiled gently and patted him on the shoulder. Speaking decisively, "Rest assured. This time we will surely succeed. Our program, Guasei Tianxiang, will undoubtedly impress the broadcasting station." Qin Feng was not exaggerating. No program of this nature had ever existed before, and if executed well, they would become pioneers in launching this entire genre. Going forward, whenever others attempted a similar program, they would think of Qin Feng first. For them, this carried profound significance. That was precisely why the program presentation held such importance for them, especially since they were partnering with the Beishir television station. If their very first collaboration could secure a partnership with a television station of such prestige, one could only imagine how smooth their path would become henceforth. Yet the higher their starting point, the greater the achievements they would be expected to reach. This was at once an advantage and a challenge for them. Still, Qin Feng would rather begin from a high starting point than spend a long time slowly climbing to where he was today. Because he believed in Zhao Tianbao. He trusted that Zhao Tianbao's program would move the other party to agreement. "Not only will I attend this meeting, but the lead planner behind Guasei Tianxiang will come with us as well. While I was primarily responsible for the overall framework and key details, the planning team also contributed significantly with some elements originating from their own creative input. Only by attending together can we present the program in the most thorough and detailed manner." Qin Feng did not object. This was a business meeting, and naturally, they would bring everyone who could contribute. Only in this way could they demonstrate their sincere commitment to the program. With that settled, the three of them set out together for the meeting. Since the purpose was to discuss the program, the meeting was arranged directly at the Beishir television station. After arriving in Beishir, Qin Feng, Zhao Tianbao, and the other planner went straight to the station. Zhang Guozheng had long sent people to greet them below the station. However, Qin Feng and the group narrowly avoided a traffic accident on the way. Fortunately, neither Qin Feng nor Zhao Tianbao was injured. But the other planner had been frightened and slightly hurt his leg. He needed to be taken to the hospital and could not accompany them to the meeting. Qin Feng initially wanted to go alone and have Zhao Tianbao accompany the injured planner to the hospital, but the planner declined. Because the collaboration with the television station was of utmost importance, everyone needed to make sacrifices for it. Besides, his injury was only a minor scrape on the leg, nothing that would prevent him from walking. So what they needed to do now was meet the television station executive and present their program proposal directly. Their goal was to secure the executive's agreement to co-produce the program. Due to the accident, they arrived slightly later than the appointed time. In the reception room, Qin Feng said, Mr. Zhang, I apologize sincerely. We encountered a traffic accident on the way and were delayed. I hope we have not kept you waiting too long." By the time Qin Feng and Zhao Tianbao arrived breathless, the other party had already been waiting in the reception room for some time. "So you must be the Qin Feng that Boss Zhang recommended. You're so young. What kind of quality program could someone your age possibly produce? Do not waste my time." The unfamiliar yet clearly arrogant man made no secret of the fact that he was the person Qin Feng's team needed to win over. The head of the Beishir television station, Gao Zhanhai. "Mr. Gao." Qin Feng addressed Gao Zhanhai directly once more. "Save the formalities. Tell me about your program proposal directly, and let me see what capability you have to approach a station like ours for cooperation." Their relationship could never be equal. Although Qin Feng sensed the other man's arrogance, he understood it well. After all, he was the head of the Beishir television station. Qin Feng presented a pre-prepared gift, 2 cartons of Nanshir Jiu Wu Jizun cigarettes, and once again apologized for their tardiness. He then signaled for Zhao Tianbao to begin the program presentation, quite thorough with the etiquette. "But I recall the 3 of you arrived together. Oh right, you mentioned the car accident earlier, and that your third companion went to the hospital. Can you still proceed with the presentation today?" Seeing the 2 cartons of premium cigarettes, Gao Zhanhai's expression softened slightly, though his arrogant demeanor remained unchanged. However, Qin Feng and his team were unfazed by the questioning. Zhao Tianbao immediately rose to his feet, and with calm composure announced that he would be the one presenting the program proposal. "Then let us hear it." "Mr. Gao, our program is centered around music talent competition. The format we have adopted features mentors guiding students. First, candidates go through open auditions, and those who advance to the second round will be selected by mentors. Each mentor may choose a fixed number of students to join their team. Once all teams are complete, and every candidate has performed, the mentors' teams will face off in competition." Zhao Tianbao explained the full proposal in meticulous detail. Upon finishing, he added, "There is currently no program of this type on domestic television. If broadcast on your station, it would significantly boost viewership. It is hard to say whether this will bring a significant boost to the station's viewership, but your program concept is truly one of a kind in this country. Gao Zhanhai's previously impatient expression vanished completely after hearing about the program proposal. He was thoroughly captivated by it. He could not have imagined that a relatively unknown agency, such as Qin Feng's, could come up with such a brilliant program concept. Even as Zhao Tianbao was presenting the program, it felt as though the entire flow of the show was unfolding vividly before his eyes. Concrete images had already begun to form in his mind because the program proposal was remarkably detailed. Every aspect had been carefully considered. Competition mechanisms, potential challenges during the process, the rules for open auditions, and the selection criteria. What was most remarkable was that this would be the first program of its kind in the country. Although it was music-focused, there were plenty of music lovers across the nation. This kind of innovative musical program, breaking away from conventional formats, was sure to stir up tremendous excitement in the market. Gao Zhanhai said with genuine curiosity, "I am very interested to know who came up with this program concept." Gao Zhanhai's interest in the program was clearly piqued. A hint of delight crossed Qin Feng's face, and with quiet pride, he told Gao Zhanhai that the very person standing before him, Zhao Tianbao, was the one behind it. "Did you come up with this entire program on your own?" Gao Zhanhai asked, somewhat surprised. "I actually had the general concept in mind many years ago, but never found the right opportunity to bring it to life. It was the boss who gave me this chance to realize that dream, though the planning team members also contributed their efforts." Even though Zhao Tianbao phrased it modestly, Gao Zhanhai could clearly sense that the true mastermind behind the program stood right before him. He found himself genuinely admiring the brilliance of this person's thinking. How could someone conceive of such an ingenious program and design a format never before seen in the country? This program held enormous promise for boosting viewership. The words Zhao Tianbao had spoken earlier were no exaggeration. If this program truly premiered on the Beishir television station, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant viewership increase. No wonder they had confidently come directly to negotiate in person. They truly came well prepared with the capital and conviction to back it up. I must say, having reviewed countless program proposals, this one is by far the most impressive and requires the fewest adjustments. It has nearly reached perfection. I hardly know how to express my admiration. I take back any prior skepticism. Your program is more than qualified to air on our station. However, I cannot make the final decision on my own. I will need to submit this proposal to the station's official program review board. If it passes approval, we will produce this program together, and I sincerely hope to help realize your dream." After endorsing their program, Gao Zhanhai's attitude underwent a complete reversal. Even Qin Feng was taken aback by how warmly they were received. Yet they remained composed and immediately expressed their gratitude to Gao Zhanhai for the opportunity. Not long afterward, Qin Feng received a call from Gao Zhanhai. His voice was calm, but the news he delivered was extraordinary. The program had been approved. They could air the program during the primetime slot. But Qin Feng would need to secure sponsorship on his own. The station would only provide a broadcasting platform. Should Qin Feng fail to attract sponsors, they would not be responsible for what came next. Of course, having a television station agree to broadcast us is already the greatest recognition. Securing sponsorship is something we should handle ourselves. Boss Qin, I genuinely hope to see your program achieve outstanding ratings and help elevate our station's viewership once again. Thank you for your kind words, Director Gao. Let us look forward to this success together. I will not let you down. After hanging up with Gao Zhanhai, Qin Feng was filled with joy and promptly called Zhang Guozhong to express his gratitude. Zhang Guozhong, having heard from Gao Zhanhai about the sponsorship arrangement, offered his congratulations and extended an olive branch, hoping to become one of the program's sponsors. Qin Feng naturally accepted. Fortune favored them doubly. Not only had the program approval passed smoothly, but Zhou Yujia had also successfully secured her first major advertising endorsement thanks to the popularity of her earlier video clips. When the advertisers delivered the endorsement products and asked her to help promote them after trying them out, Zhou Yujia was completely stunned. Previous endorsements in her circle had involved brands that were relatively small in reputation. This time, however, the brand's domestic market presence was enormous. Although the contact she dealt with was merely the regional representative for the southern market. Covering half of the country's market was already a truly remarkable achievement. Our program, Guosei Tianxiang, has been approved, and Yujia has also landed her first premium endorsement. Shall we celebrate? During a meeting to review recent developments, these two pieces of wonderful news instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Yi Qingxue seized the moment to suggest a celebration. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then gently shook his head. He too wanted to celebrate, but the program had only been approved. It had not yet begun broadcasting. They would celebrate properly once the program officially aired. Let us not celebrate yet. Once our program airs and achieves soaring viewership, we will throw a grand celebration then. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shortly afterward, Ai Xian reached out to Qin Feng to inquire about the program's progress. The program is still in the preparation phase, but rest assured, focus on getting ready for the competition. The program approval has gone through smoothly. Once we have the judges and venue confirmed and sponsorship secured, we can begin filming. Do not let me down when the time comes. Rest assured, boss, I will never let you down. I will definitely make a striking impression on this program and let everyone witness my presence and hear my voice. And Xian had been preparing for the competition throughout this period. However, since the event had not yet commenced, she harbored a touch of concern in her heart. This time, she had heard some whispers and called to inquire about the progress of the competition preparations from Qin Feng. She was surprised to learn that the program had already begun its preparations. She resolved to prepare thoroughly and think carefully. What kind of song should she choose for this program to uplift everyone's spirits? She wanted those people to witness her strength and admire her presence. After hanging up in Xian's call, Qin Feng turned to look at Yi Qingxue beside him. It was evident that Yi Qingxue had something to say to him after the meeting. Qin Feng led her into his office. While gently holding Yi Qingxue's hand, he asked whether she was still thinking about the matter of celebration. It was not that he was unwilling to celebrate, but he felt it was rather premature. That was why he had suggested waiting until the program premiered. If Yi Qingxue truly wished for everyone to gather and celebrate joyfully, he could simply host a gathering among friends. What are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who enjoys joining in on festivities? I was merely pondering what you said earlier about the program's judges. For a talent show like this, at least some renowned figures are needed up front to attract attention, just like the program we previously organized. Yi Qingxue cast a playful glance at Qin Feng, then shared her inner thoughts. My girlfriend is absolutely right. However, this talent show differs from the previous one. This time it is a music program, so the people we seek must also possess influence within the music field. Qin Feng drew Yi Qingxue into his embrace, resting his chin upon her shoulder as he shared his perspective with her. So you had already considered this thoroughly. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not attempt to display my knowledge here. Since you already know what kind of person to look for, have you thought about which judges to invite? Being held by Qin Feng in this manner, Yi Qingxue felt somewhat bashful. Yet as his girlfriend, there was no need for her to pull away. After all this time, there is a distinction between mentors and students. Therefore, inviting young trending stars might not be practical. I wish to find a few established singers. Although the new generation of pop idols has nearly dominated their market, the moment they appear, their fans will fill every corner. As long as we can invite these veteran singers who others consider past their prime to lend their presence, I believe our music program will immediately capture public attention from the very beginning. However, inviting these established singers is likely to present some difficulty. Qin Feng listed several veteran singers who had not been particularly prominent recently. He intended to have Lin Wan contemplate how to accomplish this. After all, she was the manager. Moreover, he was not the one responsible for the program's planning. He simply felt these veteran singers were more suitable. As for how to bring them aboard, that was not a concern for the boss to address. At the very least, more funds could be invested to secure their participation. Upon hearing that Qin Feng already had a plan in mind, Yi Qingxue did not press further. Reluctant to release Yi Qingxue, Qin Feng continued to hold her in his arms as they discussed their future life together. Yet the two had scarcely enjoyed a moment of tranquility. The office door was suddenly knocked upon, and a familiar voice came from outside. It was Zhao Tianbao arriving. Hurry, and let me down. It would be rather improper if you were to see this. Yi Qingxue instantly felt embarrassed and quickly rose from Qin Feng's lap. Qin Feng, somewhat dissatisfied, could only approach and dejectedly open his office door. He then gazed with that discontented look at Zhao Tianbao, who had entered completely bewildered. Zhao Tianbao had no notion that he had just interrupted Qin Feng's pleasant intention to spend time with his dear girlfriend. He was still puzzled as to why Qin Feng was looking at him in such a manner. Could there be an issue with the program? But that seemed unlikely. Hadn't Qin Feng praised the careful planning of this program at the meeting earlier? He had even awarded the planning department a bonus. Tianbao, why have you come over? Not only was Qin Feng's gaze deeply discontented, but his tone carried a hint of grievance as well. What's wrong with you? Have I come at an inappropriate time? Why does your voice sound peculiar? Zhao Tianbao was exceedingly curious. Qin Feng shook his head speechlessly and said nothing. Only then did Zhao Tianbao recall that he had come over this time to inquire about the graduation thesis preparations for Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue. Graduation thesis. Yi Qingxue was thoroughly startled. If I recall correctly, it should be graduation season in Huaguan now, aren't you both fourth-year students? Zhao Tianbao said with some uncertainty. I have completely forgotten about this matter. Yi Qingxue grew thoroughly anxious and flustered. I did keep the graduation thesis in mind. I had set aside some time earlier and completed a first draft. As long as I refine the content in detail, it should suffice. Qin Feng, however, gave a mysterious smile and directly produced the draft he had prepared long ago. When Yi Qingxue discovered that Qin Feng had secretly prepared the draft without her knowledge, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Although the graduation thesis was not particularly difficult for her, it still depended on whether their advisor would scrutinize every detail. Her own advisor was a kind person, yet extremely rigorous regarding thesis standards. Moreover, ever since Qin Feng established the group, she had frequently come to assist. In her professional courses, she could only claim excellence at best. This thesis would certainly require considerable effort to prepare. She was uncertain whether time would still suffice. I completely forgot about this matter. Our advisor is also rather lax, leaving us entirely to our own preparations. No one urged me, and I have not written a single word yet. Yi Qingshue's words were tinged with deep regret. Here I have 2 drafts. One is written regarding the topic you originally selected. I am not very familiar with your specific circumstances, so I could only write based on what I understood. I do not know if it will suffice. I have written it, but you will certainly need to revise it yourself. Unexpectedly, what Qin Feng said next made Yi Qingxue overwhelmingly joyful, nearly prompting her to embrace Qin Feng and shower him with kisses. She indeed did so, but since someone was present, she only embraced Qin Feng and happily pressed a kiss upon him. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned by Yi Qingshue's affectionate gesture. Regaining his composure, he teased Yi Qingxue with a roguish smile. My dear girlfriend, writing a thesis is no easy task. Is this the only reward you intend to give me? Yi Qingshue's face flushed instantly. She had never been so close with Qin Feng in front of others. In fact, she rarely shared intimate moments with him when a third party was present. Usually it was nothing more than holding hands. She had been far too overjoyed to hold back and simply kissed Qin Feng without thinking. To her surprise, he showed no embarrassment at all and only grew bolder. He even claimed that one kiss was not enough. How many more did he expect from her? Did he not see that Zhao Tianbao was still standing right there? Even Yi Qingxue could sense that Zhao Tianbao's gaze toward her had grown distinctly uncomfortable, filled with quiet exasperation. With him still present, this was far too embarrassing. Qin Feng was being utterly unreasonable. She would simply ignore him. Hey, am I not even here anymore? Could the 2 of you hold off on showing off until I've left? Zhao Tianbao rolled his eyes from the sidelines, completely fed up. Oh, you're still here? My apologies, I nearly forgot. Feelings simply got the better of me. Qin Feng showed no concern whatsoever. He simply pulled Yi Qingxue close and grinned triumphantly at Zhao Tianbao. You 2 are merciless. I'm done helping you from now on. Fine. I've already reminded you of everything I needed to, so I won't stand here any longer while the 2 of you remain so attached. Zhao Tianbao shot one final remark at Qin Feng before turning to leave. Hey, I was just joking. By the way, keep an eye on the Guosei Tianxiang matter. We need to focus on finishing our graduation thesis first. Our defense is approaching soon. Qin Feng spoke to Zhao Tianbao with genuine seriousness. Hearing this, Zhao Tianbao could only roll his eyes again and nod with a sigh of resignation. Once Zhao Tianbao had gone, Qin Feng gently lifted Yi Qingxue into his arms, and the 2 shared a quiet, tender moment. After she blushed deeply, he reluctantly set her down. The thesis was what truly mattered now. Though the first draft was already complete, there was still time before the final defense, as well as a meeting with their supervisor for guidance. With only a month left, they had no choice but to pour all their effort into finishing the paper first, and then turn their full attention to expanding the company. For the time being, let's return to campus. Though the thesis was written independently, our supervisor will still need to review it. Your supervisor rarely meddles in others' affairs. If we don't seek his guidance, he may well forget about your graduation thesis entirely. Qin Feng offered Yi Qingxue his careful advice. She nodded in agreement, finding his words entirely reasonable. She had also been planning to take time off from the fashion studio during this period. She intended to return to campus and focus on completing her thesis. This was very much thanks to Zhao Tianbao's reminder just now. She had not expected Qin Feng to have already finished her draft. She took the draft from Qin Feng and reviewed it carefully. She found his structure thorough and well-reasoned. With only minor adjustments to the details, the thesis would be ready. She was amazed that Qin Feng not only excelled in his own major, but could also write with such depth on an entirely unrelated topic. As expected of her boyfriend, truly remarkable. Will you handle matters at the group first, and then return to campus? Yi Qingxue asked Qin Feng this question. Qin Feng nodded. Of course. The thesis is of utmost importance, so I will settle that first before focusing on the group. Besides, nothing significant is happening at the group at the moment. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue had nothing more to add. She simply told him that if he ever needed her help, he only had to come find her. Qin Feng smiled and kissed Yi Qingxue warmly. She grew slightly shy, but said nothing more. Before long, the school announced plans to host a graduation gala for all graduating students. All graduates were invited to attend the gala at the main auditorium. Participation was entirely optional, of course. Still, this was the one last gathering before everyone parted ways, so no one would refuse. And Qin Feng saw something even greater, a business opportunity. Why had he never thought to use the graduation gala as a platform to promote his show? Jiangxing University was a fine institution, and many corporations competed eagerly for its graduating students. If he could showcase Guosei Tianxiang directly at the graduation gala, he might very well secure several sponsors. Currently, aside from themselves, only Mr. Zhang Yueying's father had been willing to sponsor them. Other offers were far too modest. They needed to attract several considerably larger sponsors. Though preparations for Guosei Tianxiang were already underway across all departments, securing sponsorship remained absolutely critical and could not be taken lightly. This was an excellent opportunity. I believe this graduation gala is a wonderful chance to promote our show. Right now the program is still kept confidential and very few people know about it. Securing sponsorship is not easy, but if we make a strong impression at this gala we may well catch the attention of several business owners, making sponsorship far more achievable. Once Qin Feng formed this idea, he immediately shared it with Yi Qingxue. She always supported his decisions wholeheartedly. She asked what she could do to help. Qin Feng told her that on the day of the gala students were permitted to wear their own attire. Since the event would surely include an opening dance, he hoped they could both appear in elegant outfits and make a striking entrance. Their appearance would undoubtedly draw the attention of many students. This would serve as excellent promotion for their group and at the same time showcase their show. Fortunately, the fashion studio recently designed 2 evening gowns that are perfect for this occasion. We can wear them at the gala and promote our studio's designs alongside the show. Yi Qingxue replied with a bright smile. On the day of the gala, Yi Qingxue appeared in stunning elegance, and the moment she and Qin Feng entered, everyone was captivated. Did you all see that? When the campus beauty made her entrance, she was truly stunning. No wonder she holds that title. And the one beside her is our campus heartthrob. They have been dating for several years now, and he has also founded his own group. That is putting it mildly. While we were still in university figuring out how to choose elective courses and earn credits, he had already started a sizable group. Hey, do you think their group is hiring? Even though there was no recruitment advertisement at the graduation gala, we are all classmates and alumni. Would our chances be higher if we applied directly? Give it a rest. If they really needed people, they would have posted on recruitment websites. Did you see any postings? No, right. Their group only hires top-tier talent. I guess someone like us just graduating would have a tough time. So what should we do? I do not want to take the postgraduate entrance exam or keep studying. I just want to find a job now. Besides, what company is more trustworthy than one run by our own alumni? And their group covers so many different fields. I heard that Mr. Zhao Tianbao, the person in charge of filming our graduation gala this time, is a close friend of the campus beauty. He is also the head of creativity and promotion at Tianyu Group. Should we go and try to get on his good side? We do not even know him. Will it really work to just go up and make small talk? What if it backfires? If you are not going, then I am. I really need a job right now. Ideally, I would like a seamless transition from graduation to employment, so I do not have to go back home. I also heard that Tianyu Group has the best compensation package in the industry. Surrounded by the stunning appearance of Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, the crowd naturally turned their conversation toward Qin Feng's Tianyu Group. Some of the bolder students quickly approached Zhao Tianbao to ask about opportunities. Zhao Tianbao was amiable and shared details about the group's benefits with them. However, he did not know whether Qin Feng's company was currently hiring. He had never heard Qin Feng mention recruitment before, so he could not give them a definitive answer. But while managing the crowd, he found Qin Feng and mentioned the situation. Qin Feng then realized he could use this opportunity to promote his group's benefits. The group had several subsidiaries, so they would definitely need employees, and fresh graduates were affordable and capable. I remember the second and third days after the graduation gala are the job fairs. You will be in charge of this recruitment event. Our group certainly has positions open for interns. Jiangxing University is a respectable institution, and even undergraduate graduates from there would be quite capable. Since so many people came to ask about recruitment, I naturally want to give them this opportunity. If Zhao Tianbao had not reminded him, he might have completely forgotten about it. Zhao Tianbao rolled his eyes in exasperation, but agreed to the task. However, after the 2-day job fair concluded, what surprised Qin Feng was that Yi Qingxue did not join his group. Instead, she went to another company and took a sales position. When Qin Feng learned of this, he immediately went to find Yi Qingxue. He had always assumed she would officially join Tianyu Group after graduation, and he had kept a place for her all along. He never expected that Yi Qingxue would submit her resume to another company and accept an offer elsewhere. Upon hearing the news, he felt genuinely happy for her, yet also a quiet sense of disappointment. She was his girlfriend and had always been regarded as the future mistress of the group. Why would she not come to his company? Xiao Shui Qin Feng decided to seek her out and understand the situation. Qin Feng, why are you coming to find me? Are you not busy with the recruitment matters? Yi Qingxue was genuinely surprised, as Qin Feng had indeed been very occupied these past few days. I heard from your classmates that you did not submit your resume to the group, but instead applied to another company and have already signed a contract. Is that true? Qin Feng asked anxiously. Yi Qingxue understood why he had come to see her upon hearing his question. Deep down, she was also filled with inner conflict and struggle. Even during the job fair, there were moments when she nearly wanted to approach Zhao Tianbao. She knew that as long as she was willing to go, Qin Feng would always reserve a good position for her. But she did not want to always rely on him. Since being with Qin Feng, she had been working at his clothing studio. Her position there had since been converted to a full-time role. However, before the graduation gala, she had already submitted her resignation to the studio. Since Tang Shichen handled most of the studio's affairs, she asked Tang Shichen to keep this a secret. She did not tell Qin Feng about her resignation because she wanted to step away from his shadow and carve out her own path. Yi Qingxue paused for a moment before speaking candidly. I know you want me to join Tianyu, but I want to build something of my own. I do not want to always lean on you. I cannot depend on you forever. Qin Feng responded quickly, why can't you rely on me for life? I can support you forever. I truly can, I swear it. But Yi Qingxue lowered her head and shook it firmly. You know me. You know I hope to have my own career. Although I could also shine at Tianyu. When others hear about it, they will only say I got in through your connections. That could also affect you. No matter how hard I work, they will never truly see my efforts. I want to earn recognition through my own hard work. I want to build my own world with my own abilities. Do you not want to see me standing at the peak beside you? Qin Feng fell silent. In the end, he nodded slowly and pulled her into a tight embrace. He whispered into her ear, as long as you are willing, your place at Tianyu will always be here. You can come back anytime. I will wait for you forever. Zhao Tianbao later heard about this, and specially came to ask Yi Qingxue why being the mistress of the group was not good enough. Even if I do not join Tianyu, I will always be the mistress of Tianyu. So I can develop in both directions at once, Yi Qingxue replied with a smile. However, as Yi Qingxue's friend Zhao Tianbao would always support her in whatever she desired to do. As long as Yi Qingxue was happy, that was all that mattered. Over the past couple of days, Qin Feng had been constantly inquiring about the liaison arrangements for the program's mentors. Per Qin Feng's instructions, all mentor nominations had already been submitted. Meanwhile, Lin Wan had also secured a coordination approach. The only issue was that he had been occupied recently training the new girl group members and arranging their schedules. Consequently, this matter had been handed directly to him. Though the mentors were generally good-tempered, there was one exception. Qin Feng's agency office. You're telling me all the mentors have been coordinated except one who's putting on airs? Qin Feng asked with a furrowed brow, listening to Zhao Tianbao's latest report. I'm completely at a loss. Everyone online is essentially a has-been singer these days, and yet none of the more senior predecessors pull this kind of attitude, except him. The mere thought of it made Zhao Tianbao furious. Tell me exactly what happened. Qin Feng was witnessing Zhao Tianbao's outrage for the first time, genuinely curious about what this senior named Lu Wei had actually done. I followed the list Lin Wan had provided and reached out to these veteran singers one by one, and each connection went smoothly. But when I got to the final person, the has-been singer Lu Wei, his attitude was terribly poor. He started by claiming our company was just an obscure little outfit incapable of booking someone like him, then went on about his former glory days, insisting that after all these years he'd accumulated enough prestige that no ordinary production could simply summon him. He also accused us of exaggerating, calling our claim about partnering with Beishir Television absolute nonsense. In short, he said countless offensive things. I finally lost my temper and hung up on him, but apart from him, we really haven't been able to find many others we could afford within budget who could sit alongside these veteran mentors on the show's judging panel. If we don't go with him, we'd either have to stick with our current number of judges or pick someone from the backup candidates. Zhao Tianbao told Qin Feng wordlessly. He had never seen anyone throw their weight around to such an extreme degree. As an artist, whether a singer or celebrity, one must guard one's reputation carefully. He had never expected someone to openly challenge the organizers like this with such arrogance in their words. It was as if the entire music industry could not function without him. Yet he was genuinely the least famous among all the selected judges. He only became popular after successfully covering a viral hit song. But his brief period of fame was quite short-lived. Lu Wei. I actually know something about this has been singer. Since he looks down on our agency and our program, there's no need to invite him. As for the missing judge position, go discuss with Lin Wan whether we should keep the slot or eliminate it entirely. Better to leave a vacancy than fill it with the wrong person. I'm mainly considering that. I'll provide you with some materials in a couple of days, and you find a reliable media outlet to leak them directly. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Zhao Tianbao grew curious about what materials Qin Feng would provide him. But since Qin Feng mentioned waiting 2 days, it meant he hadn't obtained the materials yet. What could it possibly be? Was it something about Lu Wei? But aside from being arrogant and foolish, Lu Wei didn't seem to have any other negative news. Moreover, he was already a has-been singer now. Even if negative news did surface, hardly anyone would care. At most, it would just generate another wave of traffic for him. Their boss shouldn't be that generous, right? 2 days later, Zhao Tianbao and Lin Wan obtained concrete evidence of Lu Wei's affair scandal. Only then did the two understand why Qin Feng had spoken to them that way days earlier. After all, infidelity was quite common in the entertainment industry. Many musicians who cheated were no surprise. But his situation was particularly disgusting. He wasn't just keeping one woman. More crucially, he had only achieved his current status in the entertainment industry through his wife's support. Unfortunately, they appeared to be a model couple in public, but privately, they were equally reckless. The problem was he was a freeloader. Without his wife's backing, he'd never have reached where he was today. Yet ironically, he was using his wife's money to maintain other mistresses. Meanwhile, his wife only had one lover, and he hadn't spent any of her money on him. What's more, the couple had known each other before marriage reportedly as first loves. But Lu Wei was different. He was truly unattractive yet played around recklessly. He lacked real ability, was miserly with money, and always made his mistresses pay when they went out. She truly couldn't fathom what those women saw in him. Even if we exposed this scandal, it wouldn't really affect him, would it? Zhao Tianbao asked Qin Feng curiously. I never intended to harm him. I just wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Since he looks down on us, I'll give him a little surprise and expose it publicly, Qin Feng explained without looking up. Although both Zhao Tianbao and Lin Wan felt it was unnecessary to give him free publicity, they followed Qin Feng's instructions and found a specialized media outlet to sell the story. They also mobilized numerous marketing accounts, providing him with a small boost of traffic. They had not deliberately concealed the matter. So Lu Wei's agent quickly traced the leak back to Qin Feng's side. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach Qin Feng, the agent had no choice but to visit the company in person. Lu Wei's agent is here again, saying he now understands Lu Wei's previous attitude toward us and has come specifically to apologize, the assistant reported. Qin Feng rejected the request without hesitation. The reason he dealt with Lu Wei this way was partly rooted in his past life. In his previous life, Zhou Yujia was falsely accused by Lu Wei on the show, which led to her being cyberbullied and ultimately developing depression. Yi Qingxue had joined a company called Zongheng Advertising, and Qin Feng ultimately did not stop her from taking the position. Instead, he often picked her up after work. However, on this particular day when he arrived, he overheard Yi Qingxue arguing with a middle-aged man. Manager Chen, I understand that as a new employee, I need guidance from my seniors. But I have been following this project from start to finish, handling all client communications myself. Why does the client suddenly belong to you at the end? Before Qin Feng even entered, he heard Yi Qingxue's questioning voice. He stopped and stood aside, concealing his figure, continuing to listen. Xiao Shui, you have only been at the company for a short time. Without the help of us seniors, how would you achieve such good results? Don't you know what it means to show respect and gratitude to your seniors? A man whose voice sounded truly repulsive spoke with shameless arrogance. I do respect my seniors, but even if I were to hand this project over, it absolutely should not go to Manager Chen. I have always been guided by another senior colleague who has nothing to do with Manager Chen. Yi Qingxue showed no sign of backing down. The so-called Manager Chen she mentioned was Chun Liang, the project department manager of Zongheng Advertising Company, and considered one of the company's veteran employees. He had worked diligently when he first joined. But somehow, whether due to the company's tolerance feeding his appetite or otherwise, he began acting inappropriately on numerous occasions. This time he had set his sights on Yi Qingxue's beauty, thinking that a young newcomer like her might easily be intimidated and thrown into confusion. Then he could simply display his charm as a successful man. He was certain he could capture her effortlessly. But he never imagined that merely at the first step after snatching a client, Yi Qingxue had negotiated she would dare to confront him openly in the office. She even exposed the suggestive messages he had previously sent her. I was merely trying to guide you on how to survive longer in the workplace. I never expected you to be so ungrateful and dare to slander me with such words. Chun Liang was taken aback. Noticing his colleagues watching him with suspicion, he immediately raised his voice and tried to push Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue trembled with anger, but the client had already been taken. She had only been at the company for a few days and never expected to encounter such things. At that moment, she desperately wished Qin Feng would appear, yet she did not want him to know she was being bullied, fearing he might act impulsively and affect his own matters. As if heaven had heard her thoughts, the next second a steady voice came from behind. My girlfriend is beautiful, capable, and intelligent. Why would she ever notice a bald, old toad like you? Such a fitting description made everyone except Chun Liang burst into laughter. Chun Liang instinctively covered his thinning hair. He considered it a symbol of a successful man. Watching Qin Feng walk in calmly, and recalling his earlier remark, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could this stubborn female employee already have a boyfriend? Judging by his appearance, he seemed like an ordinary office worker. How dare he compete with me? Today I will make Yi Qingxue see who the real successful man is. Do not speak nonsense. It was clearly your girlfriend who seduced me. She thought that by seducing the project department manager, she could secure a good project. But I am a man of integrity and remained unmoved. Let me tell you. Chun Liang clearly wanted to continue his baseless claims, but Qin Feng did not listen to his nonsense. He stepped forward and struck Chun Liang squarely in the face. Qin Feng's punch stunned not only Chun Liang, but also frightened Yi Qingxue. She hurriedly held him back and shook her head at him. I heard the whole thing. I have been here for a while. I heard him steal your client and publicly smear your name, bullying a new employee because he considers himself a senior. I am your boyfriend, and I will stand by your side. Seeing the restrained grievance in Yi Qingxue's eyes, Qin Feng felt his anger rise. After gently pressing down her hand, he kicked Chun Liang again. Chun Liang cried out in pain, yet many younger employees around watched him with a sense of satisfaction. This creepy old man finally got what he deserved. Having such a considerate and protective boyfriend, they suddenly felt envious of the outstanding Yi Qingxue. They were too timid. No one had ever stood up for them, so they dared not resist, afraid of losing their jobs. Who are you? You actually came to our company and assaulted someone. Yi Qingxue, do you want to lose your job? You brought your boyfriend here to attack me. I am your father. Those 4 words made Chun Liang nearly faint from rage. Just then footsteps echoed from upstairs. Chun Liang's eyes shifted, realizing the disturbance must have alerted the boss above. He quickly shed tears and ran to the staircase wailing, "Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone broke into our company and attacked people. It was Yi Qingxue. She could not close the deal herself, so I went to communicate with the client. The client said they wanted to sign the contract with me. Then she brought her boyfriend over. Look at my body, all injured by him. He has no respect for our company at all. This was a normal business handover, yet he assaulted me on behalf of his girlfriend, believing our company wronged her. Boss, please give me justice. I have worked diligently at this company for so many years and now I am being bullied by a brand new employee. How can I maintain my authority and lead my team effectively going forward?" Chun Liang's tearful pleas made the newly descended boss, Tang Jingshan, frown slightly. However, someone daring to cause trouble in his own territory left a poor first impression of Qin Feng upon him. He offered a few comforting words to Chun Liang before stepping into the main hall. Tang Jingshan regarded himself as reasonably polite. He glanced at the newly hired Yi Qingxue and then turned his gaze toward Qin Feng. "Please apologize to my employee." Qin Feng replied with clear contempt, "Your employee stole a subordinate's client and attempted to make inappropriate advances. You expect me to apologize? A boss who cannot distinguish right from wrong deserves to have such an employee." Yi Qingxue did not wish for Qin Feng to confront the boss directly, so she stepped forward to explain. Her project with Laojiao Liquor Company had reached the final contract signing stage. However, on that day, she was turned away at the reception desk of Laojiao Liquor Company. The following day, manager Qin informed her that the contract had been handed to someone else and the performance credit was not recorded under her name. "Boss, you may not be aware that I have been handling the entire cooperation with Laojiao Liquor from start to finish. I shuttled back and forth, held several rounds of discussions with their boss, and ultimately finalized our advertising partnership. Yet on the final day, manager Chen substituted himself for me, arrived only to sign the contract, and then claimed all the credit as his own. Furthermore, these are the harassing messages manager Chen sent me on my second day at work. I simply wish to seek justice and make this right. As for my boyfriend stepping in, it was purely because he could not stand seeing me treated unfairly. That is all. It had nothing to do with any discontent toward our company." Yi Qingxue stepped in front of Qin Feng to shield him, then explained the situation to Tang Jingshan. Tang Jingshan looked at Yi Qingxue, carefully, his impression of the strikingly beautiful young woman still vivid. Her resume was remarkably impressive and her abilities were equally outstanding. During the interview, she responded with clarity and confidence, emerging as the most capable candidate among all the interns. With only 2 months remaining, she would have seamlessly transitioned to full-time employment upon the conclusion of her probation period. But given what had transpired, he was not necessarily showing favoritism toward Chun Liang. It struck him as rather puzzling that a junior intern could secure a partnership he had been pursuing himself. Behind Yi Qingxue, Qin Feng's attention caught at the mention of Laojiao Liquor, and memories from a previous lifetime suddenly surfaced. In that past lifetime, around this same period, Laojiao Liquor had been exposed for adulterating its products. What began as a single mistake unraveled into an extensive network of corruption. Staff members had been tampering with the liquor directly. Worse still, the contamination triggered pre-existing conditions in consumers, leading to sudden fatal incidents. The victim's influential status amplified the scandal enormously in that previous existence. Qin Feng contemplated this, recognizing that Yi Qingxue had been the one managing the account throughout. Should this come to light, Yi Qingxue would inevitably bear the consequences. Since Chun Liang had already appropriated her accomplishments, he might as well seize the liability that came with it. More importantly, he did not view Tang Jingshan as someone easily manipulated. After hearing Chun Liang's account, Tang Jingshan had not immediately dismissed it. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Chun Liang after listening to Yi Qingxue, as though silently probing for answers. "Mr. Tang, I am not trying to cause disruption at your company. I manage my own liquor business, which gives me insight into these matters. If you are considering a partnership with Laojiao Liquor, I would strongly suggest re-examining their quality standards. Their products may have been diluted and falsified. Should this scandal emerge after you have entered into an agreement, every company associated with them would face scrutiny. I sincerely hope you will reconsider." Yi Qingxue had only recently joined the company, and her reaction had indeed been impulsive. Now, reminding Tang Jingshan of events from a past lifetime was his way of securing a favorable impression for Yi Qingxue. But he had not anticipated that Tang Jingshan would dismiss his concerns entirely upon hearing these words. He found Qin Feng's claims absurd. Did he not know that Laojiao Liquor was a renowned local enterprise? A brand with decades of history. How could such practices possibly exist? Nonsense. Laojiao Liquor is the partner I have carefully selected after thorough evaluation. They are eager to collaborate as well, and as an established brand with decades of reputation, how could they possibly be involved in such affairs? Qin Feng responded with a roll of his eyes, and fell silent, watching coldly as Tang Jingshan considered how to handle the matter. Yi Qingxue had always placed her trust in Qin Feng. Believing his words, she turned to him urgently and asked, "What you said, is it true? Have they really been adulterating their products? If that is the case, then this achievement is not worth fighting for. When have I ever deceived you? Fortunately, you had not signed the contract yet. Once this emerges, your company would likely sacrifice you to shield themselves." Qin Feng showed no hesitation in speaking his mind directly. Tang Jingshan grew furious and challenged him, setting aside whether they actually engaged in such practices. If they did, they would surely conceal it. How could you possibly know? And if you truly know, why have you not reported it? Qin Feng responded with a cold smile, his tone laced with irony. They have not harmed me directly, so what reason would I have to oppose them? Are there not already regulatory authorities for such matters? But since you trust them so deeply, why don't we make a wager? He was determined to defend Yi Qingshue's interests. What do you want to wager? I wager on what I just said. I believe you certainly have the means to verify whether their products have been adulterated. If your investigation finds no issue, then I am wrong, and I will take full responsibility for all losses. Qin Feng stated with quiet confidence. Tang Jingshan hesitated. He was not foolish nor lacked discernment. He could see that Qin Feng carried the bearing of a seasoned businessman. Moreover, the watch on his wrist alone was worth millions. A man like him would not risk himself over trivial matters. Could Qin Feng actually be telling the truth? I will accept this wager. Tang Jingshan considered for a few moments, then agreed. But your company must first make amends to my girlfriend. It was she who secured this business. Regardless of whether Laojiao liquor proves reliable or not, how can a manager simply appropriate someone else's accomplishments? Qin Feng finished speaking and glared at Chen Liang, who had been hiding behind Tang Jingshan. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze and feeling emboldened by Tang's support, Chen Liang quickly stepped forward. Pointing at Qin Feng's nose, he boasted arrogantly, "And you struck me. Do you think I won't sue you? I will make sure you lose everything." Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he looked at the arrogant Chen Liang before him. A faint, chilling smile curved his lips, his eyes carrying an edge of warning. "Do you want to lose those fingers, or shall I give you another lesson?" Chen Liang quickly withdrew his hand, but continued to glare defiantly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's temper rose again, but Yi Qingxue quickly restrained him. "Do not bother engaging with such a person. He has been unreasonable for more than a day or two, relying on his seniority and his habit of bullying others. It is not his first offense." After speaking, Yi Qingxue turned to face the company owner, her voice steady and composed. "But I believe the company does owe me an explanation. If the accomplishments of an intern are routinely taken by so-called seniors, that is simply unfair." No one had expected Yi Qingxue to stand so firmly, yet Tang Jingshan found himself quite impressed with her. From the steadiness in her gaze, he saw resilience and an unyielding spirit, and a flicker of genuine interest stirred within him toward the young woman. It had been a long time since he had encountered an employee of such caliber. He was hardly unaware of Chen Liang's underhanded tactics, but the man had truly contributed much to the company, cultivating and retaining many loyal, long-standing clients. Should he choose to penalize Chen Liang, he feared it might stir dissatisfaction among those treasured clients. Yet this time, with so many employees present, could he truly condone Chen Liang continuing to harass a capable young woman and appropriating her achievements? He owed an explanation to the rest of the company. He could not let the staff turn against one another. "How about we incorporate these 2 points into the wager terms? I will arrange for an inspection of whether there are any issues with the beverages from Laojiao Liquor. If you lose, you will bear all the losses as you stated and apologize to Manager Chen. If we lose, I will ensure Yi Qingxue receives the fairest resolution, promote her position, and dismiss Chen Liang immediately." Qin Feng pondered Tang Jingshan's words for a moment, finding the terms clearer and more equitable, and nodded in agreement. After Qin Feng departed with Yi Qingxue, Chen Liang hurried behind, trailing Tang Jingshan. He kept urging Tang Jingshan on. "Boss, you cannot listen to that Qin Feng. Who does he think he is to meddle in our company affairs? And that Yi Qingxue, she is fabricating accusations against me. How could I ignore the company's interests? Laojiao Liquor has been a renowned brand for decades. How could they possibly engage in adulteration? It must be that Qin Feng deliberately seeking revenge on behalf of his girlfriend." But Tang Jingshan offered no response, merely waving Chen Liang away with a dismissive gesture. Chen Liang left the office reluctantly, a cold ruthlessness flashing across his eyes. Cast one last glance at Tang Jingshan's shadowy figure visible through the glass. He already had a plan forming. No one could stop him from securing that money. Whether or not there was any truth to the adulteration claims, he had to bind both companies together on the same rope. He simply could not believe Tang Jingshan would dismiss a founding member over a newly hired female employee. He held considerable leverage through his network of longtime clients. Meanwhile, Tang Jingshan had already phoned his father. He hoped his father could help obtain samples from Laojiao Liquor, as he had received word that their beverages might have issues. After Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue left the company, Qin Feng gazed at her words lingering on his lips. Under Yi Qingshue's probing gaze, he finally spoke his mind. With a supervisor like that who constantly mistreats you, why not leave and join my company? If you worry others will claim favoritism, you can interview with everyone else. I guarantee no one will give you special treatment. Or you could consider other companies. Watching Qin Feng's earnest expression, Yi Qingxue merely smiled and shook her head. She actually quite enjoyed her current advertising company. Though the work was demanding, her colleagues were wonderful. Despite having a manager who was both overbearing and fond of appropriating credit, she had not yet lost hope in the company. So let us wait for the inspection results. They should come within a few days. I get along well with my coworkers here. Let us see what the findings reveal before making any decisions, shall we? Qin Feng could only nod in agreement. The next morning, Qin Feng accompanied Yi Qingxue directly to Zongheng Advertising Company. As soon as they entered, they spotted the triumphant Chun Liang standing in the main hall reprimanding other employees. Several staff members wore expressions of restrained discontent. Moreover, Manager Chen's words carried veiled criticism, using Yi Qingxue as a cautionary example. His remarks made it clear he expected her to leave the company. But Yi Qingxue had no intention of indulging him. Qin Feng had already made it clear. Today's outcome would either clear her name and resolve the matter with Chun Liang, allowing her to continue, or she would simply resign. So why bother placating Chun Liang? Rolling her eyes, she and Qin Feng took seats on a nearby sofa. Enough. Return to your work. Do not act arrogantly like certain people who believe their appearance grants them special privileges. Hearing Chun Liang's words, Qin Feng's fists clenched once more. Want another lesson? Qin Feng's single sentence instantly flushed Chun Liang red with anger, then pale with alarm. How long can you remain so presumptuous? You will apologize to me today. I might as well tell you. Laojiao Liquor has already transferred the 500,000 deposit. I have signed the contract. The flush of anger passed in an instant, replaced by smug satisfaction as the other party boasted to the pair. Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue exchanged glances. Were they not meant to investigate whether Laojiao Liquor's beverages had issues? The results should only be available today. Yet he had already signed the contract. Was he not deliberately dragging Zongheng Advertising Company into scandal? Just wait. The boss will surely promote me and eject this insubordinate troublemaker from the company. As Chun Liang continued his verbal assault, Qin Feng struck him across the face. Meanwhile, in Tang Jingshan's office, he was anxiously awaiting the inspection results. He could not explain why he had placed such faith in Qin Feng's words, nor why he had troubled his father to assist with the investigation. His father possessed far greater capabilities and would surely uncover the truth in the shortest time. As he was thinking of his father, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was exactly his father. Father, how did the investigation go? Surely their beverages do not truly have problems. Tang Jingshan inquired with evident urgency. You should truly thank the one who informed you of this. It is quite unexpected that they would actually dare to produce counterfeit liquor. If this were to be exposed, your company would undoubtedly suffer consequences. The voice on the other end carried an air of authority. What? They really did produce counterfeit liquor? Very well, thank you, father. I understand. I will make sure to express my gratitude. Tang Jingshan's words carried a mixture of surprise and relief. Good that you understand gratitude. I have already arranged for the inspection report to be delivered to you. You should also carefully examine whether any of your subordinates harbor ambitions that have grown unchecked. Do not let your own company suffer from poor judgment. With that, the call was ended. Tang Jingshan was indeed drenched in cold sweat at that moment. Such a coincidence. Could it really be true that there were problems? He dared not imagine how dire the consequences would be if he had signed this contract and finalized the cooperation. Fortunately, after Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue had left the day before, he had called the general manager of Laojiao Liquor to request a 2-day postponement. Now that he knew of this situation, he absolutely refused to maintain any connection with them. Just as he was about to contact Yi Qingxue to personally apologize to both Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, a knock came at the door. Come in. Tang Jingshan instantly regained his dignified composure. The person who entered was Chun Liang, wearing an ingratiating smile. Upon seeing Chun Liang, Tang Jingshan immediately thought of his arrogant demeanor from the day before. Combining this with his father's words on the phone, he could not help but harbor doubts. Had this so-called long-time employee developed certain inappropriate intentions? Seeing that Chun Liang was still holding something in his hands, Tang Jingshan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. With a deferential smile, Tang Jingshan spoke. Boss, yesterday the general manager of Laojiao Liquor personally called me asking why our company refused to sign the contract with them. He also said that if we hadn't signed yesterday, there would be no cooperation in the future. I was truly afraid that because of the words of two ignorant young people, we would miss such a major client. So I invited the general manager of Laojiao Liquor to dinner. It really took a long time of social engagements, and only then did I sign this contract overnight. Boss, please look. This way, when the test results come out, we won't miss such a wonderful opportunity due to a misunderstanding. Chun Liang, only thinking of boasting about his achievements, failed to notice that with each word he spoke, Tang Jingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. Swiftly snatching the documents from his hands, Tang Jingshan glanced at them quickly, his heart filled with rising anger. He had clearly stated yesterday that signing this contract was forbidden. Moreover, it was he himself who had made the phone call personally. He never expected that the general manager of Laojiao Liquor would maintain private contact with his own subordinate. Had Chun Liang been treating his words as nothing but wind? And he had specifically mentioned securing the contract through overnight social engagements, clearly afraid that other complications might arise after the test results were released today. His hand gripping the documents slowly tightened, crumpling the edges. Even if Chun Liang was the most oblivious person, he had already sensed that something was wrong. Chun Liang, you have worked in my company for many years. Have I ever mistreated you? Tang Jingshan asked abruptly. Of course not. Boss has always been kind to me. It was you who gave me my current position. How could you possibly mistreat me? Chun Liang immediately offered flattery. Then why do you insist on pulling my company onto that sunken vessel? Are you that eager to obtain the benefits he offers you? The documents were thrown directly from his hand, striking Chun Liang's face forcefully. The sharp edge left a thin mark on Chun Liang's cheek. Chun Liang was somewhat stunned, but instinctively wanted to open his mouth to defend himself. At that moment, the receptionist, having been asked by Yi Qingxue and Qin Feng, gently knocked on the office door. She then informed Tang Jingshan that Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue had been waiting downstairs for some time and asked whether the test report had any results. They have already come. When did they arrive? Tang Jingshan was greatly startled upon hearing this. Since his father had told him to express gratitude to Qin Feng, he had been eagerly looking forward to Qin Feng's arrival. He never expected to be delayed by Chun Liang. Upon hearing that Qin Feng had arrived, he intended to go down immediately to thank him. Hearing his boss's question, the receptionist promptly cast a knowing glance at Chun Liang beside her. She then spoke up. Mr. Qin arrived quite early, accompanying Xiao Shui to come to work. However, when he arrived, Manager Chun was reprimanding the staff, telling them not to learn from Xiao Shui. Then a disagreement arose between him and Mr. Qin, and he intentionally prevented Mr. Qin from coming to see you, boss. Chun Liang, whose face had just been struck, looked at the receptionist in disbelief. The same receptionist who usually dared not even look up at him. She actually dared to stab him in the back like this. Didn't she fear that he would make things difficult for her later and force her to leave the company? Where are they now? Tang Jingshan moved swiftly, picking up his suit jacket while asking. They have already gone to the reception room. The receptionist replied politely. Go brew some premium pre-rain Longjing tea immediately and purchase some hospitality supplies. Make sure to buy the finest quality. After purchasing, find the finance department to process the reimbursement. Tang Jingshan's words were hurried, as if he could not wait to see Qin Feng. Chun Liang was completely bewildered. Shouldn't Tang Jingshan in his anger directly drive Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue away? When he had socialized with the general manager of Laojiao Liquor the day before, he had also told him about what had happened earlier that day. The general manager had not shown any inappropriate emotion on his face, which meant Qin Feng and the others must have been talking nonsense. Had the boss truly been deceived? Chun Liang, unable to understand, quickly ran to follow behind Tang Jingshan, wanting to say something. But Tang Jingshan strode forward decisively, giving him no opportunity at all, and quickly went to the reception room. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Yi Qingxue, Tang Jingshan warmly approached Qin Feng and directly reached out to shake his hand. He said gratefully, I am truly sorry, Mr. Qin. Yesterday my temper was too poor and I nearly misunderstood your good intentions. Fortunately, with your reminder, Mr. Qin, otherwise if we had discovered this matter only after the cooperation was finalized, it would have been too late. How could my small company withstand such turmoil? I must apologize to you, Mr. Qin, for yesterday's behavior. Qin Feng smiled, without speaking, knowing that Tang Jingshan must have already received the test report. He knew who Tang Jingshan's father was. In a matter like this, Tang Jingshan would certainly seek help from his father. He remembered that in his past life, it seemed the general manager of Laojiao Liquor had somehow provoked Tang Jingshan's father. Then that distinguished gentleman had intervened, thoroughly investigating all the shady matters connected to Laojiao Liquor. All the relevant persons in charge were brought to justice, and all companies that had cooperated with them were also affected accordingly. It seems the test results have already come out. Qin Feng asked with a smile. They are being delivered here now and should arrive shortly. Tang Jingshan nodded, firmly, feeling increasingly grateful for Qin Feng's earlier reminder. Chun Liang, standing aside, still did not understand the situation, but he firmly believed that the general manager of Laojiao Liquor would never deceive him. He therefore wanted to fan the flames once more. Boss, please do not be deceived by this man. That is Laojiao Liquor after all. How could their products have any problems? You should hurry and ask them to leave. No sooner had Chun Liang finished speaking than a knock came at the reception room door. The person delivering the test report had arrived just then. The assistant nearby quickly stepped forward, took the report from the other person's hand, and exchanged a subtle glance. He then opened the report and placed it before Tang Jingshan. A single glance sent Tang Jingshan into a deep fury. He grabbed the report and threw it forcefully toward Chun Liang. He could hardly believe that Laojiao Liquor had actually done such a thing. Was Chun Liang, who had insisted on partnering with them, aware of this matter? Was he truly kept completely in the dark, believing they were good partners? Or had he known all along and deliberately pulled his own company into this situation for the sake of personal gain? Look for yourself. Qin Liang. After all these years at the company, I have never mistreated you. I was well aware of your subtle schemes beneath my notice, yet I gave you face time, and again. Look at what you have done. Tang Jingshan felt as though he could barely breathe from anger. Fortunately, Qin Feng promptly handed him a glass of water. Tang Jingshan cast a grateful glance at Qin Feng and quickly drank several sips to steady his emotions. He could not afford to collapse from rage. Chun Liang clumsily caught the inspection report that had been thrown. It was only 2 pages, yet the final results made his hands and feet turn cold. Had the manager of Laojiao Liquor deceived him? Impossible. Laojiao Liquor could not have any problems. There must be something wrong with the inspection report. It must be that Qin Feng bribed the inspectors. That had to be it. Boss, this has to be fake. This man deliberately fabricated the report to deceive you. Chun Liang had assumed the inspection arrangements were handled by his own assistant. But he had never anticipated that Tang Jingshan would take this matter so seriously and involve his own father. Are you suggesting that the results from the team my father hired who inspected overnight are false? Use your mind and think. If their liquor truly had no issues, why would they have called you specifically after I politely declined the contract signing date, coaxing you into joining their scheme? Tang Jingshan was consumed by fury and nearly grabbed the ashtray from his desk to throw at Chun Liang, but Qin Feng stopped him just in time. Chun Liang, for the sake of your years with the company, I am giving you one last chance. You had better confess clearly. What exactly happened? Tang Jingshan completely distrusted Chun Liang's ignorance. However, Chun Liang was terrified by the inspection results. He knew clearly what he had done. He had considered this possibility before. But the other party's manager had offered him so much money. If he could secure the commission from this successfully concluded project, it would amount to a tremendous fortune. But he never expected his momentary greed to plunge him completely into an abyss. He slumped onto the floor beside him like all strength had left his body, his lips trembling as he wanted to explain something, yet only feeling ice cold throughout. He had never seen Tang Jingshan this angry before. Had he truly come to the end this time? Yet his misfortunes did not stop there. Since the confrontation took place in the reception room and the assistant had not closed the door completely earlier, the commotion inside had carried outward. Those employees who had previously suffered under Chun Liang's oppression all stepped forward one by one, entering the reception room. They were determined to ensure Chun Liang, already fallen into the mire, faced complete consequences. They would not allow him to remain at the company and harm others any longer. Listening to one employee after another reveal Chun Liang's misconduct, how he had stolen credit for projects, attempted to harass female employees, framed other outstanding staff, hoarded all successful deals, and leaked company secrets to competitors, the crowd turned against him. With his rotten foundation collapsed, every dirty and shameful act he had hidden in darkness was fully exposed. Tang Jingshan listened with growing distress. Once all matters had been revealed, Qin Feng calmly remarked, "Manager, Chen, it appears you are the one who must leave this time." However, Chun Liang no longer carried any of his former authority. Even hearing Qin Feng's teasing remark, he offered no response whatsoever. Seeing his pitiful state, no one present felt any softness toward him. Tang Jingshan directly instructed the Human Resources Department to process the termination. He also ensured that all of Chun Liang's misconduct was made public within the industry circle. Chun Liang would never be able to work in this field again. At the very least, this entire industry would blacklist him completely. If he could not accomplish it himself, he would ask his father to step in and ensure Chun Liang was thoroughly excluded. Mr. Tang, do not forget the compensation you should demand. Surely he cannot simply be dismissed after bringing such significant impact to the company. Qin Feng was not opposed to adding his own remarks. Tang Jingshan directly instructed his assistant to handle the matter. Qin Feng wore a satisfied smile. Tang Jingshan looked at Yi Qingxue with a hint of apology, sincerely expressing that the company would provide her with a proper resolution. If she was willing to continue staying at the company, he would directly bypass her probation period and make her a formal employee. He also deeply hoped she would serve as the team leader of their group. Do you wish to remain here? Rest assured, if you do not want to continue working here, no one can force you. In front of Tang Jingshan, Qin Feng openly supported Yi Qingxue. Some employees who had been eavesdropping outside the reception room, fearing Yi Qingxue might refuse to stay at the company, quickly emerged from their hiding places. They smiled apologetically at the company's boss. Then everyone urged Yi Qingxue to remain. Xiao Shui, please stay. Your abilities are remarkable, and we are all willing to follow you. Exactly, Xiao Shui, please stay. Manager Chun has been dismissed, and no one will bully us anymore. Xiao Shui, if you leave, who will have meals with me, work overtime with me, and create documents with me in the future? That's right, Xiao Shui, the company has promised to give you a proper arrangement, so please stay. We are all hoping you will become a formal employee. It was clear that Yi Qingxue had quite good standing among her colleagues at the company. Under everyone's encouragement, she decided to continue working at the advertising agency. Qin Feng respected her decision. With this matter resolved, Yi Qingxue returned to her workstation to continue her duties. Qin Feng meanwhile accepted Tang Jingshan's invitation and entered his office. As soon as Qin Feng followed Tang Jingshan out, the formerly serious employees instantly revealed their true demeanor. They all gathered around Yi Qingxue, eagerly asking where she had found such a handsome boyfriend and wondering whether they had already been together since college. This boyfriend is incredibly handsome. Does he have any equally good-looking friends? I wish someone could introduce me. I dream of dating someone this attractive. I wish too. All those classmates from our university were nothing to write home about. I never thought a real campus heartthrob actually existed. Not only is he handsome, but he's also quite capable. Did you notice that watch on his wrist? It's a limited edition. I heard their family runs a company as well. Xiaoxue, if your boyfriend's family also owns a company, why didn't you go work at his company instead? No one would dare bully you there. Who says women must depend on men? We can build our own careers and succeed independently. But honestly, such a handsome guy is a pleasure to look at, and the way he protects his girlfriend is truly admirable. Yi Qingxue was happy to hear everyone praising Qin Feng, unaware that in the office Qin Feng and Tang Jingshan's atmosphere had grown awkward once more. The two sat across from each other on the office sofa. After taking a few sips of tea, Qin Feng finally decided to break the silence, and asked curiously why the appraisal results came back so quickly. I originally planned to bring Xiaoxue over today, worried she might be bullied, but I didn't expect the appraisal results to be ready today. Qin Feng asked, though he already knew the answer. Tang Jingshan scratched his head embarrassingly, then explained to Qin Feng, my father has an appraisal center under his management which happens to be connected with the market supervision department. As soon as you left, I called him and asked him to conduct a surprise inspection. Your father? Qin Feng murmured, then after a moment of thought asked, is it Mr. Tang Muyang? This time it was Tang Jingshan's turn to be astonished. The Tang family had many descendants, and there were outstanding figures in various industries. Many people certainly knew his father's name, yet very few knew that he was his father's son. It wasn't that his father didn't care for him. It was just that the Tang family children had to grow up quickly and achieve something remarkable in their careers. His father was highly capable and a tycoon in the catering industry. He likely feared that revealing their father-son relationship might attract the attention of their enemies. After all, he had almost been kidnapped when he was young. How did Boss Qin know? Tang Jingshan didn't want to overthink it, but this guess was too accurate. I've seen the two of you attend a wine gala together before, and your relationship appeared quite close. With such capabilities, only Mr. Tang Muyang could have identified the issues with that old liquor brand overnight, Qin Feng stated calmly. Faced with this explanation, Tang Jingshan didn't say much. He did sometimes attend wine galas with his father. But he wanted to know more. How did Qin Feng know something even his father wasn't aware of? Boss Qin, I actually have another matter I'd like to ask you today. You know how well-known Laojiao liquor is in the industry. Even my father had no idea they were diluting and falsifying their products. How did you find out? Tang Jingshan asked curiously. Qin Feng smiled enigmatically, but the answer he gave somewhat displeased Tang Jingshan. I dreamed it. He had dreamed that their factory would be exposed for manufacturing counterfeit goods within a month, leading to complete bankruptcy within just a few months, while also dragging down other partnering companies. Though he could see Tang Jingshan didn't believe him, Qin Feng decided to give him face since the latter had handled things fairly this time around. He offered the information as a favor, but whether Tang Jingshan chose to believe it was no longer his concern. Oh, by the way, Boss Tang, I should remind you of something. I recall you have a restaurant under your management that's specifically themed around ancient Chinese style. The rockery decorations in your palace banquet hall will fall and injure a guest. This incident will eventually make the news and result in compensation claims. You'd best inspect these decorations beforehand. Of course, I also dreamed this. It seems my dreams are quite vivid, and it's good to prevent problems before they arise. As expected, Tang Jingshan didn't believe a word about dreaming it. He simply felt that Qin Feng likely had his own sources and was unwilling to share them. As for the condition of his own restaurant, that was even less likely. Those decorations had been firmly secured by masters in the first place. How could they possibly fall? And even if a guest were accidentally injured, it wouldn't escalate to making news and requiring compensation. Seeing that Qin Feng showed no intention of continuing the conversation, Tang Jingshan lost his interest in pressing further. Coincidentally, he had matters to discuss with his father, so he decided to be direct. I'll send someone to inspect it later. Thank you for the reminder, Boss Qin. I have some business to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Qin Feng nodded thought for a moment, then requested a day off for Yi Qingxue. Tang Jingshan readily agreed and expressed his sincere gratitude to Qin Feng for this time. If Qin Feng wished to take his girlfriend away for a few days of travel, that would be acceptable as well. He could request additional leave days. Then I thank you, Boss Tang. A mysterious smile crossed Qin Feng's lips. After leaving the office, he walked directly toward Yi Qingxue. Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge, everyone scattered quickly. Yi Qingxue felt somewhat embarrassed, but Qin Feng reached out and took her hand gently. He then softly told her that he had already requested leave on her behalf. Since this incident had also frightened her, the company would consider it compensation and allow her to take a few days of paid leave. Are we leaving now? Do you have work to handle? Looking into Qin Feng's gentle eyes, Yi Qingxue shook her head. She had indeed been working too hard lately, and a few days of rest would do her good. So amidst the envious gazes of their colleagues, she followed Qin Feng out of the advertising company's entrance. Afterwards, Qin Feng took Yi Qingxue shopping at the mall, specifically visited an amusement park, and watched a movie. When dinner arrived that evening, Yi Qingxue couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. She wanted to ask Qin Feng how he had known about the counterfeit liquor incident. What Tang Jingshan had said yesterday made sense. Such matters would certainly be kept secret, so how could they be uncovered so easily? Moreover, Qin Feng had suddenly exposed this matter, which seemed to have occurred to him on the spot. Could Qin Feng truly have some special channel that allowed him to know such things? What special channel could there be? It's quite coincidental. Your boss asked me the same question today. Actually, it's quite simple. I truly dreamed it. I dreamed their liquor fraud would be exposed, dragging many companies down with it. Then I thought I couldn't let you be implicated, so I spoke up. Hearing Qin Feng's perfunctory response, Yi Qingxue felt a hint of discontent, though she restrained herself from showing it. She replied in a calm, measured tone, "If you'd rather not share, that's fine. I'm hardly pressuring you. Everyone has their own little secrets after all." Watching his girlfriend clearly upset, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain to Yi Qingxue that he had been reborn, that everything that had happened in this lifetime was merely a replay of his past life? If he revealed such a thing, it would be nothing short of extraordinary for her not to think him mad. Believe me, I truly did dream these things. Even those seemingly coincidental events that occurred before were all foretold in my dreams. You're my girlfriend. What reason would I have to deceive you? Others may not believe me, but surely you can. Qin Feng was the apple of Yi Qingxue's eye, and after his gentle coaxing, the matter was gently laid to rest. Though a shadow of doubt lingered in Yi Qingxue's heart, she chose not to press further. After all, Qin Feng only ever acted in her best interest. She need not dig too deeply, and so the incident passed with relative ease. Over the following days, Qin Feng took Yi Qingxue to nearby small cities, giving her a much-needed opportunity to unwind and relax. As for the affairs at the advertising company, Qin Feng intended for Tang Jingshan to discover them on his own. His prior dream prophecies might actually hold truth. After returning, he carefully replayed in his mind how the Laojiao Liquor Company scandal had been exposed in his past life. It had in fact been connected to an incident involving their ornamental rockery. The news coverage of the rockery falling and injuring someone prompted Laojiao Liquor to take certain measures behind the scenes. When Tang Jingshan's father launched his counterattack, he discovered Laojiao Liquor's involvement and subsequently exposed the entire situation, compounded by the tragic incident of someone dying after consuming their product. Laojiao Liquor had also attempted to cover up the issue at their restaurant. However, due to Qin Feng's earlier intervention, the sequence of events had shifted and reversed. He wondered whether Tang Jingshan had truly heeded his words that day. Having said no more than necessary, he could only hope Tang Jingshan had absorbed at least some of his advice. A few days later, when Qin Feng saw the related news online, it became clear that Tang Jingshan had not taken his words to heart. When Tang Jingshan received the message, his father was already overwhelmed with worry over the situation. The moment he read the content his father had sent, he was utterly stunned. The ornamental rockery in their palace banquet hall had actually fallen. Qin Feng had truly predicted it, but how could a dream be so astonishingly accurate? Was this some kind of precognitive dream? Dad, the person who warned me about the Laojiao Liquor Company's counterfeit wine, also mentioned that our ornamental rockery might fall and cause injury. I didn't take it seriously, but it turned out to be true. Tang Jingshan, finding the coincidence too remarkable, shared everything with his father Tang Muyang. The result was Tang Muyang giving him a sharp kick and urging him to find that master immediately to express his gratitude. If only he had listened sooner and inspected the rockery decorations, today's trouble could have been entirely avoided. He had assigned people to closely monitor the palace banquet hall, yet how could he fail to have them inspect a few decorations as well? It was frustrating to receive such belated reminders only after the incident had already occurred. Tang Jingshan suddenly snapped out of his daze and urgently contacted Qin Feng, desperately trying to arrange a meal and thanks. By then, Qin Feng had already seen the news. He naturally understood that Tang Jingshan's invitation likely meant he was now regarding Qin Feng as some kind of master. He was no master. He had simply been shown mercy by fate, granted one more chance at life. Boss Tang, didn't I mention before that I dreamed your palace banquet hall might encounter trouble? You weren't inclined to believe me then, but now. Tang Jingshan felt somewhat embarrassed, but the thought of Qin Feng's remarkable foresight led him to openly acknowledge his earlier doubts and promise never to question anything Qin Feng told him again. Then let's arrange a meal after I return from my trip with my girlfriend. What do you think, Boss Tang? Qin Feng deftly steered the conversation elsewhere. Whatever works for you, Boss Qin. We'll meet whenever suits your schedule. This time around I failed to follow your advice, and I intend to properly thank you for it. After hanging up, Tang Jingshan grew convinced that Qin Feng possessed abilities beyond ordinary understanding and resolved to cultivate their connection. With Qin Feng's guidance, he was confident his company would avoid similar troubles. Remembering how Qin Feng had previously helped him sidestep risks, Tang Jingshan's admiration only deepened. Qin Feng, unaware that he had gained a devoted follower, was somewhat bewildered when he hung up and saw his girlfriend gazing at him with a quietly resentful expression. "Xiaoxua, why are you looking at me like that?" "That was your boss calling. Just an invitation to dinner," Qin Feng explained, quickly fearing misunderstanding. "I know it was your boss, but it seems like you'll be going out for business dinners again." Hearing Yi Qingshue's complaint was about this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and suggested, "Since you're having dinner with your boss anyway, why not come along? I'm not very familiar with your boss, and I thought it might be more comfortable if you joined us." "How does that sound?" "Not a chance," Yi Qingxue declined without hesitation. Qin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, not daring to press further. After all, who wanted to see their boss after a long day's work? Of course, except for a brilliant and magnanimous boss like herself. "I told him we'd meet after we return from our trip. These next few days I'll be fully devoted to spending time with you." Only then did a smile return to Yi Qingshue's face. After 3 or 4 days of traveling together, Yi Qingxue felt well rested, and the two of them returned to Jiangqing. She threw herself back into work while Qin Feng arranged to meet Tang Jingshan, as previously agreed. However, on his very first day back, Qin Feng received a call from Yi Qingxue at noon. Her voice carried a note of uncertainty as she asked whether he had spoken to Tang Jingshan again. Why had Tang Jingshan immediately handed her 2 major projects upon her return, saying they were compensation for the grievances she had endured last time? "That's wonderful news. It means your boss values you, and it proves my girlfriend is truly capable." Qin Feng was genuinely happy for her. Yet Yi Qingxue felt a flicker of self-doubt, wondering whether she could truly handle such responsibilities. "Don't lose confidence in yourself, my dear. You are more than capable. Believe in yourself." Encouraged by Qin Feng's words, Yi Qingxue set aside her doubts and began preparing the relevant documents and materials. Fengyue Pavilion. What an odd name. Whatever, since I was invited to meet here, I'd better go in. Qin Feng gazed at the sign on the restaurant's private room door, silently remarking to himself. He knocked and entered, only to find Tang Jingshan discussing stocks with another man. When Tang Jingshan had originally invited him to this meal, he had mentioned introducing him to a good brother. He also said they could do business together in the future. Qin Feng was naturally willing to broaden his network through Tang Jingshan's connections, so he had agreed without hesitation. But he never expected this man to be someone he recognized from his past life. Though their paths had only crossed minimally back then, they had never collaborated. Qin Feng knew he was also a wealthy second-generation heir with a rather fiery temperament. When Qin Feng entered, they were discussing the newly acquired Huitong Network stocks. "I hired specialists to analyze this. The stocks will definitely surge, and we're guaranteed a solid profit," the man said triumphantly. "Honestly, I didn't expect Huitong Network to rise so quickly either. But are you certain there won't be any risk of the shares being frozen?" Tang Jingshan expressed some skepticism. "Young Master Tang, how can you doubt me? This has been thoroughly analyzed by a master for me. There absolutely won't be any issues. Trust me. We'll sell at noon tomorrow, which will be the peak price." The master predicted it all. The man spoke with great conviction. Tang Jingshan glanced doubtfully at the man beside him, recalling that his recent stock purchases guided by this friend had all been quite profitable, so he decided not to press further. But suddenly Qin Feng's voice came from nearby. "If I were you, I would sell all those Huitong Network shares immediately, because they're about to be frozen." Qin Feng's voice caught them off guard. Tang Jingshan hadn't expected it. Having been so absorbed in Lin Yuhang's stock discussion, he hadn't realized Qin Feng also understood the market. "Boss Qin, did you just say they're about to freeze? But there's no sign of it on the market." Tang Jingshan quickly asked, pulling out the chair beside him. This shift in attitude surprised Lin Yuhang, who sat on the other side. He knew exactly what kind of temper young Master Tang had. He had never once seen him show such a favorable disposition toward anyone. What? Had that man just challenged him? He was a stock market expert. How could he possibly know about Huitong Network's impending freeze? "Young Master Tang, who is this? Are you introducing me to the friend you mentioned?" Lin Yuhang spoke with evident irritation. After pulling Qin Feng to sit, Tang Jingshan enthusiastically introduced his good friend. This was the man he had been discussing stocks with, named Lin Yuhang. His family was also in business, and he enjoyed trading stocks with remarkably sharp intuition, consistently making safe profits. So quite a few young heirs in their circle liked to follow his stock recommendations. "This is the boss Qin I mentioned before, the one who helped my company avoid a major crisis. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. He's quite remarkable." Tang Jingshan's words were filled with sincerity. After what happened last time, he would never let the same mistake occur again. Whatever Qin Feng said, he believed. "I may not understand companies, but nobody knows the stock market better than I do. If I don't know about the freeze, how could he possibly know?" Lin Yuhang's tone remained somewhat sharp, yet he showed Tang Jingshan a shred of respect by holding back his full frustration. "I may not be an expert, but I guarantee this information is accurate. Within 10 minutes or so they will freeze the stocks. They've already reached their peak, so now is the best time to sell. Qin Feng spoke calmly. The reason he remembered was that in his past life he had suffered significant losses over this very incident. That was why he remembered the name Huitong Network and the exact date. In this lifetime he hadn't bought those shares, but unexpectedly he had come to know Lin Yuhang through Tang Jingshan. Do you understand stocks? Do you understand what a freeze means? Do you understand market risks? Have you ever traded at all? Lin Yuhang, raised in luxury with a short temper, was instantly provoked. Except toward Tang Jingshan, whom he genuinely respected, he always carried a bit of an edge with others. Finding his expertise challenged, he grew visibly irritated. But before he could continue, Tang Jingshan interrupted him. He actually took out his phone, called his assistant, and instructed him to sell all Huitong Network shares immediately. Young Master Tang, what are you doing? You actually believe him? Don't you trust me anymore? Lin Yuhang was deeply shaken. Tang Jingshan pacified him gently. Boss Qin is a remarkable person. Trust me and believe him this once. You'll see how capable he is. Don't worry, you won't lose anything. Perhaps it was Tang Jingshan's unwavering confidence, or perhaps it was because Lin Yuhang had always followed Tang Jingshan's lead. Though unwilling and doubtful in his heart, he could only sigh and call his own assistant, reluctantly instructing him to sell the Huitong Network shares. 10 minutes later, at the exact moment Qin Feng had suffered through in his past life, the stock market indeed experienced a major fluctuation. Huitong Network genuinely froze. By then only 2 dishes had arrived at their private room. Lin Yuhang gave Qin Feng glaring looks. But all of that changed the moment his assistant called with an update. His attitude completely shifted to one of pure admiration. It actually happened. No way, they really froze. You're amazing. How did you know? Even my people couldn't analyze it. Lin Yuhang stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Tang Jingshan, meanwhile, wore a proud expression, feeling a sense of relief and vindication. I dreamed it, Lin Yuhang said plainly, clearly unconvinced. Tang Jingshan immediately tugged his arm. He nodded earnestly, fibbing smoothly. Boss Qin said he dreamed it. That's all. Don't keep asking. From now on, just trust Boss Qin's insight. Qin Feng hadn't expected that a past incident would make Tang Jingshan trust him, so completely resembling a devoted admirer. Now he had gained another such admirer. Watching the sheer delight in Lin Yuhang's eyes, Qin Feng could only offer a helpless smile.